Family, who would have thought that I would become a pirate surrounded by the Navy as soon as I crossed over? Starting off at hellish difficulty. Luckily, the cheat code sign-in summoning system came online just in time. The newbie summon brought out Orochimaru with a combat power of 450. Orochimaru summoned the Great Serpent and directly smashed 3 Navy warships. But when I unlocked the Conqueror's Haki, I accidentally killed a teammate's pet. What will happen next when I go to Cocoa West Village? Let me tell you, I've never seen such an outrageous scene in my life. 3 Navy warships, like they were made of paper, smack, and just like that, they were smashed into 6 pieces by a snake bigger than a mountain. Family, who understands the second before I was still at home typing away, and in the blink of an eye, I crossed over, and it was the world of One Piece. As soon as I woke up, I heard a loudspeaker shouting, "Pirate ahead, you have been surrounded." I was completely dazed. Pirate? Where? Rubbing my eyes, I climbed onto the deck, and wow, 3 Navy warships emitting black smoke, dozens of dark cannons pointing right at my face. Looking down on my shabby ship, I saw a skull flag hanging from the mast. Well, it's confirmed I've become a pirate. What kind of hellish start is this? Others cross over to become nobles or extraordinary geniuses, but here I am, directly facing the Navy with no newbie tutorial. On the bow of the opposing ship stood a strange admiral wearing a spotted dog hat, named Dalmatian. The way he looked at me was like staring at a chicken ready for slaughter, and he was clicking his tongue in disdain. I was pondering whether to kneel and sing Conqueror or just jump into the sea with more dignity when my mind went ding. Here it comes, the standard configuration for Transmigrator. My cheat code has arrived. A sign-in summoning system, plus a free newbie summon opportunity. I quickly opened the panel and saw, wow, my combat power, 5. The system kindly noted, the combat power of an ordinary person is 10. Family, this is truly a low-level fighter, the kind that's so bad they might as well be picking their toes. Seeing that the Navy ships were getting closer, there was no time to explain. System, let me draw a card. In an instant, white mist enveloped my shabby ship, and a graceful figure with a shaped curve appeared in the mist. My heart almost melted a wife right at the start. This must be a direct takeoff. But when the mist cleared, oh no, it's Orochimaru. That eerie laugh, that signature long tongue, my DNA was activated. Although I was a bit disappointed that it wasn't a girl, looking at his panel, combat power 450. I instantly revived to full health. The dog-headed admiral saw that another person had appeared on my ship and became even more arrogant, shouting, "2 people dare to be pirates? You have 3 seconds to surrender." Before I could say anything, Orochimaru's unique voice came from beside me, asking ominously, Captain, do you need me to take care of this noisy bunch?" I was also nervous internally. Would the power system from Naruto work here in One Piece? I tentatively asked, "Snake Uncle, can you do it? If not, we'll just run as long as we have the Green Mountains. We don't fear the lack of firewood." Orochimaru chuckled and directly dove into the sea. The dog-headed admiral saw this and laughed, crazily taunting, "Zalalalo. Scared to jump into the sea to escape? Fire at them. Turn them into mush." Cannonballs rained down into the sea, and the admiral pointed at me, shouting, "Kid, your companion has run away. Aren't you surrendering?" I ignored him. Although I didn't know what Snake Uncle was planning, my intuition told me something big was coming. The next second, everyone was dumbfounded. Under the sea, a massive shadow nearly 10,000 meters long was speeding toward us, and the whole sky turned dark. The Navy crew turned pale. A soldier trembled and asked, "General, is this a Sea King?" The dog-headed admiral was nearly scared out of his wits, still trying to act tough. "What the hell? This is the East Sea. Where did this monster come from?" He said this, but his body was honest, howling for everyone to fire at the shadow. Cannonballs rained down like a storm, and the sea surface was blown into chaos. But just when they thought they had dealt with it, a towering figure stood majestically on the surface of the sea. It was an unimaginably gigantic purple python 10,000 snakes. Our 3 Navy ships looked like 3 little ants in front of it. What made them even more desperate was that Orochimaru was standing on top of 10,000 snakes. His clothes fluttering the scene was simply that of a deity descending. "Quick, turn around." The dog-headed admiral went completely insane, but he knew that no one was getting away today. He even tried to struggle, using moonwalk to jump into the air, attempting to stab 10,000 snakes' tail with a finger gun. Let me tell you, that scene was like poking a Gundam with a toothpick. 10,000 snakes' tail didn't even move, but he instead was directly rebounded by a massive force. Bang, like a cannonball, he was slapped into the sea without even a splash. Then came the scene I mentioned earlier. 10,000 snakes' enormous tail, like swatting a fly, swept gently. Boom! The 3 invincible Navy warships disintegrated on the spot, splintering into countless pieces of wood. Orochimaru jumped back onto my ship, striking a pose as if saying praise me. You know me, I'm stubborn, so I just pouted. Is this it? Not bad. To my surprise, he shot back with a sarcastic tone, saying, Yes, yes, Captain, your strength is unfathomable. My little tricks naturally don't catch your eye. I turned green. He definitely saw my combat power of 5. I asked him why he didn't deal with those Navy soldiers who fell into the water. He said this world is too deep right now. We can't provoke the 4 emperors or the 3 admirals, so leaving them alive could reduce some trouble. I thought about it too. It was better to play it safe. Later, guess what? The Navy hero Carp, Luffy's grandfather, passed by on his dog-headed warship and picked up those stunned Navy soldiers. The dog-headed admiral was completely mentally deranged, unable to say anything. Carp casually grabbed a soldier and asked what happened. Hearing it was 2 pirates and a giant snake, I bet the old man's expression was priceless. He probably already classified us as top-level dangerous individuals. But this old man also had a big heart. After thinking for a while, he actually started worrying again about his troublesome grandson who was about to go to sea. After this battle, I realized completely that without power, I was nothing on this sea. So, I immediately switched to devil training mode. Every day, I lifted barbells taller than me until I was exhausted. Orochimaru was also supportive, giving me 2 bottles of unknown liquid every day, 1 to drink and 1 for bathing. The feeling was like having all my bones crushed and reassembled, painful to the point of death. But the results were explosive. In 7 days. My combat power skyrocketed from 5 to 260. After saving up points for 7 days, today I finally gathered 300. Without hesitation, I said, System, unlock Conqueror's Haki for me. That feeling was incredible. An invisible aura erupted from my body, and the entire sea surface bubbled like boiling water. Looking down, while thousands of fish flipped over, floating with their white bellies up. I was delighted. This skill is great. I won't have to worry about food in the future. One-click fishing, super efficient. Just as I was feeling proud, I suddenly sensed a chilling, murderous intent behind me. Turning around, I saw Orochimaru standing behind me with a face as dark as a pot bottom. I thought I had disturbed him during an experiment, so I proudly pointed at the fish in the sea and boasted, Snake Uncle, look, I did all this. Isn't it impressive? But Orochimaru gritted his teeth and said slowly, Is this the power that killed my snake? What? Kill your snake? I was stunned when I heard that. No way. I quickly leaned over to take a closer look. My God, those weren't fish on the sea. They were swarms of little white snakes flipping their bellies. All of them were the babies that Uncle Snake raised in the sea as his eyes and ears. Who understands, my family? I just wiped out my teammates' pets all at once. I scratched my head and looked at him awkwardly. Well, I didn't mean to. Orochimaru stared at me with a fake smile and said hauntingly, Didn't you say that whoever killed my pet, you would guarantee not to kill him? Oh well. I was stumped right there. As the captain, I had to keep my word, damn it. Was I supposed to kill myself? Let me tell you, I was brainstorming how to avoid getting myself in trouble, when you guess what? Uncle Snake surprisingly waved his hand and said he was just joking around. Just as I was finally relieved, he turned around and hit me with another blow. He said, Oh, Captain, I just developed a special snake that can help you fetch precious medicinal herb from the deep sea, specifically to match that powerful medicine to enhance your physique. But now, with the snakes gone, the medicinal herbs are gone too. And your potion, I guess ITLL be paused for a while. I instantly wilted. Who understands, my family? These past few days, I've been taking Uncle Snake's medicine, and my physical fitness shot up like a rocket. I felt like I could take on a Navy vice admiral just with this body, and there were no side effects. And now, I lost it all with just one shout of mine. This was pure self-inflicted damage, pushing myself too hard. My mood at that moment was like getting my brand new car. Scratch the moment I took it out, it was so frustrating that I picked up a dumbbell and started lifting weights like crazy, thinking to myself, from now on, if I use Conqueror's Haki to fish, I'm a dog. So we drifted at sea for another 3 days, eating fish every day. I was about to grow fish scales. Finally, I spotted an island. The system chimed and perked up. Discovered Cocoa West Village. Check-in rewards random abilities. When I heard Cocoa West Village, isn't that Nami's hometown? Just what I needed, a navigator on this ship. How lucky is that? Let's go full speed ahead. But as soon as we landed, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Check-in successful. You have obtained top-level navigation skills. I immediately had the expression of an old man on the subway looking at his phone. No, do they? I'm here to find the top navigator Nami. And you give me navigation skills? It's like buying me a swimming ring and then telling me the swimming pool has closed down. Getting such a useless ability on my first check-in is just ridiculous. As I complained while walking toward the village, I noticed that the atmosphere fell off. Logically, given that this village had been so badly exploited by the evil dragon pirate crew, it should be filled with gloom and despair. Yet every household was decorated as if it were a festival. My heart sank, and I pulled Uncle Snake toward a few villagers who were chatting excitedly. I overheard them say, "Oh, thank goodness for Straw Hat Crew. Yes, yes. If it weren't for them taking down Arlong, we wouldn't be living the good life we have today." Upon hearing this, I panicked. It was over. That kid Luffy had already come, and Nami must have long since boarded the ship. I turned to question the system. "Hey, did you already know Nami left, which is why you gave me navigation skills?" The system replied in its emotionless electronic voice, "Rewards are distributed randomly." "Fine, I'll give you that." Since Luffy had already set sail. It was now the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar. I whispered to Uncle Snake, "Looks like the great battle isn't far off." Uncle Snake's curious eyes immediately perked up. "Oh? What great battle?" I lowered my voice and pretended to be profound. "A battle that will shake the entire world." Upon hearing this, Uncle Snake's eyes lit up, and he licked his lips in excitement, as if he was about to perform a spell right there. I was thinking, since Nami is out of the picture, let's head straight to the Grand Line, to Skypiea, and get our hands on that rumble fruit. With that thing, during the Marineford War, I might really be able to rescue Ace from Akanu's grasp and make up for my regrets from my past life. As I thought about this, my stomach growled, so I dragged Uncle Snake into a tavern. "Come on, Uncle Snake, let's have a feast. Eating fish every day is making my mouth bland." I found a spot to sit down, slammed a big bag of berries on the table, and shouted to the boss, "Hey boss, bring us 2 drinks, and serve us all the meat you have, except for fish. Use the rest of the money to get us some fresh water and jerky." The boss's eyes lit up when he saw the bag of money. Wow, it must be at least several 100,000 berries. He looked like he saw his long-lost father. All right. Please wait a moment. Gentlemen, it'll be ready soon." Before long, the table was filled with all kinds of roasted and stewed meats, making my mouth water. I was stuffing my face when the boss cheerfully came over and said the supplies had been prepared. With my mouth full of meat, I mumbled back, "It's fine, we'll eat slowly, you take your time." Uncle Snake, ever so graceful, wiped his mouth and translated for me. He said there's no rush. The more supplies, the better, and we can always get more if it's not enough. Just as the boss picked up the money pouch and was about to leave, a sarcastic voice came over. "Oh, isn't this Boss Pottily? Where are you in such a hurry to go?" I looked up and saw a sleazy-looking naval officer with 6 whiskers on his face walk in. "Wow, isn't that Colonel Mouse? Why is he still here?" According to the plot, he should have already gone to report on Chow He Fei's situation. Never mind, it's bad luck. Eating is more important. It turned out that Colonel Mouse had his eyes fixed on the money pouch in the boss's hand, his beady eyes shining like light bulbs. He walked over and put an arm around the boss's shoulder, grinning insincerely. "Oh, Boss Pottily, you knew I was coming to collect taxes today, and you prepared it for me? How considerate." His greedy expression was hard to look at. The boss was almost in tears, trembling as he pointed at us. "See, Colonel, that money isn't mine. It's for these 2 guests." Only then did Colonel Mouse shift his gaze to us. Seeing me devouring my food like a starving ghost, he looked disdainful. He swaggered in front of me and arrogantly asked, "New here? Do you understand the rules?" I ignored him completely. He even bent down, leaned close to my ear, and whispered a threat. "Kid, there are plenty of pirates here. If you don't pay some protection fee, our Navy won't protect you." Saying that, he pointed at the bag of money. I was too lazy to swallow the flesh in my mouth, so I squeezed out a word through my teeth. "Get lost." "What?" Colonel Mouse's voice cracked directly, screaming, "You dare tell me to get lost?" He suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. "Kid, don't push your luck. Hand over the money, or I'll make sure you can't leave this door." I just lifted my eyelids, glanced at him sideways, and said slowly, "I'll give you 3 seconds, get out." He was so angry that he laughed. "Hee, you're the first one who's dared to talk to me like that. I'll kill you, and the money will still be mine. Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang from a gunshot. And what happened? The scene of my head exploding didn't occur at all. I saw Uncle Snake, who had been quietly eating next to me, suddenly holding a short knife that he didn't have before, effortlessly deflecting the bullet, leaving just a faint white mark on the blade. Colonel Mouse was so scared that he froze on the spot, his legs trembling, instinctively backing away. I lifted my head and gave him a mocking smile, my eyes seemingly saying, "Is that it?" Now, Colonel Mouse has been completely embarrassed. He was furious, screaming like a clown. "Bring me people. Someone is openly challenging the Navy's authority. Arrest them." In an instant, a large number of sailors rushed in, surrounding the entire tavern so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak through, with dart gun barrels all aimed at us. Colonel Mouse became arrogant again. "Ha! Kid, do you know the consequences of opposing me now?" Kneel down and bow your head, and maybe I'll spare your life. I let out a cold laugh. Having scum like you in the Navy is truly a disgrace. My words completely ignited him. He waved his hand, and that group of Navy soldiers charged forward with loud shouts. Uncle Snake's mouth twitched as he was about to form a seal, but I stopped him. Uncle Snake, why use a bull's knife to kill a chicken? Uncle Snake was taken aback. Then he chuckled and retracted his hand. Looking at the crowd rushing towards me, I smiled slightly. And then, boom, an invisible storm erupted around me, instantly sweeping through the entire tavern. Conqueror's Haki, activate. The sweat on the faces of those Navy soldiers instantly poured down as if they had been crushed by Taishan, unable to move. 1 second, 2 seconds. Thud. The first one fell down. In less than 3 seconds, aside from the old rat, Colonel, who was still struggling, all the Navy soldiers were foaming at the mouth and had fainted. The rat Colonel's eyes were about to pop out, looking at me in terror, trembling as he said, What kind of power is this? The way he looked at me was like staring at a prehistoric giant beast. He finally couldn't hold on any longer, screamed, You wait for me, and turned to run. I focused my gaze and gathered my Conqueror's Haki into a single force, launching it directly forward. Thud! The mouse Colonel, who had just reached the doorway, fell down unresponsive. The Navy outside, seeing this situation, rushed in a panic, carried away their colonel and comrades, and fled in disgrace. I walked up to the boss, who looked dumbfounded, and asked, Boss, do you have any guest rooms? I want to stay for a few days. The boss nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. You can choose any room upstairs. For the next few days, I stayed in Cocoa West Village, letting Uncle Snake guide me in physical techniques while I familiarized myself with the 3-color Haki. One day, after finishing my practice, I saw Uncle Snake coming out of his room and called out to him playfully, Hey, Uncle Snake, want to spar a bit? However, Uncle Snake shook his head and smiled mysteriously. No rush on sparring, Lay. Come, let me show you a big treasure. With that, he pulled out a peculiar-looking purple fruit from his pocket. As soon as I saw it, I exclaimed, Wow, a devil fruit. I snatched it up, treating it like a precious heirloom. This thing is basically a cheat code for instant success in the pirate world. Uncle Snake said nonchalantly, This fruit had a slight defect, but I improved it a bit. I was taken aback. A defect? Does that mean it's weak to seawater? Uncle Snake simply nodded slightly, his expression as calm as if he were just saying he had an extra bowl of rice for lunch. Is this for me? I asked cautiously. Uncle Snake raised an eyebrow. You're not going to eat it? Then I might as well feed it to the snake. As soon as I heard that, without saying a word, I didn't care about what kind of fruit it was. I just opened my mouth and took a bite. Ugh, let me tell you, the taste was like mixing all the shit in the world together and then pickling it in the foulest sewer for a month. Who the hell said that the devil fruit tastes like shit? I'd rather eat shit than this thing. But for the sake of power, I held my breath and swallowed that lump down. Uncle Snake beside me was holding back laughter to the point of almost injuring himself. He didn't tell me that even though I had overcome the weakness of being afraid of seawater, the price was that this fruit tasted 10 times worse than before. Even a dog would shake its head and walk away. The moment the fruit went down, a world-destroying power exploded within me. My body was crazily transformed and enhanced, and even patches of crimson scales began to appear on my arms. I felt the power inside me becoming more and more violent, more and more heated. If I didn't release it, I would explode. Oh no, I couldn't care about anything else. I madly sprinted deep into the island. Wherever I passed, trees instantly turned to ashes. Orochimaru was chasing behind, but found that even my shadow couldn't keep up. Finally, I felt I could no longer suppress it. My eyes turned blood red, and I directly sat cross-legged in the middle of the forest, completely releasing the suppression of that power. Boom! A terrifying aura soared into the sky. The animals on the entire island instantly trembled, as if they had seen their natural enemy. And the timid ones were directly knocked unconscious. Even Orochimaru, who was chasing behind, was directly blown away by this shockwave, landing face first in the mud. He got up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked ahead in terror. What kind of power is this? And I felt my internal organs burning. I looked down and saw that my hands had turned into 2 crimson dragon claws covered in scales. Then I looked at my legs. Where the hell are my legs? My lower body had actually turned into a long dragon tail. I was floating in midair. My body had expanded to thousands of meters long, like a deity coiled above Cocoa West Island. The system prompt sounded just in time. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the dragon fruit, mythical beast type, Zhu Long form. Good heavens. It turned out to be a mythical beast type, even rarer than the natural type. It's the Zhu Long from mythology. I felt like I could sink this island with just one punch. The system came again. Ding. Does the host want to use 1,000 points to awaken the destined weapon? I glanced at my points, and with the recent reward, it was exactly 1,000. This damn system had squeezed me dry, but I still gritted my teeth and said, awaken. Just as the system was loading the progress bar, the ground beneath me could no longer withstand my aura and began to crack inch by inch. Uncle Snake, seeing this, was shocked, quickly forming hand seals and shouting, Earth release. Land reinforcement technique. He barely stabilized the collapsing island. Ding. Awakening successful. A red orb the size of a ping-pong ball slowly floated out of my body, quietly hovering in front of me. Is this my destined weapon? The Scarlet Flame Dragon orb? It looks like a glass ball bought from a street vendor. I complained as I reached out my hand. And that Dragon Ball seemed to come to life, fly into my palm on its own. I was pondering that if I could have two, I could learn to play with walnuts like the old man. Suddenly, the surface of the Dragon Ball flashed with light, and then a blindingly bright red light erupted, instantly engulfing me completely. What is this? I was startled by this sudden change. I tell you, in that moment, the entire sky suddenly turned dark. Dark clouds rushed in from all directions like they were free, completely covering the sun, and the whole island instantly entered night mode, with thunder and lightning. As if undergoing a tribulation, the villagers on the island were dumbfounded, feeling as hot as if they were in a sauna. Clearly there was no sun. Yet the temperature kept soaring. The closest to me, Orochimaru, wow, that guy's survival instinct was really strong. Feeling like he was about to be roasted, without hesitation, he dug a hole for himself, filled it with water, and soaked himself in it for physical cooling. I floated above, watching him in the water, mumbling, damn, is this the power of this world? Quite something. But none of us knew that 30 nautical miles away, a dog-headed warship was cutting through the waves. In the village, everyone was discussing the bizarre weather. A scarred uncle wearing a windmill on his head, the local sheriff AGN, looked at the sky with a serious expression, sensing that things were not simple. His sister, Nuo Chigao, walked over and casually said, who cares? It'd be best if a lightning bolt came down and struck that rat colonel dead. AGN smiled and said that the evil dragon had fallen. Good days would come. Nuo Chigao pouted and went back to collect her clothes. Meanwhile, that rat colonel wasn't concerned about the weather. He was gazing at the distant sea with a lewd smile. Reinforcements were coming. He had already started fantasizing about killing us both and then pocketing our money, laughing maniacally. On the dog-headed warship, a young sailor reported in a panic. General Carp, a large amount of thunderclouds has appeared over Cocoa West Island. The old man standing at the bow of the ship was Carp, and his expression was extremely serious. I saw it, he said, even from 30 nautical miles away. The thunder sounded like it was exploding right next to me, and the lightning flashed like dragons, ready to split the sky apart. The young soldiers beside him were still discussing. When did the East Sea weather become this exciting? Carp shook his head, hitting the nail on the head. This is not a weather change. There's an extremely powerful force affecting the weather. His adjutant, Bogart, nodded in agreement. He felt it too. One soldier was so scared he was dumbfounded. What the heck? Is there someone who can influence the weather? Bogart explained, devil fruit users, when developed to the extreme, can change the weather or even alter the world. Just then, a soldier with a telescope suddenly screamed as if he had seen a ghost. General Carp, look quickly. There's something moving inside the clouds. Carp snatched the telescope, looked up at the sky. Wow, inside the dark clouds, a giant creature over 1,000 meters long was vaguely visible, with scales and claws, just like the legends. This is a dragon. Carp was speechless. The ship immediately erupted in chaos. Who understands? They thought they were about to face a 4 Emperors raid. And the intensity was off the charts. Bogart was also shocked, his pupils shaking. Could it be? The guys come to the East Sea? Carp stared intently. At first, he thought it was Kaido of the Beasts, and his heart sank. If Kaido came, not to mention his soldiers, even he might not be able to handle it. And the 3 calamities were no pushovers. But after a closer look, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. No, it shouldn't be Kaido. I tell you, that old man Carp has a really good memory. He muttered, Kaido's dragon is much bigger than this one, blocking out the sun, and I remember his was blue-green. Bogart was confused. Not Kaido? Then who is this? Carp shook his head, his gaze becoming deeper. You'll only know when you go. With that, he gave the order, and the warship sped forward. At that moment, I was bathing in the red light emitted by that Dragon Ball, feeling my strength at least doubled. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 meters. Nothing could escape my perception. Then I saw I saw Orochimaru in the water pit below. He was actually taking a bath. I thought I was seeing things and rubbed my eyes to take another look. No mistake. In the puddle, steam was rising. Orochimaru was humming a tune, holding a small white snake in his hand, using it as a bath towel to scrub his back. He was also complaining, "Captain, this firepower is no good. The water temperature isn't enough. I can't even get any mud out." Oh my God. My entire worldview shattered at that moment. This is definitely not the cold and eerie Uncle Snake I know. If I keep watching, I'm afraid my mind will become unstable. So I quickly pulled myself together and focused on studying the Dragon Ball in front of me. I thought to myself, this thing is like a magical artifact from a fantasy novel. Do I need to communicate with it using mental power? But here's the problem. How the hell am I supposed to use any mental power? Should I close my eyes and feel the world like in the novels? I tried it, and all that came to mind was the bizarre image of Orochimaru using a snake to take a bath, which scared me so much that I quickly opened my eyes and didn't dare to close them again. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Isn't dominance just about controlling with willpower? So, can I use my will to connect with this Dragon Ball? Once I thought of it, I acted. I immediately focused my will and touched it. Just like that. The Dragon Ball vibrated violently with a buzzing sound, its light becoming increasingly blinding, as if it wanted to swallow everything. The dark clouds around were all dyed into fiery clouds, and lightning struck down like it was free, each bolt thicker than the last. I was so excited, feeling like I was about to uncover its ultimate secret. But just then, a sudden twist occurred. A torrent of flames surged from the Dragon Ball into my consciousness, and my head exploded with pain, feeling like my entire soul was about to be torn apart. The Dragon Ball in my hand transformed into a red light, directly drilling into my body. In the next second, my human dragon form instantly disappeared, and I felt like a stone plummeting straight down from a height of 10,000 meters. The dark clouds in the sky also vanished, and the sun came out again as if nothing had happened. Orochimaru, who was soaking in the pit, suddenly felt the water had turned cold. He looked up and saw a small black dot falling from the sky, and upon closer inspection, it was me. Oh dear, this is really troublesome. He muttered to himself and immediately jumped out of the water pit, rushing towards the direction I was falling. I was fully conscious at that moment, but my body couldn't move at all. I could only feel the strong wind hitting my face, and my heart was filled with despair. No way. I just got the godly gear, and I'm about to hit the ground? If I don't die, I'll at least be paralyzed. As the ground got closer, I resigned myself and closed my eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds. Bang, huh? No pain. The intense pain I imagined was completely absent. Instead, it felt warm, like I was being embraced by something soft. I wondered, could this be heaven? I slowly opened my eyes, and a fair face was right in front of me. It was Uncle Snake. He was holding me in a hard-to-describe princess carry. In an instant, my face turned as red as a boiled lobster, and I quickly jumped out of his arms, feeling so awkward that I could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. No way. I'm blushing like a teapot. This is a big problem. Orochimaru, on the other hand, looked calm and relaxed, and seeing me lively and jumping around, he asked, "How do you feel?" Without thinking, I blurted out, "It's okay, just a bit hard, it's uncomfortable." Orochimaru's face instantly darkened, and he gave me a hard knock on the head, gritting his teeth and saying, "What I asked was how you felt after eating the fruit." I awkwardly scratched my head and quickly said seriously, "Strong. Very strong. Extremely strong." Seeing his expression getting darker, I hurriedly added, "Just kidding. I feel like I can control fire now. Just like Ace." Orochimaru sighed and said we should go back. I nodded and followed him. But after taking just a couple of steps, he suddenly hit the brakes, closed his eyes, and said with a serious expression, "Someone has arrived on the island. It's a group of Marines." I was feeling quite arrogant at the time and disdainfully said, "Navy? Let them come. Can they really keep us here?" Orochimaru shook his head, his expression more somber. "It's different. Among this group of Navy, there is one person. Very strong, extremely strong. I can't see through him." As soon as I heard it, my heart sank. There are not many people in the entire East Sea who can make Snake Uncle so wary. Suddenly, a figure wearing a dog hat flashed through my mind. No way. How could he come to the East Sea? I hurriedly asked, "What other characteristics does that person have?" Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, "Well, it seems like he's always eating donuts." Donuts? This is bad. It can't be wrong. It's him. He really has come back. I darkly spat out 2 words, "Kapu." The naval hero? Orochimaru also gasped. So to put it simply, I explained, he is the ceiling of naval combat power. Now, it was Orochimaru's turn to be unsettled. His eyes rolled, and he said gloomily, "How about we just make a run for it?" I thought about it, And you're right. Now that we've encountered a big shot like Carp, it's all harm and no gain. We need to secretly develop our strength and then amaze everyone, got it? All right, it's settled. Let's just run away. But here's the problem. Our ship is still in the harbor and is definitely under the control of the Navy. Orochimaru's little white snake scout was also instantly taken out by a swordsman from the other side, indicating that there are many experts on the opposing side. After we discussed, we realized we could only race against time. While Carp and the others were entering the village to look for people, we would directly raid the port, take out the guards watching the boats, grab a ship, and run. So we hurriedly rushed towards the port. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse was bowing and nodding as he led Carp and his group into the village. Carp looked at the cheerful villagers in the streets, then at the villagers who turned pale and hurriedly packed up or closed their doors upon seeing them, the lively street instantly turning desolate. He understood the situation. This didn't look like a village oppressed by pirates. It clearly looked like they were afraid of this group of Navy. Carp shot a cold glance at Colonel Mouse, who was still trying to argue, and without saying a word, walked straight into the small tavern where we had stayed before. Upon seeing Colonel Mouse, the tavern owner turned pale, thinking he had come to collect protection fees again. However, Carp approached amicably and asked, "Did 2 pirates stay here a few days ago?" The owner looked confused. "Pirates? No, not all." Carp described my and Orochimaru's appearance, and the owner was even more shocked. "They're pirates? They don't seem like it. They were quite nice. I thought they were travelers." As soon as he said this, Colonel Mouse began to sweat profusely, frantically signaling the owner with his eyes. But the owner completely ignored him and praised us instead. After hearing this, Carp snorted coldly, decided not to look for us anymore, and sat down in the tavern, saying he would wait here. The look in his eyes made Colonel Mouse feel uneasy. Just then, there was a commotion outside the tavern, and a soldier came in to report that the village's sheriff, Jien, had urgent news to report. A Jien stumbled in, and upon seeing Carp, he immediately knelt on the ground and cried out, "General Carp, you finally came." Carp quickly helped him up and said, "What is it? I will take care of it for you." A Jien raised his head, trembling as he pointed at Colonel Mouse, exposing all the shady dealings he had with the evil dragon pirate crew over the years, detailing everything. Colonel Mouse panicked on the spot, stuttering that a Jien was just drunk and talking nonsense. But he didn't notice that Carp's expression had darkened to the point where it seemed water could drip from it. The air in the tavern seemed to freeze. Carp let out a cold laugh, his gaze icy as a knife, fixated on Colonel Mouse, who was trying to slip away. He never expected that there would be such a disgrace in the Navy. "You are simply tarnishing the word justice." Colonel Mouse immediately went weak in the knees, wanted to kneel down, mumbling that he was wronged. Carp couldn't even be bothered to give him a look, waving his hand directly. "Cuff him." The Navy soldiers swiftly locked him up, their movements incredibly efficient. The tavern owner and the guy at the door named Jinju, both watching this scene, couldn't hold back anymore. Tears started streaming down their faces as they laughed, feeling a mix of emotions. Meanwhile, on the other side, my 2 protagonists, Lei Yu and Orochimaru, were hiding in the bushes at the port, preparing to make their escape. Lei Yu lowered his voice, excited like a rat that had found rice. "Ha, Uncle Snake, look, that old man Carp really didn't leave many people behind. There are only about 10 Navy soldiers at the port, looking like decorations." Orochimaru squinted and took a look. It was indeed a golden opportunity. If they could slip away, who would want to confront a Navy hero head-on? Lei Yu couldn't hold back any longer. "What are we waiting for? Let's go for it." Just as Orochimaru was about to nod, he felt a strange unease in his heart. His 6th sense was going off wildly. But who would understand the family has feelings? If they missed this opportunity, it would truly be gone. He gritted his teeth and blurted out, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yu shot out like an arrow. Orochimaru followed closely behind. The nearest Navy soldier only felt a gust of wind behind him. When he turned around, everything went dark, and he disappeared. The 2 worked in perfect harmony, taking down 2 in the blink of an eye. However, the port was too open, and the commotion was immediately noticed. About 10 Navy soldiers surrounded them, the leader looking quite fierce. Who dares to attack the Navy? What happened next? Lei Yu and Orochimaru exchanged glances, confirmed their understanding, and then, in unison, raised their hands. I was completely stunned at that moment. What kind of divine operation was this? Surrendering? The Navy soldiers were also taken aback, but seeing how compliant they were, they relaxed their vigilance and approached. One guy even walked over with handcuffs, complaining, "Are you 2 out of your minds? Attacking the Navy?" Just when the handcuffs were about to touch Lei Yu, his eyes narrowed. "Conqueror's Haki, activate." I tell you, that scene, boom, an invisible shockwave instantly exploded. like a transparent dome trapping all the Navy inside. The Navy at the front didn't even grunt, rolled his eyes, and knelt down directly. Following that, like a domino effect, they all fell to the ground, completely dazed. Lei Yu stood there, his black hair flowing, exuding an aura that was simply that of a born domineering president. Goodness. A Navy responsible for the lookout 1,000 meters away was directly scared silly, pulling out a snail phone to call Carp. Report, Lord Carp. Something big has happened. Over here, Orochimaru began his traditional performance, opening his mouth, bleh, and spewing out wet white snakes, binding the fainted Navy tightly. Lei Yu watched with a green face. Uncle Snake, can we use a more earthly binding method? After everything was taken care of, Lei Yu stretched lazily and was about to board the ship, but Orochimaru grabbed him. Wait, don't you think it's too easy? Isn't it good to be easy? Hurry up and go. Lei Yu didn't take it seriously at all, pulling Uncle Snake toward the ship. But just as they both set foot on the ship, whoosh, a sharp sound of breaking air came from behind. Orochimaru reacted quickly, opening his mouth to shoot a sword to block, but was a step too slow. Lei, be careful. Lei Yu turned around and saw a gray sword energy, like a laser, heading straight for his forehead. I'm telling you, that speed was so fast that there was no way to dodge. But Lei Yu's face showed no panic. Instead, he smiled wickedly. This is good. He crossed his arms in front of him, and with a buzzing sound, his arms instantly turned pitch black, exuding a metallic sheen. Just as he finished speaking, clang, a huge sound echoed as the sword energy struck his arms solidly. Sparks flew. Lei Yu stood there motionless, with only a shallow white mark appearing on his arm. Goodness, he directly crossed his arms and took it head on. This operation completely impressed me with its strength, unbelievable. Orochimaru watched with wide eyes, probably calculating how to endow his little snakes with this armament Haki as well. At that moment, a calm voice rang out. I never expected that there would be someone like you in the East Sea. Even more surprising is that you actually possess Conqueror's Haki. Lei Yu's eyes narrowed as he scanned the surroundings. Who? Show yourself. The voice continued with a hint of reverence. It's unexpected for someone with kingly qualifications to be hiding in a place like the East Sea. If you have something to say it directly, don't be sneaky. Lei Yu's heart sank. The other party recognized Conqueror's Haki and was definitely not a good person. And, judging by the situation, Carp was probably on the way. He immediately signaled Orochimaru with his eyes. Uncle Snake, you go start the ship. We're in trouble. Orochimaru understood instantly, taking off toward the cabin. Lei Yu stayed behind to confront. Just as he was about to say something fierce, another sword energy shot towards Orochimaru. Lei Yu instantly used his armament Haki-covered arm to take it head-on again. Do you really think I can't find you? Lei Yu suddenly closed his eyes, activating his observation Haki. Instantly, everything around him, every movement of the wind and grass, was clearly reflected in his mind. The hidden figure was shocked. He actually has 3 types of Haki. Now, there was no hiding it. A figure slowly walked out from a distance. The person wore a top hat, dressed in a suit, with a hand resting on a long sword, exuding the aura of a British gentleman. Someone like you, not going to the Grand Line to shine, is really a pity. Lei Yu squinted and asked, Why? The man sneered. Because today, you will be captured and sent to impel down. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Lei Yu burst into wild laughter. You not only can't keep me here, but in the future, my name, Lei Yu, will resound across this sea. So your name is Lei Yu. The man had approached, and Lei Yu's pupils constricted. Good heavens, wasn't this Carp's elusive deputy, Bogart? Bogart gripped the hilt of his sword, his tone icy. Fortunately, Mr. Carp is insightful. Otherwise, you would have really slipped away today. You can't keep me. Lei Yu knew very well that he had to finish this quickly. Carp could arrive at any moment. He once again covered his arms with armament Haki, staring intently at Bogart. In the next second, Bogart's entire aura changed. A sharp aura belonging to a top swordsman shot up into the sky. Wow. That aura felt like a domain had been unleashed, filling the entire port with a sense of being sliced apart. Even Orochimaru on the ship felt it and exclaimed, Is this the might of a sword master in this world? So strong. Lei Yu was also shocked. He had seriously underestimated Bogart's strength. This swordsmanship level could rank among the best in the world. You're strong. I underestimated you before. I'm sorry. Lei Yu suddenly lowered his guard and released his armament Haki. Bogart was taken aback. You're giving up just like that? You disappoint me a bit. No. Lei Yu's eyes suddenly erupted with terrifying light. Because you're strong, I will take this seriously. As soon as the words fell, he shook his massive body. An aura 10 times more violent than before erupted, as if a primal beast had descended. His arms, returned to their original state, suddenly turned bright red, covered with crimson dragon scales that crackled. Bogart's expression changed dramatically. A devil fruit user? This is Dragon Claw? You're one of Kaido's people? Leiyu shook his head, his tone arrogant. Beast pirates? I'm not interested in living under someone else's roof. As for Kaido, not quite my style. Arrogant little brat. Bogart was completely enraged by his arrogant attitude. Let me see if you have the capital to be so arrogant. He instantly vanished from his spot, and the next moment appeared in front of Leiyu, thrusting his sword with a speed that left no shadow. This is Carp's deputy. When he strikes, it's a thunderous kill. But Leiyu simply closed his eyes, and just as the sword tip was about to stab him, he made a strange sidestep, perfectly dodging it. Oh no, it's observation Haki, Bogart thought to himself. Immediately after, Leiyu's fist, covered in dragon scales, slammed out. Bang! Bogart was sent flying like a cannonball for over 100 meters. As the dust settled, he held his stomach, struggling to stand up. At least 4 or 5 of his ribs were broken. Little brat, you are quite good. The killing intent on his body began to surge wildly. I haven't been serious in decades, and people are almost forgetting my name, Demon Sword Bogart. Boom! A red-black light shot up into the sky, as if to split the heavens. Carp, who was rushing over, saw this light and his eyes lit up. Oh, Bogart has met his match? His steps quickened. Over by the port, Bogart's eyes turned blood red as he roared and leaped high, his knife covered with a layer of black-gray sword intent, slashing down with a devastating force. West Inner. Little brat. Leiyu looked at this world-destroying strike, his face filled with excitement. This was the battle he craved. The beastly aura on him surged again, and the dragon scales on his arms turned red as if about to bleed. Come on, Bogart. The two collided once more. Sword light flickered, dragon claws waved. With each punch and sword clash, the heavens and earth seemed to collapse. Every sword from Bogart was met head-on by Leiyu's dragon claws, leaving behind only scratches. Meanwhile, every punch from Leiyu was narrowly dodged by Bogart, relying on his rich experience and observation Haki. The Navy soldiers who had just regained consciousness watched in shock. Lord Bogart seems to be suppressed. Indeed, Leiyu is getting braver and more skilled as the battle goes on. In contrast, Bogart is gradually unable to keep up with Leiyu's speed and strength. They have been entangled for a full 10 minutes. With a loud bang, a figure flew out from the dust. It was Bogart. Leiyu finally held back a bit of his strength. Otherwise, this blow could have killed him outright. Bogart stood up, trembling and surprisingly. His eyes were filled with admiration. Kid, I admit your strength, but I'm a Navy. You are a pirate, and I must give it my all. Saying this, he surprisingly gathered his sword intent again. Leiyu shrugged. Actually, I'm not really a pirate. I'm just a traveler. Enough nonsense. Take my final strike. Bogart's sword intent erupted once more, even stronger than before. A massive, deep red blade of light formed on his sword. Demon World. 3,000 evil spirits. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground was plowed into deep ravines, and even the sea was split apart. Leiyu was so excited that his blood was boiling. His right arm instantly swelled several times, thick as a barrel, wrapped in purple-red eerie flames. Candle fire, dragon fist. He punched forward. Boom! The entire Coco West Island shook violently, and the harbor turned into ruins. Amidst the dust, a figure staggered out. It was Lord Bogart who won. A Navy shouted excitedly. Bogart was covered in blood, looking like a blood-soaked person, and after taking a couple of steps, he fell backward with a thud, unconscious. The cheers of the Navy abruptly stopped. As the dust settled, Leiyu stood there with his arms crossed, surprisingly unscathed except for a bit of dust on him. He is not human. The Navy trembled in fear. Leiyu breathed a sigh of relief, though he wasn't entirely at ease, as a trickle of fresh blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth, which he forcefully swallowed back. He looked at the ship that Orochimaru was approaching in the distance and raised his hand high. Hi, Uncle Snake, I'm over here. He leaped onto the deck, just about to say let's go, when suddenly both of them felt a chill on their backs. Turning around, they saw a gigantic stone, like a cannonball, whistling toward them. Leiyu's pupils constricted. He recognized this move. Ha ha ha. Kid, why are you in such a hurry to leave when I haven't even arrived? A figure wearing a dog head had appeared in the distance, and that familiar voice made Leiyu's face darken instantly. He was dragged into it again. He jumped high into the air and punched the giant stone into countless fragments. After clearing his vision, he saw who it was. It was Carp. The Navy on the shore saw their savior coming and were so excited they were almost crying. General Carp. Help. Carp didn't even look at them, just staring at Lei Yu and slowly speaking. Kid, what's your name? Lei Yu's mind twitched, and he struck a dramatic pose, shouting, I am the strongest man. Lei Yu. Carp was momentarily stunned, then burst into thunderous laughter. Ha ha, arrogant little brat. Since you call yourself the strongest, why are you running? Lei Yu's face twitched, and with his hands on his hips, he retorted, Old man, I don't bully the elderly. Interesting. I can't let you run today. As Carp finished speaking, several carts of cannonballs were pushed over by the Navy beside him. Carp casually grabbed one, grinning. Try the old man's fistbone, meteor shower. The next second, countless cannonballs rained down like a storm. Seeing this, Orochimaru quickly formed hand seals and slammed his hands down. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A terrifying hurricane erupted from his mouth, forming a gigantic tornado over the sea, sweeping all the cannonballs into the sky. Boom! The sky exploded into a brilliant fireworks display. Oh, another devil fruit user? Carp watched this scene, murmuring to himself, then reached for the pile of cannonballs next to him. I have to tell you, this old man really has no sense of martial ethics. Seeing that the cannonballs were useless, he still wanted to throw them. I quickly spoke up and said, Mr. Carp, come on, let's talk it over. I really didn't intend to go against the Navy. Let's just pretend this didn't happen. What do you think? And guess what? That old man Carp widened his eyes and shouted louder than anyone else. What kind of joke is this? You're a pirate, and I'm a Navy. Can I just watch you run away? You beat up my deputy and destroyed my little brother's ship. If this gets out, where will the Navy's face go? I was really at a loss for words at that moment. So, I quickly patted my forehead and explained, I'm really not a pirate. I just went out without checking the calendar and accidentally boarded the wrong ship. As for that Dalmatia, he insisted on capturing me. I couldn't just stand there and let him hit me, could I? When Carp heard this, he suddenly burst into laughter, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight, holding his belly and gasping for breath. Say, you don't want to be a pirate? Then you don't want to be the Pirate King? You don't want Roger's great treasure? I thought to myself, One Piece? That's something exclusive to your grandson. Why would I compete with him? I might as well be asking for trouble. Who knows when I might get taken out by the protagonist's halo? After hesitating for a moment, I told him, that thing is destined for your grandson. I can't compete with him. Goodness. As soon as those words left my mouth, the smile on Carp's face instantly disappeared, and his expression became incredibly serious. His tone intensified by 8 degrees. What? My grandson? Have you met him? My moment of showing off has come. I told him. He doesn't know me, but I'm very familiar with him. Suddenly, Luffy's silly smiling face appeared in my mind, and I added, considering the time, this should be entering the Grand Line by now. Nanny. Carp was shocked that brat moves so fast. I must catch him when he comes back. After saying that, he looked at me, his eyes sparkling with mischief, and asked with a wicked grin, Kid, didn't you just say you're not a pirate? I casually shrugged my shoulders and said, yeah, I haven't figured out what to do yet. Of course, maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll start a pirate crew for fun. Upon hearing this, Carp's eyes darted around, and a few seconds later, he suddenly slapped his thigh and shouted at me, Kid, how about you join the Navy? Come work directly under me. What do you think? I was stunned at the time. This old man saw me fighting with Bogut, and as soon as he heard I wasn't a pirate, he immediately took a liking to me. Just think about it. At my age of 18, I have this kind of fighting ability. Who wouldn't be confused? He must be thinking, if I can train this kid well, the Navy headquarters will surely have another admiral in the future. Plus, he can also eliminate a future sea emperor. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I subconsciously glanced at Snake Uncle beside me, wanting to ask for his opinion. But Snake Uncle simply turned his head away, meaning, you're the boss, you decide. Carp saw my hesitation and immediately added, that's right. As long as you nod, I'll immediately apply for a captain position for you. A captain. Who understands what that means, folks? 1 step further is a major. This temptation is too great. Seeing the flicker in my eyes, Carp knew I was interested and immediately seized the opportunity. Not only that, I'll keep the matter of you sinking those 3 warships from Dalmatia under wraps. And if you work hard, I can even push you up to that position. As soon as I heard that, my eyes lit up, and I blurted out, Marshal? Carp's face instantly darkened, his fists cracking with tension, probably cursing in his heart. Does this kid even know how to chat? Gritting his teeth, he said, don't think about the Marshal. I'm talking about the Admiral. Admiral. Hey. Admiral, let me tell you, I was really moved at that moment. The stakes were just too high. Anyway, I'm just idle right now. Why not go play around with the Navy? If I become an admiral in the future, I could lead a fleet to beat up the celestial dragons. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Plus, there's also Tosaka in the Navy. Cough, cough, I'm definitely not doing it for Tosaka, It's for justice. Yes, it's for justice. I clear my throat and was just about to agree, when suddenly that familiar mechanical voice sounded in my head. Ding. Triggered faction selection mission. Option 1. Join the Navy. Reward top-level cooking skill. Option 2. Join the Revolutionary Army. Reward 500 points. Option 3. Announce the establishment of a pirate crew on the spot. Reward. Choose 2 from the Navy's 6 styles. 500 points. I was completely stunned. What the hell is the top cooking skill reward for joining the Navy? Am I supposed to be the chef king in the Navy mess hall? System, come out. Are you afraid I'll really catch up to Toru? This is simply the latest electronic spring trap of 2025. This reward is clearly forcing me to become a pirate, right? And I have to announce it on the spot. Isn't that like slapping Carp in the face right in front of him? I really don't want to experience his love's iron fist. But that Navy 6 styles is just too tempting. Moonwalk and finger pistol are practically godly techniques for me. On one side is the big pie drawn by Carp, and on the other side is the reward given by the system. I was caught in a dilemma. Uncle Snake saw my struggle and quietly leaned into my ear, saying, "Lay, the Navy is a good big tree. I heard this old man has a high status. We can enjoy the shade under the tree." Uncle Snake's words enlightened me. That's right, power. As long as I have absolute power, who cares about the faction? Choices are something only the weak need to make. Carp on the shore saw that I seemed to come to a realization, and while shoving a donut into his mouth, he said, "Munch, munch. Have you made your choice? If you have, come down and get on my ship." His expression was incredibly confident, as if he believed I would never refuse the terms he offered. With a leap, I jumped to the bow of the ship, looking at Carp with unwavering determination, and said loudly, "I declare." I deliberately paused for a moment and swallowed. Uncle Snake let out a sigh of relief beside me, probably thinking he wouldn't have to be chased by the Navy every day anymore. I announced, "The Zhulong God's pirate crew is officially established." Ding! The system prompt sounded, and the rewards were instantly credited. Without a second thought, I directly chose Moonwalk and Finger Pistol. Awesome. 2 streams of power instantly merged into my body, making me feel incredibly agile. But just as I was celebrating, a sudden realization hit me. Wait a minute. The 6 styles of the Navy are just the Navy's techniques, right? If I directly join the Navy, can I learn them all? System, come out. I feel like my IQ has been greatly insulted. Forget it. Forget it. If I'm a pirate, then I'll be a pirate. Now the question is, how am I going to face this old man in front of me who is trembling with anger? The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Uncle Snake looked at me helplessly, as if to say, "You didn't hear a single word, did you?" Crack. The donut in Carp's hand fell to the ground. His eyes widened, and in that moment, it seemed like he saw Roger's shadow on me. The surrounding Navy soldiers were in an uproar, whispering, He rejected Captain Carp? That's a lieutenant. Is he crazy? Isn't this slapping Captain Carp in the face? Sure, look at Captain Carp." I saw Carp, without saying a word, his shadow deepening, coldly asking me, "Kid, have you thought this through?" I nodded firmly. At that moment, the ship beneath my feet suddenly underwent a dramatic transformation. The bow turned into a majestic dragon head. The hull was engraved with dragon patterns. The stern transformed into a dragon tail, and the pirate flag morphed into a red dragon encircling a skull. Carp was stunned, murmuring, Is this the power of the ship's spirit?" I stood on the dragon's head, smiling at him. "Mr. Carp, I'm sorry, but I feel that the Navy isn't for me. I prefer the feeling of freedom." Since it's your choice, I can't let you leave easily today." Carp stepped forward, his aura suddenly exploding. I am also not willing to back down, stepping forward to look down at him. Then let's see if Mr. Carp has the strength for it. Boom! The 2 overwhelming auras collided violently, causing the sea to boil instantly and darkening the sky. Carp stared at me fiercely and said loudly, "Kid, since you haven't done anything bad, take this blow from me. If you can withstand it, I'll let you run for 5 minutes. I was speechless at that moment. This old man is quite cheeky. What's the difference between letting you run for 5 minutes and not letting you run at all? I saw that Carp's iron fist was covered in pitch-black Haki, and an overwhelming sense of pressure hit me head-on. The muscles on his upper body bulged, and the ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch. I also didn't hold back, unleashing my Conqueror's Haki without reservation. Boom! A dark red hemisphere enveloped the surroundings. Red-black lightning rampaged, and the clouds in the sky were directly torn apart. "Ha, Conqueror's Haki, huh? You're quite a formidable little brat." Carp laughed heartily, and a white light flashed on his arm's Haki, his aura becoming even stronger. "Kid, be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, Carp vanished in place and appeared directly above my head with a moon step. It's coming. I didn't dare to be careless. And my right hand quickly transformed into a fierce dragon claw. Trying to compete with Carp and Haki is a foolish act. Arrogant little brat. Catch this. Carp had already rushed in front of me, his fist, the size of a sandbag, smashed down with earth-shattering power. In my eyes, there was not a trace of fear. Instead, I excitedly shouted, ha ha ha. Come on, Mr. Carp, let me show you my new move. I extended my dragon-transformed index finger and roared, Dragon Claw. Gunpoint. Iron Fist. Carp shouted at the same time. Pang! With a loud bang, the light even overshadowed the sun. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Both of us were simultaneously blasted away, and my ship was rapidly retreating under this pressure. My mind suddenly lit up. I shouted at Snake Uncle. Snake Uncle, quickly use wind release. We're making a run for it. Snake Uncle understood in an instant, rapidly forming hand seals. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A powerful whirlwind erupted from his mouth, and our boat, propelled by this reaction force, skimmed across the water like it was equipped with a nuclear engine, disappearing from the coastline in the blink of an eye. On the shore, Carp and a group of Navy officers stared at the empty sea, dumbfounded. What? What has happened? Where did they go? General Carp, should we pursue? Get on the ship. Wait 5 minutes before we chase. I keep my word. Carp jumped onto the warship, unnoticed by anyone, but his right hand hidden under his coat trembled uncontrollably. Dozens of miles away, I collapsed on the deck, looking at my flushed right hand, still shaken. No wonder it's Carp, he's really strong. Snake Uncle came over and asked me where to go next. I lazily replied, just keep going forward. Anyway, you left a backup plan. You won't catch up for a while. After saying that, I lay down, thinking that from today on, I was a pirate. How about starting as one of the 4 emperors? Meanwhile, at the port of Cocoa West Island. 5 minutes later, report to General Carp. 5 minutes are up. Should we pursue? Carp stood up, just about to give the order, when he suddenly remembered. Wait, what happened to Bogart? Report, no life-threatening injuries, but he needs to rest for 3 months. Carp sighed, then his expression sharpened, shouting, set sail at full speed. Pursue the Thunder Feather crew. The morale of the entire Navy was high. However, 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. The ship remained motionless. Carp's brows furrowed tightly, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Just then, a soldier rushed over, panting. Kick, stop stuttering, drink some water, and then speak. The soldier gulped down some water and hurriedly reported. Report, General. The ship's power and electrical systems are completely destroyed. It's completely immobilized now. What? Carp exploded in anger. How did this happen? Who did this? The soldier hesitantly pulled out a dead little white snake. I don't know, I just found this inside. What? This little thing broke my ship? Carp looked at the snake, and the face of Orochimaru floated in his mind. That damn guy's so insidious. He cursed a few times and then asked, can it be repaired? It can be, but it might take about 3 days. Carp sighed deeply. He had fallen for this snake man. He had someone call the photographer over, and when he took a look at the camera, the first photo was of me standing at the bow announcing the formation of the pirate crew, looking incredibly cool. But when he clicked to the next one, he shuddered, and the camera flew out of his hands. In the photo, Orochimaru struck an extremely bizarre pose, his neck elongated and his tongue sticking out for dozens of centimeters. Looking like a hanging ghost, the photographer awkwardly explained, This is that snake man. What? No wonder. He doesn't look human at all. No wonder he doesn't do human things. Carp angrily complained, then ordered, send these 2 photos to headquarters. Then he took out a transponder snail and dialed Sengoku's number. At the Navy headquarters, in the marshal's office, Sengoku was overwhelmed with paperwork when the transponder snail suddenly rang. Moshi Moshi, Carp. You bastard. You went to East Blue for vacation and still call me? Carp's tone was unusually serious. Help me issue bounty notices for 2 pirates. Sengoku immediately sensed something was wrong. What's going on? Who did you meet in East Blue? 2 very strong pirates. Their pirate crew was just formed today, right in front of me. Carp gritted his teeth. Sengoku was shocked. To escape from Carp, they must be formidable. How strong are they? One's strength is unknown, at least above the rank of a rear admiral. The other, I suspect, has the strength of an admiral. He easily defeated Bogart. What? Admiral-level strength? Sengoku exclaimed. Before he could process it, Carp dropped another bombshell. He is only 18 years old. What? 18 years old? You're not joking, right? Sengoku jumped up from his chair. I'm sure, not over 20. Sengoku sat back down, taking a deep breath, gravely saying, send me the photos, and I'll issue the bounty notice as soon as possible. By the way, what do you think about this guy's bounty? Carp didn't hesitate at all, as if he had thought it through. 1 billion berries. What? 1 billion? Isn't that too high for a newcomer? Sengoku exclaimed. Once this bounty is issued, the whole world will go crazy. Starting at the peak, this is unprecedented. Not too high. Carp's transponder snail slowly stated. Considering his age, I think it's a bit low. Hearing this, Sengoku sighed. Well, since you say so, let us go with that. I'm telling you, I feel completely drained. Fine. 1 billion it is. Carp, you old coot, always getting me into trouble. On the other end of the line, Carp was nonchalant. Oh, I'll hang up now. I need to go catch him. Wait. Sengoku quickly called out. What about the other one? What about that snake man? Oh, you mean him? Carp's tone was carefree. I heard he defeated Dalmatia with one move and casually took out 3 warships. You handle that as you see fit. Good heavens, Sengoku's pupils nearly shattered. Another fierce character had appeared. Although Dalmatia wasn't top tier, he was just any nobody either. To take out a person and a ship in one move? What kind of monster is this? Just as he was about to ask a couple more questions, there was a click and Carp had hung up the phone. I tell you at that time, Sengoku was slumped in his chair, constantly rubbing his temples, feeling mentally exhausted. After a while, knock, 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 someone knocked on the door, and a Navy soldier came in, placing a few photos on his desk, reporting, Marshal, these are from Vice Admiral Garp. Sengoku waved his hand to dismiss him, picked up the first photo, and, it was our main character, Leiyu, a half-body shot that was so handsome, it was dazzling. Sengoku stared at that tender face. Only 18 years old, and couldn't believe this kid had the strength of a general. Then I tell you, when he picked up the second photo, just one glance. Whoosh! He jumped straight up from his chair. All that fatigue was scared away, and he was instantly more alert than anyone. He pointed at the photo on the floor and shouted, What the hell is this? Is this even a person? Just then, the office door sounded again, and Akiji, with his usual lazy demeanor that seemed like he could never wake up, sauntered in, saying, Hey, Marshal, what do you need me for? And with that, he casually dragged a chair over and sat down. Sengoku's expression was extremely serious. There's been a situation over at Garp's side. When Green Pheasant heard the name Carp, his lazy demeanor instantly vanished. He sat up straight, resting his chin on his hands, his eyes sharp like knives. What happened? Sengoku leaned in and whispered something in his ear. After listening, a glint of light burst from Green Pheasant's eyes as he stood up, muttering, 10 billion? I got it. Without saying another word, he turned and left. Just as Green Pheasant walked out, brand new from the meeting came in, getting straight to the point. Admiral, are you sure you want to set this newcomer S bounty at 10 billion berries? Sengoku said nothing and silently nodded, handing over several documents from the table. Brand new glanced at them, and even though he already knew the figure beforehand, seeing the 10 billion in person still made him swallow hard, his expression turning serious. I will immediately call an emergency meeting. Well, the Navy headquarters was lively now, with a bunch of naval officers rushing to the conference room, cursing, wondering why another meeting was being held. Wasn't it peaceful recently? Little did they know, something big was coming. In the conference room, Brandu stood in front of the blackboard and slapped the first wanted poster of Luffy, who looked like a silly landowner's son, up on the board. Straw Hat Kid Luffy, first bounty 30 million. The crowd erupted. What the hell? 30 million for a first bounty? Unprecedented. This evil must be nipped in the bud. Brandu looked at these inexperienced faces and sneered inwardly. You're going to be shocked later. He cleared his throat and slapped up the second poster. What the hell? 430 million. Before Brandu could speak, someone in the audience shouted out. Who is this snake person? Looks like an obvious target. No way. Is this also a newcomer? Such an outrageous bounty? Brandu waited for them to finish their commotion before leisurely speaking. The God's Pirates, snake person. With one strike, he took down Rear Admiral Dalmatia and 3 warships. Someone in the audience scoffed. One strike? Such big talk. Still daring to call themselves the God's Pirates? A sharp light flashed in Brandu's eyes as he dropped the bombshell. That's right, just one strike. Moreover, it is said he can control a giant snake nearly 10,000 meters long. What? 10,000 meters long? Are you kidding me? At this point, the entire room fell silent, and no one dared to question that 430 million bounty anymore. Then, I tell you, the most intense moment of the whole event came. Brandu took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly, and slowly pulled out the last wanted poster. Placing it on the board, all eyes were instantly drawn to it. The Navy's future candidate for Admiral, the beautiful Peach Rabbit, stared at the handsome face of Leiyu on the photo, dumbfounded. My God, so handsome and so young. What a pity he is a pirate. But then her gaze dropped to the bounty amount, counting 110,100,000. What the hell? A sharp scream shattered the silence of the entire conference room. The room was dead silent. Everyone was staring at the string of zeros below the young man's face, their eyes nearly popping out. Rear Admiral Fire Mountain, with a cigar in his mouth, suddenly stood up, pointing at Brand New and shouting, "What the hell? Brand New, are you joking? A newcomer with a 10 billion bounty? Has someone up top lost their mind?" Brand New looked at the furious Fire Mountain and calmly replied, "This bounty was set by Mr. Carp. I told you just this one sentence." The entire venue instantly fell silent again. The furious general of Fire Mountain, who had just been raging, sat back down quietly like a duck with its neck being choked, not daring to make a sound. Mr. Carp decided? Then it's fine. My goodness. How terrifying is this newcomer? Brand New then continued to announce the results. Captain of the Gods Pirates, Thunderwing, defeated Bogart, severely injured, not a scratch on himself. Took Carp's full-strength punch head-on, and then left. Initial bounty, 1 billion berries. Now, who would dare to have any objections? Who is Bogart? These old guys know it well. To escape from Carp's hands, that's something only a non-human can achieve. After the meeting, Akainu directly kicked open Sengoku's office door with great anger. "Why didn't you let me go?" Sengoku's head was spinning, so he casually made up a reason. Akiji happened to be on the way. Akainu sat down across from him. "A newcomer, 1 billion. Are you serious?" Sengoku didn't even lift his head. Carp decided. "He goes wild, and you follow him?" Carp said he might have admiral-level strength. "But he's a newcomer. He has admiral-level strength. This bounty will affect the structure of the new world. He has admiral-level strength. I tell you, the warring states are like a broken record. Even Akainu couldn't handle it, and in the end, he could only storm out in anger." On the other side, Kizaru was leisurely crossing his legs, slowly looking at the new bounty notices. "Oh, Monkey D. Luffy, 30 million. Interesting huh this snake man, 430 million? What a terrifying newcomer." But when he picked up the last one, let me tell you, Kizaru's lewd expression froze instantly. "The Gods Pirates. Raikyu, 10, 1 billion berries. Oh my." "How terrifying," Kizaru said as he took a big gulp from his teacup to calm himself, his eyes full of seriousness, muttering softly, "I hope I don't have to encounter this headache of a guy in the future." 2 days later, in the New World, Mihawk was sitting in his coffin-like small boat, finding Shanks, who was holding a banquet. As soon as Mihawk arrived, the red-haired pirates went on high alert, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Shanks, with a serious face, said, "I'm not in a good mood right now. Are you here to challenge me?" Mihawk didn't even look at him. "I'm not interested in dueling with a guy with a missing arm." Saying this, he took out a bounty notice. It was Luffy's. Shanks glanced at it, and in the next second, his frown was replaced by a smile. "Is it here, Luffy?" He immediately pulled Mihawk to start pouring drinks. "Come on, let us celebrate." After a few rounds of drinks, Mihawk leisurely said, "Not only that, there's an even more interesting little guy." Saying this, he took out another bounty notice. Shanks took it and said boldly, "Nanny? It's just a little guy with 1 billion. Not bad in the new world." Mihawk slowly shook his head and added, "He is still in the East Blue, and this is his first bounty." With a clatter, Shanks' cup fell to the ground. The once lively banquet instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. You must be joking, Mihawk." Shanks' voice trembled. Mihawk delivered the final blow. He defeated Bogart, took a full-force punch from Garp, and escaped. Boom! Let me tell you, Shanks' Conqueror's Haki immediately went out of control, shattering all the bottles and cups around him. He could hardly believe his ears. He actually managed to take Garp's full-force punch. At the same time, on Whitebeard's ship, Ace also saw the bounty notice, and he was quite happy to see Luffy S, but when he flipped to Raikyu S, he was dumbfounded. A 10 billion newcomer. How could there be such a monster in the East Blue? Kaido was even more direct, looking at Raikyu's dragon-shaped pirate ship, shouting angrily, "Arrogant little brat. Once he arrives in the new world, I'll show him what real power is." Anyway, let me tell you, the whole world was in an uproar because of our protagonist. However, at this moment, the protagonist who stirred the entire sea's turmoil, Raikyu, was in big trouble. He was lost. Orochimaru's face was as black as a pot's bottom, gritting his teeth while staring at Raikyu. "Didn't you say you knew navigation?" Raikyu shamelessly spread his hands. "I do know navigation." "Then why are we lost again? Do you know food and water are running out?" I have to say, this whole thing can't be entirely blamed on Leiyu. It has to do with that ridiculous system of his. Navigation skills were given, but the map provided is a damn 21st century Earth map. Does anyone get it? Sailing in the world of One Piece with a map of the Pacific Ocean, isn't that pure performance art? Orochimaru was furious. "Fine, Then let's just continue eating fish. As soon as Leyu heard the word fish, he gagged and swore he never wanted to eat fish again in his life. Then let's eat snake meat, Orochimaru said, and he spat out a fat, white snake, still dripping with his saliva. Leyu looked at that thing and felt his stomach churn, tears almost coming out. Thinking he would want to eat something you just spat out. Just when he was about to lose hope, he suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, "Uncle Snake, look, there's an island. We're saved." Orochimaru looked in the direction he was pointing, and hey, it really does seem like an island. They chased it for 2 hours on the boat, only to find that the island not only didn't get closer, but was actually getting further away. This can't be that we went the wrong way, right? Leyu was confused. Orochimaru suddenly had a thought. Could it be an illusion? Uncle Snake, this isn't your hometown. That's true. Orochimaru stroked his chin. Could it be that this island is moving? Just that one sentence sparked a light in Leyu's mind. His eyes lit up. Yes, it can move. Could it be Sky Island? Just thinking about the mountains of gold on Sky Island made Leyu drool, and he excitedly shouted, "We're going to get rich. Uncle Snake, hurry, let's catch up." Orochimaru looked confused. How do we catch up? The more we chase, the further it gets. Leyu leaned closer to him, eyes wide and grinning like a villain. "Uncle Snake, do you remember our trick when we escaped from Cocoa West Village?" "You mean my wind release?" Orochimaru's eyes lit up, right? He ran to the back of the boat, clasped his hands, and shouted, "Wind release. Great breakthrough. Good heavens." A gust of wind erupted from his mouth, and the boat sped up. But when Leyu saw it, it still wasn't fast enough. So, he thought of another idea and leaned close to Orochimaru with a mischievous grin. "Uncle Snake, this might be a bit uncomfortable for you, but just stretch your neck out and bury your head underwater. Using the resistance and thrust of the water, we'll be able to go faster." Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Not inappropriate? Let me tell you, Uncle Snake may say he doesn't want to, but his body is more honest than anyone. As soon as I finished speaking, I painted a big picture for him, saying, "Uncle Snake, guess what S on that island?" He bit the bait, what? I lower my voice as if telling a secret. There is technology that surpasses this world. A spaceship that can fly out of this world. Good heavens. As soon as I said that, Orochimaru's eyes immediately glazed over. His pupils shook. He was about to drool. For a science fanatic like him, this was simply irresistible temptation. He went crazy on the spot, roaring, "Damn, I'm in." With a splash, he dove straight into the sea. The next second, for those who understand, he clung to the back of our boat like an octopus, limbs tightly gripping, head submerged in the water, and then wind release. Great breakthrough. Wow, that scene. Our boat felt like it had a rocket booster attached, and whoosh, we flew out. I stood at the back of the boat, watching the golden propeller underwater, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Snake's engine, purely biological, zero fuel consumption. Everyone who uses it says it's great. This is way more powerful than any wind cannon." The boat speed was maxed out, and the island that was just a small black dot before quickly looked like a little mound. I leaned over and asked Uncle Snake, "Can you handle it?" Uncle Snake didn't say anything, just silently gave me a thumbs up underwater. I nodded. "All right, Uncle Snake, hang in there, we're almost there." Then he raised another thumbs up. I felt so uneasy in my heart. If he saw that the island was actually far away, wouldn't he jump up and push me down on the deck to rub it in? Just like that, over an hour passed, and I had at least tricked him 11 times with "we're almost there." When we finally arrived under that floating island, Uncle Snake suddenly popped his head out of the water, stretching his neck like a giraffe, and stared at me, saying, "This is your 11th almost there." I awkwardly scratched my head. This time we really made it, look. He followed and finally had nothing to say. However, looking at his neck, wow, it was so flexible, even more absurd than Luffy's rubber fruit. Uncle Snake's body structure was truly a mystery. He did a backflip onto the deck, his eyes fervently fixed on that floating island, muttering arc proverbs. I couldn't bear to tell him, "Brother, it seems we've come to the wrong place. This island looks a bit familiar, but it's definitely not Inels. How do we get up there?" Uncle Snake asked me. I smirked and grabbed his arm. "Let's walk up." "Uncle Snake, hold on tight. I'm taking you flying. Navy 6 style, moonwalk." I immediately stepped on my left foot with my right, dragging him up toward the sky. But halfway up, when we were still 1,000 meters away from the island, I suddenly got stuck, as if I had hit an air wall, unable to move an inch. A system prompt rang in my head. "Moonwalk has reached its limit. Please spend 200 points to upgrade." I was furious at that moment. This broken system was too shady. There was no choice but to endure the pain of upgrading. Dash 200 points. Moonwalk upgrade successful. Promoted to Space Moonwalk. Usable at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Hover time extended by 5 minutes. Hey, I have to say, after the upgrade, it really was powerful. The speed increased by more than double. and in less than a minute, we landed steadily on the island. As soon as we touched down, I was stunned. I suddenly remembered something. My candle dragon form could already fly, so why did I spend those 200 points? Shady system. Heartless merchant. Refund. Forget it. Since we're here, let's make the best of it. The island was filled with towering trees, resembling a primeval forest, with the sounds of animals roaring everywhere. It seemed there was no shortage of food. Just as I was thinking about it, a roar came from the forest, and a blue saber-toothed tiger, taller than me, sprang out, its fangs glistening coldly. It stared at us fiercely, as if we were its dinner. But I was even more excited. I turned to Uncle Snake and said, "Uncle Snake, we have a bonus meal tonight." When I turned around, oh my God, Uncle Snake had somehow pulled out a large iron pot, with a fire already lit, holding knives and forks, just waiting to eat. The saber-toothed tiger saw this scene and got angry. Foolish humans, dare to treat me as food? With a roar, it lunged at me. I was frozen, dude. Get straight. He's the one cooking. Why are you attacking me? There was no choice. Looking at that massive mouth, I leaped into the air and delivered a powerful punch from above. With a loud bang, the once arrogant big cat instantly fell silent. Not long after, a rich meaty aroma wafted from a pot. Let me tell you, the meat in this other world is different. One bite in, the juices burst forth, tender and delicious. Absolutely amazing. Uncle Snake and I dug in heartily. While eating, I discovered something good in the pot. This wasn't that tiger's treasure. I thought this thing was a great supplement, and I had to give Uncle Snake a boost of masculine energy, just as I was about to hand it to him. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and countless beast roars echoed from all directions. I looked up, and wow, a cloud of yellow sand was rising in the distance, with countless giant beasts crazily charging towards us, probably drawn by the smell of meat. Sigh, even eating isn't peaceful. I put down the meat in my hand, stood up, and focused my gaze. Conqueror's Haki, instantly released. The once aggressive beast horde froze, as if someone pressed the pause button, then thud thud thud, they fell down in large groups. I strolled over, dragged back the largest porcupine. Uncle Snake, more dishes. Although we were eating happily, I increasingly felt that this island was off. It was definitely not Inel's territory, but who cares? Let's fill our stomachs first. What we didn't know was that deep in the forest, a giant snail phone worm was live-streaming our every move. Meanwhile, not far from this floating island, a stylish pirate ship was soaring through the sky. The ship's bow featured a golden lion head, and the entire vessel was floating in the air. A burst of manic laughter came from the ship. Kaha! A man in a golden kimono with no legs, his feet replaced by two famous swords, stepped out. I recognized him well. He was the notorious pirate from the old era, rivaling Roger and Whitebeard, Golden Lion Shiki. He looked at his territory, which was the floating island beneath our feet, muttering something about destroying the East Blue to send Roger off. Just as he was showing off, a series of PFF. PFF? PFF? Footsteps sounded behind him like someone was farting. Golden Lion lost his composure on the spot, turning around to roar. Can't you do something about your footsteps? Dr. Indigo. The blue-haired weirdo, named Indigo, started gesticulating but couldn't say a word for a long time. Golden Lion was confused. What the heck do you want to say? Indigo finally spoke. Shiki, we found some interesting people on the floating island. Golden Lion's eyes nearly popped out. Nanny? You can talk. Next to him, a stylishly dressed gorilla was laughing and clapping madly. Good lord, is this some kind of spiritual sequel to a driving test? This whole crew looked like a bunch of clowns. When Golden Lion saw us gorging ourselves in the surveillance footage, his face instantly darkened. When he saw the replay of me using Conqueror's Haki to take down the beast horde, his eyes lit up. Conqueror's Haki? Interesting kid. He had someone zoom in on the screen, staring intently at my face. Why does he look a bit familiar? Indigo leaned over to take a look, thought for a moment, and shouted. Isn't this the kid who's been causing chaos in the New World recently? He hurriedly dug out a pile of bounty notices, finally pulling one out to hand to Golden Lion. Is this him? Golden Lion picked up the bounty notice and read, Thunder, Feather, 1 billion, first bounty. He was completely shocked. There had never been such an outrageous newcomer in his era. Indigo added. It said he took a full-powered punch from Garp and ran off without a scratch. As soon as those words came out, Golden Lion fell silent. He was personally sent to prison by Garp, and he knew better than anyone the weight of that. He slammed the bounty notice on the table, his eyes flickering, and finally roared, Full speed ahead. I want to meet this interesting kid. Meanwhile, Uncle Snake and I had already eaten our fill and were lying on the grass picking our teeth. I suggested, Uncle Snake, we've eaten enough to work. Let's move the food and fresh water onto the ship, and then we'll leave. As soon as Uncle Snake heard this, his expression changed instantly. And with a cold smile, he said, "Leaving? Huh, why leave? Are we settling down here?" I looked confused. He coldly said, "What about the art proverbs you mentioned?" I suddenly froze. Oh no, I completely forgot about that. How am I supposed to explain this? Just as I was preparing to confess, a huge shadow loomed over us. Uncle Snake looked up and saw a massive ship hovering above us. He excitedly shouted, "Arkansas! Art proverbs!" I also looked up and thought, what the heck? This isn't the art proverbs. It's clearly Golden Lion's pirate ship. I immediately realized, oh no, this isn't an empty island. This is Golden Lion's floating island. I grabbed Uncle Snake and tried to run. Gah, it's too late. A figure descended from the sky, blocking our path. That iconic golden hair and those sword feet. Who else could it be but Golden Lion Shiki? He looked us up and down and said, "Kid, you come to my territory to feast and think you can leave without saying hello? That's not very nice, is it?" Although he didn't attack immediately, every cell in my body was on alert. I looked at him seriously. "Shiki, let's get to the point. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't drag it out." However, next to me, Uncle Snake completely misunderstood the atmosphere and ran under Golden Lion's ship, curiously examining it like a curious child. The Golden Lion was about to speak to me when Uncle Snake ran back, pointing at the ship and asking him, "Hey, the ship is yours, right? Why is it flying? I really can't believe it. Uncle Snake, can't you understand the situation?" The Golden Lion didn't care and proudly explained that it was his float fruit ability. He even made our iron pot float while saying this. Upon hearing it was a fruit ability and not some super technology, Uncle Snake instantly looked disdainful and lost interest. Then, something even more explosive happened. Uncle Snake actually squatted down by the Golden Lion's feet and stared at his two famous blade legs for a long time, then suddenly blurted out, "Doesn't that feel uncomfortable?" The Golden Lion was instantly petrified, probably wondering if this guy even knew how to chat. I quickly rushed over and gave Uncle Snake a knock on the head, dragging him aside. Then I pointed at my head, then at Uncle Snake, frantically gesturing. The Golden Lion actually understood, gave me a knowing look, and burst out laughing. Just when I thought the atmosphere had calmed down, a cold glint flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes, and a leg blade swept toward me without warning. It was too fast. I had no time to dodge. I instantly transformed my arm into a dragon's, covered in crimson scales, and with a clang, sparks flew. I used the force to jump back, creating distance, and stared at him intently. "Shiki, what do you mean by this?" "Ha ha, not a bad reaction, kid." The Golden Lion laughed. "I just wanted to see if you're worthy of the 1 billion bounty. It seems you really are." I knew in my heart that this guy was way stronger than in the movie. "What do you want to do?" The Golden Lion placed his hands on his hips and said with great authority, "Kid, join me. Let's become the masters of this world together." I let out a cold laugh. "Be the master of the world? You're not worthy yet, Golden Lion." "Not worthy?" He arrogantly floated into the air, spreading his arms. "I will show this era what a true pirate is." I smiled meaningfully. "Are you talking about the Destroy the East Sea plan?" The Golden Lion stumbled in the air, almost falling down, and he looked at me in shock. "What? How did you know?" I smiled mysteriously. "In this world, there is nothing I don't know." "Nonsense. I'm a time traveler. What a cocky kid." The Golden Lion's expression darkened. "And since you know, then join me, and we will rule this sea together." He looked at me with great anticipation. I have no hesitation. "No." "Why?" I coldly stared at him and said word by word, "Because soon, the one who will rule this ocean will be me. And I mean the entire sea." The face of the Golden Lion turned completely dark, and killing intent erupted in an instant. "If that's the case, then you will remain here forever. Only the dead can keep secrets forever." With a movement of his hands, he shouted, "Lion's Might Earthquake!" Boom! The ground trembled, and 10 massive lions made of rock, standing 3,000 meters tall, rose from the ground, surrounding us completely. Is this the ability of the float fruit? I took a step and flashed to the top of one stone lion's head, my right arm transforming into a dragon, and I struck down with a powerful dragon punch. The enormous stone lion instantly shattered into a pile of rubble. I landed on the ground, looking at the Golden Lion mockingly. "Shiki, with such little skill, you can't keep me here." "Ha, not bad for power." The Golden Lion sneered, "But so what?" With a wave of his hand, the shattered stone lions surprisingly reassembled and stood up again. "What? They can come back to life?" I was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the 10 stone lions had completely surrounded me. Just as they were about to close in, the ground suddenly trembled violently again, and all 10 stone lions instantly collapsed. As the dust settled, a nearly 10,000 meter long white giant snake blocked my path. It was the 10,000 snakes. Uncle Snake stood on top of the 10,000 snakes and shouted at me. "Leave these stone monsters to me. You focus on that guy." I felt a warmth in my heart. At the critical moment, Uncle Snake was still reliable. The Golden Lion looked at one Snake and Uncle Snake, and his expression turned ugly. He looked at me and asked, "Aren't you going to attack together?" "Huh. To deal with you. I can do it alone." I instantly appeared in front of him, my arms transformed into dragon claws. "Ha ha ha, arrogant little brat. I'm really starting to appreciate you more and more." The famous sword under the Golden Lion's feet kicked out a terrifying slash, causing the ground to crack wherever it passed. I extended my dragon claws and forcefully crushed that slash. "Strengthening the body, huh? Stronger than armament Haki. Interesting little brat," the Golden Lion exclaimed, and his figure vanished in an instant, moving so fast that he broke the sound barrier. He charged at me again, dual swords gleaming with a cold light. I dared not be careless. My tiger-like physique trembled as the violent aura of the Candle Dragon surged forth in an instant. I met the double swords of the Golden Lion with my own fists. The collision of blades and fists erupted into dense flashes of lightning, devastating everything within a 100-meter radius. Orochimaru, who was battling the Stone Lion, watched the fight between Lei Yu and the Golden Lion and murmured, "What a terrifying battle." I tell you, this battle is not just terrifying. It's like gods fighting. Lei Yu and that Golden Lion have been entangled in the sky for a full 10 minutes, fists against blades, sparks flying like setting off fireworks. After one round, the two of them suddenly separated, retreating far away from each other, both standing there panting heavily. To be honest, if it weren't for Lei Yu leveling up his moon step, allowing him to fly in the sky, encountering a powerhouse like the Golden Lion in aerial combat would have meant being pressed to the ground and rubbed. The doctor named Indigo on the Golden Lion ship was watching from a distance, almost dropping his jaw, muttering, "This kid is too fierce. No wonder he could take Carp's punch head-on." The fashionable chimpanzee next to him was anxiously whimpering, as if asking the boss if they would lose. Indigo slapped it on the head, saying, "What are you thinking? Lord Shiki hasn't even gotten serious yet." Just as he finished speaking, guess what happened? That old man Golden Lion suddenly burst into a wild laugh, pointing at Lei Yu and saying, "Kid, the warm-up is over. Next, let me show you my true strength." At that moment, I was just warming up. You guys are about to tear the island apart, and you call this warming up? Lei Yu also got into the spirit, sneering, "Just what I wanted." As he spoke, a purple-red flame suddenly erupted from his dragon-like hands. Good heavens, Indigo in the distance had his eyes wide open. What? This kid isn't even using his full strength? This flame, could it be a phantom beast? The Golden Lion was also shocked. Such a formidable talent. And he actually won't join me? He immediately started a PUA. Why won't you join me? Lei Yu didn't even look at him, casually replying, "Would you join Roger's crew?" This statement left the Golden Lion speechless, and then he burst into a fit of wild laughter. "Arrogant little brat. I'm starting to appreciate you more and more. I almost don't want to kill you." Lei Yu rolled his eyes. "Really? Then I thank you." After saying that, he charged forward and took the initiative to attack. The old man, the Golden Lion, was tough too. His 2 feet were like blades. With a strong kick, 2 streams of golden sword energy flew over. What happened? They were shattered by Lei Yu's 2 punches. The 2 collided again, but to be honest, can using feet to wield a sword be as agile as hands? Sure enough, the Golden Lion wasn't paying attention and was slammed down to the ground by Lei Yu, creating a giant pit. Before he could get up, Lei Yu was already there to pursue. With his right hand grabbing at the air, a massive flame dragon head appeared out of nowhere, opening its mouth wide and directly swallowing the Golden Lion in one gulp. At that moment, I thought, is this it? The Golden Lion was enduring the flames, activating his armed color Haki right away. But deep down, he knew something was off. His Haki had weakened. Who understands this feeling? When you're fighting and suddenly realize you've been ruthlessly nerfed by the game version. His mentality collapsed instantly, and he became emo on the spot, standing in the fire and starting to doubt his life. Am I really getting old? Lei Yu had no idea about his inner turmoil, seeing the old man still standing. He thought he was fine. Without a second thought, he rushed into the fire and delivered a fiery dragon punch. Just as the Golden Lion snapped out of his emo state and wanted to dodge, it was already too late. He could only brace himself with his arms. With a loud crash, he was sent flying dozens of meters, leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground, and his right arm, which he used to block, was shattered. Now, the Golden Lion was completely broken. The fierce aura from before vanished in an instant, making him look like a forlorn old man. But he still put on a brave face, first chuckling self-deprecatingly, Then his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he roared, "Kid, I might be old, but I'm a pirate from the old era." Guy, his spirit returned. With his remaining left hand, he clenched it towards the ground, activating his ability to conjure a bunch of stone lions that charged at Leiyu like crazy. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was having a blast playing with the stone lion. And when the toy suddenly disappeared, he floated to the side with a confused expression, starting to openly eat popcorn and watch the show. As for Leiyu, he wasn't intimidated at all. Looking at the endless stream of stone lions, he was a bit annoyed. He raised his right hand above his head, and purple-red flames surged into the sky, forming a sea of fire. He waved his hand down and shouted, "Candle flame, flame rain." My God, it was like a meteor shower raining down from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar, instantly blowing that pile of broken stones to smithereens. The golden lion was forced to jump around in a panic, unable to create another lion at all. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in thick smoke and flames, making it impossible to see anything. The golden lion subordinates were anxiously shouting for Lord Shiki over there, while that black gorilla still wanted to charge in, but was firmly held back by Indigo. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 dozens of golden, slashing waves shot out from the thick smoke. The power was simply outrageous. It directly sliced through the cloud layer of the floating island, as if the sky itself had been cut open. Orochimaru was dumbfounded beside them, murmuring, "Is this the full power of the old era's strongmen in this world? But what's the use?" With the observation Haki activated, Leiyu's focus was all about moving through a sea of flowers without touching a single petal. All of the Golden Lion's attacks were elegantly dodged by him. The Golden Lion himself knew that he was running out of steam. His stamina and energy were both lacking. In contrast, Leiyu was growing stronger with each battle, without even a decent wound on him. The contrast was clear as day. The Golden Lion's heart was pounding. Could this kid's strength already match that of the four emperors? Seeing his wilted state, Leiyu directly taunted, "Golden Lion, are you done for?" With a quick move, he landed another punch. The Golden Lion gritted his teeth and took it, only to be beaten back repeatedly, his body starting to tremble. Seeing the opportunity, Leiyu let out a cold laugh. "Just go down already." He unleashed his entire momentum and charged forward. The Golden Lion knew this was the last strike, and with a weak smile, he used all his strength for his final move. Lion Thousand Cuts. In just 1 second, hundreds of blue sword chi shot out from beneath his feet, like a Gatling gun spitting blue flames, densely shooting towards Leiyu. However, all of this was in vain. In front of Leiyu's dragon fist, these sword chi were as fragile as paper, shattering on contact. With a loud bang, the Golden Lion was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he could no longer get back up. Leiyu slowly walked up to him, reining in his momentum, and said, "You lost, Shiki." The Golden Lion lay on the ground, howling at the sky, his laughter filled with unwillingness. He couldn't understand how he had once again been defeated by the Eastern Sea people he looked down upon the most. The first time was Roger. The second time was Garp, and now it was the third time. Truly a twist of fate. At this moment, his subordinates arrived on their ship, crying out to save him. However, the Golden Lion forcefully pushed the ship away with his last bit of strength, shouting at them, "What are you still doing? Run. Find a place to live well." I have to tell you, at that moment, his group of burly pirates were all crying like children. Honestly, it moved me too. This old man is a real man. The Golden Lion watched them walk away, then turned back to Leiyu and said, "Do it, kill me, and your fame will skyrocket." After saying that, he closed his eyes, looking like he was ready to be slain. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. When he opened his eyes, he saw Leiyu quietly looking at him. The Golden Lion got anxious. "Do it. I don't need your pity." Who would have thought that Leiyu wouldn't respond at all, but instead started talking to him? They discussed why Roger chose such a way to die in the darkness of this world. The Golden Lion was completely bewildered. What can an 18-year-old kid know? Leiyu wasn't angry and continued to drop bombshells. "You planned for 20 years. Was it just to destroy the East Blue?" Then, he revealed his true intentions and directly dropped a huge scoop. "Are you afraid of the Gorosei? Or are you afraid of him? Or that legendary divine weapon, Tian Wang?" As soon as these words came out, the Golden Lion was so startled he almost jumped off the ground, looking at Leiyu in shock. "Why you? Who are you? How do you know this?" He even suspected that Leiyu was an undercover agent sent by the world government. Leiyu chuckled lightly. "I'm not with the government. Soon, you will see with your own eyes as I flatten Mariewa." His calm tone carried an undeniable power. "You will see." The Golden Lion caught the key point. "You won't kill me?" Leiyu smiled mysteriously and extended his right hand towards the Golden Lion, who was lying on the ground. "I need you, Shiki." The Golden Lion was stunned. He was tired, really tired, and felt that his old ship could no longer sail. He shook his head and grinned. Kid, have you ever seen me call anyone captain? The person who can make me a subordinate hasn't been born yet. Lei shook his head, bent down, leaned close to his ear, and whispered something. I don't even know what he said, but after listening, the Golden Lion, who was originally in despair, gradually rekindled the light in his eyes. Finally, with a sudden leap, he stood up. His eyes burst with intense brilliance, as if he had returned to that glorious era. He stared at Lei Yu and laughed out loud. I didn't expect this, Lei Yu. Since that's the case, I'll accompany you on this crazy journey. Wow, this was the ultimate victory of verbal dueling. The two reached an agreement, and the Golden Lion said he would first find a place to recuperate before flying away. Lei Yu watched his back, feeling pleased with his first move in this world. Just then, there was a loud rumble, and the island beneath his feet suddenly shook. Then, as if it had lost support, it began to fall from the sky. Damn, that old man Gold Lion played a trick on him before leaving. Luckily, Lei Yu could fly, and with a quick leap, he soared up into the sky. Watching the gigantic island crash into the sea and create towering waves made him break out in a cold sweat. If he fell down, he would be done for. But the funnier part was yet to come. While flying in the sky, Lei Yu tried to find his ship, but he got lost. Family, a top-tier powerhouse who could hold his own against Gold Lion, is actually directionally challenged. Where can he argue about this? As he noticed the time for his moonwalk was almost up, he couldn't even find the island he had just fallen from. Just when he was about to fall from the sky, he suddenly heard shouting behind him. Lei, 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 Lei. You. He turned around and saw Orochimaru frantically waving his hands from the bow of his pirate ship, rushing toward him. Lei Yu, over here. Get on the ship. As soon as I heard this, I gave it my all, using the last bit of strength from my moonwalk to leap forward and landed steadily on the deck. I almost passed out from holding my breath. And when I looked up, Uncle Snake was standing right there. I was completely stunned at that moment. I tell you, it felt like seeing a ghost. I asked him, No, Uncle Snake, what's going on? How did you come down? You don't have wings. You can't just jump from 10,000 meters high. Can you? Even if you show off, you can't risk your life. And guess what he said? He shrugged his shoulders and innocently told me that he saw us finish fighting. So he just slid down? Slide? What are you talking about? My mind was about to crash, so I asked him where he found such a long slide. He gave me a disdainful look, as if to say I've never seen the world. Then he softly said, I have 10,000 snakes. As a slide, the length is just right. Who understands, right? Using 10,000 snakes from the sky as a slide, is that something a person can't think of? I stumbled back and gave him a thumbs up, thinking to myself, as expected of you, Uncle Snake, you're amazing. Please stop showing off. Just as I was complaining, my mind suddenly beeped, and the system notified me that I had triggered an SSS-level mission, overthrow the world government. Goodness, this KPI they set for me is enough to last a lifetime. I took a look, and the reward was 3 question marks, with a progress of 1%. This reward is like opening a blind box. Unbelievable. But right after that, the next sign-in task came, Lobetown, Roger's execution platform, with a reward of 1 summoning opportunity. I have to tell you, when I heard the word summon opportunity, my eyes lit up. This is the answer to the version. I immediately shouted at Uncle Snake, Uncle Snake, let's go Destination Rogtown. But after shouting for a long time, the boat didn't move at all. I turned around, and Uncle Snake was looking at me with a gloomy expression. Do I look like I know the way? Oh well, I'm also directionally challenged. We stared at each other, and the atmosphere became very awkward. Just then, a piece of paper floated down from the sky and landed right in my hand. I opened it up, and it was a map of the East Sea with a message underneath. The tone was unmistakably from Golden Lion. I didn't expect you to be clueless about sailing. You little brat are also directionally challenged, ha ha ha. This guy, even after he's gone, still doesn't forget to mock me. I smiled up at the sky and shouted, Thanks a lot. Then I stood at the bow of the ship, full of spirit, and waved my hand. Uncle Snake, set sail. I just left a few hours ago, and guess what? Old Man Carp came charging in on his dog-headed warship. As soon as he arrived in that sea area, he sniffed the air and sensed something was off. There was a strange smell in the air. One scent was mine, but the other was strong and familiar, reminiscent of aged fried dough sticks. Yet, there was nothing on the surface of the sea. It was calm as if nothing had happened. Carp was puzzled when suddenly a young Navy soldier beside him pointed ahead and shouted, General, look, there are several small islands that weren't there before. Carp checked the nautical chart and exclaimed, Goodness, this place was completely clean before, not even a rock. Where did these islands come from? Something strange is definitely going on. He immediately sent someone to investigate. Before long, a diver returned, his face pale and stammering as he reported, "General, these islands are too strange. They look like they just fell from the sky." Upon hearing "fell from the sky," Carp's mind buzzed, and he instantly thought of the man he had personally captured and imprisoned in Impel down more than 20 years ago. Then, another group of people brought up photos taken with an underwater camera, and clearly, a logo was stamped on the wreckage of the islands. A skull of the Golden Lion pirates. Everything matched up. Carp stood at the bow of the ship, looking at the floating island fragments that should be soaring in the sky, his expression grave. He couldn't understand how the legendary Golden Lion, the only ruthless person to escape from Impel Down, could be defeated by someone like me, who just left the beginner's village. He muttered to himself, "A bounty of 1 billion. Is it still too low?" His face was filled with worry as he quickly took out his transponder snail and shouted, "Full speed ahead. Let's head to Logtown." 2 days later, Uncle Snake and I finally arrived at Logtown. This place was bustling with activity, crowded with people. I quickly had Uncle Snake take down the pirate flag. We were here to make a fortune quietly and didn't want to attract trouble. We found a tavern to rest, and just as we turned a corner, we saw a classic scene. A cool-looking Navy officer, with 2 cigars in his mouth and ice cream smeared on his pants, was standing in front of a little girl who was on the verge of crying. I recognized him at once. It was Smoker. Everyone thought he was about to explode in anger, but instead, he squatted down and gently patted the little girl's head, saying it was his pants that ate the ice cream, and he even gave her money to buy a 5-layered one. I mean, who can resist such a tough guy with a soft heart? The word justice on his coat was not written in vain. Smoker seemed to sense my gaze and turn around. Our eyes met. I gave him a friendly smile and then walked away with Uncle Snake. Smoker stood there in shock, and a nearby Navy soldier ran over to remind him that Vice Admiral Carp was about to arrive. The soldier also gossiped, "Do you think Lord Carp is here for that billion-berry newbie?" Smoker was immediately stunned. The string in his mind snapped. The guy who just smiled at me. Wasn't he the monster on the bounty poster with 1 billion on his head? His face turned green, and he shouted, "I have urgent business," before turning to rush back, but there was no sign of me anymore. At that moment, Uncle Snake and I were already in a packed tavern, enjoying our meal. Just as we were eating, a voice came from beside us. "Excuse me, can I sit here?" I was about to say there was no room, but when I looked up, I was taken aback. It was a middle-aged man with a tattoo of flip-flop prints on his face. My heart skipped a beat. Wasn't he this the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon? I smiled and said, "Sure, take a seat." Uncle Snake immediately became vigilant. He felt this person was inscrutable, comparable to the pressure Carp had put on him. The guy was quite familiar, sitting down and starting to eat our barbecue. After chatting a bit, he stood up to leave. I quickly called out to him and leaned in to whisper, "The leader of the Revolutionary Army is mooching food and drink at a small tavern. If this gets out, it won't he look good, right?" I thought I had him figured out, but guess what? He wasn't flustered at all, and with a smile, he sat back and said, "The world-famous rookie pirate, Leiyu, actually haggles over a meal?" What? This time, it was my turn to be stunned. How did he know about me? World-famous? I wasn't sleepy anymore, folks. It turned out I was the clown in this situation. Long looked at me in confusion, and he was a bit bewildered too, asking me in return, "We didn't know?" We stared at each other blankly, and our CPUs were about to overheat. Finally, he helplessly pulled out a bounty notice from his pocket and slapped it on the table. I picked it up and looked at it. Wow. I looked so handsome in the photo. Then I looked down at the bounty. 1, 2, 3. So many zeros. 1 billion berries. Is the Navy really that rich? I was so scared that I quickly looked around, afraid of being recognized. As a result, the people at the table were eating and drinking, completely ignoring me. Long saw through my little thoughts, and the bounty notice probably hadn't reached the EC yet. Then he suddenly became serious and asked if I was willing to join the Revolutionary Army, directly offering me the position of second-in-command. This offer was on par with what Carp had to offer. I shook my head and, forget it, I don't want to compete with Sabo for a position. As soon as I mentioned Saab, Long's pupils suddenly constricted. This matter is top secret. His gaze towards me completely changed, realizing that I was not an ordinary person. Just then, there was a sudden uproar outside, and everyone started running madly in one direction. Seeing this commotion, I understood. That kid Luffy must be causing a scene at the execution platform. I stood up and meaningfully said along, "Let's go. It should be your kid causing trouble." After saying that, I disappeared with Uncle Snake in a flash, leaving Long standing there in a daze, probably wondering to himself, how does he know everything? I blended into the crowd, watching Luffy on the execution platform. Sure enough, the clown Buggy descended from the sky and handcuffed him, just as Buggy raised his knife. Luffy smiled and shouted that he was the man who would become the Pirate King. I noticed that Dragon in the crowd slightly moved his fingers preparing to take action. I took the initiative, silently thinking, I've saved your son. You owe me a favor. Before I finished speaking, I had already appeared on the execution platform. With a clang, I used my arm to block Baki's knife. Baki was startled and shouted at me, "Who are you? Dare to meddle in my business?" I couldn't be bothered to argue with him, so I pointed my index finger at him and calmly said 2 words, gunpoint. With a bang, a beam of light pierced through his body, and Baki fell off the platform, unaware of whether he was alive or dead. A system notification sounded in my mind. Sign in successful, summoning opportunity obtained. I turned around to help Luffy untie the wooden stocks, and he jumped off the platform, grinning at me. "Thank you." Just as they were about to escape, the Navy surrounded us from all directions. Smoker had already brought his men to encircle the square. Luffy told Zoro and Sanji to leave first while he charged at Smoker alone. Smoker's arm transformed into smoke, and he launched a white punch. Luffy countered with a punch, but his fist passed right through the smoke, as if hitting air. However, Smoker's punch was solid and staggered Luffy with 1 hit. Luffy used all his strength, firing a rubber machine gun attack, but Smoker remained unscathed. He tilted his head, looking at Smoker in confusion, completely not understanding the situation. "Why can't I hit you? But you can hit me?" Smoker laughed at that moment, and, I tell you, his expression was as if he was looking at a country bumpkin. He even snorted coldly. "I'm a Logia user. You can't touch me." That guy was really full of himself. After saying that, his arm transformed into smoke and spiraled towards Luffy, while he chanted, "In the East Blue, I am invincible. You straw hat kid, lie down." Goodness, at that moment, Luffy didn't even know what Haki was and was directly pressed to the ground by the smoke, with no ability to resist at all. Just as he was about to be taken away, I thought this wasn't right. I had just stepped in. When Smoker turned around and saw me, his eyes nearly bulged out, and he blurted out, "Thunder Feather." I was still a bit puzzled. "Oh, do you still recognize me?" His expression was serious as he held Luffy down and said to me, "Of course, which Navy officer wouldn't know about the monster with the first ever bounty of 1 billion? As soon as he said that, Luffy, who was pinned down, had his eyes light up with excitement. "Why you? A bounty of 1 billion? His expression was like he had just seen his idol. I nodded, thinking to myself that this kid is too carefree. Even when he's being pinned down, he's still concerned about this. Sure enough, his eyes turned into starry eyes, and his admiration was evident. I ignored him, looked at Smoker, and asked him, 2 choices. 1, you get up by yourself. 2, I punch you away. Choose. As a result, this guy was quite stubborn, shouting at me. "I'm a Navy captain. I won't let pirates go." "All right then." I shrugged, clenched my fist, and aimed for his face. Smoker saw my punch coming, and he was still laughing, acting as if I was a Logia user and couldn't hit him. Guess what happened next? My arm suddenly turned completely black. Smoker's face turned green, his pupils shook, and he shouted in terror, This is Haki." Too late. With a bang, my punch sent him flying like a cannonball, embedding him directly into the wall, unable to get out. Luffy got up from the ground, scratching his head, looking like a curious baby. "Wow. How did you hit him?" I stretched out my black arm for him to see. "This is called dominance, armed color, specifically treating guys like you who are all flashy." As a result, this kid didn't listen to my lecture at all, his eyes sparkling as he stared at my arm, even reaching out to touch it with a look of awe. "Wow. So cool. Can you teach me?" Looking at his big, expressive eyes, I couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. "I can't teach this stuff either. But you." I hadn't finished my sentence when he suddenly pouted and squatted down to draw circles, mumbling that it was boring. "Family, who understands? His personality is just too straightforward." I quickly added, "I haven't finished talking. You will definitely be able to do it in the future. And you'll be even stronger than me." "Really?" He zoomed back in front of me. I nodded confidently, and this kid instantly took off, ecstatic and dancing around. I urged him to hurry and not to wait for the Navy to arrive. Only then did he react, bowed to me, turned around, and ran. After running a couple of steps, he turned back and shouted, "By the way, what is your name?" I smiled back at him. For thunder, for feather. Ryu. See you on the Grand Line." Luffy's iconic laughter echoed as he ran off. Looking at his back, I felt quite pleased. I had just connected with the main character. And suddenly, a notification popped up in my mind, saying I had gained Luffy's affection. Reward. 100 charm? What the hell? What use is this? This is ridiculous. While I was complaining, I didn't even notice that Uncle Snake in the corner was staring at me with a lovesick smile, and his cheeks were actually flushed. "Seriously, why are you blushing like a teapot?" Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the entire road town, whisking Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were about to gather, into the air. When they opened their eyes again, well, They had already landed on their ship. These three carefree guys didn't think much of it and immediately set sail, charging toward the Grand Line. As soon as they left, a small whirlwind formed beside me. And when the wind stopped, Dragon was standing next to me. He looked at me with a strange expression and said I seemed to have suddenly become more handsome. I laughed. I thought you had left, Dragon. Just as I was about to leave, an old man was approaching, and I really didn't want to see him. Who else could the old man be but Garp? I came to thank you, and by the way, when you get to the Grand Line, please help keep an eye on that brat for me. Consider it a favor I owe you. I took a glance at him. You already owe me one. And with this, it's two. Fine, two it is. Long looked impatient, as if staying with me for even a second was unbearable. Be careful. There's more than just Carp coming. After saying that, he vanished like the wind. More than just Carp? Can that old man, Sengoku, really bring all three admirals to catch me? While I was pondering this, Smoker, whom I had just knocked away, crawled out from the wall, trembling, and pointed at me, roaring, "As long as I'm here, you won't be able to leave Lowtown. I really can't believe it. I told you to lie down and take a break, but you insisted on coming to deliver." I swiftly dodged to his side and delivered a punch infused with Haki, slamming him down with a loud bang and creating a large crater in the ground. He struggled to stand up again, glaring at me fiercely, clearly indicating that he wanted to drag me to Carp. I was feeling a bit annoyed at that moment, and the unease in my heart grew stronger. A killing intent suddenly surged. Do you really want to die? Smoker. I covered my right arm with dragon scales and Haki, turning it into an eerie purple-black color, ready to send him on his way with a punch. The aura of death instantly enveloped him, and Smoker froze, slowly closing his eyes. Just as my fist was about to smash into his face, there was a loud bang. An old man wearing a dog-headed hat blocked in front of Smoker, catching my world-destroying punch with one hand. Kid, I finally caught you. It was Garp. He finally arrived. Smoker let out a sigh of relief and stepped aside. Garp stared at me intently. You really were trying to kill him, huh? I couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Carp, get it straight. You are the Navy, and I'm a pirate. As soon as these words were spoken, Carp's expression completely changed, shifting from that of looking at a junior to one of viewing a true enemy. In that case, I can only capture you and take you to Impel Down. I told him not to bother, and then shouted to Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake, you go get the boat, I'll hold him off. Uncle Snake nodded and ran towards the port. As a result, Carp let out a cold laugh. I said, none of you will escape today. As soon as he finished speaking, I felt the temperature around us drop suddenly. A lazy voice echoed, Yo. So the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is just such a young kid. I felt a jolt in my heart. It was over. I knew who the dragon was referring to. I saw a figure slowly walking out of the alley in front of Uncle Snake. One of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Akiji. Goodness, this lineup, one naval hero and the highest combat power of the Navy. This really shows how much they think of me. Akiji yawned, looking like he hadn't fully woken up, and walked straight towards Uncle Snake. The ground he walked on instantly froze over. Carp was staring at me, not letting me go help. I kept my eyes on Carp, preventing him from attacking Uncle Snake. But to be honest, I wasn't too worried about Uncle Snake. After all, he was one of the 3 ninja, and he surely had a set of tricks to save his life. Akiji looked at Uncle Snake as if he was just some small fry. Uncle Snake sighed, as if saying, Sigh, I can't just float around anymore. Suddenly, he quickly formed hand seals, and countless venomous snakes sprayed out from his sleeves, biting at Akiji. Akiji didn't even raise an eyebrow. With a wave of his right hand, the temperature around him plummeted, and those snakes turned into ice sculptures midair, crashing to the ground in pieces. Then, he created several ice spears from the sky and shot them at the immobilized Uncle Snake. With a piercing sound, Uncle Snake's body was pierced through, and he collapsed, lifeless. Akiji looked disdainfully. I thought you were strong. This is boring. Saying this, he walked over to me. Your partner is dead. It's your turn now. But I showed no sadness on my face, only said lightly, Is that so? My partner is not that simple. Akiji frowned and turned back to look. Something was off. There was a drop of blood on the corpse. The next second, the body suddenly turned into a puddle of mud. A substitution technique. Before Akiji could react, with a loud bang, the ground beneath him exploded, and several times more venomous snakes emerged, biting at him. Although he reacted quickly and instantly froze the surroundings, he was still bitten by one snake on the arm. The toxin forced out a stream of black liquid. Uncle Snake burst out from nearby, looking at Akiji with disdain. Is this it? This is what a Navy admiral is like. This completely infuriated Akiji. All his previous laziness vanished, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Dirty little man, sneak attacking. I'll take care of you. Instantly, the clear sky over Logtown began to snow. I caught a snowflake in my hand. Goodness, he could even influence the weather. The battle between Akiji and Uncle Snake escalated to a fever pitch. Uncle Snake pulled out a short knife and engaged in close combat. His speed astonishing, stabbing at Akiji's heart in one swift motion. Akiji blocked it with an ice blade, but Uncle Snake was kicked away. However, Uncle Snake's leg was instantly covered in ice. But he seemed unaffected, dragging his frozen leg like a madman, charging at Akiji for a head-on confrontation. Akiji was caught off guard. As a mage, he hated this kind of reckless warrior. In the end, he simply stopped dodging and charged at Uncle Snake, hugging him tightly. A chilling aura erupted from his body, instantly freezing Uncle Snake into a complete ice sculpture. Was it over? Akiji finally let out a sigh of relief. Crack, crack. The ice sculpture made cracking sounds. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the mouth of the ice sculpture opened at an exaggerated angle, and a perfectly intact, slimy Uncle Snake crawled out from that mouth. Let me tell you, that scene completely shattered Akiji's worldview after 20 years. Can this thing still be called a person? Akiji was utterly enraged, raising his hand to unleash a move called Ice Bird, and a giant ice bird over 10 meters tall rushed forward. Uncle Snake didn't hold back either, opening his mouth to spit out countless sword-bearing venomous snakes, forming the Thousand Snakes formation. Then came wind release, fire release, and water release, clashing with Akiji's Ice Bird. Does anyone understand? Is Akiji only capable of this one move? Just a repetitive machine, right? The two of them fought all the way from the street to the port, leveling all the surrounding buildings. But looking at Uncle Snake, I knew his chakra was running low. After all, Akiji was a fruit user, freely using skills, while Uncle Snake was using real chakra. And it seemed he was about to unleash a big move. But guess what? Before Uncle Snake could unleash his big move, Akiji conjured up an identical ice bird again. And let me tell you, it was the Pro Max enhanced version. The cold air made me feel like the air conditioning was set to 16 degrees. Even from 800 miles away, Uncle Snake immediately broke down, exclaiming, "What the hell, are you a repeating machine? Is that all you can do?" Akiji, acting all cool, sneered and said, "For someone like you, one move is enough." This left Uncle Snake speechless, saying, "Big brother, do you have a misunderstanding about one move? Using one move 10 times is called a basic attack." That ice bird charged forward like it had rocket boosters. And Uncle Snake realized it was time to settle the score, quickly clapping his hands on the ground and shouting triple Rashoman. What happened next? A large iron door shaped like a ghost face emerged from the ground with a loud bang. Just one door. Uncle Snake turned pale. It was over. His chakra was empty. He wanted to unleash a big move, but his balance was insufficient. Anyone who understands knows that feeling, like playing a game for ages. Only find out your skills are grayed out. It's just awkward. That lonely door was useless. The ice bird crashed into it, and it shattered like it was made of paper. Just as the ice bird was about to turn Uncle Snake into a candied hawthorn, at that critical moment, a shadow flashed in front of Uncle Snake, and without a word, charged up for a punch. Bang! That ice bird, bigger than a building, was shattered into countless ice shards. Who was it? It was the protagonist, Leiyu, just in time to save the day. Uncle Snake was exhausted. Not a drop of chakra left. Leiyu patted his shoulder and said, "All right, Uncle Snake, leave the rest to me." Let me tell you, Uncle Snake is stubborn. He still wanted to bite his finger to use the S-rank forbidden technique, Eight-Headed Serpent. Leiyu stopped him, saying, "Save it with your current chakra." Summoning the Eight-Headed Serpent would probably only last a minute. Are you planning to come out and act cute? Uncle Snake realized this was true and obediently ran towards the ship. With him retreating, the battlefield became Leiyu against the Navy's highest combat power. Goodness. Old Man Carp also strolled over, standing next to Akiji, preparing for a 2-on-1. But Akiji was quite proud, saying, "Teacher, you rest, this kid is mine." Carp heard this and agreed, thinking his disciple was now a general and could handle it on his own. Then this old man did something even more incredible. He stepped aside and pulled out a bag of donuts to start munching, calm as an old dog. Just as Akiji was getting ready, saying it was Leiyu's turn, Leiyu's aura suddenly exploded, like a beast waking up. The next second, he disappeared from his spot and reappeared right in front of Akiji's face. A fist covered in dragon scales swung at him. Akiji's pupils trembled, probably cursing inwardly. Damn, another crazy close combat fighter. He hurriedly formed a 1-meter thick ice wall in front of him. But what happened? That ice wall crumbled like tofu with a loud bang. In Akiji's terrified eyes, Leiyu's fist, wrapped in armed Haki, landed solidly on his icy face. I tell you, with that punch, there was a loud poof and blood spurted out, and several of his teeth flew out. Aokiji flew back like a cannonball, plowing a trench dozens of meters long in the ground. Elementalization? Useless. In the face of absolute armament Haki, you're just a chunk of ice. Aokiji stood up, coughing up blood, and with the effort of his life, he grew his teeth back again. Touching his still-pained face, his expression was incredibly grim. Without saying a word, he unleashed a freezing time capsule at Raijin, and wherever the cold shockwave went, everything was frozen, trying to control Raijin. Raijin was completely unfazed, smirking, and slammed his dragon-scaled hands onto the ground. Dragon Fist, Earth Splitter. The entire ground instantly cracked like a spider web, shattering Aokiji's ice into pieces. Seeing he couldn't control it, Aokiji panicked and slammed both hands on the ground. Good grief. That freezing speed was so fast, it instantly froze everything around. Raijin didn't react in time, and half of his body was directly frozen. Just when Aokiji thought he had succeeded, the next second, purple flames burst forth from Raijin's body. The ice instantly melted into a puddle of water. Aokiji's eyes nearly popped out as he screamed, "What? Fire? You're a mythical beast type." No kidding, what else could it be? Aokiji was completely stunned. His ice fruit, which was all about control, was now facing someone who was immune to fire and resistant to physical attacks. He simply couldn't control him. I thought this was exciting enough, but the next second, a giant lava fist flew in from the horizon. That thing hit me with a wave of heat right in the face. Leiyu turned around and was stunned. It was Akainu's massive fire blast. Wow, Akainu is here too. Now, 2 of the 3 admirals have arrived, along with a retired king. This lineup is practically the finale of any episode. Leiyu quickly threw a punch to meet it, and with a thunderous boom, he was knocked back several steps, his hand burning painfully. Akainu, dressed in a floral suit, jumped in front of Aokiji and sarcastically said, "Kazan, you can't handle such a small fry? Do you still want to keep your face as an admiral?" Aokiji snorted coldly, too lazy to respond. Seeing both admirals present, Old Man Garp quietly sat down to continue eating his donuts, thinking this was going to be stable. Akainu turned to Leiyu, looking extremely arrogant, his arms transforming into flowing magma. "A mere 1 billion berry pirate isn't even worth my attention." As he said this, he charged forward, his right hand morphing into a lava dog head, roaring as it lunged at Leiyu. At that moment, I wanted to tell him, "Dude, did you miss the last episode?" Leiyu didn't dodge at all, his expression unchanged as he threw a punch. The lava dog head was instantly shattered, magma splattering everywhere. Akainu's pupils constricted. He was stunned. A normal punch just destroyed my special move? Leiyu didn't give him time to react, his figure flashing. And Akainu's observation, Haki, couldn't even detect him. In an instant, he was right in front of Akainu, grinning. Akainu's heart skipped a beat, but relying on his Logia powers. He didn't dodge, planning to take the punch with elemental transformation. Garp, who was watching from the sidelines, couldn't take it anymore. He held his forehead, thinking, this idiot. Did he not do any homework before coming here? Leiyu's Busashoka Haki is not just for show, you know? Sure enough, when Akainu saw Leiyu's pitch-black fist, his expression management instantly broke down, exclaiming, "What? You can use Busashoka Haki too." It's too late. Just as the fist was about to smash into his face, an ice wall suddenly rose beside them with a loud crash. It was Aokiji making his move. The ice wall was instantly shattered, but in that critical moment, a hand radiating cold reached out, firmly gripping Leiyu's fist. Aokiji saved his life. Akainu was dumbfounded, looking at Aokiji and awkwardly saying, "Thanks." Leiyu felt his arm rapidly freezing from Aokiji's cold aura, quickly shaking off Aokiji's hand and using his demon fire to thaw it. Then he looked at the two in front of him, directly mocking, "What? The mighty admiral is preparing for a 2-on-1? How righteous." Akainu was about to explode, but Aokiji held him back. Aokiji calmly analyzed, "My attack can't hurt him, but your magma can. I'll control, you attack." The two quickly reached an agreement, and now it was truly shameless. Aokiji unleashed his ultimate move, Ice Age. In an instant, the entire port, along with the sea surface, was turned into an icy expanse. Leiyu hadn't even reacted when the lower half of his body was frozen, unable to move at all. Aokiji chuckled coldly. "In this frozen world, I am God." He then created an ice bird as a distraction. Leiyu hurriedly used his demon fire to melt the ice, but this time it was noticeably slower, taking 10 seconds to break free. Just as he shattered the ice bird with a punch, he felt a wave of heat from behind. Turning around, he saw Akainu had already teleported behind him. At the same time, his feet were frozen by Aokiji. It's over. I've been set up. Akainu delivered a powerful lava punch directly to Leiyu's back, followed by another move. Hellhound. With a splat, a blazing red lava arm shot straight through Leiyu's abdomen. Leiyu froze in shock, looking down at the smoking hole in his stomach, blood gushing out like it was free, and he collapsed to one knee on the ice. On the ship, Uncle Snake saw this scene and his eyes turned red. He rushed over like a madman, only to be casually frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji from hundreds of meters away. Leiyu was truly in deep trouble. He had underestimated the power of the admirals working together. Just when he felt like he was done for, the system activated. It said the host could use points to develop fruit abilities and extend transformation time. Leiyu saw he still had 1,000 points, and without a second thought, he went all in. System Daddy, give me something good. Ding. Development successful. Dragon of Candlelight transformation time extended to 3 minutes. Leiyu almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. 3 minutes. What do you do in 3 minutes? Family, who understands? It's all about a companionship-style scam. Akainu, seeing him trembling on the ground, thought he was scared and arrogantly said, you could just live and impel down for the rest of your life. After saying that, he had his subordinates bring sea stone handcuffs. Leiyu was so amused he laughed. He mentioned the Golden Lion who also escaped from impel down. This directly stepped on Akainu's landmine. He hated this the most. He charged up and punched Leiyu again, grabbing him by the neck and lifting him up, saying he would kill him for challenging the Navy's authority. Leiyu was thrown to the ground, covered in blood, utterly miserable. But he looked at his reflection on the ice and suddenly smiled. 3 minutes wasn't enough, but he had one last trump card. Previously, when he saved Luffy, he successfully checked in and received a summoning opportunity from the system. He shakily stood up, catching Akainu off guard. Leiyu looked at him, his aura suddenly changing, and laughed loudly. With you guys, U1T be able to keep me here today? Garp even stood up, not knowing where his confidence came from. Leiyu silently thought. System, use that summoning opportunity, just when Akainu thought he had gone mad and was about to smash him with his lava fist. I kid you not, the entire area suddenly filled with crows. A dark cloud enveloped Leiyu. Ding! Summoning successful. Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, the crows scattered, and a man quietly stood before Leiyu, dressed in a black robe with red clouds and wearing a ring with a vermilion character. Beneath his calm eyes were 2 deep lines of fate. I immediately stood up in awe. It's Itachi. My goodness. System, you finally did something right. Upon appearing, Itachi understood the situation, nodded at Leiyu, clearly indicating, leave it to me. Opposite, Garp, Akainu, and Aokiji were all dumbfounded. They could feel the immense power contained within this suddenly appearing man, but they also felt like he was about to die, as his life force was extremely weak. Old man Garp's face changed. He suddenly recalled what Leiyu had said earlier, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that what that kid said about the gods was true? He dared not think further. Akainu and Aokiji also looked serious, knowing that this person was definitely not simple. Akainu gritted his teeth and said, another ally? Perfect, we'll catch them all at once. Aokiji chimed in, be careful. This guy is not simple. Now it's on. The gods' battle has officially begun. Let me tell you about the new guy, the one named Uchiha Itachi. He was so calm and composed. Faced with 2 marine admirals, he didn't even raise an eyebrow, just looked at them like they were 2 roadside small-time thugs. Akainu couldn't handle this. His temper flared up instantly, and without a word, he launched a scalding magma fist straight at Itachi's face. Guess what happened? Itachi didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. What the heck? Was he conducting some kind of death ceremony? Akainu was completely enraged, roaring, do you dare to underestimate me? Die, you hellhound! His magma fist instantly expanded several times in size, crashing forward with the force to destroy the world. Just a second before the fist was about to smash his face, Itachi's eyes snapped open. Oh my, what kind of eyes were those? Blood red, with 3 kama-like tomos swirling inside. Incredibly sinister. Akainu and Aokiji were both stunned, feeling like their CPUs had overheated, their minds going blank. They could sense that those eyes were filled with pain, despair, and slaughter. What must he have gone through to have such eyes? Akainu regained his composure, still trying to act tough, say with those devilish eyes, you're not a good person either. Go to impel down and repent. He charged again, but he didn't see that the Tomo in Itachi's eyes began to spin wildly, and then suddenly transformed into a more complex, more eerie triangular shuriken pattern. Amaterasu. Itachi softly chanted a spell, and blood tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. In the next second, Akainu's massive magma fist was engulfed in a pitch-black flame. Let me tell you, that fire was something else. It could burn holes through magma. Akainu was dumbfounded. What kind of ability was this? Elementalization didn't even work. The black flames touched him, causing him to scream in pain, and he quickly severed the burning part of his magma arm. But it was useless. Wherever Itachi's gaze fell, the black flames ignited. It was all about locking on with his eyes, guaranteed to hit. Akainu was running around in a panic, looking like a monkey with its tail set on fire. Just when it looked like Akainu was about to be enveloped by the black flames, Aokiji finally made his move. An ice net instantly covered the area, freezing the flames with a series of sharp cracks, finally managing to temporarily contain the unquenchable black fire. Akainu was drenched in cold sweat. Let me tell you, he truly owed Aokiji one today. This was the second time he saved him. But just then, it seemed like Itachi had also reached his limit, suddenly coughing up a mouthful of blood, and the black flames dissipated into thin air. Akainu and Aokiji saw their chance. But before they could move, the old man Carp, who hadn't made a move yet, stood up. He slowly removed his justice cloak and tossed it to the ground, revealing muscles tougher than stone, and said in a deep voice, "It's taken too long. You two rest, leave the rest to me." The aura he exuded was incredible, instantly changing the atmosphere in the entire arena. When I saw this situation, my heart completely sank. It's over. Today's game is completely lost. I forced myself to stand up and said to Itachi, "Itachi, take Orochimaru and run to the New World quickly. Don't worry about me." I thought I'd stir some emotions before dying, and turned back to him with a bright smile. "By the way, there are many delicious desserts in this world. Remember to eat more for me too." Family, who understands? I was almost moved by my own last words. As a result, Itachi was completely caught off guard by me, and for the first time, there was warmth in his cold eyes, even a layer of mist formed. He looked at me, and the kaleidoscope pattern in his pupils started spinning wildly again. Susanoo, with a low roar, a burst of crimson energy exploded from his body, instantly forming a giant skeletal frame dozens of meters high around him. Wow, if you can't win, just bring out the mecha, right? This operation is simply amazing. The huge red skeleton stepped in front of me, blocking Carp's path, and Itachi's voice came from inside. "I'm not someone who would abandon my comrades." Old Carp looked at the giant skeleton and laughed instead of being surprised. "Interesting, a paramecia fruit?" He moved his muscles, and his whole body swelled with muscle, then punched toward the skeleton's fist, which was dozens of times larger than him. With a loud bang, the ground sank down a large chunk, and Old Carp actually caught that punch. When Itachi saw that physical attacks were ineffective, he immediately applied Amaterasu's black flames to the skeleton's fist, burning down toward Carp's arm. As a result, Old Carp just snorted. His arm instantly turned jet black, and when he activated his Haki, that black flame, which could burn anything, was extinguished in an instant. I was shocked at that moment. You can use Haki like this? This is unreasonable. Aokiji and Akainu beside him were also dumbfounded, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. This old man's Haki must be maxed out. Now Itachi completely understood that this old man was on a completely different level from those two earlier. Old Carp was getting more and more excited as he fought, his Haki layering higher and higher, each punch becoming more ferocious. Boom! Another punch, and cracks appeared directly on Susanoo's bony arm. Itachi realized the situation was bad and wanted to upgrade his mecha, but it was already too late. Old Carp's eyes sparkled with a crazy light as he roared and unleashed a world-destroying punch. Rumbling, this time, the entire Susanoo shattered like glass with a crack, turning into countless red light spots. Itachi spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot, and his whole body slumped down. I had just been jolted awake when I saw this scene, and all that was left in my heart was despair. We lost, completely lost. Carp walked up to us, arms crossed, and coldly said, "It's over, kids. Come with me to the prison for rehabilitation." Just as I was preparing to transform into a candle dragon for one last struggle, an unexpected change occurred. A strange hurricane suddenly swept through the entire port, kicking up clouds of dust, making it impossible for anyone to see anything. I only felt my body lighten, as if I was swept into the air by the wind. And the next second, with a bang, someone threw me and Itachi back onto our ship from the sky. Orochimaru was also stunned at the time, but his reaction was incredibly quick. Seeing this fortuitous opportunity, he immediately ran to the stern of the ship, dove into the sea, and used wind release as a human propeller. Our ship shot out in a flash, disappearing from the horizon. When the dust at the port settled, Carp found that we were all gone, trembling with anger. But it wasn't because we had escaped. He roared at the empty sky. Since you dare to save them, why don't you dare to come out and face me? Come out. His voice carried endless fury and a hint of sadness. Akainu was furious, immediately ordering his subordinates to set sail in pursuit. 10 minutes later, a Navy soldier ran back with a mournful face and said, "Report. Report, Admiral, our warship is broken. It can't move." Upon hearing this, Carp slapped his forehead, wearing a look of "I knew it," and asked, "Did the electrical equipment get completely destroyed? And did you find a bunch of little white snakes?" The soldier awkwardly scratched his head. "The electrical system is fine, and there are no little white snakes. It's that the entire engine is gone." As soon as he finished speaking, another roar came from afar. "Mr. Carp, the engine of our ship is also gone." Good grief, 3 warships, and all their engines vanished without a trace. Before long, several soldiers carried over a corroded iron lump, saying it was taken from the mouth of a big white snake that had a swollen belly. Carp's face turned green on the spot, cursing in the direction we had disappeared, and the scene was simply the annual award for the Navy's confusing behavior. Meanwhile, on our ship, Orochimaru, acting as if nothing had happened, brought over 2 bowls of dark medicinal soup, smiling and saying, "Here, drink this special medicine from Orochimaru. It'll make you feel great." I hesitantly took a sip, and to be honest, it worked quite well. My injuries stabilized. I was pondering who had saved us when a small piece of paper fluttered down from the sky in front of me. I reached out to catch it, opened it, and saw only 4 flamboyant characters, a personal favor, the favor owed. I was still pondering this when, in the next second, my heart nearly stopped. Itachi, that usually quiet, handsome guy, suddenly coughed violently, covering his mouth, and blood started oozing through his fingers, staining his Akatsuki robe red. My mind suddenly went blank, and I yelled at Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, hurry, check on Itachi, quickly." At first, Orochimaru just sneered, looking as if he couldn't care less about their issues, and slowly walked over. But as soon as he placed his hand on Itachi's back, his face instantly turned pale. It was more exaggerated than seeing a ghost. His voice was trembling as he said, "How is this possible? What kind of terminal illness is this? I tell you, Snake Uncle said that the weasel's body is like an old car that's about to break down, with all its parts deteriorating. That little bit of vitality is like the last flicker of a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment." My heart sank, and I asked him, "Can it be cured?" Uncle Snake took a deep breath, shook his head, and said, "There's nothing we can do, given the situation at most. 1 or 2 weeks left. 1 or 2 weeks. I was instantly furious, rushed in front of Weasel, stared into his eyes, and said word by word, "You will not. I don't know whether he believed it or not, but at that moment, I had one thought, to cross this red Earth continent and enter the Grand Line. No matter what method I used, I had to find someone who could save him. At the same time, over at the Navy headquarters, let me tell you, the scene was something else. Sengoku was so angry he almost smashed the table, pointing at Carp, Akiji, and Akainu, cursing them for what they were doing, saying that not only did they fail to capture us, but even the battleship's engine was stolen. Akiji and Akainu looked at each other, and in the end, they both shot a synchronized glance at Carp. And what was Carp doing? He was sitting there, casually munching on sanbei, completely nonchalant and detached from the situation. Sengoku had no choice but to hold back his anger and debrief Carp. After wiping his mouth, Carp finally said something serious. "That kid, Raikyu, has the strength of an admiral. If he were to fight one-on-one, he could even overpower an admiral." Sengoku nodded and asked, "What about the other one? The one with red eyes, dressed in a red cloud black robe?" "That guy." Carp stroked his chin, and his expression changed. "He isn't on the level of an admiral." Sengoku's eyes almost popped out. "Could he be Yonko?" "Not quite." Carp shook his head, saying that the guy is strong, but it's like he's in a high-consumption performance mode. His body has long been depleted, especially that move where he looks like a skeletal giant. If it weren't for his quick actions, by the time that thing fully materialized, he himself wouldn't have been sure he could smash it with one punch. The key point is, Carp concluded, that Itachi's body, after this battle, would last at most half a month. Once those words were out, Sengoku let out a huge sigh of relief. A dying genius has a significantly reduced threat level. So the bounty was quickly set. Me, Raikyu won 8 billion berries. Itachi, due to his short lifespan, got a discount, won 5 billion. But the most outrageous was Uncle Snake. As soon as Carp heard about setting his bounty, he stood up and gritted his teeth, saying 625 million. This old sly fox must be this amount. Family, who understands? It seems that Uncle Snake stealing the engine left Carp with quite a psychological shadow. In the end, Sengoku couldn't help but ask Carp how he managed to escape. Carp was silent for a long time, his hand holding the cup was shaking, and finally, one word slipped out of his mouth, dragon. Sengoku was also silent. Now everything was clear. A few days later, we had already entered the Grand Line. A newspaper bird flew by, and I jumped up, slapping it down. Opening the newspaper, wow, our bounties took up the entire front page. The total bounty was 925 billion. Uncle Snake saw his 600 million and was so happy he started drooling. But when he saw Itachi's 5 billion, he instantly shut down and squatted in the corner drawing circles. I didn't have time to deal with him. I was worried when I suddenly saw another news story in the newspaper. Monkey D. Luffy defeated one of the 7 warlords, Crocodile, in Alabasta. Luffy. The supernova. Right. That guy. The Opok no Mi. Trafalgar Law. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. The hope of curing Itachi is on Subordinate Archipelago. Those supernovas must all be gathered there now. Just then, Uncle Snake pointed at the sea and shouted that someone was wakeboarding. I looked and wow, a handsome guy wearing an orange cowboy hat with a few freckles on his face was coming over on a small surfboard. Isn't that ace? He came over asking for directions, wanted to find a guy named Blackbeard. I thought to myself, how convenient. I directly made a condition. I know where he is. You give me the log pose to Subordinate Archipelago. Ace was straightforward and directly handed me the log pose along with a map. I told him to go to Bonero Island. He would definitely run in a Blackbeard. Before leaving, Ace specifically reminded me not to provoke the celestial dragons in Subordinate. I replied to him, that guy Blackbeard is not simple. You'd better be careful. Who understands? Seeing his confident back, my heart sank. I was really afraid he wouldn't take it seriously. But I couldn't worry about him now. Itachi's heart-wrenching cough echoed in the cabin. I gripped the log pose tightly, my expression dark enough to drip water. After getting the log pose, Uncle Snake drove the ship at F1 speed, and we reached Subordinate Archipelago in just 2 days. That place is really beautiful, with giant mangrove trees and colorful bubbles floating in the sky, like a fairy tale world. But we had no mood to admire it. This place is too close to the Navy headquarters, and one careless move could lead to our destruction. We anchored at Peninsula 41, and I asked Uncle Snake to watch the ship. He, however, pinched his throat and came out with a high-pitched voice. You don't love me anymore? I was so scared that I could feel goosebumps all over, and I slapped back, I love you, you big mouth. Just watch the ship. It's very dangerous here. After saying that, I took Itachi and we got off the ship. We both wore a hat and a mask, cosplaying as ordinary passersby. Since together we were a mobile bank worth 3 billion, too eye-catching. Right now, Luffy and the others were probably heading to Eni's lobby to rescue Robin, so we definitely wouldn't run into them. The urgent task was to find out Robin's whereabouts. We found a small tavern, planning to grab something to eat and gather some information. But just as we entered the tavern, I tell you, a couple of naval scouts a kilometer away in a big tree had already spotted our distinctive dragon-shaped ship and were frantically calling for backup with their transponder snails. A bigger storm was quietly rolling in towards us. I have to tell you, we still don't know what's going on over here. The Navy headquarters is in complete chaos, and Sengoku is furious. They've dispatched all 3 admirals, Akainu, Akiji, and Kazuru, all heavyweight contenders. It seems like they want to crush me in my cradle while I'm still growing. That old bastard Akainu, after being humiliated in Lowtown last time, is now seething with magma, and his face is as dark as a pot's bottom. Kizaru, on the other hand, is still acting nonchalant, standing at the bow of the ship, picking his nose and mumbling yo yo yo, which is just infuriatingly mocking. Who understands this? They're coming for me with this top-tier lineup. Isn't my profile a bit too big? And me? I'm still in a small tavern on Subordinate Archipelago, skewering meat with Itachi, completely unaware of all this. As soon as we sat down, the people at the next table started gossiping. They were saying the celestial dragons are out bullying people again, and they're infighting in the Whitebeard pirates, with Ace chasing after Blackbeard. My heart sank, great, because I spoke out, the plot just shot up like a rocket. Then I heard them talking about me. Hey, have you heard? That godly Thunderfeather has a bounty of 8 billion. I quietly pulled my hat down lower, hiding my achievements and name. Just as I was about to slip away, I caught some crucial information. There's a premium mermaid auction at the slave trading market today. My eyes lit up when I heard that. ISNT, this a major event? Those supernovas will definitely be there. And the person I'm looking for, Law, is probably there too. Without hesitation, I grabbed a girl by the roadside to ask for directions. Let me tell you, that 100 points of charisma the system gave me is like being a walking hormone. The moment she saw my face, she just froze, her face turning as red as a monkey, yes, but stammering as she pointed me the way. I felt like she could bloom right there on the spot. I thought to myself, is this charisma a bit too much? This is practically a physical cheat. But then, what I feared came true. On the way, I bumped right into a celestial dragon-esque procession. Wow, the scene was something else. Everyone in the street immediately knelt down, not daring to breathe. Just me and Itachi stood there like two telephone poles. A nearby old man was almost in tears, whispering to me, "Young man, are you trying to get yourself killed? Kneel down. Kneel. I could perform a takeoff. Right here." Just as I was about to pull Itachi to take a detour, something unexpected happened. A guy kicked open the door while arguing with his wife and crashed right into that pig-headed celestial dragon. It was over. He was done for. The guy's face turned pale instantly, sweating like it was raining, and he immediately knelt down, banging his head on the ground until blood came out. His wife in the house was so scared she didn't even dare to shake. I have to tell you, at that moment, I really had murderous intent. But thinking of Itachi's illness, I held back. However, that pig-headed celestial dragon completely ignored his pleas for mercy, pulled out a gun, and aimed it at his head. Everyone on the street closed their eyes, and I clenched my fists. Then, with a bang, a gunshot rang out. I focused my eyes and realized something was wrong. The bullet was shot into the sky. Then there were a few more shots, all of them missing. But the reaction of the people around was as if they were crying over the death of their parents. When I turned around, I saw Itachi's eyes had already turned into Sharingan. Good grief, it turned out to be an illusion. This move was simply outstanding. The guy who was saved was so stunned that it took him a while to react, and then he crawled away in a panic. Itachi then calmly said to me, "I guess I've done a good deed before the end of life." I was so angry at that moment. I said, "You won't die." I dragged Itachi straight to the slave trading market. The guard at the entrance tried to stop us, but with just a glance from Itachi. The guy treated us like air, making our way completely unobstructed. Once inside, wow, it looked like an opera house. I quickly spotted the person I was looking for, Trafalgar Law, along with that troublemaker kid, both sitting there. As expected, these troublemakers had all gathered. Soon after, those two celestial dragons came in, swaggering to the most prestigious VIP seats. No need to ask, they were definitely here for the mermaid. The auction started, and the host was acting like a clown. The first auction item made me laugh. A pirate named something like Vorheo Shui B. Angzility, it was hard to even pronounce. He was shouting from his cage, "My boss is Chun Dushio. You have to raise the bid for me." When the host asked how much, he seriously held up 3 fingers. $300. I almost spat out my drink. Where did this guy come from? In the end, he was really bought for $1,300,000. After waiting for a long time, the grand finale arrived, the mermaid. I tell you, she was indeed beautiful, but also pitiful. A young girl, locked in a fish tank, with a bomb collar around her neck, trembling in fear. The so-called nobles down below were staring, looking like they hadn't seen a woman in hundreds of years, their eyes practically ready to devour her. The host was up there saying all kinds of sleazy and vulgar things, and the whole room burst into laughter. My face turned dark, these scumbags. The starting price was $80 million, and the price skyrocketed, quickly reaching $350 million. Just as the host was about to drop the hammer, that celestial dragon lazily raised his hand. I bid $500 million. The room fell silent instantly. What do you know, having money means you can do whatever you want. Who would dare compete with him? Not even with 10 times their courage. Once the auction ended, Law got up and walked out. I hurriedly followed Itachi. Just as we stepped out, Law was standing there waiting for me, his gaze sharp as a knife. "What do you want?" I couldn't hide it anymore, so I directly lifted my hat. When Law saw me, his eyes almost popped out. "Ray, are you crazy? The Navy is looking for you everywhere, and you dare come here?" I gave a bitter smile and got straight to the point. "I need your help to save my friend." Law looked at Itachi, agreed. But with conditions. He wanted me to help him with something in Dressrosa in the future. Isn't that just taking down Doflamingo? A small matter, I agreed on the spot. Then Law started checking Itachi. I originally thought it would be stable since he had the Ope no me. But as soon as Law touched him, his expression changed instantly, as if he had seen a ghost. How is it possible that he is still alive? My heart sank. What is wrong? Law's voice was trembling. The life force within him is almost gone. The fact that he can still stand is nothing short of a medical miracle. I was completely stunned at that moment, feeling like the sky was about to collapse. Instead, Itachi came over to comfort me. I was unwilling to accept it and asked Luo, "Is there really no way at all?" Luo remained silent for a long time, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he looked at me and said slowly, "There is one way, but it depends on whether you dare to do it." My eyes instantly turned red. What way? Hurry up and say it. Luo took a deep breath and said a few words that completely stunned me. The heart of a celestial dragon. What? The heart of a celestial dragon? I almost shouted out loud. I had never heard that celestial dragons had any special abilities. Aren't they just a bunch of fools? As a result, Luo directly gave me a lesson. He squinted his eyes and told me that those useless celestial dragons do indeed possess a special kind of power within them. He couldn't say much about what it was, but as long as we could get their hearts, he would have a way to bring my brother back to life. However, he then changed his tone, grinning slyly, saying that they're celestial dragons, so I better think it through. I told you. His expression was asking me, do you have the guts, kid? Of course. At that moment, I only had one thought in my mind. Forget about the celestial dragons. Even if him stood in front of me today, I would still take him down. I nodded and asked if that group of pigs was still inside. And as I spoke, I prepared to charge indirectly. Luo was dumbfounded, probably thinking whether this guy was really crazy. Just as I was about to move, I saw those two celestial dragons swaggering out like they were on a parade, with that cage carrying the mermaid behind them. The scene was just absurd. I thought that making a move in the street would create too much commotion, so I had to change my approach. I quickly turned my eyes and, like a private detective, quietly followed them. Luo and Itachi saw my stance and instantly understood, following me without a word, while we were sneaking and tracking. On the other side, the three Marine admirals had already arrived at the Subordinate archipelago. Akainu's grim face coldly asked his subordinate, I heard their ship is docked at Island 41? Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. The trembling recruit replied, adding that it seemed to be guarded by that snake man. Upon hearing this, Akainu's mouth twisted into a sinister grin. So, just one person is guarding it, huh? ISNT that just delivering ahead to me? Their warship approached nearby, and suddenly, Akainu had a flash of inspiration, shouting, Stop! Dock at Island 45. Before the ship had even stabilized, he jumped down with a thud. Akiji and Kizuru on the ship were stunned, asking, Big brother, what are you doing? Aren't we still at 41? Akainu turned back and gave them a mysterious smile, explaining, Our target is too big. If we go straight in, we'll alert them. Let's sneak over from here and capture that snake man first. I tell you, when Akiji looked at him, it was like looking at a husky that suddenly knew how to solve a quadratic equation, full of shock. However, this move was indeed not bad, and Kizuru had no objections. So these three heavyweight figures took about 20 elite troops, like a special forces unit, and quietly made their way towards Island 41. At that moment, our Orochimaru was lying on the ship, sunbathing and dreaming. In his dream, he was playing a scene where the domineering captain fell in love with him. Drooling all over, completely unaware that death was already knocking at his door. Suddenly, a small snake quickly crawled onto him and started licking his face vigorously. Orochimaru woke up in shock, realizing that what was wet on his face was a snake. Angry, he grabbed it to throw it away. But the little snake twisted wildly in his hand, as if it had been electrocuted. Orochimaru's expression changed instantly. This snake was a sentry he had released. Without saying a word, he directly swallowed the white snake. Goodness, it was like performing a USB data reading on site. As soon as he closed his eyes, the scene of the three admirals landing on the island appeared in his mind. They were coming again? Orochimaru's face turned serious. Moreover, this time there was an extra one. Judging by his lewd appearance, it was probably the last admiral, Kizuru. Complaining aside, these were three admirals. One-on-one, he might still have a chance, but three-on-one? That would be giving up for sure. Escape? No way. Abandoning the ship would be too disgraceful. Forget it. A glint flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. Just after he left, the three admirals surrounded the ship with their men. Akainu stood on the shore, shouting, Snake Man, you are surrounded, come out and die. Silence. Don't think about waiting for Raijin to save you. Still silence. Akainu's face was losing patience, and just as he was about to shout again, Akiji leisurely said, Stop shouting, there's no one up there. How do you know? Akainu looked confused. Akiji looked at him with a look of disbelief. You don't know how to use observation haki? Akainu was instantly petrified and quickly activated his observation haki. Goodness, there really was no one. His face turned green. Where are they? They escaped again. Akiji jumped on the ship to take a look and said the person should have just left not long ago. Let's split up and search. In fact, Orochimaru had not run far at all. He was lying on a big tree, not far away, completely locking his own aura with ninjutsu, playing a game of hiding in plain sight. Watching those elite Navy troops run past under his tree like headless flies, he was almost laughing out loud. These iron fools. Take your time searching. Just as he was enjoying himself, the lazy Kizaru suddenly turned his head and glanced at the tree. Orochimaru's heart skipped a beat. It was impossible, right? I locked my aura. How could he find me? While he was still hoping, suddenly a buzzing sound came from behind, bright as if the sun had exploded. Oh no, exposed. Orochimaru quickly turned around, and Kizaru's annoying face was already right in front of him. He was shocked. How did you find me? Kizaru lazily picked his nose and said, oh, it's observation Haki can also sense emotional changes, didn't you know? As soon as he finished speaking, his right leg shone with a dazzling golden light. Orochimaru's mind screamed, what the hell, why is he attacking so suddenly? He reacted quickly, pulling out a dagger and turning to slash at Kizaru's neck. But no matter how fast he was, could he be faster than light? Excuse me, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Folks, this swagger is just top-notch. Just as Kizaru's light and airy voice reached him, Orochimaru felt a sharp pain in his stomach, and his whole body was kicked away like a cannonball, his body directly pierced by the light beam. He fell to the ground, clutching his stomach, blood oozing out from between his fingers. However, Orochimaru's unique body structure allowed the wound to heal in an instant. But his heart had already sunk. He hadn't even seen how the other party attacked. How could he fight back? Kizaru brushed off non-existent dust on his body, wearing a look of how scary on his face. The damage wasn't great, but the humiliation was extremely strong, making Orochimaru wish he could perform a reanimation jutsu on the first and second Hokage and press this old man into the ground for some friction. Unfortunately, he didn't have that condition. Kizaru didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and, with a whoosh, appeared behind him instantly, delivering a light-speed kick right to his heart. But the Orochimaru who was kicked turned into a puddle of mud with a splat. Kizaru was stunned. At that moment, Aokiji and Akainu also arrived. Aokiji explained, "He is not dead yet. This move is similar to the cicada's shedding." It turned out that just a second before being hit, Orochimaru's main body had transformed into a little snake and used earth release to burrow underground. He was now hiding in a nearby small river, not daring to make a sound. The three admirals waited on the shore for over an hour, and Akainu's violent temper completely exploded. His hands turned into magma, and with an angry roar, he unleashed a massive fire, launching a giant molten fist towards a forest, instantly incinerating a large area. Aokiji quickly stopped him. "Do you want to flatten this island?" Then he said in a high emotional manner, "Your attack power is too strong. Let me handle it." After saying that, he slapped both hands on the ground, invoking the Ice Age. With a crackling sound, in an instant, the area within 1,000 meters turned into an icy wasteland. Aokiji calculated perfectly. As long as Orochimaru was still in this area, he would either freeze to death or have to use energy to resist. The moment he moved, he would be exposed. Poor Orochimaru was currently frozen in the river, shivering. But luckily there was a crack on the ice surface, allowing him to hang upside down underneath and breathe. Otherwise, he would have suffocated. While Orochimaru was playing hide and seek with the three admirals, I had already followed those two celestial dragons into a luxurious hotel. I had Luo take Itachi to find a place to rest while I went in alone. After the two celestial dragons finished their meal, they went back to their room, all lovey-dovey. I clung to the window like a gecko, peeking inside through the gap. Goodness, as a good young man of the 21st century, who has been single since birth, I had never seen such a scene. The commotion inside was like a live broadcast of the cradle of life. I felt my face flush and quickly climbed down from the window. But then I suddenly thought, that guy must have drunk quite a bit at night. He must need to use the bathroom, right? So I simply sneaked into the backyard, waiting for my chance. I waited for who knows how long. I was almost falling asleep when I finally heard footsteps. Oh, isn't that Charles Saint? He hummed a little tune as he entered the bathroom. And when he saw me come in, probably a bit tipsy, he mistook me for one of his kind and greeted me. "Hey buddy, have you eaten?" "I eat your head." Without saying a word, I went up and executed a dragon claw hand, jabbing 2 fingers straight into his nostrils and giving them a good twist. The sensation was so intense that tears and snot came pouring down his face, and he couldn't hold his gun steady anymore. I seized the opportunity to shove my thumb into his mouth, making him serve as my silencer. Then, covering his left hand with mine, I thrust it into his chest with a squelch. Only then did he react, wanting to scream, but his throat was tightly blocked by me, and he could only make muffled sounds. The next second, my hand was already touching his beating heart. I was overjoyed and grabbed it. Afraid that the night would be long and dreams many, I suddenly exerted force and pulled the heart out. Instantly, blood spurted out from his chest like a fountain, mixed with a strange golden color. I was about to run away when I realized my hand was being held. I turned around, and, to my surprise, the cardiovascular system was still connected. Using my right hand, which was covered in his mucus and saliva, I quickly snapped the blood vessel. And only then did he truly die. I hurriedly jumped out of the bathroom window and made my escape. I had just run out of the hotel when I heard a piercing scream from the bathroom that shattered the night. The next day, I placed the still warm heart in front of Luo and asked him if it was good enough. Luo's eyes lit up when he saw the heart. But when he thought about how I could silently take down a celestial dragon, that bit of greed was forcefully suppressed. He examined the heart closely and sniffed the sticky, transparent liquid on it, then asked me with a puzzled expression, "Your blood vessels are sealed pretty well. But what's this sealing substance? It needs further research." Can I tell him that it's the mucus and saliva of the celestial dragon? No, I can only say in an enigmatic way. It's a secret formula. Just tell me if it can be used. Luo quickly said it can, and provided two options. One is to grind it into powder and drink it for life preservation. The other is to transplant it directly, which has better effects but comes with risks, as Itachi might be assimilated by the bloodline of the celestial dragon and become a celestial dragon himself. I hurriedly asked the system, and it said the assimilation rate exceeded 80%. My heart sank instantly. Just when I was in a dilemma, the weasel on the bed trembled and spoke. "Change." "I can. My brothers have all said this. What else do I have to hesitate about?" With red eyes, I shouted at Luo. "Change. Damn it. Change it now. If anything happens to my brothers, I'll be the first to kill you." Luo was scared by me and shivered, quickly getting to work. With a wave of his hand, a transparent dome covered him and Itachi. Then he shouted slaughterhouse, and Itachi's nearly failing heart instantly appeared in his hand. I handed over the heart of the celestial dragon, and Luo carefully scraped off the exclusive recipe on top and stored away, then transplanted that powerful heart. As soon as the surgery was completed, Itachi's complexion visibly became rosy, and a faint golden light emanated from his chest. This heart was transforming his body. I was so nervous that my fists were sweating. Suddenly, an expression of extreme pain appeared on Itachi's face, as if he was struggling against something. Just as it seemed he couldn't hold on any longer, in that instant, a buzzing sound erupted, and a burst of red light shot from his eyes. The Sharingan activated. Luo was stunned, not expecting Itachi to unleash such power in a desperate situation. Moments later, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a dazzling light swept across the entire room. He looked at me and said seriously, "Thank you, Leiyu." I was so excited that I couldn't say anything. I just went up and gave him a big bear hug. "It's good to be okay." You felt the surging vitality within and said excitedly, "With this power, my eyes might just reach that level." I told you I had 4 words in my mind at that time. Eternal kaleidoscope. But then this guy Luo came out to pour cold water on us, telling us not to get too excited too soon and that it would be better to stay and observe for a few more days, just to be safe. I tell you, Leiyu and the others decided to stay a few more days, which really put Orochimaru under the ice in a terrible situation. Goodness. Orochimaru soaked in the icy water all night, and he was frozen into a purple sweet potato, shivering. He was puzzled. What's wrong with these Navy guys? Are they just clocking in for work here? Why aren't they leaving? The 3 admirals on the shore, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizu, were so bored they were almost pulling out their phones to play cards. Akainu, with his violent temper, had already lost all patience, his fists cracking. Akiji advised him, "Don't rush, wait a bit longer. I can't believe he won come out." Kizaru, as always, was nonchalant, picking his nose and saying, "I say, that snake guy hasn't already slipped away, has he?" Akiji shot him a glare. "Impossible. My ice age covers several thousand meters. He can't fly away." Just then, there was a crack, and a small fissure appeared in the ice. I tell you, Kizaru's ears are as sharp as radar, and in a flash, he turned into a beam of light and flew over. But when he looked down, there was nothing there. He thought he must have imagined it, and he wobbled back. Under the ice, Orochimaru's heart almost jumped out. That crack was made by him just to catch a breath, and he almost got exposed. When he saw those 3 guys sit down again, he truly felt like he was doomed. Were they going to drag this out forever? Just when the atmosphere was tense, a young Navy guy came rolling and crawling over, panting like a broken bellows. Akainu saw it was one of his subordinates, and immediately stood up to ask, "What's wrong? Did you find a snake guy?" Akiji also got nervous. Could it be that he really got away? The young Navy guy's face turned pale, stuttering. "And no, it's not that, sir. The celestial dragons are in big trouble. I tell you." As soon as those words came out, the eyes of the 3 admirals almost popped out. Celestial dragons? What could happen to those world nobles? Who would dare to mess with them? Akainu came to his senses and sneered. What big deal could it be? Could it be that someone dares to attack the celestial dragons? It's not an attack. The little navy was about to cry. It's that someone was assassinated. Boom! I felt the whole air freeze. The three admirals looked at each other, stunned like three fools. Assassinating a celestial dragon? What concept is this? This is going to break the heavens. Orochimaru under the water also heard it, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Thunder Feather and the others acted? Akiji was the first to react, grabbing the collar of the little navy. Say it again? Who did it? The little navy stammered. I heard it was someone called Old Eight, who stabbed the celestial dragon in the bathroom. Kizaru tilted his head and thought for a long time. Who is this Old Eight? A newly emerged supernova? Akiji rubbed his temples, his head already hurting. Forget it. Let us go take a look. If the celestial dragon is dead, this matter will be big. Akainu looked unwilling. He had guarded here for a whole night, and just let that snake go? Kizaru noticed and said, All right, you go handle the celestial dragon's matter. Leave the snake to me. Akainu thought for a moment, and had no choice but to rush after Akiji and the little navy. When this news reached the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku exploded. He paced back and forth in the office, furiously scolding the officers reporting. All three admirals are in Sabaody. How could this happen? What are they doing? He knew very well that this Old Eight was probably related to Thunder Feather and his group. Just when he was about to burst a blood vessel, the officer cautiously added, Admiral, there's another thing. Blackbeard Teach has captured Whitebeard Pirate's 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace, and said he wants to exchange for a warlord title. Sengoku was taken aback. Ace was captured. Suddenly, a lightning bolt flashed through his mind, remembering the huge secret that Garp told him. Ace is the biological son of Pirate King Roger. Goodness, Sengoku's eyes lit up, a plan forming in his mind. Hey, isn't this a stroke of luck? Just in time to use Ace, this hot potato, to vent the anger of the celestial dragons. He immediately ordered, agree to teach. Lock Ace up and impel down. And also, notify Akainu and the others to stabilize Thunder Feather's group. Don't let them escape. The news of the celestial dragon's murder must be kept quiet. No announcements allowed. On the other side in Water 7, Luffy's grandfather, the Navy hero Garp, was with Luffy and the others. Zoro and Nami were stunned, realizing that Luffy is the top-tier official 2nd generation in this sea. His grandfather is a Navy hero, and his father is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Incredible. Garp asked Luffy while munching on meat. I heard that Thunder Feather saved you? Luffy grinned. Yes. Brother Thunder Feather is really nice. Garp's expression darkened, and he delivered a heart punch. Stay away from that guy. He is not a good person. Luffy stubbornly replied. No. Brother Thunder Feather is a good person. Just as the grandfather and grandson were about to argue, a soldier ran over with a den mushi, saying it was an urgent message from Admiral Sengoku. As soon as Garp picked up the phone, he was dumbfounded. What? The celestial dragon was killed? When he heard Sengoku suspecting it was Thunder Feather's doing and planning to use Ace to calm the anger of the world government, Garp's old face instantly fell. Sengoku's voice on the other end was cold. This is the only way. Garp hung up the phone, not saying a word, feeling as if all his energy had been drained. That one straight posture slumped at that moment. He silently left with the Navy, leaving Luffy standing there in a daze. The scene cuts back to Sabaody Archipelago. As Akainu and Akiji left, Kizaru leisurely strolled to the lakeside. Akiji's ice had melted, and Kizaru looked at the water surface, lazily saying, Don't hide, come out, I'll give you a 1v1 chance. Orochimaru in the water thought to himself, Are you treating me like an idiot? This is a trap. Not only did he not come out, but he also buried his head deep in the mud at the bottom of the water, aiming for a physical invisibility. Kizaru waited for a long time with no movement and laughed. Oh, you're quite unappreciative. Saying this, he extended a finger, and a dazzling light glowed at his fingertip. With a Bayu, a laser shot into the water. Orochimaru was startled, realizing he had indeed been discovered. He frantically dodged in the water, but that laser seemed to have eyes, chasing after him. He tried to open his mouth to use a ninjutsu, but ended up gulping down a bellyful of seawater, nearly choking himself. Family, who understands the pain of failing to cast ninjutsu underwater, with no other choice. Orochimaru could only leap out of the water with a splat, like a mermaid, and in mid-air, he seductively flicked his wet hair, giving Kizaru a provocative look. Goodness. Kizaru almost vomited on the spot. Wind release. Great breakthrough. As soon as he landed, a gust of wind, mixed with seawater, blasted Kizaru's subsequent light projectiles away. He wiped the corner of his mouth, sneering. Monkey Face Admiral, is this all you got? Kizaru was angered by this nickname and raised an eyebrow. You're not too bad yourself, by the way. Are you male or female? Orochimaru smiled wickedly. Come closer, and I'll show you. Kizaru was speechless. How could this person have no integrity at all? He directly asked, Did you kill the celestial dragon? Orochimaru proudly replied, as if announcing his boss's ID number. Yes, it was my brother Thunderfeather who killed him. So cool. What about it? Kizaru was taken aback by his arrogance. And in the next second, his figure suddenly disappeared. Lightspeed kick. With a poof, Orochimaru's chest was kicked open with a big hole. But strangely, the wound wriggled a few times and instantly healed. Kizaru was shocked, pulled out his light sword, and chopped off Orochimaru's head. As a result, the corpse plopped and turned into a puddle of mud. Again with his trick, Kizaru just turned around when the real Orochimaru appeared behind him, spitting out a Kusanagi sword to stab him. The sword went right through Kizaru's body, elementalized. Orochimaru felt a headache, but immediately covered the short sword with chakra and slashed at Kizaru again. This time, Kizaru sensed danger, dodged with a Shuinpa, but still got a bloody scratch on his face. You this guy are really insidious. Kizaru wiped off the blood, his expression finally serious, it seems. I need to get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a beam of light, kicking Orochimaru away, crashing through a dozen trees along the way. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of old blood, realizing he couldn't even see Kizaru's movements. Next came a one-sided crushing. Kizaru's speed was too fast. Orochimaru could only passively take hits, using Doton to hide in the ground, but Kizaru would blow you and the earth out together. With chakra rapidly depleting, Orochimaru knew that if this continued, he would soon be worn out. It seemed he could only use that move. Looking at the golden light approaching again, Orochimaru's eyes hardened, and the energy within him erupted instantly. White scales began to grow on his body, twisting and expanding. With a loud bang, the ground shattered. A gigantic creature, completely snow-white with 8 enormous heads, broke through the ground. I tell you, that thing was hundreds of meters tall, taking up half the island. With 8 bloody mouths roaring at the sky, the oppressive feeling was overwhelming. The residents on the island were so scared that they fled in all directions, crying for their parents. Kizaru was dumbfounded, muttering to himself, Damn, this guy is really not human. In the center of the 8-headed serpent, one of the snake heads opened its mouth, and Orochimaru's upper body emerged from inside. He coldly looked at the tiny Kizaru and said, Next, let me show you my power. As soon as he finished speaking, all 8 snake heads simultaneously sprayed a torrent of purple-black venom, pouring down on Kizaru like a torrential rain. Kizaru watched this apocalyptic scene, merely curling his lips and his body directly elementalized, allowing the venom to pass through him. The venom that fell to the ground instantly corroded the earth and trees into stinking puddles. Kizaru turned back and lazily commented, What a terrifying venom. One might die if they're not careful. Orochimaru was about to explode with anger. He had unleashed his trump card, the 8-headed serpent. Yet this monkey still had that annoying expression. Can you show some respect? Let me tell you, Orochimaru was furious at that moment, thinking to himself, You old rascal. Trying to take advantage of me. Huh? Fine. Don't blame me then. That massive body of the Yamada, no, Orochi charged forward with a clang. Its 8 heads, like starving dogs for 800 years, opened their bloody mouths wide and aimed at Kizaru. But let me tell you, Kizaru's speed was like he activated 5G. And in a flash, he was gone, leaving Orochimaru biting nothing but air. Just when Kizaru was feeling proud, guess what happened? A tail appeared above his head out of nowhere, smashing down like an old tree's roots. Kizaru thought he could elementalize to dodge, but he never expected that Orochimaru's move was an S-rank forbidden technique, specifically designed to counter flashy elementalization, directly giving him physical immunity and smashing him into the ground. With a bang, Kizaru was slammed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge pit. Let me tell you, this hit ignited his real fury. He crawled out of the pit, his expression changed, muttering that he needed to get serious, and in the next second, he flew directly to the snake's head with a moon step, suddenly pulling out a 40-meter-long lightsaber, the giant version of the Amaterasu sword. With a swift strike, one of the snake's heads fell off, just as Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking, is that it? In the next second, dear friends, you won't believe it. That severed neck, like it had been treated with hair growth serum, suddenly sprouted another head. Kizaru was stunned, not believing in evil, and went to cut another one. But the result was the same. Cut 1. Another grew back. This was infinite refills. At this moment, Orochimaru poked his head out of the snake's mouth, looking so proud, and mocked Kizaru. I might not be able to defeat you, but you definitely can't kill me. Understand? Goodness, Kizaru stopped pretending, crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his whole body radiated light brighter than the sun, directly unleashing his ultimate move. 8 feet. Xiong. Hook. Jade. I'm telling you, that scene was like a photon meteor shower, full-screen barrage attacks, booming and blowing everything around to pieces. When the dust settled, Kizaru floated overconfidently, ready to admire his masterpiece. But guess what? The Yamada no Orochi was turned into a sieve, full of holes, blood flowing like a stream. But right under Kizaru's nose, this guy's body began to wriggle, as if equipped with countless 3D printers. Hey, he was fully resurrected, unharmed. Kizaru's eyes nearly popped out, and he was dumbfounded. What? What kind of sorcery is this? Orochimaru sneered and made a bold statement. Today, if you can kill me, then Raijin is your son. At this point, they were completely at a standstill. Neither could kill the other, just staring at each other. Meanwhile, on the other side, Akainu and Akiji scene was truly abstract. They arrived at the bathroom where the celestial dragon had met his end, and they saw his sister, Charlia, cowering in the corner like a quail. While in front of her brother's corpse, there were several slave heads arranged as burial offerings. I'm telling you, even someone as ruthless as Akainu frowned at the sight. The two began to examine the body and discovered that the celestial dragon had been killed with a single heart extraction. His heart was gone. Just as they were investigating, Akainu suddenly felt something was off. Using his observation Haki, he sensed a familiar aura, but couldn't recall who it was, making him anxious and scratch his head. Akiji felt it too, and while they were brainstorming, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, and it was as if someone was giving them a hint. Suddenly, they both exclaimed in unison, Raijin. Just then, the Navy brought in a suspect named Old 8, who had some yellowish stuff on the corner of his mouth. When Akainu saw this weak-looking guy and smelled something off, he pinched his nose and declared it wasn't him, telling them to take him away. Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. Charlia, without saying a word, pulled out her ancestral pistol and shot Old 8 dead. Akainu exploded with rage, his fist cracking as he yelled at her. Didn't I say the murderer wasn't him? But the woman, as if nothing happened, floated over and said, Oh, kill the wrong one? Then let it be. It's just a worthless life. I thought to myself, how is this any different from those pirates? It's even worse, right? Akainu trembled with anger, nearly ready to punch her, but Akiji quickly held him back, whispering in his ear, Calm down. We are the Navy. We are workers. This one sentence silenced Akainu. Goodness, Akainu directly blamed Raijin for this. He felt that if Raijin hadn't killed the celestial dragon, none of this would have happened. Zopirates musti. Soon after, the celestial dragon's father arrived, and when he heard his son's heart was gone, his face turned pale as if he had seen a ghost. Without saying a word, he grabbed his daughter, lifted the corpse, and ran faster than a rabbit. This incident caused such a commotion that even the Dark King Rayleigh, who was hiding on the island, felt it. He was drinking in a bar when Shaki informed him that the celestial dragon had been killed. Rayleigh crushed the cup in his hand instantly, and his expression changed. He guessed it was Raijin and his gang who did it, and he got up to confirm it in person. Over here, when Itachi sensed the situation, he found out that Orochimaru had gone all out and immediately told Raijin, Uncle Snake has run into tough opponents. We need help. Raijin made a quick decision and left immediately. Before leaving, he mysteriously told Law to find a guy named Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid, who could help him take revenge. As a result, the two raced through the forest, and halfway there, guess who they ran into? Love at first sight. They collided head-on with Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh directly stopped them and asked straightforwardly, The celestial dragon, you killed him, right? Then he squinted and asked a more crucial question. Are you, called D? Raijin? Raijin was stunned, thinking, what the heck? My surname is Lei, not D, and I'm not some DLC exclusive character. Rayleigh saw he didn't seem to be lying, sighed, and let them go, calling out as they left. Akainu and Akiji are also here. They probably already know it's you guys, kid, don't die. Raijin and Itachi didn't linger and sped forward. Just as they left, Akainu and Akiji followed the clues to their little inn, but unfortunately, they were a step too late. The owner pointed in the direction of Peninsula 41 and said the people had gone that way. The two admirals immediately led their men to chase after them. The scene cuts back to the battlefield. Kizaru was almost exhausted, and Orochimaru was quite annoyed. Both of them seemed to be destroying the environment as they tore apart half an island, yet neither was harmed. While Kizaru was pondering why his teammates hadn't arrived yet, Orochimaru looked behind him and suddenly smiled. "You finally came back." Kizaru was taken aback, suddenly turning around to see two figures slowly walking out of the woods. One was my brother Raijin, and the other, goodness, that black-haired, red-eyed guy. Kizaru's face fell instantly. I'm telling you, he looked as green as if he had been poisoned. He must have been roaring in his heart. No way. Didn't the intel say this guy was about to kick the bucket? How is he so full of life now? My brother Leiyu stepped forward and relayed a message to Itachi. "Let me introduce you. This is not some black-haired, red-eyed guy. His name is Uchiha Itachi." I wanted to add, you can also call him Dad. The old fox Kizaru was still being sarcastic, saying, "Uchiha Itachi? Itachi God? How scary." Just then, Orochimaru jumped in, standing up and directly addressing Kizaru. "I'm your dad, Orochimaru. Call me Snake God, got it?" I was cracking up. Who understand the struggle? All the effort to look cool was shattered by that one line. This guy was getting into it, pointing at Kizaru's nose and yelling, "What are you looking at your dad for? If you're not convinced, come fight me. If I die, I'm your son." Damn, that emotional value was on point. Kizaru was so angry his fists were clenched, yet he couldn't utter a word. I realized this wouldn't work. If those two kept arguing, Akainu and Akiji would really show up. I quickly covered Orochimaru's mouth and dragged him towards the ship. Kizaru wouldn't let us leave just like that. He flashed in front of us. Leiyu didn't bother to talk, his gaze calm. "You can't stop me." Kizaru was about to say that he was an admiral, but Leiyu suddenly said, "It's getting late." Kizaru was taken aback and looked up at the sun, realizing it was time for lunch. I thought to myself, this could work? Is he really going to clock out on time? But the next second, Kizaru's body radiated golden light as he shouted, "I absolutely can't let you guys escape today. Otherwise, I won't get my salary this month." Saying this, he transformed into a beam of light and charged at us. Just as Leiyu was about to move, Itachi directly stopped him, telling him to leave it to me and to go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards that beam of light. Kizaru saw this and grinned, his mouth almost stretching to his ears, saying, "Do you want to experience being kicked at light speed too?" He disappeared in a flash. The next second, he appeared behind Itachi and kicked him. What happened next? I watched in disbelief as Itachi didn't even turn his head. He reached back and firmly grabbed Kizaru's golden glowing ankle. Kizaru was stunned, muttering, "You actually caught the light." And he caught it while facing away. Little did he know, something even more terrifying was about to happen. Itachi slowly turned his head, and Kizaru, being a bit of a fool, dared to meet Itachi's gaze. Just that one look. "Tsukuyami." As soon as Itachi spoke those two words, Kizaru instantly vanished. I tell you, that feeling is like having your soul dragged into a small red-black room, tied to a cross, and then Itachi, expressionless, stabs you again and again. For 7 days and nights, the feeling of your soul being torn apart, an infinite loop. If it weren't for Kizaru having a moment of enlightenment at the last moment, using his observation haki to break free, he would probably have gone insane in there. By the time Kizaru's consciousness returned to reality, we had already run off without a trace. He collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. At that moment, Akainu and Akiji arrived late. Akainu saw that people had escaped, and his anger flared up, grabbing Kizaru by the collar. What happened? Kizaru was also angry, shaking him off. "If you're so capable, why don't you go fight that Uchiha Itachi yourself?" After saying that, he turned and walked away. Just when the atmosphere among the three admirals was awkward, suddenly, the three of them looked up in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, towards one direction. The next second, a massive purple sword aura, damn, it was like divine punishment, boom, split the sea in half. That direction was the way we had escaped. I was on a ship at the time, and all the hairs on my body stood up. That force felt like it could vaporize both us and the ship. Thunder Feather was ready to activate his Zhu long form to withstand it. But then Shursui, without a word, directly activated Susanoo, and a giant crimson skeleton rose from the ground, holding a shield, which was the 8-span mirror. With a loud boom, that sword aura hit like it crashed into the wall of Jericho, and was completely ground away. Afterward, Shursui had sweat on his forehead, showing just how terrifying this move was. Meanwhile, on a reef dozens of miles away, a bald swordsman wearing glasses slowly sheathed his sword and softly said, "It actually blocked it." 2 days later, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku held a meeting. The three admirals, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and my unreliable grandfather Garp were all present. Old Garp was casually munching on donuts, as if nothing was happening. Sengoku, with a serious expression, announced, "Thunder Feather and his crew have escaped, and they also killed the celestial dragons." Everyone's face turned grim, except for Garp, who was still eating. Sengoku then mentioned that Shursui was not dead, indicating a major intelligence failure. Garp finally looked up and wiped his mouth. Huh? Oh, maybe he suddenly got better. Sorry about that. Sengoku was so angry, he almost had a brain hemorrhage. Then Akiji mentioned that the heart of the celestial dragons was missing, and when Garp heard this, he immediately asked if there was a supernova named Law on the island. That old man definitely knew some insider information. Finally, Sengoku cleared his throat and dropped a real bombshell. Next, let's discuss Ace. He paused, glanced at Garp, and continued, Poor gas D Ace. That is not his full name. His real name is Gold Ace. What the heck? Let me tell you, at that moment, everyone except Garp nearly had their eyes pop out. Gol? The Gol from Roger. Akainu and Kizuru were left speechless. He's Roger's son? Garp nodded heavily with a solemn expression and then silently got up to leave. He knew that the next discussion would determine his grandson's fate. Sure enough, Sengoku announced that 1 week later, Ace would be publicly executed, using the blood of the Pirate King's son to quell the anger of the world government. On the other side, my brother and I had been on the run for 7 days. The system went crazy again and assigned me a sign-in task. And guess where it was? The Nine-Snake Island of Hancock. I had to stay for a full 12 hours. When Orochimaru heard it was all snakes, he got excited. But when he found out the island was full of women and that men weren't allowed, he immediately lost interest. There was nothing I could do but sneak in alone. After a hard time finding a place, the system prompted that the timer had started, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief, only for my stomach to growl. I thought in this pitch-black place I might as well find some wild game. Then I saw some grass moving. Hey, what luck is this? I thought it was a wild boar, so I crept over, ready to pounce. But then the shadow suddenly stood up. Oh my God, it was a woman, under the moonlight, with golden hair and long legs. It was Margaret. Before I could explain myself, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Ah! Let me tell you, with that voice, she could easily compete in the 2025 season of The Voice of China. I was so startled that I almost thought I had poked a hornet's nest. Margaret initially looked terrified, but the next second, she surprisingly calmed down, her expression shifting from fear to curiosity. I swear, she actually sized me up and then pointed at my chest, innocently asking, "Why is it so flat here?" At that moment, I blurted out, "Because I'm a man and you're a woman." As soon as the words left my mouth, I wanted to slap myself. I forgot that this was Nine-Snake Island. Men are forbidden to enter. Sure enough, Margaret's face turned pale. What? You are a man. Just as she was about to scream for the second time, I couldn't hesitate any longer. I focused my gaze and boom. Using my Conqueror's Haki, I precisely targeted her, compressing the range to the smallest possible area, and knocked her out. She stiffened and fell straight back. I quickly darted over and caught her. If she fell and made a noise, I wouldn't have a peaceful night. I held her and looked around. Well, I might as well hide under the tree where I was just now. I placed her on the ground and swiftly climbed back up the tree, thinking that now I could finally have some peace. If I could get through tonight, it would be a victory. But little did I know, my small-scale Conqueror's Haki had directly alarmed the one in the palace. At that moment, Empress Hancock was lazily lying on her giant snake, holding a newspaper with the headline about Ace's execution of the celestial dragons, and my name mentioned beside it. She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and a hint of pleasure. She got up and walked to the window, unconsciously touching the mark on her back that she never wanted anyone to see. Just then, she suddenly looked up, her sharp gaze directed toward my location. Conqueror's Haki? She furrowed her brow, but that aura flashed by so quickly that she thought it was an illusion. Am I too tired? She stretched and went back to sleep. As a result, I couldn't sleep soundly all night. I just hid Margaret away, and before long, another patrolling sister came over and discovered the fainted Margaret. What could I do? For the sake of world peace, I had to use my Conqueror's Haki again to take her down and pile her up with Margaret. I thought that should work, right? But guess what happened? These sisters came at me like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, taking down one after another. And when a pair came, I took down a double. All night, I just heard the sounds of thuds. By the time dawn was approaching, I barely managed to doze off for a bit. The result was that I drooled in my sleep, and under the tree, 7 National Defense warriors were lying neatly, sleeping even sounder than I was. Not long after, I was directly woken up by a noisy commotion. I opened my eyes, and good heavens, I was surrounded. Below me, there was a sea of female warriors, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, surrounding my tree like a steel drum. The one leading them was none other than Empress Hancock. She crossed her arms and looked coldly at me in the tree. "It's you? Daring to cause trouble in my territory? Get down and kneel right now." I was half asleep at the time and got startled by this commotion. I slipped and fell with a bang, crashing down from the tree and landing awkwardly. Damn, I lost face in front of my grandma's house. I got up covered in dirt and dusted off my behind. Now, everyone could see my appearance clearly. The group of female warriors below immediately started discussing. Wow, she looks so pretty. But why is her chest flat? Yeah, look at how bulging her pants are. Is she hiding a weapon there? I felt my face turn red. How am I supposed to explain this? Just then, an old lady with a snake cane, the one known as Granny New, who was well-informed, pointed at me and screamed, "This is a man. Quick, grab him." With that command, Hancock's two younger sisters, along with a large group of people, charged towards me. But none of them noticed that the moment Hancock recognized my face, she froze in place. She realized that I was the ruthless person who had taken down the celestial dragons in the newspaper. She quickly shouted, "Wait, stop." But it was too late. The group had already rushed in front of me. I helplessly shook my head, my gaze sharpening once again. Buzz! An invisible shockwave exploded outward from me, and the female warriors at the front instantly froze, then rolled their eyes back and fell to the ground like dumplings. At this moment, the whole venue fell silent. Hancock's two younger sisters were dumbfounded. Is this the same Conqueror's Haki as sisters? Hancock twisted her alluring waist and stepped closer to me, looking up slightly. I noticed her cheeks were actually a bit red. I didn't have time to waste with her. I had a task to complete in half an hour. I got straight to the point. Boa Hancock, right? I don't want to fight. I'll leave immediately in half an hour, so don't bother me. Well, I said it was so cold that, guess what happened? Her CPU instantly overheated. She actually thought I was concerned about her, wanting her to go back and rest early. I watched her face turn as red as an apple, lowering her head and not daring to look at me. Come on, girl, your thought process is as twisted as a maze. Her two younger sisters couldn't stand it anymore and came over, saying, "Sister, why don't you grab that damn man?" Hancock shook her head and said in a dreamy voice, "No, he is. Our benefactor." As soon as those words came out, not to mention her sisters, I was stunned myself. "I took down your bodyguards. How did I become a benefactor?" Hancock lowered her head and softly explained, "Because he killed the celestial dragons." Boom. This statement was like a thunderclap. Her two sisters froze in place, the nightmares of being enslaved in childhood flooding back. That old lady was so excited that she threw her cane away and knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face as she shouted, "Thank you. Lady Snake, please be sure to treat this gentleman as our esteemed guest." The two younger sisters also came to their senses and immediately bowed deeply to me. "Thank you." Then they all turned to Hancock and said, "Sister, let him stay." As soon as I saw the situation, I was so frightened that I waved my hands repeatedly. No, that Tenryubito deserved to die. You don't need to be so polite. Just kidding. I really don't want to be any kind of VIP in this country of women. My goal is the stars and the sea. Seeing me refuse so decisively, Hancock actually showed a look of sadness, looking so pitiful. Ew, really don't want to stay? Damn, who can handle this? I quickly bit my tongue to wake myself up, and then seriously started to talk nonsense. I have more important things to do. This world is still waiting for me to save it. My words delivered a heavy blow to Hancock's heart. The way she looked at me instantly changed, filled with admiration and infatuation, as if I had become the savior destined to overthrow the world government. She clutched her chest, leaned back, her face flushed. This is the man in my heart. She gazed at me deeply. Since that's the case, I won't stand in your way. However, you must remember me, okay? In the future, I'll come to find you. I felt a chill in my heart, realizing that this time I was really in trouble. I could only force myself to nod, saying, "Yeah, I will. So can you go back first?" I pointed to the sky, indicating that I was busy here. To my surprise, she actually nodded obediently and turned to leave. Looking at her back, I suddenly remembered something, pulled out a small bottle from my pocket. This was that Uncle Snake had given me. I shouted to her, "Hancock, catch," and threw the bottle over. She caught it steadily, feeling my lingering body heat on it. Her face turned red again, and she probably thought to herself, "Is this a token of love from Lei Sang?" I didn't care what she thought and directly said, "The medicine inside, apply it to the mark on your back, and it will make it disappear." After I finished speaking, the time for my sign-in just happened to be up, and with my reward in hand, I disappeared in an instant. Back in the palace, Hancock immediately entered her chamber. She took off her top, revealing the shameful slave brand on her back. Looking at the potion in her hand, my image filled her mind. She carefully opened the bottle and applied the ointment. Instantly, a chill was followed by a piercing pain, comparable to the time when she was branded. She clutched the bedding tightly, sweating from the pain, but not a sound escaped her lips. After a long time, the pain gradually subsided, turning into a gentle feeling of comfort. She ran to the mirror, nervously opened her eyes. The ugly mark had really disappeared. It was as smooth as before, with not a single scar left. She was overjoyed and immediately called her 2 sisters to use the medicine as well. The 3 sisters finally freed themselves from the nightmare of their childhood. Just as we were leaving Amazon Lily, a Navy warship was sailing towards us, led by Vice Admiral Smoker, who was there to invite Hancock to participate in the Marineford War. On the other side, I returned to the ship with my new companions. Orochimaru and Itachi were bored, and as soon as they saw me return and were about to speak, they noticed someone following behind me. A man dressed in Western cowboy attire, tall and slender, with a long knife hanging at his waist and a cold, deep gaze. I smiled and introduced them. Let me introduce you to our new partner, Yasuo, the Unforgiven. That's right. The reward I got this time for signing in is summoning Brother So. The swift sword intent within him is ridiculously strong. I patted his shoulder and pulled him onto the ship. As soon as I got on the boat, I urged Uncle Snake to set off quickly, not wanting to stay for even a second longer. Just after we sailed out of the comm zone, a newspaper bird flew over, dropped a newspaper, and fled as if afraid I would hit it. I picked up the newspaper and looked at it. The headline read, "Ace's execution date confirmed. It's tomorrow." Below that was my news. The killer of the celestial dragons, Captain Leiyu of the God's Pirates. Further down was the news of Luffy breaking into Impel Down. Damn, how does this plot feel like it's on fast forward? My eyes narrowed, and the corners of my mouth lifted. With such a lively scene, how could I not be part of it? I immediately turned around and shouted, "Snake Uncle! Full speed ahead, target Marineford." Orochimaru stared at me in confusion and said, "Do I look like Marineford to you?" It just occurred to me that there isn't a single person on our ship who knows the way. Everyone is directionally challenged. Just as we were looking at each other in confusion, Yasuo suddenly drew his sword, pointed the tip in a direction, and said in a deep voice, "Death is like the wind, always by my side." At that moment, I had a sudden realization and began to interpret wildly for Orochimaru and Itachi. I understand. What Sasuke means is that he can sense the breath of death. And for us pirates, isn't the Navy headquarters a place of death? Following the direction he pointed to is the right thing to do. I was feeling pleased with my own wit when Yasuo quietly interrupted me, took out a pointer from his pocket, and said helplessly, "What I mean is, I have a pointer to Marinvando here." Well, looks like my bravado was for nothing. I took the helm and threw it to Uncle Snake, asking him to steer the ship. I then sat at the bow, gazing at the distant sea, my eyes becoming deep and contemplative. Meanwhile, on Nine Snake Island, Hancock was lying in bed, her face flushed, breathing rapidly, and her body burning with fever. All the doctors on the island were at a loss. Granny Nu walked into the room, saw Hancock's condition, and instantly understood. She realized it was nothing but lovesickness. Let me tell you, Granny Nu turned pale at that moment. This illness was a specialty of Nine Snake Island, and every generation of empress could fall victim to it, with no cure in sight. The previous and the one before that both perished this way. Hancock was still lying there, looking like a cooked shrimp, clutching her chest and crying out, "Granny Nu, my heart hurts so much. Am I going to die?" Granny Nu was about to tentatively mention Lei. That name, good heavens, just one word. Hancock screamed directly, reacting faster than someone trying to grab concert tickets. This confirmed it. She was completely smitten by that brat Leiyu. The 2 younger sisters turned pale upon hearing this. Was their sister going to be gone? This was unacceptable. They turned around to rush out and catch Leiyu. However, Granny Nu stopped them. It's too late. He has already disappeared without a trace. Hancock, still forcing herself to sit up, stubbornly said, Don't disturb him." I'm fine. I really can't believe it. Almost dying and still holding on. At this critical moment, a patriotic soldier rushed in, saying that the Navy's warship had arrived at the shore, and a lieutenant general specifically requested to see the Empress. These Navy people couldn't come earlier or later, but chose this moment to arrive, definitely not for anything good. As soon as Hancock heard this, she forgot about her illness. Her gaze instantly turned cold, and she struggled to get out of bed. "Let's go see what tricks they are up to. Oh my queen, can your little body handle it?" Sandasonia was extremely worried, but Hancock completely ignored her and headed straight outside. Granny Nu had no choice but to have someone bring a palanquin for her to sit in. When they reached the seaside, the lieutenant general called Weasel was already waiting impatiently, thinking to himself about the spectacle. A warlord of the sea, quite a big deal. Hancock was still in a palanquin when her cold and proud voice came out. "What do you want with me?" Weasel didn't dare to beat around the bush and got straight to the point. We hope you will participate in the upcoming battle against the Whitebeard pirates as a warlord of the sea. Guess what happened next? A cold laugh came from the palanquin. Oh, what if I refuse? Weasel was prepared and directly revealed his trump card. If you refuse, your warlord of the sea status will be revoked. Ha! Ha! Hancock's arrogant laughter erupted from the palanquin. I don't want to participate in your so-called battle. However, the position of warlord of the sea is mine. Also, all the supplies on your ship belong to me. As soon as she finished speaking, the curtain was pulled back, and the Empress got out of the palanquin. Let me tell you, those Navy soldiers were drooling, as if they hadn't seen a woman in 800 years. Weasel's face turned green with anger, watching his subordinates as if they were possessed, ready to move the supplies from the ship to the Empress. Do you think I would accept your demands? Weasel roared. Hancock went into queen mode, flicked her hair, and her aura was absolutely stunning. Do you know why I'm always forgiven no matter what I do? The Navy below collectively shook their heads like they were in sync. Exactly. It's because I'm just too beautiful. She struck a signature pose, and with a languid sweet breeze, all the Navy men, one by one, turned into stone statues. Except for Weasel, who stabbed his palm with a small knife to stay awake. Hancock couldn't be bothered to look at him, turned around, and went back to the palanquin, heading straight back to the palace. Weasel stood alone on the shore, looking at a ship full of stone men, his face as dark as a pot bottom, utterly stunned. On the way back to the palace, Granny Nu was extremely worried and earnestly advised her, saying that without the warlord of the sea status, Amazon Lily would be in danger. But Hancock was stubborn and refused to agree. Just when it seemed there was no other way, Granny Nu, being incredibly clever, thought of something and said softly, Lady Snake Princess, perhaps. That thunder feather. I tell you, the moment the name Leiyu was mentioned, Hancock's eyes lit up instantly. It was like a hungry wolf spotting meat, staring intently at Granny Nu. Leiyu? What's wrong with him? Maybe he will also appear in this war? Who understands this among the family? Just this one sentence. 10 minutes. Just 10 minutes. Hancock made a swift turn and descended like a queen before the still bandaging flying squirrel, looking down with overwhelming authority. This king has agreed. After saying that, she casually lifted the petrification from that group of Navy. The flying squirrel was left dumbfounded on the spot. The contrast was too great. What is the structure of this woman's thought process? But as long as she agreed, he could finally go back and report. When do we leave? Hancock asked coldly. It's best to leave now. Hancock nodded, gave a few instructions to Granny Nu, and without looking back, boarded the Navy's warship. Inside the cabin, she covered her chest with both hands, her cheeks flushed, her eyes dreamy, murmuring, I have arrived, Liu Sin. Oh my God. 1 second she was the aloof queen, and the next she was charging for love. Isn't this the pure love warrior? At this moment, at the pinnacle of power in the world, in Mariehua, a mysterious shadow sat on the void throne, lordom. Below, the usually imposing 5 elders were kneeling on the ground like 5 quails, their sweat soaking their clothes. Why? Because lordom was furious. The celestial dragons had been killed again. A voice from the throne, indistinguishable between male and female, proclaimed, He probably knows that taboo. I cannot allow another person to know the taboo. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders didn't dare to breathe. Once Im's shadow disappeared, the 5 of them dared to crawl up, each looking like they had just been fished out of water. To quell Lord Im's anger and to divert the world attention, they decided they must carry out Ace's execution clearly. Let Sabo go too. We can't afford any accidents. The old man with the cane issued a death order, directly summoning the former Marine Admiral, now the Commander-in-Chief of the world government. This was serious. A day later, at Marineford, the entire Marine headquarters had turned into a massive powder keg, the tension reaching its peak. Ace, handcuffed with sea prism stone, was led onto the highest execution platform. Below were hundreds of thousands of elite Marines, with heavy cannons ominously aimed at the sea. On the platform, the 7 warlords lined up. Doflamingo stood in the center, looking arrogant, as if he had "I'm here" to cause trouble written on his face. Mihawk was meditating. And where was our love-charging Empress? Of course, she was frantically scanning the crowd for her Thunderlord. Above them were the 3 admirals, Akinu, Kazuru, and Akiji, just sitting there, exuding a pressure that almost overflowed the screen. At the highest point stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp side by side. Sengoku looked down, knowing that all the ships monitoring the Whitebeard pirates had been taken out and not a single bit of news had come through, making him increasingly uneasy. He walked to the center of the execution platform, picked up the transponder snail, and was about to unveil a shocking secret to the whole world. Volga Diaz. Say your father's name. Ace's gaze was resolute. My old man is Whitebeard. No. Sengoku directly denied it. Then began to tell the world a story that had been sealed for 20 years. It was about Ace's mother, the great Portgas Rouge, and how she used her willpower to keep her child in her womb for a full 20 months, deceiving the entire world just to protect his life. As he concluded, Sengoku took a deep breath and shouted with all his might. 1 year and 3 months after your father died, the child who inherited the most evil bloodline in this world was born. Your father is Pirate King Gold. Roger. Boom. Let me tell you, the whole world exploded. Everyone was dumbfounded. The son of the Pirate King. This news was more explosive than a bomb. Ace completely collapsed. His greatest shame and secret had been laid bare before the entire world. Just as the crowd was still in shock, the gates of justice suddenly opened, and the sea was dark with a swarm of ships. All 43 pirate crews under Whitebeard had arrived. But Sengoku was even more anxious because he hadn't seen Whitebeard himself or any of his 14 captains. Hee. Is it about to start? Doflamingo was excitedly rubbing his hands. Suddenly, inside Crescent Bay, the sea surged violently, and a massive shadow emerged from beneath the water. With a thunderous roar, the Moby Dick, Whitebeard's flagship, with a gleaming coat, burst out of the sea. Following that, 3 other ships appeared in succession, with Whitebeard and his captains prominently featured. The legendary man walked up to the bow of the ship with a kingly stride, looking at Ace on the execution platform, calmly as if taking a stroll in his backyard. Wait a moment for me, Ace. The aura around him made it seem as if the 100,000 Marines were nothing but air. Ace looked at that towering figure, tears streaming down his face as he screamed, Dad. Whitebeard let out a cold laugh, took a stance, and with both fists slammed into the air on either side. Let me tell you, the scene shattered the air like glass. This was the power of the strongest man in the world, the Tremor Fruit. Ace on the platform cried out in agony. It's all my fault. I didn't listen to advice. Why did you all come to save me? Just let me fend for myself. Whitebeard interrupted him with an undeniable tone. I told you to go, son. Beside him, Marco immediately chimed in, along with all the captains. In unison. That's right. We can all testify. It was Dad's order. Sorry for making you suffer, Ace. I tell you, that scene, that spirit, instantly ignited. Marco stepped forward and declared with dominance. On this sea, everyone knows what happens to those who offend our comrades. Just a mere Marine headquarters. Be prepared. Ace watched all of this, frozen. He remembered back in the day when he was just a hot-headed kid, determined to challenge the strongest man in the world, only to be defeated in an instant, utterly crushed. Just when he was at his lowest point, Whitebeard extended his hand to him and said a life-changing sentence. Kid, be my son. Let me tell you, from that day on, Dad directly kidnapped Ace onto the ship. But this kid is no ordinary character, right? Every day, he was performing 100 different ways to assassinate Dad. Sleeping, daydreaming, eating, seizing the opportunity to charge at him. But what happened? Each time, he was flicked away by Whitebeard with just a finger. After failing stubbornly 100 times, this thick-headed fool finally sensed something was off. Why were these people not only not beating him up, but also treating him so well? He ran to ask Marco, Hey, why do you all call that old man Dad? Marco laughed warmly and said, Because he calls us his sons. Family, who understands? We, this group of people, were all wild kids, unloved by our parents outside. Suddenly, someone is willing to call us that. Even if it's just a title, it makes us incredibly happy. Just this one sentence completely broke Ace's defenses. He lowered his head, and tears welled up in his eyes. Ace, who had never submitted to anyone throughout his life at that moment, willingly tattooed Whitebeard's symbol on his back, acknowledging him as his father. Later, Ace even secretly went to find Whitebeard and revealed the shocking secret that he was the son of Pirate King Roger. And guess what? After hearing it, Whitebeard didn't even raise an eyebrow, laughed heartily, and said, I thought it was something big, but it's just this. No matter who you were born to, everyone is a child of the sea. I'm telling you, it's this man who completely changed Ace. So now you understand why Ace went berserk and recklessly chased after Teach when he later heard that the captain of the 4th Division was killed by Blackbeard. He was willing to risk his life to protect his father's reputation. Bringing my thoughts back to the present, Ace is kneeling on the execution platform, watching his family below fighting desperately for him, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, filled with guilt. Just then, Whitebeard made his move. Goodness. He slammed his hands down into the air. Tsunamis hundreds of meters high swept towards the Marine headquarters like the end of the world. The Marines below immediately wet themselves. trembling with fear. Is this the power of the world's strongest man? What are we even fighting for? Sengoku's face turned pale as he shouted into the transponder snail, "Whitebeard, this guy can destroy the world." As soon as he finished speaking, war erupted completely. But just as the tsunami was about to engulf everything, one of the admirals, Akiji, flew into the air, thrusting his hands down, and with a crack, the entire tsunami was instantly frozen into a giant ice sculpture. That's not all. He casually created several ice spears and shot them at Whitebeard. Dad didn't even bother to look, throwing another punch into the air, shattering the ice spears and sending shockwaves that nearly crushed Akiji. Akiji, being clever, instantly elementalized to dodge and fell into the sea, freezing the entire bay into an ice rink. Now, the morale of the Marines surged, and the pirates were excited too. No need for boats. They could charge directly across the ice. Fire! Hit them hard! A commander named Yunlong shouted until his voice was hoarse, as hundreds of cannons fired like crazy. But who were they up against? The powerful men from the New World, led by 14 captains, could not be stopped. Just as both sides were killing each other with fervor, the real big shot appeared. The world's #1 swordsman, Mihawk, made his move. He slowly drew his black sword, Yoru, from his back, and with a casual wave towards Whitebeard in the distance, unleashed a green slash that could split the heavens. What happened? Whitebeard didn't even move, because his son, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Jozu, transformed into Diamond and deflected the attack. The high-ranking Marines turned green, not only because Whitebeard's crew was strong, but also because the variable they feared the most, Enel, had not yet appeared. According to intelligence, this guy had a good relationship with Luffy and Ace, and if he showed up to stir the pot, it would be disastrous. They still didn't know that at this moment, 40 nautical miles away, a flashy dragon-shaped giant ship was racing across the sea. Reiju was anxiously hopping at the bow of the ship, while Itachi looked calm beside him, and Yasuo, at the helm, had a helpless expression. Why? Because they could have arrived early, but guess what? Uncle Snake, our dear Orochimaru, misread the log pose. Can you believe that? A total geography idiot. To not miss the big show, Reiju had to have Uncle Snake act as the human engine at the back of the ship, going full throttle. On the battlefield, the scene unfolded like a movie. Akainu could no longer sit still, jumping into the fray with a magma fist, only to destroy a vice ship. While another punch was caught by Whitebeard's sword, who taunted him. Your fire's only good for lighting birthday candles, Magma Boy. Just as things were at a standstill. Little Oars, the giant bigger than a mountain, charged out. He withstood countless cannon fire, tearing a hole in the Marine defense line, heading straight for Ace on the execution platform. He was so close, just a meter away from touching Ace. Unfortunately, Doflamingo made his move, using his string fruit to cut off one of Oar's legs, causing him to crash down right in front of Ace. Ace watched this scene, utterly broken. At that moment, his grandfather Garp, who didn't know when he had sat beside him, was crying like a child. Ace, you bastard, why didn't you listen to me and join the Marines? Ace looked at Garp, tears streaming down his face, heartbroken, unable to say a word. Just as this emotional moment unfolded, Sengoku seized the opportunity, picking up a megaphone and coldly announcing, "In 3 minutes, execution will commence." The entire battlefield exploded in an instant. The pirates frantically began to fight, racing against time with death. Whitebeard was so furious he was trembling all over, lifting his sword and personally stepping into the fray, slowly walking towards the execution platform. Sengoku, expressionless, watched the timer as the executioner raised his blade high. 59. 58. At that critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the sky, the tone completely out of place for this battlefield. "Damn you, Orochimaru, I told you to slow down, not speed up. There's south no road ahead." Everyone instinctively looked up, and the whole place froze. The Empress Hancock's heart fluttered at the sound, her lovesickness instantly cured. Her eyes filled with stars. A giant, cool dragon ship burst out from the top of the frozen tsunami, flying through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc. "My electronic Buddha, what kind of operation is this?" The ship is flying. It's flying in the sky. The tail of the ship spewed white smoke, and upon closer inspection, that was a human-shaped engine. Reiju stood there with his arms crossed, on the most prominent dragon's head, staring at the execution platform hundreds of meters away, muttering to himself, calculating the Pythagorean theorem and quadratic functions. Sengoku, Garp, and the 3 admirals shouted in unison, "Reiju!" The entire world went crazy. Wasn't this the rookie who recently took down the Celestial Dragons? How dare he come here? Whitebeard even found it amusing. This kid is interesting. Sengoku's face turned dark, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone, bring him down." In an instant, the ship in the sky became a live target. A commander named Yunlong was especially ruthless, directly ordering the heavy artillery from Wano country to be brought up, the cannon mouth big enough to fit 4 or 5 people. Fire! Blast them to hell! Countless cannonballs, along with the simultaneous attacks from the 3 admirals, red, yellow, and blue, 3-colored energy blasts, came raining down. Everyone thought the ship was doomed. What happened next? A guy wearing a straw hat just stood there, and with a hum, a transparent windshield appeared around the ship. All attacks hitting it simply vanished. Just like a mud cow entering the sea, they disappeared into thin air. Even the attacks from the 3 admirals were the same. The entire place fell silent, even forgetting to breathe. Mihawk was directly stunned, muttering, "That is, sword intent." The man named Yasuo sheathed his sword, and with a clang, as the wind wall dissipated, his weathered voice echoed throughout the battlefield. On the long road ahead, only the sword is my companion. Mihawk's battle spirit surged instantly, the black sword in his hand trembling. Finally, another swordsman appeared who piqued his interest. Sengoku and Garp were also stunned. Who is this guy? As the dragon ship drew ever closer, suddenly, it began to fall. Goodness, Reiju's complex calculations had gone wrong. Uncle Snake was still blowing wind at the back, causing the ship to drop even faster. Just as Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking it was a group of clowns, Reiju directly used Moonwalk to fly out from the ship, heading straight for the execution platform. This roller coaster-like maneuver left everyone dumbfounded. "You can't die here, Ace," Reiju shouted with a smile. But Sengoku also shouted, "Time's up. Execute immediately." 2 gleaming blades, cold as ice, came down towards Ace's neck. Ace closed his eyes. It was over. There was no time left. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood shot out, but the ones who fell were the 2 executioners. They still carried the power of the wind. In the distance, Yasuo had drawn his sword without anyone noticing. The entire pirate crew was stunned for a second, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Ace was not dead. The tide of battle instantly turned, the Navy's morale plummeted, and they were pushed back relentlessly. Sengoku's eyes turned red with anger as he stared fiercely at the incoming Raikyu. "You damned pirate!" Raikyu had already landed on the execution platform, grinning cheekily. "Oh, am I still a pirate who shouldn't die?" As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he was by Ace's side, reaching out to save him. "No way." Sengoku's body shone with golden light, transforming into a giant golden Buddha dozens of meters tall, and smashed down with a punch. Ace shouted, "Run, Raikyu." Instead, Raikyu laughed. "I told you you won't die." His right arm instantly transformed into a dragon, covered in crimson scales, and he met that giant golden fist with a punch. Bang! A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the execution platform beneath their feet began to crack and shatter. Sengoku increased his strength, and purple flames ignited on Raikyu's arm as he struck again. Boom! The entire execution platform was shattered by the shockwave from their clash. Amidst the billowing dust, Sengoku rushed in to look for them, only to see Carp crawling out of the ruins, covered in dirt, while Raikyu and Ace were nowhere to be found. Sengoku clenched his fists, his face dark enough to drip water. Ace had been rescued. On the other side, Raikyu had already brought Ace to Whitebeard, directly tossing him over. "You should be able to unlock the sea stone handcuffs on him, right?" Whitebeard smirked disdainfully. "Kid, don't underestimate me." With that, he reached out toward the handcuffs from a distance, and crack. The hard sea stone handcuffs were shattered. Freed, Ace looked at Raikyu and thanked him, then turned to face Whitebeard, his face full of guilt. I'm sorry, Dad. It's all my fault." Before he could finish his sentence, Whitebeard pulled him tightly into his embrace, his voice gentle beyond words. "Silly boy, we are family, and there's no need for apologies among family." Ace was instantly stunned in his father's embrace. I tell you, in the next second, this guy just couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked around at the captains and brothers, and his eyes were full of warmth, with no hint of disdain. Who understands this feeling, when the whole world has abandoned you, but suddenly you realize you still have a home? Ace suddenly knelt down, crying uncontrollably, feeling like he was going to cry out all the grievances of his life. Just as this emotional scene was unfolding, this kid Leyu quietly leaned in close to Ace's ear and dropped a bombshell. "By the way, Sabo is not dead." "What the hell?" Ace was completely stunned, shivering all over. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. staring intently at Leiyu. Leiyu still acted like a master, mysteriously saying, "I don't know exactly where he is, but if you want to see him, just stay alive," and then went to find Whitebeard, hiding his accomplishments and fame, leaving Ace standing there with his CPU overheating. He walked up to Whitebeard, and the aura he exuded was impressive, not at all lacking. Whitebeard joked with him. "Kid, do you want to be my son too?" Leiyu waved his hand. "Stop joking. Let's get serious. Ace has been rescued. You guys should retreat, right?" Upon hearing this, Whitebeard sensed something was off. There was a hidden meaning in the boy's words. As a result, Leiyu looked around the battlefield, his eyes shining with madness, and said something that left everyone speechless. "Don't you think taking down the Navy headquarters is an interesting thing to do?" Whitebeard was dumbfounded. He had never seen such audacity in his long life. Just when he thought about advising this madman not to court death, a huge rumble echoed from the sky. Guess what? A capsized ship fell down. It was like dumplings falling from the sky with a bunch of people. The moment I saw that familiar entrance, I knew the main characters had arrived. Leiyu remained calm, turned to Whitebeard, and said, "That's my brother Luffy. He's also here to rescue Ace. Please take him along." After saying that, he turned to leave, looking effortlessly cool. Whitebeard was so amused, he was almost angry. "Who the hell are you? How dare you order me around?" But looking at Leiyu's determined back, the long dormant blood in his heart seemed to ignite again. Just as he hesitated whether to go crazy too, Luffy was already running over, shouting Ace's name and embracing him. Whitebeard sighed deeply. Well, it was more important to take the kids home first. He lifted his weapon and slammed it down, shouting to everyone, "Ace has been rescued. Everyone retreat." On the Navy side, how could they let this happen? The former admiral and current commander, Sengoku, directly grabbed the megaphone. All Navy, full force to intercept. "We can't lose this battle." When the Navy heard the old leader had spoken, they charged forward like they were on adrenaline. Just as it was about to turn into chaos, suddenly, a strange wind rose up, forming a massive wind wall right in front of the Navy. Following that, a graceful figure darted through the crowd. And with each shout of Hasaji, large groups of Navy soldiers were swept into the sky. Let me tell you that scene. Yasuo single-handedly took out 30 of the pursuing Navy. The rest were so scared they didn't dare to charge forward. Akainu was furious, and with a punch, he blasted the wind wall away with magma. But what was behind that wind wall? Just the four of them, standing tall and blocking tens of thousands of Navy soldiers. Akainu's eyes turned red. Akiji was puzzled. "You have no ties with Whitebeard. Why help them?" Leiyu ignored him, cracked his neck, and stood in a line with Itachi, Orochimaru, and Yasuo, then smirked and declared to the world, "We are the gods. To all at the Navy headquarters, please give us guidance." With a bang, the aura of the four exploded. The whole world was stunned. Everyone watching the live broadcast was wondering what this madman was doing. For people challenging the Navy headquarters, looking for death. This guy understood shonen manga. He knew how to trend. Sengoku was so angry he directly ordered, "Capture the god pirates with all your might. Leave them here." Just as the Navy's vice admirals were about to move, Hawkeye Mihawk from the Shichibukai stepped forward, dragging his black blade, Knight. He fixed his gaze on Yasuo, looking at him like he had found a long-lost CP, and directly introduced himself. "I am Hawkeye Mihawk. This blade is the supreme blade." "Black blade, Knight." "Swordsman, state your name." Yasuo drew his sword. "The Wind Blade Master." "Yasuo?" Goodness, a sacred duel between swordsmen. Everyone else automatically retreated. This was the highest form of respect. The two instantly clashed. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere. The sword energy was so intense it cracked the thick ice beneath them. Hawkeye was increasingly shocked as he discovered Yasuo's swordsmanship had reached the extremes of speed, accuracy, and lethality. Especially the speed, so fast that even with observation Haki, he could barely keep up. After fighting for a while, they both realized that ordinary sword techniques wouldn't determine the victor. Hawkeye suddenly stopped and began to boast. "I've sat on this world's #1 position for too long. It's been too boring. Today, I will use 200 of my strength to defend it." The stance he took felt like he could split the entire island in half. A huge, emerald green slash tore through the sky and the sea, heading straight for Yasuo. Yasuo looked at that world-destroying move, not dodging or evading, but rather excitedly shouted, "Death is like the wind, always with me." Then, he sheathed his sword, bent down, and assumed a draw stance. Just as Hawkeye's attack was about to reach his face, Yasuo shouted, "Ha-sa-ki," and suddenly drew his sword. What the hell? A deep blue sword energy accompanied by a several hundred-meter-high tornado surged forward. It completely shattered Hawkeye's strike. Then, the tornado continued unabated, directly sweeping Hawkeye into the sky. In midair, Hawkeye was stunned. I lost? Then Yasuo's voice rang in his ear. This is just the beginning. In the next second, the gale absolute slash. Yasuo transformed into multiple phantoms in the air, unleashing a flurry of attacks on Hawkeye. By the time Hawkeye fell to the ground with a thud, he was already a bloody mess, covered in countless sword marks. As soon as Yasuo landed, I knew that old Akainu wouldn't play fair. He directly launched a sneak attack from behind, a magma punch coming in hot. Hawkeye, lying on the ground, didn't even have time to shout. Just as the punch was about to hit, a flash of blue light passed. Akainu's magma arm was cleanly severed. It fell with a thud onto the ice. Akainu was so scared he nearly lost his soul, hurriedly retreating while elementalizing. He was horrified to find that Yasuo's sword seemed to be able to ignore his elementalization. Turning around, Yasuo's sword was radiating an even stronger energy, looking mockingly at Akainu. At this moment, Leiyu, Itachi, and Orochimaru also walked up to his side. The four of them once again facing off against Akainu. I tell you, the four of us just stood there, staring at the three admirals across from us. On my side, Leiyu directly entered taunting mode, shouting at Akainu's ugly face. Yo, Akainu, almost got killed while trying to sneak attack, aren't you embarrassed? Akainu's face turned dark immediately, his fist cracking as he gritted his teeth and asked, What did you call me? Leiyu's mouth was truly sharp, like a continuous tap. Akainu, what's wrong, Akainu? Don't like it, Akainu. Can't hear me, Akainu? Goodness, Akainu almost had a heart attack on the spot, trembling all over, looking like he was about to charge over and fight to the death. But he didn't dare, probably remembering the various unscientific abilities we had on our side. And he managed to hold it in. He called it being steady. I spit, just admit you're scared. Kizaru and Akiji quickly came over to stand beside him, the three of them looking like door gods, their expressions extremely serious. Let me tell you, at this moment, everyone in front of live screens around the world has gone crazy. Just now, they were still savoring the incredible battle between Yasuo and Hawkeye. And now we're about to start the second round? The bullet comments are exploding with all kinds of remarks. Can these guys really take on the Navy? Are you kidding? Even the four emperors wouldn't dare to play like this. Hold on. The three admirals haven't made their move yet. Of course, some people have already started to support Yasuo. That swordsman wielding the wind is too cool. And it seems like the title of the world's best is about to change hands. While the atmosphere on our side is tense on the other side, Whitebeard and his crew have successfully retreated with Ace. On the way, Luffy even bumped into Rayleigh, the Dark King, and after a few murmurs, Rayleigh greeted Whitebeard and directly took Luffy away. But they don't know that behind them, an old trickster is hiding behind the rocks, spying on them. Who is it? Blackbeard Teach. This guy, with a big gold chain around his neck and rings on every finger, looks like a nouveau riche, and is intently staring at Whitebeard through a telescope. He initially had a beautiful plan, thinking that after Whitebeard and the Navy fight to a standstill, he could swoop in to pick up the pieces and conveniently take Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. What happened instead? We barged in and directly rescued Ace, ruining his entire plan. Blackbeard was immediately filled with anger, wishing he could swallow us whole. But he is still not willing to give up and keeps thinking about Whitebeard's fruit. So he continues to hang back at a distance. However, when he sees that Whitebeard's side is strong and well-equipped, he considers giving up. Just then, something strange happens. He watches as Whitebeard, alone, boards a small boat, separates from the main force, and heads straight towards the Navy headquarters. Blackbeard is stunned. What is this old man up to? Is he going back to deliver himself up? A thought flashes through his mind. Should he make a move now? But the next second, he extinguishes that thought. Are you kidding? That's Whitebeard. Even a dead camel is bigger than a horse. Without absolute certainty, he wouldn't dare to act. In the end, he grits his teeth and decides to follow along, just in case there is an opportunity. The scene shifts back to our side. The three admirals are still hesitating, not daring to advance. I suspect they've been psychologically scarred by us. Just at this awkward moment, an even older man can't stand it any longer. Who is it? The Supreme Commander of the World Government, Steelbone Kong. A monster from an even older generation than Garp. He walks out from behind, twisting his neck and scolding. Why are the young ones so timid nowadays? With this little courage, how can they be admirals? Sengoku was about to explain, but was interrupted by him. All right, let me ignite this battle. After saying that, he doesn't care about anyone else, and, like a reckless youth, heads straight towards us. And Garp? Goodness, he is still back there eating donuts. But his gaze is fixed on me, probably pondering what I intend to do. He has no idea that my challenge to the Navy was purely a whim, thinking that a time traveler should do something grand. As a result, Orochimaru and the others are treating me like a favorite, letting me do whatever I want. It's incredible. As soon as Steelbone Kong makes his entrance, the Navy soldiers automatically clear a path. He walks over to the three admirals and snorts coldly. If you one team make a move, then I'll take on this kid. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged over. Yasuo reacted the fastest, swinging his sword to unleash a blade of energy. Guess what happened? The old man didn't T-dodge or evade. His whole body suddenly turned pitch black with armament Haki, and he took the blow head-on, leaving only a white mark on him, without even breaking his Haki. As soon as I looked, my pupils shook, and the armed color was about to flow out. Isn't this the flowing cherry domineering? Just as Itachi was about to go up, I stopped him. I'll handle this. This guy is not simple. I'm not joking. This is an old monster from the previous era. I must meet him personally. I trembled at the scene. My arms transformed into dragon-like limbs, and I coated them with Haki, charging straight at him. Ha ha ha, kid, is it just you? Aren't you afraid that this old man will bully you? Steelbone Kong laughed heartily. One of me is enough to handle you. I laughed wildly as well, my fist covered in crimson scales, smashing towards his face. Steelbone Kong didn't dodge either, meeting my punch with his own. Here comes the amazing part. A purplish-red, transparent halo appeared around his fist. Then it exploded with a bang. I was sent flying dozens of meters away, as if hit by a cannonball. Family, who understands? My fist didn't even touch his fist, and I was blown away by that force. I struggled to stand up. A sweet taste rose in my throat, and a mouthful of blood surged out. That blow almost shattered my internal organs. My heart sank. It seemed I had underestimated these old Navy guys, especially Carp. That old man definitely knows this move. He didn't even use his full strength when he fought us before. No way, if I can't win, I'll cheat. I silently chanted in my heart. System, upgrade my armament Haki. Ding. Upgrading Flowing Sakura requires 300 points, and max level requires 1,000 points. Fortunately, I have enough points. No more nonsense. Max it out. Ding. Consumed 1,000 points. Upgrade successful. In an instant, I felt the armament Haki on my arm completely change. Flowing through my body like water, the aura stronger than before by at least 10 times. This is Flowing Sakura. On the opposite side, Steelbone Kong also noticed my transformation, frowning. Is this also Flowing Sakura? This kid, from a distance, Carp's eyes were almost popping out. He felt my Flowing Sakura Haki was not like something just learned, but rather like that of a seasoned practitioner who had trained for decades. He was completely stunned. Half a month ago, this kid couldn't do this. What kind of monster is this? Steelbone Kong looked at me. His expression changed from initial disdain to immense excitement. His fighting spirit soared, and his aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. Come on, Thunderfeather, let me have a good fight. Can I not be excited? My fighting spirit instantly surged as I shouted at him. Steelbone Heir, today, you will be my stepping stone to become the Emperor. That's right. I will use this battle to establish my title as the 5th Emperor. As soon as I said this, the entire audience was in an uproar. What? He wants to become Emperor? Is he crazy? Everyone looked at me like a joke, but I couldn't be bothered with them. My figure flashed as I charged forward, engaging Steelbone in a fierce battle. This time, it was truly a clash of fists, a pure brawl. I threw a punch, he threw a punch, abandoning all techniques. Just pure brute force. The speed was so fast that everyone could only see after images. With each collision, the ice beneath us exploded into large craters. The scene was nothing short of cataclysmic. The three admirals had to use observation Haki just to barely keep up with our movements, while the vice admirals and soldiers had long retreated hundreds of meters away, as the residual pressure from our Haki left them gasping for air. We fought for half a day, neither of us able to gain the upper hand. Steelbone Kong suddenly jumped back, looking at me excitedly, and said, "Kid, the warm-up is over. Now I'm going to get serious, so don't hold back." As he spoke, his aura surged again. I was startled. Could he still be a devil fruit user? I saw his clothes tear apart with a rip, and his body began to swell uncontrollably. 10 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters. Finally, he transformed into a giant ape over 300 meters tall, covered in black fur, exuding the ferocity of a beast. Animal type, ancient species, ape fruit, great strength Kong form. He bellowed, "Kid, unleash the power within you, or today you will undoubtedly die." After saying that, his fist, resembling a meteorite, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, came crashing down towards me. At that moment, I truly felt the threat of death. I couldn't hold back any longer. Boom! Countless purple demon flames erupted from my body, enveloping me into a massive fireball. Just as Steelbone's fist was about to hit, a fully dragonized arm reached out from the flames to meet that giant fist. Boom! Between the two fists, a red-black energy sphere flickered wildly. A terrifying energy storm sweeping across the battlefield. The sky darkened, and the sea surged with towering waves. Soldiers in the distance were knocked out, foaming at the mouth, collapsing in droves. As the flames dissipated, my new form emerged. My upper clothes exploded, replaced by scarlet dragon scales. My hair transformed into an eerie purple. Dragon horns sprouted from my forehead, and my height soared to 7 or 8 meters. In my little dragon form, I was tiny compared to the 300-meter tall Steelbone, like an ant. But this ant managed to withstand his world-destroying punch. Not bad for a strength. Steelbone, I chuckled softly and beckoned him with my finger. Come on, use your strength to please me. Otherwise, today will be the day of shame for your navy. As soon as I finished speaking, my figure flickered and instantly appeared in front of his chest, delivering a punch. Steelbone tried to retract his fist for defense, but he was too slow. Bang! In the astonished eyes of everyone, Steelbone's 300-meter tall body was sent flying like a cannonball by my punch. The direction he flew, well, it was precisely towards a Navy headquarters office building. Boom, 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 a series of loud noises. The Navy headquarters was directly reduced to ruins by its own commander. Akainu saw his home being destroyed and went completely mad, magma erupting all over as he charged at me. But just as he took off, Itachi Susanoo unleashed a crimson giant fist from the sky, slamming him back to the ground. I won't let you disturb the Captain-S battle, Itachi said coldly. Akainu got up and attacked Itachi like a mad dog. But what was the result? He either hit an illusion or a clone, not even touching the hem of Itachi's clothes, making him scream in frustration. Akiji and Kizaru wanted to help, but Yasuo and Orochimaru blocked their way. Kizaru's face turned green, thinking, why is this unkillable guy back again? P.S. Simply a persistent ghost. When Sengoku saw the 3 admirals being held back, he could no longer contain himself, roaring as he transformed into the Golden Buddha, charging towards me in midair. I looked at the imposing Sengoku, my eyes turned cold. With a flash, I attached my flowing cherry blossom aura and kicked directly at him. Goodness, let me tell you, this old man Sengoku really thinks of himself as a big deal. He still wants to reach out and grab me? Dream on. With my half-human, half-dragon form, combined with the flowing cherry blossom aura, how could he block it with his head? Then I heard a crisp crack, and his shiny golden arm was instantly twisted like a pretzel, turning a full 360 degrees. He flew like a cannonball, crashing into the ground, directly kicked back from his Buddha form into the human realm. A mouthful of old blood sprayed out as if it were free. I guessed his internal organs were nearly shattered by my impact. He lay there in the pit, staring at the sky, his eyes full of confusion, probably contemplating whether he should retire. Family, who understands? I told them not to mess with me, yet they insisted on coming to deliver themselves. At this moment, the other battlefields were also in chaos. Akiji and Kizaru wanted to come help, but they couldn't get away at all. Let me tell you, the worst off has to be Akainu. That guy completely lost it, chasing after Itachi Uchiha like a mad dog. And what happened? Itachi activated the basic form of Susanoo and, like walking a dog, pressed him to the ground and rubbed him in. Not even the 3 great artifacts could help. Akainu used all his strength but couldn't even break through his defense, ending up with a bruised face while Itachi didn't even get a speck of dust on him. It was basically a large-scale domestic violence scene. Akiji was also helpless, encountering Yasuo, the wind guy. All his ranged attacks were blocked by that wind wall, resulting in ineffective output. The freezing moment only lasted less than a second before being broken by Yasuo's sword intent, making him feel extremely frustrated. Kizaru's situation was the most peculiar, dancing with Orochimaru. Kizaru's lasers were flashing everywhere, but couldn't hit anything, while Orochimaru transformed into the Yamata no Orochi, spraying venom everywhere, creating a scene filled with smoke and chaos where no one could see what was happening inside, but it was quite noisy. The Navy personnel saw this and panicked, thinking if this broadcast continued, they would be left in their underwear, so they quickly cut the signal. The audience around the world exploded, seeing the most exciting part and then getting a black screen. Now the whole world was guessing if the Navy was done for. Trafalgar Law, on the other hand, saw it clearly, stood up and left with his crew, casually dropping a line that this sea would boil, raising his status. In the distance, Whitebeard also arrived with his fleet, and upon seeing the ruins of the Navy headquarters, everyone was shocked, especially feeling my presence. Their pupils trembled. In the further shadows, Blackbeard, that old schemer, was also spying, and he even took out a small notebook to write down my name, as if he was including me in his death note. However, after glancing at the situation, he realized there was no opportunity to take advantage today, so he scurried away. On my side, I've already crippled the warring states, and it seems there are no major issues with Itachi and the others. With a shift in my gaze, I directly locked onto the just-risen Steelbone Kong. This old man is the true mastermind behind the scenes. He looked at the ruins of the headquarters, trembling with anger, but he also knew that my current power had already crushed him. However, he didn't back down. Instead, he began to overdraw his life force, pushing all his armed color Haki to the limit, preparing to fight me to the death. All right, the old man has guts, but can I let him have it? I directly soared to an altitude of 6,000 meters. Family, you are about to witness a punch descending from the heavens. I transformed into a meteor engulfed in purple flames, crashing down with a devastating momentum. I tell you, I haven't even struck yet. But just that invisible pressure made the entire Marineford feel like it was run over by a steamroller. Countless buildings began to collapse, and all the Navy personnel on the battlefield, including the vice admirals, couldn't withstand it and fell to their knees. Sengoku shouted at them to run, but no one could move. Seeing this situation, Garp became anxious. Should he protect Steelbone or the thousands of soldiers? Steelbone was tough, and he directly ordered Garp to cover the soldiers' retreat. Garp gritted his teeth, unleashed his own aura, and resisted my pressure, creating a path for the soldiers to escape. At that moment, everyone stopped, their eyes focused on me and Steelbone. Steelbone squeezed every bit of his life force to the limit. His hair turned white, and then he unleashed the strongest punch of his life at me. The diamond, quaking heaven fist. I laughed at that moment. Well done. Let's end this, Steelbone. Dragon Might, falling star. My speed instantly broke through the speed of light. Bang. Our fists collided, but there was an eerie silence. The surrounding space, along with the sound, was completely swallowed by this force. The remaining half of the Navy headquarters instantly turned to dust. The steel-armed figure began to tremble wildly, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, thinking he had withstood it. How naive! I smirked, and the purple flames on my body erupted once again. A second burst of power. Boom! His arms were directly knocked away, and I transformed into a red light, piercing through his massive chest with a soft sound. I fell behind him, covered in blood. Steelbone looked down at the large hole in his chest. His heart had been completely blown apart by me. He smiled weakly and said, "Yes, I lost." After saying that, his massive body returned to its normal size, smiling as he fell to the ground, completely silent. I carried the corpse of the steel skeleton, stepping out of the ruins one step at a time. Although I was also seriously injured, my skin cracked like porcelain, turning me into a bloodied figure. But my aura remained. All the sailors looked at me, not daring to breathe. I walked up to Carp and placed the corpse of Steelbone at his feet. We fought, but the dignity of a strong person must be upheld. However, I didn't expect that this old man Carp would be so unscrupulous. After arranging for Steelbone's funeral, he clenched his fist and coldly said to me, "Today, you can't leave." As he spoke, a terrifying aura pressed down on me. At that moment, I had reached my limit and had no strength to resist. I was directly knocked away by his aura, crashing to the ground and unable to move. I think I understand now. The Navy is just the Navy. Don't expect them to show any mercy. Just as Carp was about to make a move to grab me, in a flash, Itachi, Orochimaru, and Yasuo, my 3 divine teammates, instantly stood in front of me. Carp looked at them, his aura growing stronger, ready to make his move. But just at that critical moment, a loud voice came from behind him. "You old fool from the last era. Why are you still trying to take action against a bunch of kids?" Everyone turned around and was stunned. There stood Whitebeard alone, leisurely rowing in a crescent bay on a small boat. He jumped ashore, planted his enormous bicinto into the ground, blocking us in front. I was a bit confused and asked him why he was back again. He glanced at me and said, "Don't think I'm here to save you, kid. I just want to make the most of my last moments." Carp's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. "Are you really planning to intervene, Whitebeard?" Whitebeard grinned. "Let these little ones see the power of the old era, Carp." Just as the words fell, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki of the two collided fiercely. Just when their momentum reached its peak and they were about to make a move, suddenly, another equally powerful Haki surged in. A pirate ship had appeared in the harbor at some point, and standing at the bow was none other than red-haired Shanks. Shanks jumped down from the ship, looked at the two in confrontation, and calmly said, "Gentlemen, do me a favor, let's put an end to this farce." At that moment, I thought it settled. With the face-face fruit in hand, peace would reign. But guess what happened? That scoundrel Akainu dared to talk back and was silenced by a gunpoint from Shanks' first mate. The most outrageous was Whitebeard. He glanced at Shanks and bluntly said, "Give you face? Why should I give you face?" Folks, the latest news in 2025 suggests that the face fruit seems to have depreciated. Shanks seemed to have anticipated Whitebeard would say this, and he wasn't angry. He drew his sword and pointed it at Whitebeard, and it looked like the four emperors were about to fight among themselves. Seeing this situation, I could only force myself to stand up and get ready to help Whitebeard. But then Shanks sheathed his sword again, sighed, and seriously said to Whitebeard, "Honestly, give me some face." Whitebeard crossed his arms, thought for a moment, slowly nodded, and then said, "No." Shanks was truly helpless. In the end, he simply walked over to Whitebeard, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words. From a distance, I vaguely heard something like, "Celestial dragons." But I couldn't catch the rest. However, I could clearly see Whitebeard's reaction. After hearing it, his expression changed, and he fell silent for quite a while. The atmosphere on the battlefield almost froze. Finally, he suddenly stood up, yanked out the large sword stuck in the ground, and wow. That movement scared the surrounding navy into taking a collective step back. Even Old Man Garp clenched his fists. Then Whitebeard spoke. "All right, today I'll give Shanks some face." I tell you, everyone was stunned at that moment. No one could understand what red-haired Shanks said to reverse the situation so suddenly. Shanks himself let out a sigh of relief and turned to negotiate with Sengoku and Garp, suggesting that everyone take a step back and let today's matter go. And guess what happened? Akainu, that Sakazuki, jumped out again. With his dead fish eyes glaring, he started to rant. "Don't think that because Whitebeard gives you face, the Navy has to give you face too." Anyone who understands the situation knows that as soon as those words were spoken, Garp directly covered his face, and Sengoku shook his head helplessly. One sentence offended both Shanks and Whitebeard. This guy really had some emotional value attached to him. Fortunately, Akiji was quick to cover his mouth and drag him aside for some persuasion. Otherwise, I think the fighting would have continued. Sengoku and Garp exchanged glances, silently nodded in agreement. After all, the Navy headquarters was already in ruins. If they continued fighting, they would end up with nothing left. Without saying a word, Whitebeard turned around with his sword and walked away. Halfway through, he suddenly turned back and shouted at Rayleigh, "Your ship is destroyed, right? What are you still dawdling for? Do you really want to go to jail?" Upon hearing this, Rayleigh immediately understood, and he was overjoyed, quickly bringing along Itachi and Snake Uncle to follow Whitebeard's main force. Akainu watched Rayleigh's back from behind, his face so dark it looked like ink could drip from it. At this point, the battlefield was completely dispersed. Mihawk claimed he was injured and slipped away in his little coffin. Doflamingo and Moria found excuses to leave, Hancock being a heavyweight. Even got a small boat and chased after Rayleigh, focused on companionship. Garp looked at the chaos around him, with the former Marine Fleet Admiral dead and his hometown destroyed, experiencing mixed feelings. Meanwhile, in the distance, a guy covering the news was shaking like a sieve with his camera, repeatedly muttering, "Big news! Shocking news for the world. The fifth Emperor of the Sea is about to be born." Not long after boarding Whitebeard's ship, they met up with Ace and the others. As soon as Ace saw his dad, he excitedly jumped over from the Moby Dick. Whitebeard scolded them, saying, "Didn't I tell you to retreat?" But the concern in his eyes was unmistakable. Marco came over to mediate, then looked at Rayleigh with his dead fish eyes, jokingly saying, "It seems that soon there will be a fifth emperor on this sea." While everyone was chatting, Whitebeard suddenly asked Rayleigh very seriously, "Kid, what are your plans for the future?" Rayleigh paused for a moment, then glanced at Snake Uncle beside him, calmly walked to the bow of the ship, looked at the sea, and said, "I want to take down the world government. Does that count?" I tell you, as soon as those words came out, the air stood still. Ace and Marco's eyes were about to pop out, looking at Leiyu as if he were a madman. Just dismantled the Navy headquarters. And now he wants to topple the world government? This guy really understands continuous entrepreneurship. Ace stammered and asked Leiyu, "Are you serious?" Leiyu laughed heartily. "Just kidding, look at how scared you are." Only then did Ace and the others breathe a sigh of relief, going up to hug him and saying that such jokes should not be made lightly. But Whitebeard's gaze towards Leiyu was different. He knew that this kid was definitely not joking just now. Seeing that it was getting late, Leiyu prepared to take his leave. He walked up to Whitebeard and said, "Thank you so much, Brother Whitebeard. I'm leaving now." "Brother." Whitebeard was taken aback when he heard this address, then stared fixedly at Leiyu, making Leiyu feel a chill in his heart, thinking, "Oh no, he isn't going to adopt me as a son, is he?" The next second, Whitebeard suddenly burst into a thunderous laugh. "Ha! Good. Brother is great. From today on, you are my brother Whitebeard." Saying this, he pulled Lei into a hug. Good heavens, Lei suddenly gained a whole bunch of nephews, and Ace and Marco were also overjoyed, completely unaware that their generation had inexplicably dropped a level. Whitebeard, in high spirits, insisted on throwing a banquet, and Lei couldn't refuse. Thus, a group of people boarded the Moby Dick, and that night was lively, with drinking and feasting. Orochimaru got so drunk he passed out, hanging on Itachi, while Yasuo was like a god of wine, knocking down a lot of people. As the banquet progressed into the night, Lei stood alone at the bow of the ship, enjoying the breeze, when Whitebeard approached with 2 bowls of wine. The two clinked their bowls and downed them in one go. After a long silence, Whitebeard suddenly spoke. "We can't provoke the world government right now. No one knows their true capabilities." He paused, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "However, those heavenly dragons really deserve to die. If one day you decide to take action against them, remember to inform me." Lei didn't say anything, just nodded heavily. 3 days later, the world exploded. Morgan's news agency spread newspapers all over the world, with the headline being, "Ace's execution failed. The gods' pirates clash head-on with the Navy headquarters. The 5th Emperor of the Sea is born." The papers were filled with Lei and their glorious deeds, and the latest bounty notices. Captain Lei, 3 billion. Vice Captain Uchiha, Itachi, 2.6 billion. Swordsman Yasuo, 2 billion. Ship's Dr. Orochimaru, 5 billion. There was even a special note added, "Likes to steal warship engines." The entire pirate world was in an uproar, and the Navy's face was thoroughly trampled into the ground. The reactions of the old 4 emperors in the New World were also incredible. Big Mom wanted to recruit Lei as her son-in-law, preparing to hold a tea party. Kaido was drinking away his sorrows in Wano while crying, cursing Shanks for blocking his path, and threatening that if Lei dared to come to the New World, he would kill him. On the other side, the 5 old men in Mariewa held meeting, their faces as dark as the bottom of a pot. The Navy suffered 2 heavy losses this time. The former Fleet Admiral Steelbone Sora was killed in battle. They immediately decided on a major overhaul of the Navy. They promoted Akainu to Fleet Admiral, moved the Navy headquarters to the New World, and planned a large-scale conscription worldwide. Sengoku and Garp were called over. But they weren't even allowed in the door and were handed a document by CP0 Beauty named Stussy, filled with personnel changes and reform proposals. Garp was so angry he almost acted on the spot. As the world was in turmoil, we had already set sail to the Devil's Triangle Sea. To thank Lei, Whitebeard directly gifted him the territory of Fishman Island before leaving. "We came here because the system announced a new sign-in location, Moria's terrifying 3-masted sailboat. As soon as the ship entered this sea area, the surroundings became eerie, filled with ghost ships. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded, ding. Arrived at the destination, please choose a grave and dance on it to complete the sign-in." At that moment, I was like, are you really sending a future Sea Emperor to dance on someone else's grave? This system really understands the show effect. How could anyone do such a wicked thing? 5 minutes later, Lei really found a grave, gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and started dancing the elegant 4 little swans on it. Itachi and Yasuo stood by, dumbfounded, their expressions seemingly saying, "Bro, we have a throne to inherit. Can you not go crazy?" And the absurdity didn't stop there. Orochimaru, my snake uncle, somehow found a shovel and started digging up graves sneakily. He sniffed at one grave, licked the dirt, and his eyes lit up. Good stuff, quite pure. After saying that, he began to dig. This scene was directly witnessed by Absalom, Moria's invisible subordinate. When he reported back, Moria was instantly furious. "It's one thing to dance on my territory's grave, but now someone is digging up graves? Can this be tolerated?" He immediately summoned the 3 weirdos and stormed over angrily. Meanwhile, Snake Uncle was digging happily when, bang, he hit a coffin. Excited, he used Earth Release to lift the coffin out, but when the lid flew open, it turned out to be empty. Just as Snake Uncle lay in the coffin, perplexed, a chilling voice came from behind him. "Hey, what do you mean by tearing down my house?" Snake Uncle's hair stood on end as he slowly turned around, and he was completely stunned to see a cadaver dressed in a kimono, with bandages wrapped around its head, staring at him intently. "Oh my, it's a zombie." I tell you, as soon as this guy moved, he actually started talking, in a perfect samurai tone. "Who are you? Why are you here?" Goodness, I was completely taken aback. But that big Orochimaru next to him, as expected from a professional in dealing with corpses, was initially startled but calmed down in 0.1 seconds. The look in his eyes, TSK, it was like looking at a little white mouse. He directly approached, pinching the samurai's chin and circling around him, muttering, "Interesting. Your state is really interesting. You must have been a big shot when you were alive, right? Why have you fallen so low now? Guess what? This samurai, Longma, hadn't spoken to anyone for hundreds of years and was so pent up that when he saw Orochimaru meant no harm, he took him as a tree hole. The two of them sat on the grave and started reminiscing about the glorious years when Longma would take down a little friend with a single strike. While they were chatting, I was not idle on my side. I was crazily dancing on another grave, signing in. Finally, I heard a ding in my head, and the system prompt said, "Sign in successful. You have gained one summoning opportunity." I glanced at the weasel and Yasuo beside me, thinking that I had to show my old buddies something impressive to let them know how new colleagues are summoned. System now, right away, immediately summon. As soon as I finished speaking, I swear, a black hole suddenly opened up in front of me, and then a blob of blue, jelly-like substance popped out with a plop. I felt a jolt in my heart. Who understands family? This thing, could it be that incredible slime? The system prompt followed, ding. Summon successful, Rimuru Tempest, initial form. Wow, it really got summoned. Itachi and Yasuo's eyes are about to pop out, and they're probably thinking, where did the captain get such a QQ bouncy thing that can stretch? At this moment, that lump of slime, Rimuru, is also confused. He looks at Uchiha Itachi in front of him, then at the Blade Master beside him, and finally at me, and the whole slime is in a bad state. His inner monologue is probably, what the heck? Another reincarnation? Is the reincarnation service so competitive now that it can even create a series? This guy is also quite unfortunate. He was originally a corporate slave, died saving someone, and reincarnated as a slime, just as he was starting to accept the fact that he wasn't human anymore. Happily eating in a cave, swallowing ores, and munching on grass, suddenly everything went dark, and he found himself here with me. As soon as I saw his little appearance, I knew he was still in the beginner village stage. Hey, as a fellow traveler, I couldn't pass up the chance to tease him. It would be disrespectful to my identity. I immediately walked up to him, deliberately unleashing my aura, the pressure of a big shot hitting him right in the face. That little jelly instantly shrank into a ball, trembling all over. I cleared my throat and spoke in an epic narrative tone. Welcome to this world. I am the 5th emperor of this ocean, Zhu Long Lei Yu. Rimuru, welcome to the sea of God's pirate crew. Goodness, this little one has such strong adaptability. As soon as he realized he had hitched a ride on a big leg, especially with a title as impressive as the 5th Emperor, he immediately stopped trembling, bouncing over to me, rubbing against my feet, being all flattering. I chuckled and patted him, saying, "All right, from now on, I got your back. I'll find you a powerful guy to devour and level up." Upon hearing this, he rubbed against me even more enthusiastically. Just as I was about to take my new colleague back to the ship, I turned around and asked, "Hey, where's Uncle Snake?" Itachi shrugged, indicating he didn't know. Well, no waiting around. Let's head back for now. But just as we turned around, a loud and arrogant voice came from behind. "You think you can just leave my territory like this?" As soon as I heard it, I thought, oh, is the local tyrant here? In the distance, I saw Moriya's round figure, accompanied by his bizarre-looking subordinates and countless zombie minions, rushing over in a chaotic manner. Moriya glanced at me while running, and the more he looked, the more uneasy he felt. When he got closer, he slammed on the brakes, his face turning pale, and he stammered, "Why you? How are you here?" His subordinates were dumbfounded. What was going on? Why was our boss acting like this? I cheerfully greeted him. "Oh, Moriya, I'm just here to take care of some business and will leave soon." When Moriya heard that I wasn't there to cause trouble, he relaxed so much that he nearly blew himself away. He had seen me go wild during the Marineford War and knew that the gap between us was wider than the East African Rift. I looked at the zombie army behind him and knowingly asked, "Is this grand welcome for me?" He was so startled that he nodded vigorously, bowing and scraping. "Yes, yes. It must be. A warm welcome to the future warlord, Lord Lei Yu." As he spoke, he waved his hand, causing all the zombies behind him to kneel down in unison. His subordinates' jaws nearly dropped in shock. Warlord. This person in front of them was the 5th Emperor that had been wildly talked about at sea recently. I waved my hand. All right. No need to see us off. We're heading back." After saying that, I led Itachi and the others back. Moriya watched us walk away and finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief, probably still muttering to himself. The formidable warlords actually enjoy partying on someone else's grave. Truly a sight to behold. Once we were far enough away, he remembered the important matter and turned to his subordinate. "Didn't you say there was a guy digging up graves? Let's go see who the blind one is." After saying that, he led his army towards Orochimaru's location. At that moment, Orochimaru had just finished listening to Longma's story. His eyes lit up, and he coaxed like a cult leader. "Do you want to be reborn?" Llama was completely stunned. Rebirth? Yes, Orochimaru licked his lips. You are currently a living dead person, and I can truly bring you back to life and restore your peak strength. This statement completely fried Llama's CPU. How is that possible? With me, nothing is impossible. Orochimaru smiled enigmatically. Llama fell silent. He wasn't a fool and directly asked, "What's the price?" Orochimaru was straightforward. The price is, your life from now on, it belongs to me. This condition would make any powerful being hesitate. The Llama thought for a moment, aren't I being controlled by Moria right now? Living my life as a bound spirit for eternity, compared to this opportunity to live again. This deal is worth it. He remembered the unfulfilled wish from hundreds of years ago, and his gaze instantly firmed. I choose rebirth. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, was so excited he almost performed a soft body transformation on the spot. His forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, was finally about to shine in this world. He quickly took out a scroll and laid it on the ground, instructing Llama to sit in the center. Then he sat behind Llama, one hand on his back, and with the other hand quickly formed seals, shouting, "Release." With a pop, a shadow was directly ejected from Llama's body, and he instantly softened, becoming a true corpse. Orochimaru did not hesitate, clapped his hands together, and roared, summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. I have to tell you, that scene was simply incredible. A ball of blue soul flames appeared out of nowhere, circled around twice, and then zoomed into the body of the dragon horse. Countless pieces of paper flew around, wrapping the dragon horse like a mummy. After a while, the papers fell off, and a flesh and blood, living dragon horse stood up. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying sword aura surged into the sky. Orochimaru was so scared that he secretly prepared to seal his technique, ready to shut down at any moment. The dragon horse looked down at his restored hands. A tear dropped to the ground, and then with a thud, he knelt on one knee, his voice choked. "Thank you, my lord, for the gift of rebirth." Orochimaru helped him up and took the opportunity to recruit him. "Don't be polite. We are partners from now on. Come on, I'll take you to meet our captain." Saying this, he pulled the dragon horse and ran, feeling delighted in his heart. He had recruited such a powerful henchman. Surely the captain would give him a big red envelope. Just as they were about to leave, guess what happened? Moria came back with his men, shouting the exact same line. "You think you can leave my territory like this?" He was momentarily stunned. "Hey, didn't I just say that?" When he saw that it was Orochimaru, he was shocked again. "Isn't this the fierce guy from the Thunderfeather ship?" He seemed like someone he couldn't provoke. Moria's mind raced, and he quickly changed his words. "And no, it's fine. Lord Thunderfeather asked me to tell you that they went back to the ship first." Just then, Moria's doctor officer, Hogback, pointed at the dragon horse and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. "Dragon. Dragon horse. It's the great swordsman dragon horse. How? How did you bring him back to life?" Moria was also stunned. This was clearly a living person, not a zombie. This technique was 1,000 times more impressive than a shadow fruit. The two rushed forward to stop Orochimaru, asking in unison, "How did you do it?" Orochimaru replied coldly, "Why should I tell you?" Nearby, an officer named Absalom tried to act tough. "Our lord is asking you a question. You better be honest." Before he could finish his sentence, the dragon horse glared, and a sword aura slashed over. Moria quickly used a shadow clone to block it, but with a bang, the shadow clone was split in half on the spot. Absalom was so scared he wet himself and didn't dare to speak again. Orochimaru had seen enough of the show and was about to leave with the dragon horse. Before he left, he thought for a moment, took out a scroll from his pocket, and tossed it back. "Frost Moon Dragon Horse now belongs to me. Consider this your compensation." Moria and Hogback picked it up, and, upon seeing it, their shock turned into wild joy. The techniques recorded on it completely overturned their worldview. Hogback trembled with excitement. "Genius. No, it's a monster. A monster in the medical world. My lord, with this, the strength of our zombie army can multiply several times." Moria held the scroll, grinning widely, his eyes gleaming with the flames of vengeance. "Kaido, just you wait." Meanwhile, on our ship, I was getting impatient when Yasuo suddenly stood up, his hand on the sword hilt, his expression serious. "A powerful aura is coming. It's a swordsman." I was taken aback. How did I not sense it? Yasuo explained, "This is the sword intent that can only be felt between swordsmen. It's very strong, even stronger than that eagle eye." As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru's figure appeared, casually saying, "Oh, with that stance, are you ready to take me on?" Just as he finished, Ryoma appeared behind him. Yasuo's pupils constricted, and he shouted, "Orochimaru, watch out behind you." At the same time, he swung his sword. Ryoma saw the sword energy and was also shocked. This person's swordsmanship was not below his. But he didn't have a sword at the moment, so in a moment of desperation, he picked up a branch and swung it at the sword energy. Boom! The two sword energies collided, shaking the entire island. But a branch is just a branch. Ryoma's sword energy shattered, and Yasuo's slash landed solidly on him. Orochimaru was completely unfazed, a body brought back by the impure world reincarnation. What was there to fear? Indeed, a large wound appeared on Ryoma's chest, but not a drop of blood was spilled, and in the blink of an eye, it healed itself. This left Yasuo dumbfounded. What kind of sorcery is this? I quickly went up to stop Yasuo, who was about to make a move, and Orochimaru came over to explain everything. After listening, Yasuo looked at Orochimaru with a different expression. I happily patted Orochimaru on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, Uncle Snake. You've brought me another strong man." Now, Yasuo and Ryoma, two top swordsmen, had met. They exchanged glances and simultaneously said, "You're strong." Then they laughed together, true heroes appreciating each other. Suddenly, Yasuo asked, "By the way, where's your sword?" Ryoma smiled wryly and replied, "I gave it to an interesting junior." As soon as I heard that, I thought it wouldn't work. How can a great swordsman not have a sword? I turned my eyes and looked at Orochimaru with ill intentions. Orochimaru felt uneasy under my gaze and asked, What do you want to do?" I chuckled and said, "Snake Uncle, don't be afraid. Hiding that Kusanagi sword in your mouth every day is such a waste. A sword is meant for a hero. If Ryoma becomes stronger, it means you're stronger too." After a bit of coaxing and trickery, Orochimaru finally reluctantly spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth. I took it with a look of disdain, wiped off the saliva, and handed it to Ryoma, saying, "Here, this sword is called Kusanagi, and it's yours from now on." Ryoma took the sword, feeling a bit awkward at first since it was a straight sword. But when he infused his sword intent into it, a miracle happened. The Kusanagi sword actually began to glow and change shape, the blade slowly narrowing and taking on a slight curve, eventually transforming into the appearance of a top-tier famous knife. This sword has a spirit. It recognized its master on its own. Ryoma was so excited he couldn't put it down, and Yasuo was happy for him too. Only Orochimaru was completely petrified. His expression was as if he had been NTR'd by his own sword. His mentality had collapsed. Ryoma turned to me and knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, Captain, for bestowing this sword." I quickly helped him up, saying, "We're partners. Don't be so polite." Seeing the scene, Orochimaru felt like he was going to explode and open his mouth to shout, "No, this sword is mine, woo woo woo." But before he could finish, Itachi swiftly covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him into the cabin. I hurriedly made up a story to the puzzled Lama. "Ah, his name is Orochimaru, and he said this sword is perfect for you. He is happy for you." Lama nodded thoughtfully. Once everything was settled, I drove the ship and directly submerged into the water, heading towards Fishman Island, 10,000 meters deep. Let me tell you, as soon as we dive down, the scene becomes completely different. All around us are those gigantic sea creatures, each looking like a relative of Cthulhu. And the roots of that big tree from Shambadi are sprawling across the seabed like the lines of latitude and longitude on Earth. It's truly spectacular. The ship is sailing smoothly, about to rush into that massive waterfall called the Descending Current, when suddenly, my ship, which I just named the Roaring Dragon, is jolted and directly entangled by a tentacle thicker than my ship. I can't move at all. I turned around and, oh my, a super huge octopus was right behind us, with a look that was anything but friendly. I was stunned. Isn't this the boss from the North Sea? Why did it come here to boost its performance? The Limulu on my head was so scared that it turned into a puddle of liquid and slid right off my head. On the other hand, Ryoma was quite the man. He quickly drew the Kusanagi sword, eager to show off since he was new. But then, the most surprising thing happened. That giant octopus, which had been flaunting its power just a second ago, suddenly looked like it had seen a ghost. It instantly released its tentacles and scurried away as if it were being chased by boiling water. Orochimaru suddenly turned his head and stared intently into the dark depths of the left side, watching for a long time, but seeing nothing. He muttered to himself, "Could it be an illusion? I also don't understand what is going on. I can only keep sailing, diving headfirst into the descending current." Just as we left, in the spot where Orochimaru had just looked, a shadow appeared, dozens of times larger than that giant octopus. That thing circled around where we had just been, a flash of red light glimmering in its hollow eyes, and then it quietly disappeared. I tell you, it felt like there were eyes watching us in the darkness. A violent upheaval threw us straight down to the 7,000-meter deep sea. It was so dark that I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. Surrounded by all sorts of bizarre sea creatures, each with green glowing eyes, looking quite intimidating. I couldn't be bothered to talk to them. So I unleashed my Conqueror's Haki boom. The world fell silent. The weaker ones fainted, rolling their eyes. With the path cleared, I immediately accelerated and charged forward. Just as we were leaving, that enormous shadow reappeared again, opening its enormous mouth and stunning all those sea creatures with a single blow, causing blood mist to explode in the darkness. It was incredible. Finally, we reached the seabed at 10,000 meters. Suddenly, the view opened up. My goodness! At 10,000 meters underwater, there was a place as bright as a crystal palace. It was so beautiful. This is Fishman Island. I sailed the ship to the front gate, and as soon as the fishman guards saw our flag, their faces turned pale. They must have been thinking, oh no, the new emperor has arrived. One of them, who looked like the captain, quickly made a phone call, probably to summon reinforcements. After a while, that captain ran over, bowed at a 90-degree angle, and respectfully said, Lord Leiyu, our king has already prepared a banquet in the palace, waiting for your esteemed presence. I was taken aback. We had just arrived, and were already being treated to a feast. This was quite the treatment. So, I followed him into Fishman Island. Of course, I didn't know at the time that, just as we entered the island, a group of oddly shaped fishmen not far away were staring at us intently. They were part of that so-called new Fishman pirate group, and it was clear they weren't good news. Along the way, there were beautiful mermaid ladies lining the streets, and my crew's eyes were glued to them, especially Uncle Snake, whose gaze sparkled with scientific curiosity. He must have been mentally dissecting the anatomical differences between mermaids and humans. When we arrived at Dragon Palace City, we discovered that King Neptune was not at the banquet at all. We were still waiting to start the meal here. But over there, the king is having a small meeting with Sanji and a beautiful boss named Sherry, and the atmosphere is extremely tense. Later I found out that Jinbei, because of Blackbeard's matter, was a bit uneasy about me and specially rushed back to check on things. As for the king, he was even more direct. He called for Shiryu, wanting her to do a divination about whether my takeover of Fishman Island would bring fortune or disaster. Shiryu took out a crystal ball and started her operation. The first prophecy came out. In the future, the fishmen would live happily on land, and the flag of our god's pirates would hang in the palace. Upon hearing this, the king was overjoyed. It was indeed great news. However, Shiryu didn't stop there and continued her divination. This time it was frightening. The crystal ball turned blood red, and Shiryu trembled all over, her face pale, until she finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The king and Jinbei were terrified and asked her what she saw. Shiryu took a long time to recover, her voice shaking. I saw the world destroyed. She saw the Holy Land, Mariewa, turn into ruins. The celestial dragons and the Gorosei all dead, bodies piled up like mountains, and we, the god's pirates, standing atop the ruins. But the most terrifying part was when the scene shifted. The entire world turned into hell, not a living soul in sight. And our pirate flag with Whitebeard was pierced by a western sword and planted into the ground. Who understands, family? This prophecy jumped straight from comedy to a horror film. Just as the three of them were trying to process this overwhelming information, the guard came to report that we had arrived. The king, being a tough guy, suppressed his shock and directly invited Shiryu to join them in the banquet hall, wanting to see for himself the doomsday overlords from the prophecy. Then the iconic scene came. The king, Jinbei, and the beautiful prophet, all carrying such heavy hearts, pushed open the doors to the banquet hall, and then the three turned to stone on the spot. The once full table of delicacies was gone. Not even a plate left to reflect light. I and Orochimaru, with bellies as round as if we were 8 months pregnant, lounged in chairs, burping. Rimuru had turned into a round ball, rolling around on the floor. On the other side, Yasuo and Ryoma, having drunk too much, were drawing their swords and practicing swordsmanship. The only one acting normal was Itachi, still elegantly enjoying his little desserts. Honestly, we couldn't be blamed. Orochimaru's cooking wouldn't even be eaten by dogs. We were truly starving. The entire hall fell silent, the atmosphere so awkward it could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. Finally, it was the king, this guy with high emotional intelligence, who took a long pause and managed to say, as expected of the heroes of the gods' pirates, eating so boldly. At that moment, I wanted to give him a thumbs up. I quickly pulled my oily hands off Orochimaru's clothes, stood up, and started to compliment in a businesslike manner. Mainly, the food here is too delicious. I would call it the strongest in the New World. As a result, Orochimaru, who lacked awareness, shouted from the side, "Yes, yes, yes. Especially that big pig trotter. Give me 10 more." My face turned dark. The king, however, was magnanimous and directly ordered his servants to clean up the mess and serve the dishes again. At the dining table, Sherry kept secretly glancing at me, probably trying to see if I had grown horns on my head. After eating and drinking enough, the king called me aside. It was time to get down to business. In a small secret room, he took out the transfer contract, and I took out the one that old man Whitebeard had given me. Just as he was about to sign, he suddenly looked up and stared at me intently. "Are you planning to take action against the world government in the future?" The air instantly turned cold. My gaze also turned cold. "Why do you ask that?" Sherry saw the future. "I see." I smiled, with a hint of killing intent. "Those guys, shouldn't they die?" The king still wanted to persuade me, saying that Sherry saw something. I interrupted him directly. "I don't care." I told him at that time, "I don't want to know the future you see. That is your future, not mine. How do you know I won't change it?" "Believe me, King Neptune, the fish people will soon be able to live freely in the sunlight. That's what I say." The king looked at me, stunned for a long time, and finally, with trembling hands, he signed his name on the contract. "The future of Fishman Island is entrusted to you, Thunderwing." I accepted the contract and smiled. "Gods, you keep your word." Once the official business was done, the atmosphere relaxed again. The king mentioned that there would be a formal transfer ceremony tomorrow. At that moment, his 3 sons arrived. The eldest prince, Sharpstar, seemed quite normal and came over to shake my hand. The other 2 younger brothers, however, were quite difficult to describe. I looked at them and complimented. "Your 2 younger brothers are truly like hidden dragons and crouching tigers." After the pleasantries, I suddenly remembered and asked if I could meet Princess White Star. I was very curious about the legendary sea King Poseidon. It was definitely not for any other reason. The king hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. We arrived at a place called the Hardshell Tower, where the tower was filled with various weapons, clearly the work of that pervert Vanderdecken. Pushing open the door, it was pitch black inside, and Princess White Star was curled up in a blanket. As soon as the lights came on, my mind went blank. Wow, this room is huge. So white. No, I mean this princess, really. Wow. Pink long hair, blue eyes, that beauty, that figure simply stunning. White Star was also curiously looking at me, her big eyes sparkling. Let me tell you, as a new emperor of the world, I've seen all sorts of scenes, right? But I couldn't hold it together at that moment, and 2 streams of nosebleed burst out like a dam breaking. She even kindly reached out her little hand to help me wipe it, but with that wipe, it was over, and it turned into a fountain. Just then, whoosh, a huge axe came flying in from outside the door, heading straight for White Star. White Star screamed in fright. I single-handedly grabbed that broken axe, calm and composed. I turned to the still crying Bai Xing and smiled. "Don't be afraid. Once I take care of that trash named Vanderdecken, you can go out to play every day." Bai Xing's eyes instantly lit up, and she nodded vigorously. Little did she know, not far away, that pervert named Vanderdecken was staring at me with a murderous intent. We came out of the Hardshell Tower and returned to the banquet hall. As soon as we reached the door, we saw Jinbe squatting there with a painful mask on his face, looking utterly despondent. I felt a sudden jolt in my heart, sensing an ominous premonition. We walked into the hall, and then everyone fell silent. Neptune fell silent, the 3 princes fell silent, and I fell silent too. Orochimaru. I gritted my teeth, my fists cracking. The entire hall had turned into a spider's nest. The ground, the walls, even the ceiling. It was all filled with Orochimaru's white snakes. They were crazily sweeping up the second feast that had come back. As for Orochimaru himself, he was already out of it, his body twitching, and suddenly, he stretched his neck forward and with a vom sound, he spat out a bunch of little white snakes from his mouth. I suddenly understood. This guy didn't have any food in his stomach. It was all snakes. Ugh! A sound came from beside me, and the 3 princes couldn't hold it any longer, leaning against the wall and starting to regurgitate, throwing up one after another. At this moment, Itachi and the others returned and were collectively petrified upon seeing this scene. King Neptune, who had seen a lot in his life, endured the nausea and ordered his subordinates to clean up again. After the farce, I suddenly remembered that Whitebeard had said that when coming to Fishman Island, I must visit the forest of the sea, as there would be surprises. When I mentioned it to the king, he immediately agreed, saying that there were historical texts there, which usually weren't accessible to people, but now that I was one of them, it would be fine. So, the king personally took us, leaving the Dragon King's palace, and headed towards the forest of the sea. Before long, we arrived at a forest entirely made of water, and each of us was put into a big bubble so we could breathe underwater. I tell you, after putting on this bubble, it's really quite magical. Breathing underwater is no different from on land. The king led us to a huge stone tablet and said this is the historical text. I leaned in to take a look, and as a result, good grief, I couldn't recognize a single word. It was like looking at a celestial script. Not just me, but Itachi and Uncle Snake, who had just sobered up, all looked confused. After all, we are not from this world, so it's no surprise we couldn't understand it. The king himself shook his head and said the writing was too ancient for him as well. I thought to myself, forget it, anyway, I only have a fleeting interest in this thing. Just as I was about to leave, I noticed Longma staring intently at the stone tablet, his eyes wide open like copper bells, and his jaw nearly dropping in shock. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly dashed over to him and asked in a low voice, "Brother, can you understand it?" To my surprise, even the king came over, looking incredulous. Longma nodded seriously and said, "This is the ancient script of our country from before." I got excited and urged him, "Then please translate it quickly. What does it say?" However, Longma shook his head and said the characters were too chaotic, many were unclear, and he could only barely make out a few words. Divine war, annihilation, seeking Poseidon, Lavdru, and also crimes, regret. I was left completely puzzled. So, it turns out there was a world-class battle 800 years ago, and the Sea King was involved, but that's all the information we had, which really felt insufficient. I was still pondering when suddenly, a cold light shot toward my face. A long spear came through the water at an incredible speed. I reacted quickly, turned around, and caught the blade empty-handed. Holding it firmly, Uncle Snake and the others instantly turned cold-eyed, the killing intent almost freezing the surrounding seawater. "Dare to touch our captain? Are you tired of living?" As soon as I saw the spear, I laughed. Better Dakin, right? Heaven has a path you won't take, and hell has no door you barged into. I handed the spear to Uncle Snake. "Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Snake." Uncle Snake took it, and the little white snake in his hand sniffed it, immediately locking onto the direction and flicking its tongue wildly. I casually grabbed the jelly-like Rimuru behind me and tossed it to Uncle Snake. "Take it with you. It knows what to do." Those who understand know that the ability of the target fruit is tailor-made for Rimuru's predators. Uncle Snake understood and disappeared with Rimuru in a flash. After resolving this little episode, we continued to wander aimlessly in the sea forest. But I always felt something was off. That old man with the white beard was making such a big deal just to show us a celestial script. Impossible. There must be something fishy about it. I simply closed my eyes and spread my observation Haki, conducting a carpet search. The kings were all stunned, not knowing what I was up to. Before long, I sensed a completely different aura deep in the forest. I suddenly opened my eyes, a grin spreading across my face. Found it. With that, I dashed in that direction, and everyone hurried to keep up. After winding around, I finally stopped at the entrance of a gigantic cave. Even the king looked dumbfounded, saying he didn't know there was such a place in his territory. I took the lead and walked in, and guess what? It wasn't dark at all. The cave was filled with beautiful crystals glowing blue, like stepping into a crystal palace. As I reached the deepest part of the cave, I finally understood what the surprise the old man with the white beard was talking about. Good heavens! It was another stone tablet, as big as the historical text from before, but this one was red, a road sign historical text. This was huge. Longma leaned in closer, staring at it and muttering, "Valley of the Gods? Chaotic Sea." As soon as I heard Valley of the Gods, I realized, wasn't this the place where that old man carp became a legend in battle? The king foolishly asked me, "Is there a problem with this stone? If you need it, you can just take it." I waved my hand, thinking I wouldn't move it. This must have been intentionally hidden here by the old man with the white beard. Why would I touch it? We had just come out of the cave when Uncle Snake returned. Guess what? He was followed by Vanderdeacon. I was stunned at that moment, and the crown prince immediately grabbed a trident and was about to stab him. But Uncle Snake quickly stopped him, waving his hands anxiously. No, no, no. It's a misunderstanding. He's not Vanderdeacon. He's Rimuru." "What?" The king and his sons nearly dropped their jaws. I saw that Vanderdeacon let out Rimuru's unique laugh. "Captain, how do you like my new body?" "Family, who understands? My adorable, bouncy slime has turned into this four-legged, mustachioed, lewd-looking merman uncle." I felt my vision darken and quickly asked, "Can you turn back into your original form or another form?" Rimuru looked innocent. "Ah, it seems I can't." I almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. "My pet, this image is just too disappointing. Forget it. It looks happy enough. After all, it finally has a body. I'll just find a better-looking one for it to consume later." Once everything was settled, everyone returned to the Dragon King's palace. The three princes immediately ran to the Hardshell Tower to tell White Star that she was free. As for the king, he led us to rest and even enthusiastically asked if we wanted to arrange for some beautiful mermaids to serve us before leaving. I had a brain freeze and firmly refused. The king had just left when I regretted it. Those were mermaids. I totally messed up. While we were sound asleep, in a broken house outside Dragon Palace City, a group of fierce-looking mermen was plotting. The leader was a guy named Hody Jones, the captain of the new Fishman pirates. He scoffed when he heard that Vanderdecken had been taken down by us, calling him useless. But then he switched his tone, ominously saying, "Tomorrow, that old guy Neptune is going to hand Fishman Island over to that so-called god pirates. When did it become humanity's turn to meddle in our affairs? Since he doesn't want to be king, he should abdicate." His subordinates were shocked at first, then got excited as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Hody stood up, raising his arms. "Tomorrow, we will write a new history for Fishman Island. Mermen never need human care." Wow, it looks like they're planning a rebellion. The next morning, just as I woke up and stretched, I suddenly felt two huge arms wrapping around me from behind. A faint fragrance wafted in, and when I turned around, it was White Star. Her enormous body had me trapped in her embrace, her voice sweet to the point of being cloying. "Lord Leiyu, thank you so much. Oh my gosh, how can anyone handle this?" I quickly wriggled out, my face turning red. "It's White Star, you startled me." She looked at me with her sparkling big eyes, making me feel uncomfortable, so I quickly made an excuse to call Itachi and the others for breakfast. When we got to the dining hall, it was another whirlwind of eating. The king and others were already used to it, but White Star, watching me devour my food, actually laughed even more happily, finding me particularly amusing. After we were full, the king said, "It's about time. Let's go to the square for the handover ceremony." In the square in front of the Dragon King's palace, it was truly packed with people. Neptune stepped onto the high platform, said a few simple words, and then invited me up. As soon as I appeared, the crowd erupted. "What? It's that Leiyu who killed the celestial dragon? The 5th Emperor Leiyu. Is he here to protect us? Wow, he's so handsome. It seems my reputation is quite useful." I pressed my hand down slightly and released a bit of my domineering aura, instantly silencing the crowd. I looked at everyone and said word by word, "From today on, Fishman Island is under my protection. Anyone who dares to harm Fishman Island will face the wrath of the gods' pirates, no matter how far away they are. I also promise that it won't be long before all fishmen can live freely on land, and no one will dare to discriminate against you." With just these few sentences, the atmosphere was ignited. A thunderous cheer erupted from below. "Leiyu, Leiyu, gods, gods." Shirahoshi behind me blushed as she looked at my back. The king was overjoyed, ready to have our pirate flag raised, when suddenly a cocky voice interrupted. "Transfer? Who agreed to that? When did it become the humans' turn to protect Fishman Island?" I saw Hody Jones leading hundreds of people, rushing over with a fierce momentum, pointing at the king and cursing. Anyone who hands over Fishman Island to humans is unworthy of being king. He was skilled at inciting anger, blaming the deaths of Fisher Tiger and Princess Otoheim on humans, leaving Jinbei speechless. Many fishmen below were instantly swayed by him, their gazes starting to waver. Seeing the situation was dire, Neptune immediately ordered to arrest people. But Hody pushed those incited civilians to the front as human shields, shouting, "Look, our king has turned his blade against our own people for a human." This made things even more troublesome. The king's guards were hesitant to act. In an instant, Hody's side swelled to nearly 1,000 people. The situation became deadlocked. As I watched the calls for humans to roll out grow louder, my expression turned cold, and with a flash, I disappeared from the high platform. The next second, I appeared right in front of Hody's group. Neptune and Jinbei were terrified, shouting, "Leiyu, calm down. Don't act." Hody was still being arrogant, laughing. "Huh, do you dare to lay a hand on us? You, the protector?" I looked at him and smiled. "Who said I was going to take action against the fishermen? But in my eyes, do you even count as a person?" As soon as I finished speaking, I vanished. Hody's pupils shook, and he didn't have time to dodge. He waved his hands, stirring the seawater to try some tricks, using the Fishman Martial Arts Technique School of Sharks, creating a bunch of water sharks to pounce on me. I couldn't help but laugh at such a trivial thing. "Is that all you've got?" I threw a punch, and the shockwave shattered all his water sharks into droplets. In a flash, I was already behind him, delivering a solid punch right to his face. With a loud bang, Hody flew out like a cannonball, his mouth full of teeth mixed with blood spraying everywhere. His subordinates all stared in shock, not daring to move. I walked step by step towards Hody, who was sprawled on the ground, and he finally knew fear. I jumped up and grabbed his neck, slamming him hard onto the ground, then tossed him at Neptune's feet like garbage. Jinbei went up and held him down firmly. The entire rebellion lasted less than a minute from start to finish. I returned to the podium and looked down at the fishmen who were still in shock, saying, "It's just a small interlude, please believe me." But the people below remained silent. Clearly Hodi's words had taken root in their hearts. Just when Neptune thought this matter was going to fail, Mrs. Shirley stood up from the crowd and loudly said, "Lord Ryu is worth our trust." I tell you, when she said this, the whole place was stunned, followed by an uproar. Yes, Mrs. Shirley's divination is 100% accurate. As soon as she said this, old Neptune was practically overjoyed, immediately going down the steps and announcing in front of everyone once again from now on, "I hope Lord Ryu will take good care of Fishman Island." Well, now no one dared to voice any objections, and the entire venue erupted in cheers like a tsunami, finally wrapping up the handover ceremony, albeit with some bumps along the way. I'll tell you, we weren't in a hurry to leave afterwards. Instead, we spent a whole month leisurely fishing on Fishman Island. Don't get me wrong, I'm not after Princess Shirahoshi's beauty. I'm a person who prides himself on being a gentleman. It's purely because I felt that everyone had been on edge following me from the world of Naruto to the world of pirates, and it was necessary to take a break. Fishman Island has beautiful scenery and lovely people, especially the desserts, which are simply the best in the world. It would be a shame not to have a team-building event here. During this month, I accomplished something significant. That guy Rimuru had to face Vanderdecken as lewd face every day, and he was about to throw up. I made up my mind and spent a whopping 1,000 points to give him an ultimate transformation. Who understands what I did for my family? He transformed into a stunning girl with silver blue, long hair and golden pupils. Just like Shizue Izawa, I even thoughtfully changed his personality from asexual to female. What do I gain from this? I have no bad intentions. It's all for making my brother look better. I spent the remaining over 2,000 points on my own fruit development, greatly improving my strength. A month later, we had a farewell dinner with Neptune's family, shared a reluctant goodbye hug with Princess Shirahoshi, and officially set sail. Our destination, the New World. But at that time, we had no idea that while we were on vacation, the outside world had already exploded because of us. Let me tell you, this past month has been nothing short of spectacular. First of all, after I completely dismantled the Navy headquarters, they were utterly embarrassed to stay in Marineford and moved to the G1 branch in the New World. That old man Sengoku also retired, wanted to pass the baton to Akiji, but the high-ranking officials of the world government wouldn't allow it and insisted on promoting Akainu. With both sides unable to reach an agreement, what could they do? Simple and brutal. They arranged a duel. Akiji and Akainu had a real-life competition on Punk Hazard that lasted for 10 days. The battle was so intense that it turned the island into a realm of ice and fire. In the end, Akainu won and became the new fleet admiral. Akiji had his leg broken and suffered severe burns. Feeling disheartened, he quit the Navy and vanished from the world. The second major event was that the sneaky Blackbeard took advantage of the chaos caused by the Navy's move and actually launched a surprise attack on Impel Down. Not only did he release a large number of prisoners, but he also killed the Vice Warden Magellan. Even the chief guard Shiryu of the Rain ran off with him. Incredible. The world's #1 prison, known as the safest, was visited in quick succession by Luffy and Blackbeard, leaving the Navy utterly humiliated. Blackbeard's bounty skyrocketed to over 2 billion, making him the unofficial #1 under the 4 emperors. Then, the underground world was also shaken up. A mysterious figure named Shirley emerged, taking down the kings of sea transport and warehousing, monopolizing the economy, transportation, and goods all by himself. Doflamingo couldn't accept it and challenged him alone, but 3 days later, he returned covered in wounds and without a word, laughing like a madman, saying the world was becoming more interesting. Of course, the last and most significant event is that I, Rayleigh, officially took over Fishman Island. This was equivalent to announcing to the world that I had my own territory, solidifying my position as the 5th Emperor. The Navy was furious, issuing a kill order against my entire crew and offering up to 100 million for any intelligence. This is simply outrageous. While they want to kill me, they simultaneously acknowledge my status as the 5th Emperor. It's truly a classic case of having your cake and eating it too. At this moment, deep within Mariehua, the ultimate boss known as him sits on the empty throne. The 5 elders kneel below like 5 grandsons, trembling like leaves. Im says nothing, casually tossing down 3 bounty notices and a photo. Then with a clang, a sword is stabbed through it. The 5 elders look up and nearly wet themselves. The papers from bottom to top show Luffy, Blackbeard, and Princess Shirahoshi. while my bounty notice is pinned at the top. Now, the entire new world is in an uproar. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral Akainu is close to losing his hair from worry. Akiji has left, and the Navy's high-end combat power is now just him and Kizaru. Old foxes like Garp and Sengoku won't listen to his orders, leaving him as a lone commander. Just as he was about to go insane, someone reported that they had recruited a strong candidate at the admiral level. When Akainu rushed over, he found out it was a blind man. He asked the blind man to show his skills, and guess what? The old guy opened his eyes and pulled down a huge meteorite from the sky. With a thunderous boom, it crashed into the sea, creating monstrous waves. Akainu was stunned, and seeing this scene comparable to a natural disaster, the blind man casually said, "It's too close to the headquarters. I only dared to use half my strength." Without a second thought, Akainu immediately decided, "You are the new admiral," codenamed Fujitora. Meanwhile, the four emperors also received the news. Big Imoam invited me to a tea party while enjoying desserts, and even considered introducing me to her daughter Smoothie. Red-haired Shanks looked at the bounty notices for me and Luffy with a complex expression, then set sail for Mariehua. Whitebeard, on the other hand, was overjoyed, laughing heartily on his ship, saying the new world was the stage I should be on, and ordered his crew to return to the new world. As for Kaido, that guy was busy playing high-altitude suicide in Wano, jumping from 3,000 meters high and scathed while jotting down, "The 999th way to die failed." One of his calamities, Jack the Drought, had already set sail with his fleet. We are currently ascending slowly from the depths of the 10,000-meter ocean. But I soon noticed something was off. Several gigantic sea kings were stealthily following us. Suddenly, four of them sprang up, opening their massive jaws to bite. Longma and Yasuo immediately drew their swords without a word, and two blue sword chi flashes cut the two sea kings into four pieces in an instant. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi merely glanced coldly, a stream of blood tears flowing from his right eye, and quietly said, "Amaterasu." Two clusters of unquenchable black flames instantly burned the other two sea kings into charcoal in the deep sea. Just when we thought we had resolved the situation, more than a dozen dominant-level sea kings, each over 5,000 meters long, surrounded us. Just as we were preparing for a fierce battle, these colossal creatures suddenly stopped, looking back at us in terror. A gigantic shadow slowly swam towards us, its aura more terrifying than all the sea kings combined. When it got closer, we could see clearly that it was a super giant snake resembling an eastern dragon. Rimuru was so scared that he reverted back to his slime form, rolling to my feet and trembling. Orochimaru, however, was stunned. He excitedly ran to the bow of the ship and tentatively shouted, 10,000 snakes? The giant snake actually swam towards him. Orochimaru was instantly overjoyed, chattering endlessly like an old mother. "It really is you. I thought something happened to you. How did you become the boss here? Have you eaten?" But the more I looked, the more something fell off. There was an extremely violent and evil power within the 10,000 snakes. I quickly shouted to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, come back. Something's not right. Don't go and get yourself killed." Orochimaru completely ignored me, jumping out of the ship's protective barrier and swimming towards 10,000 snakes, reaching out to touch it. In that instant, 10,000 snakes' eyes turned blood red, and it opened its huge mouth to bite. Just as it was about to happen, I swiftly appeared beside its mouth. My right leg covered in armed color Haki and delivered a spinning kick that struck its face, knocking its massive head askew. Taking the opportunity, I pulled the stunned Orochimaru back onto the ship. At this point, 10,000 snakes had completely gone mad, letting out a roar, and the surrounding sea kings charged at us as if receiving a command. Itachi, Yasuo, and Longma immediately engaged, while I transformed into my dragon form and charged at 10,000 snakes. I punched it hard, but it felt like scratching an itch. Not a single scale came off. This guy's defense is ridiculously insane, and with the immense pressure of the deep sea, I couldn't do anything about it for the moment. Just then, Itachi arrived in his Susanoo, holding that overpowered sealing sword, the Tenseiken. As soon as the serpent saw that sword, it instinctively wanted to flee, but it was too late. With a flash of red light, the Tenseiken pierced its body, wildly absorbing its power. In no time, the serpent was on the brink of death. I stopped Itachi, who was about to seal it completely, and said, "For the sake of Uncle Snake, let's give it a dignified death." We brought the dying serpent back to the ship, and Orochimaru looked at it with sorrowful eyes, silently stepping forward to gently stroke its head. At that moment, the serpent suddenly began to tremble violently, the red glow in its eyes fading slightly. It looked at us and struggled to open its mouth. Be careful. Before it could finish, there was a loud bang, and its head exploded completely. Orochimaru stared at the dead serpent before him, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes bloodshot, in an overwhelming killing intent that even I found chilling. He said nothing and turned to walk into the cabin. I watched his back, lost in thought. The serpent regained its consciousness just before dying, wanting to tell us something, and the explosion of its head indicated that it had indeed been controlled by someone, possibly implanted with something. The only ones capable of doing that in this world, aside from some unknown devil fruit, were probably that person. Soon, Ryu returned to the ship and approached Rimuru, directly picking up the transformed Rimuru and saying, "This guy is for you, don't waste it." He tossed Rimuru towards the dying serpent's body. Rimuru immediately reacted, using Predator to start devouring it, while Itachi looked at Ryu with a strange expression. Is this what the captain calls a dignified death? 3 days later, Ryu's group had officially entered the New World and had been sailing in its waters for 3 days. Although they didn't know exactly which sea area they were in, Ryu's goal was clear: head straight to Wano. He had learned from Orochimaru about the dragon horse and Wano, and he happened to want to visit Wano to see Kaido and check if Momonosuke was there. If he was, Ryu planned to kill Momonosuke for some excitement. So after coming up from Fishman Island, Ryu steered the ship in the direction indicated by the compass. For some reason, since Rimuru devoured the serpent, Orochimaru had become a bit abnormal, circling around Rimuru every day, acting strangely, while Ryu sat at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead. Suddenly, he spotted a black dot on the distant horizon, which seemed to be a pirate ship. At that moment, on the pirate ship that Ryu saw, Jack the Drought was standing at the bow with his arms crossed. "Captain Jack, we've spotted a pirate ship ahead," a crew member said as he approached Jack. "What? A pirate ship?" Jack suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly as he shouted, "Quick, give me the telescope." The crew member, not daring to delay, hurriedly handed Jack the telescope. Jack took it and looked towards Ryu's pirate ship, the dragon-shaped giant ship. "Could it be?" Jack muttered, then continued to look up, finally spotting the dragon-patterned pirate flag fluttering at the top of the mast. "Finally, I've caught you, the gods, Ryu." Jack put down the telescope, clenched his fists tightly, and shouted, "Full speed ahead. Charge towards that pirate ship. Sink the gods' pirate crew." Instantly, the surrounding pirates were shocked. "Captain Jack, that's the gods. The new 5th Emperor. Are we really going to attack them?" "Yes, Captain Jack. Shouldn't we report this to Kaido?" The crew around Jack began to chatter, as they knew of Ryu's reputation. Enough nonsense." Jack glared at them with anger, exuding a strong pressure that silenced them. "It's just a kid who has just become a pirate. What is there to be afraid of? As for the 5th Emperor? That's a joke. A mere kid who has been at sea for a few months. What qualifications does he have to be a 5th Emperor? And do you really think that just the gods' pirate crew could destroy the Marine headquarters? Whitebeard and Shanks are also involved. It's highly likely they did it." The surrounding crew, looking at the furious Captain Jack, dared not argue and followed his orders, heading full speed towards Ryu's group. The reason Jack was searching for Ryu's group was mainly because not long ago, on the day Ryu claimed the title, Kaido, drunk, inadvertently said something. What 5th Emperor? Just a kid who isn't even grown up. If he dares to come to the New World, I'll show him what it means to be an emperor. Even if it was Kaido's drunken talk, Jack took it seriously. Since that day, he had been keeping an eye on Ryu's movements, because even if it was Kaido's drunken talk, he had to prove it to Ryu, showing him what a true emperor is. As they got closer, Jack and his crew could see Ryu's group on the ship. "Hey, how come there are 2 more people? And one of them is a blue-haired kid?" With top-level observation Haki, Ryu had long noticed Jack. He initially thought it was just a coincidence, but didn't expect Jack to steer straight towards him. From a distance, Ryu could already sense the intense killing intent emanating from Jack, clearly indicating that Jack was not coming to offer warmth. Watching the mammoth ship getting closer, a chill ran through Ryu. Originally, he didn't intend to provoke Kaido this early. But when heaven offers no door, and hell has none, one cannot blame oneself. Unbeknownst to him, Itachi and the Dragon Horse group had also come to his side, standing in a row, coldly watching the approaching mammoth ship. At that moment, Jack, standing at the bow of the mammoth ship, was overjoyed at the sight, seeing that the 3rd disaster under Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, hadn't fled. Wasn't that exactly what he wanted? With that thought, a gleam of excitement erupted in his eyes as he loudly shouted, "Bring the ship closer! Move! Charge!" The crew around Jack gasped in shock, fearing it would be disastrous today. They then obeyed Jack's orders, turning the wheel to steer the mammoth ship directly towards Ryu's crew. On the evil dragon roar ship, Itachi Orochimaru, and the others were momentarily stunned when they heard Jack's words, looking at Jack at the bow in disbelief. How dare this guy? Is it that the gods have no face? Or is Ryu a fake fifth emperor? Ryu, seeing this scene, could only helplessly shake his head. Jack was indeed a reckless character. As Jack's mammoth ship was about to collide, just as Ryu was ready to take action, Lama stepped forward, his eyes gleaming with a cold light, and asked in a chilling voice, "Is he the one you mentioned, the subordinate of the strong man who controls my hometown?" "Yes, that's right, one of Kaido's 3 disasters, Jack the Drought," Ryu replied, momentarily stunned. "Then please, Captain, allow me to deal with this guy who has occupied my hometown." With that, Lama drew his Kusanagi sword, unleashing an overwhelming sword intent, mixed with the endless rage in his heart. Hundreds of years ago, when his home, Wano country, was known as the Land of Gold, no one dared to invade it. Even if they did, he would slay them with a single sword. He never expected that in recent years, his hometown would ultimately fall under the control of outsiders. Now that he was about to return, he would continue to be the guardian of his homeland. Then, Lama leaped into the air. At that moment, Jack, standing at the bow of the ship, felt the astonishing sword energy emanating from Longma, and an intense sense of pressure surged toward him, startling him. He had not expected that a mere crew member of Ryu would possess such strength. When Longma was in midair, Jack finally saw his appearance. His pupils constricted, and his body hair stood on end as he widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is it possible that you are alive? The legendary dragon, slayer, samurai." Indeed, Jack recognized Longma's identity. Decades ago, after coming to Wano with Kaido, he learned about a powerful samurai who once existed in Wano. Centuries ago, when Wano was renowned as the Land of Gold, Longma had thwarted countless pirates and world nobles, making the world aware of the samurai in Wano. It was said that no matter who the opponent was, he would defeat them in the blink of an eye. And he was a great swordsman who had never known defeat. Legend has it that he once used the autumn water to slay a dragon in the sky, earning him the title of Dragon Slayer Samurai. Coincidentally, Jack had once seen a photo of Longma in the shrine of the Shimatsuki clan in Wano, and was shocked to discover that this person was revered by the samurai of Wano as the sword god. Thus, Jack had secretly noted this powerful figure. However, he never imagined that he would encounter this supposedly dead man here today. Watching Longma in midair slowly raise the Kusanagi sword above his head, Jack's eyes narrowed, and an incredibly powerful aura erupted from Longma, causing the Kusanagi sword in his hand to gradually turn black from the bottom up. In no time, it became entirely black, exuding terrifying energy that sent chills down Jack's spine. "This is a black blade," Jack exclaimed in disbelief. Even Ryu was momentarily stunned, not expecting Longma to refine the Kusanagi sword into a black blade in such a short time. Then, Longma swung the black blade downward towards Jack. A massive blue-black sword energy suddenly slashed towards Jack and his crew. When Jack saw this sword energy locking onto him, he panicked. This sword could kill him. Even Jack himself did not understand why he felt this way. After all, it was his abnormal defensive power that allowed him to become one of the 3 disasters. Yet at this moment, his proud defensive power seemed utterly inadequate against this terrifying sword energy. "Damn it, even if you were the Dragon Slayer Samurai, what of it? I am Jack the Drought." Jack roared loudly, as if that would diminish his inner fear. Just as he finished speaking, Jack's body began to swell and grow larger, seemingly trying to transform into the ancient beast form, Mammoth. Seeing this, Longma's eyes flashed with cold mockery, and he softly murmured, "Moon Slash." In the next second, the sword energy that had already been unleashed suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, and in an instant, it severed Jack the Drought's neck. Jack hadn't even reacted to what had happened before he saw his head slowly separating from his body and falling down. The 2 eyes on his head, wide open like copper bells, were filled with confusion, horror, and unwillingness. His once proud, hard skin and defensive power had been utterly shattered in this brief moment. As fragile as a sheet of paper, thud, with a sound, Jack the Drought's head fell onto the deck, his round eyes reflecting a terrifying expression, looking grotesque. With Jack the Drought's headless body collapsing onto the deck, blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain. The crimson blood quickly stained the deck, while the surrounding crew members of Jack the Drought were left dumbfounded, their eyes vacant, collapsing onto the deck. They could not believe that Jack, who was one of the top experts under the Yonko Kaido, one of the 3 disasters and a vice-captain, could be so effortlessly slain by that swordsman in the sky, without any ability to resist. Then, Longma casually swung a slash towards the mammoth ship again. Boom! The massive mammoth ship was effortlessly split in two by Longma's casual strike, slowly sinking into the deep sea. The crew on board jumped into the sea, seeking a glimmer of hope for survival. After completing all this, Longma sheathed the now refined black blade Kusanagi sword. The sheath was made by himself. Well, and returned to the ship without looking back. He looked at Leiyu seriously and said, "Thank you, Captain, for giving me the opportunity to act." Leiyu waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Soon we will help you eliminate all the invaders from Wano." Longma nodded at Leiyu, fully trusting his words. He then left to find Yasuo for a drink. As Leiyu watched Longma's back, a slight smile appeared on his lips. He knew Longma was strong, but he never expected him to be this formidable, able to instantly kill one of the three disasters, Jack the Drought. It seemed that Longma's strength had likely reached the Emperor level. Counting Itachi and himself, there were already 3 Emperor-level experts on this ship. This was enough to sweep away any pirate crew in the New World. Even the red-haired pirates, known as the Iron Wall Pirates with the strongest overall combat power. Leiyu was confident he could defeat them. Just then, Leiyu noticed another pirate ship approaching from not far away. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Beast Pirates in Wano, a group of pirates hurriedly carried one barrel after another of liquor in the same direction. Hurry up, hurry up. Get this liquor to Boss Kaido. Be careful with the transport, don't spill it, or you might lose your head." Kaido, who had repeatedly attempted suicide, was sitting on a luxurious fur blanket, tears streaming down his face, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Why? Why can't I die? Around, the pirates looked at each other, afraid to speak. No one dared to disturb Kaido in such a state. One careless move could mean death. At that moment, a member responsible for monitoring the life paper of the main personnel of the Beast Pirates stared in horror at the large area of life paper hanging on the wall. The life paper representing Jack the Drought was burning wildly, and in no time, it turned to dust and disappeared before his eyes. This rapid burning of the life paper symbolized that Jack the Drought was dead. Not good, not good. Lord Jack's life paper has burned out. What? How is that possible? Didn't Lord Jack just go out for a stroll? How could this happen? Hurry. Quickly notify Boss Kaido. In an instant, the news of Jack's death spread layer by layer. Countless members of the Beast Pirates stood frozen in place, unable to believe that such terrible news came just days after Jack had gone out. After all, he was one of the 3 disasters, one of the strongest among his subordinates. Moreover, his vitality was the strongest among the 3 disasters, known as the little tough guy of the beasts. With his tough skin and incredible defense, how could anyone kill him? It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Kaido was still gulping down strong alcohol. Tears mixed in his eyes. Just a moment ago, he seemed to have thought of a good method for suicide. Just as he was about to lift the barrel to drink again, a member of the beast suddenly burst in, shouting, "Boss Kaido, not good, not good. Something big has happened, Boss Kaido." At this time, Kaido was still in a frenzy, tears streaming down his face, sobbing while drinking strong alcohol. He seemed to not hear the members shouting at all, lost in his own world of drinking. The member looked at the frenzied Kaido, gulped nervously, and cold sweat soaked his back, his expression becoming panicked. Because he knew that in this state, it was dangerous to disturb Boss Kaido. If disturbed, he could very well be killed by Kaido in his mad state. Normally, he wouldn't dare to disturb such a boss, but this was a special situation. If the news of Jack's death was not reported to the boss in time, then once the boss returned to normal and found out that he hadn't informed him immediately, he would definitely be killed. One was a possible death. The other was a certain death. Even a fool would choose the first. So, this member gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and decisively shouted, "Boss Kaido. Jack the Drought's life paper has burned out. Lord Jack has sacrificed himself. Just a few days ago, Lord Jack went out to sea." Boom. Before he could finish speaking, he felt the ground tremble slightly, interrupted by a loud noise. Opening his eyes, he saw the barrel that had been in Kaido's hands had been slammed onto the ground, cracking the surface. Then, Kaido, with his crimson eyes, stared fiercely at the member, filled with rage and a hint of disbelief, and spoke slowly. "You say Jack's life paper has burned out? Yes, dead?" The soldier, looking into Kaido's crimson eyes and feeling the oppressive aura brought by Kaido's anger, trembled and nodded, fearfully glancing at Kaido, afraid that Kaido would lose control and kill him. The mad Kaido was filled with killing intent. The member felt this killing intent and was almost out of breath. Who dares to kill my subordinate? Red-haired, white-beard, or that damn Navy? Damn it, I don't care who you are. If you dare to kill my subordinate, then come face me. Seeing the enraged Kaido, the member was afraid of being implicated, so he quickly said, "Boss Kaido, according to what they said a few days ago, Lord Jack went to the edge of the New World to search for Raijin, but we don't know." "What? Raijin? That damn rat." Kaido interrupted him again. "Does he really think he is one of the four emperors? Then today, I'll let you, the so-called four emperor, fall in the New World." Accompanied by Kaido's roar, his skin gradually changed to blue scales covering his body. Above Wano, countless dark clouds gathered, and lightning split the sky, with thunder roaring as if expressing Kaido's anger. Then, a gigantic blue figure rose into the sky, accompanied by a raging flame. And this massive figure rushed toward the boundless sea, disappearing from sight. At that moment, the people of Wano felt an overwhelming pressure and looked up, puzzled by the dark clouds above, unsure of what was happening. In a luxurious room, a figure dressed in Wano clothing suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes, bursting with a bright glow, murmuring, "Kaido? What has that guy gone mad about now?" He then closed his eyes again, returning to his meditative state. Meanwhile, Kaido, transformed into a giant dragon, flew recklessly in the sky, releasing his terrifying aura. He soared over various islands, flying over the territories of numerous powers, searching for the figure of Raijin. In the New World, at the G1 Marine headquarters, Sengoku, Garp, and others were startled, looking up at the distant sky. Even they could sense Kaido's aura. It's worth noting that at this moment, Kaido was thousands of kilometers away from them. At the same time, Big Mom on Cake Island sensed Kaido's aura, frowning slightly and murmuring in confusion. Who provoked that guy? Why is he so angry? Thus, Kaido searched throughout the New World for the group of Raijin. At this moment, Raijin noticed a pirate ship sailing towards him, flying the Big Mom Pirates flag. Big Mom's people? Why are there so many events today? Raijin frowned tightly, seeing that the pirate ship was clearly heading towards him. He didn't expect to encounter both Kaido and Big Mom's people in one day. Who could be? Looking at the pirate ship getting closer, Raijin was a bit puzzled, but thought it shouldn't be like Jack coming to pick a fight with him. After all, he didn't sense any killing intent from them. At this moment, on the pirate ship, a tall figure with short red hair, a strong muscular build, long legs, and scars on both cheeks stared intently at Raijin, or more precisely, at the wreckage of Jack, the Drought's mammoth ship, and the pirate flag representing the beast pirates floating on the sea. At this moment, Charlotte Katakuri's hands were actually trembling. As one of the top combatants under one of the four emperors, Katakuri naturally had a good understanding of the beast pirates. It was not hard to see that the shipwrecks near Raikyu's group belonged to Jack the Drought's mammoth. Just a few minutes ago, his top-level observation Haki had sensed that a battle seemed to have occurred here, and the first thing he felt was the powerful aura of Jack the Drought. At first, Katakuri thought Jack was attacking an unknown pirate crew, and he felt pity for the crew that encountered Jack. Suddenly, a surge of sword intent erupted, directly severing his perception of this area. When he used observation Haki again to sense this place, Jack's aura was no longer detectable. Moreover, Katakuri now felt that the shocking sword intent from earlier was still lingering in the surroundings, not dissipating for a long time. Is this the power of the new 5 emperors? Moreover, according to what he knew, Raikyu was not a great swordsman, which meant that the one who delivered that strike must be someone else. This was precisely what shocked Katakuri the most. If that slash had struck him, he would likely have met the same fate as Jack. Someone capable of killing him, and Jack must have reached the level of an emperor. If that's the case, there are actually 2 emperor-level experts among the gods. If 2 characters of the 4 emperors level suddenly erupted, even the whole Cake Island could not withstand it, let alone Big Mom. Thinking of this, Katakuri trembled all over, fear spreading in his eyes. At this moment, he even felt that his mother inviting Raikyu to the tea party was a wrong decision. This is not just about recruiting a son-in-law. It's like installing a time bomb in his own lair. However, since Big Mom had already given the order, he had no choice but to push through. As Katakuri was contemplating, the distance between the 2 ships was getting closer. As they approached, Raikyu also saw who the other party was. Frowning, he stroked his chin and thought about what Katakuri was looking for. Could it be to welcome him into the new world? At this point, Katakuri saw that the distance was almost right and directly leaped onto Raikyu's ship, seeing that he bore no hostility and judging by Raikyu's expression, which indicated he should know this person. The others did not obstruct him, assuming this must be the recently famous Raikyu. Katakuri walked straight up to Raikyu and said with slight respect, knowing he had to be cautious in front of a ship full of double emperors. You are Charlotte Katakuri, one of Big Mom's suite commanders, right? What do you need from me? Raikyu did not put on airs, as Katakuri's attitude was decent, so he naturally greeted him with a smile. Katakuri was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Raikyu to recognize him. This was good. He wouldn't have to introduce himself. Then he got straight to the point. Lord Raikyu, Mother's about to hold a tea party and hopes to invite you to come. Big Mom's tea party? Raikyu murmured, then lowered his head in thought. Never mind, he decided. He looked up at Katakuri and said, I still want to go to Wano country first. I don't want to waste time. Ah, all right, then I won't disturb you any further, Katakuri responded, not pressing the issue. Instead, he sighed slightly and prepared to return to his ship. After all, people like Raikyu generally would not easily change their decisions. This was the attitude of a ruler. What they say goes. He also couldn't force this group of powerful and abnormal pirates. However, he would inevitably have to face his mother's wrath upon returning. Wait a minute. Raikyu suddenly called out to Katakuri, who turned around in confusion, not knowing what he wanted. Raikyu stuttered and awkwardly said, I thought about it and I'll go after all. Katakuri was even more puzzled. How could this person change his mind so quickly? What happened to the attitude of a ruler? I happen to want to visit Bigamon. Yes, just a visit. Raikyu could see through Katakuri's inner thoughts and explained without a hint of embarrassment. At this moment, Raikyu was cursing in his heart. Damn it, stupid system. I don't care about face. Just a moment ago, the system had issued him a sign-in task, and the task location was indeed Big Mom's Cake Island. And completing the task would grant him a summoning opportunity. How could Raikyu miss that? He had no choice but to stop Katakuri and change his mind on the spot. Seeing Raikyu suddenly change his mind, Katakuri did not think too much about it. Then let us go now. You can follow me. Saying this, Katakuri returned to his ship, ready to lead Raikyu's group to Cake Island. Subsequently, the two pirate ships sailed one after the other on the sea and many passing vessels. Upon seeing the flags of Big Mom and the gods on the two ships, were startled and hurriedly moved aside. Among them, a naval warship spotted the two pirate ships from afar. A commander on the deck quickly put down his telescope and frantically took out a din-din mushi from his pocket, dialing it frantically. In the new Navy headquarters, Admiral Akainu was busy reviewing various documents when his din-din mushi rang incessantly. Brew brew, brew brew. Akainu looked at the incessantly ringing din-din mushi with a hint of helplessness. It had been ringing non-stop for days, threatening to explode. He shook his head and answered the call. Hello, what happened again? After a while, Akainu's expression changed drastically, and he darkened. What? Big Mom's people are with the gods. All right, I understand. After hanging up, Akainu went to the side of the office ship, looking out at the distant sea, murmuring, could it be for the tea party? After 3 or 4 hours of sailing, Raikyu, sitting at the bow of the ship, suddenly focused his eyes. He looked towards the distant horizon. Soon, he felt an overwhelming sense of authority descending upon this sea area. Raikyu, leave your life behind. A thunderous voice echoed, filled with boundless anger. In the distance, Kaido, transformed into a giant dragon, was engulfed in blazing blue flames, exuding a pressure capable of annihilating everything. He raced down from the sky towards Raikyu, and the killing intent in his eyes was clear to see. Katakuri on the adjacent ship's face instantly changed, his expression darkened. Although he knew that Raikyu had killed Jack the Drought and that Kaido would come for revenge, he did not expect Kaido to arrive so quickly. It is worth noting that it usually takes ordinary ships 4 to 5 days to travel from Wano country to this place. Yet Kaido managed to reach here in less than half a day. One can imagine how terrifying Kaido's speed is. He truly deserves the title of the strongest creature in land, sea, and air. Katakuri did not hesitate and immediately steered his pirate ship to the side. He couldn't withstand the fight between these two big shots. Damn, Raikyu, how dare you kill my subordinate? Today I will definitely make you gods fall once more. Kaido suddenly opened his mouth, his voice deep and thunderous, resonating through the sky. At the same time, countless dark clouds gathered over this sea area, instantly shrouding the entire world in darkness. The sound of thunder seemed to echo Kaido's presence. As Kaido's slender dragon whiskers fluttered in the wind, his dragon eyes, resembling copper bells, stared fiercely at Leyu, filled with rage. Then he suddenly opened his blood-red mouth, covered in blue scales, and a red sphere of light appeared in his throat, with countless energies converging within it, causing the sphere to grow larger and larger. When Leyu saw this scene, his expression turned extremely serious. He could feel the power contained within, enough to destroy any island. Kaido was coming at him with lethal intent right from the start. At this moment, Kaido roared in a deep voice, "Die for me!" Leyu, burning breath, accompanied by a flash of red light. The fireball from Kaido's throat was shot out, stirring up layers of milky white airwaves. In an instant, under Kaido's furious hot breath, the power was immense. The huge fireball broke through the mist in an instant, directly charging towards Lei Yu and his group. As the hot breath passed, the space itself was distorted by the flames. The scorching air waves swept in all directions, bubbling and rolling under the blazing flames. The azure and cold sea water beneath Lei Yu boiled as if it were being heated, constantly emitting white smoke. It should be known that this was merely the aftermath of the hot breath, yet it had such a tremendous momentum. What if it were to hit? Lei Yu had no doubt that among the known strong in the world, only a handful could withstand Kaido's attack. And this was the strength of Kaido, the strongest creature in land, sea, and air among the four emperors of a new world. As the terrifying fireball drew closer, Yasuo suddenly stepped forward, the power of the wind swirling around him. Then, a flash of white light appeared as Yasuo suddenly drew the blade from its sheath, gathering countless hurricanes towards the sky, forming a barrier of wind that blocked above the roar of the giant dragon. Watching this scene, Lei Yu's heart did not relax. He felt that even Yasuo's bug-level ability could not block this attack. Boom! A tremendous booming sound erupted as the two forces collided, and the flames, which seemed to scorch the sky, spread out the moment the fireball made contact with the wind barrier, covering everything. Did it block it? Yasuo looked at the apocalyptic scene above and said in a low voice. After a while, Yasuo's wind barrier reached its limit, suddenly starting to shatter. Oh no. But then, Yasuo's pupils contracted, and he shouted, as he saw the giant dragon Kaido slightly arching his neck back, taking a deep breath, and once again exhaling a white air wave. Then with a bang, the milky white air waves instantly transformed into fierce orange flames, injecting into the fireball opposing Yasuo. Boom! The fireball formed from the fierce flames suddenly began to expand, growing larger, raising the temperature above the sea once more. Under this rising temperature, various fish beneath the sea immediately floated to the surface. Belly up, crack. Yasuo's wind barrier finally reached its limit, dissipating in the flames. And then it rushed towards the roar of the evil dragon. I'm sorry, Captain. Yasuo felt a bit frustrated that his proud wind barrier had been so easily shattered by Kaido, while Lei Yu showed no blame. After patting Yasuo's shoulder, he said, "Leave this guy to me." Saying this, Lei Yu stepped forward, standing on the dragon head at the bow of the ship, calmly watching Kaido's world-destroying breath, emanating a confident aura that reassured Yasuo and the others. A glint of coldness flashed in Lei Yu's eyes. His body trembled slightly, and his skin began to gradually turn crimson. Scales of the same color slowly covered his whole body, and as his body continued to grow taller, two dragon horns gradually sprouted from his forehead. Ultimately, in his dragon human form, Lei Yu's height stabilized around 4 meters, appearing extremely strong. The terrifying power that had been dormant within him awakened once again, exuding a suffocating aura. Buzz! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the pitch-black top-level armament Haki spread out, instantly covering his arms. Bang! Lei Yu suddenly pushed off the ground, rapidly charging towards the fireball that aimed to destroy everything. And as Kaido saw Lei Yu's current form, he was momentarily stunned by the familiar aura. He couldn't be mistaken. It's a dragon, the aura of a dragon, and it was much purer than his own, even on a different level. Dragon fruit, mythical beast type? Damn! Looking at Lei Yu transformed into a dragon human, Kaido's killing intent grew stronger. It should be known that although he appeared as a dragon, his fruit was the fish fruit. He could not be considered a true dragon species. Next, strands of purple flames surrounded Lei Yu. Watching the approaching fireball, Lei Yu slightly raised his hand, and the eerie purple flames flowed along his arm, gathering in his palm. In no time, he formed a fireball the same size as the one Kaido exhaled. Only its color was an eerie purple. Lei Yu lifted the huge fireball above his head, looking at the hot breath coming at him, murmuring ace. I'm sorry, Candle Fire, Flame Emperor. Actually just shouting to make it sound impressive. With Lei Yu's roar, he threw the massive purple fireball. The next moment, boom in the sky. Two gigantic fireballs of completely different colors finally collided. In that instant, the space seemed to shake violently. Amidst the thunderous roar, the flames surged in all directions. A red energy circle appeared in the sky, enveloping a 10-mile radius. Even the entire sea surface trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. With a strange phenomenon in the sky, the sea surface beneath the two fireballs, due to the residual heat, was directly evaporated, creating a depression of nearly 100 meters. After a few seconds of a standoff, the two terrifying flames suddenly exploded, unleashing howling gusts of wind. After a few more seconds, the two terrifying flames vanished, transforming into a massive mushroom cloud floating in the sky. Katakuri watched this scene of divine beings fighting, exclaiming, "Is this the Battle of Emperors?" Although he believed he could block Kaido's hot breath, it would never be as easy as Leiyu's. Whoosh, the sea breeze blew by, dispersing the massive mushroom cloud, transformed into a giant dragon. Kaido looked at the dissipating mushroom cloud, where Leiyu was floating in midair. Immediately, Kaido narrowed his eyes slightly, the killing intent in his gaze growing stronger. To be able to so easily block his dragon breath, at the very least, this person must be of admiral level, and Leiyu's strength was surely beyond that. This is just the beginning. Today, you will definitely die here. Leiyu. As he spoke, Kaido roared like a madman, his massive body suddenly accelerating towards the thunderstorm in the sky. However, before he could reach Rikyu's figure vanished into thin air. Then, Kaido suddenly felt something unusual with his tail. Turning his enormous body, he was shocked to find that Rikyu had actually come up behind him and was gripping his tail tightly. Instantly, Kaido's anger intensified, and the murderous intent in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. The terrifying aura emanating from him grew stronger, shaking the very air around him. After all, he was one of the 4 emperors. The last person who dared to touch his tail had grass growing over his grave for hundreds of meters. With that thought, he twisted his body and lunged at Rikyu. Seeing this, Rikyu's lips curled up slightly, and he gripped Kaido's dragon tail tightly with both hands. Suddenly, the veins in his arms bulged as he exerted force, swinging Kaido's massive tail around. Just as Kaido was about to charge at Rikyu, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness. The next second, the entire world began to spin wildly, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. At that moment, Rikyu was pulling on Kaido's tail, spinning faster and faster, before suddenly letting go. With a whoosh, Kaido's massive body was flung straight onto the surface of the sea. Splash! As Kaido's several-kilometer-long body hit the water, it created towering waves. However, after a while, the ripples caused by Kaido's fall had already calmed down. Yet Kaido's figure was nowhere to be seen. Is he dead? Impossible. The crew on the onslaught looked at the seemingly calm sea, while Rikyu fixed his gaze below, his heart racing with caution. Although it is said that those with devil fruit powers become powerless when they fall into the sea, Rikyu believed that the sea might have no restrictions on Kaido. After all, Kaido was known as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. If he feared the sea, he wouldn't have that title. Watching the tranquil sea, Rikyu felt increasingly uneasy. He tried to use his observation haki to sense Kaido's figure beneath the surface, but found nothing, as if he had vanished into thin air. Thus, Rikyu flew just above the water, continuing his search for Kaido's figure. After all, an unknown enemy is more troublesome. About 5 minutes later, just as Rikyu was about to give up, he suddenly felt every hair on his body stand on end. He frantically activated his observation haki, but still found nothing. At that moment, Katakuri in the distance seemed to sense something, his pupils suddenly constricting as he shouted at Rikyu, "Behind you! Be careful!" Upon hearing Katakuri's shout, Rikyu didn't look back and flew upward instead, choosing to unconditionally trust Katakuri's warning because he knew how extraordinary his observation haki was. Rumble! Suddenly, Kaido's massive body shot up from the sea behind Rikyu. In no time, he was above Rikyu, angrily looking down at him with his enormous dragon head. Rikyu, seeing this, immediately dodged to the side, but ultimately, his movement was still a step too slow. Kaido's dragon tail suddenly emerged from the sea, directly aiming at the retreating Rikyu. Under Rikyu's horrified gaze, the dragon tail made close contact with him. Bang! Rikyu was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing onto the water's surface with a series of splashes, even smashing through several small islands along the way. After flying for about 3 to 4 kilometers, he finally crashed into the steep side of an island's mountain, barely coming to a stop. After knocking Rikyu away, Kaido prepared to continue his pursuit, but at that moment, Ryuma stood in front of him like a sword blocking his path. When Kaido saw Ryuma, he revealed an expression similar to Jack's, staring in shock at Ryuma, exclaiming, "You! How can you still be alive?" "No, you can't be him. Who are you?" Ryuma coldly replied, "I am who I am. Ryuma of the Shimatsuki clan." "No, that's impossible. He died hundreds of years ago." Kaido still couldn't believe it. Ryuma paid Kaido no further mind and slowly drew the black blade of the Shusui sword, suddenly swinging it forward, the tip of the blade pointing directly at Kaido. An incredibly powerful sword intent slowly emanating from him. This is the black blade. Is it really you? Upon seeing Ryuma's black blade and the fierce sword intent, Kaido realized that the person before him was indeed the legendary dragon-slaying warrior from Wano, Ryuma. In this world, he only knew of two people who could wield a black blade: the world's strongest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk, and the invincible warrior of Wano, Ryuma. No matter who I am, I have only one goal: to slay everyone who dares to invade the land of gold. Ryuma's eyes flashed with a cold light as he snorted. So you know about the land of gold? It must be you, Ryuma. At this moment, Kaido had confirmed Ryuma's identity, although he didn't know how he had come back to life. He wanted to see if the legendary dragon-slaying warrior was truly worthy of his reputation. Saying this, Kaido's violent aura erupted. Kaido himself was a dragon. Watching Kaido unleash his aura recklessly, Ryuma's expression gradually grew serious because he knew that this guy before him was not the same reckless fool he had once slain with a single sword strike. This guy was several times stronger, completely on another level. Meanwhile, on a small island 3 to 4 kilometers away from Kaido, Raikyu struggled to pull his body out from the mountainside. With a thud, he fell directly from the cliff and landed on the ground. Just now, Kaido's seemingly ordinary tail swipe contained an extremely terrifying power. That immense impact had severely injured Raikyu in an instant. He stood up shakily, blood covering his entire body, with several ribs broken. If he had covered himself in armament Haki, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. He had ultimately underestimated his opponent. Ever since Raikyu had defeated Steelbone, he had indeed become a bit arrogant. Now, Kaido's tail strike had awakened him. One should never underestimate the heroes of the world, especially against an opponent of Kaido's caliber. Just then, Raikyu suddenly looked up toward the distance and sensed that Kaido's aura had once again surged, now even more powerful than before, while another strong sword intent was clashing against Kaido's destructive aura. Sigh, Raikyu shook his head and said, "Facing an opponent like Kaido, I actually dare to hold back and get injured. It's truly my fault." With that thought, Raikyu let out a self-deprecating laugh, then brushed off the dust from his body, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes gleamed with determination. "It's time to get serious. Let you try my true form, Kaido." Saying this, Raikyu began to walk step by step from the center of the small island toward the edge of the coast. Along the way, a terrifying aura emanated from him, and his momentum continued to rise. Then I saw the red phosphorus on Lei Yu's body emitting a dazzling red light, and his body unexpectedly began to swell and grow larger once again. Then, strands of blazing flames appeared, continuously swirling around Lei Yu. In no time, these flames wrapped around Lei Yu's enormous body, continuing to expand and grow even larger, slowly forming a tornado-like pillar of fire, rampaging and burning everything around. Wherever Lei Yu passed, everything was burned to a pile of ruins by the flames surrounding him. By the time Lei Yu reached the seaside, this tornado-like pillar of fire had already stretched several kilometers in length, extremely shocking. Then with a breeze blowing through, this astonishing flame tornado began to slowly dissipate. I saw that the two dragon horns on Lei Yu's head were completely red, as beautiful and captivating as red coral, while his black hair transformed into scarlet long hair. On his forehead, there was a scarlet sun-moon-shaped mark, combined with Lei Yu's slightly upward curving mouth, giving him a hint of a charming rogue, making countless readers' hearts flutter. First revealed was Lei Yu's towering upper body, 400 to 500 meters tall, with his arms and back covered in crimson dragon scales. His hands transformed into sharp dragon claws, and his towering chest muscles and well-defined 8-pack abs were filled with immense power, making one feel the reliability of Lei Yu's chest, causing Bai Xing to drool. Then, the fully transformed Lei Yu's lower body also appeared, with a dragon body and tail several kilometers long, all adorned with red phosphorus, sparkling brightly, while his spine had a row of purple flames continuously burning. From a distance, at this moment, Lei Yu's size was completely comparable to Kaido's transformed dragon form. And this was Lei Yu's strongest form, dragon fruit, mythical Zoan, candle dragon form. At this moment, both Kaido and Longma were continuously raising their momentum, preparing to gather their strength for a fatal blow to each other. Just as Kaido's momentum reached its peak, ready to strike, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura rushing towards him, and Longma also felt this fierce aura, along with a familiar yet strange sensation. As this aura approached, The two of them turned to look at the sea area on their right, and in an instant, they saw a figure resembling a celestial being rushing towards them from not far away. That figure, like Kaido, had a gigantic body several kilometers long, completely crimson, with strands of purple flames wrapping around him like a heavenly silk. In no time, this figure arrived above Longma, locking eyes with Kaido. "You captain?" Longma looked up at this gigantic being, unable to believe his eyes. Leiyu looked down at Longma, as if he were just a small ant. Kaido, leave it to me." Leiyu's booming voice came out. Upon hearing this, Longma said nothing more, nodded, and put away the black sword in his hand, returning to the ship. At this moment, in the vast sea area, Leiyu and Kaido, two colossal beings, were sizing each other up. Kaido snorted, exhaling 2 streams of white air through his nostrils, and muttered in confusion, "Is that the dragon fruit? Mythical Zoan?" At this time, Kaido recognized this half-dragon, half-human being before him as Leiyu, whom he had previously knocked away. "This is my ability, the dragon fruit, candle dragon form." Leiyu introduced himself without any intention of hiding anything. Kaido looked at Leiyu's half-dragon, half-human appearance and directly mocked. "Candle dragon? You dare to call yourself a dragon in that form?" However, there was no trace of anger in Leiyu's eyes. Instead, he looked at Kaido with a smile and said, "If a little blue fish like you can call yourself a dragon, why can't I?" As soon as Leiyu said this, it was not very hurtful, but extremely insulting. It seemed to poke at Kaido's sore spot, as his anger visibly surged in his dragon eyes, roaring furiously, "You deserve to die." Then, he opened his massive jaws and lunged at Leiyu. Seeing this, Leiyu remained calm, directly charging forward. He swiftly moved to the right side of Kaido's head and trapped Kaido's enormous dragon head under his armpit. In an instant, Kaido realized what armpit fragrance meant. Waves of special and wonderful scents stimulated every pore of Kaido's body. As Kaido roared in madness, he struggled under Leiyu's armpit. But Leiyu's arm clamped around his neck like an iron claw, making it impossible to escape. It should be noted that after fully transforming into a dragon, Leiyu's strength and defense had directly reached a new level. No matter how Kaido moved or flailed, he couldn't break free from Leiyu, making himself exhausted and gasping for breath. The armpit fragrance filled Kaido's mouth, and in an instant, Kaido's enormous dragon head visibly turned green and his cheeks swelled up. Upon seeing this, Leiyu seemed to realize something, his expression changing drastically as he immediately released Kaido and retreated. The next second, they heard 2 sounds of roar, followed by a sudden contraction of his abdomen, causing everything in his stomach to come pouring out. Goodness, his stomach was full of alcohol, not a single grain of rice. Then Kaido felt a burning sensation in his throat, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. After a while, he finally felt a bit of relief. "Leiyu, you will die today." Kaido, who had recovered, was now completely blinded by rage, his dragon membranes turning an intense red, as if possessed. Roar! With Kaido's roar, a violent sound wave materialized into a massive shockwave, stirring the sea water along its path and crashing towards Leiyu. Leiyu, not to be outdone, leaned back, took a deep breath, and roared, "Ow, ow!" The same roar transformed into a red shockwave that clashed with Kaido's boom, boom, boom. The collision of the 2 shockwaves was evenly matched, creating a terrifying force that seemed to split the heavens and the earth, causing a horrifying hurricane to sweep out, devastating everything in its path for thousands of meters. Countless small islands were directly destroyed by this hurricane, plunging into the endless sea. Leiyu's dragon roar endured this terrifying disaster, but Katakuri was not so lucky. The hurricane crushed the ship he was on into a pile of wreckage. Not far away, Orochi saw that Katakuri seemed to be in danger and immediately opened his mouth, extending his tongue towards Katakuri's direction. Just as Katakuri was about to fall into the water, he was suddenly ensnared by a red, soft, elongated object around his waist, which then pulled him onto Leiyu's ship. Upon arriving on Leiyu's ship, Katakuri glanced at Orochi and understood what had saved him. Looking at his wet waistline, he suddenly felt that life was not worth it and found it a bit unlucky. However, he still thanked Orochi in the end because it would have been quite troublesome if he had fallen into the water. At this moment, Kaido in the sky discovered that Leiyu could also use his powers. He immediately became even more furious. Boom! In the next moment, Kaido's massive body charged out, instantly surpassing the speed of sound. The terrifying hurricane created along the way directly triggered towering tsunamis hundreds of meters high, engulfing everything around. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Leiyu, extending his cold, gleaming claws, cutting through the air with the force to slice through anything, and suddenly slashed down towards Lei Yu's neck. Clang! A pair of crimson claws blocked Kaido's attack. Before Kaido could react, with a buzzing sound, Lei Yu's other dragon claw, now imbued with advanced Haki, turned pitch black and slashed toward Kaido's torso. At that moment, Kaido also noticed Lei Yu's movement and exclaimed, "You actually cultivated flowing cherry." "Hee. I didn't expect that," Lei Yu replied coldly, his speed remaining undiminished, as if he could slice through Kaido's dragon body in the next second. However, Kaido seemed unfazed by this scene, showing no signs of retreat. Clang! As the electric sparks flew, Lei Yu's claw, imbued with flowing cherry, passed through Kaido's dragon body, and his pupils constricted. After a flash of sparks, he found that his sharp claws couldn't break through Kaido's defense. It only left a series of white scratches beneath his blue dragon scales. Though this attack did not injure Kaido, it still caused him waves of pain. "Are you just scratching my back?" Kaido roared angrily, his massive body turning, raising his equally sharp claws. With a buzz, they too were imbued with Haki. And he roared, "Let me show you the true flowing cherry Haki." As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his claws, colliding with Lei Yu's claws. "You throw a punch, I throw a punch. You claw, I claw." The two equally huge bodies grappled together, their top-tier Haki clashing violently, erupting with streaks of red and black light like lightning, seemingly tearing apart the space itself. Boom! The sound generated from their collision shook the entire ice surface, and the sky had already changed color. On one side, there were dark, black clouds, and on the other, clouds burning like fire. The entire sky was interwoven with lightning, raging wildly, and the brilliant light dazzled, illuminating the entire battlefield. The crew on the Evil Dragon Roar were shocked by the terrifying battle between the two massive bodies. Yasuo's eyes sparkled with light as he watched the breathtaking fight above, exclaiming, "This scene is truly like a demon lord descending from the heavens. Just like the earthly deity. This Lei Yu. Awesome." Orochimaru interjected thoughtfully. "Everyone, Uncle Snake is cultured." At this moment, in the depths of Cake Island Palace in the New World, Big Emon looked up at the distant sea, her expression unusually grave. Who is he fighting? Whose unfamiliar aura is this? In her memory, the only ones who could fight Kaido like this, aside from the three other emperors and that old man from the Navy, were probably no one else. Feeling the overwhelming momentum from both sides, Big Mom's expression grew increasingly serious. In the royal palace of Dressrosa in the New World, Don Quixote da Flamingo, a member of the Shichibukai, sat in a luxurious chair wearing a pink feather coat and cropped pants. He held a din mushi in his hand, and after hearing something, lowered his head, his whole body starting to tremble violently. "He, Lei Yu and Kaido. Interesting, very interesting. He, I wonder how far you can go in the New World. How much can you see? That person from the Dark World, Lei Yu in the New World, the four emperors, and that mysterious D family. The sea of the New World is in turmoil. Aha, but that throne only has one seat." As he finished speaking, Doflamingo slowly raised his head, a glint flashing across his sunglasses, and then he began to laugh maniacally. At the same time, Akainu and Kizaru in the new marine headquarters also looked towards the distant sky, their expressions extremely grim. The reckless battle between Lei Yu and Kaido had already been noticed by many in the New World. At this time, in the sea where Lei Yu's group was located, islands of various sizes within a radius of several dozen miles had been burned and destroyed, sinking into the sea. In the sky, the blue dragon and the red dragon continued to clash like deities and demons, creating howling hurricanes. The clouds in the sky flashed with lightning continuously, and this apocalyptic scene filled everyone's eyes. As the battle between the two intensified and reached a fever pitch, Lei became more and more passionate and joyful. The complete enhancement brought by the candle dragon form filled him with a sense of power. Especially when fighting against an emperor like Kaido, he could freely unleash his inner strength without any reservations, which was incredibly exhilarating. On the other hand, Kaido gradually calmed down. As time passed, he suddenly realized that he had underestimated this new emperor all along. He never expected that this newcomer, who had only set sail for a few months, had already reached a height comparable to his own. Their powers and defenses were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. With a loud bang, following another clash between the two, Kaido retreated several hundred meters, his gaze fixed on Lei Yu with a serious expression. He then opened his dragon mouth, and a faint glow appeared at the base of his throat. Even from thousands of meters away, Uchiha Itachi and the others could sense the intense heat emanating from his mouth. Orochimaru looked at Kaido's fiery breath with a strange expression, muttering, "Isn't that going to burn his mouth?" Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi glanced at Orochimaru and said blandly, "You, with that sword stuck in your throat, still dare to talk about others?" Meanwhile, Ryuma, who was nearby, naturally heard Itachi's words, paused for a moment, and immediately loosened his grip on the sword handle, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. At this moment, Kaido was not only gathering heat in his mouth, a fierce look flashed in his lantern-like eyes, and his whole body trembled violently. A destructive aura quietly released, and then lightning began to swirl around his long body. In an instant, the dark clouds above his head began to churn, countless bolts of lightning appearing, gathering within the layers of clouds. The sea below him, which had been rolling, suddenly calmed down. The next second, the previously calm sea suddenly rippled. Then, these ripples began to spin faster and faster. Soon, several sea tornadoes gathered around Kaido, their shapes gradually enlarging until they reached nearly 1,000 meters in height. Moreover, under Kaido's control, there were almost 4 or 5 of these tornadoes, creating chaos in the sea, forming gigantic whirlpools that acted like shredders. Any ship that came into contact would be instantly torn apart. Seeing the scene, Leiyu felt the power of these 3 elements and was shocked. It seems that Kaido can indeed control multiple elements. And Leiyu also noticed the complexity of Kaido's attack, immediately becoming unprecedentedly serious. A flame, resembling a celestial silk, suddenly ignited around Leiyu, and countless purple flames slowly gathered in the palm of his hand, the temperature high enough to distort and shatter the surrounding space. As Kaido's momentum continuously rose, the power of the wind, fire, and thunder elements converged, becoming increasingly formidable. "Your strength is impressive," Kaido said while concentrating. "But no one on this sea has been able to withstand my next attack, and you're no exception. Prepare to face the wrath of the Emperor." After saying this, Kaido gave Leiyu no opportunity. With a roar, 2 beams of light, one red and one white, erupted from Kaido's dragon mouth. The fire and lightning intertwined, forming 2 colossal dragons of fire and thunder that roared towards Leiyu with the force to destroy the heavens and the earth. Even the 4 tornadoes on the sea formed 4 nearly 1,000-meter-long azure dragons, roaring as they closed in on Leiyu from below. In an instant, 6 giant dragons with an incredibly terrifying aura appeared on the surface of the sea and in the sky, charging towards Leiyu, while Orochimaru and his group, far from the battlefield, felt an emotion called fear watching this attack that stirred the entire sea. At this moment, Katakuri realized how vast the gap between him and the emperors was, like a chasm. If Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, was so monstrous, what about Big Mom, another of the 4 emperors? Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi looked worriedly at Leiyu's figure in the sky, his expression gradually darkening. To block Kaido's attack, he would have to use the divine artifact Yata Mirror, relying solely on Susanoo. Even a complete form of Susanoo would be as fragile as tissue paper in the face of such a terrifying attack. At this moment, even if he wanted to help Leiyu, it was already too late. Sigh. Itachi sighed deeply, clenched his fist, and looked anxiously at Leiyu. Leiyu stared grimly at the attack released by Kaido. The 6 attacks formed by the 3 elements had already intertwined, seemingly increasing in power, crashing towards him. Filled with brutality, rage, and immense strength, it brought him an unprecedented sense of oppression and tension. Feeling the rising fear and pressure from these attacks, Leiyu couldn't help but swallow hard. The blood in his body began to boil, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. He could feel that this was the first time since arriving in this world that he had experienced such overwhelming fear, as if he would die in the next second. Even during his duel with Steelbone, he had not felt such fear and pressure. Was this the power of an emperor? Then, Leiyu's eyes were filled with determination. Boom! At that moment, a similarly powerful aura was released from Leiyu, centered around him. He resembled a demon engulfed in flames, his entire body covered in purple flames, and the surrounding space was burned into black voids, which then self-repaired. Devour it! Candle flame! Just as his momentum and flames peaked, Leiyu suddenly roared, his eyes seemingly igniting with fierce flames. He thrust his hands forward. The purple candle flames in his hands instantly erupted with terrifying power, intertwining and forming a colossal purple-red dragon that surged to meet Kaido's attack. The area it passed through collapsed under the immense pressure. In a moment after Leiyu's purple dragon was unleashed, boom, the purple dragon collided with Kaido's 6 elemental dragons, and after a huge explosion, the world seemed to fall silent, with no sound reaching them. In the sky, Lei Yu's red energy was still recklessly clashing with Kaido's 3 elemental powers, and the collision of these two forces directly devoured the surrounding air, creating a vacuum within a 1,000-meter radius, resulting in an eerie silence. As the two powerful energies remained locked in conflict, a small black suddenly appeared at the point of collision. Itachi, standing at the bow of the ship, saw this small dot, and his pupils shrank. He immediately turned and shouted, "Damn it! Retreat quickly, as far back as possible." He sensed a hint of destructive power emanating from it. Orochimaru, seeing this, no longer hesitated and, without further ado, buried his head in the waves, acting as an accelerator. In the next second, bang bang bang, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the two forces suddenly exploded, and blinding white light erupted. Both Lei Yu and Kaido were shocked and tried to retreat, but it was too late. Their figures were engulfed in this destructive power. The energy generated by the explosion stirred up layers of milky white waves, and the splattering flames instantly ignited the entire sea. Even the water level dropped slightly, which is remarkable considering this is the entire ocean. In the deep sea, thousands of sea creatures began to tremble violently under the impact of this power. Several underwater volcanoes erupted, and countless sea kings fled in all directions, trying to escape this terrifying sea area. Orochimaru and the others only managed to retreat nearly 10 miles before stopping, turning back to look at the horrifying scene, almost in a daze. Rimuru was also frightened back into his original form. The terrifying sensation made them break out in a cold sweat. "This is bad," Itachi suddenly exclaimed, seeing the milky white waves mixed with flames rapidly spreading toward their location, and their dragon ship might not withstand the terrifying aftershock. Itachi's Sharingan, Spoonwili, activating the third form of Susanoo. Then he leaped down, covering his feet with chakra, standing on the surface of the sea, summoning the divine artifact Yada Mirror to block in front of the ship. Yasuo also drew his unsheathed blade, swinging it fiercely to wrap a barrier of wind around the ship. Boom! The terrifying aftershock, carrying immense power, sped past Uchiha Itachi and the others, heading into the distance. And the two successfully protected their pirate ship. At this moment, at the center of the battlefield, the terrifying power slowly dissipated in the clouds of dust, revealing the two colossal figures of Lei Yu and Kaido. Kaido, originally blue, had now turned blue-black. Even the hair on his dragon head had become frizzy, and two long whiskers curled, emitting a burnt smell. He was continuously spewing fresh red blood. The entire dragon appeared weak. Clearly, he had sustained significant injuries from that shockwave and was in a daze. Lei Yu was not faring much better. His body was covered in blood, and blood was constantly oozing from the gaps in his scales. Huff, huff, gasping for breath. Lei Yu suddenly tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful of old blood, clearly having sustained considerable damage as well. At this moment, Lei Yu's expression darkened even more. Despite their similar states, he knew that if this dragged on, he would lose. Because Lei Yu is about to lose his ability to maintain the Zhu Long form, and since the fruit has not fully developed and awakened, he can currently only maintain it for about an hour. This is only because he stayed on Fishman Island for a month, just barely developing the fruit to the point of sustaining it for an hour. Without that month, Lei Yu might have already been done for. It's simply not sustainable and life-threatening. After such a long time of intense battle, he can now only maintain it for a mere 5 minutes. To defeat Kaido, he must break through his incredibly hard dragon body. However, even the terrifying explosion just now did not destroy a single bit of Kaido's dragon body. So how can he break through his scales? Moreover, for decades, only one person has ever managed to injure Kaido's body, and that was only in his human form, right? Suddenly, Lei Yu had a flash of inspiration and began to gaze intently at Kaido's dragon body, searching for something. At this moment, Kaido also regained consciousness, twisted his dragon body slightly, and slowly looked toward Lei Yu in the distance. At this time, Lei Yu's aura had already dropped significantly, and his breath was extremely unstable, as if he would fall from the sky at any moment. Seeing this scene, Kaido suddenly burst into loud laughter, as if he thought of something. "So, you haven't developed your fruit to its limit yet. Lei Yu, can't hold on anymore. Then today, this ocean will be your burial ground." In the distance, Orochimaru and the others vaguely heard Kaido's booming voice and immediately realized that something was wrong, quickly heading back in the direction they had just escaped from. "You will sleep here forever, Lei Yu." As he spoke, Kaido's aura suddenly surged back to its peak, recovering from the earlier impact. Then, Kaido swayed his long body and slowly flew over. Watching Kaido approach him filled with murderous intent, Lei did not show any signs of panic. Instead, he furrowed his brows tightly, constantly searching for something. Suddenly, when Lei Yu's gaze landed on a certain spot on Kaido's long body, his eyes lit up. Found it. Following Lei Yu's gaze, there was an unremarkable X-shaped scar on the upper right side of Kaido's midsection. The person who left that scar on Kaido's indestructible body was none other than Kazuki Oden, the son of the former Wano country general, Kazuki Sukiyaki. Over a decade ago, Kazuki Oden had once attempted to take down Kaido. Although he failed, he successfully injured Kaido with his two famous swords, Inma and Aim no Habakiri. At the same time, he was the only man over the years who could leave a scar on Kaido. Although that scar had healed, it should be the only weak point compared to other parts of Kaido's body. After all, a broken mirror cannot be restored to its original state, and a heart that has been hurt cannot love anyone else. The same logic applies. The defense at that scar must be relatively weak. Looking at that X-shaped wound, Lei Yu's face showed joy. Although he didn't know if he could heavily injure Kaido with this, he had no choice but to give it a shot. As long as his deductions were correct, combined with the only remaining trump card, Lei Yu was confident he could pierce through Kaido's body with one strike. At this moment, Kaido's figure was getting closer and closer to him. Lei Yu's expression became serious as he murmured, and when the distance between them reached 100 meters, Lei Yu's lingering breath suddenly erupted like a return of light. At the same time, with a buzz, he concentrated the top-tier armament Haki onto one of his claws. His massive body suddenly surged forward at lightning speed towards Kaido. In that second, Lei Yu seemed to transform into light, breaking the sound barrier. And in the blink of an eye, he reached beneath Kaido's right side, extending his armament Haki-covered claw toward Kaido's scar. At this moment, Kaido seemed to be prepared, seeing the suddenly surging Lei Yu without panic, but rather mocked. Struggling in vain? Useless. But the next second, when Kaido saw Lei Yu's claw, gleaming with cold light and immense power, rushing towards the scar he had left, his expression suddenly changed. In shock, he shouted, "You bastard, what are you trying to do?" As Lei Yu saw his plan about to succeed, as if he could slice Kaido open in an instant, he shouted excitedly, "Kaido!" Kaido looked at Lei Yu's claw about to hit him, a trace of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Who do you think you are? A little brat thinks he can defeat me?" Then, Kaido suddenly swung his massive tail, breaking the sound barrier with a roar, and in the blink of an eye, it was heading straight for Lei Yu, ready to swat him away before Lei Yu could hit him. But at that moment, a smile flashed in Lei Yu's eyes, and he felt a powerful and strange aura emanating from a red bead that appeared in his dantian. Just as Kaido's tail was only 1 meter away from Lei Yu, a red light flashed, and Kaido's pupils suddenly constricted as if he had seen a ghost. As he opened his mouth to say something, he froze, unable to move. Then, a deep red light circle centered around Lei Yu suddenly enveloped the area within a radius of 1,000 meters. In an instant, everything within that range seemed to come to a standstill, and Kaido's tail, which was swinging toward Lei Yu, stopped just 1 centimeter from him. Even the seawater below ceased to flow, as if time itself had been frozen. The entire space was terrifyingly silent, yet Lei Yu's movements did not stop, charging straight toward Kaido's scar. After a flash of light, clang, sparks flew in all directions. Couldn't he break through? Lei Yu looked up, his eyes filled with determination, forcibly raising his aura to its peak, then extending his arms back, using the strength from his waist to charge once more toward Kaido's scar. With a poof, blood mixed with fragments of blue dragon scales scattered everywhere, and Lei Yu's claw emerged from the other side of Kaido's body. This time, Lei Yu's claw, infused with top-tier armament Haki, pierced through Kaido's dragon body. At the same time, crack, the red light circle surrounding Lei Yu suddenly began to shatter, and the seawater, air, and time within the range seemed to start flowing again. Roar, Lei Yu, how is this possible? At this moment, Kaido returned to normal, staring at Lei Yu in shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. How can you also control the power of the laws? This is impossible. Meanwhile, Lei Yu looked at Kaido in confusion. What is this law? Isn't this the power of my Dragon Ball, able to control time within a certain range? It's just that right now, I can only make time stop, and it can only last for a fleeting second. At this moment, Kaido seemed to be directly shocked by the power Lei Yu controlled, not even caring that his body had been pierced by Lei Yu. He twisted his massive dragon body, trying to escape. Seeing this, Lei Yu's gaze sharpened, and the arm that penetrated Kaido's body tightened, not allowing Kaido to escape. Roar, Lei Yu, you damn little brat. Kaido roared angrily, swinging his tail towards Raikyu Boom. The enormous tail crashed violently into Raikyu's body. At that moment, Raikyu was like a strong bow fully drawn. He was directly sent flying by the fierce impact. Pooh! Wah! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. As he was hurled through the air, Raikyu's massive form continuously shrank until he finally reverted to his human shape, his aura weak and barely perceptible, plummeting to its lowest point. Upon seeing Raikyu finally flung away, Kaido chose not to pursue him because he noticed Raikyu's companions approaching not far away. His current state was not optimistic against Ryuma. Without hesitation, he twisted his dragon body and flew upwards, wanting to leave this place first. Raikyu flew for about 5 seconds. Accompanied by a bang, he felt as if he had not fallen into the sea. Struggling, he looked back and saw that he had been caught by a giant Crimson Gundam. Looking down, he realized that Itachi Uchiha and the others had returned here at some point. Itachi gently placed Raikyu on the deck, and Orochimaru immediately stepped forward. A layer of green chakra covering his palm, helping stabilize Raikyu's internal injuries. Itachi, glancing at Kaido in the distance who was attempting to escape, leaped up, and a rapidly spinning crimson tomo appeared in his Susanu's hand. A flicker of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Yasaka, no Magatama." He then hurled the rapidly spinning tomo fiercely, while Ryuma took a step forward, gripping his black blade, condensing his supreme sword intent and slashing fiercely at Kaido. At this moment, Kaido, flying over 3,000 meters high, suddenly felt a surge of crisis. Turning around, he saw 2 extremely terrifying attacks heading towards him. So he hurriedly twisted his body, trying to evade these 2 strikes. However, that tomo and sword energy seemed to have eyes, directly targeting the wound that Raikyu had inflicted on him. Bang bang. As the 2 attacks exploded, Kaido's figure trembled, and countless blood droplets rained down on the sea. His previously booming aura instantly plummeted to its lowest, and he began to fall straight down. Raikyu's earlier strike had already caused him significant damage. He had been able to hold on until now, but with these 2 attacks crashing into his wound, he could no longer endure it. Just as he was about to hit the sea, his eyes turned crimson, and he shouted with all his might in furious despair, "Raikyu, you old thief. You don't follow the rules of combat. Just wait for me." Then with a plop, he plunged into the depths of the sea, disappearing into the vast ocean. Damn it, did he escape? Itachi quickly scanned the surroundings with his Mangeki Sharingan, but Kaido's figure and aura had vanished without a trace. At this time, Katakuri was already so shocked that he couldn't speak. The strength Itachi had just displayed had faintly reached the Emperor level, and with Raikyu and Ryuma on this ship, there were now 3 Emperor-level powerhouses aboard. What kind of group is this? Are they the gods? Meanwhile, under Orochimaru's meticulous care, Raikyu's internal injuries gradually stabilized. He struggled to stand up, walked over to Itachi, and looked at the sea area where Kaido had fallen. Itachi slightly turned his head and, upon seeing Raikyu covered in wounds, coldly said, "Sorry, I didn't leave him here." There was still a hint of killing intent in Itachi's tone, clearly harboring resentment towards Kaido for injuring Raikyu. "It's okay, I should thank you. Otherwise, I would have had a hard time driving him away today." Raikyu smiled and said. He then walked over to Katakuri, patted his shoulder, and said, "The next task of dealing with Big Mom is up to you." Katakuri nodded in response, neither refusing nor daring to refuse. Raikyu then returned to the cabin to recuperate. This battle against Kaido had left him seriously injured, and also made him reassess his own strength. Since his Candle Dragon form couldn't be maintained for too long, fighting against opponents like Kaido was still quite challenging. If he couldn't resolve it quickly, he would eventually be dragged down. Thus, his next goal was to fully develop his fruit abilities. After all, there were still many lurking enemies in this world. Following that, Raikyu and his group, led by Katakuri, set sail towards Big Mom's kingdom. Time flew by, and after 5 hours, the sky gradually darkened. At this moment, on the coast of Wano, the calm sea suddenly rippled, and a figure slowly crawled onto the shore. Damn it, why does he possess that kind of power? Kaido's eyes still showed fear, clutching his stomach, blood seeping through his fingers. His aura was also weak and diminished. Then, in a flash, he disappeared into the vast night, returning to his lair. Inside the Wano country's general's mansion, a figure with a crown on the left side of his head, a bun on the right, purple hair, and wearing a yellow kimono adorned with many black crescent-shaped pentagram patterns, suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. Kaido was actually injured? Who could be powerful enough to injure this monster? Earlier, he felt Kaido's furious departure from Wano, but he never expected that in less than a day, Kaido would return in such a sorry state. Could he have encountered another emperor? Or was he ambushed by the Navy? Then, this figure hurriedly stood up and left. At this time, Kaido had also returned to his territory, Onigashima. In an instant, countless members of the Beast Pirates rushed out, thinking that Kaido had successfully killed the one who defeated Jack and successfully defended the dignity of the Beast Pirates. However, when they saw the horrifying hole on the right side of Kaido's body, they froze in place. How could anyone inflict such injuries on Kaido? What kind of enemy could this be? In that instant, everyone present couldn't help but shudder, cold sweat soaking their backs. The entire territory of the Beast Pirates fell into an eerie silence, all eyes on Kaido's back, not daring to speak. No member dared to step forward to ask what had happened. Moreover, looking at Kaido's extremely gloomy expression, it was obvious that he had not defeated the one who killed Jack. At this moment, a tall and strong figure, wearing a mask and goggles, with a pair of black feathered wings and a sword hanging at his waist, surrounded by flames, stepped forward and followed closely behind Kaido. The remaining members, seeing that one of the three disasters, Lord Jin, had appeared, all breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that if Kaido was unhappy, he might wipe them all out with a single blow. Jin followed Kaido into a cave and, with a very serious expression, asked, "Boss, what happened?" Kaido ignored Jin and directly sat cross-legged, not even bothering to tend to his terrifying wound. He reached for a bucket of strong liquor beside him and poured it into his mouth. "Should we all mobilize and take that person out?" Jin's expression grew increasingly serious. He had never seen Kaido like this before. Usually, Kaido never suppressed his emotions. He would get angry when he wanted to and cry when he felt like it. But now, Kaido was eerily quiet, his gaze a bit unfocused. At this moment, Kaido still did not acknowledge Jin and continued to drink in silence. Seeing this, Jin felt it was inappropriate to say much, so he stayed by Kaido's side, waiting. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets. After more than half an hour, Kaido surprisingly finished all the strong liquor that filled the cave. After drinking dozens of buckets, Kaido began to feel a bit lightheaded. Burp, burp after burping twice. Kaido's mouth twitched, and suddenly his whole body started to tremble. Jin, seeing this, helplessly slapped his forehead. Kaido was starting again. In the next moment, 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably from Kaido's eyes. "Wah, Jack is dead, and I couldn't avenge you. Jack, wah, that guy raided you, that guy. Wah, that guy deserves to die. Wah, and those 2 who ambushed me, I will definitely scatter your ashes. Wah." As he spoke, he kept hitting the ground with his hand, the terrifying force shaking the entire Onigashima, causing countless members to look toward the cave where Kaido was, wondering what had happened inside. Meanwhile, Jin, hearing Kaido's words, narrowed his pupils and instantly understood what had happened. The ambush must have been a joint plot by that bunch of bastards from the gods. Otherwise, how could the boss get injured? Jin clenched his fists, thinking to himself. At this moment, Jin was also shocked. A mere group of gods, the new 5 emperors, they were actually able to injure his boss, which he had not expected. After a while, the weeping Kaido calmed down. Once Jin saw Kaido's emotions stabilize, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he spoke, "Boss, let's mobilize everyone from the Beast Pirates and take out those so-called gods and the new 5 emperors." After saying this, without waiting for Kaido's response, he turned and left to gather people and prepare for battle. "Wait." Seeing Jin at the door, Kaido suddenly called out to him. "What instructions do you have, boss?" Jin turned back, returning to Kaido's side. Sighing deeply, Kaido said seriously, "You go down and tell all members not to provoke the group of gods for now." "Why?" Jin questioned. The old boss was never like this. No one on this sea could provoke their crew and still be alive. "Let them be. It's nothing. Just leave it like this," Kaido replied. After saying that, he turned to lie on the blanket and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Jin understood that the boss did not want to say more, so he did not ask further. He then left, passing Kaido's words down layer by layer. Kaido's statement sparked waves within the Beast Pirates. Countless members began to wonder who the gods' pirates really were. After Jin left, Kaido opened his eyes again, but they were filled with exhaustion. It wasn't that he didn't want to take out Reiju. He simply couldn't do it. From the attacks released by Itachi and Longma, he had determined that the 2 had already reached the level of an emperor. Not to mention, there was also Reiju, who controlled that powerful and mysterious force. What kind of divine lineup was this with 3 emperors on one ship? An all-star lineup? With such a lineup, who would dare to provoke them? Anyway, this time he admitted defeat. He couldn't handle it. As long as Reiju didn't come to Wano to cause trouble, that would be enough. Thinking about this, Kaido fell asleep. He was tired and needed to rest well. At the same time, the terrifying wound on his left side began to slowly heal on its own. A day later, news of Kaido's defeat at the hands of Reiju spread somehow, even exaggerated by the newspaper, with an eye-catching headline reading, "Shocking. The veteran Emperor Kaido of the Beast Pirates has been severely injured by the new Emperor Reiju." Below, it was a photo capturing the moment Reiju's arm pierced through Kaido's body. This newspaper, with its visual proof, led countless people to believe its contents, with many pirates claiming to be Reiju's subordinates, flaunting themselves in the first half of the Grand Line. At this time, a giant pirate ship appeared at the edge of the New World. It was Whitebeard's Moby Dick. They had returned to the New World. Whitebeard was sitting in the center of the ship, with various 4 drips hanging from him, holding a newspaper and frowning slightly. Reiju has grown stronger. But that guy Kaido is not so easy to defeat. Looks like the New World is about to get chaotic. He then set down the newspaper and closed his eyes, calmly enjoying the sea breeze of the New World. On the massive and eerie sailing ship in the first half of the Grand Line, the ship had now turned into a pile of ruins, no longer resembling what it was when Reiju and the others arrived. After Reiju left, the world government learned that his group had been here. As a Shichibukai, Moria did not take action against Reiju, leading the world government to believe he had colluded with Reiju's group, thus stripping him of his Shichibukai title. This led to Doflamingo leading the Pacifista army to eliminate Moria. Moria, who should have certainly faced death, was successfully rescued by the transparent Absalom and escaped disaster. Perona, one of the 3 freaks, was sent flying by Kuma to an unknown location. After destroying Moria's lair, Doflamingo and the others searched for a while but did not find any other traces before returning. After escaping this ordeal, Absalom expressed a desire to go out and see, and Moria naturally agreed. Then, Moria and Hogback began to constantly research and improve his zombie army through Orochimaru scrolls. After a period of cautious development, Moria sacrificed nearly 70% of his zombies to finally create 2 extremely powerful zombie guards, and the remaining hundreds of zombies were also several times stronger than before. Moria had no shortage of strength. In fact, they were several times stronger than himself. The main point was that these 2 zombies could not be defeated. As long as they received any damage, they would recover instantly, just like the characters resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. Extremely perverse. At this moment, Moonlight Moria looked at the newspaper in his hand, his body trembling slightly, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "Kaido, has that guy been severely injured by Reiju? This is my opportunity." It should be noted that decades ago, it was Kaido who killed all of Moria's companions. From that moment on, Moria had always regarded Kaido as his lifelong enemy. He vowed to make Kaido pay, and now, it seemed he saw a glimmer of hope for revenge. "Sir, are we going to set sail?" Hogback asked from the side. Let's head straight to the New World. I heard that Absalom is over there too. Let's go find him first." With that, he took his zombie army and Hogback aboard a ship of normal size, abandoning the bizarre sailing ship that resembled a small island, and headed towards the New World. Meanwhile, in the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Akainu, along with Admirals Kizaru and Fujitora, sat with solemn expressions, the atmosphere extremely tense. "What do you think about the contents of the newspaper?" Akainu broke the silence. "Yo, that Thunderwing guy is terrifying. He's grown to this extent," Kizaru said, casually crossing his legs and maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. Can we trust the information in the newspaper?" Akainu snapped, irritated by Kizaru's attitude. As Akainu got angry, seeing Kizaru's indifference, Kizaru pointed his finger and began to clip his nails. Fujitora, sensing Akainu's rising anger, quickly spoke up, "I think it's relatively reliable." Akainu turned to Fujitora, wanting to hear the new admiral's unique insight. "There are images and evidence, and that swordsman who killed Jack the Drought on their ship is not simple either." He pointed to the second picture in the newspaper, which showed Ryuma slaying Jack the Drought. At first, everyone was drawn to the image of Thunderwing defeating Kaido, so they hadn't noticed this one. Akainu now noticed the headline above the photo. "The gods gain another strong member. One sword slays Jack the Drought." Looking at the title and the image, Akainu's expression darkened. The overall strength of Thunderwing's group had exceeded his expectations. Jack was a tough opponent. While Akainu could defeat him, killing him was quite difficult, let alone instantaneously. Could it be that this swordsman possessed the strength of a Yonko? Akainu clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. What does Thunderwing want to do? A ship with dual Yonko? No, 3 Yonko? Akainu recalled the fear he felt when faced with Itachi during the Marineford War. Such a terrifying team aimed to dominate the entire new world. Kizaru and Fujitora also thought of this, and the atmosphere in the office once again froze. It seemed they could do nothing against the gods' pirates. Damn it, Thunderwing! Akainu roared in anger, becoming more agitated as he thought about it, feeling helpless. Suddenly, a crunching sound of food being chewed reached the ears of the three. Yo, being a fleet admiral isn't easy, huh? Outside the door, the gray-haired Sengoku peeked in on a goat, looking mockingly at Akainu. Sengoku? Kizaru looked surprised as he saw the old man at the door, not expecting him to show up at this time. Damn, shut up, you retired old man. Akainu, seated in the fleet admiral's position, shouted angrily at Sengoku. Haha, Sengoku wasn't angry. He chuckled a couple of times, then left, merely passing by. Since the Navy's affairs no longer required his concern, he leisurely wandered off. After watching Sengoku's figure disappear, Akainu slowly closed his eyes, trying to calm himself. At that moment, a glimmer of cataract flashed in Fujitora's eyes. He suddenly spoke. Do you think Big Mom invited Thunderwing to her tea party for a purpose? Purpose? Akainu furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing something, his pupils constricting as he exclaimed. Could it be that they are planning to unite? Hearing Akainu's words, cold sweat instantly soaked the backs of the three. A group like the Gods Pirates was already terrifying enough. It seemed Thunderwing had the shadow of Whitebeard behind him. If they united with the Big Mom Pirates, the consequences were unimaginable. That's impossible. Kizaru suddenly interjected. Akainu and Fujitora turned to look at the guy who had been just passing by. If Thunderwing really injured Kaido, Big Mom would definitely not ally with him. She might even go after him. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard this guy say something so useful. Kizaru's eyes sparkled, and after taking a deep breath, he continued, Don't forget, Big Mom and Kaido were once members of the same pirate crew. After hearing Kizaru's words, Akainu's body trembled slightly, fear evident in his eyes as he murmured, Rocks. Fujitora seemed momentarily stunned as well, clearly aware of certain matters. When Akainu uttered the name Rocks, the temperature in the entire office suddenly dropped significantly. It was easy to imagine the fear the Marines felt when faced with the Rocks pirates back in the day. After a while, Akainu regained his composure, his eyes regaining their shine as a cold smile appeared on his lips. So you mean the gods might spark something with Big Mom, right? What were you planning? Kizaru sensed something significant was about to happen from Akainu's expression. Akainu continued to speak to himself. If those two could fight to a mutual destruction, then wouldn't we have a chance? Kizaru grew increasingly uneasy, staring intently at Akainu. Are you suggesting annihilation order? The two said in unison. Fujitora's expression suddenly darkened upon hearing annihilation order. For such an order, which called for indiscriminate destructive attacks on signal-sending areas, was not his sense of justice. The emergence of the annihilation order would mean many innocent lives would be swept up in this disaster. No, this is too risky. Kizaru directly rejected Akainu's crazy idea. I think Admiral Kizaru is right. We should think it over, Fujitora added. Seeing both of them oppose his idea, Akainu's body trembled with anger. His fiery eyes fixed on them as he gritted his teeth. This is our only chance. Don't you two realize the Navy's current situation? Everyone is watching us laugh. If we could capture Big Mom and Thunderwing at once, the Navy's prestige would return to its peak. Then we could stabilize this chaotic situation. You know how much the number of pirates has increased because of Thunderwing. After hearing Akainu's words, the two fell silent, and noticing this, Akainu snorted coldly, then stood up and left the fleet admiral's office, slamming the door shut to express his anger. Kizaru and Fujitora exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Do you think he will continue? Fujitora suddenly asked. The yellow monkey picked his nose and then wiped it on Akainu's desk. He took a deep breath and shook his head. The Demon Slayer order can't slay gods. Fujitora was momentarily stunned before he reacted. After all, the Demon Slayer order is an inhumane attack that burns everything. 10 warships, 5 vice admirals, and the elite forces of the Navy. So, the configuration of the Demon Slayer order is 5 vice admirals plus 10 rear admirals plus nearly 10,000 elite Navy personnel plus 10 top-class warships. But with such a powerful lineup, is it enough against the gods' pirates? Their enemies are the gods who nearly destroyed the Navy headquarters. And there is also an unstable factor, Big Mom. Sai, who made him the admiral. The government supports him quite a bit. Let us see how things unfold. After saying this, the yellow monkey's figure disappeared, leaving Fujitora sitting alone. Fujitora's hands gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, wondering to himself if the Demon Slayer order couldn't solve the problem. Would they resort to even more brutal actions? If it were still Sengoku, or if Akiji were the admiral, perhaps it wouldn't happen. But now the admiral is Akainu. After a few days of contact, Fujitora gradually understood Akainu's deep hatred for pirates, especially for the Raikage group. He believes that if given the chance, Akainu would go all out like a mad dog to take a bite. And now, is Raikage heading to Big Mom's territory exactly the opportunity Akainu is waiting for? Sigh. Fujitora let out a long sigh and left as well. For a moment, the entire admiral's office became empty. Meanwhile, Akainu, who had already gone out, arrived at a dark corner and took out a transponder snail from his pocket. After turning it, the call was connected shortly after. Kaido has been defeated by Raikage. You should know, right? A stern and aged voice scolded directly on the other end. Hearing this, Akainu clenched his fists tightly and retorted without hesitation. If your government has strength, you deal with him. Oof. It was clear that the other side was choked by Akainu's words. After a moment of silence from both sides, Akainu spoke first. It is said that Raikage is going to Big Mom's Cake Island for a tea party. What do you want to say? At this moment, another aged voice came through. At that time, if Raikage injures Kaido, you know the relationship between Kaido and Big Mom. They might have conflicts, and that's our opportunity. Akainu's expression grew increasingly serious. If successful, it could completely resolve the Navy's current predicament. All right, we understand. After a moment of silence, the other side directly hung up the phone, giving Akainu no face at all. Damn it. After the call was hung up, Akainu punched the wall beside him. What a bunch of bastards. After venting, he vanished from the spot. In the holy land of Mariewa, the most solemn hall, the 5 elders gathered again. Their expressions extremely serious. How could that guy Kaido be defeated? Raikage is growing too fast, said an elder dressed in a black suit with white curly hair and a bushy white beard, wearing a flat hat, and with a scar on his left cheek. We need to act quickly, otherwise it'll be hard to explain to the Lord. And that guy Akainu seems to be asking us to launch the Demon Slayer Order, right? The elder with a cane frowned tightly. The Demon Slayer Order? Oof. Is it effective against Raikage? The elder in a robe quipped. If we issue the Demon Slayer Order and fail, it will only bring us shame. For a moment, the 5 elders fell silent. Using the Demon Slayer Order against such a person is indeed like hitting a stone with an egg. None of them expected that Raikage would one day give them such a headache. They didn't even know how this person suddenly appeared. After all, just a few months ago, Raikage's bounty was only 1 billion berries. But according to Akainu, Raikage is heading to Big Mom's Cake Island, which is indeed an excellent opportunity. If utilized well, we can elevate the 4 emperors to the 3 emperors. An elder with a birthmark suddenly opened his eyes, filled with murderous intent. Why not directly mobilize all our forces? We could send CP0 to wipe out Big Mom and her crew. No, absolutely not. That would leave our internal defenses too weak. The consequences of being discovered by other pirates would be unimaginable. The elder with the cane directly vetoed this proposal. The elder in the robe and the elder with the birthmark exchanged glances, clearly in agreement with the idea. The atmosphere grew tense again as the 5 of them contemplated their decisions. What if we conduct a secret operation, disguise ourselves, and keep it from too many people? After a while, the elder with a scar on his left cheek suddenly spoke up, choosing to support this idea. But that would be too risky. The elder with the cane shook his head. Oof. If we miss this opportunity, how will you explain it to the Lord? The elder with the birthmark snorted coldly. So be it. All the admirals and vice admirals of the Navy will be mobilized. We will also send CP0 over. Everyone around Cake Island will disguise themselves as pirates and act according to the situation. The elder with long white hair, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Instantly, 4 out of 5 supported this plan. Seeing this, the elder with the birthmark said no more. I'll go too, just in case. The robed, bald elder wiped the blade in his hand, which exuded a sinister aura. You? Fine, be cautious. If we hadn't stopped you from going during the Ace incident, perhaps none of this would have happened, the elder with the scar sighed. And the remaining few also chose to agree. I don't believe that with such a lineup, Raikage's group can still escape. The elder with the birthmark slammed the table. All right, then let us temporarily call our Operation God Slayer Order. Once the elder with the long beard said this, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, starting today, the Demon Slayer Order would add a new God Slayer Order. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the 5 were about to disperse, a sudden knocking was heard at the door. Come in. The door opened, and someone unexpected appeared before the 5 elders. Why are you here? Is there something going on? The elder with the birthmark said, staring at Shanks at the door. Shanks closed the door behind him and walked straight to the sofa in front of the 5. Sitting down, He placed his remaining hand on his chin, took a deep breath, and said, "Sorry, there are some things I have to say." He then fixed his gaze on the five elders, showing no fear. "Speak. What brings you all this way?" The robed bald elder asked. Following that, Shanks' expression turned serious as he said, "I suggest you cancel this operation." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly froze. "What? You heard everything. Bastard, have you been here all along? Why didn't anyone notify us? It seems we've let our guard down over the years." As soon as Shanks said this, the five elders all narrowed their eyes, coldly staring at him, as if they would strike at any moment. After all, what they had just discussed was an incredibly confidential and important military operation. If this information were leaked by Shanks, the plan would be ruined, and who knows when the next opportunity would arise. Observing the actions of the five, Shanks remained exceptionally calm and said, "If both Big Mom and Kaido fall at the same time, the balance of the new world will be broken." And the balance of the new world has already been broken. Before Shanks could finish, the bald old man in the robe interrupted him directly. "The appearance of that guy, Raikou, has already broken the balance. Do you know that? He even killed Steelbone and is now targeting Kaido. What else do you think he will do?" Seeing the bald elder's intense reaction, Shanks sneered, "That only broke the surface balance. However, the fact is, if the two emperors are eliminated, that would truly break the balance, and the scales of the world will tilt completely in your favor. Don't think I don't know what you're hiding." "Enough. You've crossed the line, Shanks." The old man with a birthmark on his forehead suddenly spoke up, interrupting Shanks once again. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became extremely tense, as if the temperature had dropped. "From a positional standpoint, you shouldn't even be here. We don't need you to meddle in our affairs." Seeing that this person was genuinely angry, Shanks simply smiled faintly. "Raikou is not simple. You all better hope for the best with this operation. If it comes down to it, I will take action." As he said the last sentence, Shanks unleashed a hint of his supreme Conqueror's Haki. "What do you mean? Are you planning to strike us?" The bald elder, feeling Shanks' Haki, stood up and slightly drew his sword, confronting Shanks. The two powerful auras clashed, and the atmosphere dropped to a freezing point. After a while, Shanks glanced at the five elders and said, "It seems my arrival has not made anyone happy." He then retracted his Haki, ignored the grim-faced elders, and walked directly toward the door. "Shanks, don't forget who you are." One of them suddenly stood up and shouted. Hearing this, Shanks abruptly stopped in his tracks, his body slightly trembling, and after a cold snort, he left the place. Once Shanks left, the atmosphere in the room eased somewhat. "Sai, what do you all think of him?" The birthmarked elder looked at the other four and asked. "He didn't dare to intervene." "If you dare to intervene, humph," the bald elder said coldly, his meaning clear. "This guy has become increasingly audacious over the years. After all, he has become one of the four emperors. We still need to be cautious. All right, pass down today's content. Remember, it must be kept confidential." "Dismissed," said the elder with a long beard. The others nodded slightly, and this meeting came to an end. Meanwhile, Shanks had already walked out of Mary Geo's and arrived on the land, looking at the endless sea below, feeling as if he had forgotten something. After a while, Shanks suddenly slapped his forehead and muttered to himself with a wry smile, I forgot to get to the point. Forget it next time. Raikou, what kind of freak are you? And how did those incredibly powerful partners come about? I've never heard of them before." Shaking his head, Shanks left the place. After 3 days of sailing, Raikou's group finally arrived at Big Mom's territory, Cake Island. Cake Island is made up of giant cakes and cream, resembling a 1,000-layer cake, looking so delicious that one will want to take a bite and shout "Ollie give." Surrounding it are 34 islands centered around Cake Island, home to all races in the world except for the giants. Thus, Big Mom's kingdom is also known as the Land of Nations. At this moment, in the deepest part of Cake Island, Big Mom twisted her massive 10-meter body, greedily grabbed a piece of cream cake, and stuffed it into her mouth. In her other hand, she held a piece of secret information. Raikou has already arrived? He could actually injure that guy Kaido. He truly is not simple. At this time, the soul-given horned hat Napoleon on Big Mom's head suddenly asked, "Mama, did Raikou really repel Kaido, all by himself? Who knows? I haven't been able to contact Katakuri for days. I really don't know what he's doing." Big Mom said as she stuffed another piece of cream cake in her mouth. "What are you planning to do when Raikou arrives, Mama?" Napoleon's skeletal mouth opened and closed. Raikou's bloodline seems quite interesting. Big Mom's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the newspaper showing Raikou's dragon form. "But Mama, didn't you say you would arrange for Raikou to marry Smoothie?" The cloud named Zeus, also granted a soul by Big Mom, popped up from the side. Only strong bloodlines can merge with strong bloodlines to produce excellent offspring. Smoothie is not worthy of Raikyu. Big Mom's eyes glimmered. So mama, does that mean you want to be with Raikyu? The little son, Prometheus, also emerged from behind Big Mom, looking at Lin Lin in disbelief. Big Mom simply nodded without saying much. But what if that guy Raikyu is ungrateful and refuses? Prometheus cautiously asked from behind. Suddenly, a strong killing intent radiated from Big Mom, scaring Prometheus, Zeus, and Napoleon, making them tremble in fear. Then Big Mom coldly said, refuse? Then let him stay in the land of nations forever. After saying this, Big Mom resumed, eating the delicious cream cake beside her. At this moment, Raikyu's group was approaching Cake Island on the sea, following Katakuri. As they got closer to Cake Island, the unique aroma of the cakes wafted into everyone's noses. Raikyu was sitting at the bow of the ship, smelling the appetizing fragrance, his stomach growling. By the way, I remember the purpose of Big Mom's tea parties is usually for alliances and marriages. Who was she planning to ally with this time? Raikyu suddenly turned to Katakuri and asked. As soon as Raikyu said this, Katakuri was momentarily stunned, then looked at Raikyu with a strange expression and said nothing. Raikyu also felt uncomfortable under Katakuri's intense gaze, and with his unspoken expression, Raikyu instantly seemed to understand something. For a moment, Raikyu felt his scalp go numb, looking at Katakuri in a daze. No, it can't be me. Just the thought of having to be with Big Mom made Raikyu gag. If it were decades ago, the S-shaped Big Mom might still be acceptable, but the current Big Mom is like an armored tank. How can anyone deal with that? Katakuri, standing nearby, looked at Leiyu with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he was reacting so strongly. His sister Smoothie seemed quite nice, right? Well, Katakuri, I won't be going to the tea party, okay? I'll just wander around Cake Island and take my leave, Leiyu said seriously, looking at Katakuri. Hearing this, Katakuri was taken aback. How could this be? Mom probably already knows Leiyu has arrived, and if he ran away now, wouldn't he get skinned alive by Big Mom? With that thought, he dashed forward and grabbed Leiyu, saying, wait, don't be so hasty. My sister is really quite good. What do you mean, your sister? What does she have to do with me? Leiyu looked at Katakuri with confusion. Isn't Big Mom supposed to be marrying me? Why is he bringing up his sister? This family's relationships are so complicated. Of course, my sister has something to do with you. Katakuri roared at Leiyu, seemingly forgetting Leiyu's identity and strength. Seeing his over-the-top reaction, Leiyu was even more confused about what was going on. After Katakuri calmed down a bit, he fixed his gaze on Leiyu and said slowly, Big Mom, Mom wants to betroth Smoothie, my sister, to you. That's why the tea party was held. Understand? Ah, so Smoothie is the one who is supposed to marry me? Leiyu finally realized that it wasn't Big Mom who wanted to marry him, which startled him. Who else did you think it would be? Katakuri rolled his eyes at Leiyu. Leiyu laughed awkwardly. He certainly wouldn't admit that he just thought Big Mom wanted to marry him. So what do you say? Are you going or not? Katakuri asked Leiyu. If he was determined not to go, there was nothing Katakuri could do. He couldn't fight him. So what could he do? After sitting at the bow of the ship and pondering for a while, Leiyu finally made up his mind and said with righteous determination, I'll go. There will be many heroes and talents at the tea party, and it's a good opportunity to meet them. Of course, Leiyu's purpose was definitely not for long-legged Smoothie, as he was not interested in girls at all, even if they had long legs. As for Princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island, well, that was an exception. After all, she was just too big. Even the readers in front of their screens wouldn't be able to handle it. Leiyu just wanted to see what Big Mom's tea party was like and conveniently sign in for a free summoning opportunity. Seeing this, Katakuri let out a sigh of relief. It was good enough that he agreed. At that moment, they arrived at the port of Cake Island, and after docking the ship, they entered the island in a grand manner. However, at this time, Leiyu and Katakuri were unaware that after Big Mom witnessed Leiyu's powerful candle dragon form, she changed her mind about betrothing Smoothie to him. Meanwhile, in a distant sea area from Cake Island, Blackbeard was sitting on the deck of his pirate ship, with his helmsman, the fighting champion Shiryu of the Rain, and other strong individuals, including the former warden of Impel Down, all aboard the ship. Clearly, although Blackbeard Teach did not gain much during the Marineford War, he had expanded his power significantly in these 2 months by leveraging Leiyu's distraction of the Navy and the internal strife between Akainu and Akiji. At this moment, Blackbeard Teach looked seriously at the black-robed figure in front of him. The captains of his various divisions also looked grave, clearly feeling the immense pressure that this person brought, even though he was just one individual. Blackbeard Teach, however, looked at him without any fear and sneered, What are you doing here? Do you want to take revenge? That scar must still be hurting, right? Let's not talk about that now. I'm not here to fight you. How about I tell you an interesting piece of news? The black-robed figure coldly laughed in response. Oomph. What is it? Teach didn't refuse. Although the person hadn't revealed his full face, Teach still recognized him. The figure then approached Teach and whispered, "Government Tea Party. Extermination order." After saying this, Teach was initially stunned. Then his eyes sparkled with greed as he licked his lips and asked, "You're not lying to me, are you? Whether you believe it or not, you can go check for yourself. By the way, this news is only for you to know. Otherwise, your secret of being able to devour multiple devil fruits." Hee. At this point, Teach's pupils contracted, and his expression turned icy as a murderous intent erupted from him. Even though he knew he might not be able to handle this person, he was still ready to kill the one who knew his secret. All right, as long as you don't spill it, I won't tea either. After saying this, the mysterious person leaned back and jumped into the sea, disappearing without a trace. On the deck, Blackbeard watched him vanish before his eyes, clenching his fists in anger, shaking all over. "Captain, what do we do now?" Shiryu of the Rain asked as he stepped forward. "Turn around. Head to Cake Island." Blackbeard Teach replied without looking back, then returned to his cabin. Shiryu of the Rain obeyed his orders and set sail. After returning to his room, a while later, there was a sudden knock at the door. Teach frowned slightly and shouted, "Who is it?" "Come in." Then Shiryu of the Rain walked in. "What do you want?" Teach asked him with a puzzled look. Shiryu casually found a spot to sit down and looked at Teach seriously, saying, "That person just now was red-haired Shanks, right?" "Yeah, you guessed it right," Teach nodded, confirming that the black-robed figure was indeed Shanks who had come from Mary Geos. "Although I don't know what you two talked about. Could it be a trick to it?" Shiryu was puzzled as to why Shanks would talk to Teach and then directly change course from heading to Wano to Cake Island. "He wouldn't lie to me. After all, his identity is quite complex. Besides, this could be a deal between us. He might not want to get involved in this matter." Blackbeard Teach coldly laughed and said, "His identity? All right, I'll take my leave now." Shiryu murmured before leaving Teach's room. Left alone in the room, Blackbeard fell into a daze. Although he didn't know Shanks' goal, he was very clear that Shanks simply wanted to use him as a pawn to stir up the situation. Moreover, the condition Shanks offered was indeed something he couldn't refuse. After all, this could be an expedition war more thrilling than the Marineford War. Who knows? He might even have the chance to devour the devil fruit of a certain admiral. Akainu's magma fruit will be quite nice too. If I could get my hands on either Big Mom's or Ernal's abilities, that would be even better. As he thought about it, Blackbeard licked his lips, his eyes revealing a chilling gaze like a hungry wolf. Lying on the bed, Teach remained motionless after Rain Shiryu left, his eyes fixated on a single point, not closing them to rest. At that moment, Shanks had arrived at an island several dozen miles away. After shaking off the seawater from his hair, he walked into the jungle of the small island. Deep in the jungle, it seemed that quite a few people were laughing and chatting in line. "Oh, the captain is back?" Lockie called out, holding a chicken leg upon seeing Shanks. "Y'all have fun. Enjoy the food today." Shanks greeted everyone and sat on a tree stump, picking up a cup of beer and drinking. By the campfire, Jesus Burgess frowned slightly when he saw Shanks return and approached Ben Beckman to ask, "What do you think is going on with the captain lately? Why is he always coming and going without taking us with him?" Ben Beckman looked at the curious Jesus Burgess, directly gave him a light knock on the head, and laughed. "Why do you care so much? Just enjoy yourself." Oh, Jesus Burgess didn't think much of it. He was just asking casually, and then went to join the other crew members. Meanwhile, Ben Beckman watched Shanks' figure, his eyes sparkling, and sighed deeply. Although Shanks usually seemed carefree and cheerful, he knew that the captain must have something weighing heavily on his mind, unwilling to share it. Especially in recent times, Shanks had appeared much more haggard, even gloomy all day long. Ben Beckman then picked up a cup of wine beside him and walked over, sitting next to Shanks. After taking a big gulp, he said, "If there's something on your mind, just say it. You don't have to bear it alone. Aren't we partners? The kind you can rely on with your life." Drinking alone, Shanks paused at these words, slightly turned his head to meet Ben Beckman's gaze, and it seemed as if a knot in his heart had been untied. He once again displayed that signature innocent smile and laughed. "All right, cheers to our friendship." At this moment, Katakuri brought Enel and the others to the palace where Big Mom resided and said to Enel, "Mom is inside. You can go in." Enel nodded and walked deeper into the palace. After watching Enel enter, Katakuri turned to the others, including Orochimaru, and asked, "Do you guys want something to eat? We have desserts from Fishman Island. They're really delicious. It's known that the desserts from Fishman Island are considered the best in these seas, and no one dislikes them." However, Orochimaru and his group had eaten so much dessert during their month at Fishman Island that they were sick of it. So, Orochimaru turned his head to the side and disdainfully said, "Tisish, Fishman Island's desserts are just average." Seeing this, Katakuri had a black line appear on his forehead. Doesn't this guy know how to be polite? Can't he hold a conversation? Fortunately, Itachi noticed the awkward atmosphere and spoke up to ease it. "All right, let's go eat something. Everyone is hungry after this journey. Come on, let us see if you have any good wine." Yasuo also chimed in, and the remaining Rimuru and Ryoma nodded in agreement. Then followed Katakuri to another hall. At this point, Enel had already reached the innermost part of the palace. Looking at the huge pink door in front of him, he stepped forward and knocked. Bang, bang, bang. Then suddenly a pair of eyes appeared on the door, staring directly at Enel. "Are you the Raijin of the pirate crew?" The door even formed a mouth and spoke. This must be the result of Big Mom's devil fruit ability, Enel thought to himself, then nodded and replied, "Yes. I am Raijin." "All right, Mom is waiting for you inside," the door said, and then opened by itself. After a flash of white light, Enel could see the scenery inside the room, all in shades of pink, perfectly fitting Big Mom's cute image. Big Mom was still eating cake in big bites, and looked at Enel, saying, "You're here, the 5th Emperor Raijin." After finishing her cake, Big Mom wiped the cream off her mouth and continued, "You know why I called you here, right?" Hearing this, Enel took a deep breath. It was time to get to the point. "When I came, Katakuri mentioned that you want to betroth Smoothie to me, right?" Enel said with a cold smile at Big Mom. However, Big Mom remained silent, staring at Enel. "This is impossible, and you don't need to think too much about it. I'm attending your tea party as a courtesy," Enel continued. But Big Mom still didn't respond, and the two of them stared at each other, the atmosphere becoming somewhat silent and tense. After a while, seeing that Big Mom remained silent, Enel suddenly said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Big Mom suddenly called out. "Is there something else?" Enel halted, coldly looking at Big Mom. "Actually, at first, I wanted to betroth Smoothie to you," Big Mom said, grabbing a piece of cake and tossing it into her mouth, continuing, "But after seeing your battle with Kaido, I changed my mind." Enel frowned slightly upon hearing this. "How do you know about my battle with Kaido?" "See for yourself." Big Mom tossed a newspaper to Enel. He picked it up and was startled by the conspicuous headline, realizing that someone had captured his battle with Kaido on camera. It was known that the aftermath of that battle was not something an ordinary person could endure. Clearly, Morgans from the underworld was not a simple character after all. Enel folded the newspaper and set it aside, looking at Big Mom and asking, "What exactly do you want to say?" After swallowing the cake, Big Mom wiped her lips and said, "Only those with exceptional bloodlines can survive in this turbulent sea and better realize the dream of a world government. Join the world government, Enel, and let us create an equal nation together, a nation that can integrate all things. Then we can marry and produce even more outstanding offspring." After a pause, Big Mom revealed her ultimate intention. Enel, who had been calm until now, was taken aback by Big Mom's last sentence. Looking at her nearly 10-meter-tall figure, feeling as if he was about to get injected. Seeing Enel's slightly dazed expression, Big Mom's face lit up, and she said, "So, what do you think, Enel? Join me." "Haha, you're thinking too much, Big Mom. I'm not interested in that. Find someone else." Enel sneered and turned to leave again. Just then, Zeus suddenly blocked Enel's path, glaring at him and shouting, "You dare to refuse, Mom? You're really an ungrateful brat. Without Mom's permission, you can't leave here today." As he spoke, his whole body transformed from white to black, with countless small lightning bolts crackling inside. Seeing this, Big Mom simply watched quietly without making any moves. Thunder Feather looked at Zeus in front of him, his body trembled, and the powerful aura within him surged towards Zeus like a wave of Conqueror's Haki. Instantly, Zeus felt the overwhelming pressure from Thunder Feather, terrifying like a god of thunder, causing him to tremble with fear. "Do you think this can stop me?" Thunder Feather said coldly, not sure if he was addressing Zeus or Big Mom. Indeed, it was the Conqueror's Haki, a natural king's presence. Big Mom's eyes sparkled with light, pondering something, just as Zeus seemed about to succumb to the pressure Thunder Feather exerted. Big Mom suddenly stood up, releasing her own powerful Conqueror's Haki to counter Thunder Feather. Zeus immediately felt a sense of relief and hurriedly slipped behind Big Mom, glaring angrily at Thunder Feather. He chuckled, "Are you looking for fight? If so, I'll accompany you to the end." Faced with Big Mom's erupting momentum, Thunder Feather showed no fear and took a step forward, coldly staring at her. The two tremendous auras collided fiercely, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Meanwhile, far away in another palace, Katakuri, who was dining with Orochimaru and others, suddenly raised his head, looking in the direction of Big Mom. His expression turned grave as he abruptly stood up and said to Orochimaru and the others, You all continue eating. I have something to handle, sorry. He then left the place. Itachi, noticing Katakuri's departure, seemed to sense something as he put down his dessert and said, "You all eat. I'll step out for a bit." With a flick, he also vanished from spot. Seeing this, Lama and Yasuo also put down their food and followed. In no time, only Orochimaru and Rimuru were left at the dining table. With a thud, Rimuru hopped down from his chair and tugged at Orochimaru's sleeve, saying, "Ant Snake, should we go too?" "They're enough. Let us just enjoy the food here," Orochimaru replied without looking up. Then suddenly remembering something, he glared at Rimuru and shouted, "Call me Snake Lord, not Ant. Got it?" Rimuru, somewhat confused, returned to his seat and continued eating. Meanwhile, the auras of Big Mom and Thunderfeather were gradually rising, as if they were about to clash at any moment. Suddenly, Big Mom retracted her Conqueror's Haki, laughed a couple of times, and said, "All right, if you don't want to, that's fine. However, you must accompany Smoothie to tomorrow's tea party. Otherwise, I want to be able to save face." Seeing Big Mom take a step back, Thunderfeather also withdrew his Haki. It is said that you shouldn't strike someone who is smiling, and he had not yet fully recovered from the injuries sustained in his battle with Kaido. He was not back to his peak condition. However, even so, he was not afraid of Big Mom and her crew. Itachi and the others were no pushovers. "Since you said that, I will attend a tea party tomorrow, but don't think about the marriage with Smoothie or anyone else," Thunderfeather said, turning and leaving Big Mom's palace without looking back. However, as he turned his back, his face visibly paled. Big Mom watched Thunderfeather's departing figure with a deep gaze. Until he completely left, a cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth. She murmured, he really hasn't recovered yet. After all, that guy Kaido is quite strong. Indeed, Zeus blocking Thunderfeather was something she had hinted at to test Thunderfeather's condition after the battle with Kaido. One must know that Kaido, the strongest creature in land, sea, and air, was no joke. Even Big Mom was slightly inferior to him. It was impossible to have fought so fiercely against an enraged Kaido without sustaining any injuries. From the clash of their auras and Conqueror's Haki just now, Big Mom successfully captured a trace of chaotic energy within Thunderfeather's body. At this moment, Thunderfeather had arrived at the palace door and saw Katakuri, Charlotte Cracker, and Charlotte Smoothie confronting Itachi and the others outside. They all felt the powerful auras clashing deep within the palace and rushed over, thinking Thunderfeather had fought with Big Mom, only to encounter each other. Thunderfeather stepped forward and coldly asked the sweet three generals, "What do you want?" Before Katakuri could respond, Smoothie, standing beside him, coldly looked at Thunderfeather and spoke first. "Heck, is this the person Mom wants to marry me? So short. I really don't understand what Mom is thinking." Upon hearing this, black lines instantly appeared on Thunderfeather's forehead. However, he couldn't refute anything. After all, facing Smoothie's height of over 4 meters. His own height of just over 2 meters did indeed seem a bit short. Hearing Smoothie's words, Itachi immediately became displeased. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the next second, when he opened them again, they had transformed into the 3-Tomo Sharingan, exuding a chilling aura. Lama and Yasuo beside Itachi also placed their hands on their sword hilts, coldly staring at the three in front of them. The atmosphere suddenly turned icy again, prompting Katakuri to quickly step forward and explain to Thunderfeather and the others, "My sister doesn't really like to communicate with others. Please don't take it to heart." After all, he had witnessed their strength. It wasn't that he was cowardly. He just couldn't afford to provoke them. Smoothie was somewhat displeased upon hearing this and wanted to say something. But Katakuri quickly covered her mouth with one hand and pulled her aside to say something. Soon after, Smoothie obediently walked over and apologized to Thunderfeather. Although her attitude was somewhat reluctant, Thunderfeather didn't pursue the matter further. It was just a minor conflict, and they turned the page on it just like that. Then Katakuri wanted to set up Thunderfeather and Smoothie to stroll around the town for a while, but without needing to think much, Thunderfeather decisively rejected the idea, stating that he had a peculiar illness that prevented him from being in long-term contact with women. Katakuri naturally understood Thunderfeather's meaning and, shaking his head helplessly, led Thunderfeather and his group outside, saying he would show them around. Thunderfeather did not refuse. After these few days of contact, he felt that Katakuri was indeed a good person and someone worth befriending. The group chatted and laughed as they walked, and the atmosphere was completely different from before. Even Katakuri didn't notice that he seemed very relaxed and happy while with Thunderfeather. Smoothie watched the cheerful atmosphere among the group, especially Thunderfeather, whose every gesture seemed to possess a quiet charm, making him very attractive. This was something she couldn't see in other men. It seemed that Thunder Feather had a light. Watching the group's retreating figures, Smoothie suddenly fell into a daze. At this moment, Cracker noticed Smoothie's unusual behavior, seeming to sense something, and approached her, patting her shoulder with a smile. "You're not having feelings for him, are you?" Feeling the movement of Snickers, Smuggy pouted and coldly snorted. "It's just a little shorty." Snickers, seeing this, shook his head helplessly and smiled. "If you're moved, just follow them. Anyway, isn't Mom going to arrange something for you two tomorrow?" Clearly, they had no idea that Big Mom had changed her mind, nor did they know about her conversation with Lei. They still thought Mom was going to arrange Smuggy to be matched with Lei. After saying this, Snickers disappeared from the spot, not knowing where he went. Smuggy stood there in a daze for a moment, as if she had made a decision, and then followed the direction where Lei and his group had left. Shortly after Lei and the others walked away, Orochimaru and Rimuru, both with big bellies, stumbled over, one tall and one short, and Rimuru asked, "Hey, where are Lei and the others? Did they forget about us?" Looking at the empty scene in front of them, Rimuru was a bit confused, while Orochimaru calmly said, "It's fine, Lei and the others might be busy with something. We should hurry and find them." Rimuru was a little anxious at this point, even though he had already devoured the 10,000 snakes and the target fruit, greatly enhancing his strength. Following Orochimaru still gave him an inexplicable sense of insecurity. Just after Rimuru finished speaking, Orochimaru gave her a light smack on the head and said, "What are you afraid of? Following your snake uncle means 3 days of hunger, but with me around, you can relax." Saying this, he walked ahead and strolled casually. And Rimuru felt that although he had a bad premonition, he had no choice but to follow. After walking a distance, Lei suddenly felt like he had forgotten something. But after thinking for a while and not coming up with anything, he decided to let it go. At this moment, Katakuri seemed to sense some movement behind him, turned his head, and saw Smuggy running over, so he stopped. Seeing this, Lei and the others also stopped to wait. "Why are you back again?" Katakuri asked Smuggy, who was panting from running. "I am full and just wanted to take a stroll. Is that okay?" Smuggy rolled her eyes and said, secretly glancing at Lei beside Katakuri. Hearing this, Katakuri looked at Lei, and after seeing Lei slightly nod in agreement, he turned to Smuggy and said, "All right, then let's stroll together." So they wandered through the streets made of sweets on Cake Island. Smuggy occasionally glanced at Lei beside Katakuri, and it seemed that Lei also sensed something, slightly tilting his head until their eyes suddenly crossed. For some reason, Smuggy felt as if she had been electrocuted. Her heart raced, and a blush appeared on her face. Then she quickly turned her head to the side, not daring to continue making eye contact with Lei. "What is wrong with me today?" Smuggy asked herself. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, a wonderful and indescribable sensation. Lei also noticed Smuggy's unusual behavior and immediately understood what was happening. After all, the reaction he had when he secretly admired the goddess at school was exactly the same as Smuggy's just now. Thinking of this made Lei feel a headache. How could the woman who had just mocked him for being short suddenly have feelings for him? This was too glitch. Could it really be because he, the author, was too handsome? However, Lei didn't say much and pretended not to notice, scanning his surroundings. The residents around here seem very harmonious. "It seems Big Mom's nation isn't too bad at all," Lei suddenly said. As he walked, he noticed that the surroundings were immersed in a peaceful atmosphere, unlike the chaos in other places, and every race seemed to be quite happy. Hearing Lei's words, Katakuri suddenly fell silent. After a while, he sighed deeply and said, "This may only be on the surface." "Huh? What's wrong?" Lei asked, puzzled, since the people looked quite happy. "Actually, the residents living here have to offer their lifespan to Mom every so often in order to live well here," Smuggy suddenly said, her tone somewhat somber. Clearly, both of them had some resistance to such a peaceful and equal nation, but they were under Big Mom after all. After hearing Smuggy's words, Lei looked around at the residents and suddenly felt a chill. The demand to offer one's lifespan, hidden beneath the cheerful atmosphere, was unsettling. Uchiha Itachi and the others frowned slightly, clearly disapproving of such practices. After wandering for a while, when the bright moonlight shone down, Katakuri led Lei and his group back to the room they had arranged to rest. When they parted, Smuggy's reluctant gaze made Lei's hair stand on end, and he quickly said goodbye, closed the door, and locked it tight. He lay down on the bed to rest. However, what they didn't notice was that during their stroll, a figure in the town's alley had been watching them closely. After Lei's group disappeared from her sight, she pulled out a transponder snail and quietly said, "Lei's group has arrived at Cake Island. The tea party will start tomorrow. Then she immediately hung up and vanished into the night. At this moment, hundreds of miles away from Cake Island, 5 giant pirate ships suddenly appeared. On one of the ships, the current Marine Admiral Akainu, dressed in plain clothes, stood at the bow, his eyes emitting a cold light. At this time, a man wearing a black top hat and with a dove on his shoulder approached Akainu and coldly said, "We've received news. It's confirmed that Lei Yu's group is currently on Cake Island, and the tea party will start tomorrow. This time, let us see where they run," Akainu said fiercely, while Lucci merely glanced at the furious Akainu without saying a word. Subsequently, these pirate ships disguised as Marines and some government members quietly headed towards Cake Island. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, who was lying in his room, suddenly remembered that he seemed to have successfully checked in today. Earlier, when he was talking to Big Mom, the system's prompt had sounded. Otherwise, he would have been so eager to leave. Thinking this, Lei Yu crossed his legs and sat on the ship, closed his eyes, and chanted, "System, give me a trial summoning opportunity." Ding, consuming 1 summoning opportunity, summoning in progress. As soon as the system's voice finished, blue lightning suddenly appeared in front of Lei Yu, radiating an astonishing aura. Then he saw these blue lightning bolts constantly gathering together, slowly forming a humanoid shape. After a while, the lightning gradually dissipated, revealing a little girl with shoulder-length brown hair and a lovely face. No way. Am I really going to welcome the first true girl in my team of gods? Lei Yu was shocked, looking at the figure slowly appearing in front of him, unsure whether to be happy or sad. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the character from a certain magical index, Misaka Mikoto. Wow, my railgun girl has arrived? Was shocked. Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon was incredibly powerful, even more formidable than that Thunderfruit. You see, the Thunderfruit merely controls lightning, while Misaka Mikoto could utilize electromagnetic force. Where is this? Misaka Mikoto looked around, curious about the unfamiliar environment. Hello, looked at the 14-year-old Misaka Mikoto and revealed what he thought was a friendly smile. With a scream, Misaka Mikoto jumped back, distancing herself from, then took out a coin and placed it on her fingertip, countless lightning bolts gathering in it, watching with extreme vigilance. Don't be so excited. I'm not a bad person. Immediately felt the chilling power of the lightning at her fingertip and quickly explained, "Who are you? What is your purpose in bringing me here?" Misaka Mikoto asked coldly, her small face serious, with the lightning still jumping at her fingertip. You don't know? Was a bit confused normally. The system should have prepared everything in advance, so why was it failing now? What do I know? Misaka Mikoto was also puzzled by his words. Looking at her with a dazed expression, helplessly tapped his forehead and said, "Put away your powers for now. Let's discuss this properly." Misaka Mikoto tilted her head, looking at. He didn't seem like a bad person, so she put the coin away. Seeing this, took out a piece of cake from Fishman Island and said, "Come on, let's talk while eating." Although Misaka Mikoto wasn't particularly hungry, the delicious smell of the cake made her stomach growl uncontrollably. She walked over to his bed and unceremoniously took the cake from his hand, sitting beside him and starting to eat. For some reason, even though it was her first time meeting this person, she inexplicably trusted him and felt a sense of security. As watched Misaka Mikoto eat, he patted her head and entered his big talk mode. "You see, in this world you came to, there are many devil-like humans, and they're the world government. The devils are a type of human called celestial dragons. Our goal is to overthrow the rule of these devils and bring peace to the world." For the next hour, explained the common knowledge and positions of this world to Misaka Mikoto, helping her establish a correct worldview of the pirate world. The moonlight grew deeper, and the Navy disguised as pirates was getting closer to Cake Island, creating a tense atmosphere on the ship. Whether they would succeed in this battle depended entirely on whether Big Mom and would have any friction the next day. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates also arrived near Cake Island. "Captain, someone reported that 5 pirate ships we've never seen before appeared 100 miles away," a member reported to Teach. I see. Notify everyone to rest well tonight. Tomorrow will be very exciting." Blackbeard Teach nodded. After the crew left, a trace of terrifying cold light appeared in Teach's eyes. "Is it the Navy?" Hiv. The murkier the water, the better. The first rays of sunlight poured down on Cake Island. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, Longma, Yasuo, and Katakuri gathered at its door, looking strangely at, and the little girl still sleeping on his bed. "No, you misunderstood. She's just... We don't have anything." Hurriedly rushed to the door, trying to explain. "No, you don't need to say anything. We understand," the others said in unison, watching flail about in explanation. Oh no, really she's. Itachi, just like you guys. At this point, was already blushing and flustered, while Itachi and Yasuo naturally understood what was going on, knowing it was stewing. They merely wanted to tease him a bit. Captain, she's just a child. How could you? Hey, Captain, we misjudged you. You seem so upright on Fishman Island, but we didn't expect you to be like this here. Katakuri glanced at, and then at the still sleeping Misaka Mikoto, as if realizing something significant. Indeed, every strong person has a special preference. Then he thoughtfully said, I should have arranged this better if I had known Lord had such interests. It's not like that, Katakuri. Let me explain. Hurriedly said, I understand, Lord. I really have nothing with her. I understand, Lord. She's my sister. Sister. Lord has such elegance. Saw that he couldn't explain himself clearly to Katakuri. Helplessly shook his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi for help. Didn't want his lifelong reputation to be ruined like this. Itachi smiled and stopped teasing, helping him explain. She is actually our crew member. She didn't join us before and just arrived yesterday. Oh, is that so? I was wondering why I hadn't seen her before. I thought she was a special recruit of Lord. Katakuri believed Itachi's words. After spending time together these past few days, he felt that Itachi, although usually cold, was quite reliable. That's right. She came by herself last night. Haha. Could only awkwardly laugh. Katakuri frowned slightly. There are monitoring towers and sea slugs around Cake Island. Any outsiders will be warned immediately. But he didn't think much of it, as crew had unique abilities. Moreover, even if he had objections, there was nothing he could do. The strength of this crew was such that they could go anywhere in these seas. Just then, a scream echoed, almost hitting the high C standard of a soprano, startling everyone. Hearing that familiar voice, immediately turned to look, and with a bang, a coin heavily struck his forehead. In pain, covered his forehead and looked at Misaka Mikoto on his bed. What kind of people are out there? Close the door. Hurry. Just waking up. Misaka Mikoto froze upon seeing a bunch of unfamiliar men outside. Thinking they might have seen her sleeping face, her cheeks flushed. Hearing Misaka Mikoto's roar, quickly reacted and shut the door. After all, she was still a little girl, and it was indeed a bit inappropriate. After a while, Misaka Mikoto finished washing up and walked out of the room. After his explanation yesterday, she naturally knew who these people were. Then she smiled at Uchiha Itachi and the others. Good morning, Itachi-san. Lama-san. Orphan-san. Uchiha Itachi and Lama greeted Misaka Mikoto with smiles, while Yasuo forced a stiff smile and then coldly glared at. Feeling something was off, patted Misaka Mikoto's head and said, Call him Yasuo-san, don't just say anything. Misaka Mikoto looked at Leiyu with a wronged expression. You were shouting like that last night. Before Misaka Mikoto could finish her sentence, Leiyu stepped forward and covered her mouth, looking at Yasuo with an awkward smile. Don't listen to her nonsense. Kids just don't know better. Yasuo just smiled and didn't want to speak. At this moment, Katakuri stepped forward and said, all right, Mom's tea party is about to start. Let's go. Okay, let's go. Leiyu nodded, and then the group headed towards the venue for the tea party. Katakuri, who was behind, looked at the little girl next to Leiyu and felt a deep sense of shock. He could sense a power from that seemingly 13 or 14-year-old girl that startled even him. Is this the crew of the gods? Every one of them has such powerful strength? Sigh. I really hope nothing unexpected happens at this tea party. I don't ask for much. Just hope my mom doesn't cause trouble and anger Leiyu's group. Katakuri sighed deeply. At this moment, in a sea area somewhere in the New World, a massive pirate ship, as large as a white whale, was cutting through the waves, moving slowly forward. Countless pirates and bounty hunters saw this ship from a distance and were terrified, retreating in all directions. Old man, it seems like there's been some commotion over at Big Mom's place again. It's said that the Charlotte family smoothie is going to marry Big Brother Leiyu. Ace came to sit beside Whitebeard, handing him a piece of information. The other division captains on the deck couldn't help but look over. After all, Leiyu was part of the family, and they were quite concerned about his movements. Whitebeard took the information from Ace, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it on the ground with a disdainful laugh. Gururara. This crazy woman actually wants to marry my little brother? With his personality, he definitely won't agree to this. Now that's going to be a good show. Old man, what do we do? Marco, with a pineapple hairstyle, walked over and asked. Let's go. Let's check out Cake Island. Saying that, Whitebeard raised a jug of wine and gulped it down. Old man, you should drink less. Your health. Marco looked at his father with concern, frowning slightly. It's fine, let's go. With that, the Whitebeard pirates adjusted their course towards Cake Island. Today, the entire whole Cake Island was plunged into a frenzied celebration. Every island within the nation stopped their work, and everyone gathered on the streets of the town. fervently celebrating the tea party wedding of the Big Mom pirates. Today, they also received the news that Big Mom would marry Charlotte Smoothie to the recently rising Yonko, Lei Yu. Great! Smoothie is finally getting married. With the addition of the Yonko Lei Yu, our whole Cake Island will become even stronger. It is said that Lord Lei Yu has recently defeated Kaido. Yes, he is indeed powerful. I heard Lord Lei Yu isn't even 20 years old yet, and is quite handsome too. The people under Big Mom's influence were all immersed in this joyous atmosphere. They were excitedly discussing the two most notable events: Lei Yu's destruction of the Marine headquarters and his victory over Kaido. Meanwhile, major forces and organizations from all over the world that received invitations to Big Mom's tea party were sending their representatives and fleets to attend. No one dared to refuse the invitation from the Yonko Big Mom. However, among those invited, one person refused, which made Big Mom somewhat angry. After all, the entire New World believed that receiving an invitation to Big Mom's tea party was a great honor. This would mean gaining the friendship of the Big Mom pirates. But if you received an invitation and didn't attend, for whatever reason, it would result in a gift from the Big Mom pirates, the tyranny of the powerful Big Mom pirates in the New World. At this moment, at the harbor of Cake Island, a fleet of ships, blocking out the sun, was arriving, slowly docking at the port. Flags representing different forces flew above the sea of Cake Island, creating a spectacular scene. However, these forces came to attend the tea party, partly due to Big Mom's tyranny, and partly because they were incredibly shocked that the marriage partner was the Yonko Lei Yu. Countless people were speculating whether these two top sea powers would join forces to dominate the entire ocean. If they teamed up now, no one in the New World could stop them. After all, the Navy had become a joke to the pirates, and they could take this opportunity to ride on the big ship formed by Lei Yu and Big Mom and run rampant on the sea. However, a small number of people sensed the crisis of this union, feeling that it might not go as smoothly as imagined. Because Lei Yu had never publicly announced any connection with the Big Mom pirates, this marriage might just be Big Mom's one-sided wish. If that were the case, things would become much more interesting. On the streets of Cake Island, countless citizens came to welcome. The streets were packed with people, bustling crowds of various races and appearances, each face wearing a joyful smile. Countless desserts decorated the entire street, and brilliant fireworks lit up the sky, making the whole sky look magnificent. Various forces and representatives from whole Cake Island gradually disembarked, all of them stunned and praising the spectacular scene. At that moment, several luxurious carriages slowly stopped in front of the castle of Cake Island. A pair of fair hands, painted with bright nail polish, gently lifted the curtain in front of the carriage, and a head suddenly popped out. The slightly curled golden short hair framed a pair of charming eyes, and her long formal dress fully showcased her figure. She was none other than the Queen of Sweet City, Stussy, and also a member of the government CP0. Previously, she had tracked Lei Yu and relayed Lei Yu's movements to the Navy. "Hey, Stussy, I didn't expect you to receive Big Mom's invitation as well." A rather authoritative voice came from aside. A bird-headed figure stepped out of the carriage, dressed in a black suit, exuding a strong presence. He was Morgans, the president of the World Economic Journal, a major information tycoon. "Oh, it seems this time I might get quite a bit of big news," Morgan said with a smile. As recent big news had all been stirred up by Lei Yu, and this time might yield good results. "We haven't gathered for a long time, have we?" Morgans looked at Stussy and smiled. "Yeah, but this time many old acquaintances are missing, and we won't see them again," Stussy said coldly. Morgans was slightly taken aback, then realized Stussy was referring to the three old friends who controlled different industries and were taken out by that CS Sun guy. Although he had no evidence that the killer was CS Sun, he suspected he definitely had something to do with it. "By the way, have you figured out who CS Sun really is?" Morgan approached and saw Stussy let out a deep sigh and shake his head. "I don't know. He needs to be careful. He's too mysterious, like he just appeared out of nowhere, and his strength seems exceptionally powerful. However, it was said that he was also invited to this tea party, but it seems he didn't accept." "What? He actually didn't accept?" Morgan was dumbfounded. There really was someone who dared to refuse Big Mom's invitation. TSK. Once the tea party ends, Big MOM can come and investigate his background. Morgan lit a cigar and shook his head. "Oh, you all have arrived. It's really lively at that moment." A figure holding a scythe and wearing a mask appeared, laughing loudly. The Undertaker, Doflamingo, also came. The arrival of these three stirred quite a commotion in the street. They have arrived. These individuals are the Dark Emperors of the Underworld in the New World, all significant figures of their respective powers. "Hey, have you noticed where are the three missing people?" Suddenly someone asked. "I feel like I've seen them before." Recently, the underworld underwent drastic changes. The king of shipping, the king of currency, and the king of goods all suddenly died. Their industries were taken over by someone named Shaki. Oh, then why isn't that Shaki here? Well, I don't know, maybe Big Mom didn't invite him. At that moment, several figures appeared before these three dark emperors. The leader was peculiar-looking, slender, and wore a top hat filled with lollipops. Look, it's Sparrow, coming out to welcome the guests. Someone in the crowd recognized him and shouted. This person was the eldest son of the Charlotte family, the candy minister among the 34 ministers. Sparrow smiled slightly at the three dark emperors and the representatives of various powers behind them, saying, "Thank you all for coming. On behalf of Mama, I extend the warmest welcome to you all. The tea party wedding will begin shortly. Please follow me." As he spoke, he licked his lollipop and waved his candy cane. Suddenly, a beautiful staircase formed of candy appeared, leading directly to the rooftop of Cake Island. The tea party will be held on the rooftop of the castle. Everyone come with me to enjoy this joyful day. Then, he led the crowd grandly toward the rooftop. At that moment, in the waters 30 miles away from Cake Island, the Navy was gradually approaching, carefully hiding their presence. Suddenly, the walkie-talkies in the hands of various officers crackled to life. "Hey, calling all units. The tea party is about to begin. All powerful figures have entered the venue. Attention all units, please be alert. This operation must not go wrong. Only success is allowed. Operation Codename, God Slayer." At this time, on the rooftop of Cake Island, every spot was decorated exquisitely and magnificently, shining brightly, with countless desserts on the tables emitting tempting aromas, greatly increasing one's appetite. The invited guests, led by members of the Charlotte family, entered and took their seats one after another. Sitting in the VIP section was Rakage, who looked at the crowd on the rooftop, holding fine wine and engaging in joyful conversations, slightly furrowing his brows. "Itachi, have you seen Orochimaru and Rimuru?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi shook his head and said, "I haven't seen those two since last night." Sigh. Okay, Rakage didn't know why, but he had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Meanwhile, Katakuri was at the entrance of the rooftop, where many guards from the big MOM pirates were patrolling back and forth. "Is everything ready? Don't let anything go wrong." Katakuri looked at a person next to him, dressed in pink, wearing egg-shaped pants, leaning on a cane, and sporting a mustache. This was Baron Egg, a member of the big MOM pirates, whose strength was also considerable. Baron Egg respectfully said to Katakuri, "Don't worry, Lord Katakuri. I will do my best and won't let anything go wrong." Katakuri nodded expressionlessly before moving on to patrol elsewhere. For some reason, looking at the harmonious scene before him, he always had a feeling that something was amiss, as if something were about to happen. Then, a flash of crimson appeared in his sharp eyes. Clearly, he had activated his top-level observation Haki. After scanning the surroundings, he found nothing unusual. "Is it my illusion?" Katakuri shook his head, murmuring in confusion. However, looking at the formidable guard around him, coupled with the soldiers dispatched from whole Cake Island, who were also patrolling near Cake Island, and all the main combatants of the big MOM pirates being in place, such a powerful formation made it difficult for even the other emperors to attack here. At this moment, Katakuri seemed to realize something, his mind jolting. He slowly turned his head to look at Rakage, who could bring such unease to him and the entire big MOM family. Hopefully, nothing will go wrong. On the other side of the rooftop tea party wedding, Smoothie held a drink, took a sip, and secretly glanced over at Rakage, an involuntary blush appearing on her face. Am I really going to marry him today? Will he agree? Although it was said that this tea party wedding was for her, after yesterday's interaction, Rakage seemed indifferent to her, and according to Katakuri, Rakage was so strong that even if he was unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Sigh. As she thought about it, Smoothie deeply sighed. "What's wrong, nervous?" Snickers, seeing Smoothie sighing, came over to ask. "It's nothing." Smoothie pretended to be fine and took another sip of her juice. "All right, get ready. Mama is coming." Just as Snickers finished speaking, the grand door in the center of the rooftop slowly opened, and a pink figure gradually emerged from the darkness behind the door. "Welcome everyone to the Cake Island Tea Party. Enjoy all the desserts to your heart's content." Then, Big M.O., with her somewhat robust body, leaped down from the high platform with a thud, spreading her strong arms and laughing. Let the tea party wedding begin. With a loud bang, countless colorful fireworks suddenly erupted, illuminating the sky like beautiful flowers. Surrounding the rooftop were countless lights of various colors, shining like a ballroom. And various color balloons also soared into the sky at this moment. Seeing this, Rakage's expression darkened, his gaze fixed on Big M.O.M. Didn't I make myself clear yesterday? I'm not doing any marriage alliance. This is just a gathering. What was she trying to do today? Was she trying to pressure everyone present? Oof. He wasn't afraid. At this moment, in the center of the stage, Bigum seemed unaware of Rakich's displeasure, laughing with abandon as she said, originally, today's wedding was to be held for Smoothie and the 5th Emperor Rakich. However, for various reasons, today may not satisfy Smoothie, my dear daughter. As soon as Bigmum said this, it caused an uproar in the audience. What is Bigmum trying to do? Indeed, such a situation has never occurred at previous tea parties. Sigh, there's nothing to be done. This crazy woman always does whatever comes to her mind. The sweet commanders below were all stunned by what their mother said, not understanding why Bigmum suddenly changed her mind. Especially Smoothie at this moment felt a surge of inexplicable emotions, unsure if it was disappointment, loss, or relief. Meanwhile, the expression on Katakuri's face grew increasingly cold. As he had already guessed what this crazy woman was planning, it seemed she hadn't given up. Bigmum continued to laugh maniacally, her eyes filled with madness, and said, "Today, I will invite Rayleigh and the gods to join the Whole Cake Island and manage together to build a perfect kingdom. At the same time, the 5th Emperor Rayleigh will become my 44th husband. I believe our union will surely give birth to the most beautiful and powerful new life in the world, making this world tremble. Join me, Rayleigh. Let us manage Whole Cake Island together." Then Bigmum turned her gaze to Rayleigh, and even the lights around them shone on him. At that moment, the venue fell silent. Everyone was shocked by Bigmum's words, frozen in place, all eyes on Rayleigh and Bigmum, their expressions extraordinarily complex. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into excited screams. This Bigmum pirate crew is about to take off. With Rayleigh's addition, won't they leap to become the strongest pirate crew? This is truly a crazy big news. Is the world about to change? In that second, all the guests attending the tea party wedding cheered. Members of the Bigmum pirate crew cheered, and the residents of Cake Island cheered. But Katakuri and Smoothie had unsightly expressions. Smoothie never expected her mother would want to marry Rayleigh, and at that moment, she felt as if she had been cheated on, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. Katakuri was worried that Bigmum and Rayleigh would clash, which could lead to Charlotte Pudding, their siblings, and many residents of Cake Island being caught in the conflict. Although there were many people from his family, very few were actually strong. If they truly faced the gods, perhaps only those 2 near-real-level fighters in their bed could stop his crew. Rayleigh, we can create a better future together. Join me. Seeing that Rayleigh was still silent, Bigmum invited again. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh stood up without hesitation, looking coldly at Bigmum. At this moment, the atmosphere fell silent again, and everyone's gaze was fixed on Rayleigh, waiting for his response. After a few seconds, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Rayleigh's eyes, and he slowly spoke. "Was what I said yesterday not clear enough? You're playing with fire, Bigmum." In an instant, everyone present gasped, staring in shock at Rayleigh. How dare he? This is Bigmum's territory. This is bad. Could it be that Rayleigh, just entering the new world, is going to offend 2 veteran emperors? Would they fight? And would we suffer the consequences? Everyone couldn't believe their ears, unable to accept that Rayleigh actually rejected Bigmum's tempting offer. After all, she was asking to jointly manage Whole Cake Island. Their positions would be equal. Together, wouldn't they be unstoppable in the new world? But Rayleigh actually refused outright. At this moment, Katakuri's expression also turned grim. He could sense the faint killing intent emanating from Rayleigh. Clearly, Bigmum's actions had angered him. Bigmum, seeing this, didn't seem surprised at all. Laughing maniacally, "I'll give you one last chance. Rayleigh, join me, and we can give birth to an incredibly powerful life. How wonderful that would be." Then, a hint of coldness flashed in Bigmum's eyes as she continued. "You should know, you have completely offended that guy Kaido. Even if you're what they call the new 5th Emperor, if you want to survive in the new world, you better watch yourself." The threat in Bigmum's words was unmistakable. If Rayleigh dared to refuse her, Bigmum would join forces with Kaido to target him. At this moment, the atmosphere on the rooftop had dropped to freezing point. Members of the Bigmum pirate crew rushed over, surrounding the entire rooftop, and all the guests dared not make a sound, the pressure in the atmosphere reaching its peak. Among the crowd, Stussy watched this scene with a hint of gloom in her eyes, secretly clutching a small button in her hand. If the 2 started fighting, she would immediately use this button to notify the Navy lurking outside to come and reap the benefits. Meanwhile, Morgans beside Stussy secretly pulled out a small camera, frantically pressing the shutter button, his eyes filled with excitement. This is another big news. Hearing this, Rayleigh slowly walked up to Bigmum. looked up at her massive and strong figure, and coldly said, "I'm glad you invited me to the tea party. But I don't like the way you're speaking to me. It's only the gods who threaten others. No one threatens the gods." As soon as the words fell, boom, Rayleigh unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, enveloping the entire rooftop, wreaking havoc on everything around. Oh no, this is Conqueror's Haki. I can hardly breathe. Damn it, what a powerful Conqueror's Haki. In an instant, most of the weaker guests felt as if their throats were being squeezed by an invisible hand, struggling to breathe. A few who were extremely weak even fainted, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. Even strong ones like Katakuri, Snakeman, and Smoothie felt a significant pressure. Damn it, Mom wouldn't really intend to attack Rayleigh here, would she? If that happens, whole Cake Island will be destroyed. Katakuri trembled all over, unwilling to see the two fight. Seeing Rayleigh directly release his aura and give her no face, Big Mom's expression gradually darkened. It seems you have made your choice. Rayleigh, as soon as she finished speaking, a similarly powerful and oppressive aura began to emanate from Big Mom, and the two stared coldly at each other, their powerful Conqueror's Haki clashing in the void. In an instant, everyone on the rooftop felt an overwhelming pressure. Even some of the combatants from the Big Mom Pirates were sweating profusely, struggling to resist the imposing aura generated by the clash of these two powerful wills. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, Longma, and others who were originally seated in the VIP area suddenly flashed to the side of Lei, who was confronting Big Mom, each unleashing their own aura. In an instant, three extremely powerful auras soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Big Mom's massive body seemed to tremble slightly, beads of sweat beginning to appear on her forehead. It was evident that the four of them had directly suppressed Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki, and at that moment, everyone present truly felt the pressure from the God Pirates. All of them frozen in place, incredulously staring at the three beside Lei, because they sensed that the aura emanating from these three did not seem to be lower than that of an admiral. Previously, they only knew that the God Pirates were strong, but they never expected them to be this powerful. No wonder they could topple the Navy headquarters. Katakuri and others by the edge of the rooftop also noticed Big Mom's unusual state. With a whoosh, the Sweet Commanders and a group of formidable ministers arrived beside Big Mom, releasing their own auras to counter Leiyu's group, and it seemed that both sides were at stalemate. "Heh, you gods do have some strength, but this is my Tato land." Saying this, Big Mom stepped forward, and with a loud bang, the ground began to crack open. Immediately afterward, a flash of crimson appeared in Big Mom's eyes, and a stream of pink energy emanated from her body, surrounding her. Then, Big Mom swung her arms, her gaze gradually turning frenzied as she shouted, "Thundercloud Zeus. Here it comes, Mama." Then, Zeus appeared behind Big Mom, transformed into a pitch-black cloud after being enveloped by Mama's pink energy. The lightning within it held terrifying power, and Zeus glared angrily at Leiyu's group. A massive surge of lightning erupting from him. "Mama, let this ungrateful fool face the wrath of thunder." Boom! That massive bolt of lightning struck down on Leiyu's group like heavenly thunder. Seeing Zeus act so decisively, Leiyu was also shocked, not expecting Big Mom to dare to take action. Was she not afraid of harming the citizens of her own territory? As the formidable lightning charged toward his group, Leiyu's expression hardened. Just as he was about to meet it head-on, he suddenly heard a blood-pumping BGM in his ears. Lowering his head slightly, he saw Misaka Mikoto standing in front of him, her brown short hair floating messily, her cold gaze fixed on the towering Big Mom not far away. At the same time, a coin was slowly falling from above, rolling down with what seemed like a faint spark of electricity dancing at her fingertips. Everyone on the scene also noticed the little girl standing in front of Leiyu, discussing incredulously, who is that little girl? Could she also be a member of the God Pirates? I wonder if she is Leiyu's illegitimate daughter? That's unlikely. Leiyu looks to be under 20. How could he have such a big daughter? However, she seems unable to withstand Thundercloud Zeus, right? Is she here to seek death? No one on the scene believed that such a 14-year-old girl could withstand Zeus's attack. Meanwhile, Katakuri, who was behind Big Mom, sensed the flickering electricity at Misaka Mikoto's fingertips and thought to himself that it was not good. Just as he was about to warn Big Mom, it was already too late. Misaka Mikoto looked at the approaching lightning, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, and electric arcs began to appear around her body. Just as the game coin landed on her fingertips, countless arcs of electricity surged into her right arm, rumbling. Then, in front of Misaka Mikoto's fingertips, the game coin had vanished, leaving only circles of electric arcs flashing in the void. The terrifying speed of the railgun even left an afterimage in the air. The orange beam cutting through Zeus's released lightning, heading straight for Thundercloud Zeus. The next second, before Big Mom could react, she heard a cry, and Zeus, hovering beside Big Mom, was pierced through by this electromagnetic cannon, falling to the ground with a thud, twitching and emitting plumes of black smoke, with intermittent flashes of blue electricity flickering across its body. Seeing Zeus, whom she had just hit with a shot, still twitching on the ground, Misaka Mikoto brushed her brown short hair and sneered. This thing actually wants to play with electricity with me? Dream on. Oomph. Even Leiyu behind her was startled, not expecting Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon to be so powerful, almost incapacitating Zeus in one hit. He thought about the forehead that Mikoto had hit with a game coin that morning, and in an instant he felt cold sweat break out. This scene completely stunned all the guests present. They knew that Zeus, endowed with a soul by Big Mom, was extremely powerful. Anyone without some strength wouldn't be able to injure Zeus, let alone break through Zeus's lightning. Yet this little girl in front of Leiyu managed to severely injure Zeus with a single blow. Could it be that the god pirates didn't have a single weakling? Every time they thought they had seen all of the god pirate strength, they realized that this was only the tip of the iceberg. Even such a 14-year-old girl possessed such monstrous power. Katakuri looked at Zeus twitching on the ground, shook his head, and sighed deeply. He had felt an impressive power within this girl when he first saw her yesterday, but things were likely about to escalate. Sure enough, after seeing Zeus knocked to the ground, Big Mom's expression grew increasingly cold, her aura continuously rising as she fixed her gaze on Leiyu. Are you planning to go to war with the Big Mom pirates, Leiyu? Heh, if you want to fight, then fight. Why say so much? Leiyu was unafraid of Big Mom, who was on the verge of rage, staring coldly at her through the overwhelming, terrifying aura she emitted. Stussy on the rooftop observed the confrontation between the two, quietly putting the button in her pocket. Now is not the time. They must wait for the two to inflict mutual damage before the Navy would have a chance of victory. However, seeing the two like this, it was evident that Big Mom was indeed wary of Leiyu's group strength. Otherwise, with Big Mom's temperament, she would have attacked the moment Leiyu refused. It seemed that it would take a gust of wind to turn the sparks from these two into flames. With that thought, Stussy's eyes gleamed as she broke the silence. Leiyu, you're just a new 5th Emperor. What qualifications do you have to compare with an established 4th Emperor like Big Mom? Big Mom is showing you favor. Which is your fortune? Refusing is one thing, but you still want to challenge the Big Mom pirates? Don't think I don't know. The so-called destruction of the Navy headquarters involved both Whitebeard and the red-haired pirates, and Morgan should be aware of this. Moreover, with your gods, you probably don't have the strength to challenge the Navy headquarters. Now, you actually want to provoke the Big Mom pirates? Stussy's words directly escalated the tension to its peak. She was forcing Big Mom to take action. Otherwise, it would imply that Big Mom, the old-school Yonko, is afraid of Leiyu, which would have a significant impact on Big Mom's reputation. In this extremely quiet environment, everyone heard Stussy's words. What? Those two were actually involved in the battle at the Navy headquarters? No wonder. If those two pirate crews were involved, the Navy's defeat would make sense. No one doubted Stussy's words because, as the Dark Emperor, she had no reason to lie. And someone at that level certainly knew a lot of hidden truths. When Morgans, the president of the newspaper, heard Stussy mention him, he had to stand up and say that indeed, Whitebeard and Redhaired were both present at that war. But what exactly happened, he didn't know. Morgan's clarification immediately caused a stir, and the guests all nodded, believing the two's words. So there was such an inside story. Katakuri looked at Big Mom after hearing Stussy's words. Her eyes clearly flashed with a glimmer of light. Then, Katakuri thought to himself that this was bad, and looked at Stussy, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. This woman is trying to provoke a war to ruin whole Cake Island, isn't she? At the same time, Leiyu also noticed Stussy in the crowd, and his gaze turned exceptionally cold. He knew that Stussy, aside from being the Dark Emperor of the underworld, was also a member of the world government's CP0. From her words, he sensed a hint of danger, but Stussy alone couldn't give him that feeling. So there was only one possibility. With this thought, Leiyu turned his head to scan the sea near Cake Island, and after a look around, he found that there seemed to be no abnormalities. However, the sense of crisis in Leiyu's heart grew stronger. At this moment, his injuries from the fight with Kaido had not fully recovered. If a conflict broke out with Big Mom here and the Navy bastards got involved, it would be disastrous. Thinking of this, Leiyu no longer hesitated and said coldly to Big Mom, "Let's leave it at that for today, Big Mom. If you want to fight, the gods' pirates will be at your service anytime in the future." His words are already a way to give her an out, hoping that this crazy woman, Big Mom, wouldn't be ungrateful. After saying that, he turned around, exchanged a glance with Itachi and the others, and led the way to the edge of the rooftop, leaping down. Itachi and Misaka Makoto, seeing this, although they didn't understand why Leiyu suddenly wanted to retreat, didn't ask much and followed him off the rooftop, preparing to leave Cake Island. By the way, shouldn't we leave Orochimaru and Rimuru behind? Yasuo, who had already jumped down from the rooftop, tilted his head and asked Leiyu. Walking ahead, Leiyu seemed to stumble for a moment, then with a cold face said, "Let's go first. I have a bad premonition that staying here will lead to something bad happening. Those two might have already returned to the ship. Moreover, it would take some time to kill those two guys." Itachi, Yasuo, Longma, Misaka Makoto. The residents of Cake Island saw Leiyu and his group leaving and didn't dare to step forward to stop them, as if they were just letting them go. On the rooftop, Big Mom watched Leiyu slowly leave, and the killing intent in her eyes grew stronger. Then, with a clap of her hands, she angrily shouted, "Prometheus! At your command, Mama!" A voice suddenly rang out, and then a small sun appeared beside Big Mom. Boom! The originally cute little sun, Prometheus, suddenly began to expand violently, transforming into a monstrous flame creature with a twisted face. The intense heat of the flames instantly raised the temperature around the rooftop by dozens of degrees, causing the guests present to feel hot all over. Watching Big Mom summon Prometheus, Stussie's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Is it finally starting? But just as Big Mom was about to command Prometheus to attack Leiyu, Katakuri suddenly appeared in front of Big Mom, spreading his arms to block Prometheus's attack path. Big Mom saw Katakuri in front of her, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes as she coldly asked, "Do you want to betray me, Katakuri?" Facing Big Mom's terrifying pressure, Katakuri did not back down, staring firmly at Big Mom and saying, "Mama, this will destroy whole Cake Island. You have to know that Leiyu and his group are still in the residential area. If Prometheus's attack hits, many innocent residents will surely die." Katakuri didn't want those innocent residents to perish at Big Mom's hands, especially since they were still under Big Mom's protection. If they died at the hands of the person who was supposed to protect them, how ironic would that be? Moreover, with so many people attending the tea party, if such a thing spreads, will anyone still join whole Cake Island in the future? But Big Mom seemed indifferent to this, coldly looking at Katakuri and slowly saying, "You truly disappoint me, Katakuri." Saying this, Prometheus transformed into a raging inferno that enveloped her, her pink hair instantly turning into a fierce flame. And her aura became extremely terrifying. Many guests on the scene were already trembling in fear from Big Mom's terrifying aura, collapsing to the ground. Then, Big Mom extended a hand towards Katakuri, coldly saying, "A son who keeps disobeying Mama should be dealt with, and you won't be an exception." As soon as her words fell, a blazing fire appeared in her hand, the terrifying temperature distorting the surrounding space, and then she prepared to blast it at Katakuri, who was blocking her path. Faced with such terrifying flames, Katakuri showed no signs of retreat, still standing in front of Big Mom. Just as Big Mom was about to attack Katakuri, two voices suddenly rang out. "Mama, please stop. This will really destroy the whole Cake Island you built." Smudge and Snickers appear beside Katakuri, kneeling on one knee in front of Big Mom, and said, "Are you two also going to betray me? Then let's die together." Seeing that the sweet commander trio actually came to dissuade her, the coldness around Big Mom intensified, and her aura continued to rise, while the attack in her hand was still brewing. At this moment, Leiyu, who hadn't gone far, felt Big Mom's rising aura and suddenly stopped, looking back at Big Mom on the rooftop with flames blazing above her head and the sweet commander trio blocking her. He then shook his head helplessly and sighed, "Forget it. Let's hurry up and leave." Saying this, he quickened his pace again. The atmosphere on the rooftop was becoming increasingly tense, and even the gathered VIPs didn't expect such a thrilling turn of events. First, there was a standoff between Big Mom and Leiyu's group, and now it had escalated into an internal conflict within the Charlotte family. Morgan from a newspaper was frantically taking photos, trembling with excitement. This was certainly more thrilling than what was happening next door. Ahem, it seemed that Big Mom had no intention of backing down. Given the situation, Smoogie felt a chill in his heart, realizing that Mom was truly willing to go all out against them. Katakuri, on the other hand, stared expressionlessly at Big Mom, already knowing what kind of person she was. So he wasn't too surprised. Bang! Big Mom's attack seemed to be brewing. She slowly raised her flaming arm, and just as she was about to strike, Charlotte Perispero, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, suddenly appeared in front of Big Mom. Behind him, all of Big Mom's children were present. Perospero stepped forward to Big Mom and respectfully said, "Mom, let us continue the tea party for now. The wedding cake is ready. We can chase after Lei Yu's group after we've had the cake. They can't run far in such a short time. Plus, attacking here would tarnish the reputation of the whole Cake Island. After all, these residents are our subjects." The family members behind Perospero echoed his sentiments. Hearing this, Big Mom's massive arm, which had been poised to strike, did not come down. Instead, she coldly scanned the crowd on the rooftop and the trembling residents of Cake Island before slowly lowering her hands. Prometheus, which had been hovering above her head, detached and reverted to its small sun form, and at this moment, Big Mom seemed to calm down a bit. If numerous residents died in this battle, where would she find more lifespan? All right, let us enjoy the delicious wedding cake first. Big Mom then sat down in her seat, resting her chin on her hand as she awaited the arrival of the delectable cake. Seeing Big Mom relent, Katakuri and the others immediately sighed in relief, cold sweat soaking their backs without them realizing it. The sense of impending doom was certainly uncomfortable. Katakuri then cast a grateful glance at Perospero, realizing that without him, the outcome might have been disastrous. Perospero, seeing the situation, quickly ordered his subordinates to hurry to the cake factory to retrieve the wedding cake. He noticed that Big Mom, sitting in her seat, had a lot of stomach acid mixed with saliva flowing from her mouth, and her gaze was starting to look a bit dazed. Knowing Big Mom as he did, he understood that her craving for food was about to kick in. If Big Mom's craving flared up, it would be the real end. At that point, everyone present could end up dead at her hands, either killed in her madness or consumed as food. The only way to prevent Big Mom from losing control was to quickly bring the cake to her. Thus, at that moment, Perospero could only pray that the cake would arrive quickly without any mishaps. The VIPs on the rooftop did not dare to leave, fearing that one wrong move could provoke Big Mom again. Among the crowd, Stussy looked at Big Mom, who had suddenly changed her focus, with a glimmer of reluctance in her eyes. Could it be that the Navy and the government would miss this opportunity? At this time, Charlotte BRLE and several members of the Big Mom Pirates had arrived at the cake factory. Looking at the already open door of the factory, a strong sense of foreboding surged in their hearts. The guards who should have been stationed outside had disappeared, and from the outside, the open factory door revealed nothing but darkness. BRLE's pupils narrowed, and without a second thought, she rushed inside. Upon turning on the lights in the cake factory, she saw the guards who were supposed to be at the entrance lying scattered inside, their fates unknown. Even the chefs who made the cakes were unconscious on the ground. BRLE immediately looked at a circular tray in the factory, which was supposed to hold the wedding cake, but it was now just a bare plate, seemingly with white snakes crawling over it, licking up the leftover cream. Where was the wedding cake? BRLE's face was filled with horror. At this moment, the disappearance of the wedding cake meant everything to her, and she knew exactly what it implied. Just thinking about Big Mom's terrifying appearance when she had her craving made BRLE tremble all over. At this time, the other members of the pirate crew also saw the empty plate, and they froze in place, their eyes filled with fear, countless beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads. At that moment, BRLE noticed the head chef, Chiffon, who was passed out beneath the tray. Chiffon was their executive chef, responsible for all the cooking for the Big Mom Pirates, and had over 60 years of cooking experience. Like Big Mom, he was a member of the Rock Pirates. He was in charge of the wedding cake and claimed to be the only one capable of modifying it. Seeing the unconscious Chiffon, BRLE hurried over to his side, shaking him vigorously, asking, "Where's the wedding cake?" "The cake." As BRLE shook him, Chiffon slowly came to, mumbling, "Where's the wedding cake Mom wanted?" "Why is it gone?" BRLE shouted in panic. "What? The wedding cake is gone? How is that possible?" Hearing this, Chiffon immediately woke up, looking in shock at the empty tray where the giant cake had been. "Can you make another wedding cake?" Mom's craving is kicking in, BRLE hurriedly asked, but Chiffon just shook his head in a daze, saying, "It's too late to make a cake that satisfies Big Mom. It would take at least a week." Upon hearing Chiffon's words, everyone present felt darkness enveloping them, as if the sky had fallen. It was over, all over. Damn it, those two guys must have eaten the cake. Chiffon clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. "What? Which two guys?" BRLE couldn't help but ask. "I don't know who they are, just that they claimed to be VIPs attending the tea party, and then they knocked us out as soon as they came in. I never expected they would eat all the cake. Ugh. Come with me to check the surveillance." With that, Chiffon led BRLE to the surveillance room of the cake factory. At that moment, on the rooftop, Perospero watched as Mom's condition became increasingly unstable, her breathing growing more frantic. He anxiously pulled out a transponder snail bring. In the surveillance room, BRLE took out her transponder snail, and she heard Perospero's anxious voice, BRLE. Has the wedding cake not been delivered yet? Can you hurry? Mom can't hold on much longer. It was known that when Big Mom's craving kicked in, she would become terrifying like a demon. So it was no wonder Perospero was so anxious. Brother, the wedding cake has been eaten by someone. Brulee's fearful voice reached Perospero's ears. On the tea party rooftop, Perospero was momentarily stunned. When he secretly turned to glance at his mother's reaction, Big Mom was already standing behind him. At that moment, countless stomach acids and saliva flowed from her mouth, dripping onto the ground, and the pupils in her eyes had turned into a chilling blood-red color, emanating a terrifying aura. You say the wedding cake was eaten by someone else? My long-cherished wedding cake is gone? With each word, Big Mom's aura grew more frenzied, and her eyes gradually lost their reason. No, Mom, please calm down. Perospero stammered, damn it, who dared to touch my cake? I want my wedding cake. Give me my wedding cake. Big Mom had completely lost her sanity and began to roar madly. In the next moment, bang, her terrifying Conqueror's Haki was unleashed without restraint. Accompanied by Big Mom's roar, this powerful aura completely destroyed the entire tea party venue. Some weaker guests were directly blown away by this overwhelming force, falling heavily to the ground, their fates unknown. The situation among the people on the rooftop was no better. In the face of this powerful Conqueror's Haki, those lacking strength were almost all holding their heads, kneeling in pain on the ground. Some even fainted and bled from their orifices. Damn it, who the hell touched the cake? At this point, Big Mom had completely lost her reason. What should I do? Perospero also collapsed to the ground, pale-faced. Although he was one of the 34 ministers, the candy minister, he had no power to resist under the Conqueror's Haki unleashed by Big Mom, who was suffering from a food craving. Wedding cake. I want my wedding cake. Big Mom was still roaring madly, her terrifying aura growing more intense. She took a step toward Perospero, her eyes fixed on him with a blood-red glare. Where's my cake? Give me my wedding cake. Saying this, she raised her fist and slammed it down at Perospero. Feeling the terrifying power contained in Big Mom's fist, despair appeared on Perospero's face. Under the pressure of her Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't move at all. With this punch, he would either die or be severely injured. Just as Big Mom's fist was about to land, a figure suddenly blocked in front of him. It was Katakuri, holding a trident with both hands, helping to block Big Mom's punch. Katakuri, Perospero exclaimed, letting out a breath of relief, his face showing a look of surviving a disaster. But in the next second, cough, cough, a mouthful of blood was coughed out from Katakuri, instantly staining the ground beneath him. Katakuri's physical condition was also extremely strong, but facing Big Mom, a casual punch from her caused him significant harm. You quickly notify everyone to leave here. Evacuate now. Katakuri slightly turned his head to look at Perospero. But what about you? Looking at the blood-soaked scarf around Katakuri's neck, Perospero couldn't help but feel worried. Don't worry about me. I'll hold Mom off for a while. You notify everyone to evacuate. Hurry. Katakuri shouted, his hands holding the trident beginning to tremble. Okay, be careful. Perospero no longer hesitated, gave a warning, and quickly left. Jumping off the rooftop with the other family members who could still move, urgently organizing the nearby residents to evacuate. Meanwhile, Katakuri was enduring the pressure brought by Big Mom, trying to buy as much time as possible for the evacuation. Wedding chake. Give me cake. Big Mom's expression was becoming increasingly frenzied, drooling incessantly, and with her roar, the aura around her continued to rise. She raised her other arm and slammed it toward Katakuri. Facing Big Mom's destructive power, Katakuri's eyes flashed with a hint of red light as he desperately activated his top-tier observation Haki. It should be noted that Katakuri's position as the second-in-command of the Big Mom pirates was not solely based on his strong armament Haki and Machi-Machi fruit ability, but rather his super-strong observation Haki that allows him to foresee the future. He could predict the enemy's attacks and intentions in advance. Using his observation Haki, Katakuri successfully dodged Big Mom's punch, but the rooftop began to crumble piece by piece under the terrifying force of her punch. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly leaped down from the edge of the rooftop, while Big Mom seemed unaware and continued to stand in place, roaring like a beast. In the next second, rumble. The tea party rooftop collapsed from a height of nearly 60 meters, raising a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Mom. Several family members looked at the dust, frantically searching for Big Mom's figure. Katakuri, not far away, had a grave expression on his face. He could sense that the aura within the dust seemed to have become even more terrifying. Katakuri, what should we do? The other two sweet commanders, Snack and Smoothie, arrived beside Katakuri, their expressions serious. If this continues, Cake Island will be destroyed by Big Mom. We can only hold her off for now. Every second counts. Saying this, Katakuri stepped forward, swinging his trident through the air as he moved ahead. Snack and Smoothie exchanged glances and followed suit, armed with their weapons. Damn it. Give me my wedding cake. I want to eat cake. Big Mom's roar emerged from the dust, and her terrifying aura wreaked havoc on everything around her, expanding to an even larger area. The nearby residents who were evacuating were struck down by the aura unleashed by Big Mom, collapsing on the street like corpses. Perospero, who was organizing the evacuation, saw this scene and thought to himself that it was bad. If this continued, Cake Island would surely suffer heavy damage. Then, he seemed to think of a way, his eyes suddenly bursting with a glint of light, abandoning the evacuation organization and rushing toward Katakuri and the others. At that moment, a gigantic shadow with blood-red eyes emerged from the swirling dust. Give me my wedding cake. Big Mom's saliva fell like giant raindrops. Upon seeing the buildings of Cake Island nearby, Big Mom waved her hand, wantonly destroying everything around her. Then, Big Mom seemed to notice the residents who had fainted not far ahead. The red light in her eyes erupted as she drooled and walked over. Katakuri, seeing this, narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Not good. Mom is going to attack those residents. Quickly organize her." Saying that, he picked up his trident and charged towards Big Mom. At the same time, with a buzz, Katakuri infused his armament Haki into his trident and leaped up when he got close to Big Mom, raising the trident high and striking down fiercely. However, Big Mom seemed completely unaware and continued walking forward. Boom! As Katakuri struck Big Mom, he was directly bounced away and did not inflict any damage on her. However, this blow successfully attracted Big Mom's attention. She slowly turned her head, her crimson eyes fixed on the flying Katakuri. "Give me my wedding cake." Big Mom roared and turned to walk towards Katakuri. Seeing Big Mom approaching, Snakeman and Smoothie rushed to Katakuri's side. "Brother, we can't stop her," Smoothie said with a serious expression. "You all should escape," Katakuri said heavily, once again heading towards the already irrational Big Mom. Katakuri, brother." Smoothie looked at Katakuri with worry, then seemed to make up her mind, drawing her sword and charging forward. Seeing this, Snakeman no longer hesitated and quickly followed in their footsteps. Katakuri, sensing their movements, frowned and turned back to scold them. "Didn't I tell you to retreat first? Hee. We are also part of the Sweet Commanders. Don't think you can just leave us behind." Snakeman laughed. Hearing this, a hint of a smile appeared in Katakuri's eyes, but he snorted coldly. "Be careful. You all know how terrifying Mom is." With that, he accelerated and charged towards Big Mom. At this moment, Perospero also arrived, looking at the three about to clash with Big Mom. He quickly shouted, "Mom, I know where the wedding cake is." Hearing this voice, Big Mom froze in place, turning to look at Perospero. "Wedding cake? Where is the wedding cake? I want to eat the wedding cake." Now, only the wedding cake could attract her attention. At the moment she heard about the wedding cake, an intense desire erupted in Big Mom's crimson eyes. Seeing Big Mom stop, Katakuri and the others were also stunned, looking at Perospero in confusion, not understanding what this brother was trying to do since wasn't the wedding cake destroyed? Looking at Big Mom, who had lost her sanity due to her hunger pangs, Perospero hurriedly said, "It was that Rayleigh and his group who took your wedding cake, Mom. They're at the port now." In fact, Perospero didn't know who destroyed the wedding cake, but in this situation, he had to find a scapegoat, and the best scapegoat was Rayleigh's group who had just left. Rayleigh? Damn it, that bastard Rayleigh. Not only did he dare to refuse me, he even dared to take my wedding cake. "I will kill you." Big Mom, having lost her sanity, did not have time to think about the truth of the matter, and with the previous humiliation from Rayleigh, Big Mom naturally held a deep grudge against Rayleigh. After hearing that Rayleigh had taken the wedding cake, Big Mom summoned Zeus and flew towards the port of Cake Island, destroying everything in her path with her terrifying Conqueror's Haki. Fortunately, she was successfully led away, preventing her from causing excessive casualties here. At this moment, Stussy, not far away, clearly saw this scene, her eyes shining with excitement, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Now, that Big Mom was going to find trouble with Rayleigh. Wasn't it exactly what she wanted? Thinking this, she slipped into a corner, looked around to ensure no one was watching, and secretly took out a din mushy to inform the waiting Navy in the distance of this important news. In another corner, Morgans was excited, watching Big Mom leave, his eyes full of exhilaration. He had a premonition that there might be another royal-level battle happening here. After all, Rayleigh had only been in the New World for less than a week, and he was going to fight a royal-level master again. Would he be able to win this time? Thus, Morgans, filled with curiosity and excitement, followed Big Mom from a distance, also rushing towards the port. Katakuri watched Big Mom's departing figure and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he realized that his back had been soaked with sweat without him noticing. "Are you all okay?" Perospero approached the three, concerned. "We're fine, but what happened with Rayleigh and the wedding cake?" Katakuri asked, looking at Perospero in confusion. Snakeman and Smoothie were also curious. Didn't Rayleigh leave? When did he steal Mom's wedding cake? Perospero chuckled bitterly. "I don't know who destroyed the wedding cake. But in this situation, to save ourselves, we can only let Rayleigh divert Mom's attention. And only Rayleigh's group can block Mom, who is suffering from her hunger pangs." Upon hearing Perospero's explanation, the three suddenly understood. It had to be said that this was indeed the best way to resolve the current predicament. Katakuri deeply sighed, looking towards the port and muttering, "I'm sorry, Rayleigh." However, they did not know that it was indeed Rayleigh's companions who had devoured Big Mom's wedding cake completely. At this moment, Rayleigh, who had already arrived at the port, seemed to sense Big Mom's furious aura, and curiously glanced back towards the castle, wondering why Big Mom was so agitated at this moment. But it had nothing to do with him, so he went to his pirate ship and jumped aboard. Suddenly, he found that there were actually two huge balls on his ship. Just then, one of the balls suddenly started moving, scaring Rayleigh into kicking it. "Rayleigh, it's me. Stop." A familiar voice reached Rayleigh's ears. Splash! A head popped out of the ball, and upon seeing that familiar face, Rayleigh immediately stopped his flying kick, staring at the face in shock. "Orochimaru? Did you eat shit and turn into this?" Indeed, the round ball was none other than Orochimaru, who had disappeared for a day and a night. The other ball next to him couldn't be Rimuru, could it? Ryu asked suspiciously. "Oh, you noticed, Brother Ryu?" Beside Orochimaru, the round ball shook for a moment before transforming into a blue, flowing sphere resembling an enlarged version of slime. Looking at the two who had lost their human forms, Ryu felt a headache coming on. Even the latecomers, Itachi Uchiha and others, were startled, and Misaka Mikoto had already summoned sparks of electricity in her hand, nearly firing them off. "How did you two end up like this?" Ryu rubbed his temples and asked in confusion. Orochimaru rolled his round body, a hint of response in his eyes, and licked his lips, saying, "This morning, we smelled a particularly delicious aroma. Anyway, that giant cake was really tasty. It's a shame you didn't get to eat any." Rimuru chimed in. "Did you two eat the whole cake?" Ryu asked incredulously, then glanced at Orochimaru, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. It seemed he had figured out the source of Big Mom's earlier frenzied aura. Could it be that these two had eaten Big Mom's wedding cake? If that's the case, it would be troublesome if she found out. It was just too good. I couldn't help but finish it all and forgot to leave you a piece." Orochimaru still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and thought Ryu was angry because he hadn't saved him a delicious piece of cake. "Do you know what kind of cake that was?" Ryu glared coldly at Orochimaru. At that moment, Orochimaru noticed Ryu's unusual expression, retracted his head slightly, and said softly, "Isn't it just a bigger, tastier cake? I could just compensate them if needed." Rimuru had already noticed the dark line on Ryu's forehead and quietly rolled away, not saying a word. Looking at Orochimaru's state, Ryu sighed deeply. "Forget it. You ate it. You ate it. Let's leave this place quickly. We need to hurry." Ryu didn't intend to pursue the matter any further. If he were to clash with the gluttonous Big Mom here, it would be disastrous. Although Ryu wasn't sure if the Navy was nearby, he trusted his gut instinct wouldn't betray him. To survive in this turbulent sea, one must learn to stay steady and not panic. "Yasuo, you take the helm first. We need to leave quickly," Ryu said seriously. Hearing this, Yasuo, although unsure why Ryu was in such a hurry, didn't ask further and hurried to the control room to pilot the ship out of the harbor. Meanwhile, Ryu went to the bow of the ship, gazing seriously in the direction of Cake Island, feeling Big Mom's terrifying aura rapidly approaching him. "Have we been discovered? I hope it's not too late," Ryu murmured as he felt the ship moving. Itachi and Ryoma seemed to sense the powerful aura as well, quietly positioning themselves beside Ryu, staring intently ahead. But in the next moment, Ryu's pupils suddenly contracted. In the distance, a massive bolt of lightning appeared at the edge of the horizon. rushing toward him with immense power and incredible speed. At the same time, a scorching fireball shot from the same direction toward them, its speed no less than that of the lightning. Watching the two formidable attacks, a hint of coldness flashed in Ryu's eyes as he muttered, "Damn. Is it too late?" Seeing the two attacks approaching, Itachi Uchiha's expression hardened. He leaped into the air, quickly forming hand seals as if he were performing a flower dance. Then he placed one hand in front of his mouth, puffing his cheeks, and shouted in a deep voice, "Katan, Ji Keiki no Jutsu." Then, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from Itachi's mouth, gradually forming a giant fireball that met the attack launched by Prometheus. Boom! The two fiery spheres collided violently, unleashing waves of heat. Ultimately, it seemed that Itachi's great fireball jutsu was superior, completely devouring the fireball shot out by Prometheus. Meanwhile, the lightning emitted by Zeus was easily neutralized by Misaka Mikoto's electromagnetic cannon. Seeing this, Ryu immediately turned to Orochimaru and shouted, "Uncle Snake, hurry! Accelerate the retreat." Orochimaru on the deck instantly understood Ryu's intention and quickly rolled over, but seemed to be too late. "Give me back my wedding cake. I want my wedding cake." Big Mom's terrifying roar echoed in everyone's ears. Turning to look, they saw Big Mom stepping on the thunderclouds descending from a sky right behind them. "Damn it, Ryu, give me back my wedding cake. I want to eat my wedding cake." Big Mom, like a demon, fixed her red eyes on Ryu and the others, roaring madly. Her terrifying roar sent chills down the spines of those at the harbor. Wah! How did Big Mom come this way? Run! Wait, it seems she has her eyes on Ryu and his group. Could it be Big Mom is really going to battle the God's pirate crew? The crowd at the harbor began to murmur, continuously retreating. They knew they couldn't withstand the fight between these two powerful figures. At that moment, Morgans also arrived near the harbor, finding an excellent spot to capture the upcoming battle on camera. "Give me back my wedding cake." Big Mom's saliva dripped from her mouth, her red eyes chilling to behold. Screaming, she sent her armed fist crashing toward Ryu's ship. Ryu, seeing this, was about to rush forward to block the punch that could shatter his ship when unexpectedly, Itachi was even faster, stepping in front of him. Then, with his eyes slightly closed, he opened them again to reveal his Sharingan. Watching the incoming fist, Itachi's gaze sharpened, and streams of bright red blood flowed from his eyes, creating an eerie sight. The next moment, a mass of black flames suddenly appeared in Big Mom's hand, igniting and spreading up her arm toward her massive body. Feeling the pain from the black flames, Big Mom immediately retracted her fist, terrified of the strange colored flames. In pain, Big Mom looked at the black flames, which were beginning to spread across her body. She extended her hand, frantically slapping at her body in an attempt to extinguish the strange flames. But the more she slapped, the more fiercely the black flames burned. The intense pain and the fear brought by the black flames seemed to bring a sliver of rationality back to the gluttonous Big Mom. The onlookers who had retreated to the back stared in shock at Big Mom flying around in the sky. What kind of flames are those? How can they make Big Mom scream like that? I heard he's the vice captain of the God's pirate crew. Uchiha Itachi. I heard he's also a royal-level powerhouse. A VIP recognized Itachi's identity and exclaimed in shock. Is that Amaterasu? Looked at Big Mom, who was being scorched by black flames in the sky, and murmured to himself. He then stepped lightly towards Itachi's side. Upon seeing his arrival, Itachi tilted his head and said solemnly, "Leave her to me, but keep an eye on your surroundings." "I have a bad feeling about this," was slightly taken aback, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. He didn't expect Itachi to sense this vague sense of crisis as well. It seemed his suspicions were not unfounded. With that thought, nodded to Itachi, fully trusting in her strength. Back on the deck, furrowed his brows tightly, searching for a chance to leave while also being on guard for unknown dangers. At that moment, Itachi was gravely observing Big Mom, who was screaming in agony as she was burned by her own black flames. Something felt off. Although Big Mom seemed to be in a dire state, Itachi realized that her Amaterasu did not appear to inflict any real damage. Her black flames hadn't even burned her pink dress. Indeed, none of the four emperors were simple opponents. Itachi's gaze was extremely serious. Even after regaining her health, she dared not let her guard down against such a powerful foe. Big Mom, standing on thunderclouds, had not diminished in momentum. Instead, her power was continuously rising, as the unquenchable black flames on her body brought her intense burning pain. Experiencing this inhuman agony, Big Mom roared angrily, "Zeus! Charge at her!" Realizing she couldn't extinguish the black flames, Big Mom braced herself against the searing heat and commanded Zeus to punch towards Itachi. As Big Mom charged directly at Itachi, She leaped down to stand on the surface of the sea, quickly fleeing along the coastline, wary of venturing into the deep sea. What if she ran out of chakra halfway? Would she have to swim like Rayleigh while Big Mom flew above her? Meanwhile, the slightly more rational Big Mom understood that the flames on her were caused by Itachi and realized that to extinguish them, she would have to deal with Itachi first. After a furious shout, she chased after her. Watching Big Mom and Itachi gradually move away, Yasuo and the others knew it was the best time to escape. But each of them waited for his response. At that moment, was deeply conflicted. As time passed, his sense of foreboding grew stronger. He even felt a strong sense of impending death. All signs indicated that something significant was about to happen here. With Itachi successfully drawing Big Mom away, nobody could stop them from leaving, and it was the perfect time for their group to exit the sea area. But could he really abandon Itachi? Did he want to be the one who abandoned his comrade? If he were alone, it wouldn't matter. He could just charge in. However, as the captain of a ship, he had to consider the safety of his comrades. Was Misaka Mikoto meant to come to this world only to be caught in this crisis? Because of him thinking this way, S. gaze became incredibly complex. On one side was the safety of his team, and on the other was his conscience, making it difficult for him to make a decision. Just as was in turmoil, Orochimaru approached, burping loudly and saying, "What are you thinking? What the hell are you doing?" Was momentarily stunned, turning to see Yasuo, Orochimaru, Rimuru, and others gathered behind him, all showing no signs of fear. At that moment, Itachi was still running along the coast of Cake Island, but Big Mom, riding the thunderclouds, was closing in on her at an incredible speed. Just as she was about to catch up, Itachi suddenly stopped, turned around, and fixed her gaze on Big Mom. In that brief second, Big Mom was already in front of Itachi, raising her arm, covered in Haki, to strike. For some reason, Itachi showed no intention of dodging, shouting "Die!" Big Mom, enduring the burning sensation of the Amaterasu, punched towards Itachi, but just as her fist was about to connect, Itachi's figure suddenly vanished, transforming into a flock of black crows that cawed and scattered in all directions. "Where's everyone?" Big Mom looked around, and, in the next second, a group of identical crows gathered in front of her. As the crows dispersed, Itachi's figure reappeared. However, at this moment, Itachi had retracted the Amaterasu, as it consumed too much chakra, and since it wasn't inflicting any real damage on Big Mom, she decided to shut it down. But that didn't mean she was ready to give up on fighting Big Mom. The battle had only just begun. At that moment, Big Mom also sensed that the black flames on her body were slowly dissipating, and the pain had lessened significantly. But before she could react, she suddenly noticed Itachi's strange red eyes. The patterns in her pupils began to spin rapidly. In the next second, still in the throes of her hunger-induced rage, Big Mom suddenly calmed down. She realized that the scenery around her had changed dramatically. The Cake Island and the sea had vanished, and the originally blue sky had turned blood red, resembling Itachi's red eyes, evil and cold. When Big Mom tried to leave, she found her massive body bound to a giant cross, iron chains locking her in place, rendering her immobile. Those who had come to observe were astonished to find that Big Mom and Itachi seemed to be frozen on the surface of the sea, motionless. What's going on? Why aren't they fighting? I don't know, it was just so intense a moment ago. Is this that? Itachi's fruit ability? No, he just used flames. It should be a Logia-type fruit, right? The crowd watched the two immobile figures, curiously discussing what was happening. At that moment, within the Tsukuyomi space, a flock of crows imbued with an evil aura flew towards where Big Mom was located. Then, Itachi's figure appeared before Big Mom. When Big Mom looked into Itachi's red eyes, she couldn't help but shiver. What kind of eyes are those? They carried no emotion, calm like a stagnant pool of water. The bizarre phenomena and unparalleled fear gradually restored Big Mom's sanity. "Where's this place? You damn brat, let me out!" Big Mom shouted angrily as Itachi approached her. But Itachi seemed completely oblivious, producing a kunai that radiated a cold light, walking towards Big Mom without changing expression. Seeing the kunai in Itachi's hand, a mocking glint appeared in Big Mom's eyes, and she scoffed, "Useless. A little dagger like that can't hurt me." But in the next second, when Itachi cruelly and mercilessly stabbed the kunai into Big Mom's body, her pupils suddenly constricted. Pain. Excruciating pain. It felt as if her very soul was being torn apart. An unprecedented pain surged through Big Mom's mind, making her feel as if her body was being torn apart. Sweat covered her forehead. But just as Uchiha Itachi was preparing to strike again, he suddenly froze. He saw Big Mom tremble slightly, her eyes glowing a brilliant red. "It hurts so much. Damn it, I will kill you." In an instant, the terrifying Conqueror's Haki emanating from Big Mom exploded forth, stronger and more violent than before. This intense pain, while bringing Big Mom, who was in a hunger-induced state, back to her senses, also completely enraged her. Under Itachi's horrified gaze, Big Mom's eyes turned increasingly red, and a row of fangs slowly emerged from her drooling mouth. Her originally massive body began to shrink, possibly due to the hunger pangs, but her aura became more terrifying, as if a demon had descended upon the world. Itachi's Tsukuyomi space began to shatter piece by piece under the impact of Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers in the real world noticed that Big Mom was becoming thinner, and a terrifying power seemed to be awakening within her. Suddenly, they felt the temperature around them drop by several dozen degrees, and even the seawater around the coast froze with a layer of transparent frost. "Look, what is that on Big Mom?" One bystander pointed at Big Mom in midair. The crowd followed his finger and saw that her exposed arms and neck had crimson patterns appearing, radiating a chilling and eerie power, looking extraordinarily bizarre. At that moment, Katakuri and the others arrived at the scene, staring at Big Mom's strange state, all dumbfounded. "This is bad. What is this?" Perospero exclaimed in shock. "What's wrong with Mom?" Katakuri asked curiously, having never seen his mother like this before. However, Big Mom's terrifying aura was now several times more horrifying than when she was suffering from hunger pangs. Perospero's eyes flickered with a hint of recollection as he looked at Katakuri and the others, asking, "Do you know what race Mom belongs to?" "Mom? I don't know. Is she a giant?" Katakuri replied, puzzled, since ordinary people couldn't grow to be 10 meters tall, while Big Mom's height seemed a bit small for a giant. Perospero nodded, then shook his head. The curious Smoothie looked at him and asked anxiously, "Big brother, what do you mean? What's wrong with Mom? She looks so terrifying." Perospero sighed deeply, staring seriously at Big Mom in midair, and said gravely, "Do you know about the giant race's branch, the demon race? Mom must have the bloodline of the demon race within her." "What? Mom might have the bloodline of the demon race?" Katakuri, Smoothie, and Snakeman exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock, unable to believe that Big Mom was actually of the demon race. "Yes, I was just guessing before, but now I can basically confirm it," Perospero said, staring intently at Big Mom, swallowing hard, slightly trembling as he added, "The demon race possesses an extremely evil and incredibly powerful force." "Are you talking about those dark red patterns on Mom?" Katakuri asked, frowning tightly as he looked at Big Mom, whose chilling aura resembled a demon from the abyss. Perospero nodded, but just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. He saw the dark red patterns on Big Mom erupting with dazzling red light, only to disappear moments later as if they had never existed. With a loud crash, Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi space completely shattered, and he was abruptly pulled back into the real world, retreating to distance himself from Big Mom, sensing a hint of deathly crisis from her evil aura. "Ah, I will kill you!" Big Mom screamed in pain, clutching her head. Although she had regained her sanity, the soul-rending pain lingered. Watching the raging Big Mom, Itachi's expression grew increasingly serious. He felt an unprecedented pressure emanating from her. No longer hesitating, Itachi remembered that devil fruit users were afraid of seawater and quickly formed seals with his hands, then slammed down onto the sea surface, shouting, "Water release. Water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, 3 massive water dragons roared and charged toward Big Mom. However, Big Mom's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery as she declared, "The seawater is under my control too." Saying this, she released several souls into the calm sea below, causing a massive wave to suddenly rise. Within less than a second, it formed a huge tsunami, crashing toward the water dragons Itachi had summoned, and shockingly, 3 evil faces appeared on the powerful tsunami. This was Big Mom's devil fruit ability, allowing her to infuse souls into seawater, creating homies akin to Zeus and Prometheus, thus controlling the seawater. "Go, crush him for me," Big Mom shouted. At that moment, it felt as if the entire sea surface trembled. The previously calm seas near Cake Island began to shake, and a tsunami stretching for miles howled toward Itachi's location. Bang! The water dragons summoned by Itachi had no resistance against this calamity-like tsunami. The instant they made contact, they were crushed and merged into the overwhelming wave. "Devour him!" Big Mom laughed maniacally as the tsunami surged forward, its speed increasing once more. "This is bad. Is Mom going to destroy Cake Island?" Perospero shouted in horror, realizing that Itachi was facing away from Cake Island. "The tsunami is coming. Run! Fall back!" Katakuri and the others reacted, shouting to the onlookers. But against this disaster-like tsunami, it was already too late for them to escape. The towering tsunami cast a shadow over most of the coast, and the crowd had already given up struggling, unable to escape. At this point, Itachi was less than 50 meters away from the terrifying tsunami, and in just 5 seconds, he would be buried in the endless depths of the sea. However, facing such a terrifying tsunami, there was no hint of fear in Itachi's eyes. Meanwhile, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spun wildly. Boom! Looking at Itachi, who could no longer escape, Big Mom burst into maniacal laughter. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone die? Just as her laughter reached a peak, it suddenly stopped. She felt an exceptionally powerful aura erupting amidst the tsunami. The people who were originally fleeing also stopped in their tracks, turning back to look, their faces revealing expressions of horror, as if they had seen something even more terrifying. Just when the tsunami was still some distance from the coast of Cake Island, the 3 evil faces atop the tsunami showed expressions of fear. Suddenly, a red flash swept by, and the nearly 1,000-meter-high tsunami was directly sliced in half. Following that, countless beams of red light erupted from the tsunami, and with a loud boom, the massive wave exploded, creating clouds of white mist that spread across the sea, with countless droplets scattering on the surface. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, dispersing the mist along with the fresh air, and Big Mom's pupils suddenly constricted. A giant red skeleton appeared before her. In its hand was a massive crimson sword with a gourd-shaped pommel, emanating endless power, while Uchiha Itachi was nestled within the ribs of the skeleton, being protected. Is this your ability? Big Mom looked at Uchiha Itachi with a sinister smile. But if it's just that, then you might just stay here today. At this moment, the revived Big Mom no longer held back. The terrifying power of her soul fruit erupted. Then, Big Mom's gaze sharpened, and she coldly shouted Napoleon. Here it comes. Mama. From the dual horn hat atop Big Mom's head, an equally evil face appeared, its eyes glowing with a sinister yellow light. In the next second, the hat transformed into a giant sword, which Big Mom grasped in her hand. Zeus! Boom! The Zeus beneath Big trembled suddenly, and a thunderous roar erupted, unleashing rampant lightning. This was in response to Big Mom's call. But it wasn't over yet. Prometheus. Immediately, Prometheus, which was already attached to Big Mom, suddenly ignited with flames, burning more fiercely than before, hotter and more intense. The temperature of the flames boiled the surrounding sea upon appearing, and the terrifying heat made even those hundreds of miles away feel a scorching sensation. Are you ready to face death, you kid from the God's Pirates? Big Mom coldly stared at the rapt Itachi. She then felt her momentum rising continuously. At this moment, Big Mom seemed ready to slay Uchiha Itachi. Remember, Zeus, Prometheus, and Napoleon are warriors she created using the powers of homies. And these 3 homies are the strongest among all her homies. At this moment, Big Mom stood upon the thundercloud Zeus, flames from Prometheus enveloping her head, wielding the giant sword transformed from Napoleon in her hand. This was Big Mom's ultimate form, her strongest state. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure made everyone within thousands of meters feel as if they were struggling to breathe, as if an invisible hand was squeezing their necks. Is this Big Mom's strongest state? The title of Emperor is well-deserved. So strong, I can't muster even a hint of resistance. Perhaps this is what it means to be an emperor. At this time, countless people on the shore were pale with fright at the sight of Big Mom in this form, the overwhelming killing intent instilling fear in many. Face death, kid from the gods. Big Mom revealed an incredibly terrifying smile. Even her 3 homies warriors displayed equally sinister grins, holding the giant sword Napoleon, standing atop the thundercloud Zeus. With the flames of the sun, Prometheus clinging to her hair, an extremely evil-looking old woman charged at Itachi. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Itachi's Susanu's Tensigen collided with Big Mom's giant sword Napoleon. The terrifying clash seemed to cause a slight tremor in space. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky darkened, clouds gathered and churned, forming a rift that gave the impression of the sky being torn apart. The residents of Cake Island were so terrified by this scene that their legs went weak, and some even lost control of their bladders. To ordinary people, the fight between these two seemed like 2 gods battling, and under such a terrifying impact, they could only curl up and shiver. So strong. Katakuri watched the battle between the two with a sense of dread. Even though he had previously estimated Itachi's strength to be considerable, he never expected he could actually contend with Big Mom. Wigaku! Big Mom roared, raising the giant sword Napoleon in her hand. And the thundercloud Zeus beneath her surged in speed, propelling Big towards Itachi once more. Then, Big swung the giant sword in her hand, sending an immensely powerful slash towards Itachi. At that moment, it seemed as though space twisted, accompanied by a massive shockwave. At this time, Itachi also controlled Susanoo, swinging the Tensigen forward, meeting the incoming scarlet slash. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided, instantly unleashing a powerful explosion that swept in all directions, creating waves on the sea. The force of the explosion pushing towards Cake Island, toppling countless buildings under the hurricane generated by the shockwave. Bam! In the astonished gazes of countless people, another muffled collision sound echoed, clearly the result of another clash between Big Mom and Itachi. Even though they had just been at the center of the explosion, for them, it was merely a minor inconvenience. Big Mom's incredibly abnormal defensive power goes without saying, and Itachi's Susanoo defenses were no less impressive. Itachi raised the massive fist of Susanoo and slammed it towards Big Mom's body. But Big Mom faced this terrifying punch without a hint of fear in her eyes, instead wearing a mocking expression, saying, "If it's just that, you're staying here today." Elbaf's spear. Wigaku. Big Mom gripped the giant sword Napoleon tightly with her powerful arm and slashed it forward. Then an extremely powerful pink shockwave erupted, rushing towards Itachi. Along its path, it stirred up a series of hurricanes, the tremendous force seeming to tear apart the surrounding air. In the next second, it slammed against Susanoo's massive fist. Suddenly, Itachi felt a powerful sense of oppression enveloping him. It was as if a 1,000-pound jack was pressing against his fist. Damn! At that moment, Itachi's pupils suddenly constricted, and then he heard a series of cracking sounds, crack, crack. Under his horrified gaze, the right arm of the third form of Susanoo began to shatter. Boom! Before Itachi could react, he was directly sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, heading towards the coast of Cake Island. Seeing this, the crowd on the coast quickly retreated, fearing being crushed by the red skeleton. With a rumble, as Itachi crashed onto the shore, a cloud of yellow sand was kicked up, blocking the sky. Cough, cough. At this moment, Itachi collapsed to the ground, coughing up streams of bright red blood, then struggled to rise, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Big Mom's strike had caused significant internal damage, and he had underestimated her as one of the 4 emperors. It seemed that the third form of Susanoo alone was insufficient to sustain his battle against her. Thinking this, the kaleidoscope in Itachi's eyes suddenly retracted, returning to normal pupils, and then he closed his eyes again, not knowing what to do next. Big Mom looked at Uchiha Itachi and sensed that his aura had suddenly dissipated. Assuming he had given up resistance, she laughed. "Kid, do you know how many years it's been since anyone made me feel such pain? I will not only make you feel the same pain I did, but I will also make you know the pain of death." It should be noted that Itachi's Tsukuyami had been the first to show Big Mom what it meant to experience soul-ripping pain. Saying this, Big Mom stepped on Zeus and slowly flew towards the shore. As Big Mom approached the shore, the crowd of onlookers quickly retreated. Suddenly, the vast coastline was left with only Uchiha Itachi, who had his eyes slightly closed. At this moment, in the distance, Katakuri also had his eyes tightly shut, emanating a strange and powerful aura. The next second, Katakuri suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of horror flashing across his face, and yelled to those around him, "Quick, get out of here! Retreat immediately, don't stay in this area." Perospero looked at the highly reactive Katakuri with confusion and asked, "What's happening? Is something going to occur?" Katakuri murmured, "I just saw a glimpse of the future where a giant, entirely red and armored figure is engaged in an intense battle with Mom. Even the residual waves from such a battle would be overwhelming, and many would die here." Perospero was startled, muttering a red, armored giant. He took a deep look at Itachi in the distance before leading his family members to retreat. "Are we leaving too?" Smoothie asked Katakuri. "Yes. With a battle of this magnitude, we can no longer intervene." Saying this, the sweet commander also retreated, leaving the battlefield to Big Mom and Itachi. At this moment, Big Mom was getting closer, her terrifying aura crashing down on the Uchiha Itachi standing on the shore. In that moment, Itachi suddenly opened his eyes, calmly staring at Big Mom and saying, "The real battle has just begun." Though his tone remained unchanged, the chill in Itachi's eyes became even more intense. Itachi's whole body trembled as his powerful aura gradually rose. Then, the kaleidoscope in his eyes rotated half a turn, and 2 streams of bright red blood slowly flowed from his eye sockets, forming two striking blood streaks. Roar, under Itachi's activation, the Susanoo, which had been nearly destroyed by Big Mom, let out an earth-shattering roar. Accompanied by this roar, Itachi's body erupted with crimson light, and massive joints began to reassemble on their own. In no time, the area that had been shattered by Big Mom was restored to its former state. Looking at the restored Itachi, Big Mom sneered, "Restored, huh? But if that's all you have, then I will completely shatter you this time." Upon hearing this, Itachi coldly glanced at Big Mom, who was rapidly approaching, and stepped forward. Suddenly, the originally skeletal form of Susanoo changed once again. In the originally hollow pupils, two flames suddenly appeared, flickering in the position of the pupils. The Susanoo, which had only had an upper body, now had a scarlet skeletal structure outlining its lower body in the void. With a loud rumble, the skeletal giant formed by Susanoo slowly stood up, reaching a terrifying height of several dozen meters, more than twice the height of Big Mom. But the transformation of Susanoo did not seem to be over. The standing red giant suddenly trembled. A layer of incredibly cool armor covered the surface of its skeletal body. In the blink of an eye, this astonishing red armor completely enveloped the skeleton. At this moment, Susanoo had become a real figure, exuding an overwhelming and suffocating aura. The crowd watching from a distance felt the same fear of facing death as they did with Big Mom. What is this thing? What kind of monster is he? What kind of fruit user is this? Such a powerful aura. Seeing Itachi use the fourth form of Susanoo, everyone trembled once again. Moreover, the abyss-like cold, an evil aura emanating from Itachi on Susanoo instilled a primal fear in them. It seems he's gotten stronger again, Perospero muttered while watching Itachi from afar. Katakuri nodded, but still looked extremely serious, because he knew that although Itachi's power seemed to have increased significantly once more, it was still not comparable to Big Mom in her peak state. Boom! The right hand of Susanoo stretched out, and, as it stepped forward, the entire ground shook. At the same time, a similarly crimson wine gourd appeared in Susanoo's hand. Then, holding the wine gourd, a stream of red energy poured out, transforming into a giant sword that Susanoo held. Seeing the fourth form of Susanoo, Big Mom suddenly paused. She could also feel it. At this moment, Itachi was several times stronger than before. Hee, what kind of devil fruit ability is this? Quite interesting. Could it be a newly discovered type of paramecia, human fruit? Big Mom looked at Itachi, curiously asking, as it seemed there was no devil fruit that matched the red armor in her memory, although it was somewhat similar to Sengoku's Golden Buddha form. Hearing Big Mom's words, Itachi remained expressionless and did not wish to provide any explanation. Seeing Itachi ignore her words, Big Mom couldn't hold back her expression any longer. She raised the large sword in her hand and coldly looked at him. But even so, you still can't defeat me. Wegaku. Saying this, she fiercely swung down at the Susanoo that Itachi had conjured. This shockwave seemed to be faster and more powerful than before. The shockwave, accompanied by the sound of sonic booms, tore through the surrounding air and rushed towards Itachi at high speed. Before Itachi could react, and even before he could summon the Yata mirror, it was already right in front of him, with no time to evade. Itachi could only control Susanoo to extend its right arm to block the shockwave. With a loud bang, Itachi, enveloped by Susanoo, once again spewed a thick stream of blood from his mouth. The red flames on Susanoo flickered for a moment, as if they were about to extinguish. The right arm that blocked the shockwave suddenly shattered halfway. Even the fourth form of Susanoo couldn't withstand Big Mom's full firepower. Did he have to use that form? Although that form of Susanoo could increase his strength several times. But he had never used that form before, one reason being that he hadn't activated the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, making it impossible to use the Mangekyou Sharingan without any side effects. Secondly, his previous physical condition was also insufficient to support him in activating the complete Susanoo. Being able to use the fourth state, Yatagarasu armor, was already his limit. However, now, Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan seemed to quietly turn for a moment. Is that all you have? Kid. Big Mom looked down at Itachi from above, mocking him. If that's all, then this next strike will completely obliterate you. After all, you're friends. Raijin and the others seem to be coming this way. With that, Big Mom slightly tilted her head to look at the sea to her right. She could sense Raijin's aura rapidly approaching. She had to kill Itachi before Raijin arrived. Otherwise, if that guy intervened, things would get complicated. Then, Big Mom once again raised her Napoleon sword. An overwhelming aura surged up into the sky, coldly staring at Itachi below, her eyes filled with an intense killing intent. However, this time, she did not rush to strike down, but continued to elevate her aura, gathering all her strength into this one attack. This showed Big Mom's determination to slay Itachi. Feeling the escalating pressure from Big Mom, the whole world darkened under her shock. It seemed this was the only way. Looking at the increasingly powerful aura surrounding Big Mom, Itachi murmured, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. Then, he noticed his Manjiki Sharingan seemed to distort slightly. Following that, bright red blood began to flow slowly from his eye sockets, and a similarly powerful aura suddenly erupted from him. Roar. Susanoo let out a skyward roar before undergoing another transformation. The Susanoo clad in Yatagarasu armor no longer resembled a high-armored form, but looked more like a person dressed in samurai attire, its size increasing again, far surpassing the previous fourth form's height of several dozen meters, directly reaching an astonishing height of 100 meters, even more giant than the giant race. Bang! Suddenly, two massive wings appeared behind the Yatagarasu form of Susanoo, radiating scarlet energy. Not only that, but the right arm that had just been shattered by Big Mom also regrew. Itachi slowly raised his head, and then, as if defying gravity, he began to float upwards, until he reached the hexagonal object above Susanoo's head. A flash of red light passed, and Itachi's figure suddenly vanished into the void. The next second, he had already appeared inside that hexagonal gem, similar to entering the cockpit of a Gundam. It was seen that the Susanoo, resembling human form, flashed with a glint of intelligence in its eyes, and with a wave of its hands, two streams of chakra gathered in its palms. Subsequently, the Tenka Fubu and Yata Mirror, two divine artifacts, appeared directly in Susanoo's hands, exuding endless power. From a distance, it looked like a red war god wielding two divine artifacts, the immense chakra overflowing with energy, causing countless people to feel a sense of dread, reminiscent of the suffocating sensation they felt before from Big Mom. If I, the author, could name it, I would call him Bloodthirsty Dragon Young Master. And this was Itachi's ultimate trump card, complete Susanoo. However, this was also the first time Itachi had used this form of Susanoo. He could feel that his strength had increased dozens of times compared to before. This astonishing amplification made Itachi himself stunned. This clearly showed the vast difference between incomplete and complete Susanoo. However, maintaining the state of Susanoo consumed a huge amount of energy. In just about a minute, Itachi felt that his chakra had already depleted by 1/10. Moreover, the burden on his Sharingan was also quite heavy. If it weren't for having the miraculous heart of the Celestial Dragon, he really couldn't maintain or even activate this state. What the heck is this? A monster. A monster. Such powerful strength. Are all of Raijin's companions freaks? What kind of fruit can grow to such an astonishing level? Not far away, a group of people who had retreated to the outskirts of Cake Island could see the towering 100-meter red giant from afar, and from such a distance. They could feel the immense, terrifying power of Susanoo, involuntarily exclaiming about the strength of the gods. Sigh. Katakuri looked at the red giant, a complex emotion filling his eyes, and suddenly sighed deeply. Beside him, Perospero noticed this and tilted his head, asking, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" Katakuri cautiously stared ahead, and after a long time, he finally said, "Mom's going to lose." "What?" Perospero was taken aback, looking at Katakuri in confusion. "But it hasn't even started yet. How can it already be over? What if they're going to kill Mom? What should we do?" Perospero quickly thought of this question, looking at Katakuri with a serious expression. They knew that with their strength, if the gods were determined to kill Big Mom, they would not be able to stop them. And Katakuri, upon hearing Perospero's words, suddenly looked dim. Although they were Big Mom's children, it seemed, Big Mom had never treated them as her children. She merely viewed them as tools to rule over the nations, with almost no familial affection involved, and even a small mistake could lead to them being annihilated by Big Mom, which was not how a family should be. But now, if Big Mom really has to be killed again, I don't know how to choose. Looking at the silent Katakuri, Perospero also said nothing, choosing instead to watch the changes. Meanwhile, Big Mom, standing on the thundercloud Zeus, could not help but shiver in the face of this towering giant, which was about 100 meters tall. This powerful and extremely evil force was something she had never seen in her life. Even as one of the four emperors and in her peak form, she felt a hint of fear deep within her heart in front of this guy. Previously, Itachi's power might have just barely touched the royal level, but now it could completely be considered royal level. It even exceeded that, which shows just how powerful Itachi's complete Susanoo is. At this moment, on on the coast thousands of meters away from Big Mom and Itachi. Leiyu and others also saw the towering red giant about 100 meters tall. Leiyu's eyes widened in surprise, shouting, "The complete Susanoo!" This was also the first time for Leiyu to see Itachi's complete Susanoo, and his mood was incredibly excited. Is this Lord Itachi's ability? So powerful! Dragon Horse beside him exclaimed. Although they were still far away, he could also feel the tremendous power within Susanoo. He had seen Uchiha Itachi's strength before. Although it was strong, it hadn't reached T0 level, at most T1 peak. However, in this state, Itachi had already entered the ranks of T0, and even Dragon Horse himself didn't know if he could defeat this form of him. When Orochimaru saw this form of Susanoo and the two weapons in its hands, his legs went weak instantly out of instinctive fear. "Hurry, let's speed up," Leiyu shouted excitedly. "Huh, we don't need to rush, right? Itachi shouldn't be afraid of Big Mom now, right?" Yasu questioned beside him. "No time to explain. Get in the car." With that, Leiyu's figure turned into a blur, disappearing before everyone. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to speed up and follow. At this moment, Itachi was looking down at the incredibly small Big Mom from within Susanoo. Originally 10 meters tall, Big Mom appeared as small as a dog in the eyes of the complete Susanoo. Looking at Itachi, who seemed invincible, Big Mom's expression became increasingly serious. "Is this all your strength? You've indeed reached the royal level." Big Mom licked her lips, acknowledging Itachi's strength. But she was still one of the four emperors. With a roar, her aura surged to its peak, and the giant Napoleon sword raised high in her hand contained an immensely terrifying power. Just the energy emanating from it shook the surrounding space. With a loud boom, Prometheus's flames wrapped around the blade, unleashing waves of heat. Not only that, but with a crackling sound, terrifying lightning also appeared on the flaming blade. With the combined forces of Zeus and Prometheus, the aura emanating from the Napoleon sword became increasingly fearsome. The intense heat from the sword evaporated the seawater on the surface, and wisps of white smoke rose continuously. Zeus's lightning attached to the blade seemed to directly affect the weather. The whole world suddenly darkened, with countless dark clouds gathering above Big Mom. A thick bolt of lightning suddenly struck down, converging on the Napoleon sword in Big Mom's hand. In an instant, the powerful forces of red and white gathered in Big Mom's sword, as if possessing endless power. This strike from Big Mom actually invoked the forces of nature. "Keet!" she roared, swinging the Napoleon sword, charged with the sky's lightning and blazing fire, fiercely striking at Itachi in Susanoo. Watching this terrifying blow infused with the power of nature, a hint of mockery flashed in Itachi's eyes as he raised the 8-span mirror to meet Big Mom's attack. Boom! Big Mom's giant sword, carrying the lightning and flames from above, struck hard against the 8-span mirror. At that moment, the entire world seemed to shake, rumbling loudly. Subsequently, a violent explosion erupted, and the terrifying shockwave caused the ground beneath the sea to crack open for hundreds of miles. Countless underwater volcanoes erupted in response to this shock, and the entire sea surface became extremely hot. The aftermath of the collision between the two surged outward. The distant spectators, having no time to defend themselves, were hit by this powerful shockwave, spitting blood and collapsing to the ground. Even strong fighters like Katakuri gritted their teeth, struggling to resist. But even such a powerful force seemed utterly insufficient before Itachi's 8-span mirror, which showed no signs of moving, steadily receiving Big Mom's strike. "Damn it, break it open," Big Mom shouted. Her face flushed, her aura erupting once more as she exerted even greater force into her hand. Yet even so, she could not break the 8-span mirror, let alone kill Uchiha Itachi. What a terrifying blow. "If I weren't in this state, I might have really died at your hands," Itachi said coldly, watching Big Mom exert all her strength without breaking his 8-span mirror. "Damn it," Big Mom roared again, feeling Itachi's cold tone as a mockery towards her. She then shouted, "Heavenly fire!" In an instant, Big Mom's eyes narrowed, and suddenly a massive fireball appeared in the sky, plummeting towards Itachi like a meteor. The terrifying heat scorched the land black. Just as the fireball was about to hit, Big Mom abruptly retreated. The gigantic fireball crashed onto the 8-span mirror, causing a tremendous explosion. Susanoo, under the enormous pressure, sank its legs into the ground. The massive impact shook the entire Cake Island, igniting all the plants within dozens of miles into ashes. Even some buildings made of cake in the Cake Island town began to melt into liquid under the intense heat. This move from Big Mom nearly destroyed half of Cake Island. Before the dust from the explosion could settle, Big Mom, eyes red, looked at the figure buried in the debris and roared, thunderous might. Boom! Big Mom erupted with terrifying lightning power, flickering around her. Soon, the streaks of lightning quickly formed into an incredibly thick and massive bolt of lightning, striking directly at Itachi hidden in the dust. But this was not the end. Big Mom once again raised her giant sword Napoleon, panting heavily as she shouted, "Wigik!" Immediately after, a powerful shockwave surged towards the figure in the dust. Big Mom, having unleashed a series of combo attacks, was gasping for breath. Her gaze fixed on a shadow amidst the swirling dust, murmuring, "I hope it breaks that guy's defense." But in the next moment, Big Mom's pupils contracted. In the midst of the swirling dust, a flash of red light appeared, and an overwhelmingly powerful red slash emerged, cutting towards Big Mom with a destructive force that split the sea surface in half, resembling a canyon in the ocean. Bang! Before Big Mom could react, she was struck by the slash, flying off from Zeus, and with a splash, she fell into the sea, disappearing from sight. A gentle breeze blew, carrying the dust away into the distance, and Itachi's Susanoo emerged. Despite experiencing Big Mom's relentless bombardment, Susanoo sustained no injuries, withstanding Big Mom's attacks. This demonstrated just how terrifying the complete form of Susanoo's defense truly was. From the head of Susanoo, Itachi saw Big Mom fall into the sea, tightly furrowing his brows and murmuring, "Is it over?" Clearly, Itachi knew that a devil fruit user could not touch seawater, which was their Achilles heel. However, seeing Big Mom being knocked into the sea so easily made Itachi feel it was a bit too simple. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it. After letting out a quiet sigh of relief, he slightly closed his eyes, and 2 streams of blood flowed from his eyes. Even with the heart of a celestial dragon providing him with vigorous vitality, it ultimately could not withstand the drain from using the Mangekyou Sharingan. The cost of using Susanoo's complete form, which was not activated by the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, was unimaginable for an ordinary person. "Mom, did she lose?" Perospero exclaimed in shock as he saw Big Mom fall into the sea, his eyes wide. Even though Katakuri had previously said that Mom would lose to Itachi, he never expected it to be this simple. "What do we do? Should we go into the sea to save Mom?" Perospero asked Katakuri beside him. After a moment of silence, Katakuri suddenly burst with a serious glint in his eyes and said gravely, "No, it's not over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the calm sea surface began to churn once again. "Mama! Mama!" Everyone was startled by Big Mom's evil laughter. How could this be? Wasn't it said that a devil fruit user would lose all strength and become incredibly weak if they fell into the sea? How could Big Mom's voice still be heard? With this thought, as the waves surged, Itachi opened his eyes and stared intently at a spot on the sea surface. In the next second, where Itachi was looking, a massive whirlpool appeared, leading straight to the seabed. Following that, Big Mom's figure slowly emerged from the whirlpool, standing atop a gigantic water column. It turned out that she had once again infused her soul into the seawater, allowing her new homies to control the water, thus saving her life. However, at this moment, Big Mom's form had changed drastically. She was no longer the previous obese figure, but had transformed into the S-shaped physique from decades ago, with all the right curves, resembling a perfectly beautiful woman. Moreover, her height was no longer dozens of meters, but rather that of an average person, around 190 centimeters. If Raiki were present, he might regret his previous decision. After emerging from the seabed, Big Mom leaped back onto Zeus, her beautiful eyes fixed on Itachi, her expression devoid of any emotion, as calm as still water, as if nothing had happened. Then, the next second, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Big Mom's mouth, her eyes growing even colder and more merciless. "I can't believe you managed to push her this far. TSK, the outside world is truly wonderful." At this moment, Itachi merely furrowed his brows, his gaze fluctuating as he looked at Big Mom, who had undergone such drastic changes in both figure and demeanor. He felt as if this was a completely different person. Moreover, he sensed that the current Big Mom was the real her. Could this also be her fruit ability? Despite her smaller size, the power contained within her made Itachi, who possessed the complete form of Susanoo, feel alarmed. "Who are you? You are not Big Mom." Itachi stared at her intently, asking in a deep voice, "Big Mom? I am who I am, Charlotte Linlin." After stretching lazily, Charlotte Linlin's eyes sharpened as she emanated an enchanting aura. With a devilish smile, she said, "Now, let you experience true fear." Saying this, Charlotte Linlin closed her eyes, and a strange aura began to emanate from her. Far away, Katakuri immediately sensed Big Mom's transformation with his powerful observation Haki. As if he had seen something terrifying, his expression changing drastically. He shouted in shock, "Quick, close your eyes. Don't let any emotions arise in your hearts about Mom. Otherwise," before Katakuri could finish his sentence, he felt Big Mom's devilish, tempting voice resounding in his heart. "Hurry. Offer your souls to me. My dear daughter's sons, offer your souls. My beloved people, offer your souls." At this moment, Big Mom's voice suddenly echoed in the hearts of everyone related to her. Those with her bloodline and citizens of her nation all felt this devilish whisper in their hearts. "Hurry, offer your souls to me." Standing atop Zeus amidst the thunderclouds, Big Mom's face suddenly twisted in rage, roaring as her terrifying Conqueror's Haki erupted. A pink energy body emanated from her, spreading outward from her center, rumbling. Charlotte Linlin's strange pink energy rapidly covered the entire whole Cake Island, and within this pink energy, her terrifying Conqueror's Haki was mixed in. The first to encounter this power was Itachi, who noticed that this force seemed to lack any offensive capability. But it felt as though it was trying to draw his soul. For some unknown reason, it did not succeed. Meanwhile, the onlookers behind Itachi, feeling Charlotte Linlin's terrifying Conqueror's Haki, were already extremely fearful of her. Upon coming into contact with this pink energy and Conqueror's Haki, their fear was magnified infinitely. In the next second, these people, who felt immense dread towards Charlotte Linlin, began to collapse one after another, rolling their eyes. Then, on the surface of the bodies of those who had fallen, streaks of white light began to appear. Following that, these lights seemed to be drawn out of their bodies, flying towards Charlotte Linling and merging into her. What on earth is this? Can she absorb souls to enhance herself? Itachi looked at the streams of white light, which flowed like meteors into Charlotte Lingling's body, filled with confusion. At this moment, Katakuri also noticed this scene and shouted in horror, Quickly suppress your emotions." Hearing this, Perospero asked in a panic, "What on earth is happening?" "Mom, she is going to attack our souls. We must not show fear. The more we fear her, the easier it is for her to take our souls," Katakuri hurriedly explained, closing his eyes to try to erase the trace of fear he had for his mother deep within. However, before Perospero could react, a wave of pink energy enveloped them. At the same time, Charlotte Lingling's voice echoed in Perospero's mind, "My dear child, give me your soul." Hearing this, Perospero questioned inwardly, "Mom, we are your children. Why are you doing this? Give me your soul. Do you really not see us as your children?" No matter how Perospero questioned, it seemed that Charlotte Lingling would only repeat this one phrase over and over. Gradually, the trace of fear that Perospero had hidden deep within for Charlotte Lingling seemed to be drawn out by this voice, making him feel a bit dizzy, as if he would faint at any moment. To prevent his soul from being extracted, Perospero bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to wake up, try to suppress his fear of his mother. But in the next moment, Lingling's terrifying Conqueror's Haki suddenly struck, and Perospero twitched before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Katakuri, hearing Perospero fall, opened his eyes and saw Perospero on the ground, rolling his eyes back, his gaze filled with anger, gritting his teeth and muttering, "How infuriating!" Thud, thud. Before Katakuri could recover, the family members around him began to fall one after another, and soon their souls were extracted by Charlotte Lingling. At that moment, a pink halo suddenly enveloped Smoothie beside Katakuri. "What is this? Brother, I'm scared." The moment the pink halo surrounded Smoothie, her fear erupted. Looking at Smoothie, who was trembling all over, Katakuri shouted anxiously, "Quick, suppress it. Don't be afraid of Mom." But everything Katakuri said seemed futile. Smoothie's pupils suddenly went blank, and intense fear overflowed from her eyes as she trembled and said, "Why, Mom? Why are you?" Thud before she could finish. Smoothie rolled her eyes back and collapsed in front of Katakuri. At the same time, even Snakeman couldn't withstand Charlotte Lingling's intimidation and fell to the ground. "Why? Mom, why? Mom, don't do this." As the pink halo expanded, one by one, members of the big MOM pirates, including Charlotte family members, fell one after another, their souls leaving their bodies amid their unwillingness, confusion, and doubt. Damn it! Watching his family members fall around him, Katakuri clenched his fists and slammed them into the ground. At this moment, he felt no fear, only anger, endless anger, although there were people among these family members he disliked. Ultimately, they shared some blood relation. He never expected his mother to be so heartless, willing to absorb her own children's souls at any cost. Such a person could no longer be called human. She was a demon. A demon! Mama, mama, mama. Not enough. These souls are still far from enough. Hand over all your souls to me. Charlotte Lingling roared greedily, and at the same time, the range of the pink halo expanded further. In no time, the entire whole Cake Island was covered by this pink energy, and those enveloped within could hear Charlotte Lingling's terrifying voice, which seemed like a spell devouring their souls. Inside the cake factory, Charlotte Pudding, along with several others, were also enveloped by the pink halo and were stunned in place. The next moment, they heard Charlotte Lingling's devilish whisper in their ears, and then their eyelids rolled back, unable to rise again. The same scene occurred in various places throughout whole Cake Island, one by one. More and more people had their souls taken by Charlotte Lingling. Even those guests who had come to the tea party, some of the weak-willed individuals, had their souls absorbed by Charlotte Lingling. At this moment, Morgan, who was taking photos from a distance, also put down his camera, closing his eyes tightly, with sweat pouring down his forehead as he struggled to suppress his fear of Charlotte Lingling. Otherwise, even he, the Emperor of the Dark World, might be left behind here. Stussy was not in a better position either, hiding in a corner, gasping for breath, her face filled with anxiety as she cursed. How could they not come to the state of big MOM? This is not good. In the blink of an eye, almost the entire whole Cake Island was covered by this pink energy, with nearly 90% of the people unwillingly lying on the ground, having lost their souls. Mama, 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 so delicious. Truly delectable food. Charlotte Lingling watched the thousands of souls continuously flooding into her body from the horizon, her face filled with enjoyment. Itachi, watching Charlotte Lingling in the sky, continuing to absorb souls, had a serious expression, tightly gripping the Shikiseiken. He knew he could not allow Charlotte Lingling to continue absorbing like this. If she absorbed most of the souls here, things would become difficult for him. Itachi also noticed that with the continuous influx of souls, Charlotte Lingling's power was steadily rising, and even her 3 weapons had become significantly stronger. It seemed that through some medium, the souls Charlotte Lingling absorbed could be fed back to Zeus, Prometheus, and others. In that case, could he? As this thought crossed his mind, a glimmer of determination flashed in Itachi's eyes, and he made a decisive move. Gripping the Shikiseiken tightly, he swiftly appeared in front of Charlotte Lingling and swung his sword fiercely at her while she was still absorbing souls. Seeing this, Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed with mockery as she calmly extended a hand. With a bang, Itachi's slash was unexpectedly caught in one hand by Charlotte Lingling, not even needing Napoleon's giant sword. With that, Susanu's strike using the 10 Kusanagi was caught barehanded. Itachi, watching from above Susanoo, showed a moment of shock on his face. It seemed that even he had not expected anyone could catch his 10 Kusanagi with bare hands. Charlotte Lingling, seeing Itachi's astonished expression, seemed quite pleased and laughed. In this state, I am invincible. Even Kaido has never seen me like this. Today, you shall die here. As she spoke, a strong killing intent erupted from Charlotte Lingling's eyes, and the power emanating from the Napoleon giant's sword shook the surrounding space as it slashed horizontally toward Susanu's head. After a flash of white light, Itachi's Susanoo suddenly froze in mid-air, its aura instantly becoming extremely weak, the flame-like chakra on Susanoo completely extinguished. Then with a loud bang, the towering 100-meter Susanoo began to split in half. The incredibly strong Susanoo was directly cleaved in two by Big MOM with a single strike. Meanwhile, Itachi in the control room stared with blood-red eyes, a line of blood suddenly appearing from the top of his head and spreading downwards, thick blood oozing out. MMM. The vice-captain of the Thunder Feather is nothing special. Charlotte Lingling laughed proudly at the sight of the shattered Susanoo. At the same time, an endless stream of souls flowed into her body, causing Charlotte Lingling's power to continue to rise. Not far away, Katakuri stood frozen in place, staring at the scene of Itachi being split in half, muttering repeatedly, "It's over, everything is over, the land of Wano is going to be destroyed." Soon, a pink light enveloped Katakuri's body. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the fear deep within his heart. Seeing this, Morgans was filled with excitement, trembling as he raised his camera and pressed the shutter hard. This is simply a huge news story. The Four Emperors Big MOM slaying the vice-captain of the gods, Uchiha Itachi. He thought that the gods might fully go to war with Big MOM because of this, and with that thought, Morgan's body trembled even more violently. Stussy, witnessing this, showed a happy expression. Itachi's fall meant one less royal opponent in this plan. This was a tremendous piece of good news, and moreover, his main force should be arriving soon. With that thought, a chilling light emanated from Stussy's eyes. At this moment, Thunder Feather's group, who were about to arrive, all stopped in their tracks, looking up at the red giant that was falling. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense. Orochimaru stared blankly at the sky, fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling violently. No, impossible, impossible. Itachi can't die at the hands of such a person. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. As he spoke, Orochimaru fell to his knees, repeatedly pounding the ground with his fists. In his view, it was all because he had eaten Big Mom's cake that led to this outcome. Rimuru looked at the sorrowful Orochimaru, unsure of how to comfort him, and could only use his small hands to wipe away the tears, mucus, and saliva flowing from Orochimaru. Loma and Yasuo were filled with intense sword energy, their eyes red with unparalleled rage. Did we arrive too late? Misaka Makoto looked at Thunderfeather with confusion. She noticed that Thunderfeather didn't seem too saddened. There seemed to be a hint of a smile in his eyes. This shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't he be very sad that his partner had sacrificed themselves? Could it be that she misjudged him earlier? Was Thunderfeather actually hiding his beastly, demonic identity all along? After all, in Misaka Makoto's eyes, someone who doesn't cherish their companions is no different from a beast or a demon. With that thought, a spark of electricity quietly appeared at her fingertips. Thunderfeather glanced at everyone's expressions, chuckled lightly, shook his head, and slowly said, "This isn't over yet. Itachi should be winning." Everyone was startled by his words. They suddenly looked up at Thunderfeather, unsure of what this meant, but Thunderfeather didn't explain further. Instead, he slowly looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing a blood moon faintly behind the sun. TSK, TSK, TSK. Itachi's illusion has become even stronger. I almost got tricked. Charlotte Linlin, seeing that Itachi inside Susanoo had been cleaved in two by her, slowly retracted her smile and turned to look at Thunderfeather's group not far away. So, Thunderfeather, watching your partner die before your eyes must be quite interesting, huh? As she spoke, Charlotte Linlin licked her lips. Hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, and he was about to form seals to transform into the eight-headed serpent, ready to go up and make this evil old hag sick. However, Thunderfeather grabbed Orochimaru's wrist, then coldly looked at Charlotte Linlin in the sky, and sneered. Are you sure you won? What? Charlotte Linlin, looking at the mockery in Thunderfeather's eyes, furrowed her brow tightly. The next second, with a bang, the Susanoo that she had cleaved in two suddenly transformed into a huge cloud of white smoke and dissipated in midair. Then, Charlotte Linlin suddenly felt the hair all over her body stand on end, a huge sense of crisis enveloping her heart. In a panic, Charlotte Linlin looked around, but found nothing unusual. Could it be that Thunderfeather was trying to scare her? Furrowing her brow, Charlotte Linlin pondered in confusion. Just then, with a boom, a massive wave suddenly surged up from the sea below her, and a red figure emerged from the depths, holding that familiar crimson longsword, charging towards her. Instantly, Charlotte Linlin felt a tightening in her chest, a chill running through her. Her face changed dramatically as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? You were already cleaved in two by me." Itachi smirked slightly, coldly saying, "Have you heard of illusion techniques?" "What?" Charlotte Linlin was taken aback. Shocked as she said, "Illusion techniques? The ability to create illusions? Damn it, when did this happen?" Without waiting for Charlotte Linlin to think too much, Itachi, controlling Susanoo and holding the 10 Kusanagi, was about to stab her. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin hurriedly tried to activate Zeus to dodge the blow. But how could Itachi let her have her way? He directly swung Susanoo, holding the 10 Kusanagi, fiercely, and a powerful crimson chakra gathered at the sword's tip, slashing upwards. Bang! The 10 Kusanagi pierced through Zeus's body, heading straight for Charlotte Linlin's lower body. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin's face changed drastically as she abandoned Zeus and leaped into the sea. At the same time, she infused her soul back into the sea. Suddenly, a wave appeared on the surface of the sea, steadily catching Charlotte Linling. Having escaped danger, Charlotte Linling let out a sigh of relief and looked at Itachi with a smile, saying, "Hee hee, is this all you have?" However, Itachi's expression remained calm as ever, as if he had anticipated this, looking at Charlotte Linling with a cold smile and saying, "This is where it ends." As he spoke, the 10-fist sword and the gourd connected to it both emitted dazzling red light. In the next second, white souls were drawn from Zeus's body by the 10-fist sword and injected into the gourd held by Susanoo. As the souls were continuously extracted, Zeus's momentum began to plummet rapidly, and even the lightning around him became intermittent, as thin as needle and thread. "Mom, help me, help me," Zeus cried weakly, seemingly on the verge of collapsing. "What? How is this possible? What kind of ability is this?" Charlotte Lingling was horrified to see the souls she had injected into Zeus being absorbed by Itachi. She could never have imagined that the greatest power of Itachi's Ten-Fist sword was not its destructive capability, but its power to seal everything. But Charlotte Lingling's shock didn't stop there. When the soul power within Zeus was about to be exhausted, she suddenly felt an alarming sign. Her own soul power was trying to escape her body and fly outward. It seemed like a powerful force was pulling at the vast soul power within her. No, this is impossible. Charlotte Lingling shouted while controlling the waves to send herself toward the shore, seemingly trying to break free from this pulling force. Itachi, seeing Charlotte Lingling running to the shore and then fleeing into the distance, narrowed his eyes and coldly uttered one word: release. Instantly, the red light of the Ten-Fist sword exploded, and the pulling force intensified once again. Mom! Zeus let out a miserable scream. But before he could finish his sentence, the blackness surrounding him completely faded, turning into an ordinary white cloud that vanished with the wind. Meanwhile, from the Ten-Fist sword, a red tentacle made of chakra shot out quickly towards Charlotte Lingling, catching up to her in the blink of an eye and wrapping around her. Bound by the chakra, Charlotte Lingling instantly felt her soul being frantically absorbed, and her power was plummeting at an alarming rate. In no time, the soul power within her disappeared completely, and now Zeus was no longer effective. If this continued, Prometheus and Napoleon, the two homies, would also end up like Zeus, dissipating in this world. Thinking of this, Charlotte Lingling couldn't help but shiver. It was the first time she encountered such a strange opponent as Itachi, who could absorb the souls from her body. Absorbing the souls she had absorbed. Was this a nesting doll? No, it can't continue like this. Then, Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed with a glint of cold light. Ignoring the red tentacle that was absorbing her soul, she shouted, "Prometheus!" As Charlotte Lingling yelled, Prometheus detached from her head and flew into her palm. Immediately, taking advantage of the fact that her soul power had not completely dissipated, she poured all her soul power into Napoleon and Prometheus. In an instant, the flames on Prometheus grew even larger, to the point that they began to boil the surrounding seawater, the terrifying temperature causing Lei Yu and his group, who were thousands of meters away, to feel their skin burning. Of course, with the exception of Lei Yu, who had a thick skin, and Orochimaru, who had no shame. As Napoleon was infused with a massive amount of soul power, it became enormous, transforming into a giant sword several dozen meters long, exuding an overwhelming and violent aura. But that was far from the end. Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed with a hint of madness as she coldly shouted, "Soul fusion." Then, she forcefully slammed the blazing Prometheus from her left hand onto the blade of the giant Napoleon sword. Boom! At that moment, scorching flames erupted on the Napoleon giant's sword, and two incredibly evil faces appeared on the blade, the terrifying flames and aura causing the surrounding space to shatter. In the distance, Orochimaru looked at Lei Yu with concern and said, "Shouldn't we go help Itachi?" Lei Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Can't you see that Itachi is quite excited right now?" Orochimaru turned to look at Susanoo in the air, where Itachi's face seemed to show a look of enjoyment. Strong individuals relish in battle and slaughter. We don't need to interfere. As long as he's not in danger, it's fine. Lei Yu's words echoed in Orochimaru's ears. Unfortunately, someone like Orochimaru probably wouldn't feel this way. The only things that brought him joy were disgusting others and stealing engines. As he thought about this, Orochimaru suddenly felt a bit itchy. It seemed he hadn't visited the Navy's warships for a long time. During their conversation, Charlotte Lingling had completely fused her two most powerful homies together. Staring coldly at Itachi hovering above the sea and sneering, "I didn't expect you could push me to this point. Now, let me show you my strongest attack." As she spoke, the flames on the Napoleon giant sword suddenly turned a ghostly white, the aura becoming chillingly cold and even more powerful, giving a feeling of being burned in the 18th layer of hell. Then, Charlotte Lingling strained to lift the giant sword, spinning in place like a top. 9 other soul fire slash. Accompanied by Charlotte Lingling's roar, the Napoleon giant sword flew from her hand, spinning like a wind-fire wheel toward Itachi. The moment Napoleon was released, Charlotte Lingling felt as though her body had been emptied, collapsing to the ground, her momentum flagging. Uffed! A mouthful of blood spewed from her mouth. This was a strike released at the cost of her life, and even her soul, because she knew that if she didn't kill Itachi, her fate wouldn't be any better. Lei Yu and the others were still watching her like hawks, and the ultimate victor would still be Lei Yu's group. Only by killing Itachi could she reclaim the nearly 60% of her soul power that he had absorbed. As long as that massive soul power returned to her body, she would remain the one laughing in the end, and this body would be completely under her control, without the worry of any accidents. If it weren't for the incident that happened 30 years ago when she was still on the rock ship, it wouldn't have taken her this long to regain control of this body. As for creating a new world, she could do that herself. As long as she had her own place, it would be a new world. With that thought, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Charlotte Lingling's mouth. At that moment, Charlotte Lingling suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from her mind, as if her soul was being torn apart. Damn it, of all times. Then, Charlotte Lingling immediately closed her eyes and clutched her head tightly, as if struggling against something. However, Itachi did not notice Charlotte Lingling's abnormality at that moment. Instead, while holding the Totsuka sword, he continued to absorb the soul within Charlotte Lingling into the sake gourd for sealing. With his other hand, he firmly grasped the Yata mirror, ready to withstand her full power strike. The giant sword of Napoleon, carrying terrifying power, struck towards him. Itachi's gaze was unprecedentedly serious. He didn't know if he could withstand this blow. This was the most threatening attack he had faced since arriving in this world. Itachi widened his Sharingan. The whites of his eyes filled with countless tiny blood vessels, and his red pupils were as thick and terrifying as blood. Suddenly, a terrifying sense of oppression emanated from Itachi, releasing a horrific aura centered on him. At that moment, Katakuri trembled all over. His eyes regained clarity. Itachi interrupted the soul absorption of Charlotte Lingling. The now clear-headed Katakuri, along with Stussy, Morgans, and others, stared in a daze at Itachi, who was emitting an aura different from the Conqueror's Haki or armament Haki. This aura was filled with unparalleled brutality, evil, and heavy negative emotions. In their eyes, Itachi seemed to transform into a blood moon, with several patterns resembling hooked jade on it, extremely eerie. Come on, let me show you the power of these eyes. As he spoke, the Yata mirror held by Susanoo glowed red, and massive chakra surged in, exuding an ancient and stable aura, instilling an unparalleled sense of security from a distance. Divine artifact, Yata mirror. The moment Itachi shouted the name of the divine artifact, Susanoo let out a long howl towards the sky. In an instant, the sea surface within thousands of miles was stirred up with monstrous waves. The various species on Cake Island that had not yet been absorbed by Charlotte Lingling's soul trembled in fear, while those about to have their souls absorbed regained clarity upon sensing this aura. It was Itachi's evil and powerful aura that instilled in them a strong sense of fear, breaking their terror of Charlotte Lingling. At this moment, Charlotte Lingling seemed to regain a bit of composure. She looked at the raging Susanoo and suddenly felt that she might be doomed. Rumble, between flashes of lightning, the spinning giant sword of Napoleon, wrapped in flames, struck down with the power to split mountains and seas. With one slash, the space ahead shattered inch by inch, and the terrifying cracks emitted a destructive aura, spreading towards the half-air where Susanoo was located, tearing apart the sea and space in its path, creating towering waves within hundreds of miles. Itachi, at the head of Susanoo, had an incredibly determined gaze, holding the Yata mirror to meet the attack. Rumble. At this moment, in the sky above Cake Island's coast, it seemed as if two suns appeared. One emitted a pink light, instilling fear in the soul, while the other was red-black, exuding an extremely evil aura, resembling a black hole that seemed capable of swallowing everything in the world. Just a second ago, the two light spheres seemed to be evenly matched, but the next second, a red light flashed across the sky, instantly devouring the pink light sphere. In that moment, the entire world seemed to fall silent, and the awakened ones focused their gaze on that light sphere. Did we win? Who won? Could Big Mom possibly not defeat the God Pirate's vice captain? Crack! Crack! As the crowd speculated, the sound of an eggshell breaking reached their ears. Following that, as the cracks widened, a scarlet hand suddenly broke through the light circle and emerged. After that, once the body completely exited Susanoo, everyone already knew the result. Charlotte Lingling had lost. What a terrifying power. Itachi twisted his neck. If it weren't for the complete form of Susanoo, he might have truly died under this strike. Even if he survived, he would have to sacrifice one of his eyes to live through this blow. This shows that Charlotte Lingling is still extremely powerful. It's just a pity that she encountered God Itachi. Itachi controlled the giant Susanoo to fly to the shore. Then, he released the complete form of Susanoo and approached the slumped Charlotte Lingling on the ground, coldly saying, "You lost." No, it's impossible. This can't be happening. How could I lose? I can't lose. Charlotte Lingling stared blankly ahead with a vacant expression, as if she couldn't believe that she had actually lost this battle. The next second, her face suddenly twisted, and she painfully clutched her head with both hands, her eyes filled with crimson blood vessels. You lost. Get out of here, no. I didn't lose. You have already lost. Now get out. No, I didn't lose. Itachi frowned tightly nearby. He heard two voices coming from Charlotte Lingling at this moment, and her body was swelling and then slimming down, extremely bizarre. Help me drive her out. The now chubby Charlotte Lingling suddenly widened her eyes, glaring at Itachi in front of her, and angrily screamed at herself. The next second, Charlotte Lingling returned to her slender figure, looking at Itachi in panic, screaming in terror, "Don't touch me! Don't come near! Don't come near! Don't touch me!" Itachi watched the bizarre Charlotte Lingling, who was acting like a madman, constantly talking to herself. Moreover, he seemed to sense that there were two different personalities within her, which was extremely strange. Then, a flash of inspiration struck Itachi's mind, as if he had thought of something. His gaze sharpened, and he used Susanoo again, but only the upper half of the fourth form, the Yatagarasu armor. He then stepped forward to Charlotte Lingling and summoned the Tatsuka sword again. Seeing the crimson Tatsuka sword in his hand, Charlotte Lingling's pupils suddenly contracted, trembling as she said, "WH, are you going to do?" Itachi said nothing. In the world seen through his Sharingan, it turned out that there were two souls within Charlotte Lingling. Not the kind of absorbing other souls, but truly, both were her own souls. One was a strange pink, while the other resembled a normal human soul in white. Then, Itachi controlled Susanoo, took out the Tatsuka sword, and fiercely thrust it into Charlotte Lingling's body. Seeing this, Charlotte Lingling immediately rolled and crawled to escape. Unfortunately, in her current state, she was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. After all, that final blow had exhausted all her strength. Itachi looked coldly at the woman before him, gently shaking the sword in his hand. "Let me help you end your suffering." With that, he thrust the sword into Charlotte Lingling. Instantly, Charlotte Lingling rolled her eyes back, her body bending like a bow, convulsing uncontrollably. Not far away, Katakuri watched this scene, thinking that Itachi's strike was meant to kill Charlotte Lingling. However, Katakuri chose not to save her, instead letting out a deep sigh. He had already seen everything when Charlotte Lingling recklessly absorbed the souls of her family members. After a while, Katakuri shook his head. He was, after all, her son. But now, he was the only one left in the entire family. As he thought about this, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He decided to see her off for the last time, then picked up his trident and walked forward. At this moment, Itachi watched Charlotte Lingling convulsing in front of him, his gaze sharpening. He suddenly pulled the sword in Susanoo outwards. Ah! Charlotte Lingling let out a terrible scream as a pink soul was pulled out, entwined by the chakra of the sword. Before the soul could react, it was directly sealed within a sake gourd. After the soul was extracted, Charlotte Lingling fainted immediately. At this time, Katakuri and Reiju, along with others, arrived late. "What did you just seal?" Reiju asked with a frown, as he couldn't see clearly from a distance. Katakuri also looked at Itachi with confusion, sensing that there seemed to be two souls within her. Itachi slowly replied, "Two souls? It's not surprising that she has multiple souls after absorbing so many." Katakuri grew increasingly perplexed. Upon hearing this, Itachi shook his head and said, "No, these are not the souls she absorbed. These two souls seem to belong to her, almost like a split personality." After hearing Itachi's explanation, everyone nodded thoughtfully. But why is she turned into this? Katakuri pondered, looking at Itachi. Itachi shrugged, indicating that he didn't understand either, and continued, "You'll have to ask her yourself, but it seems related to her devil fruit ability. Now, I've sealed one of her souls. The one that was devouring your souls, the main one." "What?" Upon hearing Itachi's words, Katakuri was shocked. Could it be that devouring the souls of her family wasn't her intention? Then Katakuri lowered his head, looking at the unconscious big Umum on the ground, lost in thought. Cough, cough. At that moment, the fainted big Umum began to stir and slowly woke up. At this point, her figure had returned to her previous large, bloated state. Then, Big Umum struggled to sit up, tightly closing her eyes as if she were recalling something. Seeing this, Reiju and the others stepped forward, coldly staring at her. As soon as Big Umum made any move, they would strike her down again. Observing their actions, Itachi smiled and said, "It's fine. If nothing unexpected happens, she shouldn't attack us." Before they could say anything, Big Umum seemed to have recovered, opening her eyes. The previous brutality and rage in her gaze had completely vanished, replaced by a pure look. When Reiju and the others saw her eyes, they lowered their guard. Awake! Bigum looked around at her surroundings, then at Katakuri in front of her, her eyes filled with sadness and even remorse. She had realized that her whole Cake Island had been destroyed. Moreover, by absorbing the souls of her children, it was equivalent to killing them. After taking a deep breath, Bigum looked at the remaining Katakuri and moved her lips, whispering, "I'm sorry." When those 3 words reached Katakuri's ears, he could no longer hold back his emotions. Trembling all over, he slammed his fist into the ground and shouted at Big Mom in grief and anger, "Why? Why did you do this? They're all dead. Big Brother is dead, Snack is dead, and BRLE is dead too. Why didn't he let their souls go? Especially BRLE. He had regarded her as his true family." Saying this, Katakuri tore off the scarf around his neck, revealing his imperfect, terrifying mouth. Staring fiercely at Big Om as he continued, "To protect my younger siblings, I have worn this scarf for over 30 years, hiding my mouth. Eating in secret, playing the part of the perfect big brother, and I've become less and less like myself. Everything I've done was for the honor of the family and the crew. But you, as our mother, have personally destroyed all of this." Hearing Katakuri's accusations, Big lowered her head in silence, not speaking for a long time. Meanwhile, Itachi, listening to these words, suddenly felt dazed. Looking at Katakuri's strong and tall back, he sensed an endless exhaustion emanating from him. For the sake of this family, to protect his younger siblings, he seemed to have given everything, not caring even if it hurt him deeply. In Katakuri, he saw a reflection of himself before he came to this world. Seeing Big Mom remain silent, disappointment flickered in Katakuri's eyes. Gripping his trident tightly, he took step by step towards Big Mom. He pointed the tip of his trident at her, and seeing the cold aura radiating from it, Big Mom wondered what he intended to do. Did he want to kill her to avenge his siblings? "Perhaps this is all my fault," Katakuri said after taking a deep breath. "If I was a little stronger, I could have defeated you. I could have saved them. Everything is my weakness. Now, everything was beyond redemption. Then let me go down and continue to protect my younger siblings." Saying this, Katakuri drove the tip of the trident into his own heart. Seeing this, Reiju immediately rushed forward, wanting to stop him, because over the past few days, he had come to like Katakuri immensely and didn't want to see him die in front of him like this. But in the next moment, Reiju halted his steps. Bang! A pair of plump hands grabbed Katakuri's arm, stopping his suicide. "What are you doing? You don't have to stop me without us. You can still create your own whole Cake Island." Katakuri glared at Big Mom, not understanding why she was stopping him. Looking at the pain in Katakuri's eyes, Big Mom's eyes gradually became moist as she murmured, I'm back. My son." Thud. When Katakuri heard Big Mom call him son, the trident slipped from his hand and fell heavily to the ground. Tears streamed from his eyes, tracing down his resolute cheeks and falling to the ground. "Is it really you, Mom?" "It's me." Big Mom nodded, then pulled Katakuri into her embrace. Seeing this, Katakuri did not resist and hugged Big Mom back. The group led by Leiyu watched this scene, feeling bewildered. What was happening? Just a moment ago they were fighting for their lives, and now this? Was this a soap opera? Even soap operas weren't this dramatic. After a while, Katakuri released his hold, stabilized his emotions, and explained to Leiyu and the others. "I suspected a long time ago that my mom has 2 souls within her. One is her original soul, and the other is that cruel and tyrannical Charlotte Linlin. Normally, both souls share control of this body, which is why sometimes she can be brutal and other times very gentle. It's influenced by the other soul. When Mom's craving for food breaks out, that evil soul completely takes over her body, leading to the terrifying state we see. My previous action was actually a test to see if the current mom is truly the real mom. Although it was a test, it also contained Katakuri's genuine feelings." Upon hearing this, Leiyu and the others basically understood that it really was a dramatic plot. Then, Leiyu suddenly thought of something and looked at Big Mom, asking, "What about the other soul? What is its origin? How was it born?" Big Mom shook her head in confusion. "I don't know either. It seems like it has been there since I ate the soul fruit. As for when it appeared, I have no idea. However, 30 years ago, during the time I was a pirate on another ship, it was always that other soul that was in control. It wasn't until later that my original soul began to strengthen itself through the soul fruit, allowing me to barely regain control of this body. But I don't know why that soul has also grown stronger over time, leading to today's situation." Hearing Big Mom's answer, Leiyu shook his head helplessly. Realizing he hadn't gained any useful information, he then stroked his chin and muttered, "That period must have been when you were with the Rocks Pirates." Big Mom was taken aback, gazing deeply at Lei Yu, secretly thinking, this little one knows quite a lot. He is truly remarkable, especially since his crew managed to defeat me while under the influence of that soul. What a terrifying pirate crew. With that thought, Big Mom looked at Itachi, slightly nodded at him, and said, "Thank you for what happened earlier. I'm sorry." Itachi didn't say much in response, just nodded. A few seconds later, Katakuri suddenly looked up and seriously asked Big Mom, "Mom, do you have a way to help those who have lost their souls to recover?" Big Mom stroked her chin, pondered for a moment, then awkwardly scratched her head. As long as the original soul is not destroyed, it can be restored. But right now, those souls are no longer in my body. As she spoke, both of them turned their gaze to Itachi. And even Lei Yu and the others turned to look at him. Itachi smiled gently and said, "Leave it to me," without waiting for anyone to say more. Itachi controlled Susanoo to pull the 10-fist sword out of the sake gourd. Then, white souls flowed out of the sake gourd like a small stream, gathering above everyone's heads. After doing all this, Itachi took a deep breath and was about to take a break when he suddenly felt darkness before his eyes, and the Susanoo surrounding him vanished into thin air. He stumbled and fell backward toward the ground, just as Itachi's face was about to make intimate contact with Mother Earth. Lei Yu, quick-witted, caught the extremely weak Itachi. When Itachi opened his eyes again, his Manjiki Sharingan had faded. At the same time, 2 streams of thick blood flowed from his eyes. "Did you overexert yourself?" Lei Yu asked worriedly, while Orochimaru and others gathered around, looking at him with concern. Itachi did not hide it and nodded. Using the Manjiki Sharingan to activate the complete Susanoo has always been a forced endeavor, let alone having it activated for such a long time. This has already reached the limit of my eyes. "Is your body all right?" Lei was still not reassured about Itachi. He knew a bit about the side effects of the Sharingan. Itachi smiled and shook his head while placing his hand on his heart. Lei Yu immediately understood Itachi's meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. He then instructed Orochimaru to take Itachi aside to rest. Itachi did not push himself, and indeed needed to sit down and catch his breath. So he was supported by Orochimaru and walked to the side to rest. After confirming that Itachi was not in serious trouble, Lei Yu turned back to Big Mom and said, "Next, it's up to you." Big Mom nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me. Thank you." With that, she stood up with Katakuri's help, raising her hand slightly. A purplish-red energy appeared in her palms, which was the power of the pure soul fruit. Then, she used her fruit's ability to control the vast number of souls in the sky, which numbered in the thousands, slicing through the sky and flying back to her body. Katakuri looked up at the sky, watching these souls flickering with white light, passing overhead like shooting stars, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Lei Yu and the others were immersed in this grand scene. It was as if a huge shadow had enveloped the sky over Cake Island. After a while, the shooting stars in the sky disappeared, and almost all the souls had been returned to their bodies by Big Mom using her fruit's ability. Perispero, who had previously collapsed and lost consciousness, moved his hands slightly after his soul returned to his body, then suddenly sat up on the ground, gasping for breath, as if he had woken from a nightmare. He stared at his hands, or rather his body, in shock. In his mind, he thought he had already been devoured by Big Mom. How was he miraculously alive again? Meanwhile, the same scene was happening in various corners of Cake Island. Everyone looked confused, their expressions not showing joy or shock at being resurrected. Because they didn't know what had happened, it just felt like they had taken a nap. They didn't even realize their souls had left their bodies. This was the terrifying aspect of the soul fruit. And only certain members of the Charlotte family knew what had transpired. At that moment, Smuggy and Lickja slowly woke up, looking at each other in disbelief. "What happened?" "I don't know," Lickja said, shaking his head in confusion as he looked at the bewildered Smuggy. "By the way, where are Mom and Brother?" Smuggy suddenly asked, searching for their figures. "Over there. And Lei Yu's group is there too," Lickja exclaimed, pointing towards Lei Yu and the others, and then ran over. Perispero also noticed their figures and hurriedly followed. Katakuri had already spotted the 3 running towards them, and after showing a faint smile, he wrapped the scarf he had just taken off around his neck. When Smuggy and Lickja arrived, they found that the atmosphere between both sides was not like that of bitter enemies as before. Instead, there was a hint of harmony. "What is going on?" Smuggy asked, while Lickja and Perispero looked at Katakuri in confusion, not knowing what had happened during this time. Katakuri stepped forward, looking at their bewildered expressions, and explained the whole situation. "So the previous mom wasn't the real mom?" Smuggy looked at Big Mom and Katakuri in shock, momentarily unable to comprehend. Perospero, however, seemed to know some insider information and was not very surprised. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Now that Mom has recovered, let's tidy up Whole Cake Island. After your commotion, Whole Cake Island is quite chaotic now." Hearing this, Katakuri nodded in agreement with Perospero's statement. At this moment, Big Mom also turned to Lei Yu's group and said, "I apologize for what happened today. Why don't you stay here for a few days? Let this old emperor show you some hospitality." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu gazed at Big Mom thoughtfully, wondering, does this old lady still have some interest in me? Am I really that charming? The shrewd Big Mom seemed to see through Lei Yu's thoughts and laughed, saying, "Well, I have no interest in your little body. But if you fancy any of my daughters, I can help you out." Saying this, she thrust her large face in front of Lei Yu, and the strange look made Lei Yu feel uneasy. "Never mind, I'm not suitable for this." Seeing that Big Mom was starting her antics again, Lei Yu quickly waved his hands to refuse. After taking a deep look at Lei Yu, Big Mom laughed again. "So what are your plans next?" Hearing Big Mom's words, Lei Yu fell into deep thought. Initially, he planned to set sail directly to Wano, but now he had changed his mind. It wasn't that he was tempted by Smuggy or Brin's bodies. However, to be honest, Brin was quite good-looking. Cough, cough, but is Lei Yu that kind of person? Obviously not. As for the readers, I don't know. In fact, after witnessing Big Mom's strength after absorbing a massive soul, Lei Yu felt that the four emperors were no simple figures. He had previously underestimated them. He had a premonition that if Big Mom were given enough souls, she would undoubtedly be unbeatable. He might even need to team up with Dragon Horse to defeat her. If even Big Mom had such depth, then what about Kaido, who was called the strongest creature in the sea, land, and air? Was he using all his strength when he fought against Lei Yu before? Did he have any hidden strength left? All of this was unknown to Lei Yu, and regarding his battle with Kaido, if it hadn't been for Itachi and Dragon Horse, his situation would have truly turned into a desperate one. After realizing all of this, Lei Yu decided to stay at the cake shop for a while, waiting for his group to become strong enough before setting off for the next destination. Moreover, Big Mom now had no hostility towards his group, and there was no one at Cake Island to disturb them, making it a good place for closed-door training. With this in mind, Lei Yu said to Big Mom, "We plan to rest here for a while. Is that okay?" Hearing Lei Yu's request, Big Mom naturally did not refuse and happily said, "Of course, that's no problem." Boom! Just then, a sudden change occurred, and a series of loud booms interrupted Big Mom's words. The enormous sound even caused the previously calm sea to start rolling again. The group looked in the direction for which the booming sound came, and they saw countless small black dots in the sky, flying towards them like a swarm. This scene was noticed not only by them, but also by many people on the coast, all of whom wondered what those small black dots were. I don't know, but it feels a bit like. As time quickly passed, the dense small black dots arrived before them, and they finally saw what they were: bombs. Run, they are all bombs. Who the hell is firing? Immediately, the scene descended into chaos, with the powerless people scrambling to escape. However, by the time they realized those things were bombs and wanted to flee, it was already too late. The overwhelming barrage directly bombarded the coast, and even the entire cake shop. Boom! In an instant, the entire coast was filled with the sounds of cannon fire and smoke, and clouds of dust rose, obscuring their vision. Countless residents who couldn't escape were buried in the explosions, with blood staining the entire coast, a horrifying sight. Katakuri saw countless people perish in the distance and roared in anger. "Who is it?" He then grabbed his trident and leaped into the air, using all his strength to shatter the nearby cannon fire in midair. Although he was powerful and could destroy large numbers of bombs with a single strike, these cannons came in waves, as if they would never run out, continuing to rain down on them. Ultimately, many people continued to be hit by the cannon fire. Perospero and Lickja looked at Katakuri in the sky, and then exchanged glances before taking out their weapons and heading into the air to block the rain of bombs. Meanwhile, the family members present, seeing Katakuri blocking the cannon fire, seemed inspired and rushed forward to do their part to protect the residents of Whole Cake Island. Big Mom, seeing that all three of her sons had gone, narrowed her eyes and trembled as she stood up, wanting to help them. However, as she was about to use her devil fruit powers, she suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her vision darkened. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground. Smuggy, who had run out earlier, saw Big Mom suddenly fall and immediately rushed back to help her up. Perospero, who was in front, also noticed this scene, his brow furrowing tightly. He hadn't expected that Mom seemed to be seriously injured at this moment. Could it be the side effects of extracting another soul? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, another round of cannon fire interrupted Perospero's thoughts. He immediately shouted to Smuggy, "Smuggy, take care of Mom, we'll handle this here." With that, he leaped into the air without looking back to block the incoming barrage. Watching Perospero's departing figure, Smuggy secretly nodded and turned to Big Mom, saying, "Mom, let me take you to a safe place." However, Big Mom decisively shook her head and looked firmly at Smuggy, saying, "I just need to rest for a bit. You go help them." "No, in your condition, it's dangerous to stay here." Smuggy firmly rejected her. "I am the Four Emperor, Big Mom. What could happen to me? You don't have to worry." "No, brother told me to take care of you." For a moment, the two began to argue. Although it was a dispute, the atmosphere carried a sense of familial connection. In the past, Smuggy wouldn't have dared to speak to Big Mom like this. Neither of them noticed the subtle change in their mother-child relationship. Nearby, Lei watched the two arguing with a furrowed brow, following his gaze to observe a specific area on Big Mom's thick thigh. Of course, it wasn't what you might think, a group of old perverts. What Lei noticed was a slight abrasion on Big Mom's thigh, seemingly oozing a bit of blood, likely from a recent fall. If it were someone else, Lei might not have cared, but such an injury on Big Mom was extremely abnormal. Given her body's toughness, it was nearly impossible for her to get hurt. Even if someone with average strength tried to stab her, they wouldn't be able to pierce her skin. Could this be a side effect of having lost a soul? Lei scratched his head, unable to understand. Then, he sighed deeply, having already guessed who initiated the next round of attacks. He looked at the now powerless Big Mom and smiled wryly, seemingly ready for another fierce battle. "But I am a god. Gods are destined to become the deities of this sea. How could a god fear any enemy? If we can't win, we'll just fight." With this thought, Lei's eyes burst with determination. If the Navy wanted to seek death, that was their fault. He turned to the still arguing pair, shook his head helplessly, and stepped forward to interrupt their quarrel. "You two stay here, we'll take care of this." He then exchanged glances with Yasuo, Rimuru, and others, and they all joined the Guardians' camp, especially Miss Saka Mikoto, who seemed unable to contain her sense of justice, quickly entered the battlefield and fired an electromagnetic cannon, instantly destroying several flying projectiles. Seeing this, Big Mom stopped arguing, thanked Lei, and then Lei threw himself into the fray, doing his part. After about 5 minutes of continuous cannon fire, it finally ceased, and the air above the coast was filled with smoke from the explosions. Fortunately, with Lei and others' involvement, the Charlotte family had not caused too many civilian casualties under this ruthless bombardment. As the smoke and dust began to dissipate, Katakuri's eyes were filled with endless rage as he approached the seaside, staring intently at the ocean ahead, where the cannonballs had come from. "Who dares to attack our Big Mom pirates?" Perospero came before Katakuri, gritting his teeth. They had just endured Big Mom's chaos, and now was a critical time for Whole Cake Island to restore order. But at this crucial moment, an outsider dared to invade. Who wouldn't be furious? Hearing this, Katakuri swung his trident fiercely, cutting through the air, his eyes emitting a cold glint as he said, "Whoever it is, today, anyone who dares to invade Whole Cake Island will know what cruelty is." Brother is right. Our Big Mom pirates are not soft persimmons. At this moment, Snickers joined Katakuri, speaking fiercely. Instantly, a group of Charlotte family combat members and Big Mom pirates gathered behind Katakuri, blocking the coast and protecting Whole Cake Island. Under the influence of Katakuri's emotions, everyone's eyes filled with killing intent. At this moment, the ferocity of pirates manifested in them, and the overwhelming killing intent instilled deep fear in others. In the distance, Big Mom saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction at Katakuri, as if he had already become a qualified leader. As long as he was given time to grow, even if something happened to her in the future, Whole Cake Island would be able to stand strong under his leadership. At this moment, a breeze blew through, dispersing the dust and smoke in the sky. Soon, 5 luxurious, massive pirate ships suddenly appeared on the nearby sea. Pirates? Katakuri looked at the pirate flags fluttering above the 5 ships, puzzled. He had never seen a pirate flag like this before. At first, he thought it might be another Yonko taking the opportunity to ambush the cake shop, but now it seemed otherwise. Just as Katakuri was wondering, Lei came to his side, coldly smiling as he looked at the rapidly approaching pirate ships. Are they here? What a bothersome group of Marines. In the distance, Stussy, still hiding in a corner, finally revealed a smile upon seeing the fleet on the sea, whispering coldly, "Finally. They are here, but it seems Big Mom is not in good shape." With that, a sinister smile returned to her face as she took out a familiar transponder snail. In another corner, Morgans was so excited he could hardly speak. What he thought would be an ordinary tea party had turned into one big news after another. A major event. What thrilled him even more was that with his extraordinary vision, he could see that the 5 pirate ships were all filled with Marines. This might be a battle of the Marines surrounding the 2 emperors, and it could be even more brutal and intense than the previous Marine-Ford War. With this thought, Morgans trembled as he held his camera and quickly retreated. His goal was merely to capture big news. He didn't want to be caught up in this battle. At this moment, on the coast, Katakuri and his companions were momentarily stunned upon hearing Lei Yu's words. How is that possible? How could the Marines make such a move at this time? Yeah, the Marines They couldn't believe what Lei Yu had said. After all, to them, the severely wounded Marines shouldn't make such a brainless move, especially since one of their 3 admirals, Akiji, had already left. Why did they dare to attack Cake Island at this time, after losing a top admiral of the Navy? Could it be that they sent some cannon fodder to die? That's right, they are indeed the Navy. At this moment, Katakuri suddenly said coldly, I sense a lot of powerful auras, 2 of which I am familiar with. They should be Admiral Akainu and Admiral Kazuru. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, everyone immediately fell silent, and the atmosphere suddenly became terrifyingly still. Hey, brother, you can't be joking, right? Did all the high-ranking Navy officials mobilize? Rikaja asked incredulously, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. I'm sure, and Lord Lei Yu should also have sensed their auras, right? Katakuri said, looking seriously at Lei Yu. Sigh. Lei Yu sighed deeply and shook his head. This expression left several people confused. Did Katakuri misinterpret it? Then, Lei Yu's extremely serious voice reached their ears. It's not just the high-ranking Navy combat power. Even people from the world government have come. The world government? How do you know? Katakuri looked at Lei Yu in shock and asked in confusion. Could it be that the 2 unfamiliar yet powerful auras he sensed were from the world government? Do you remember Stussy, who attended the tea party? Lei Yu suddenly asked. Stussy? That Dark Emperor? Perospero looked at Lei Yu in confusion, not understanding how this related to the Dark World. Lei Yu's gaze sharpened as he spoke. She is actually a member of the world government, a high-ranking CP-0 member. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Perospero, Rikaja, and even Katakuri gasped. If that's the case, everything makes sense. First, Stussy attended Big Mom's tea party, then incited a conflict between Big Mom and Lei Yu, allowing the Navy to reap the benefits. Realizing this relationship, Katakuri felt a chill run down his back. Fortunately, the battle between Big Mom and Lei Yu's group did not cause too much loss. Otherwise, today they might really have been wiped out by the Navy. No one doubted Lei Yu's words, because he had no need to deceive them. If Lei Yu had any plans for Cake Island, he wouldn't need to do this. He could defeat them and take control of Cake Island right now. After hearing Lei Yu's confirmation in addition, the group behind Katakuri suddenly felt a tremendous pressure weighing down on them, cold sweat soaking their backs without them even realizing it. The top combat power of the Navy, plus the characters from the world government. What kind of concept is this? No one knew, because, in the history of this world, no force had ever mobilized such terrifying power from both the Navy and the world government at the same time to deal with them. Even the Demon Slayer Order, which countless people feared, only had a few vice admirals in its configuration. This kind of lineup, compared to the Demon Slayer Order, was like a tractor facing a Lamborghini. Both are from the same family, but the gap is as vast as heaven and earth. Aren't they afraid of being wiped out at their headquarters in the New World? Perospero suddenly asked, glancing secretly at Lei Yu. Hearing this, Lei Yu chuckled and said, Haven't you seen they're all disguised as pirates? There shouldn't be too many people noticing that those on these pirate ships are actually from the Navy and the world government. Moreover, the 2 old guys at the New World Navy headquarters probably don't want to get involved. They should be enjoying themselves at headquarters right now, casually checking on Akainu's doghouse, as ordinary pirates wouldn't dare to cause trouble. After hearing Lei Yu's opinion, Perospero and Katakuri nodded in agreement. It was indeed so. Sigh. But such a terrifying lineup is really headache-inducing, Katakuri sighed, slightly pressing on his temples. Seeing this, Lei Yu patted Katakuri's shoulder, smiling as he said, Aren't we here too? This time, let's make the world government remember this. As he spoke, an aura suddenly erupted from him, and his cold eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Then, the few of them looked solemnly at the Navy ships getting closer, their eyes revealing no hint of fear. However, Katakuri was slightly stunned for a moment, because what Lei Yu just said was to make the world government remember, not the Navy. Could that be a slip of the tongue, or? However, seeing the huge Navy formation slowly approaching, Katakuri did not continue to think deeply. What he now wanted to consider was how to repel the Navy and defend Cake Island. What should we do now? Katakuri turned to Lei Yu, wanting to ask for his opinion. He was very clear that to repel the approaching navy, he must rely on Lei Yu's group strength. Now that Big Mom was in such bad shape, it was obvious she had lost her fighting ability. Relying solely on his group strength was clearly insufficient to withstand this group of navy intruders. Lei Yu looked at the navy formation ahead, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. We'll take the initiative. Let them bury themselves in this sea. As he spoke, strands of intense flames suddenly appeared in his hands. Just as Lei Yu was preparing to launch an attack on the navy not far away, suddenly, a dazzling purple sword aura broke through the sky from a warship, flying into the sky, and then disappeared. What is that? I don't know, but be careful. I sense something is off. Many were startled by this sudden burst of sword light, thinking it was an attack from the navy, while Lei Yu frowned slightly upon seeing this purple light, thinking to himself, haven't I seen this somewhere before? Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Lei Yu's mind, and he immediately turned around and shouted, "Watch out above!" Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly looked up at the sky, frantically searching for something. However, it seemed that nothing was happening. The sky was still as pure as my love for you, without any impurities. Just as everyone began to doubt Lei Yu's judgment, Katakuri's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly shouted, "It's coming. Be careful." Instantly, everyone felt a tremendous gravitational force pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe, as if their organs were being squeezed together, causing extreme discomfort. Among them, a member of the Charlotte family suddenly changed color, looking up at the sky in horror and shouting, "Ah, look up! What is that?" Then everyone looked up at the same time, and in the distant sky, 3 or 4 black dots were slowly descending. What were those? Could they be Navy shells? No way. How could shells fly to such a high altitude? Unless it's the 2nd Battalion's Italian cannon. While several people discussed what the black dots in the sky could be, Lei Yu's expression suddenly became grave as he said seriously, "Everyone pay attention. The people coming this time are not simple." He has already guessed who just released the purple light wave. It should be Fujitora, who has the ability of the gravity fruit. According to the timeline, Fujitora should still be joining the Navy a bit later. Now, it seems that due to his own reasons, this timeline has advanced quite a bit. Upon hearing Rei's words, Katakuri and Perispero were startled. This guy seems to know everything. As they spoke, they saw several small black dots in the sky, gradually becoming enormous during their descent, and their speed was also increasing. Additionally, due to the super high speed of the falling meteors generating strong friction with the air, the surfaces of these massive meteors ignited in flames, adding to their already formidable power. This is a meteor. A meteor is falling. What the hell? How could there possibly be meteors falling down? Damn it. Could this also be a power of the Navy? Watching the terrifying scene of meteors falling like a natural disaster, many timid individuals were already scared to the point of their legs becoming weak and trembling. Brothers, don't be afraid. This is just a little cannon fire. Let's shatter it together. One person shouted loudly, trying to boost everyone's morale. But along with the descent of these meteors, they discovered that things were far from simple. Among these meteors, there seemed to emanate an inexplicable gravity. With each descent, everyone could feel the pressure on their bodies increasing. Many people, under this powerful gravitational pressure, began to feel increasingly uncomfortable and collapsed. In just a short while, many members of the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates fell to the ground, unconscious. At this moment, Perispero seemed unable to withstand the powerful gravity either, kneeling on both knees, his arms supporting himself on the ground, using his limbs to withstand the immense gravity brought by the meteors. Not only him, but even Snack, a sweet commander, was sweating profusely, hunched over under this force, unable to stand straight. Who is this? Such a powerful aura. Katakuri looked around at everyone's reaction, feeling incredibly shocked. He didn't expect there to be such a formidable character in the Navy. Seeing Katakuri's confusion, Rei touched the back of his head and said, "Well, this is really troublesome. If my guess is correct, this should be the newly recruited Admiral Fujitora. Didn't you just say you felt 4 powerful forces? One of them should be him." "What? An admiral?" At this point, Katakuri was completely stunned. He never expected the Navy to recruit such a powerful figure with admiral-level strength in such a short time. It seemed there were indeed many capable people in the civilian world. But how do you know this information? Katakuri looked at Rei suspiciously. This guy seemed to know too many secrets. Ah, well. Upon hearing Katakuri's question, Rei paused for a moment. He certainly couldn't tell him. "I'm the legendary Transmigrator, the invincible protagonist with a golden finger, right?" Then Rei's eyes turned, and he grinned as he said, You know the Golden Lion, Sheik, who has recently been making waves in the dark world, right? What do I know? I've heard his strength is incredibly formidable. Why do you bring him up? Do you have a connection with him? As he spoke, Katakuri suddenly realized, looking at Ray in surprise. Not expecting that he actually had connections with people from the dark world, Ray mysteriously smiled and quietly whispered into Katakuri's ear, I am he. Let your imagination run wild. Following this, Katakuri's pupils constricted, trembling slightly. He didn't expect Ray's reach to extend that far. All right, you don't need to say much. Just deal with these meteors first. Saying this, Ray looked up at the sky. At this moment, the 4 meteors had reached about 2,000 meters above the coast of Cake Island. Their shapes completely revealed before everyone. Each meteor was as large as a small island. If they fell like this, a good portion of Cake Island would be obliterated. Then, there was a loud bang, and Ray's figure disappeared from before them, heading towards the falling meteors, leaving behind a deep pit in place. Watching Ray use the moonwalk to reach the sky, they then heard a massive dragon roar, followed by a dazzling red light illuminating the entire sky. Then, there was a thunderous explosion. One of the massive meteors suddenly exploded, turning into countless dust and debris that fell down. On the coast, Katakuri was once again astonished by Ray's incredible strength. Under this powerful gravity, he felt restricted in his movements. Yet for Ray, this immense gravity seemed to be non-existent. In just a few seconds, he had destroyed this terrifying meteor. As he looked at the remaining 3 meteors, Katakuri's eyes narrowed, ready to destroy them, when suddenly, 2 blue sword energies appeared, slicing towards the sky. In just a few seconds, 2 massive explosions sounded, and those 2 meteors were also shattered, erupting in clouds of thick dust, falling down together. Katakuri let out a quiet sigh of relief. These 2 sword energies, although the same color, clearly had different nuances. And he knew without a doubt that they were from Ray's companions, Longma and Yasuo. Glancing at Ray's partners, and then at some members behind him lying on the ground pretending to be dead, Katakuri shook his head helplessly. People are infuriating. As for the last meteor, it was also directly pierced through by Ray. In no time, all 4 meteors were effortlessly dealt with by Ray and his group. However, the dust caused by the meteor explosions once again enveloped the entire coast, obscuring everyone's vision. Upon noticing this, Ray thought to himself that this was bad. Fujitori's intention was not to attack them, but to deliberately guide them to destroy the meteors he summoned, using the dust from the meteor explosions to cover their vision, allowing them to use it as cover to land on Cake Island. Realizing this, Ray searched for Katakuri and others in the thick smoke, wanting to remind them to retreat a bit. But just then, Ray felt an unusual heat in the surrounding air, and instantly, a frightening glimmer appeared in his eyes as he began searching for the owner of this aura amidst the smoke. After all, it had been a while since he last fought. At this moment, Katakuri on the coast closed his eyes, frowning. Using his observation haki, he sensed that numerous powerful auras were approaching him not far away. The Navy had successfully landed. Suddenly, a dazzling yellow light appeared not far from him. Upon seeing this faint yellow light, Katakuri's heart trembled, and his expression became incredibly serious. He never expected that the Admiral Kizuru would strike so quickly. He saw the yellow light flicker once before rapidly flying towards him. But Katakuri was not the least bit flustered, relying on his observation haki. He dodged each of these light beams effortlessly. Then he stared intently at the dust ahead and coldly said, "A dignified admiral of the Navy, Admiral Kizuru, are you afraid to show yourself and fight me?" With that, he summoned his trident and swung it down fiercely, keeping his gaze fixed ahead. After a brief wait, Kizuru's lazy voice came through. "Oh dear, didn't hit you, huh? Observation haki, right? As expected of the strongest after Big Mom in the Big Mom Pirates. Truly terrifying." As he spoke, the dust in front of Katakuri dispersed a little, revealing Kizaru's figure. Kizuru, while saying "so scary," had a look in his eyes that only revealed sleaziness. At that moment, he was trimming his nails with a small nail clipper. Seeing Kizaru like this, Katakuri dared not be careless. Although he had not fought him before, every admiral was not to be underestimated. "What do you Navy want?" Katakuri coldly questioned. "What do you mean?" Kizuru raised an eyebrow and smiled at Katakuri. "Nothing much. I just came to take a look. But that kind of guy seems to want to invite you to Impel Down for a little chat." "Huh, Impel Down? You underestimate us Big Mom Pirates too much." With that, he swung his trident and aggressively lunged at Kizuru. However, Kizuru seemed oblivious to Katakuri's attack, continuing to trim his precious nails. Seeing this, Katakuri felt as if he was being insulted, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a whoosh, the tip of his trident turned a dark purple, emanating a terrifying power. Faced with this Logia-type fruit user, Katakuri naturally had to use Armament Haki to respond. Oh, not bad. Armament Haki, huh? So terrifying. Looking at Katakuri using Armament Haki, Kizaru still maintained a nonchalant demeanor. His lighthearted words were a great insult to Katakuri. Soon, Katakuri's eyes filled with endless rage. He yelled at Kizaru, "You jerk! Take this seriously. Do you think you know who your opponent is?" Machi Spike. At the same time, Katakuri used his Machi fruit ability to turn his arm into Machi, surrounding his trident. And then he rotated his arm and thrust it forward with immense power. Just as it was about to hit Kizaru, swish, Kizaru's figure suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving behind a falling nail clipper. What a violent person. It seems you haven't been kicked by light yet. Kizaru's frivolous tone echoed in Katakuri's ears. As he saw Kizaru's vanishing figure, Katakuri's eyes closed tightly. Boom. In an instant, his observation Haki erupted, and through his top-tier observation Haki, he saw the brief future of Kizaru's attack landing point. A smile flashed in Katakuri's eyes as he thought, "I see. You want to attack my back?" With that, he immediately turned around, holding his trident and smashing it towards the place where Kizaru would appear. At the same time, countless yellow light points gathered behind Katakuri, and Kizaru's figure indeed appeared behind him. However, in the next second, the smile on Katakuri's face suddenly froze, his pupils shrank sharply, trembling slightly. "Oh no, how is this possible?" Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of yellow light appeared, and Kizaru's foot crashed heavily into Katakuri's back. Bang. Katakuri was directly kicked away. Blood sprayed from his throat, forming a parabolic arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the ground not far away and creating a large pit. Inside the pit, Katakuri slowly stood up, not having time to pick up his trident beside him when he suddenly felt a jolt in his spirit. He sensed Kizaru's next attack coming again. So, Katakuri immediately activated his Machi fruit ability, turning his hands into Machi paste to form a round shield made of Machi paste to block in front of him. But even though he reacted quickly, he still couldn't match the speed of Kizaru, who represented light. Before the Machi shield could fully form, a flash of yellow light appeared, and Kizaru was already in front of him, kicking him hard in the abdomen again. Boom. Once again kicked by Kizaru, Katakuri flew away, landing on the ground while clutching his belly and gasping for breath. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he glared at Kizaru, his face exceptionally grim. At this moment, he had only one thought: hurry. This man in front of him was too fast. Even though he had predicted the direction of his attack and had reacted in advance, Kizaru was always a step ahead, and by a considerable margin. In such a rapid pace, his observation Haki felt utterly useless. Even knowing the trajectory of his attack had no effect at all. Damn, is this the power of an admiral? So strong. Watching Kizaru slowly approach, Katakuri's eyes did not show any fear. Instead, they ignited a strong fighting spirit. Even if his strongest observation Haki became ineffective in front of Kizaru, his other abilities were not to be underestimated. After all, he was the strongest after Big Mom in the Big Mom Pirates. Then, Katakuri picked up his trident, looking at the approaching Kizaru, and his eyes flashed a scarlet glint before he proactively charged forward. Meanwhile, not only was Katakuri encountering a formidable opponent, but everyone on the coast was also facing the navy that had landed. Not far away, many capable individuals from the various nations were coming over to provide support. After all, the number of Navy soldiers this time was quite significant, so let the miscellaneous soldiers deal with the other miscellaneous soldiers. At this moment, the dust began to slowly dissipate, and visibility gradually improved, becoming more open. Meanwhile, Cracker and Perispero noticed Katakuri, who had been knocked down by Kizaru not far away. Their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed, "Second brother, second brother." Then, they rushed over to help him. However, suddenly a powerful sword energy cut through the nearby dust, charging towards them and blocking their path. Damn Navy. Who is it? The two looked around together, but the smoke and ash were still thick, and they could only see black figures buried in the dust, unable to distinguish who was Navy and who was their own. Just then, a cold female voice entered their ears, "Prepare to die. Pirates of the Big Mom Pirates." Hearing this, the two looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman clad in a Navy justice coat, wearing a pink V-neck shirt and super short shorts, walking over with her long, fair legs. Looking at this stunning woman, Cracker's lips curled into a cold smile. Is the Navy out of people? Why send a little girl? Oomph. I am Vice Admiral and an Admiral candidate from the Navy headquarters. Peach Rabbit, Tama shouted coldly, introducing herself before drawing the long knife in her hand and charging straight at Cracker without a second thought. When Perospero saw the long knife in Tama's hand, his pupils constricted. He cautiously warned Cracker, "Be careful. It looks like she has a famous sword. This girl is not simple." "A famous sword? Huh? I see. A candidate for the Admiral position. Interesting." Cracker twisted his neck, a glint of coldness and battle intent emanating from his eyes as he stared at the rushing Tama. "Big brother, you go help second brother. Leave her to me," he said, controlling the body of his biscuit soldier to meet Tama, who was wielding the famous sword. Perospero witnessed this and said nothing more, knowing that his younger brother preferred to deal with enemies alone without interference. He turned and headed towards Katakuri and Kizuru. Looking at Cracker, who was charging towards her in armor with an oddly long neck, Tama tightly gripped the famous sword and leaped into the air, delivering a powerful slash. With a clang, to Tama's surprise, her strike failed to inflict any damage on Cracker. Instead, it was deflected by the biscuit-shaped shield in his hand, sending her flying back. After flipping in the air, Tama landed steadily on the ground and looked at Cracker seriously, saying, as expected of Cracker, "One of the 3 sweet commanders of the Big Mom Pirates, your strength is quite impressive." "Do you know me?" Cracker asked with interest, thinking she had specifically researched him. However, he didn't know that before this battle began, every member of the Navy had memorized the images and characteristics of some important figures. Tama ignored Cracker, simply covering her famous sword, Kintoki, with both hands as a powerful aura erupted from her, the coldness of the famous sword becoming even more imposing. Noticing the powerful sword intent emanating from Tama, Cracker's earlier frivolity faded, and he murmured, "A swordsman, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tama leaped into the air once more, delivering another powerful horizontal slash. Cracker responded by blocking it with his biscuit shield, then swung his biscuit replica of a famous sword, Salted Pretzel, towards Tama in midair. Tama agilely dodged Cracker's counterattack with a twist of her body. After landing, she focused and saw that Cracker now had 2 sword-wielding arms on his right side. Before Tama could process this, Cracker simultaneously swung both arms, bringing the swords down towards her. Tama did not retreat. She blocked with her famous sword, and after a collision, to her astonishment, another sword-wielding arm emerged from Cracker's right side. Staring down at Tama, he sent a deep voice, "Roll, Salted Pretzel." Suddenly, 3 arms wielding gigantic swords thrust out, unleashing spiral sword energy that charged towards her with immense power. Facing the monstrous presence that resembled a centipede spirit, Tama immediately raised her sword to defend. However, the tremendous impact sent her flying, kicking up a cloud of dust before she crashed to the ground. Once the dust settled, Tama shook her head and used her sword to support herself as she stood up. She looked at Cracker not far ahead, who now had as many as 6 arms, each holding a gigantic sword. Seeing Cracker resembling a monster, Tama suddenly recalled that the data described him as the 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara, which must have meant this. With a chilling gaze, Tama looked at Cracker, who had 6 arms, and coldly said, "It's just a few more arms. I wonder if you can still block this next strike." Then, a glint of determination flashed in her beautiful crimson eyes, and the aura of a swordsman fully erupted from her. Raising her famous sword in front of her, she aimed the tip at Cracker and commanded, "Die, Charlotte Cracker." In the next moment, Tama's figure vanished from sight. The next second, she reappeared right in front of him, her famous sword aimed at him, and then she murmured, "Hunting call, dragon stab," with a whoosh. Before Cracker could react, a purple light, swift as lightning, accompanied by a fierce wind, pierced through his body. With a crack, Cracker's body showed numerous cracks under the strike, but Tama did not mistakenly believe she had killed him. Instead, she quickly retreated a few meters, staring intently at the cracked Cracker. She was fully aware that, as one of the sweet commanders with a bounty of 860 million berries, Cracker would not be so easily defeated. Before her eyes, with a rumble, Cracker's enormous body, much larger than a normal person, suddenly split apart, turning into massive fragments that piled on the ground. Tama furrowed her brows tightly, knowing this was the battlefield, not a training ground in the Navy headquarters. She was facing ruthless pirates, and they wouldn't hold back. Just then, from the pile of Cracker fragments, a figure suddenly emerged. He had 3 clusters of purple hair on the back of his head, with sparks on the left and right clusters. A scar crossed his right eye, and he wore brown gloves. His upper body had only armor on his right shoulder and a pink cape, while his lower body was dressed in loose trousers and brown boots, with his sword hanging at his waist. "Who are you?" Tama coldly questioned, and the man grinned evilly, cracking his neck with a crack. "I didn't expect you could break my armor. That's a bit surprising, but only damaged my armor." Armor? Upon hearing the man's words and looking at the fragments beneath him, Tama instantly understood what had happened, her face changing dramatically as she exclaimed, "You are Cracker." After seeing Cracker's true form, Tama was utterly shocked because this face was completely different from the one she had just seen. Even the photo on the bounty wasn't his real appearance. Ha. Cracker laughed heartily. Then his smile faded as he looked coldly at Tama. "Your swordsmanship is quite strong. If you hadn't hit my armor, it would have hurt me badly." In reality, Cracker, who seemed to have extremely high defensive power, hated the feeling of pain the most. He was so averse to it that he always wrapped himself in biscuit soldiers. TCH. Just a coward hiding in armor. Since I can cut through your armor, you will be my next target. As she said this, Tama's sword intent erupted once more as she coldly stared at Cracker, continuously elevating her aura. Just then, the sound of clapping echoed in her ears, and in her bewildered gaze, she saw Cracker in the ruins suddenly applauding. What does this mean? Is he mocking me? However, Tama couldn't afford to think too much about it now. She needed to defeat Cracker quickly to help the others and take down the Bigman pirates along with the Raikage crew. Thinking about it, she gripped the sword hilt with both hands, raised it above her head, and fiercely swung it downwards towards Krija, her eyes narrowing as she whispered, "Koma Jiaozhan." Then, a powerful purple-red sword energy tore through the surrounding air, propelling countless streams of energy forward. In midair, this sword energy seemed to transform into a creature resembling a dragon's head, lunging at Krija. However, Krija appeared completely oblivious, continuing to clap his hands, clap, 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 clap. Amidst his applause, a pile of cookies appeared in the air. Just as the terrifying sword energy was about to strike him, one of the cookies had already transformed into a cookie soldier, blocking in front of him. Boom! The moment the purple sword energy struck the cookie soldier, waves of milky white shockwaves swept through the surroundings, stirring up clouds of dust. Even Taudu was forced to step back a few paces from the impact of the shockwave. As the dust settled, Taudu was horrified to discover that her strike had not caused the slightest damage to the cookie soldier. Even more terrifying was that there were actually more than a dozen of these cookie soldiers surrounding Krija, which was the absolute trump card of man with an 800 million bounty. Ha! Ah! Krija, surrounded by the cookie soldiers, laughed maniacally, saying, "I can have as many of these cookie soldiers as I want, and their strength is much greater than the armor you just shattered." Seeing the dozens of cookie soldiers in front of her, Taudu felt an immense pressure building. Before she could think too much, these cookie soldiers surged towards her under Krija's control, causing Tautu's expression to grow serious. Then, she suddenly erupted with powerful energy, leaping high into the air to confront the cookie soldiers head-on. Boom, boom, boom. With Tautu's formidable swordsmanship and strength, one cookie soldier after another was sliced and shattered. But before she could catch her breath, she saw Krija in the distance clapping frantically, clap, clap, clap. With Krija's applause, dozens more cookie soldiers appeared out of thin air, rushing towards her. After another flurry of sword strikes, Taudu managed to destroy about half of the cookie soldiers Krija had created. However, her expression grew increasingly serious. She knew that if this continued, she would eventually lose. Against these hard cookie soldiers, it took a considerable amount of effort just to shatter one. To defeat these soldiers, she would have to first defeat Krija, but that guy kept his distance, surrounded by 3 or 4 cookie soldiers. The most crucial point was that she couldn't rely on anyone else for help, because at that moment, she was not the only one facing enemies on the battlefield. In that brief moment of distraction, a cookie soldier suddenly gathered behind her and swung a large knife down fiercely. Caught off guard, Taudu was struck and sent flying, crashing to the ground. However, instead of getting up immediately, she stayed on the ground, hoping to take the opportunity to recover her stamina. Just then, a group of cookie soldiers appeared around her. As Tautu prepared to rise and counterattack, a commander wearing a spotted dog mask suddenly appeared, stating in a deep voice, "Admiral Tautu, let me help you deal with these guys." Tautu looked up and saw that it was Vice Admiral Dalmatia. She nodded slightly and moved forward with Dalmatia to shatter the troublesome cookie soldiers. However, after a while, Tautu realized that Dalmatia's arrival didn't seem to be much help. The two of them were being entangled by Krija alone. She could destroy a cookie soldier with 3 or 4 strikes at full power, while Dalmatia could only manage 2 or 3, and even then it was a tough fight. No wonder he almost died in the first episode. But two people were certainly better than one. Taking advantage of Dalmatia, sharing the firepower, Taudu observed the entire battlefield, originally believing the Navy would have the advantage. Her expression changed to one of grave concern as her heart sank. This ambush seemed far more difficult than she had imagined. The entire coastline of Cake Island was engulfed in flames, with countless Navy soldiers clashing with members of the big MOM pirate crew and the International Guard. Pechis, who was supposed to support Katakuri, had been ambushed at some point, lying on the ground, gasping for breath, covered in blood, with an expression of unwillingness in his eyes. Not far from Perospero, Navy Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral Brown Pig, and Admirals Ghost Spider and Doberman coldly observed him. Clearly, he had been sniped by these three on his way to support Katakuri. However, due to the numerical disadvantage, Perospero was being ruthlessly pressed down by Brown Pig and the others. As Brown Pig approached the barely conscious Perospero, slowly pulling out a pistol to deliver a fatal blow, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw a gigantic lamp demon appearing behind him, delivering a heavy punch to his back. Boom! Caught completely off guard, Brown Pig was sent flying by the punch. Ghost Spider and Doberman witnessed this, and soon the third son of the Charlotte family. The Minister of Bean from Totland's 34 ministers and the superhuman steaming fruit user, Charlotte Daifuku, arrived, flanked by two strong allies, the fourth son of the Charlotte family. The Minister of Toast, a heat fruit user, Charlotte Oven, and the fifth son, the cream fruit user, and another minister, Charlotte Opera. Charlotte Oven approached Perospero and extended a hand, saying, "Sorry, big brother, we didn't come too late, did we?" Looking at his fourth brother, Perospero's eyes showed a hint of relief, grabbing Charlotte Oven's hand for support. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to face Ghost Spider and the others, coldly saying, "We didn't come too late. Let them see the strength of our Charlotte family." With that, disregarding his injuries, he led the charge. The others in the Charlotte family, witnessing this, exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Brown Pig, still reeling from the blow, was filled with endless rage, erupting with powerful energy as he charged in, starting a chaotic battle among the group. Not only did Perospero and the others encounter Navy commanders, but other family members and combatants from the big MOM pirate crew also engaged with Navy forces and even the world government's powerful fighters. As for the strongest among the Navy, they also sought out the opposing strongmen. Admiral Kizaru faced Katakuri, while Admiral Fujitora confronted the Dragon Horse and his crew. However, due to Fujitora's abnormal fruit ability, Ryuma was unable to fully exert his own abilities and found himself at a disadvantage for a time. Rimuru, witnessing this, chose to help Ryuma alleviate some of the pressure, but it seemed to have little effect. Under the intense gravitational force, Rimuru was directly compressed into a puddle of blue solidified matter. Ryuma, on the other hand, continued to fight and spar with Fujitora under the overwhelming gravity. At this moment, Yasuo was also busy. His opponent was Lucci from CP0. After Lucci transformed, his terrifying speed and explosive power put Yasuo at a slight disadvantage for a moment. But it wasn't a major issue. As long as he could wait for a knockback, he could turn the tide in his favor. Meanwhile, Misaka Makoto was constantly moving around the battlefield, firing blasts wherever needed to help the people of Cake Island relieve pressure. Orochimaru was also guarding the exhausted Uchiha Itachi, immediately using various ninjutsu to attack anyone who dared to approach, showing no mercy whatsoever. At this time, Ryu was positioned in the center of the battlefield, looking around as if searching for something. Currently, it seemed that the situation was evenly matched between his side and the Navy. After all, in such a war, personnel below the rank of colonel were akin to cannon fodder. The outcome depended solely on the competition of high-end combat power. Thanks to the presence of his group, the high-end combat power on their side was bolstered. However, looking at the 50-50 situation, Ryu felt something was off. Mainly, the Navy's attack strategy was a bit strange. They opened fire right from the start, showing no signs of holding back, as if the war had entered a heated phase immediately. What puzzled Ryu even more was that he had yet to spot Akainu. If he hadn't just sensed the intense heat from Akainu's fruit ability, he might have thought that the guy hadn't shown up. However, since Akainu wasn't making an appearance on his own, Ryu couldn't find him. After pondering for a moment, he decided not to worry about him for now and just keep an eye out. He then planned to help Katakuri by dealing with Kizura first. After all, he had noticed that Katakuri was under tremendous pressure facing Kizuru, directly using his awakened ability to turn the surrounding material into machi, or give it a sticky quality. transforming the area into his own battlefield. Even so, he was still being ruthlessly beaten by Kizaru, who had transformed into light. Although he wasn't entirely without the ability to fight back, it was close enough. Even Ryu was shocked by the scene, not expecting Kizaru's strength to be this formidable. It's worth noting that while Katakuri's strength may not match that of the four emperors, the gap between them was not as vast as heaven and earth. But now, seeing Katakuri being so easily dominated by Kizaru, it indicated that Kizaru's strength might be far more complex than Ryu had understood. Without hesitation, he moved to assist Katakuri. What Ryu didn't know was that as he rushed to the front lines to support Katakuri, a figure emerged from a distance, emanating a cold gaze and sneering at Ryu's departing back. After Ryu left, the figure concealed his presence again and quietly headed towards the rear of the battlefield, where Big Mom and Smoothie were located. At this time, Stussy noticed that her brothers seemed to be in a stalemate with a group of Navy vice admirals, and she turned to say, "Mom, I'm going to help my brothers. Are you going to be okay?" Hearing Smoothie's words, Big Mom laughed heartily. You go ahead. Although I can't use my fruit abilities right now, I won't be afraid of some small fry. I am one of the four emperors." Smoothie nodded and turned to join the fray, knowing that although Big Mom couldn't currently use her fruit abilities to create powerful homies, her formidable Haki was enough to handle some unexpected incidents. Watching Smoothie's departing figure, Big Mom sat back down, ate a bit of the cream cake that Broly had brought, regained some stamina, and prepared to get up and join the battle to defend Cake Island. After all, as a four-emperor, Big Mom couldn't just sit back while Katakuri, Smoothie, and her other children fought in the front lines. After finishing the cream cake, Big Mom wiped the cream from her lips. Her eyes filled with a massive killing intent as she was about to head to the front lines when Smoothie's figure suddenly rushed back from a distance. "Why are you back again?" Seeing a breathless Smoothie, Big Mom furrowed her brow and asked in confusion. Smoothie, with a hint of panic in her eyes, hurriedly said, "Mom, quick, let's go back to Cake Island. I just saw my second brother, and he said a group of Navy vice admirals, along with countless Navy soldiers, secretly bypassed the coastline. They're trying to directly enter the center of Cake Island to slaughter the residents and undermine us from within." Looking at the panicked Smoothie, a trace of suspicion flickered in Big Mom's eyes as she asked, "What about Katakuri?" Upon hearing this, Smoothie paused for a moment, then quickly replied, "I don't know. I couldn't find him. We can't worry about that now. We need to go back and support. Right now, there are hardly any combat personnel left inside whole Cake Island. If those damn Navy soldiers successfully break through to the interior, it will cause us severe losses. If you're worried about here, then let me go first." With that, Smoothie turned and ran into the distant forest, which was a shortcut to the interior of whole Cake Island. Big Mom looked deeply at Smoothie's quickly departing figure, a mysterious smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, her eyes radiating a chill. "Hee, a trap set by the Navy?" She then got up and swiftly followed in the direction that Smoothie had left. As Smoothie ran ahead, she cast a quick glance back, a fleeting smile crossing her eyes. But then panic appeared on her face, and her speed increased once again. At this moment, Smoothie led Big Mom quietly into the woods far from the coastline, heading towards the town of Cake Island. Suddenly, Smoothie stopped, turned to look at Big Mom, and asked with a worried expression, "Mom, how are you doing? Do you need to stop and rest for a bit?" Big Mom furrowed her brows tightly, glanced around at the dense forest, and seeing that there was no one around, fixed her gaze on Smoothie and coldly laughed. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose in leading me here?" Hearing Big Mom's words, Smoothie froze for a moment, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes before she quickly suppressed it and feigned calmness, saying, "Mom, I'm your daughter, Charlotte Smoothie." Looking at the Smoothie still, trying to defend herself, Big Mom's eyes narrowed, and with a swift movement, she coated her arm with Haki and struck towards Smoothie. The powerful Haki unleashed a gust of wind that made the surrounding branches rustle. Smoothie, seeing Big Mom suddenly erupt, quickly stepped back, bang. Big Mom's fist, filled with Haki, missed its target and slammed into the ground, instantly creating a large pit that cracked the surface. Smudgy, having dodged this attack, looked at Big Mom and laughed. It seems that your battle with Uchiha Itachi has really caused you some serious injuries. Not only can you not use your devil fruit abilities, but even your physical strength has decreased significantly. You should know that in her peak state, even a casual strike from Big Mom carries devastating power. And now, using a full-powered Haki punch only managed to create a pit in the ground. This shows that Big Mom's strength has indeed declined significantly. Hearing this, a mocking look appeared in Big Mom's eyes. "Even if I'm not at my peak, it's enough to deal with someone like you who hides and shows their face." Seeing Big Mom like this, Smudgy knew he had fully exposed himself and stopped hiding. Bam! A cloud of white smoke appeared, and Smudgy transformed back into his true form. Looking at the person before her, Big Mom's pupils suddenly contracted as she asked in shock, "How could it be you?" The person pretending to be Smudgy was none other than Stussy, one of the Dark Emperors who attended the tea party earlier. Stussy took out a lipstick and slowly applied it to her lips, her large eyes calmly looking at Big Mom as she asked curiously, "How did you figure out I wasn't Smudgy?" "Kara is the second brother you just mentioned, Katakuri. Kara was just his nickname from a long time ago," Big Mom replied. Stussy nodded thoughtfully at her answer. She didn't expect that her response would have a flaw, and she was surprised that Big Mom had been testing her from the very beginning. As expected of an emperor, her level of cunning is truly terrifying. "You brought me here, what do you want?" Big Mom asked, a bit puzzled. She was already quite familiar with Stussy. For decades, she had been invited to every wedding tea party held at Cake Island, and Stussy had consistently attended. Now, at this critical moment, she had transformed into her daughter's appearance to lure her here. What could her purpose be? Purpose? Stussy slowly raised her head, her lips painted in bright red like blood, her eyes carrying a hint of cold, murderous intent. "Of course, it's to invite you to see impelled down." Before Big Mom could react, Stussy suddenly launched herself, calling out Suru. With a whoosh, she appeared behind Big Mom. This incredible speed even surprised Big Mom, as her observation Haki failed to catch Stussy's movement. Stussy, now behind Big Mom, softly uttered Rokushiki Renkyakuretsu. Then, she performed a 180-degree backflip in midair, using the vacuum created by the rapid kicks to strike down, unleashing terrifying power towards Big Mom's back. Feeling a chill down her spine, Big Mom immediately turned around and blocked with her arms covered in Haki. Bang, bang, bang. Countless vacuum slashes struck against Big Mom's arms, but they did not cause any harm. Nevertheless, the dense barrage of slashes made Big Mom feel sharp pain and numbness in her arms. Seeing that her Renkyaku was ineffective against Big Mom, Stussy quickly changed her strategy. Once she landed steadily on the ground, she stretched her hands forward, palms open, and brought her wrists together below her palms. With a focused gaze, she shouted Shurgon, HK Gatling. Suddenly, her palms began to rotate slowly, the 10 fingertips gathering a powerful force, and like bullets, they aimed at Big Mom, firing rapidly. As Stussy's palms spun faster, the bullets she shot increased dramatically until, in the end, the density of the bullets resembled a Gatling gun's barrage, crazily attacking Big Mom and engulfing her entirely. The terrifying power of the Shurgon tore apart the nearby trees, creating a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, Big Mom's massive figure still stood firm in place. But her body was covered in blood, and her aura was weak, indicating she was in poor condition. Struggling to lift her head, Big Mom glared at Smudgy, gritting her teeth and asking, "Who exactly are you?" In truth, Big Mom did not expect Stussy to truly go all out against her. After all, their decades of acquaintance, while not deeply bonded, could not be said to be strangers. They could at least be called friends. Yet now, she had come at her with lethal intent, using techniques from the Navy, Suru, Shurgon, Renkyaku, etc., and they were not ordinary Navy Rokushiki, even in her current poor state. She was not someone who could be harmed by ordinary Navy techniques. The Rokushiki that Stussy used was not only different from the ordinary ones in terms of technique, but also in power, which was several times stronger, indicating years of rigorous training. "Who am I? I am the Queen of Sweet City, Stussy." Stussy smiled at Big Mom mockingly. Someone who can cultivate the Navy's Rokushiki to this level must not be an ordinary person. What is your true identity? Big Mom looked at Stussy's smiling face, and her anger began to rise. She could already basically confirm that Stussy was from the Navy. Hearing Big Mom's question, Stussy shook her head helplessly, sigh. "In light of our decades-long friendship and the fact that you are about to be captured and taken to impel down, I'll tell you." Stussy then put away her smile, her expression turning cold as she said in a chilling voice, "I'm a member of the world government, codename CP0. Now, prepare to face your fate of being captured." Big Mom Pirates Captain Charlotte Linlin. At this moment, on the front lines of the battlefield, Smudgy, after squeezing the surrounding Navy soldiers dry, turned around and found that Big Mom had disappeared. She quickly looked around, but did not see Big Mom's figure. An ominous feeling surged in her heart. "Hey, sister, what are you doing here?" Not far away, a clear female voice reached Smudgy's ears. Turning around, she saw that Charlotte BRL had somehow also arrived at this battlefield. And looking at the black ash on her face and the bloodstains on her body, it was obvious she had just gone through a fierce battle. "I just saw you with Mom, didn't I?" Charlotte BRLE asked Smudgy as she approached. Just now? Smudgy frowned in confusion and asked. I came here half an hour ago. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? No, I couldn't have seen it wrong. I clearly saw you and Mom running towards the woods. Charlotte BRLE said firmly. Smudgy looked at Charlotte BRLE's expression. She didn't seem like she was lying. So what did you see? Suddenly, Smuggy had a flash of inspiration, and his face turned extremely ugly as he looked seriously at Bryn and asked, could it be the ability of someone from the Navy that led Mom away? Hearing this, Bryn's face instantly turned pale. She knew that Mom's condition was extremely bad at the moment, and the purpose of the Navy taking Big Mom away was self-evident. Where did Mom go? Smuggy hurriedly asked. Bryn pointed to the forest where Big Mom had just rushed and said, I saw her heading towards that forest. Without saying a word, Smuggy ran straight in that direction. Watching Smuggy's back as he ran, Bryn thought for a moment and decided to first relay this news to her brothers. At this time, the battle between Big Mom and Stussy was becoming increasingly intense, completely destroying the surrounding woods for several miles. The land was filled with devastation, with not a single intact place. Big Mom's expression grew more serious. Due to her severe drop in strength and Stussy's considerable power, they were locked in a fierce battle, unable to gain the upper hand. Stussy was also shocked. He hadn't expected that Big Mom, unable to use her devil fruit powers, would still be so strong. However, Stussy remained calm, a hint of a smile hidden in his eyes as he looked at Big Mom and said, considering the time, he should be here soon. Hearing Stussy's words, Big Mom was taken aback and quickly questioned, what? Who is he? Before Big Mom could finish her sentence, she felt an intensely hot aura approaching from behind her. At the same time, Stussy's voice lightly reached her ears. He has finally arrived. Big turned around to see a massive ball of magma, radiating intense heat, coming towards her. It was too late to block it. She could only use her armament Haki to withstand the enormous magma fireball. Bang! 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 Then, Big Mom was engulfed by the magma fireball, being pushed backward and crashing through trees one after another until, after flying several hundred meters, it suddenly exploded. The scorching magma turned the surrounding flowers, grasses, and trees into ruins, and even the ground became charred black. At the center of the explosion, Big Mom spat out a mouthful of thick blood, her body covered in burns, with almost no unscathed skin left, blackened and tinged with blood. A bit of blood oozing out. Are you done for, Big Mom? A commanding voice echoed from the sky. Big Mom looked up at the figure descending towards her, and her expression darkened immediately. With a deep, angry roar, she exclaimed, so, it's you, Akainu. Today, you will be buried here. Akainu looked at Big Mom, who was injured by his attack, and a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Indeed, Big Mom not only couldn't use her devil fruit powers, but her physical strength had also dropped significantly. Normally, it would be extremely easy for Big Mom to block his attack. Then, Akainu transformed both arms into deep red magma, emitting wisps of black smoke, and his lower body also turned into magma, releasing powerful jets of energy as he charged at her, giving Big no time to breathe. Seeing Akainu's aggressive approach, Big Mom shouted, "Don't get too cocky, Akainu." As she spoke, a look of determination flashed in Big Mom's eyes, and she gradually let the armament Haki around her hands dissipate, her arms returning to normal. Seeing Big Mom's strange behavior, Akainu frowned in confusion, thinking, could it be that she is giving up resistance? However, based on what he knew, Big Mom could not be the type to surrender easily. Even at the point of death, she would fight back with all her might, trying to bite the enemy hard. With this thought, Akainu did not halt his attack due to Big Mom's strange actions. Instead, the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger, and the temperature of the magma in his arms seemed to rise significantly, making even Stussy feel the heat. Just as Akainu was within dozens of meters of Big Mom, her eyes suddenly narrowed, and her powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted, sweeping through the surrounding ruins, creating a powerful aura that cracked the ground beneath her feet, forming deep fissures. Seeing Big Mom suddenly use her Conqueror's Haki, Akainu continued to charge toward her while mocking, "You don't seriously think your Conqueror's Haki can deal with me, do you? I'm not one of those weaklings who get stunned by it. Although Conqueror's Haki is unique, it doesn't seem sufficient to help you escape here. In that case, you Shai-di." Hellhound. Looking at Akainu approaching her, Big coldly replied, "Who told you that the role of Conqueror's Haki is merely to intimidate enemies?" Hearing Big Mom's words, Akainu was taken aback. What do you mean? Looking at Big Mom, He saw a flash of red light in her pupils as her powerful top-tier Conqueror's Haki suddenly gathered and rapidly concentrated on Big Mom's right fist, emitting a destructive power. Countless red and black energy bodies flickered like lightning within her right fist. Big Mom looked at the nearby Akinu, a smile forming on her lips. Conqueror's Haki can be used just like armament Haki. As soon as she finished speaking, Akinu suddenly felt a tremendous threat looming over him, and his pupils constricted. How is this possible? Conqueror's Haki can actually be wrapped around. How could you know? Such an attacking method can only be used by a select few powerful beings. With that, Big Mom, her fist enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, struck at Akainu with lightning speed. Upon hearing Big Mom's words and seeing the deathly punch, Akainu, instead of retreating, was filled with anger. Roaring, what do you mean? Am I not worthy of being called a strong person in your eyes? Immediately after, the magma on Akainu's right arm surged violently, rolling into an enormous magma fist that clashed against Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki. Boom! In an instant, the area where the two stood transformed into two massive circles of light, one a fiery red magma circle with extremely high temperatures, and the other a red-black Conqueror's Haki circle with flickering arcs of lightning. The two circles containing terrifying power collided together, crackling. In an instant, the center of their clash began to shatter, with enormous fissures spreading around them. The forest within dozens of miles was completely destroyed by the shockwave from this powerful energy explosion. Even Stussy struggled under the impact of the shockwave, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes filled with horror. The immense sonic boom made the entire Cake Island tremble, and the moment the dazzling light erupted, it drew the attention of the coast, and even the whole Cake Island. Those fighting in the center of the battlefield, whether they were Marines or pirates, instinctively stopped and looked in shock at the two radiant spheres in the distance, which were as bright as the sun. What terrifying power! What happened over there? How can there be such a strong sense of oppression, even from this distance? I can hardly breathe. Who is fighting whom over there? Is this kind of might even possible for a human to produce? Under the clash of this powerful force, almost everyone couldn't help but tremble slightly, fear filling their eyes. At that moment, Bruley, who was looking for her older brother and others, was stunned in place. Is it too late? Has Mom encountered an enemy? With a flash of determination in her eyes, she turned and ran towards the forest. It was too late to find her brother and the others, but they should be able to understand what was happening when they saw this scene and would definitely come over. Now, she could only go ahead and help Mom. Even if it was just for a second, it would help. Meanwhile, Katakuri, Perispero, and the other familiar faces from the Big Mom family were horrified when they saw the red-black aura. Their expressions changed dramatically as they exclaimed, "This is Mom's presence. Mom's Conqueror's Haki. How did she end up over there? Wasn't she with Smoothie? Damn it, who is she fighting against? We must rush to support Mom. She cannot be in any danger." Immediately, Katakuri glanced at the seemingly dazed Kizaru and suddenly charged towards the source of the energy explosion in the forest. After running a short distance, Katakuri looked back in surprise to find that Kizaru had not tried to stop him. Although he didn't understand what Kizaru was thinking, this was just what he wanted. With that thought, he quickened his pace. Kizaru casually glanced at the sprinting Katakuri, showing no extra movement, and turned his gaze back to the crimson energy sphere. He had sensed that it was Akainu's aura. Kizaru's eyes were filled with confusion as he murmured, "How did that guy end up over there without us knowing?" In fact, Kizaru wasn't the only one perplexed. Even several admirals familiar with Akainu, including Fujitora, looked in that direction with puzzled expressions, unsure why their fleet admiral was there. Seeing this, countless members of Big Mom's side took the opportunity to leave, rushing in the opposite direction towards the forest. Among them, only Lucci from CP0 showed no surprise at all. He frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes, and muttered in a voice only he could hear, "I hope the guy can hold up and not make any mistakes. Otherwise, if that person makes a move, it will be..." With a fearful glance at a ship docked nearby, he trailed off. At that moment, Leiyu also looked towards that area, his face filled with astonishment. He felt that the red-black power was identical to the aura of Conqueror's Haki. However, according to his understanding, Conqueror's Haki shouldn't be able to produce such immense power. Could it be that there was a way to use Conqueror's Haki that he didn't know about? After thinking this, Leiyu realized he needed to find a chance to stabilize Whitebeard, that old brother of his. Since Big Mom was using such an unusual Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard must not be any less. As for why he didn't seek Big Mom's help, it was simply because he didn't trust her. Then, Lei rolled his neck and revealed an annoyed expression. So that guy went over there. I hope Big Mom can hold on. Given her current state, facing Akainu would be quite difficult. Although the clash between the two seemed grand, Lei knew that this strike might be Big Mom's last resort. If this attack didn't inflict significant damage on Akainu, then Big Mom would fall into a dire situation. Taking a deep breath, Lei stood up and headed toward the forest. Since he had promised Katakuri and the others to defend Cake Island, he would see it through to the end and help Big Mom if he could. After all, he had a good impression of Katakuri and the others, and it seemed that Big Mom was still holding up. He decided not to hold grudges over their previous conflicts. Most importantly, if he could bring Big Mom on board as a powerful ally, it would greatly benefit his future plans. With that thought, Lei quickened his pace. However, what Lei didn't know was that the Navy's full-scale assault on Cake Island was actually due to his arrival. Big Mom, what bad luck. After learning what had happened, Ryuma and his group chose not to leave immediately, but to stay and buy some time for those supporting Big Mom. At that moment, Fujitora felt the power that Big Mom had unleashed and immediately rushed over to help Akainu capture Big Mom completely. In his impression, Big Mom was no kind-hearted person. She had blood on her hands from countless people, so he supported this operation. But Ryuma clung to the situation like a stubborn adhesive. His swordsmanship and that black blade were incredibly powerful, leaving both sides at stalemate for the time being. In the forest, at this moment, the clash between Big Mom and Akainu had come to an end, and the two powerful, dazzling light spheres had vanished into thin air. The vast, lush forest had disappeared in their collision, reduced to rubble. In the center, there was a pit several hundred meters deep and thousands of meters in diameter, resembling a nuclear explosion site, filled with a chilling aura of death that left one feeling tremendously shocked. In the center of the pit, Big Mom and Akainu lay on the ground, both covered in bright red blood, creating a horrifying scene. Especially Big Mom, whose entire body, both externally and internally, was in ruins. After having her soul partially extracted and being in poor condition, using the Conqueror's Haki technique that required energy coordination was already extremely taxing. Coupled with being at the center of the explosion, the impact she received was the most intense. At this moment, Big Mom lay on the ground. Her aura had dropped to its lowest point, like a candle flickering in the wind. She had truly reached her limit, unable to even move a finger. Of course, Akainu's condition was also dire. He was covered in blood, and his right arm had vanished, leaving only a mass of red-hot magma rolling about. However, unlike Big Mom, his aura was not nearly as weak. Akainu's eyes were wide open, panting heavily, his face filled with shock. Just moments ago, during the clash with Big Mom, the force generated by the energy explosion had directly consumed his right arm, shattering it into the void. Even though he had a premonition, he directly elementalized his right arm and even his entire right half. Yet this unreasonable force seemed to ignore the elementalization altogether and slammed directly into him. He never expected that the power generated by the entanglement of Conqueror's Haki would be so perverse. Not only did he fail to block Big Mom's desperate attack, but he also lost an arm in the process. After all, he represented the Navy, and let's not forget that he was still in the position of Admiral. Now, facing a significantly weakened Big Mom and losing an arm, how could he bear such a thing? The more he thought about it, the angrier Akainu became. The shock in his eyes was gradually overshadowed by rage. Supporting his body with his remaining left arm, he shakily stood up and limped toward Big Mom's direction, blood dripping from his body onto the ground. But he paid no mind, his eyes only on Big Mom. Although Big Mom was collapsed on the ground and unable to move, her mind was still clear. Upon hearing Akainu's footsteps and the sound of blood dripping closer to her, a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She slightly closed her eyes, wondering if she would really fall here. Even if she was unwilling, she had no strength left at this moment. After a while, Akainu finally managed to reach Big Mom's front. Looking at her massive body, he mustered his strength and leaped onto her belly, gazing down at her with a cruel glint in his eyes. With a cold laugh, he spoke. "Are you ready to accept the judgment of justice, Captain Charlotte Linlin of the Big Mom Pirates?" Hearing Akainu's words, Big Mom slowly opened her eyes and glanced at Akainu's empty right arm, mocking him as she said, "How does it feel to lose an arm, little brat?" Big Mom's words struck a nerve with Akainu, who, after a desperate roar, his eyes filled with endless killing intent, clenched his left fist and smashed it down onto Big Mom's belly. With this heavy blow, the already weak Big Mom spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow, her breathing becoming intermittent, as if she could only exhale but not inhale. Seeing Big Mom in such a sorry state. Akainu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart and began to laugh maniacally. If someone were here at that moment, witnessing the madness in Akainu's eyes, his fierce expression, and his maniacal laughter, they surely would not think he represented justice as the Admiral of the Navy. After laughing for a while, Akainu looked at Big Mom with a smug expression, continuing with an incredibly evil smile. Today, this place is not just your grave. Even your children and everything in your country will be erased by me. You are all evil beings, pirates who commit all kinds of atrocities. I will purify this world, this entire sea, and make sure all evil ceases to exist. As he spoke, the smile on Akainu's face twisted into something terrifying, like a demon. Upon hearing Akainu's cruel words, Big narrowed her eyes and looked at him with the same disdainful gaze as always. Taking a deep breath, mixed with blood, she replied, "Hit just a dog of the celestial dragons. Barking here? You want to change this world? Do you have that strength? Do you even deserve it? And even if I die, don't forget, Raijin is still on this island. I will wait for you in hell." Big Mom's words were like daggers piercing Akainu's heart, every word striking deep. He didn't roar in anger as before. Instead, he began to laugh coldly. However, within his laughter, the intense killing intent and rage were undeniable. In his laughter, his left hand suddenly transformed into boiling magma, countless plumes of black smoke rising from it. "Whether I deserve it or not, you won't see," he said. As for what that guy Raijin said, Akainu suddenly paused, taking a few steps forward to stand in front of Big Emma, whispering, "Raijin will also die here, and the one who possesses the original Demon Slayer will be here too." As soon as he finished speaking, Big Mom's pupils widened in disbelief as she looked at Akainu, knowing full well who the one with the original Demon Slayer was. As for his strength, no one in this world truly knew it, for those who had seen him draw his sword had already become his victims. Of course, besides the two powerful figures of her era, no one could withstand his second strike. Seeing the shock and unwillingness on Big Mom's face brought Akainu immense satisfaction, and he laughed loudly. But in the next second, Akainu's smile abruptly stopped, his face turning grotesque as he shouted, "Now, you go down to hell first and wait for your children." Saying this, his magma fist slammed fiercely into Big Mom's heart. Just as Stussy arrived, witnessing the scene, he quickly shouted at Akainu, "Don't kill her yet. Have you forgotten the orders from the higher-ups? It's best to capture Raijin and Big Mom alive." However, Akainu seemed not to hear, and with a boom, his magma arm pierced into Big Mom's heart, blood splattering onto Akainu's face, which he paid no mind to, even extending his tongue to lick it. After fully inserting his arm, Akainu still seemed unsatisfied, transforming half his body into magma and continuously pouring it into Big Mom's body, burning all her internal organs. He locked eyes with Big Mom, a cruel smile still on his lips. Big Mom's face contorted in extreme pain, feeling as if thousands of boiling needles were repeatedly stabbing her from within. All her organs turned to ashes under the magma's consumption, and even her coughs produced not blood, but clumps of boiling magma. Big opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but her throat had already been burned by the magma, making it impossible to produce any sound. Thus, in extreme agony, Big Mom slowly closed her eyes, her breath and life force rapidly dissipating. With her eyes closed, the faces of Perispero, Karakuri, Smoothie, BRLE, and other children appeared in her mind. And then she remembered what Akainu had said about the one who possessed the original Demon Slayer. "Raijin, Karakuri, I'm counting on you." Thinking this, Big Mom's mind went blank, her pupils slowly dilating, realizing in her final moments that her life force completely faded from this world, leaving behind this adventurous and passionate life. "Do you know what you're doing, Akainu?" Stussy stood before Big Mom's corpse, gazing at Akainu, who was standing atop her body, and coldly questioned him. Akainu slowly turned his head, locking eyes with Stussy. In that moment, Stussy felt all the hair on his body stand on end as he looked into Akainu's bloodshot, crimson eyes, devoid of any emotion, filled only with endless brutality and evil, like a terrifying demon crawling out of the abyss. Akainu wiped the blood of Big Mom from his face with his left hand and looked at Stussy with a cold smirk, saying, "These damn pirates, dead is dead. If they have any objections, let them come to me." With that, he jumped down from Big Mom's body, ready to drag her massive corpse toward the shore. He wanted to showcase his achievement in front of countless people, to use Big Mom's death to restore the shattered dignity of the Navy, to tell the world that one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, was slain by him, and that the Navy's authority could not be challenged. Watching Akainu's actions, Stussy felt a bit dissatisfied, but did not stop him. After all, Akainu was right. He was just a pirate, even if he was one of the 4 emperors. It was just a matter of killing him, nothing more to say. However, even if he wanted to intervene, he couldn't. His internal organs were still shaken and disoriented from the previous shockwave. Just as Akainu dragged Big Mom's corpse forward a few steps, he saw a familiar figure running toward them. A smirk formed on his lips as he coldly said, "Great, another fool coming to die." It was Smoothie, who had spotted Akainu's figure and Big Mom being dragged behind him from a distance. Her heart tightened, and she rushed over, yelling at Akainu, "What have you done to Mama? What is the matter?" Akainu twisted his neck, producing a cracking sound, and with a loud thud, he threw Big Mom's corpse in front of Smoothie, coldly saying, "Of course. I executed her. What else could it be?" Looking at the charred hole where Big Mom's heart used to be, Smoothie felt darkness cloud her vision, nearly losing her balance. She struggled to breathe, thinking, "No, this can't be. Mama can't be dead here. How could you possibly defeat Mama?" By the time she finished that last sentence, Smoothie cried out, her voice filled with endless sorrow and anger. She refused to give up and rushed to Big Mom's side, shaking her body repeatedly, tears streaming down her face and falling to the ground. "You said you would lead the nations to a better future. Wake up, Mama. Please wake up. How could you be defeated by someone like this?" With her eyes swollen from crying, Smoothie shot a cold glance at Akainu. Upon hearing her words, Akainu's smile vanished, replaced by a grim expression. He stepped closer to Smoothie, saying, "Seeing you so heartbroken, I think I'll send you down to join your dear Mama." He continued, "Oh, and not just you, I'll personally send all your brothers and sisters down too." With that, his remaining left arm transformed into magma, radiating intense heat as it charged towards Smoothie. Watching the magma-fisted attack distort the air as it approached, Smoothie sprang to her feet, locking her hate-filled gaze on Akainu, drawing her sword and charging at him. With a loud boom, Smoothie was sent flying, smoke billowing from her mouth. Although she was one of the sweet commanders, facing Akainu was far beyond her capabilities. Perhaps only her brother Katakuri could have fought him, not to mention that every blow from Akainu was filled with lethal intent. Showing no mercy, Smoothie lay on the ground, engulfed in smoke as Akainu approached. The scorching magma rolled toward her, and, as it crashed down, she closed her eyes in despair, thinking, "Sorry, brother, I failed to protect Mama. I'm going to join her now." With a loud explosion, Smoothie suddenly felt the searing heat dissipate. Opening her eyes, she saw a dark, muscular arm blocking her view, firmly catching Akainu's magma arm. "Is it brother?" In her confusion, she looked up to see a handsome figure with a slight smirk and a charmingly robed demeanor. Rayleigh. Even Akainu was startled upon seeing Rayleigh in front of him, quickly stepping back and watching him warily. He had witnessed Rayleigh's power during their previous battle, although he had trained hard over the past few months and improved his control over his powers. Facing someone who could defeat Steelbone and battle Kaido still put immense pressure on him. "Sorry, Smoothie, I'm late." Rayleigh felt a heaviness in his heart as he looked at Big Mom's corpse. He hadn't expected Akainu to be so decisive and kill Big Mom here. He killed Mama," Smoothie exclaimed, feeling as if she had grasped a lifeline. She knew only Rayleigh had the strength to confront Akainu. Seeing Smoothie's grief, Rayleigh nodded slowly before fixing a cold gaze on Akainu, saying, "You damn dog, you dare come here to bite? Oh, how did you lose an arm? Did you break Akiji's leg and then feel guilty, so you self-mutilated to ease your conscience?" Rayleigh smirked at Akainu's missing left arm, knowing it was destroyed by Big Mom's attack. But he wanted to provoke him further. "You little brat, keep talking. My business with Akiji has nothing to do with you. You won't be around much longer. You all will die here today." From a distance, Akainu glared at Rayleigh, shouting loudly but still hesitant to strike first. Hearing Akainu's response, Rayleigh chuckled mockingly, wondering where he found the courage to say such things. He then decided not to continue arguing with him and suddenly pushed off the ground, creating a large crater as he charged at Akainu. Seeing Rayleigh's approaching figure, Akainu's expression hardened and his lower body transformed into molten lava, releasing a powerful air blast that created shockwaves as he sped toward Rayleigh. In an instant, their fists were about to collide when Rayleigh's figure abruptly vanished from Akainu's sight. Startled, Akainu quickly looked around, searching for Rayleigh. The next moment, Rayleigh's voice echoed in his ears, "Hey, are your dog eyes or dog ears not working?" Not knowing when Leiyu had arrived behind him. The speed was slightly inferior to that of Kizuru. Akainu immediately turned his head towards the direction of the sound, and then his pupils shrank as he saw a red and black fist, infused with flowing sakura, exuding a terrifying aura, crashing violently into his face. Boom! Lei Yu's terrifying punch directly smashed Akainu's head into the ground, instantly creating a huge, deep pit. At that moment, Akainu felt a sharp pain in his face. When he touched it with his hand, blood gushed uncontrollably from his nose. This punch not only broke his nasal bone, but also knocked out 2 of his front teeth, which he didn't even know where they went. Before he could use life return to heal his injuries, Lei Yu's terrifying fist, accompanied by gusts of wind, smashed down towards his face once again. Boom! 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 Under the terrifying pressure emanating from Lei Yu, Akainu felt completely immobilized. Especially after being heavily injured by Big Mom's Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't withstand Lei Yu's fists, which came down like hail. Each of Lei Yu's punches landed precisely on Akainu's face, with just the right amount of force, preventing him from being killed instantly. At this moment, Akainu's face was no longer human. It was swollen like a pig's head, with blood continuously flowing from his 6 wounds. The breath from his nostrils was faint, as if he would lose consciousness at any moment. His aura had dropped to its lowest point, no longer resembling the previous arrogance. In the distance, Stussy, witnessing this scene, did not dare to rush forward, anxiously looking around as if searching for something. At this time, Smoker also approached, holding his long sword and coming to Akainu's side, who looked like a dead dog. Lei Yu, witnessing this, naturally knew what she intended to do and did not say much, actually making room for her. Subsequently, Smoker came to Akainu's side, fiercely stepping on his lower body. Her crimson eyes fixed on Akainu beneath her foot, saying nothing. With a whoosh, she similarly infused her weapon with armament Haki, and then swung her long sword. With a sound that cut through the air, a sharp slick echoed, and bright blood shot out, blooming in the air. Ah, my hand! Immediately, Akainu's scream pierced through the entire forest, and even the Navy soldiers on the battlefield vaguely heard this cry. Subsequently, countless Navy officers realized the situation was dire, no longer paying attention to the group of gods blocking them, and directly charged towards the forest. Kizaru also clearly heard this scream, and after a moment of shock, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he followed the crowd towards that direction. However, his speed truly did not live up to his title of light. At this moment, Akainu's pig-like face was already twisted together, while his left arm was destroyed. The force was so overwhelming that his left arm was directly shattered. Therefore, he did not feel a strong pain. But this time, the intense pain in his right arm stimulated every cell in his body. Looking at his empty arms on both sides, and at Smoker standing on his brother, Akainu felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation surge in his heart. With his bloodthirsty eyes, he stared fiercely at Smoker and Lei Yu, gritting his teeth as he said, "Just wait, I will definitely kill you." Even in this state, you're still putting on a brave front? Looking at Akainu's appearance, Lei Yu mocked with a cold smile. He then glanced back and said to Smoker, "Finish off this dead dog. The Navy should be arriving soon." Lei Yu could sense the presence of Fujitora and others rapidly approaching, although he also felt that Katakuri and the others were not far away. To prevent any unexpected changes, it was better to act directly. Smoker nodded in agreement, coldly looking down at Akainu, raising his long sword high, with a strong killing intent emanating from it. At this moment, Akainu finally panicked, seeing the cold gleam of a long sword and the determination in Smoker's eyes. He realized he had already walked down a path of no return. He then began to struggle frantically under Smoker's feet, trying to escape this place. Watching Akainu struggle at her feet, Smoker slightly closed her eyes and thought, "Mom, I've avenged you." She then suddenly opened her eyes wide, and her aura erupted violently. Tears sparkled in her eyes as she brought the long sword down hard towards Akainu's head. She wanted to cut this man who killed Big Mom in half to relieve the pain in her heart. In the distance, Stussy, seeing this scene, felt her pupils shrink. She did not expect that Lei Yu and the others would be so decisive. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes as she rushed forward, preparing to delay for Akainu. Although she did not particularly like Akainu, he was still an admiral. If he died here, it would be a total loss of face for the Navy, and it could even implicate the world government. But the mere few hundred meters seemed so far at this moment. Watching the sharp blade fall rapidly, Stussy shook her head helplessly. It was too late. Lying on the ground, Akainu had given up struggling, feeling the coldness piercing like a needle into his forehead, the feeling of death enveloping his heart. Akainu's eyes went blank, not knowing what was on his mind. Just as Smoker's blade was only 1 meter away from Akainu's head, a purple-black light flashed before his eyes. With a clang, it shattered Smoker's long sword into 2 halves in an instant, the sharp blade embedding itself in the ground, just a millimeter away from Akainu's forehead. Lei Yu recognized the aura of the purple light that had just flashed by, identical to the purple sword energy that he and the others had unleashed when leaving the Sabeti archipelago months ago. Realizing this, Lei Yu turned to look at the still unresponsive smoker, who was still stepping on Akainu. His gaze sharpened as his left arm transformed into a dragon claw, fiercely striking towards Akainu's heart. Lei Yu was determined to kill this dog. But at that moment, a massive purple-black slash, reminiscent of what had been unleashed at Sabeti Archipelago, wreaked havoc around, accompanied by a powerful howling sound, ruthlessly slashing towards Lei Yu. In an instant, Lei Yu felt a chill run down his back, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. However, looking at Akainu beneath him, Lei Yu's eyes flashed with determination, and the speed of his claw increased. But in that split second, he was only 1 centimeter away from Akainu's heart, ready to kill him. Yet the sense of impending death in Lei Yu's heart told him that he had to dodge this attack, or he would die. With a reluctant expression, Lei Yu immediately retracted his dragon claw and pulled Smoker to the side. In that instant, the purple-black slash grazed their backs and flew towards the distant void, disappearing into a dark spatial rift. At this moment, Lei Yu felt an overwhelming sword energy slicing through the air behind him, filled with a strong sense of death and evil. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his back. What kind of power is this? What kind of person can wield such strength? It was at this moment that Lei Yu, in this new world, first experienced a fear that he could not control. A fear that seemed to appear out of nowhere and enveloped his heart. At the same time, he also felt a sense of inevitable danger, knowing that just moments ago, he had been completely unprepared. If he transformed into his dragon form, he might barely withstand this attack and not be instantly killed. Dodging the strike, Lei Yu threw down Smuggy, which felt as heavy as a mountain, onto the ground with a thud. He turned to look in the direction of the incoming attack and heard a cracking sound as a massive fissure spread toward him. This was the very path that the slash had taken. Furthermore, pools of seawater began to spill out from the crack, and this purple-black slash had directly penetrated the entire small island. In that moment, Lei Yu was immensely relieved that he had made the right choice. Ah, my leg, my leg. At this time, the wailing of Akainu came again. Isn't that a bit tragic? Lei Yu turned around to see that Akainu's legs below the knees had been severed at some point, blood gushing out like a fountain, quickly forming a small pool of blood. Due to excessive blood loss, Akainu's face had turned extremely pale, and his aura resembled that of an elderly man on the brink of death. Could it be the earlier sword energy? Lei Yu was secretly alarmed. TSK. Watching Akainu, now limbless and in such a tragic state, Lei Yu shook his head and clicked his tongue. This must be karma. However, on the other hand, it seemed that Akainu's actions were not entirely wrong from the Navy's perspective. It was just that some of his methods were quite unpleasant. Akainu never expected that during this trip to Cake Island, he would be turned into a limbless wreck. The fact that one of the 3 admirals, now the fleet admiral of the Navy, ended up like this. How ridiculous. Lei Yu did not continue to pay attention to the pitiful Akainu, but instead focused on a void ahead. After a while, he saw a bald man in a white robe with a long knife hanging from his waist, appearing in his line of sight. Upon seeing this person, Stussy immediately jogged over, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, "I pay my respects to Lord Charles D. Saint." The man referred to as Charles D. Saint slightly raised his head, said nothing, and instead fixed his gaze on Lei Yu, studying him intently. At this moment, Lei Yu recognized that this bald man was one of the 5 elders of the world government. However, what surprised Lei Yu was his name, Charles D. Saint. As far as he knew, such a format of a name was exclusive to the celestial dragons, with the male suffix being Saint, and the female suffix being Miko. Clearly, this person was a celestial dragon. What puzzled Lei Yu was that while other celestial dragons often appeared as repugnant and mentally deficient individuals, this man and even the 5 elders were evidently different from the usual celestial dragon stereotype. They seemed completely unrelated to the foolishness associated with celestial dragons. And even when going out, they did not wear masks to avoid what they deemed impure air. Thinking about this, Lei Yu suddenly felt that the celestial dragons were quite intriguing. They could be considered the smartest, yet most foolish group of people in the world, with the ruling 5 elders being the clever strategists. No one even knew if they possessed combat power, while the average celestial dragon was the epitome of ignorance, lacking even basic common sense and combat awareness. Was this extreme divergence in development intentional, or was it something else? Moreover, based on what Lama had said before, Lei could roughly deduce that the five elders had traveled to Wano country 500 years ago. But how had they managed to survive for hundreds of years? Was it due to the surgery fruit? However, the surgery fruit could only revive one person at a time, unless they killed someone who had just consumed the surgery fruit shortly after and found another one for them to consume. Or perhaps the five elders were merely a code name. No one knew the answers to these questions. As he pondered, Lei increasingly felt that this world was not as simple as he had thought. Since arriving in this world, Lei had been engaged in fighting and killing, never choosing to explore the secrets of this world, nor had he ever intentionally sought out the true history, One Piece, ancient weapons, and other hidden matters. Perhaps throughout history, he had only thought that defeating the celestial dragons and overthrowing their rule would suffice. But now, after seeing Charles D. Saint, he sensed that there were significant secrets within the celestial dragons themselves. Realizing this, Lei forcefully cut off his train of thought and refocused on Charles D. Saint, his expression extremely grave, although he did not sense the slightest hint of powerful energy radiating from him. If it weren't for the robe and the long knife at his waist, one might genuinely mistake him for an ordinary person. Yet the more was like this, the heavier Lei's mood became. Wasn't the legendary strongman in novels often like this? A sweeping monk, a beggar, an ordinary old man, and so on. One more thing was that the aura of the slash that had instilled fear and death in him was eerily similar to the aura of the long knife at his waist. Could it be the first-generation Onigiri? Lei frowned slightly, unsure if that knife was indeed the legendary first-generation demon blade. These inferences were drawn from something he had seen on a site called Penguin Insights. Just then, Charles D. Saint, not far away, suddenly moved. His facial expression shifted as he stepped closer to Lei. Even without exuding any energy, he still brought a strong sense of pressure to Lei. This kind of pressure was something even Whitebeard had never given him. Meanwhile, Stussy, who was beside Lei, also calmed down, glancing at the bald man in the robe not far away, and then at Akainu sprawled in a pool of blood. It was evident that Akainu's vitality was remarkably strong. Although he had not injured any vital organs, after losing so much blood, he was still alive. Then, Stussy's gaze flickered. Just as she was about to step forward to finish off Akainu, Lei stopped her with a look. Because Lei knew that Charles D. Saint would likely not allow Akainu to die at the hands of pirates today, to be precise. He would not permit Akainu to die at the hands of pirates due to his position as Fleet Admiral. If he were to die at the hands of pirates, it would only serve to bolster the morale of other pirates. This would be detrimental to them. However, given Akainu's current state, perhaps death would be a relief for him. It might be better to let him live in pain. As Charles D. Saint gradually approached, the invisible pressure became increasingly intense. By the time he reached Akainu's side, beads of sweat had already formed on Lei's forehead. Charles Z. Saint stared at Lei without taking any action or saying anything. And Lei did not dare to strike rashly. Facing an opponent of this level, a hasty attack would only reveal his flaws. The two stood about 10 meters apart, staring at each other, feeling the immense pressure from one another like a mountain. Lei released his Conqueror's Haki and aura without reservation to counter this powerful presence. Crack, crack. The ground beneath their feet began to crack under the tremendous pressure and the shock of the Conqueror's Haki, extending outward in a spiderweb pattern. Boom! Suddenly, the sky darkened, thick clouds gathered, and terrifying lightning streaked across the sky, producing a deafening roar. Even Akainu felt an intense sense of suffocation and immediately retreated, falling out of the two's aura. After a brief few seconds of their initial confrontation, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of Charles Z. Saint's mouth as he withdrew his powerful aura, retracting it to the level of an ordinary person. Seeing this, Lei also retracted his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki without making any further movements. On that day, the sky instantly cleared, the clouds gradually dissipating. Just as Charles Z. Saint was about to speak, Akainu suddenly erupted beside him, biting at the robe below him and frantically shouting, Why don't you kill me? You ruined me. You ruined me. Kill me. Hurry, just kill me. Charles Z. Saint suddenly frowned, looking at Akainu, who resembled a dead dog, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain and impatience. He bent down, grabbed Akainu by the collar, and lifted him up, blood dripping and splattering onto the pool of blood below, creating ripples. After glancing at his empty arms and lower body, he seemingly shook his head in pity, as if disposing of a bag of trash, and with a bang, he threw him at Stussy's feet. Stussy understood her master's intent and looked expressionlessly at Akainu on the ground, using her fingers to touch several spots on his body to stop the bleeding. She knew that Charles Z. Saint did not want Akainu to die here, as it would be embarrassing Of course, Akainu's face didn't matter. It was mainly about the government's image. After taking care of Akainu, Stussy suddenly turned her gaze forward, where she saw the figures of Charlotte Bryn, Katakuri, Perispero, and others slowly appearing in her line of sight. Behind them, various Navy generals followed suit. Stussy, seeing this, gave a cold smile. They arrived just in time, and she planned to take out the Charlotte family in one go to avoid any trouble. At that point, Lei Yu's group would not be able to escape either, and eliminating two threats at once would be quite beautiful. Katakuri and the others quickly arrived and were startled upon seeing Lei Yu and Charles Z. Saint. Then they saw Big Mom's enormous body ahead and felt that her life force had completely dissipated, her skin terrifyingly pale. The crowd's eyes filled with intense rage, and an overwhelming killing intent surged towards the light confronting Lei Yu. Seeing this, Charles Z. Saint's eyes narrowed, and the terrifying pressure around him bypassed Lei Yu, striking at Katakuri and his group. In an instant, it crushed the powerful killing intent they had gathered. This immense pressure instantly bore down on the crowd, causing many to feel a sweet metallic taste in their throats, blood spewing from their mouths, their faces turning pale. Only Katakuri managed to withstand this overwhelming pressure. However, after giving the Charlotte family a small lesson, Charles Z. Saint retracted his pressure. After all, these people were nothing more than ants to him, and in his eyes, Lei Yu was likely just a slightly larger ant. Then, he looked expressionlessly at Lei Yu and said, "So you're the one who's been stirring up this sea lately, huh? You must be one of the 5 elders." Lei Yu snorted coldly, and upon hearing this, a flash of surprise crossed Charles Z. Saint's eyes as he looked deeply at Lei Yu. "It seems you really know quite a bit. But your journey ends here today." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a short section of a long knife hanging at his waist. In an instant, a purple-black smoke slowly emanated from it. Feeling the evil, bloodthirsty, and frenzied power of the blade, Lei Yu's expression grew extremely serious. It seemed to be the legendary demon sword, Shodai Kitetsu. Crack, crack, just pulling the blade out, even a short distance shattered the surrounding space, creating pitch-black spatial cracks. "It's over, Lei Yu. Fear this blade known as Demon Sword Kitetsu Shodai." As Charles Z. Saint's voice fell, the eerie and powerful demon sword was instantly drawn from his waist. Buzz. A purple sword energy suddenly appeared in front of Charles Z. Saint, continuously gathering power, shattering the void, filled with pure evil, madness, and murderous intent. Slashing towards Lei Yu. Instantly, a strong sense of fear filled everyone's hearts, and even Lei Yu felt a hint of fear in his eyes under the influence of this sword energy. However, he did not retreat due to this intense fear. Instead, he felt his blood boiling, watching the purple-black sword energy about to strike him. His eyes filled with fierce battle intent. "Come on, show me the power of Shodai Kitetsu." Lei Yu roared madly. Roar. With a dragon's roar, Lei Yu's body suddenly soared to a height of 4 or 5 meters, and crimson dragon scales emerged on his skin, exuding a chaotic and ferocious aura. Seeing such a powerful Lei Yu, Charles Z. Saint was not surprised. If he did not possess such strength, he would be shocked. After all, the first person on the Adults Purge list could not possibly be a simple character. Then, a glint of brilliance flashed in Charles Z. Saint's eyes. Suddenly, the veins on his forehead bulged, his eyes widened in anger as he loudly roared, "Demon Phantom Slash." With a swish, the purple-black sword energy he had been brewing in front of him suddenly vanished. The next second, it appeared right in front of Lei Yu, as if it had traversed space, slashing down with infinite power and an eerie force. Seeing this, Lei Yu's pupils contracted. He did not expect this slash to come so suddenly and strangely. Moreover, the eerie power felt as if it did not belong to this world, or rather, it transcended this world, emanating a higher level of power. Without having time to think, Lei Yu's claws instantly attached to the flowing Sakura domineering aura, carrying an equally powerful presence to meet the terrifying sword energy. But the next second, something unexpected happened to Lei Yu. Just as his claws were about to collide with the purple-black sword energy, that sword energy disappeared into the void once again. Before Lei Yu could react, he felt a ripple in the space in front of him, and after a flash of purple light, a stream of bright red blood spurted out like an arrow, blooming in the air. Subsequently, Lei Yu stood there in a daze, slowly looking down to see a gruesome crack appear in his chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. When did this happen? Until now, Lei Yu couldn't comprehend how that slash had hit him. The phantom slash, was this what it meant? Reflecting on the earlier attack, A bitter smile unconsciously appeared on Lei Yu's face. This time, he truly encountered a terrifying opponent. It was also the first time he felt a genuine sense of powerlessness. Even though he possessed the strength to forcibly compete with him, what would happen after fighting desperately? Could he withstand him? Then Lei Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, as a strange force continuously damaged his cellular tissues. His vision darkened for a moment, and after staggering a few steps, he managed to steady himself with smuggy support. However, that strange force continued to invade the wound on his chest, causing Lei Yu's strong recovery ability to fail to stabilize his injury. As blood continued to flow out, Lei Yu's face turned pale, and his crimson eyes fixed on Charles Z. Saint. After pushing away Smuggy's support, he covered his chest and struggled to ask, "What kind of power is this?" Hee. It's a power you have never encountered and will never have the chance to encounter. Saying this, Charles Z. Saint slowly walked towards Lei Yu step by step. The demon sword in his hand had somehow returned to its sheath. Watching the gradually approaching Charles Z. Saint, Katakuri's expression hardened as he stepped forward to block Lei Yu, slightly tilting his head to say to him, "You go first. We'll buy you some time. You've already done enough for us." Smuggy, Cracker, and the others also stood in front of Lei Yu. Although they knew that the person who had injured Lei Yu with a single slash was not someone they could deal with, even so, they wanted to buy time for Lei Yu to escape. Just from that one sword, they could tell that this person was on a completely different level from them, and Lei Yu had no need to risk his life here for them. Seeing this scene, Charles Z. Saint sneered, "Don't get anxious. No one is leaving today." Saying this, he stopped in his tracks, gripped the sword hilt once more, and after a moment concentration, that terrifying purple sword energy slowly began to gather before him again. Seeing this, Lei Yu pulled Katakuri back and coldly said, "Leave him to me. You guys going up will only be throwing your lives away. I'm not that weak, haha. This kind of battle is exactly what I've been looking forward to." Katakuri was about to say something to Lei Yu when he suddenly saw something. His face changed dramatically as he pointed towards Stussie's location and exclaimed, "How could that guy be here?" Hearing this, Lei Yu looked in the direction Katakuri was pointing and was equally shocked, furrowing his brows tightly in confusion. How could that guy be here? At the same time, Stussie's scream came over. "Aw, Lord Charles Z. Saint, help." Charles Z. Saint was also momentarily stunned. He turned slightly and saw several figures appear over there. A glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then a surge of overwhelming killing intent and rage suddenly erupted from him. The entire world in that moment was influenced by the power erupting from his body, becoming extremely dark again, filled with cracks in space. Then, Charles Z. Saint looked at that person and said word by word, "You also came seeking death. Marshal D. Teach." He didn't even notice that Blackbeard had also arrived here. In the distance, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach's figure appeared next to Stussie, and underneath him, Akainu lay with a pitch-black hole in his heart, from which eerie black smoke was rising. He had already lost all breath, not knowing when Blackbeard had appeared here and killed him. Stussie was now kneeling on the ground, while Rain D. Shiryu stood beside her, holding a sword radiating cold light. Poised at Stussie's neck, Blackbeard Teach stood with his hands crossed, smiling at her, seemingly unfazed by the earlier sword energy, looking at her with greedy ambition and saying, "I have no other purpose in coming here. Just give me Big Mom's corpse, and I won't interfere with your affairs." Seeing Blackbeard's arrogant demeanor, a surge of anger ignited within Charles Z. Saint. But before he could do anything, Katakuri's voice shouted out first, "We can't possibly hand over Mom's corpse to you. Give it up." It's important to note that Big Mom was the pillar of their Cake Island and Whole Cake Island. Although she had passed away, Big Mom's dignity did not allow anyone to trample on it. Smuggy, Cracker, and Perispero glared at Teach, not expecting this guy to be interested in Mom's corpse. Lei Yu also stared deeply at Teach, knowing that he certainly didn't think Teach wanted Big Mom's corpse for some strange purpose. Oh no, he wanted to do something strange, like extracting Big Mom's fruit abilities. As for Akainu's fruit ability, Lei Yu believed it had already been extracted by Blackbeard, just not knowing if it had been used on himself. Blackbeard, hearing Katakuri's angry shout not far away, looked at them mockingly and said, "You still don't realize your situation?" Then he turned to Charles Z. Saint, wickedly smiling. "How about this? If you agree to leave Big Mom's corpse to me, I can help you deal with them." Upon hearing Blackbeard Teach's words, Katakuri clenched his fists, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger as he shouted at Blackbeard, "He's one of the Navy. Are you, as a pirate, going to help them?" "Ha! Ha!" Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Blackbeard Teach burst into loud laughter, looking at Katakuri with his greedy and insane eyes, saying, This is just a trade for what I want. Besides, pirate? Have you forgotten my identity as a warlord of the sea? Then he looked at Charles Z. Saint and smiled. I am a warlord of the sea. Essentially on the same side. How about you hand over Big Mom's corpse to me for a while? If possible, maybe the corpses of Lei Yu and others too. Everyone looked at Blackbeard in disbelief, feeling that this person was a madman. Ryu did not feel anything about this. He had a certain understanding of Blackbeard and had regarded him as a significant threat since arriving in this world. Look, Ryu's group and Big Mom are over there. Hurry up. Hey, is that Big Mom? At this moment, a large naval force and various officers surrounded them from different directions. Suddenly, a commander noticed Big Mom's enormous body ahead and sensed that the life force within her was completely gone, confirming her death. Excited expressions appeared in their eyes. Big Mom has been killed. Fantastic. Next, we just need to go all out and capture everyone from the Big Mom pirates. You guys see, Ryu seems to be injured too. Suddenly, another person exclaimed upon seeing the pool of blood under Ryu and the gruesome scar on his chest. What? Great. Seeing Ryu heavily injured made several officers show joy on their faces. This means they could capture Ryu as well. Is this the strength of Admiral Akainu? So powerful. He actually killed Big Mom and severely injured Ryu. Are we finally going to rise as the Navy? Some hawkish figures naturally attributed all this to Akainu, obviously unaware of where Akainu currently lay dead. At this moment, another naval vice admiral seemed to notice Charles Z.D. Saint standing in front of Ryu and asked in confusion, "Who is he?" "All right, I don't think I've seen him before." "Be careful, he might be with Ryu. Didn't you see how close he is to him?" "But that's not right." Looking at Ryu and the others, they seemed to be wary of him. For a moment, everyone noticed this person they had never seen before, and curiosity arose as they began to discuss. Just then, several members of the world government noticed Charles Z.D. Saint, and their expressions changed dramatically. They didn't expect this person to be here. After all, only Lucci, Stussy, and Akainu knew about Charles Z.D. Saint's deployment. Not even Kizuru and Fujitora had received this information. Immediately, several members of the world government hurriedly reprimanded the surrounding navy. "Watch your words. We can't afford to offend this esteemed person. Just know he is from the government." Saying this, they pointed upwards toward the sky. Instantly, the naval officers stared in shock at the bald swordsman before them, not expecting such a big shot to come along on this operation. "And you all, surround this group of pirates. Don't let them escape. The next steps will be left to that esteemed person," the members of the government continued. Although a few vice admirals felt dissatisfied with the attitude of these world government personnel, they couldn't say anything given their current situation. They didn't discuss Charles Z.D. Saint any further, but discreetly formed a surrounding circle, keeping Ryu and Katakuri at a distance. At that moment, a startled cry suddenly came from Blackbeard's direction. "Ah, Admiral Akainu." Upon hearing Akainu's name, the eyes of the Navy lit up. They all turned to look in the direction of the sound, hoping to welcome this hero of the war with their fervent gazes. But what they saw was just a body lying in a pool of blood, missing limbs. What kind of Admiral Akainu was that? No, it can't be. How could Admiral Akainu end up in a place like this? Impossible. And seeing the surrounding Navy's expressions, Blackbeard's eyes flashed with a glimmer of excitement as he lifted the already dead Akainu with one hand, grinning. "Oh, sorry. I feel guilty about not saving Admiral Akainu from Ryu. Sorry. Saying this, he casually threw Akainu's mangled body towards the Navy. Upon hearing Blackbeard's words, Ryu's eyes turned icy in an instant. He didn't expect that even in this situation, Blackbeard would still want to mock him. However, Ryu didn't want to explain. After all, Blackbeard still held the title of warlord, and it was useless for him to explain now. Watching the terrifying corpse flying towards him, no one stepped forward to catch it. They all moved aside, and Akainu's body landed roughly on the ground, rolling a few times before turning to dust. After a while, they finally approached, and upon realizing that this corpse truly belonged to their admiral, they felt their hearts sink, overwhelmed by a wave of sorrow, as if something had blocked their throats, rendering them speechless. They had thought they were welcoming their hero, the one who had killed Big Mom, but unexpectedly, this hero had truly become a hero. Heroes are usually dead, aren't they? Although countless pirates deeply resented Akainu's extreme ruthlessness for the Navy, Akainu was indeed a hero who enforced his justice to the utmost. Perhaps for ordinary people, being protected by him should feel quite safe, but his justice was simply too extreme, becoming less just. At this moment, all the Navy stared blankly at the already deceased Akainu, feeling lost and confused. Some gazed up at the sky in a daze, pondering something, while others knelt on the ground, frantically pounding the earth with their hands, filled with hatred towards Ryu's group. Some shook their heads helplessly, praying with pitying gazes, sending their admiral off for the last time. At this moment, they all felt one thing: the Navy was doomed. Meanwhile, Kizaru had also arrived, while Fujitora was held back by Dragon Horse at a distance, unable to break free. When Kizaru saw Akainu's body, which resembled a human stick, his pupils visibly shook. He didn't expect Akainu to have actually died here. However, there was no sadness or other emotions reflected in his eyes. He maintained his usual lewd and lazy demeanor. But the brilliance hidden deep within his eyes flickered incessantly, and no one knew what Kizaru was really thinking at that moment. Hee, old man of the world government. How are your considerations going? Can I borrow Big Mom's corpse for a while? Blackbeard Teach repeated once more, and this time Charles Z. D. Saint finally spoke. He coldly looked at Blackbeard Teach with his emotionless eyes and said, Marshal, D. Teach, right? You came at the right time. Now, we can reduce the list of people to eliminate by 2. Upon hearing this, Ryu was suddenly taken aback. He thought to himself, esteemed person? Is it that M from the elimination list? Ryu was certain that he had already caught M's attention, and one person on the elimination list must be him. Based on the images in his mind, it seemed that only Marshal D, Teach, Monkey D, Luffy, and Princess Shirahoshi were regarded as targets for elimination by him. In fact, Ryu had not expected to be included on her blacklist. In truth, based on Charles Z. D. Saint's previous words, Ryu knew that his ultimate goal this time was not Big Mom, but rather himself. As for the actions against the Big Mom pirates, they were merely incidental. In the distance, Blackbeard heard the words of Charles D. Saint and had not yet reacted when he saw Charles D. Saint's gaze sharpen. He suddenly drew his sword, and an incredibly powerful purple sword energy instantly condensed, slashing towards Blackbeard Teach with boundless might. However, facing this formidable sword energy, Teach's expression did not change at all. Looking at the rapidly approaching purple sword energy, Blackbeard Teach slowly extended his right hand, and strands of black energy emanated from his hand, coalescing into a spiral black vortex in front of him. When the purple sword energy struck the black vortex, it suddenly paused, as if it had fallen into a swamp, slowly being engulfed by darkness until it disappeared. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu's mind jolted, frowning tightly, feeling it was quite unbelievable. Wasn't Teach's dark fruit ability supposed to only devour devil fruits? But why was he able to absorb such a powerful sword energy now? Could it be that his fruit ability had awakened and become even stronger, or were there many aspects of the dark fruit that he did not understand? Not only Lei Yu, but even Charles D. Saint did not expect Blackbeard to so easily neutralize his attack. After giving Teach a deep glance, he coldly snorted, saying, I'll deal with you later. He then turned his attention to Lei Yu. After all, Lei Yu had just been struck by his sword, and the demonic energy within his cursed sword was constantly damaging Lei Yu's body. Undoubtedly, dealing with Lei Yu first was the best choice. However, Blackbeard seemed unwilling to give up, persistently saying, I advise you to agree with me quickly, or else when he arrives. Before he could finish, Charles D. Saint suddenly turned around, glaring at Blackbeard Teach, and coldly asked, Are you threatening me? Huh, no. How could I dare to threaten you? Lord Gorosei? Blackbeard Teach laughed loudly. Upon hearing that Blackbeard recognized his identity, Charles D. Saint's pupils slightly constricted. He had never revealed his identity in front of him, nor had Lei Yu. Both had recognized each other upon meeting. Indeed, Lord M's targets are not simple characters. Once I deal with Lei Yu, you won't be able to escape either. Saying this, Charles D. Saint gently placed his hand back on the cursed sword, and the purple sword energy instantly began to condense in front of him again. He no longer wanted to continue entangling with Blackbeard. Everything would wait until he dealt with Lei Yu first. The next moment, Charles D. Saint's gaze sharpened, and he shouted in a low voice, Demon Phantom Slash. He then unsheathed his sword and violently swung it forward, sending the condensed, incredibly powerful purple-black sword energy towards Lei Yu. Immediately afterward, he inserted the strange cursed sword back into its sheath, deeply exhaling, and a faint trace of purple light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At that moment, as Lei Yu saw this bizarre slash coming towards him, his gaze sharpened, preparing to unleash all his strength for a desperate fight, when he suddenly felt a familiar and immensely powerful aura coming from behind him. Before the purple slash could reach him, he heard a crack, and the sword energy suddenly developed spiderweb-like cracks. Then, with a bang, this formidable sword energy exploded, turning into purple dust that vanished into the void. Not far away, Blackbeard observed this scene, his eyes flickering, muttering, "Is he here?" At the same time, the screams of a group of Navy soldiers came from behind Lei Yu. "Ah, help! How is this possible? When did you all arrive?" Amidst the horrified screams, countless Navy officers were sent flying, forcibly opening a path toward Lei Yu. Seeing the tall and robust figure appear in front of him, Charles D. Saint's face instantly turned extremely dark, and he said in an icy tone, "I didn't expect you to join the fray, Whitebeard." Edward Newgate. The Navy behind Lei Yu was being beaten to the ground by Ace, Marco, and other division commanders, crying out in pain. A group of Navy officers in the distance, seeing this, rushed over to provide support. However, the Whitebeard pirates were incredibly powerful. These Navy officers, whether they were vice admirals or regular officers, were knocked down by Ace and others before Whitebeard even made a move. Yet, they didn't kill anyone, merely incapacitating them. Meanwhile, Kazuru, who was further away, was also surprised, not expecting the Whitebeard pirates to arrive. He hadn't anticipated that a single Navy operation would attract so many unexpected individuals. Kizaru then shook his head helplessly and flashed to the sky above Ace and the others, shouting down at the Navy below, "Fall back, you can't stop them." Following this, the Navy retreated behind Kizaru. At the same time, Kizaru's gaze sharpened, and an array of dazzling light emanated from him, forming a star-like shape, shining like a sun in the sky. Next, he crossed his hands, intertwining his fingers. A more brilliant light flickered at his fingertips as he spoke in a deep voice. "Yasakani no Magatama." In an instant, a barrage of small light orbs shot down like a machine gun, raising clouds of dust, while the Navy seized the opportunity to retreat. Whitebeard, seemingly oblivious, stepped toward Lei Yu's location, still surrounded by Kizaru's light orbs. He casually complained, "Wow, that's really dazzling." Next to him, Marco understood, and, with a crisp sound of a phoenix cry, blue flames appeared around his body, forming a pair of magnificent wings as he flew into the sky. Heading towards the light, orbs shot by Kizaru. Boom! After a series of explosive sounds, a blue light and a yellow light flashed past, and Marco, flapping his wings, returned to Whitebeard's side. Kizaru in the sky muttered, "Yo, no wonder he's the captain, so powerful." He then returned to the ground, not continuing to engage. The surrounding Navy officers, seeing Kizaru return, crowded around him, asking Admiral Kizaru, "Should we go after that guy from the world government?" "Yeah, maybe we can capture Lei Yu and even Whitebeard's crew." Even if Admiral Akainu sacrifices himself, the Navy's prestige might still be preserved. Kizaru looked at the people around him who were speaking and sighed deeply, saying, "You won't be able to participate in the upcoming battle. Just retreat to the shore. I'll stay here to help." The Navy soldiers nodded in response. Indeed, at this point, they were no longer useful, and even several vice admirals had lost their effectiveness in this battle. After thinking this through, the vice admirals looked at Kizaru solemnly and said, "We entrust this to you. You must uphold Admiral Akainu's honor." After seeing Kizaru nod, several vice admirals led a group of Navy personnel away from the area, retreating towards the coast. The Navy could not afford any losses at this point. Once the Navy had retreated, Kizaru turned his attention back to Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard had reached Raijin's side, and, glancing at the bleeding scar on Raijin's chest, asked with concern, "How are you? Can you hold on?" Raijin smiled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not that fragile. It's just a small issue. It only hurts a bit. By the way, how did you get here, old man?" Whitebeard chuckled, looking at Raijin with a helpless expression. "When I heard you were going to attend Big Mom's tea party, I had a feeling that wherever you are, something would definitely happen. Look at this. The Navy has deployed such strength. Even I am seeing it for the first time." Haha. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Raijin scratched the back of his head and laughed awkwardly. Seeing Raijin's silly smile, Whitebeard shook his head helplessly and said, "All right, you just focus on recuperating. Leave this to me." As he spoke, the smile on his face suddenly faded, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body, exuding a strong sense of authority. His presence stirred the surrounding space, creating whirlwinds that wreaked havoc all around. Whitebeard, with a cold gaze, looked at Charles E.D., sat in front of him and said arrogantly, "You old dog of the government, I'll give you a chance. Get the hell out of here while you can." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, even Raijin was taken aback, not expecting this old man to be so domineering. Moreover, the explosive and destructive aura he radiated made Raijin realized that this was the true Whitebeard. Charles E. Saint, however, did not seem angered by the words. With a smirk, He looked at Whitebeard and said, "Aren't you supposed to be enjoying your old age? What are you doing here, stirring up trouble? If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." After hearing Charles E.D. Saint's unceremonious words, Whitebeard had yet to respond. But his sons immediately became displeased, releasing their powerful auras and glaring at Charles E.D. Saint. "You bastard, how dare you talk to Dad like that? How dare you speak to him like that?" Suddenly, the temperature around the arena dropped sharply, and the atmosphere escalated to its peak due to their brief exchange. "Huh, you brats don't even have a say here." With that, Charles E.D. Saint's incredibly evil aura burst forth, pressing down on Ace and the other division captains. In an instant, they felt a surge of intense fear rising within them. Their throats felt constricted, making it hard to breathe. With wide eyes, they stared at the bald man in front of them, shocked that this guy could be so terrifying. Oof. With a cold snort from Whitebeard, this evil intimidation was instantly blocked. The division captains behind him felt their breathing return to normal. "You all should step back. You can't get involved in this kind of war." Marco nodded upon hearing this, gave a few reminders to his father, and led the division captains to retreat slightly. However, Ace suddenly stood frozen in place. "Move, Ace. What are you dawdling for?" Marco shouted at the dazed Ace. Whitebeard also noticed Ace's unusual behavior, turning slightly to see Ace's gaze fixed on the spot where Blackbeard had just been. Although he had already disappeared, Ace could still sense the unique aura of the dark fruit. Whitebeard immediately understood and said to Ace, "Don't rush in after that guy. He's very dangerous right now. If you don't want to worry me or Marco, train for a few years before going after that traitor." After hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace seemed to regain his focus, clenched his fists tightly, nodded, and followed Marco and the others back. After watching Ace and the others leave, Raijin turned to Katakuri and the others and said, "You should leave too. Protect Big Mom's body, and it's fine to go find Ace and the others together. Just say you're my friend." Seeing Raijin's serious expression, Katakuri understood that a battle of unprecedented scale might erupt here. Even someone of his caliber might not be able to get involved. He then called for Cracker and others to help carry Big Mom's massive body and retreated. However, they did not heed Raijin's words to regroup with Ace and the others. After all, both sides belonged to the Four Emperors' strength, and there had been friction during their previous clashes over cards in the New World. Even if they might not say anything out of respect for Raijin, Katakuri did not want that. He had his pride and dignity. Watching Katakuri and the others retreat while carrying Big Mom's body, Charles Z.D. Saint subtly placed his hand on the sword hilt. But after glancing at Whitebeard not far away, he withdrew his hand. Clearly, even such a powerful Charles Z.D. Saint was extremely cautious when facing Whitebeard. After both sides left the area, Whitebeard turned to Raijin, saying, "You can stay here if you want, just don't get in your old brother's way." Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Raijin nodded helplessly. He understood that Whitebeard did not want him involved, especially since he was also considered an injured party. Looking at the empty surroundings, Charles Z.D. Saint sneered, "Whitebeard, you don't really think that this will be enough to stop the collapse of Cake Island and the fall of the gods, do you? Perhaps even your Whitebeard pirates will be caught up in this. For a kid like Raijin, I'm not sure it's worth it for you." Hearing Charles Z.D. Saint's words, Whitebeard looked at him with disdain and coldly snorted, "Humph, just because of you, Charles Z.D. Saint. Moreover, Raijin is my brother. Don't you know that?" When Whitebeard called out Charles Z.D. Saint's name, Raijin's body shook, looking at Whitebeard in confusion. How did this old man know his name? Did they have any prior interactions? Suddenly, Raijin was increasingly confused about the situation in this sea. It was so different from the anime. However, upon hearing Whitebeard's subsequent words, Raijin felt a warmth in his heart, not expecting this old man, who he had little connection with, to care about him so much. Is this the charm of Whitebeard? Ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Charles Z.D. Saint threw his head back and laughed, but that laughter was filled with endless evil. Why? Just because you, Whitebeard, are already old. Crack! Charles Z.D. Saint twisted his neck and tilted his head with a sinister smile. If you were in your prime, you might have piqued my interest a bit. But now, how many of my sword strikes can you withstand? Your body probably can't handle this kind of battle anymore. Laughing like a madman, Whitebeard suddenly burst into laughter as well. And boom, with a sudden force, he slammed the Songyun cut into the ground and said, "Why didn't you dare to boast in front of me decades ago? Furthermore, I won't say whether I can withstand a few of your swords. But how many can you wield now? Over the years, this cursed sword has tormented you quite a bit, hasn't it? A few years ago, you still had some hair left. Is this worth it for power?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Lei Yu trembled. Indeed, His older brother must have had contact with this person long ago. He then shifted his gaze to the cursed sword in Charles' hand, furrowing his brow tightly. Could it be that Charles had not fully mastered and subdued the original demon sword, Kitch? Or had the cursed sword never been subdued by anyone at all? No wonder every time Charles attacked, he would immediately retract the sword back into its sheath after drawing it. That sheath must possess some kind of power to suppress the strong and bizarre demonic energy of Kitch. Seeing that Charles fell silent for a moment after hearing the old man's words, he suddenly raised his head, a flash of purple light passing through his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I don't know how many more swords I can unleash, but I do know that with this power, all of you will become my victims today, and I can still wield that power. What about you?" As he spoke, an overwhelming force erupted from Charles' body, with strands of purple-black demonic energy swirling around him, exuding an evil aura that instilled immense fear. The old man didn't show weakness either. His body trembled as explosive muscles bulged with veins. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked and sank, forming a small pit, followed by a terrifying, destructive aura emanating from him. Seeing the current state of the two, Lei Yu knew that the final battle was about to commence. At this moment, the sky darkened under their immense pressure, and almost everyone on Cake Island turned their gaze toward them, knowing that the one who claimed to be the strongest man was about to make a move. TSK. Looking at the powerful aura radiating from the old man, Charles exclaimed, "No wonder it's you, Whitebeard. I didn't expect you to be in such a condition and still unleash such power. Now, I really regret not having a good fight with you back when you were at your peak." Glaring at Charles, Whitebeard replied, "Even now, I can still tear you apart. No need for a peek." With that, he pulled the Tsongyun cut from the ground, and his aura continued to surge, causing the entire Cake Island to tremble. "Come on, Charles. Let me see the true power of that cursed sword in your hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard, holding the Tsongyun cut, charged at Charles, sneering, "I don't need to hold back against you now." 3 strands of purple sword energy gathered before Charles, and with a series of swift movements, drawing, slashing, and retracting the sword, the 3 strands of purple sword energy suddenly struck forward. Whitebeard stepped forward, the Tsongyun cut releasing a powerful white light as he unleashed a devastating blow infused with his devil fruit abilities. Boom! The Tsongyun cut met the oncoming force with a destructive might. As the blade sliced through the void, numerous cracks appeared, extending terrifyingly forward, colliding fiercely with the 3 strands of sword energy. Bang! Bang! Crack after a brief clash. The sword energy sliced by Charles shattered under the terrifying power of Whitebeard's devil fruit abilities, disappearing into the void. Not only that, but the terrifying white shockwave shattered pieces of space and continued to surge toward Charles. Seeing this, Charles quickly drew the original Kitch from its sheath and held it before him. With a loud bang, Charles was sent flying by the overwhelming force, crashing into the distance and creating a massive crater. "Lord Charles!" Stussy exclaimed and immediately rushed over. Watching Stussy run toward Charles, Whitebeard said nothing, knowing that with this person's strength, he couldn't be taken down so easily. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in Lei Yu and Whitebeard's ears. No wonder he was a strong man of that era. "Whitebeard, I didn't expect you to still have such strength." Kizaru's lewd voice reached their ears, and they didn't know when he had arrived nearby. "What do you want?" Lei Yu asked coldly, staring at Kizaru. "What do you mean? Hey, I'm part of the Navy. What else could I be doing?" Kizaru said, stopping in his tracks, looking at Lei Yu and Whitebeard with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Lei Yu frowned slightly. He didn't sense any fighting spirit or killing intent from Kizaru, and although he made such remarks, he didn't seem inclined to attack at that moment. Just then, Charles' voice suddenly sounded. "Borsellino, you deal with Lei Yu. Leave Whitebeard to me." Then, Charles slowly stood up, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that Whitebeard's powerful attack had already injured him. "Oh, this guy Lei Yu is quite scary. But leave that to me," Kizaru replied to Charles, though his tone seemed dismissive. Charles then fixed his gaze on Whitebeard, sneering. "I didn't expect you to use your full strength right from the start. If you keep fighting like this, your body will break down soon enough, right?" Unfazed, Whitebeard responded, "Oomph. This body can still hold up for this battle. And before that, I'll crush you." "Crush me? Ha ha." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Charles suddenly burst into laughter. After a moment, his expression turned serious, and he wickedly said, "In that case, I won't take advantage of you. Next, let me show you my true power. I should get serious now." With that, Charles suddenly looked up, his pupils slowly covered by a purple-black hue. and the overwhelmingly evil purple demonic energy surged again, faintly forming a purple smoke demon behind him. Then, Charles positioned the glimmering cursed sword in front of his eyes, slowly extending his left hand, placing his thumb on the sword tip, and sliding it down the razor-sharp blade. Drip! Drip! Drops of bright red blood flowed down the blade to the tip, finally dripping onto the ground. Suddenly, the bizarrely sinister demon sword was imbued with an even more wicked charm. Charles D. Saint stuck out his tongue, moistened his lips, and murmured, "It's about to begin. Prepare to accept slaughter, Whitebeard." As soon as Charles D. Saint's words fell, one could feel the malevolent aura around him becoming even stronger and more evil. Immediately, strands of black patterns appeared on his palms and the back of his hands, spreading up his arms and throughout his body. In no time, these black patterns, resembling some kind of talisman, covered his entire body. Even his bald head was covered in these patterns, like tattoos. With a crack, Charles D. Saint suddenly unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his lean yet powerful physique, with six-pack abs and two well-defined pectorals, all adorned with black patterns. These black lines formed a strange and eerie design over his heart, making one feel a chill run down their spine. At that moment, Whitebeard's expression turned serious. He could sense how astonishing the hidden power beneath Charles D. Saint's current body was. Under this powerful force, the Tsung Yun Chia in his hand seemed to tremble slightly, as if it were afraid of the man before him. More accurately, it was afraid of the famed sword he held. Oni, Tetsu. Whitebeard tightened his grip on the hilt and murmured lightly, "Old pal, you shouldn't be afraid. In the face of such an enemy, we should be excited." Saying this, Whitebeard's powerful body shook, his eyes fixed intensely on Charles D. Saint, bursting forth with an overwhelming fighting spirit. The Tsung Yun Xia, whether responding to Whitebeard's words or moved by his will, stopped its slight trembling, the tip gleaming with a cold light, as if it were provoking the demon's sword. "Hee, just as expected of you, to have such fighting spirit even under this kind of pressure. I hope you can hold out a little longer in my hands. Don't let the excitement I've finally gathered be extinguished just like that." With that, he swung the demon sword a few times, his gaze sharpening, and rushed towards Whitebeard. "Come on, I'll stake my life to shatter you right here." Subsequently, the Tsung Yun Xia and Whitebeard's hands sliced through the air, meeting Charles D. Saint head-on. Charles D. Saint did not unleash his sword energy. Instead, he chose to clash with Whitebeard using the demon sword itself. He understood that before this man, all his slashes would be ineffective. Only the most primitive method, a true contest of strength, was the best way to confront him. In an instant, the two met in a clash. Boom! The two of the world's few strongest, wielding the only legendary swords in existence, collided with each other, immediately generating powerful white shockwaves that ravaged everything around them. Above the sky, thunder and lightning flashed, as if drumming for their battle, the booming sounds resounding across the horizon. Boom! 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 The collisions continued, with each strike causing the hard ground beneath them to crack and shatter. Every blow from Whitebeard used all his strength, each slash filled with the overwhelming power of the Tremor fruit. Meanwhile, Charles D. Saint had long abandoned all the sword techniques he had cultivated over the years. Using the most primitive slashes, wielding a pure and fierce sword intent, battling Whitebeard. The immense pressure they both exuded enveloped the entire Cake Island. In an instant, everyone felt the overwhelming power, cold sweat pouring down their foreheads. Is this the true power of the strongest man in these seas? Just from the transmitted aura, I can't help but want to kneel. I want to see the battle between these two with my own eyes. Even if I'm crushed by the aftermath of their attacks, I would die without regrets. At that moment, under this absolute power, countless Marines felt a vague sense of admiration for Whitebeard deep within their hearts. This had nothing to do with factions or good and evil. It was respect for the strong. One must understand that the world of One Piece is a world where strength reigns supreme. At this time, the members of the Whitebeard pirates were also watching from hundreds of miles away, each one filled with deep concern. "I need to help Dad." Ace, who had been squatting on the ground, suddenly stood up, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging. He had thought this would be just a simple voyage, but unexpectedly encountered a freakish enemy like Charles D. Saint here. That eerie aura and immense power were no less than Whitebeard at full strength. Just as he was about to leave, Marco suddenly grabbed Ace's hand, stopping his movement. Feeling Marco's restraint, Ace's eyes flared with anger. He shook off Marco's arm and shouted angrily, "Are you just going to watch Dad die in this battle? You know his body. Although our strength isn't enough, we have to do something." By the end of his statement, Ace's tone shifted from anger to urgency, even tinged with a hint of tears. Because he had long regarded Whitebeard as his closest family in this world, his true father. Whitebeard was like a lighthouse on the vast sea, guiding him into its harbor during his darkest and most confused times, leading him forward. In an instant, when everyone present met Ace's anxious gaze, they all lowered their proud heads, tightly clenching their fists, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They were also Dad's sons. Their love for him was no less than Ace's. They too wished to go and fight alongside Dad. However, they understood why Dad had ordered them to retreat. Ace was still young, impulsive, and naive, but they could not be. Nevertheless, half of them could not suppress their feelings, their eyes flickering, preparing to help Dad alongside Ace. At that moment, Marco stepped in front of Ace, his eyes already reddened, staring intently at Ace. He said, "Do you know what Dad told me before we came here?" "What?" Ace looked at Marco in confusion, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Marco took a deep breath and softly said, "He asked me if, after you become the captain of this ship and the leader of this family, you could support him well." Upon hearing this, Ace was completely stunned. Why? Why say that all of a sudden? Marco helplessly shook his head and said, "I had the same question at that time. I asked Dad why. Isn't it too early for that day?" But Dad said it was not early. It might come soon, but Ace, this guy is still young and needs you, his older brother, to take care of him more. No, without Dad, can still be called the Whitebeard Pirates? We can definitely help Dad. Isn't Rayleigh here too? Brother Rayleigh will definitely be able to help. At that moment, Ace seemed to see hope again. But after Marco glanced at Ace, he shook his head, indicating that Ace still didn't understand what Dad meant. So he had to continue explaining. Rayleigh and Dad, working together, might be able to defeat that bald swordsman. But Dad probably won't let Rayleigh interfere. Why not? Ace was still confused. Isn't it good for the two of them to join forces to defeat the enemy? This is war. It's a slaughter, not a duel. I don't know. Marco slowly shook his head and took a deep breath, then said, in Dad's words, "I'm a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me." Upon hearing the last sentence, everyone present understood that Whitebeard regarded this battle as a final farewell to the world. As the strongest man on the sea, he had already reached the end of his life, but he was unwilling to quietly die on a rigid sickbed and in that cold infusion. Now, with such a powerful opponent before him, he wanted to exchange his life for the life of a strong person like Charles S. F. to draw a magnificent conclusion to his life's journey. With a thud, Ace suddenly knelt on the ground, banging his hands on the ground, tears streaming down his face like raindrops falling onto the ground, wetting the land. The captains of the various divisions around him had red eyes, with tears swirling in their eye sockets. After a while, Marco composed himself and approached Ace, gently patting Ace's back with his warm hands, softly saying, "Get up. I'm sure Dad wouldn't want to see you like this. Let's send Dad off with the hottest gaze." Ace nodded, wiped away his tears, and stood up, directing his gaze towards the battlefield. But his still twitching body revealed that Ace's emotions were still in sadness. The sons of the Whitebeard Pirates all looked towards the intensely fierce battle. Although they knew Dad's will, they still prayed sincerely in their hearts that Dad could defeat his opponent and return safely. This was not a fantasy. They all had such confidence in Dad. After all, Whitebeard Dad was the strongest man in this area. At this moment, Katakuri and his group had also brought Big Mom's corpse to a relatively safe forest far from the battlefield. Katakuri, Smoothie, and others formed a circle to protect Big Mom, preventing the Navy or anyone with ill intentions towards Big Mom's corpse from approaching. However, no one noticed that beneath the cover of Big Mom's massive body, a dark tide quietly appeared on the ground, and a hairy arm quietly stretched out, making contact with Big Mom's body. At this moment, Rayleigh watched the clash between Whitebeard and Charles S. F., feeling a shock, realizing that he seemed to be a bit far from their level. It should be noted that last time he defeated Kaido, it couldn't really be considered a defeat. It could only be said that Itachi and others helped him drive Kaido away, and he didn't even know if Kaido had shown his true strength that day. As for Itachi defeating Big Mom, it could be said that Itachi's Susanoo just happened to restrain her unique soul ability. If Big Mom were allowed to absorb souls into herself, who knows how strong she would become. Given this, his position as one of the four emperors didn't seem as secure as he had imagined. Bang! While Rayleigh was lost in thought, the two had already collided hundreds of times, each collision carrying the force of a mountain collapsing and a tsunami. Within 10 miles of their surroundings, there wasn't a single piece of land intact. Everything was shattered by their blows, and each collision even caused a nearby sea surface to shake slightly. Boom! After another intense clash, Charles S.F. suddenly retreated a distance, gasping for breath, and with his evil eyes, he stared fiercely at Whitebeard. I didn't expect you to have such strength, Whitebeard. Whitebeard's massive chest was also heaving heavily. The continuous fierce collisions had consumed quite a bit of his stamina. Suddenly, Whitebeard burst into laughter, looking at Charles S.F. and saying, "Your strength can't just be this, right? I haven't had enough fun yet." Ha! Hearing Whitebeard's battle-hungry words, Charles S.F. also laughed, then twisted his neck and said, "Are you in such a hurry to find death? If that's the case, then the warm-up should be over, Whitebeard." As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful demonic energy on Charles S.F. actually climbed again. The vast purple-black demonic energy dispersing all the smoke on the battlefield. That guy still hadn't used his full strength? Seeing this scene, Rayleigh's pupils constricted. If this continued, Whitebeard might not be able to hold on. He then glanced at Kizaru, who was not far from him, and his expression became somewhat grim. If he acted rashly, that guy Kizaru definitely wouldn't sit idly by, and Rayleigh had a vague feeling that this guy had been hiding his strength. Looking at the crazily rising demonic energy on Charles S.F., Whitebeard couldn't help but exclaim, "That's it. This is the true power of that cursed sword." At this moment, the black patterns on Charles S.F.'s body suddenly glimmered with dim purple light, flickering constantly, making him look like the most evil demon in the world. In an instant, that terrifying demonic energy spread out, causing space rifts to appear around, and the entire island began to shake violently. Then, after a dazzling purple light flashed, Whitebeard's pupils suddenly constricted. Charles S.F. had already appeared before him, wielding the cursed sword emitting waves of demonic energy, fiercely slashing down at Whitebeard with an endless momentum of destruction. At this moment, it was too late for Whitebeard to dodge. He could only tightly grip his weapon, the Murakamajiri, and block it in front of him. Boom! This strike from Charles S.F. was stronger than any previous one. At this moment, the world seemed to freeze. Time appeared to stand still, and Charles S.F., holding the cursed sword, exuded a terrifying aura that was enough to make anyone within hundreds of miles feel oppressed and unable to breathe, causing countless Navy soldiers to be soaked in cold sweat. The entire island clearly felt a sinking sensation, with countless seawater overflowing from the cracks on the ground. The massive body of Whitebeard suddenly sank down as his legs were deeply embedded in the ground, a clash of two completely different powers, one white and one purple, opposing each other. At this moment, under the terrifying power of Whitebeard's tremor fruit, thick blood slowly flowed from Charles D. Saint's mouth, nostrils, and even his eyes, while Whitebeard remained largely unharmed. It seemed he had the upper hand, but in the next second, a faint cracking sound suddenly echoed, under the shocked gaze of Thunderfeather. The Tsonyan cut in Whitebeard's hand shattered with a loud bang. Immediately, Charles D. Saint seized the opportunity and fiercely slashed at Whitebeard. With a sharp sound, blood gushed out, blooming in the sky. "This is bad," Thunderfeather thought to himself, his eyes flashing with brilliance as he rushed forward. At the same time, a flash of yellow light suddenly attacked Thunderfeather, and the light-hearted voice of Kizaru echoed in his ears. "Yo, I can't just let you go like this." As the words fell, Kizaru's figure appeared right in front of Thunderfeather, blocking his path, and Thunderfeather froze. Looking at Kizaru in front of him, he frowned, unsure if it was due to his injury or something else. At this moment, Kizaru seemed to emit a subtle sense of threat. It should be noted that the previous Kizaru was tormented by Itachi's Tsukuyami and had a hard-fought battle with Orochimaru. Logically, he shouldn't evoke such a sense of threat in himself now. Did Charles D. Saint give him extra compensation? That shouldn't be the case. As Kizaru and Thunderfeather faced off, the scene shifted. After being struck by Charles D. Saint, Whitebeard showed no signs of panic in his eyes. Instead, his gaze sharpened, and his muscles began to twitch. Charles D. Saint, seeing this, instantly felt that the situation was not good, and he exerted all his strength to try to pull the demon's sword embedded in Whitebeard's chest out. However, under the tremendous pressure of Whitebeard's extraordinary muscles, no matter how hard Charles D. Saint tried, the sword remained stuck. How could this be possible? Charles D. Saint looked up in horror at Whitebeard, astonished that a body could be trained to such a formidable level. Rilalala. Whitebeard laughed again, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. Then with a mocking gaze, he looked at Charles D. Saint and said, "Someone like you, who relies on external objects to become strong, could never understand. The demon sword is indeed powerful, but does not control me." Saying this, he clenched the broken Tsonyun cut in his hand, white circles of light appearing around it. Without giving Charles D. Saint any time to react, he unleashed a powerful punch infused with the tremor fruit strength, causing a violent shockwave that tore through the air, striking Charles D. Saint in the face. Bang! Charles D. Saint was sent flying hundreds of meters away by the tremendous impact, his teeth shattered, several ribs broken, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Silence. The arena fell into a deathly stillness. Even Thunderfeather didn't expect Whitebeard's physical strength to be so formidable. He had also experienced Charles D. Saint's slash and could not withstand it. Yet Whitebeard not only endured the demon sword's chop, but even had the strength to counterattack. Whitebeard looked at the Charles D. Saint he had just blasted away, then glanced at the demon sword embedded in his chest, gritted his teeth, and pulled it out, tossing it forward. Then, with a clang, Charles D. Saint saw his own demon sword suddenly stab into the ground right in front of him. What do you mean by this? Charles D. Saint, covered in blood, slowly stood up, his eyes flickering with anger as he looked at Whitebeard. Are you looking down on me, Whitebeard? Seeing the raging Charles D. Saint, Whitebeard boldly said, Come on, use the power of that demon sword and entertain me. Don't leave me with regrets, Charles D. Saint. Then, Whitebeard slightly bent down, gently placing the broken Songyun cut on the ground, his eyes flashing with reluctance as he softly said, Old friend, you've worked hard for these decades. You deserve a rest. Leave the next battle to me. Saying this, he affectionately stroked the Songyun cut on the ground, his eyes filled with determination as he turned and walked step by step toward Charles D. Saint. With Whitebeard closing in, Charles D. Saint's eyes flickered with panic. Clutching his chest, his gaze shifted between clarity and darkness. Damn, this cursed sword, behave yourself. With that, Charles D. Saint shook his head vigorously and looked at Whitebeard, tightly gripping his Orochimaru, and roared, Don't underestimate me, Whitebeard. Then he suddenly erupted, with countless demonic energies swirling in his right hand, roaring, demon horde of demons. In an instant, the Orochimaru in his hand transformed into a portal from hell to reality, with countless demons clawing their way out from the purple demonic energy, which then transformed into an overwhelming torrent of sword energy that densely assaulted Whitebeard. Witnessing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and an extremely powerful Conqueror's Haki erupted from his body. In the next second, it suddenly contracted, condensing that powerful Conqueror's Haki into his hands, stepping forward without hesitation. Boom! In an instant, a series of explosions erupted as the dense sword energy, like raindrops, was shattered by the immense power of Whitebeard's fists. Achieving this purely with his flesh and blood. How many in the world could accomplish such a feat? Their attacks stirred up clouds of dust, and amidst the dust, Whitebeard suddenly noticed a shadow rapidly charging toward him. Without time to think, he instinctively threw a punch. Bang! The shockwave from the collision blasted the surrounding dust away, revealing that Whitebeard's fist had met the demon sword. What was shocking was that the original Orochimaru, capable of slicing through anything, this time failed to cut through Whitebeard's fist, which was imbued with Conqueror's Haki. The sharp blade merely sank into the muscle tissue of his fist without cleaving through Whitebeard's arm. Then, seemingly unconcerned about his arm being cut off, Whitebeard suddenly exerted force, driving the demon sword forward with a punch that slammed heavily into Charles D. Saint's chest. Boom! In an instant, that terrifying power once again sent Charles D. Saint flying, crashing to the ground. He trembled uncontrollably, the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki wrapping around him with terrifying penetrating force, shattering his internal organs, and even his heart nearly turned to shards. Standing in place, Whitebeard panted, his eyes flashing with fatigue. Yet he forcefully raised his momentum once more, stepping forward toward the fallen, dog-like Charles D. Saint. Stussy, seeing this, quickly appeared in front of Charles D. Saint, blocking Whitebeard's path. But what awaited her was Whitebeard's merciless fist. Boom! Only a shadow was seen flying past, and Stussy, who had stood in front of Whitebeard, had already vanished. Having dealt with the obstacle, Whitebeard continued to move forward. Suddenly, the demon sword in Charles D. Saint's hand emitted a surge of demonic energy that rushed into his body. Instantly, Charles D. Saint stopped convulsing, and his injuries began to heal at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and a white circle appeared around his tightly clenched fist before he suddenly struck towards Charles D. Saint in the distance. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the space in front of Whitebeard began to shatter, advancing towards Charles D. Saint's location. Just as the power that shattered the space was about to reach Charles D. Saint, the demon sword beside him suddenly trembled violently, as if it had a consciousness of its own, and swiftly moved to block in front of Charles D. Saint, helping him withstand Whitebeard's deadly strike imbued with the power of the fruit. In a moment, before Whitebeard could launch another attack, Charles D. Saint's body suddenly stood up in an extremely strange and twisted posture, reminiscent of a zombie, his eyes bursting with purple light, and the patterns on his body flickering incessantly. Immediately after, the purple demonic energy oozed from his right arm, wrapping around the hilt of the demon sword like tendrils, giving the eerie appearance of the sword being part of his hand. After witnessing this, Whitebeard sighed and said, "It seems you have ultimately been controlled by this sword." Charles D. Saint twisted his neck bizarrely, his eyes emanating a faint purple glow as he looked at Whitebeard and spoke in an extremely strange tone. "How can you say that? I am one with it." He then cackled, prepare to face death, Whitebeard." As soon as the words fell, Charles D. Saint floated up amidst the chilling laughter, merging with his sword, transforming into a purple light that charged towards Whitebeard. Just as Whitebeard prepared to meet him with a punch, in an instant, Charles D. Saint's figure suddenly vanished from his sight, not disappearing at high speed, but truly vanishing from this realm. Even his aura could not be sensed in the slightest. As Whitebeard looked around, searching for his figure, a slight spatial fluctuation appeared behind him. Before Whitebeard could react, a flash of purple light darted past. Poochie, a tip of the sword, exuding wisps of demonic energy, pierced through Whitebeard's sturdy body, with drops of bright red blood sliding down the blade, paddock, falling to the ground and blooming into one blood-red flower after another. How about that, Whitebeard?" Charles D. Saint's eerie voice came from behind. Upon sensing Charles D. Saint's figure, Whitebeard furrowed his brow and turned to throw another punch behind him. But Charles D. Saint's figure once again melded into the void. The next second, he appeared at Whitebeard's side, followed by a fierce stab into his ribcage. Pua. This time, blood gushed out of Whitebeard's mouth, but unfortunately, it didn't hit your heart. As soon as the words fell, Charles D. Saint's figure vanished again, and no matter how much Whitebeard activated his observation Haki, he could not catch even a hint of his aura. Give up, Whitebeard. This is the power of the laws. The power of spatial laws. As he spoke, Charles D. Saint reappeared. However, this time, Whitebeard did not wait for his figure to fully materialize before launching an attack. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly and suddenly shook them to the sides. Crack. Immediately, fragments of space appeared around Whitebeard, and the space began to collapse in large chunks. As Charles D. Saint's figure barely materialized, this terrifying force shattered his left shoulder and arm. Damn it, this is troublesome. Despite his left arm being shattered, Charles D. Saint did not retreat, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. Ignoring his injuries, he tightly grasped the demon sword and stabbed towards Whitebeard's left chest. Seeing the sword aimed at his heart, Whitebeard wanted to reach out to block it, but the bizarre spatial force caused the demon sword to disappear in an instant. The next second, after a flash of purple light, Whitebeard's pupils suddenly constricted, his aura plummeting, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably as the demon sword pierced through his left chest. Your era should have ended long ago. Whitebeard. Charles D. Saint appeared before Whitebeard, looking at the towering old man with a cold smile. Ralala, Buelinuma. La. Whitebeard, while laughing maniacally, was spitting out one mouthful of blood after another. After glancing at the demon sword embedded in his chest, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Charles D. Saint, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Yes, my era should end. So, you will accompany me for the ride. Saying this, Whitebeard's massive frame suddenly trembled. Then he bent over, clenching his fists tightly, and an extremely powerful, unique, and higher-level force emanated from him, like a primordial beast awakening. As Lightning Feather looked at Whitebeard at this moment, he suddenly felt that this man, although old, had a presence that seemed capable of holding up the sky if it were to fall. Witnessing this, Charles D. Saint's pupils suddenly shrank as he began to tremble uncontrollably. Stammering, how is this possible? Your body, your life force, how can it still support this power? No, it's impossible. As he spoke, Charles D. Saint directly abandoned the demon sword embedded in Whitebeard's chest and rolled away, appearing utterly disheveled. The reason he felt such panic was due to Whitebeard's power. Just the slightest hint of it made Charles D. Saint feel an overwhelming sense of impending doom. If he didn't run, he would die. Whitebeard watched Charles D. Saint fleeing and had no intention of pursuing. That power should have been given to you by someone else, right? I'll show you what true law power is. Saying this, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, the veins on his arms bulging, his palms slightly raised forward. Then he bellowed, "Feel the power of destruction." With that, he suddenly clenched his palms towards the fleeing Charles D. Saint. In an instant, a massive aura suddenly appeared, bringing with it a powerful pressure that wreaked havoc on everything around it. Even the sky seemed to shatter at that moment, with terrifying cracks appearing, and the entire world, even the seabed, began to shake violently. Even the demon sword embedded in Whitebeard's chest seemed to tremble in fear of this force. As Charles Z. Saint was fleeing, he suddenly halted, feeling an immense pressure pushing towards him, making even breathing extraordinarily difficult. Before he could think further, a force capable of annihilating everything erupted around him. Boom! A tremendous roar suddenly echoed, and a massive white circle instantly enveloped the entire forest and coastline. Following that, after a blinding flash of white light, the whole world seemed to fall into an eerie silence. Even the explosive roar was swallowed up, and all those involved in this battle turned their gazes towards this direction, knowing that the victor would soon be determined. After a while, Lei Yu was the first to open his eyes, feeling the overwhelming destruction and chaotic power surrounding him, sending chills down his spine. At this moment, the forest and a large area of land along the coast had completely shattered, forming gigantic plates floating on the sea surface. This terrifying blow had directly destroyed land spanning nearly 100 miles. Old brother? Whitebeard. Lei Yu looked around, searching for Whitebeard's figure. Suddenly, after hearing a plop, Lei Yu's heart tightened, and he immediately ran towards the sound. After about 2 or 3 minutes, he finally spotted Whitebeard's massive body on one of the floating fragments of land. Old brother. Witnessing this, Lei Yu's eyes lit up with joy, and he rushed over to Whitebeard's side. The demon sword that had been embedded in his chest was nowhere to be seen, and a steady stream of blood flowed from a wound. Old brother, are you all right? Looking at Whitebeard's blood-soaked body and sensing his faint breath, Lei Yu asked with deep concern. Whitebeard groaned a couple of times before groggily waking up. After glancing at Lei Yu in front of him and exhaling deeply, he asked, "What about that guy?" Lei Yu helplessly shook his head and replied, "I don't know." Whitebeard let out a cold snort and struggled to sit up. Looking at the floating fragments of land ahead, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "Damn it, didn't he get shattered?" Saying this, he pushed himself up with his hands, and upon seeing this, Lei Yu quickly supported Whitebeard's massive body, worriedly asking, "How's your body? Shouldn't we take a moment here?" Lei Yu could feel that Whitebeard's condition was extremely poor. The chaotic aura and faint life force emanating from him were telling enough. This old man might have truly reached his limit. It seemed that Whitebeard sensed Lei Yu's thoughts, as he slapped Lei Yu's forehead and laughed heartily. "La. Don't worry about me or feel reluctant. Being able to have such a thrilling battle at this moment, I have no regrets in this life. But old brother you..." Just as Lei Yu was about to say something, he was interrupted by Whitebeard. "Don't say anything. That guy isn't in a good state either. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be half dead. Now that I'm here, the Navy shouldn't dare to act recklessly. Next, let's go back and find those little brats and have a drink together, la." After speaking, Whitebeard ignored Lei Yu and laughed as he strode towards the direction where Ace and the others had left. Lei Yu watched Whitebeard's sturdy and reliable figure, deeply sighed in resignation, and followed after him, trailing behind his magnificent silhouette. At this moment, on the other side where Lei Yu and the others were, on a floating landmass, Charles Z. Saint lay on top like a corpse, his breath extremely weak, only taking in air without exhaling. Just as he was about to lose his last breath, with a whoosh, the demon's sword suddenly descended from the sky, releasing streams of pure, deep purple demonic energy into his body. Instantly, Charles Z. Saint's breath stabilized and began to recover. After a while, the demon's sword seemed to sense something, trembled slightly, and then fell into Charles Z. Saint's embrace, becoming still. The next second, a yellow light flashed, and Kizaru appeared, carrying the unconscious Stussy on his back, arriving at this spot. Upon seeing Charles Z. Saint lying on the ground like a dead dog, he furrowed his brow tightly and muttered to himself in a voice only he could hear, sigh, "Although I'd like to deal with you, if you die, those 4 old geezers will go insane, and that would be troublesome. Unfortunately, it seems this time you've hit a wall, truly terrifying." After shaking his head helplessly, he hoisted Charles Z. Saint onto his shoulder. After taking a deep look at the fallen demon sword, he inserted the powerful sword back into the sheath hanging at Charles Z. Saint's waist, and with a whoosh, disappeared from the place, heading towards where the Navy's ships were docked. At this moment, due to the island being shattered. All the Navy personnel had retreated to the 5 warships they had arrived on. Nearly everyone, including Fujitora and other generals, had returned to the ships, standing on the deck with serious expressions, staring ahead. Each ship had dozens of elites on alert in the engine compartments. Suddenly, someone exclaimed loudly, "Look, Admiral Kizaru is back." What? In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to the front, where a yellow light flickered across the sky. In no time, Kizaru had arrived on the deck. The crowd, seeing him, initially felt relieved that Kizaru was fine, but then they noticed Stussy and the half-conscious Charles E. Saint he was carrying, and several vice admirals' expressions suddenly changed. In shock, they looked at Kizaru and asked, "What is going on? Where's Lei Yu's group?" Kizaru didn't say much, but shook his head and sighed. "Never mind that for now. Let's head back to headquarters." "But Lei Yu's group." "Enough. This operation failed due to Whitebeard's group joining it." Sigh. Kizaru continued with a face full of sadness. "We can't afford any losses. Let's head back. Besides, this time we took down Big Mom, so it wasn't a total failure." The vice admirals, witnessing this, didn't argue further, nodded, and prepared to return to headquarters. Just then, Lucci led several personnel from the world government over. Upon seeing Stussy and Charles Z. Saint in such a state, he paused for a moment, instantly realizing that their superior might have failed. After regaining his composure, he looked at Kizaru, who had no injuries, and angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Why didn't you capture Lei Yu's group? Weren't you also on the scene? How come you have no injuries?" "Haha." Kizaru looked at Lucci with a mocking gaze and said, "If you're not satisfied, go find Whitebeard and fight him. Oh. And don't forget that there's also Lei Yu by his side. I can help him, hold back Ryu, and do my best." Saying this, without giving Lucci a chance to speak, he threw Stussy and Charles Z. Saint's bodies in front of him, then turned and left. Lucci stared intently at the back of Kizaru, clenching his fists, and didn't say much. He then had his men bring over 2 stretchers, and just like that, they carried the injured back to their ship. He didn't dare to look for trouble with Ryu's group at this moment. It was clear that the Navy didn't want to continue fighting anymore. Meanwhile, Fujitora furrowed his brows tightly, not sensing any sadness or unwillingness from Kizaru. Logically, Akainu's death meant that the purpose of this battle had not been achieved, but why did he feel so indifferent inside? After a deep look at Kizaru, Fujitora shook his head and said, "Let's listen to Lord Kizaru. We should return to headquarters first and avoid causing unnecessary losses." The soldiers nearby nodded in agreement, passing on the orders from the 2 generals. Before long, several ships turned around and headed back toward the Navy headquarters. In the end, this battle was a defeat for the Navy. Although they successfully killed one of the 4 emperors, Bigamum, their new fleet admiral, Akainu, also perished here and was brutally mangled, making it difficult to even display his body for a funeral later on. A dignified fleet admiral of the Navy, reduced to a state where his limbs were unrecognizable by the enemy. How could the Navy maintain any face after this? At this moment, Ryu followed closely behind Whitebeard, slowly moving forward. Seeing the shocking wounds on Whitebeard's body, he felt a bit confused. He thought to himself, "Is my brother's body really that abnormal? Even with a pierced heart, he can still..." Lost in thought, he bumped into Whitebeard's solid back with a bang. Whitebeard slightly turned his head, and upon seeing Ryu staring at his scars, he understood and smiled, saying, "Don't worry about me, Luffy. That guy Charles Z. Saint didn't even touch my heart." "What?" Ryu looked at Whitebeard in shock, thinking, could it be? Then he saw Whitebeard pound his right chest with his left hand and say, "My physique is a bit special. My heart is on the right." After hearing this, Ryu nodded, realizing it was true. "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Whitebeard spoke again. "This secret is only known to you." After hearing this, Ryu nodded. "Brother, I understand." We understand, kid." Whitebeard patted Ryu on the head and continued, "Now, even if others know, it doesn't matter. I won't be around for much longer. I have some things to tell those kids, and then I must leave." Saying this, Whitebeard glanced at the setting sun hanging in the sky, a satisfied smile appearing on his face, before continuing to stride forward. Ryu looked at Whitebeard's back, feeling a bit hunched over at this moment. "Not much longer, brother." Then, a flash of determination crossed Ryu's eyes, as if he had thought of something, and he murmured, "I can't let you leave like this. Brother, our journey has just begun." Saying this, he quickened his pace to catch up. Not long after they left, Blackbeard, Teach, and Shiryu suddenly appeared here, staring intently at the departing figures of Whitebeard and Ryu. "Aren't we going to make a move?" Shiryu asked Teach, who was fixated on the front with a greedy look in his eyes. After a long while, Teach seemed to suppress his greed and slowly shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Our gains this time are already enough. Let's head back." With that, he turned around swaggeringly, and Shiryu followed him without much to say. In fact, Teach was extremely tempted by Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. He would even be willing to give up Big Mom's fruit ability and Akainu's fruit ability in exchange for Whitebeard's Tremor fruit ability. But after following Whitebeard for decades, he deeply understood how terrifying this man was. Even in his current state of near death, he didn't dare to act recklessly. Of course, if they hadn't obtained the abilities of Big Mom and Akainu this time, Teach would have definitely taken a risk. But now, since he had basically gotten what he wanted, there was no need to take any more risks. After a while, the two arrived at a corner, boarded a small boat, and quietly left Cake Island. Meanwhile, Ryu and Whitebeard had also arrived at the place where Ace and the others were. Dad! When Ace saw Whitebeard's tall figure, tears of excitement streamed down his face. And the surrounding captains of the divisions all cheered in joy. They immediately surrounded him, asking one after another, "Dad, are you okay? Dad, that's great. We won. Quick, call the medical staff." Marco noticed the gruesome scars on Whitebeard's body and immediately shouted loudly. Because of Marco's shout, everyone snapped out of their joy. Looking at Whitebeard's faint breath and realizing that his condition didn't seem good. "Where are the medical staff? Hurry, save Dad." Seeing the crowd's reaction, Whitebeard frowned. "What are you calling the medical staff for? Come, let's all have a drink together." But Dad, your injuries?" Ace asked worriedly, looking at Whitebeard. Whitebeard waved his arm and said, "These are just minor injuries. First, accompany me for a drink." Seeing this, Marco shook his head, knowing his father's temperament, and helplessly said, "All right, since Dad wants a drink, let's go back to the ship and have a drink. Celebrate Dad's victory." Ace and several captains nodded in agreement, crowding around Whitebeard as they walked toward their ship. But after walking a few steps, Whitebeard suddenly staggered and then, thud, fell directly to the ground. Marco, Ace, and the others panicked and crouched down, shaking Whitebeard's body, shouting, "Dad! Dad, wake up! Dad, don't scare us!" No matter how they shook him, Whitebeard remained unresponsive. And from his wounds, a stream of sinister purple gas emerged, his face instantly turning pale, and even his faint breath began to dissipate at a visible rate. "Dad! Dad! We promised to drink together," Ace shouted anxiously, tears filling his eyes. Not far away, Ryu witnessed this and immediately rushed over. After seeing Whitebeard's condition, his brows tightly furrowed. Based on the aura he was losing, it wouldn't be long before Whitebeard couldn't hold on any longer. When Ace saw Ryu, it was as if he saw a lifeline. "Ryu, Dad." Before Ace could finish, Ryu interrupted him, saying, "Quick, you all help carry Dad and follow me." Hearing this, they didn't dare to hesitate and immediately followed without asking further. Whitebeard immediately lifted his enormous body and followed Raikou in another direction. Raikou, who was running at the front, had an extremely serious expression. The only person who could save Whitebeard's life now was that guy Orochimaru. Although he didn't know whether Orochimaru's medical skills could actually save Whitebeard, at this moment, Orochimaru was Whitebeard's only hope. He hoped that the strange things Orochimaru had been studying while locking himself in the dark chamber would be of some use. At this time, Orochimaru was with Itachi and others, heading toward the palace on Cake Island, and everyone visibly breathed a sigh of relief. The Charlotte family and others had already discovered through the monitors that the group of Navy had left, heading far away, making the family members feel like they had survived a disaster. The heavy stone in Katakuri's heart finally fell as Cake Island was finally saved. However, Katakuri found it a bit strange that Orochimaru kept staring at Big Mom's corpse. Could it be that this peculiar guy had some unusual hobby? Should we wait a moment for Lord Raikou? After a while, Katakuri asked Itachi beside him. Before Itachi could respond, Orochimaru interjected, "Don't worry, that guy's fine. We'll go first. He'll find us." Itachi felt like he had heard that phrase before. Katakuri hesitated for a moment, but nodded. Just as he was about to continue leaving, he suddenly sensed several powerful auras quickly approaching from behind, and Orochimaru also noticed these auras. Turning around, he smiled and said, "See, here they come." As soon as he finished speaking, Raikou appeared with Ace and the others in front of them. When Katakuri saw Raikou, he was initially delighted. But then, upon seeing the body that Ace and the others were carrying behind him, his expression froze. Could it be that even Whitebeard, that man, also? Before he could think further, Raikou rushed over. "Orochimaru, quickly check on Dad." Raikou didn't have time to greet Katakuri and the others, shouting directly at Orochimaru. "Ace, Marco!" And the others didn't dare to delay, quickly laying Whitebeard's massive body gently on the ground, their faces extremely serious. The other division captains secretly guarded against Katakuri's group, while Katakuri surrounded Big Mom's corpse, also on guard. Raikyu couldn't care less about the subtle dynamics between the two pirate crews and stepped forward to yank Orochimaru over. You need to check on my brother's condition now. Seeing Raikyu's serious expression, Orochimaru understood the gravity of the situation and immediately went to Whitebeard's side, his hands glowing with a blue chakra energy as he began to assess Whitebeard's internal condition. Ace and the others watched Orochimaru nervously, praying for their father. But as Orochimaru examined him, his expression grew increasingly grave. Finally, Orochimaru withdrew his chakra, sighed deeply, causing Ace and the others to be greatly alarmed. They stared wide-eyed at Orochimaru and urgently asked, "How is it? What is wrong with Dad?" Orochimaru took a deep breath and said, "It's too perfect. How could there be such a perfect, powerful body in this world? What does that mean?" Orochimaru's words left everyone confused. Raikyu, witnessing this, rubbed his forehead and thought, "This guy isn't having one of his episodes again, is he?" He then went up and gave Orochimaru a whack on the head, frowning. "What is going on? Speak plainly." Orochimaru rubbed his head, glanced at Raikyu, and slowly said, "Sigh. The fact that he has held on until now, still breathing, relies entirely on this powerful body. Moreover, the vitality within him is nearly depleted. If it weren't for this battle, he wouldn't have lasted much longer." Hearing Orochimaru's words, everyone nodded. They already knew that their father's body could no longer withstand it. He could only rely on 4 drips to extend his life. But now, the most troublesome issue wasn't this. "What is it?" Marco hurriedly asked. Orochimaru closed his eyes and said solemnly, "The most troublesome part is that there's an extremely violent, evil force within him, constantly destroying his organs and meridians. He can no longer eliminate this power himself, which is also the reason for his current critical condition." Raikyu murmured, "Is it the cursed blade?" He instinctively touched the wound on his chest, which had already formed into a scab after being cut by Charles' cursed blade. Raikyu felt a powerful aura, like a toxin, invading his entire body, making it impossible to heal the wound for half a day. His body was also exceptionally strong. Normally, a wound could heal in the blink of an eye. Yet, he had been cut by that sword energy, and it took him several hours to heal, which was still due to his strong vitality, using it to gradually wear down the residual cursed energy in his body. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have bled to death by now. Even now, the scars still throbbed faintly. "Then, do you have a solution?" Before Raikyu could act, Marco urgently asked Orochimaru. Orochimaru sighed deeply and shook his head. Alas, such injuries. Marco, Ace, and the others exchanged glances filled with reluctance, interrupting Orochimaru. "If that's the case, thank you for your help." They were about to take Whitebeard away, wanted to show him this beautiful, free sea. Raikyu coldly shot a glance at Orochimaru. Hey, I haven't finished speaking." Seeing Raikyu's ominous gaze, Orochimaru quickly stopped Ace and the others, explaining, "I can heal such injuries." "I can't. I'm super capable." The captains who were about to leave turned around, casting icy looks at Orochimaru. At such a critical moment, this guy was still joking around? If it weren't for his ability to save their father and being Raikyu's ally, Ace would have already sent a massive fire attack his way to roast him crispy. Due to the urgency of saving Whitebeard, and because Orochimaru needed a quiet place to treat him, everyone quickly found a small house nearby. Then, using the mirrors inside the house and his fruit ability, they immediately transported everyone back to the central palace of Cake Island. Katakuri arranged a quiet and spacious room for Whitebeard's group, wanting to see how Orochimaru would bring Whitebeard back from the clutches of death. Even he could feel the overwhelming death aura emanating from Whitebeard, whose vitality was as weak as a hair strand. In this situation, Katakuri felt that 99 of doctors in the world would be unable to save him. At that moment, Orochimaru looked at Whitebeard lying on the bed, his eyes shining with determination, and said, "Prepare a small basin for me." After that, he fell silent, focusing intently on Whitebeard, needing to extract the evil cursed energy from within him. This required a very skilled control of chakra to accomplish. Of course, for a genius like Orochimaru, this is not a difficult task at all. Soon, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he quickly formed hand seals, calling out in a low voice. Technique of fine illusions. In the next moment, a light yellow bubble, resembling a soap bubble, appeared in Orochimaru's palms. He then controlled the bubble with both hands and slowly placed it on Whitebeard's chest, accompanied by a flash of green light from his hands. The bubble began to sink into Whitebeard's body, slowly absorbing the strands of evil and violent purple demonic energy within him. As time passed, the demonic energy in Whitebeard's body gradually decreased, and his originally pale face slowly regained color, and his breathing became smoother. After a few minutes, under the anxious gazes of everyone, Orochimaru slowly withdrew the bubble that had just entered Whitebeard's body. Inside the bubble, strands of purple demonic energy were densely packed. Orochimaru then wrapped the demonic energy in the bubble and placed it into a small basin prepared by others. It should be noted that this series of operations appeared simple, but it consumed a considerable amount of energy. A single mistake could trigger the demonic energy, causing the condition to worsen again. After completing all this, Orochimaru took a deep breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is this enough? Ace asked worriedly. No, this is just the beginning. Orochimaru slowly shook his head and said, Now, we have only stabilized the vitality within him. The next challenge is to rejuvenate the organs in his body. Otherwise, he can only live for another 2 or 3 months. Upon hearing this, Marco furrowed his brow tightly. He knew that his own fruit ability was somewhat related to vitality, so he understood that vitality was extremely troublesome and difficult to deal with. Does he still have hope? Marco looked at Orochimaru with hopeful eyes and asked, Yes. Upon hearing Orochimaru's decisive words, joy filled Marco and the others' eyes as they urged Orochimaru, Then hurry up. We are counting on you. However, Orochimaru slowly shook his head and said, There's no rush. There are 2 different methods to save him. What? 2 methods? Everyone was shocked upon hearing Orochimaru's words. They didn't expect this guy to be so capable, having 2 ways to treat Whitebeard. Normally, one would be helpless in such a situation. Was not surprised at all. This genius Orochimaru understood many ninjutsu and forbidden techniques. Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Orochimaru smiled faintly and continued. The first method is to inject vitality into his body. However, this will only sustain him for a few more years. The others nodded slightly upon hearing this. Being able to let their father live for a few more years was already satisfactory. But after hearing that there was a second method, they continued to ask, What about the other method? Orochimaru let out a cold laugh and said, Have you ever heard of Edo Tensei? Upon hearing this, S' eyes revealed a knowing look, while Ace and the others looked confused, waiting for Orochimaru's explanation. Orochimaru did not keep them in suspense and explained. Edo Tensei is actually the technique of extracting a certain amount of flesh from the deceased, using a living person's body as a vessel for the deceased soul. Then, the deceased soul is summoned from the pure land to the present world, allowing the deceased spirit to attach to the vessel. And the living body is covered with dust to transform into the appearance of the deceased when they were alive. Hearing this, Katakuri was first stunned. Then a glimmer of inexplicable light flashed in his eyes as he lowered his head, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Ace and the others showed panic in their eyes, staring intently at Orochimaru. What? Is there such a miraculous method in this world? This ability is so perverse. However, Marco furrowed his brow and asked, A deceased? Does that mean we have to wait for Dad to die before we can use it? Orochimaru calmly nodded without saying a word. Marco then shook his head and continued to ask, Does it have to be a living person as a sacrifice? It's best to use a living person, but it can also be someone who is not alive. It just has a slight flaw. Saying this, Orochimaru secretly glanced around and, upon finding that Longma was not nearby, let out a sigh of relief. At that time, to deceive Longma, he did not tell him that his improved Edo Tensei could be used without a living body, but the existing flaws were somewhat indescribable. Marco hesitated because, in his view, such a method was meaningless dark magic, a life-for-a-life technique. Although it was possible to use someone who was not alive, would that reborn father still be their father? Seeing Marco's hesitation, Orochimaru continued, Those brought back by Edo Tensei cannot be killed by anyone except me. They can be considered immortal. However, I can only control this body. But due to his relationship, I won't do anything to him. When Marco heard Orochimaru's first statement, he was instantly tempted. Immortal? How terrifying that is. But upon hearing the second statement, Marco fell into confusion again. If Dad was resurrected and learned that his actions would be controlled by others, even if that person was from side, would a powerful man like Dad accept such a fate? To just survive like this, would the strongest man, Whitebeard, agree? Thinking of this, a resolute glint flashed in Marco's eyes as he firmly said, Let's go with the first method. The second one, I believe Dad wouldn't accept it either. After saying this, he glanced at Ace and the other captains, who all nodded in agreement with his decision. They knew very well their father's character. If Whitebeard learned that they chose the dark magic Edo Tensei to resurrect him, he would definitely be furious. This was Whitebeard's pride and the ethos of the entire Whitebeard pirates. Seeing that Marco and the others had made their decision, Orochimaru did not say much more. He turned to Whitebeard and said seriously, "You all step back. I'm going to start the spell and begin the treatment." Upon hearing this, everyone stepped back. Fortunately, the room prepared by Katakuri was large enough to accommodate dozens of people comfortably. Once there was enough space, Orochimaru turned his gaze to Itachi and said, "Use a small bowl to collect a bowl of your blood. It will be very useful." The others looked at Itachi in confusion, not understanding why Orochimaru needed his blood. Upon hearing this, Itachi immediately understood why his blood was needed. Because for so long, his blood had been nurtured by the heart of the celestial dragons, possessing a strong vitality, and it was this vitality that allowed him to use the complete form of Susanoo. Afterward, Itachi didn't hesitate, quietly using a kunai to cut open his palm and pouring his blood into a small bowl. Afterward, Orochimaru took the small bowl, dipped his finger into Itachi's blood rich in vitality, and began to inscribe mysterious patterns on the ground centered around Whitebeard. After a long time, once Orochimaru finished inscribing the huge seal, in an instant, these patterns emitted strands of dazzling red light, and a gentle power secretly filled the room. However, this was not the end. Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands and slammed the floor. In an instant, countless white snakes crawled out from beneath the ground, covering the marks he had inscribed. Following that, Orochimaru let these white snakes writhe on the ground while continuing to form hand seals quickly. With each seal that appeared, beads of sweat began to form on Orochimaru's forehead, clearly indicating that this forbidden technique was consuming a significant amount of chakra and even mental energy from him. As the last seal was completed, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly appeared in front of Whitebeard, slamming his sealed hands against Whitebeard's chest while shouting, "Life technique." Rayleigh witnessed this and thought to himself, "It really is this technique. Too bad I can't tell you all." The next moment, as the red light from the seal flickered, the group of white snakes on the ground suddenly shrank and dried up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, strands of green energy began to float out from the bodies of these withered white snakes, slowly surging into Whitebeard's body. These energy bodies, exuding a rich vitality, formed a green bridge of life within the room, connecting to Whitebeard. Instantly, the deathly aura around Whitebeard rapidly disappeared, replaced by an overwhelming vitality. The scars from the demon blade piercing through his body began to heal slowly, and even various ailments left over from years ago began to recover gradually under this immense life force. Under the tense and expectant gazes of everyone, Whitebeard, who was lying on the bed, suddenly moved his fingers, then his brow furrowed slightly, and slowly opened his eyes. "Dad!" Ace exclaimed excitedly, rushing over. Looking at the awakened Whitebeard, he felt a bit emotional. "That's great, Dad. You've finally woken up." Marco and the others, witnessing this, all breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had finally been lifted from their hearts. Katakuri, witnessing the event, quietly retreated, realizing that he was no longer suitable to stay in this situation. The awakened Whitebeard looked around in confusion, wondering what had happened. He had completely lost consciousness moments ago, and was unaware of everything that had transpired. Seeing Whitebeard's dazed expression, Ace excitedly began to explain to his father. After hearing Ace's explanation, Whitebeard deeply glanced at Orochimaru and nodded. "Thank you very much this time. This life-saving grace is indeed significant." Although he no longer cared about life and death, and had planned to make this battle his swan song, being alive was still a good thing. Dad, how do you feel now?" Marco also leaned in, looking at Whitebeard with excitement. Whitebeard nodded in response, then closed his eyes. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes, bursting forth with a brilliant light, staring in shock at Orochimaru. "How is this possible?" What's wrong, Dad?" Marco asked, worried, seeing Whitebeard's dramatic reaction. Whitebeard took a deep breath, full of astonishment, and said, "I feel like my body has returned to the state it was 30 years ago. I have an endless amount of strength. It feels like I've returned to my peak." "What?" At that moment, everyone from the Whitebeard pirates was stunned, staring blankly at their father and Orochimaru. They never expected that this guy's medical skills could be so terrifying. This was not medicine. It was metaphysics. How frightening would Dad be in his prime? "Is this magic?" Marco asked, staring at Orochimaru in disbelief. After all, even as the Phoenix, he couldn't achieve this level, let alone help others regain their vitality. Orochimaru, with a smile that seemed to hide something, shook his head and said, "You must believe in science." Saying this, he put on the demeanor of a sage and slowly walked out of the room under everyone's gaze, disappearing without a trace. Rayleigh couldn't help but secretly complain about Orochimaru's back. Damn it. I fell for his act. Science? What the hell is that? It's just forbidden techniques. At this moment, even Whitebeard, who had experienced great storms, took a bit of time to recover from Orochimaru's miraculous methods and also noticed Rayleigh not far from him. He smiled reassuringly. "Thank you again, little brother." Rayleigh, seeing Whitebeard thanking him, quickly waved his hands and said, No, big brother, don't say that. I should be thanking you. Otherwise, I might not have been able to withstand that guy's demon blade." Haha. Whitebeard suddenly laughed heartily, looking at Rayleigh and saying, "That's because you, little brother, are not strong enough. You need to train more." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh felt a bit embarrassed. Why did Whitebeard's words sound so strange? Whitebeard looked at the dazed Rayleigh and didn't think much of it, laughing as he said, "All right, thank you very much to you and your group today. Let's get going. We shouldn't cause any more trouble for Big Mom and her crew." With that, he got up from the bed, preparing to take Ace and the others to leave Cake Island. Whitebeard knew that now that Big Mom's protection was gone, staying here would inevitably raise suspicions from Katakuri and his crew. He then turned to Rayleigh and said, "Little brother, it seems we'll have to drink again next time." Rayleigh quickly stopped Whitebeard, saying, "No need for next time. Katakuri has already arranged a banquet. He specifically told me to thank you for helping them fend off the Navy. Big brother, just stay here for one night. Tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard pondered for a moment, looked out the window at the darkening sky, and nodded. "All right, then let's stay one night." He then followed Ace and the others behind Rayleigh, heading toward the banquet hall. Inside the palace of Cake Island, Rayleigh and his group were happily toasting with Whitebeard and the others, creating a harmonious and joyful atmosphere. Each captain of the Whitebeard pirates drank to their heart's content, one by one dragging the now-recovered Orochimaru and drunkenly asking, "Snake brother, can you help me look at my herniated disc? Hey, Snake brother, can you treat my Mediterranean type seborrheic alopecia? Snake brother, I have some embarrassing issues. I can't lift it anymore. Can you help me out?" This time, Orochimaru became the center of attention. After years of battles, each member of the Whitebeard pirates had left behind various ailments. Hearing everyone's ailments, Orochimaru did not refuse. Using all the medical knowledge he possessed, he treated both common and uncommon ailments. After Orochimaru's treatment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates seemed to have experienced a second spring, brimming with vitality, giving Orochimaru thumbs up and openly praising him. Dr. Snake is simply a miraculous healer. Orochimaru thus blended in with them, enjoying the moment. On the other side, Leiyu was drinking with Whitebeard, both of them slightly flushed and already in a tipsy state. After chatting for a while about everyday matters, Leiyu suddenly looked at Whitebeard seriously and curiously asked, "Brother, what is that Conqueror's Haki coating you mentioned? I saw Big Mom can use it too, and it seems quite powerful." Whitebeard was initially taken aback, then looked at Leiyu and asked, "You don't only know how to simply release Conqueror's Haki, do you?" Leiyu suddenly felt awkward. Damn, does this brother not know how to chat? In fact, Whitebeard had long regarded Leiyu as his equal, naturally thinking that Leiyu would also know such techniques. After all, he had seen Leiyu's Conqueror's Haki, which, although not extremely strong, was sufficient. However, upon seeing Leiyu's youthful face, Whitebeard suddenly chuckled, realizing that this little freak probably hadn't touched this level of things yet. He had just reached a certain level of strength. Gulp, gulp. Whitebeard finished the drink in his bowl in one go, wiped his mouth, and said, "Actually, using Conqueror's Haki coating is very simple, but the threshold is very high. You not only need to possess Conqueror's Haki, but you must also cultivate it to a certain extent. Just like armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki is also divided into levels of strength. If we were to divide Conqueror's Haki into 3 levels, I am at the peak of the 2nd level, able to touch the 3rd level." Then he looked at Leiyu, stroked his chin, and said, "As for you, you should have touched the 2nd level and can barely use Conqueror's Haki coating." "Oh, I see." Leiyu nodded thoughtfully and suddenly looked up to ask, "Then what level is Shanks' Conqueror's Haki?" It's worth noting that Shanks had left a deep impression on him with his fierce and unreasonable Conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing the name Shanks, Whitebeard squinted his eyes slightly, saying, "That guy reached the 3rd level of Conqueror's Haki many years ago. As for how terrifying his current level is, I don't know. but it could be said that he has come this far mainly due to his terrifying Conqueror Haki. He really is a dangerous guy. When Lei Yu heard Whitebeard say Shanks was dangerous, his expression gradually became serious. Shanks was really not simple. What was he pursuing on this sea? Seeing Lei Yu's serious expression, Whitebeard patted him on the shoulder and laughed. Were you thinking, kid? Don't worry about that guy for now. Cool, mate. Let me continue to explain how to use Conqueror's Haki coding. Then, while drinking, Whitebeard explained to Lei Yu. Lei Yu listened intently, sometimes frowning, sometimes deep in thought, and sometimes his eyes shining with excitement. He could tell that Whitebeard was genuinely sharing everything he knew without any reservations. This older brother really cared about him. Lei Yu smiled and shook his head. Having Whitebeard as a brother might be the greatest blessing since he arrived in this world. The two chatted until dawn, and Lei Yu generally understood how to use Conqueror's Haki coding. Next, he just needed to practice more and then improve his Conqueror's Haki level. At this moment, the captains who had drunk themselves into a stupor slowly began to wake up. Whitebeard, witnessing this, looked at Lei Yu and said, "All right, we should be going. It's not good to stay here too long." As he spoke, he was about to get up and leave with Ace and the others. But Lei Yu suddenly thought of something important and asked, "Wait, brother, there's one more thing." Whitebeard turned his head, looking at Lei Yu with confusion. "What is this Lei Yu mentioned?" Lei Yu looked at Whitebeard in confusion, almost forgetting about this topic. The first time he heard the term law was from Kaido, which had left him stunned at the time, thinking he heard it wrong, even doubting if he had arrived in a world of pirates or a world of cultivation. After all, laws were mostly associated with cultivation, right? Don't tell me the pirate world has something to do with the immortal world? One of the small worlds beneath the 3,000 great worlds? That would be too klitsch. Law, huh? Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Whitebeard burst into laughter again. Actually, the so-called law is just a term for mastering fruit abilities to the extreme. You can also understand it as the skills obtained from fruit awakening to its peak. I don't know who started calling this ability law, but there are very few in this world who can awaken their fruit abilities to the extreme. Even I have only developed my fruit ability to 99, while the remaining one is like a closed door that I can't open no matter what. But I can feel that once I break through that one, I will definitely enter a new realm. Hearing this, Lei Yu became even more confused. He remembered that Charles D. Saint did not claim to have any fruit abilities. He had only used swordsmanship from beginning to end. Could manipulating space be his fruit ability? Was Charles D. Saint also a fruit user? I recall he used some space law. Lei Yu asked in confusion. Whitebeard, upon hearing this, scratched his head and said, I don't know about that either, but his law gives me a very strange feeling. It seems not to belong to his power. It might also be the power of a cursed sword. Oh, okay. Lei Yu nodded thoughtfully. At that moment, Whitebeard suddenly thought of something and looked at Lei Yu, saying, "Speaking of fruit development, I only know of one man who once developed his fruit to nearly 100, reaching a level of 99. 999. Who?" Lei Yu suddenly looked up, as if he had already guessed who that man was. Whitebeard took a deep breath and said solemnly, "My former captain, Rox." As expected, Lei Yu already guessed that this legendary figure was. Just as he was about to ask something else, Whitebeard suddenly said, "All right, let's end it here for today. It's getting cold. I'll take these little ones back now." With that, he stood up and walked toward the door. Ace and the others followed behind Whitebeard, heading toward the Moby Dick anchored by the sea. Witnessing this, Lei Yu didn't say much, silently following behind Whitebeard's group, sending them to the seaside. After saying their farewells, he watched them board the ship and leave. Just as the Moby Dick was about to set sail, Whitebeard suddenly came to the stern, looked at Lei Yu on the shore, and said seriously, "In this world, don't think that just because you have the power of a devil fruit, you are invincible. Always be cautious of those strong individuals who do not use devil fruits. None of them are simple characters who have reached this point relying solely on their own capabilities. Moreover, whether it's me or Kaido, the reason we can stand at this point is not entirely reliant on the abilities of devil fruits. A person's potential is limitless." See you next time. Brother, just like that, the tall silhouette of Whitebeard slowly disappeared from this sea area alongside the Moby Dick. Rayleigh stood by the sea, frowning and contemplating the meaning behind Whitebeard's words. Did it refer to swordsmen like Shanks, Mihawk, and Dragon Horse, or Yuchian? Or was it about that old man Carp? As far as he knew, it seemed like only these people, who hadn't consumed devil fruits, were still extremely powerful. After thinking for a while, Rayleigh nodded, realizing. He felt he understood. Dad must think he is too weak and needs to strengthen his body. Rayleigh smiled, looking at the route where Whitebeard and the others had left, secretly saying, "Take care, brother." He then turned around and left the place. After sending off Whitebeard and his crew, Rayleigh returned to the palace, but found Katakuri already waiting at the door, as if he was waiting for him. Is there something going on? Rayleigh walked up to Katakuri and asked. Well. Seeing Katakuri's expression of having difficulty speaking, Rayleigh frowned slightly. Could it be that he couldn't raise the dragon head? Did he need Uncle Snake's help? Hey, if you have something to say, just say it. Since I'm still on Cake Island, I can try to help you as much as I can. Katakuri hesitated for a moment, seeming to make a decision, and looked at Rayleigh seriously, saying, I would like to trouble you to let your partner help revive my mother. I beg you. Saying this, Katakuri bent down. For a moment, looking at the bowing Katakuri, Rayleigh was stunned. In his impression, this man had never requested anything like this from anyone. However, indeed, with Big Mom being the pillar of support gone from Cake Island, it was inevitable that other pirate crews would come to invade and divide it. He must have had this idea after hearing Orochimaru explain the ability of Edo Tensei. After thinking for a while, Rayleigh helped Katakuri up, saying, We can consider ourselves friends now, so there's no need to call me your excellency. I agreed to this matter. Let's go find that Orochimaru guy directly. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, Thank you so much, Rayleigh. Even he didn't expect Rayleigh to agree so easily. After all, in his impression, such a miraculous technique would surely come at a great cost. However, he didn't know that the most miraculous aspect of Orochimaru's technique was that the cost was very low, only requiring a living person's body as a medium. The setting for reviving Dragon Horse was changed. Let's keep it like the original work, now to avoid some people. Of course, even if there was a cost, that was Orochimaru's business. What does it have to do with me, Rayleigh? Doghead, then. The two of them found Orochimaru. After Rayleigh explained the situation to Orochimaru, he readily agreed. Katakuri also informed Stussy, Perispero, and others about this news, causing a huge wave of excitement among them. No one expected that Big Mom could be revived. Soon after, a secret room was prepared for Orochimaru. After all, such a divine technique should not be spread around. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause madness in this world. Katakuri brought a criminal from the place where death row inmates were held on Cake Island to serve as the vessel for Big Mom's revival. After knocking the inmate unconscious, he threw him into the secret room and tightly closed the door. Subsequently, everyone stared intently at the door of the secret room. After all, they didn't know if this divine technique would succeed or not. They could only say it was their only hope. Rayleigh, however, was not worried at all. After all, Orochimaru had probably mastered this technique to perfection by now. Time slowly passed, and after about 10 minutes, with a loud bang, the door of the secret room suddenly opened, attracting everyone's attention back. Orochimaru walked out of the secret room with a smile, looking at the crowd at the door and saying, I have lived up to expectations. Just as Katakuri was about to say something, crack, crack, cracks suddenly appeared on the walls around the door of the secret room, and with a loud rumble, the wall at the entrance of the secret room collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Seeing this scene, Katakuri already had the answer in his heart. Because the door of the secret room was too small for Big Mom's size, she could only come out like this. Mother has been revived. Just like that. A huge black shadow slowly emerged from the dust, each step exuding an incredibly powerful aura. A gentle breeze blew away the dust, revealing Big Mom's enormous pink figure before everyone. Mother, great. Mother is back. Our Charlotte Pirates are back. In an instant, everyone cheered, and the previously oppressive atmosphere was swept away. After all, Big Mom, like Whitebeard, was the pillar in their hearts. Meanwhile, Big Mom looked at everything in front of her in confusion, a bit dazed. Didn't she die? But now looking at Katakuri and the other smiling faces, it felt so real. Then Big Mom shook her head and pinched her cheek hard, furrowing her brows tightly. Because she did not feel any pain. Was it a dream, or had she gone to heaven? At the same time, Big Mom noticed Rayleigh and Orochimaru, her brows furrowing as she asked, What is going on here? Seeing Big Mom's confusion, Katakuri hurriedly stepped forward to explain everything to her. After Big Mom understood what had happened, she looked at Orochimaru and said, I didn't expect you to have such an incredible technique. It's simply unbelievable. Orochimaru merely nodded slightly in response, looking very calm. However, the brilliance in his eyes could not hide the pride in his heart. At that moment, Katakuri suddenly asked, Mother, quickly check how strong this body is. Big Mom did not delay, directly unleashing her various Haki, and surprisingly, she could use them all. But when Big Mom tried to use her homies, she suddenly realized that she could no longer feel the presence of her devil fruit abilities. Katakuri looked at the dazed Big Mom and asked, Mother, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Big Mom frowned and said, I can't use my devil fruit abilities. I shouldn't have lost my devil fruit powers. What? How could this happen? Hearing this, everyone looked puzzled. After all, didn't that Orochimaru guy say that this ability would allow the user to regain all their strength? Why? When it came to Big Mom, did it cause her devil fruit abilities to disappear? Everyone looked at Orochimaru with confusion, and Orochimaru shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly spoke up. This might be a characteristic of the devil fruit. After all, when the previous owner of a devil fruit dies, doesn't it grow back again? A few people nodded thoughtfully at the words, as if they found it quite reasonable. But is the real reason that Nigmum, who performed the Edo Tensei, cannot utilize her devil fruit powers really like that? This is something that, terrifyingly, no one knows. Even Orochimaru began to ponder, stroking his chin. After all, logically, she should have been able to bring her devil fruit powers along. In her own world, characters resurrected through Edo Tensei had never faced such issues. Could it be due to the difference in worlds? At this moment, Big Mom suddenly said, forget it. It doesn't matter whether I have devil fruit powers or not. I'm just happy to see you all. What? Everyone was taken aback by Big Mom's words. Katakuri quickly asked, Mom, what do you mean by that? Big Mom shook her head slightly and said, it's a bit strange to exist in this world like this, after all. This body isn't mine. Moreover, according to what you said, I will be controlled by this guy. Even if he and Raikyu are our benefactors, who am I? I am Yonko Big Mom. Saying this, Big Mom burst into laughter. Raikyu, upon hearing Big Mom's words, had long anticipated such an outcome. After all, which Yonko would choose to survive in such a manner? Who would be willing to be controlled by someone else? Furthermore, being a Yonko carries their dignity and glory. Upon hearing this, Katakuri's eyes revealed a hint of worry, and he hurriedly said, but Mom, without you. Enough. However, Katakuri's words were interrupted by Big Mom, who then scanned the group of children in front of her with a gentle gaze and said, now that I see you all safe, I can rest easy. She then focused her gaze on Katakuri and said seriously, from now on, Cake Island will be entrusted to you. With your leadership abilities, you can lead Whole Cake better. Upon hearing Big Mom's words, Katakuri's nose tinged with emotion and tears shimmered in his eyes. But Mom, I still can't uphold your title as a Yonko. Big Mom did not say much in response to Katakuri's words. She turned to Raikyu and said, I might have to trouble you in the future, kid. Raikyu was surprised by Big Mom's words. Could it be that she wanted to hand over Cake Island to him? Even the other members of the Charlotte family looked at Big Mom in disbelief, while Big Mom remained silent, waiting for Raikyu's response. Raikyu also didn't understand why Big Mom wanted to do this, but ultimately nodded in agreement. After all, this matter seemed to pose no harm to him. Seeing Raikyu nod in agreement, Big Mom smiled and then looked at Orochimaru and asked, you should be able to lift this technique, right? Yes, Orochimaru nodded. Then I'll trouble you. Saying this, he slightly closed his eyes, welcoming the conclusion that belonged to him. Seeing that Big Mom had made her decision, Katakuri did not continue to dissuade her. They all stepped forward, surrounding Big Mom in a circle, sending her off in this way. Orochimaru, seeing this, did not rush to lift the Edo Tensei, giving them a moment before starting to make hand seals to release the Edo Tensei on Big Mom. Just like that, Big Mom's massive body suddenly emitted a dazzling white light, transforming into pieces of white paper and dissipating into the air. At this moment, Orochimaru and Raikyu quietly left, leaving the space for Katakuri and the others. After walking outside the palace, Raikyu looked at Orochimaru and suddenly said, show me. Orochimaru chuckled and sneakily pulled out a strand of pink hair from his bosom. Raikyu shook his head helplessly, realizing this guy always had something up his sleeve. Orochimaru nonchalantly said, how could I miss the cells of such a powerful being? It might come in handy in the future. Raikyu nodded in agreement. After all, the upper limits of the Edo Tensei technique are extremely high. After standing at the entrance for a while, they saw Katakuri walking out alone. How is it? Is everything taken care of? Raikyu approached and asked Katakuri. Katakuri nodded and said, yes, the upcoming matters have been mostly arranged. But there's one thing I would like to trouble you with, Raikyu-sama. What is it? Raikyu looked at Katakuri and asked. Suddenly, Katakuri knelt on one knee and said to Raikyu, on behalf of the entire Big Mom Pirates, I hope to join your god pirates. This was decided after discussions among our entire upper management. You need not worry, Raikyu-sama. Sigh. Raikyu sighed deeply, knowing that this was also Katakuri's helpless choice. After all, Katakuri was still far from being a Yonko. Without his protection, they could be divided by other pirate crews at any moment. Thinking of this, Raikyu slowly helped Katakuri up and said, I agree, but you must agree to one condition. Katakuri looked at him seriously and decisively asked, no matter what condition it is. I can agree, as long as you can protect Cake Island and not allow any invasion. Seeing Katakuri's attitude, Raikyu slightly nodded. This guy really is concerned for the country and the people. Perhaps Whole Cake could indeed become better and truly become a unified nation. Who knows? Maybe he could even impart the 8 core values to them. 5-star good citizens, 3 years of simulation and 5 years of college entrance examination, and other excellent traditions. The more Raikyu thought about it, the more invigorated he felt. Katakuri, seeing Raikyu lost in thought, asked, what are you thinking about? You haven't mentioned what condition you want me to agree to. Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking of other things. Pulling his thoughts back, Raikyu looked at Katakuri seriously and said, my condition is, if one day you achieve the throne, Cake Island and Whole Cake will still belong to you, Charlotte. Not to me, Raikyu. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing Raikyu's words, Katakuri was stunned. After a long while, he suddenly smiled happily, tears of joy welling in his eyes. This is not a condition. This is clearly Raikyu's unconditional protection of Cake Island and even Whole Cake. Even in the future, when he has the strength to protect all this, Raikyu would let go and not interfere. After all, he is a good person, a truly good person. Big Mom did not misjudge him. After wiping his tears, Katakuri smiled and nodded, saying, okay, I agree, I will do my best. Seeing that Katakuri understood his intention, Raikyu teased, you better hurry. Don't think about just clinging to my thigh forever. He then patted Katakuri on the shoulder and smiled. Welcome to the God Pirates. Saying this, he took Orochimaru and left to rest. A day later, in the New World. Outside the Navy headquarters, pirate ships suddenly appeared. Several station Navy personnel were taken aback. Pirates. Pirate ships spotted ahead. What? How dare pirates come here to cause trouble? Do they really think they are like Rayleigh? Damn it. Where are the cannons? Fire at them. Immediately, hundreds of Navy soldiers rushed over, staring sternly at the 4 pirate ships approaching from the front. Damn it. Open fire, fire at them. Blow them to bits. Just as the artillerymen were preparing to bombard the pirate ships, suddenly a soldier seemed to notice something, furrowing his brow and shouting, wait, don't fire that. They seem to be Admiral Kizaru. The officer, holding a telescope, pointed at the bow of one of the pirate ships. The others were stunned. And as these pirate ships gradually approached the headquarters, countless people noticed Kizaru and Fujitora standing at the bow, along with a group of Navy personnel behind them. Instantly, they exclaimed excitedly, look, Admiral Kizaru and the others are back. Have they already broken through Whole Cake Island and captured Rayleigh and the others? Did we win? Woo! In an instant, the previously tense Navy personnel erupted in excitement. They believed that this surprise attack, led by Admiral Akainu and the 2 admirals, would surely be successful. No pirate crew could withstand a Navy force of this caliber. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the pirates involved in the situation at Whole Cake Island included not only Rayleigh's group, but also Blackbeard and Whitebeard. And even Shanks could be counted among them. Considering this, the Navy's defeat didn't seem surprising. At this moment, the Navy personnel on the pirate ships all noticed the Navy waiting to greet them at the headquarters, and hearing their cheers, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of shame. For a moment, the atmosphere became extraordinarily awkward, and no one dared to speak about their battle, which not only did not achieve a complete victory over the enemy, but even resulted in Akainu's loss. Thus, a group of people sailed slowly into the harbor amidst the cheers of the Navy, looking exhausted as they disembarked to rest. A few individuals seemed to sense something was off. How could they return victoriously, yet look so gloomy? Moreover, they did not see Admiral Akainu among those on the pirate ship. Could something have happened? Thinking of this, the few civil officials suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts, as if a heavy stone had pressed down on them. However, it seemed that Kizaru and the others did not want to say much, and these individuals could only silently pray in their hearts, hoping nothing bad had happened to Admiral Akainu. Otherwise, the current Navy truly could not withstand it. Just then, a few Navy soldiers followed behind Kizaru and Fujitora, pushing a rectangular box covered with a white cloth, slowly moving forward. What is that? It looks a bit like a coffin. Could it be? Is the body inside Big Mom's? Bang! The soldier who spoke was smacked on the head by an old soldier nearby. The old soldier stroked his chin and seriously analyzed. Big Mom's body wouldn't fit in that coffin. It should be the body of Rayleigh's group. Oh, that makes sense. Thus, under the excited gazes of the crowd, the few individuals quickly moved forward. Soon, they disappeared from the sight of the Navy personnel left behind at the headquarters. The Navy officers who participated in the battle also disembarked and vanished into the crowd, not saying much. Kizaru and Fujitora, walking at the front, remained silent. Their expressions calm as still water, while behind them, the elite Navy personnel carrying the white-clothed coffin wore serious and somewhat sad expressions. Meh. After walking for a while, a sheep's bleat entered their ears. Kizaru turned slightly and saw Sengoku, riding his little white sheep, holding a bag of senbei. Looking at him and asking, "Yo, you're back. Where's that guy Kainu? Why don't I see him?" Kizaru looked at Sengoku, sighed deeply, and said, "Let us talk in the office later. By the way, also call Carp. This matter is a bit troublesome." Then, Kizaru and the elite Navy personnel carried the coffin to the Admiral's office. Sengoku, watching their backs, sensed that something was off. Moreover, he recognized that the rectangular box covered with white cloth looked like a coffin. Instantly, a bad premonition enveloped Sengoku's heart. He felt his pupils shrink, and all the hair on his body stood on end, his hand holding the senbei, trembling uncontrollably. No way. Then, Sengoku forcibly controlled his emotions, took out Carp's transponder snail, and while dialing, followed Kizaru's footsteps toward Akainu's office. In no time, they arrived at Akainu's office. As the Navy prepared to leave, Kizaru suddenly said coldly, "Don't let this matter leak. Leave it to us to handle." The elite Navy personnel nodded in understanding of the seriousness of the situation and then left. As soon as they left, Sengoku arrived, looking at Kizaru and Fujitora, asking, "What happened? What is going on now?" Hearing Sengoku's question, Kizaru casually found a seat, took a sip of water, and said, "Big MOM has been killed." "By Akainu." "What? Really?" Sengoku was initially shocked. After all, capturing someone like Big MOM is extremely difficult, let alone killing her. This time, killing one of the four emperors, Big MOM, would significantly enhance the Navy's prestige. In this case, even if they didn't capture Rayleigh, this trip wouldn't be a loss. But then, Sengoku reacted, confused, and asked, "But where's that guy Kainu? As the new admiral, shouldn't he announce this great victory? Why don't I see him?" Kizaru and Fujitora both shook their heads upon hearing Akainu's name, deeply sighing. Seeing this, Sengoku's ominous feelings grew stronger, and he hurriedly asked, "What the hell happened? Speak quickly." At this moment, Sengoku's imposing aura, usually reserved for high-ranking officials, unconsciously emanated from him. Although he was no longer the admiral at this time, Sengoku had long devoted his heart to the entire Navy, genuinely caring for it. Looking at the anxious Sengoku, Kizaru finally spoke. "Akainu, he sacrificed himself. After he killed Big MOM, when we arrived at the scene, he was already gone." For a moment, Sengoku fell silent, not reacting excessively, but instead closed his eyes, tightly clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, and saying, "Damn it, why did he have to die at this time? The Navy's new admiral has only been in office for a few days, and he has already sacrificed himself. What kind of situation is this? If I had known earlier, I should have fully supported Aokiji." It is clear that Sengoku is not very saddened by Akainu's death. He is only extremely worried about the current situation of the Navy. Just when they had stabilized in the New World, such a situation arose, giving Sengoku a headache. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard, and before anyone could speak with a bang, the door was pushed open. When Sengoku and the others saw that it was Garp, they did not say anything about his impolite behavior. "Wow. Haha, you guys are back." Garp laughed heartily as he walked in, casually found a spot to sit down, and continued speaking. "Looking at you all, it seems you didn't catch that kid Raikyu." "Huh? Oomph. That little brat Raikyu must have given Akainu and you all quite a hard time, right?" Seeing the silence from the others, Garp furrowed his brows. What is wrong with this atmosphere? After scanning the surroundings and not finding that annoying figure, he was momentarily taken aback. "Where's that guy Akainu? Don't tell me he was held back by that kid Raikyu. Wow." "Ha ha." Seeing that Kizaru and Fujitora were still silent, Garp finally realized that something was off. Just as he was about to say something, Sengoku suddenly spoke up. "I didn't ask you to come here to talk nonsense." Hearing Sengoku's serious and heavy tone, Garp put away his nonchalant demeanor and asked seriously, "What exactly happened?" Sengoku took a deep breath and said, "Akainu sacrificed himself." What? Now, even Garp, who had been idle, could no longer sit still. Thud. He stood up, staring intently at the three, gritting his teeth as he said, "Akainu really died?" The three nodded in response, and Garp was completely stunned. Although he had a feeling that this operation wouldn't go smoothly, he still thought there was a chance of success after hearing that people from the government were involved. But he never expected someone like Akainu would lose his life in this operation. At the same time, Garp shared Sengoku's thoughts. Losing a life might not matter, but Akainu carried the title of Fleet Admiral. Damn it, how could this happen? You two weren't watching over him at all? Now, Garp was rubbing his temples, feeling a headache from this sudden news. After hearing Garp's blame, Kizaru shook his head and said, he didn't tell us about his actions. It seems he collaborated with people from the world government to jointly attack Big Mom. We were unaware of this. Fujitora beside him also nodded in agreement. That's right. He acted on his own. Hearing what the two said, Garp and Sengoku both inhaled sharply and shook their heads, frustrated this guy. After becoming Fleet Admiral, he still doesn't trust his colleagues and believes those guys instead. Ending up like this, he deserves it. If Akiji were the Admiral, maybe it would have been different. Fujitora, hearing the complaints from the two, also noticed that these two living fossils of the Navy didn't seem to have much affection for Akainu. By the way, what about Big Mom and Raikyu? Garp suddenly asked. Big Mom was killed by Akainu, while Raikyu was saved by Whitebeard, who arrived later. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the Whitebeard pirates, this operation might have succeeded. Kizaru replied truthfully. What, that guy Whitebeard also went? Sengoku's pupils contracted. He never expected this battle would involve 3 emperors. Garp stroked his chin and said in a low voice, so that guy Whitebeard also went. No wonder this operation failed. That guy's a complete monster. That Raikyu is also a little monster. With 2 monsters together, this failure can't be blamed on you. Being called a monster by Garp shows the terrifying level of Whitebeard. But at least Big Mom is dead. That guy didn't die in vain. Our situation is slightly better. Garp continued with a cold snort. In Garp's mind, 1 death on each side made it even. However, overall, the Navy still suffered a huge loss. By the way, who was it that attacked Akainu? Raikyu? Sengoku suddenly asked, as the death of an admiral couldn't be taken lightly. Damn it, Kizaru frowned, pondering for a moment before saying, when we were there, Blackbeard was beside Akainu. At that time, Akainu was already lifeless, but Blackbeard said it was Raikyu who did it. Yet I always feel it's not that simple. After hearing Kizaru's analysis, the two pondered for a moment before looking at Kizaru and asking, why do you say that? Kizaru took a sip of water and said in a deep voice, based on my speculations, the intelligence I obtained, and the abilities he used, Blackbeard possesses that mysterious Logia fruit, the Yami Yami no Mi. After hearing Kizaru's words, Garp said, are you sure it was Blackbeard who did it? Kizaru suddenly stood up, walked over to the rectangular coffin draped in white cloth, yanked off the cloth, and said to the two, you two look at this guy's body, and you'll know. The two looked at the coffin, even though they had anticipated it, seeing it still stirred up indescribable emotions, before they could express their feelings. With a crack, Kizaru opened the coffin, which was originally prepared by Akainu for Raikyu. When Garp and Sengoku saw Akainu lying inside in such a tragic state, they were momentarily at a loss for words, their eyes revealing a hint of sympathy. An admiral of a navy, having been so brutally mutilated, was this too humiliating? After sighing, the two stepped forward and discovered a gaping hole in Akainu's chest that pierced through his body. Clearly, this must have been the fatal blow that took his life. After carefully observing for a while, Garp nodded and said, it indeed wasn't Raikyu who killed him. I've fought with Raikyu a few times, and this wound isn't something he could have inflicted. There's no trace of his aura on it. And, saying this, Garp pointed to the area around the wound and continued, look at these black spots. They have a very strange aura. Isn't this the fruit ability you mentioned belonging to Blackbeard? Kizaru nodded and said, yes, it should be correct. I've seen Blackbeard use his fruit ability, and this aura is identical. Hearing this, Sengoku also believed in their inference and angrily cursed, damn it. I never expected this guy would dare to attack the Navy. Isn't he a warlord of the sea? Haha. Hearing Sengoku's complaint, Garp sneered, I've always said that the warlords of the sea are a flaw. After hearing Garp's words, Sengoku didn't say anything. Now wasn't the time to argue with him. What should we do now? Kizaru looked at the two and asked. Sengoku sighed deeply again and said, this matter can't be hidden for long. At least prepare a grand funeral for Akainu. After all, he killed Big Mom, which is a significant achievement. As for the matter of the admiral, let us see what the government says. After speaking, several people nodded and left, fully prepared for the impact of the upcoming news. They all sensed that the storm brought by this battle would be even more intense and fierce than that of the Marineford War. Meanwhile, in Mariehua, Lucci supported the weakened Charlos, the holy saint, and arrived at the entrance of a magnificent palace. Charlos waved his hand and said, you can leave now. Lucci nodded and then left. Charlos then pushed the door open and saw that the other 4 elders were already waiting for him inside. Just as Charlos was about to say something, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of red-black blood, which was highly abnormal. Then, he felt his aura become extremely chaotic, and a flicker of purple light continuously flashed in his eyes, making him appear disoriented. Among them, the shortest elder with a birthmark on his face frowned and looked at Charlos, saying in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that old man Whitebeard would push you to this point. You must have been heavily eroded by that blade." Charlos did not respond. He only held his head in his hands, his face contorted in agony, seemingly enduring immense pain. Sigh. Seeing this, the elder sighed and turned to the elder beside him, who had scars on his face and white curly hair, saying, "Kalphas, go help him." The elder referred to as Kalphas nodded without saying much. He approached the fallen Charlos, bent down, and gently placed his palm on Charlos's forehead. Then, his gaze sharpened, and his palm emitted a bluish-green energy. Following that, a powerful cyclone appeared. Instantly, Charlos's condition improved at a visible speed. Even his injuries alleviated significantly, and the chaotic aura within him gradually calmed down. After a while, the strange purple light in Charlos's eyes slowly faded, and once he regained his senses, he looked at Kalphas beside him and said, "Thank you." Kalphas nodded and stepped back, seemingly not fond of talking much. Charlos then turned to the elder with the birthmark in the middle. Just as he was about to say something, the birthmark elder spoke first. "All right, we all know what happened. You can't blame yourself for this failure. Who knew that old man Whitebeard would actually show up there? Moreover, losing one big MOM isn't entirely without gain. Besides, after battling Whitebeard, he shouldn't last much longer, right? My cursed blade is not to be underestimated." Charlos tightly gripped the hilt of his sword and gritted his teeth. The birthmark elder nodded, saying, "So we can say that we took out 2 of the 4 emperors in one battle. That's pretty good. Even if we spread the news of Whitebeard being severely injured and on the brink of death, many will be interested." As he spoke, a hint of cunning and cold glimmer appeared in the birthmark elder's eyes. After swallowing hard, he continued, "As for Akainu, if he dies, it dies. It has little to do with us. It's a loss for the Navy, and while it might affect our government a bit, it's not important." The others nodded in agreement with his statement. Seeing this, Charlos furrowed his brows tightly and asked, "What did that lord say?" The elder replied, "That lord said that once things are settled on his end, the variable of Raikyu will be left to him. He didn't blame you for anything." Upon hearing this, Charlos finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, the pressure from that lord was quite extraordinary. The group fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, the birthmark elder spoke again. "What about the situation with the admiral in the Navy?" Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. "Should we let Sengoku hold the fort for a while? I also think it's better for Sengoku to regain his position. This matter is quite tricky." The birthmark elder frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes, saying, "Sengoku probably wouldn't want to take the top position again, and let's leave him be. Let Kizaru take over. He is usually well-behaved and doesn't belong to any faction, plus his background is quite clean. And he has been in the Navy for so many years, so he has some authority. Let's have him hold the fort for a while." After hearing the birthmark elder's suggestion, the others thought it over and nodded in agreement. It seems that Kizaru is the only one who can take on the position of admiral for now. Although Fujitora is also an admiral, he has joined the Navy for too short a time. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to become admiral just like that. Thus, the 5 settled on the next admiral, and none of them expected that just 2 months later they would change admirals again. Well, let's leave it at that for now. Is there anything else? The birthmark elder scanned the room and asked. Just as he was about to conclude the meeting, Charlo suddenly said, "By the way, that Blackbeard has also gotten involved this time, and Akainu was killed by him." Upon hearing Charlos's words, the birthmark elder didn't think much and said, "Then strip him of his warlord status and continue to hunt him down." However, Charlos seemed somewhat dissatisfied and continued, "I think there's no need for the warlords to exist anymore, right? The warlords still have some use for now. Let's discuss their matter later. For now, let's leave it at that. We don't need to worry about Raikyu. Just keep an eye on Monkey D. Luffy, that pirate. Once the news of this battle spreads, it will surely cause unprecedented waves. We need to pay attention and make sure those kingdoms don't get dragged into it." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, understanding what he meant, and then they left to arrange the tasks. A day later, a classified document was delivered to Sengoku at the Navy headquarters. Holding the document that represented the world government's insignia, Sengoku slowly opened it, and his pupils suddenly constricted. After a moment, he relaxed his brows and murmured softly, "Kizaru, huh? Maybe this is how the Navy will be." Then, he revealed an indifferent expression, riding on a cute little goat, humming a tune as he walked forward. That afternoon, all personnel at the Navy headquarters were gathered in the square. Why do we suddenly assemble? I don't know. Maybe there's an announcement. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Admiral Akainu for several days. He wouldn't be on vacation, would he? Kizaru and Fujitora stood on a high platform, while Garp and Sengoku were on one side, constantly snacking. After a while, Kizaru squinted his eyes, noticing that most people had arrived. He looked at the noisy Navy below and helplessly shook his head. Stepping forward with a loudspeaker in hand, he shouted, "Quiet. Everyone be quiet for a moment." The crowd of Navy personnel quickly gave Admiral Kizaru face, and in an instant, it fell silent. Seeing this, Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. It seems like being Admiral is quite interesting. Cough, cough. Kizaru pretended to cough twice, putting away his lewd expression and with a serious face. He said in a deep voice, "Today I have a heavy announcement to make. We launched an attack on Cake Island, capturing Reiju, and Bigman's operation failed." At that moment, all the Navy personnel gasped in shock. Some even sniffled, completely stunned. How could this be possible? They actually failed. What a nuisance. What kind of monster is Reiju that such a lineup couldn't handle him? Looking at the panicking Navy officers below, Kizaru suddenly shouted, "But it wasn't a complete failure. Under the brave leadership of Admiral Akainu, we successfully killed the leader of the Bigman pirates, the Emperor, Charlotte Linlin." After saying this, Kizaru quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, almost saying the wrong thing. Below, the Navy was initially stunned, but then they reacted and erupted in excitement. What? The Emperor Bigman was actually killed. Such a powerful being was actually killed by Admiral Akainu? Wow! Admiral Akainu is the best. Admiral Akainu is invincible. Akainu, 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 Akainu. In an instant, all the Navy personnel's eyes were filled with excitement, their faces flushed, shouting Akainu's name at the top of their lungs. Because Akainu killing Bigman represented what? It represented the Navy's strength on this sea. After all, ever since Reiju destroyed the headquarters 2 months ago, the Navy had been a timid presence on the sea. This time killing Bigman made almost every Navy officer feel proud. Sengoku and Garp looked at this scene helplessly, not expecting Akainu to have such high prestige, but shout all you want, it won't bring Akainu back. Seeing this group of cheering Navy, Kizaru sighed and pressed his hand down, and the crowd fell silent again. Kizaru's expression turned serious, pretending to be deep, and said, "Unfortunately, after killing Bigman, Akainu, due to his poor condition, was ambushed and killed by Blackbeard Teach. I feel very sorry about that." Saying this, he pretended to wipe the corner of his eye. Dead? How is this possible? Admiral Akainu is dead? I was wondering why I hadn't seen him show up. Turns out he was dead. In an instant, the previously enthusiastic Navy personnel felt as if they were doused with a bucket of cold water, falling into a dead silence. Unwilling to accept the fact of Akainu's death, Kizaru, however, continued talking to himself due to the sudden intervention of the Whitebeard pirates and the Blackbeard pirates. The plan to capture Reiju failed, and under their influence, we did not have enough time to save Admiral Akainu. So I feel very sorry for that. However, in the face of this blow, we cannot be discouraged by Admiral Akainu's death. We must learn from Akainu's fearless spirit and continue to move forward. Let's work together to create a better future. As the first step, Kizaru paused and shouted, "A headless dragon cannot be without a leader. This time the world government has nominated me to become admiral. I initially refused, but in order to stabilize the Navy's position in this ocean, I reluctantly accepted this heavy responsibility. The unfinished missions of Admiral Akainu and previous admirals will be continued by me. Please trust me." After saying this, Kizaru deeply bowed and then stopped talking, waiting for their response. The Navy below was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do. Who could withstand the impact of this wave of huge news? Seeing the suddenly awkward situation, Sengoku helplessly held his head. Thinking this was not a way to go, only he could step up, walk to Kizaru's side, and take the microphone, saying, "Due to my old age, I am not suitable to return to the position of admiral, so please understand. Also, Admiral Kizaru's abilities have been evident to everyone in these years. I believe he can lead the Navy better toward a bright and correct future." After Sengoku finished speaking, Garp immediately walked over, took the microphone, and said, "Wow. Ha. Kizaru becoming admiral is also a helpless move. However, the old guys like me, Sengoku, and Crane will keep an eye on him, so everyone can rest assured. First, let's stabilize the current situation. It won't work without Kizaru." When the Navy below heard what former Admiral Sengoku and Captain Garp, the two most authoritative figures in the Navy, said. They all lowered their heads and thought for a moment before shouting, Kizaru! Kizaru! Those vice admirals, rear admirals, and other officials didn't say much. After all, with Akiji gone, Akainu dead, and Fujitora having strength, but no qualifications, the remaining Kizaru was indeed the only choice for admiral. So they had no choice but to raise their hands in agreement. After seeing that everyone had agreed, Sengoku and Garp handed the microphone back to Kizaru and retreated. Kizaru continued, although Admiral Akainu has sacrificed, our revolutionary spirit in the Navy will last forever to ensure everyone remembers Admiral Akainu's heroic deeds of killing Big Mom. We have decided to hold a grand funeral for Admiral Akainu in a month to send him off for the last time. That's it for today, and I hope everyone will continue to support us. After saying this, Kizaru threw the microphone to Sengoku and hurriedly left. Once out of everyone's sight, Kizaru returned to his lewd appearance, wiped the cold sweat off his brow, and said, Yo. It was quite tense, almost said the wrong thing. So scary. Then he completely disappeared, leaving the rest to Sengoku and those administrative officials to decide. After Sengoku took the microphone, he looked helplessly at Garp, then hurriedly went on stage to give instructions on what to do next, and this meeting ended. A group of Navy soldiers continued to stand there, digesting this series of shocking news. A day later, a series of news about the Cake Island battle, driven by Morgans, saw newspapers flying high in the sky, scattering across the world, recording the series of events of the Cake Island battle. When these newspapers landed in everyone's hands, the entire world seemed to freeze for a moment. Countless people trembled uncontrollably as they held the newspapers, looking at the glaring headline. Major event. The Emperor Big Mom has fallen. Admiral Akainu has fallen. How is this possible? What happened? That such figures have fallen? Didn't you see below? I heard that after Akainu killed Big Mom, he was ambushed and killed by Teach. What? That Akainu could actually kill Big Mom? I don't believe it. At this moment, the person next to the first onlooker, the second onlooker, said while holding the newspaper, Didn't you see? I heard that Uchiha Itachi from the Gods group severely injured Big Mom first, and only then did Akainu have a chance. I said, How could that guy kill Big Mom? But are the other members of the Gods group that strong? To think they could actually deal a heavy blow to Big Mom. It's simply terrifying, said an elderly man with glasses, shaking his head as he looked at the newspaper. The world is about to change. With that, his figure vanished from his spot. This old man seemed to have little presence, as the people around him continued their lively discussions about the big news. Hey. Did you see? Admiral Kizaru has actually taken office as the Fleet Admiral. Kizaru? That guy becoming Fleet Admiral is quite interesting. Meanwhile, in the Revolutionary Army's base on Baldigo Island in the Grand Line, countless strong warriors were on guard. Inside a heavily guarded green tent, Dragon sat at a desk, holding a newspaper, his brows tightly furrowed, his expression serious, and his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. Knock, knock, knock. The only sound in the tent was the echo of his fingers tapping on the desk. After a while, Dragon took out a yellow transponder snail, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed out. Brew, 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 hello. The call finally connected, and a somewhat lewd voice came into Dragon's ears. He relaxed his brow and asked in a deep voice, I didn't expect you to get this far. Since that's the case, Wait. Before Dragon could finish, Kizaru, sitting in the Fleet Admiral's office, propped his feet up on the desk and snorted coldly. With my current status, it seems inappropriate for us to talk like this. Sir, don't forget your identity, Kizaru. Dragon retorted coldly from the other end. Kizaru pulled a large cigar from somewhere and placed it in his mouth, saying, I'm now the Fleet Admiral. Have you forgotten the organization's mission? I'm now the Fleet Admiral. Have you forgotten the organization's cultivation? I'm now. Beep, beep, beep. Before Kizaru could finish saying Fleet Admiral, Dragon hung up the phone. Hearing the beeping sound, Kizaru was momentarily stunned, then quickly dialed back. Cough, cough, I was just joking. I, Kizaru, am a man of the organization in life and a soul of the organization in death. Your sudden hang-up scared me. On the other side, Dragon shook his head helplessly after hearing Kizaru's lewd remarks. How did this guy end up like this? All right, I mainly wanted to remind you to not be careless in this position. Be cautious. In the future, it might come in handy. Hearing this, Kizaru's expression became serious as he replied, Okay, I understand. Also, since you've taken office, I want to gradually insert some Revolutionary Army members in there. It might have a remarkable effect. Kizaru was shocked by Dragon's words. Is he trying to hollow out the Navy and turn it into the Revolutionary Army's puppet? Kizaru nodded cautiously in agreement. All right, let's do it. As Dragon prepared to hang up, Kizaru seemed to think of something and hurriedly said, By the way, what about my nephew? Do I need to? Before Kizaru could finish, Dragon interrupted. Let that kid develop on his own. We shouldn't interfere too much. After hearing Dragon's words, Kizaru nodded as if he understood, then hung up the transponder snail and continued to enjoy his undercover, no, his fleet admiral life. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Dragon rested his chin on his hands, pondered for a while, then shouted outside, call that kid Sabo over here. The soldiers on guard outside the tent responded and quickly ran to find Sabo, who was training hard in a training area. Reporting, Chief of Staff. The leader is looking for you. Huh, the leader is looking for me? All right, I got it, Sabo said, wiping the sweat off his body with a towel before following the soldier toward the tent. After a while, Sabo opened the tent and looked at Dragon sitting at the desk, asking, Boss, what do you need me for? Seeing Sabo, Dragon smiled and said, Have you seen the recent news? Sabo's eyes narrowed as he replied solemnly, I have. It's truly a shocking event. There should be quite a bit of turmoil on the seas next. Ha ha ha. Dragon laughed heartily. This is a huge opportunity for our revolutionary army. Put down what you're doing for now. Huh? Is there something else? Sabo tilted his head in confusion. Nothing much. The Navy has lost quite a bit of strength recently and will likely intensify their recruitment efforts. I plan to send you over there to gain some experience. What? You want me to go to the Navy? Sabo exclaimed in shock at Dragon's words. Don't worry, I've got it all arranged. Once you go, you'll understand. Also, I prepared your identity for you. If an old man named Garp asks you anything, just explain what's on this document to him. With that, Dragon pulled out an envelope and handed it to Sabo. Garp? Sabo looked at the document in his hands, feeling a strange sense of familiarity with this name. All right, make sure you memorize the contents of this document and don't make any mistakes. Once you've memorized it, you can set off. Sabo nodded seriously while holding the document. I understand. Then, seeing that there was nothing else, Sabo left with a head full of questions. Watching Sabo's departing figure, Dragon's face revealed a mysterious smile. Hee hee. This is getting interesting. Note, since Ace is not dead, Sabo is still in a state of amnesia. As the sky gradually darkened, the entire world was in an uproar today, immersed in one shocking piece of news after another. On Women Island in the New World, the Empress looked at the newspaper in her hand, her eyes filled with deep longing, softly murmuring, It's good that you're safe, Rayleigh. At the same time, on an island northwest of Snake Island, a figure wearing a straw hat arrived at the coast, complaining while searching for something. Why wouldn't that old man let me leave this small island? I don't even know where Zoro and the others went. This person was none other than the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy. After the Marineford War, for some unknown reason, Luffy was taken directly to this small island by Rayleigh to train as Haki. When Empress Hancock learned that Luffy had a good relationship with Rayleigh, she said nothing and tacitly allowed the two to stay on the island. Suddenly, Luffy looked out at the distant sea, as if he had discovered something. But in the pitch-black night, he couldn't see what it was. After a while, with a splash, Rayleigh emerged from the cold sea, wiped off the water on his body, and looked at Luffy, asking, Why aren't you training properly? What are you doing here? This is me. Luffy scratched the back of his head. Then his expression turned serious as he looked at Rayleigh and said, I don't want to train anymore. I want to find my friends. Seeing Luffy's serious face, Rayleigh shook his head helplessly and said, You can't go to sea yet. Why not? Hee hee, with your current strength, appearing in this turbulent ocean, a single wave could wash you away. After hearing Rayleigh's merciless words, Luffy's face showed his stubbornness. No, I am already strong enough. I want to find my friends. Hee hee. Rayleigh chuckled coldly and asked, Strong? Do you think the Yonko Big MOM and the Navy's Akainu are strong? Huh. Although Luffy didn't understand what Rayleigh meant, he pondered for a moment and said, Strong, very strong, but they will be knocked away by me sooner or later. Looking at Luffy's determined gaze, Rayleigh shook his head and said, You will never have the chance to knock them away in your lifetime. Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes narrowed, pointing at Rayleigh and shouted, Huh? Old man, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Be careful. I might just knock you away right now. Saying this, he rolled up his sleeves, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Sigh. Rayleigh sighed deeply and continued, I don't mean that. What I mean is that they have both already fallen. What? Luffy's expression changed as he shouted in shock. That guy Akainu is dead. What happened? I was planning to knock him away myself. Looking at Luffy's expression, Rayleigh said coldly, The sea right now is still too turbulent for you. So you should train here for another 2 years before going out. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Luffy fell into deep thought, realizing that Rayleigh was right. With his current strength, he couldn't ensure the safety of his friends. The premise of wanting to take risks is to have enough strength. After going through all of this, Luffy nodded and asked again, But what about my companions? Haha, You don't need to worry about your companions. Leave it to me. You just focus on training here, said Rayleigh, shrugging his coat over his shoulder and walking deeper into the forest. Watching Rayleigh's back, Luffy clenched his fists and murmured, I will become stronger. Wait for me. Zoro, Sanji, Nami. Then, disregarding the night, Luffy continued to throw himself into intense training. Meanwhile, in the palace of Whole Cake Island in the New World, the group of Ray and Katakuri sat around a large round table, their expressions somewhat serious. It seems that Morgans has spread the news, and there should be quite a few people thinking about this territory, Katakuri said in a deep voice. Without big Emon, Katakuri naturally became the leader of the Charlotte family, and no one had any objections to this. Hearing this, Ray knocked on the table and sneered, Don't worry, with me here on Whole Cake Island, no one dares to provoke us. Besides, I also plan to settle here for a while. After all, some strong people are quite dangerous. After hearing Ray's assurance, Katakuri's expression relaxed a little. That's right. As long as there's this freak Ray here, no one really dares to cause trouble here. Even if they come, they won't return. Just then, as Ray was enjoying the delicious desserts from Fishman Island, he suddenly thought of something and looked up at Katakuri, asking, Are there any vacant islands near Whole Cake Island? A larger one? Katakuri was taken aback by Ray's question and asked in confusion, Huh? Yes. There was a good island that Mama cleared nearby, meant to accommodate the members of Heart's crew. What are you planning to do? If it's useful, go ahead and use it. After all, I am now your subordinate. Haha, what subordinate? We are all partners, do you understand? Ray laughed heartily. After hearing Ray's words, Katakuri felt even more that siding with Ray was indeed a wise choice. After announcing his allegiance to Ray, he didn't treat himself or anyone in the crew as mere subordinates. They were all brothers, very easygoing. Although Katakuri didn't ask much about what Ray wanted to do, after taking a bite of the dessert, Ray explained, Do you know Fishman Island? I know. Our desserts are all transported from Fishman Island. Katakuri didn't care about his ugly big mouth and responded as he ate the dessert. You should know that Fishman Island is also protected by me, right? Yes, I know. Are you trying to? Upon hearing this, Katakuri immediately understood what Ray was planning and looked at him in shock. Ray nodded and continued. That's right. I want the merfolk from Fishman Island to come up. After all, I promised them that I would let them live on land. After Ray finished speaking, Katakuri propped his chin, falling into deep thought. After a long time, Katakuri said seriously, This matter is quite significant. We need to make complete preparations. Ray nodded solemnly and said, But this is just a suggestion. We need to discuss the specific process in detail. All right, everyone has been working hard lately, so let's rest early. With that, Ray stood up first and left. The others also finished their meals one after another and went back to rest, leaving only Katakuri still in place, frowning as he contemplated the major issue of migrating Fishman Island. After Ray had eaten his fill and returned to his room, just as he was about to lie down and rest, there was a sudden knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Come in. Ray helplessly sat up from the bed. Creak. Orochimaru peeked his head in sneakily. Seeing this, Ray frowned and coldly snorted. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Orochimaru chuckled ambiguously and walked into the room, locking the door behind him. Looking at Ray, he smiled and said, Well, what is it? Spit it out. Looking at the stammering Orochimaru, Ray said impatiently, as he was still looking forward to a sweet dream. Seeing that Ray seemed to be a little angry, Orochimaru quickly said, I plan to go to sea in a few days. Going to sea? What do you want to do? Ray was puzzled, wondering why this guy suddenly wanted to go out for a stroll. Orochimaru said seriously, The world is so big. I want to go see it. Be serious. What exactly do you want to do? Ray asked in confusion. Orochimaru sighed and said, I just want to go out and see this world. It seems quite interesting. Anyway, you're here recently, and I have nothing to do. Who knows, maybe if I go out, I can make a name for you. After listening to Orochimaru's words, Ray finally understood that this guy was just restless and wanted to go out and stir things up a bit. After pondering for a while, Ray felt that Orochimaru's words were not entirely wrong. Anyway, since I'm staying here for now and won't be leaving Cake Island anytime soon, since Orochimaru wants to go out and make trouble, let him be. Then Leia nodded and said, If you want to go, just go. By the way, are you going alone? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, No, Rimuru and Misaka Mikoto want to go out and take a look too. Sigh. Leia sighed and said, All right, if you want to go, then go. With your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem. It's good for you to train with them. After hearing Leiyu's agreement, Orochimaru nodded and prepared to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Leiyu seemed to remember something and called out to him, asking, By the way, when are you planning to set off? In a few days. We'll set off once we're ready. Orochimaru scratched his head and replied, do you know how to sail? Don't go out and then not be able to come back. Leiyu suddenly thought of how he and Orochimaru, both directionally challenged, drifted aimlessly when they first arrived in this world. Orochimaru felt embarrassed at Leiyu's comment and awkwardly smiled. Well, in the past few days, Mikoto and Rimuru have been studying this stuff. Once they figure it out, we'll set off. Also, we could just ask Katakuri for a few log poses when the time comes. Ask Itachi and Ryoma if they want to go too. If they do, they can come along. With me here, it will be enough. After saying that, Leiyu waved his hand and said, all right, let's leave it at that. Just let me know when you're setting sail. Then, Orochimaru left Leiyu's room, ecstatic. Leiyu sat on the bed, lost in thought for a while before going to sleep. 3 days later, one morning, Leiyu, Itachi, and others arrived at the seaside of Cake Island, silently watching a pirate ship flying the god's flag slowly sail out of the port. Watching the pirate crew drift further away, Leiyu cupped his hands like a megaphone and shouted, Rimuru Mikoto, make sure to keep an eye on Orochimaru. If you encounter any danger, run immediately. Don't worry about that guy, he won't die. With Leiyu's greetings, the figures of Orochimaru and the others gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 days had passed. Orochimaru and the others had been having fun and arrived near the Navy's new headquarters. Looking at the buildings of the Navy headquarters from a distance, Orochimaru murmured thoughtfully, it seems like it won't be long until Akainu's funeral, right? Then, a hint of conspiracy flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he called Rimuru and Mikoto over, whispering something. Under Orochimaru's murmurs, Rimuru's eyes also sparkled with the same brilliance. While Mikoto frowned and, after Orochimaru finished speaking, said suspiciously, isn't this a bit too much? Orochimaru replied, looking at Mikoto, you just wait for us on the ship. The Navy hiv. After that, Orochimaru and the others quickly folded their pirate flag and vanished into the sea. 10 days later, another big news broke out over the sea, shocking everyone. During the funeral of the Marine Admiral, did Akainu's corpse vanish without a trace? Is this a sign of moral decay or a twist of human nature? Next, let us follow the camera to interview the Navy personnel present at the scene. Navy A. I'm just as confused. I was setting off fireworks at the time, and I didn't expect that when the coffin was opened, it was empty inside. Nothing at all. Navy B. Don't let me find out who did it. If I catch them, hum. Navy C. Hey. Don't shove the microphone in my face, MP. Navy D. What? JK. I don't wear JK, what? I kinda like to wear JK little sisters. Then I might as well burn some for Admiral Akainu when I have time. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from the Navy headquarters, Orochimaru stood at the bow of the ship, and beside him, Rimuru looked significantly stronger than before, radiating a terrifying power. At this moment, Kizura looked at Sengoku and Garp, trimming his nails while saying, I don't know who did it. Why are you two looking at me like that? It's not like I hid Akainu's corpse, right? Am I that kind of person? Sengoku sighed deeply, shaking his head helplessly, while Garp looked gloomy, wondering how a perfectly good corpse could just vanish. This was quite embarrassing for the Navy, but after experiencing so many major events, they had gotten used to it. Just then a sudden knock on the door echoed, knock. Knock, come in, Kizaru said with a calm expression. With a creak, an officer rushed in, his face filled with excitement, and hurriedly said, Admiral Kizura, good news. Good news. In an instant, Sengoku and Garp looked at Kizaru suspiciously, thinking good news? Is this guy plotting something behind our backs? Kizaru frowned and coldly said, What good news? Speak properly. The officer realized his words might have been inappropriate, but hastily said, We VE recruited 2 powerful civilian experts. What? Before Kizaru could respond, Sengoku stood up, shouting, Who are they? What is their strength? It was crucial for the Navy to recruit 2 strong individuals right now. It would be like a timely assistance. Garp, seeing Sengoku's reaction, shook his head helplessly. Though he claimed he wouldn't worry about the Navy's issues anymore, he still couldn't let it go. The officer quickly replied upon hearing Sengoku's inquiry. One is named Plows, and according to Admiral Fujitora's test, he possesses at least Admiral-level strength. Great, Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement as he stood up abruptly. Has a background check been conducted? Garp asked as a follow-up question. It has been checked, and there are no issues, the officer replied, then looked at Kizaru, who slowly placed his nail clippers on the table, and said, Not bad. What about the other person? Report, Admiral. The other person is a powerful young kid. Although he may not be at Admiral Fujitora's level yet, he is close. There are such young geniuses among civilians? Garp tilted his head in confusion. He should be around 20 years old, and his name seems to be Sabo. His identity is also fine. Nanny? Sabo? Garp's pupils constricted as he stood up, looking at the officer in confusion. Are you sure it's Sabo? A guy in his 20s? I'm sure. You can go check. The officer replied. As he spoke, Garp returned to his seat, stroking his beard, lost in thought. Kizaru, on the other hand, gave Garp a deep look. He knew who Sabo was, but he didn't understand why Garp would be so excited upon hearing the name. It seemed he would need to pay more attention in the future. At this moment, Sengoku suddenly looked at Kizaru and said, let's go take a look at those two guys. After all, we are really short on talent right now. Seeing Sengoku say this, Kizaru didn't say much and nodded in agreement. So, the few of them were taken by the officer to check out the two powerful individuals joining the Navy. After about a few hours, Kizaru and Sengoku returned together. Sengoku looked at Kizaru with a joyful expression and said, great. With pros joining us, we can finally breathe a little easier. Kizaru didn't say much, just nodded. By the way, I think pros can be directly promoted to admiral. What do you think? After hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru took a breath and fell into thought. From their earlier interaction, pros gave him an unfathomable feeling. He even felt that this guy was slightly stronger than Akainu. Then, under Sengoku's intense gaze, Kizaru calmly said, yo, this guy is indeed quite terrifying. Let's make him an admiral, and his title will be Green Bull. As for that guy, named Sabo, I think he can also be made an admiral. His strength is quite good. After saying this, Kizaru subtly glanced at Sengoku beside him, who, after pondering for a moment, said, isn't Sabo a bit too young? Upon hearing this, Kizaru slightly frowned and replied, I don't think age is a problem. As long as he has the ability, that's enough. Hey, Carp seems to know that kid, right? Sengoku suddenly asked Kizaru, otherwise why would Carp keep that kid around to ask something? I don't know about that. Kizaru shook his head. Then, let's ask Carp about that kid's position later. After hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru didn't say much and nodded. All right, let's listen to Carp's opinion later. They then quickened their pace back to their office. After all, as the fleet admiral, there was a pile of documents waiting to be processed, and he couldn't rush into matters concerning Sabo to avoid drawing others' attention. At this moment, on a bench in the Navy training ground, Sabo pretended to look confused at the old man in front of him, while internally he was extremely alert. Be careful, because he knew that the old man in front of him was the Navy hero, Carp. He absolutely couldn't expose his identity as a Revolutionary Army member in front of him. Carp was staring intently at Sabo with deep eyes. Earlier, when he saw Sabo showcase his strength, he used the Dragon's Claw, and this powerful physical technique was only known to people on his side. After a long time, Carp finally spoke. Aren't you the kid who went out to become a pirate? How come you're here, joining the Navy now? Upon hearing Carp's question, Sabo looked at the somewhat familiar old man with a puzzled expression and asked, Do you know me? Carp looked at Sabo strangely, noticing that he didn't seem to be pretending, and continued to ask, You don't know Ace and Luffy? The moment he heard these two names, Sabo felt as if something had pierced his heart. It was as if something was floating in his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Sabo covered his head, his expression slightly twisted. Luffy? Ace? Why? Why does that sound so familiar? Is this amnesia? Carp thought to himself, seeing Sabo's expression. He seemed to have thought of something and didn't continue asking, but instead comforted Sabo. Once Sabo calmed down, Carp gently asked, I heard you encountered a shipwreck and then woke up on a small island? After hearing Carp's question, Sabo didn't dare to be careless and revealed a hint of nostalgia as he said, yes, I remember I was rescued by a big uncle who told me he found me on the beach, saying I'd encountered a shipwreck, but I don't know exactly what happened. Big uncle? What kind of big uncle? Carp frowned and asked. Sabo pretended to think for a moment and replied, He's a big uncle who looks very fierce, with a tattoo on his face that looks like a slipper print. Surely it's him. Before Sabo could finish his sentence, Carp blurted out. When he saw Sabo showcase his strength using the Dragon's Claw, he guessed that Sabo must have some connection with that man. At this moment, Sabo tilted his head and looked at Carp, puzzled. Do you also know that big uncle? Carp shook his head. It's nothing. You can continue. Hearing this, Sabo had no choice but to continue telling his story. After that big uncle rescued me, I felt that he was very powerful, and I followed him to train. After a few years, he suddenly disappeared, and before he left, he told me to join the Navy, so I came. After Sabo finished speaking, Carp fell into deep contemplation. After a long time, Carp looked at Sabo and said, You can go back now and train well. Although your strength is not bad, being an admiral is not that easy. After hearing this, Sabo's face lit up with joy, not expecting Carp to acknowledge his status as an admiral. He quickly bowed to Carp and said, Thank you, Mr. Carp. I will work hard. After finishing, Sabo turned and left. Carp, with his deep eyes, kept staring at Sabo's departing figure, murmuring, "What exactly do you mean, dragon?" Just like that, Carp remained there until dusk before slowly standing up, shaking his head and letting out a deep sigh as he left. At this moment, in the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku looked at Kizaru and said, "Since Carp also thinks that Kid can be competent for the position of Admiral, then give him a codename." Sitting at the desk, Kizaru pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, his codename will be Purple Dragon." Time passed day by day, and 6 months later, Orochimaru and his companions encountered the Inyo Navy Commander-in-Chief, the former highest combat power of the world government, Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Although Zifa was exceptionally strong, he still fell at the hands of Orochimaru and his companions, which caused quite a stir, and many were once again shocked by the strength of Leiyu's group. After that, the Navy dispatched numerous personnel, even sending several admirals to capture Orochimaru and his companions, but every Navy unit sent out had no return. At this moment, on a barren little island, hundreds of Navy soldiers and a rear admiral were trapped inside. The rear admiral looked at the warship parked not far away, clenched his fists, and roared in anger, "Damn it, Orochimaru. If you have the capability, don't run away. Even if you run, why did you steal the engine of our warship?" The other Navy soldiers were also furious but didn't dare to voice their anger toward Orochimaru, feeling extreme hatred. However, Orochimaru's group had already arrived in another sea area. At this moment, Orochimaru looked seriously at the highly technological small boat in front of him, or more accurately, at a person on that small boat. Beside him, Rimuru and Mikoto also wore serious expressions, because the person appearing before them was one of the 7 warlords of the sea from the previous Marineford War, Tyrant Kuma. However, when Orochimaru looked at Tyrant Bear, there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. This guy seemed different from what he had seen during the war on the top. Now, this guy gave him a very strange feeling, as if he were not human, and there was no trace of human expression in his eyes. "What do you want?" Orochimaru asked in a deep voice, looking at the large figure. But Tyrant Bear suddenly flashed a strange red light in his eyes, leaped up, and landed on Orochimaru's ship, stepping towards him step by step. Rimuru and Mikoto witnessed this and immediately assumed a fighting stance, on guard against him. However, when Orochimaru saw the red light in Tyrant Bear's eyes, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if it was exactly like the red glow in the eyes of the myriad snakes. While Orochimaru was pondering, Tyrant Bear had already reached his side, pulled out a note from somewhere, and handed it to Orochimaru. Seeing Tyrant Bear's strange action, Orochimaru took the note with confusion. What does this mean? When Tyrant Bear still didn't say a word, Orochimaru had no choice but to open the note. In an instant, Orochimaru's expression changed drastically, exclaiming, "There are actually such people in this world." Rimuru and Mikoto, seeing this, immediately stepped forward, looking at Orochimaru with concern, asking, "What happened?" Orochimaru took a deep breath, suppressed the shock on his face, and looked at Rimuru and Mikoto, saying, "I have some matters to attend to and need to leave for a while. You two should return to Reikage first and just tell him that I went to pursue the truth." After that, Orochimaru stopped speaking, nodded to Tyrant Bear, and said, "All right, let's go." "Wait, Uncle Snake, what are you doing?" Rimuru shouted from behind Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Tyrant Bear's eyes flickered with red light again, as if receiving some kind of command, and turned to return to his small boat. Orochimaru seemed to ignore Rimuru's words and followed closely behind, boarding the ship with Tyrant Bear, swiftly sailing away into the distance. Rimuru and Mikoto, left on the ship, were stunned as they watched Orochimaru's departing figure. Could this guy have switched sides? After a long time, Mikoto looked at Rimuru and asked, "So what should we do now?" Rimuru lay on the deck, looking at the sky nonchalantly, and said, "What else can we do? We should go back and tell Reikage about this, and let him make the decision. That annoying snake Ant just ran off like that." Although Rimuru had a nonchalant expression on his face, the worry deep in his eyes was genuine. Hearing Rimuru's words, Mikoto nodded and said, "Sigh. All right, let's go back to Cake Island. This guy Orochimaru really doesn't say a word about where he's going." After saying that, Mikoto shook her head helplessly and could only drive her own ship back, as their journey had to end here due to Orochimaru's sudden departure. At this moment, Tyrant Bear's small boat sped away as if powered by nuclear energy, quickly covering dozens of kilometers. Orochimaru stood at the bow of the ship, staring straight ahead with a hint of intriguing smile on his face, murmuring, "Vegapunk, interesting, very interesting." Days passed, and Orochimaru was brought by Tyrant Bear to a remote island. Looking at the desolate island, Orochimaru confusedly asked Tyrant Bear, "Is he here?" But Tyrant Bear remained silent and continued walking forward until he reached a dark cave entrance, where he stopped, turned around, and coldly looked at Orochimaru. Are you asking me to go in? Seeing Tyrant Bear still maintaining his cold, silent demeanor, Orochimaru shook his head helplessly and walked in alone. Even if there were ambushes waiting for him, Orochimaru was not afraid. After all, those who could kill him had yet to be born. When Tyrant Bear saw Orochimaru step into the cave, a flicker of red light flashed in his eyes, and he vanished in an instant, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Orochimaru was walking step by step deeper into the cave. He was surprised to find that this path was actually a staircase leading to the depths of the earth, with only a dim light around to help see the way ahead. After walking for about 10 minutes, he finally saw a faint white light ahead. Thinking he had reached his destination, he walked closer, only to find that it was a gigantic iron door blocking his path, with the white light coming from a powerful lamp on the door. Orochimaru hesitated for a moment before preparing to knock on the door, when suddenly a mechanical voice sounded. Ding! Please confirm your identity. Looking at the incessantly speaking iron door, Orochimaru was speechless. Confirm identity? Just as Orochimaru thought about using force to break the door. The next second, with a crack, the incredibly hard iron door trembled slightly and then slowly opened to the sides. Huh? The door opened by itself? Orochimaru wondered. Then he glanced up and noticed a red dot flashing above his head. Surveillance? After murmuring to himself, Orochimaru didn't care that his every move had already been noticed and strode confidently into the door. After he entered, the great door slowly closed again. After passing through a long corridor, the first thing that caught his eye was a bright, spacious room. At a glance, there were rows of things resembling nutrient pods, inside which human bodies, fully transparent, were soaking in green liquid. Each person was connected with various tubes, and from their slightly rising bellies, it was clear that they were still alive. Human experimentation? Seeing this familiar sight, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips, and a dark aura radiated from him. At this moment, Orochimaru seemed to be his true self. At this time, a group of researchers in white coats, looking extremely serious, gathered around a nutrient pod, seemingly discussing something, completely unaware of Orochimaru's presence. Are you ready? Starting the injection now. Ready. Experiment subject number 1. Starting the 350th injection of the devil gene. They manipulated precise instruments to inject a certain liquid into the human body, and in an instant, the face of the man in the nutrient pod twisted in pain. If any reader were present, they would recognize that this human, referred to as experiment subject number 1, was none other than Akin. Before Orochimaru could observe the situation of this experiment subject further, he saw Tyrant Bear walking towards him. Hey, weren't you supposed to stay outside? Orochimaru asked in confusion. But this time, Tyrant Bear spoke. Mr. Vegapunk is waiting for you inside. Follow me. After saying this, he turned around and continued deeper into the cave. Watching Tyrant Bear's back, Orochimaru seemed to notice something. The Tyrant Bear in front of him had a hint of humanity that was absent before. With his eyes flashing with a cold light, Orochimaru murmured, was that just now an artificial human? Then he followed behind and continued to walk forward. They arrived at a small room deep inside, where the Tyrant Bear stopped and gestured for Orochimaru to go in. After Orochimaru nodded, he walked into the small room with an indifferent expression and saw a figure in a white robe in front of a desk piled high with documents. The figure, still with its back turned to him, spoke in a deep voice, you finally came. What does it mean for you to call me here? Orochimaru frowned and asked, what does it mean? Ha. Do you not know what it means? Beckoning Punk shouted in an almost mad voice. We're the same kind of people. Your little snake has already told me. We are both born for science. Then, with a click, the door of the small room suddenly closed, and the scene inside was no longer visible. At that moment in the New World, a huge warship was majestically patrolling the sea, and countless pirates scattered in panic upon seeing the figure standing at the front of the warship. This figure was the newly famous admiral of the New World in the past 6 months, Sabo, the Purple Dragon. After Akainu's death, countless pirates believed that the Navy was finished. Just a soft persimmon, and many pirates were extremely arrogant, almost squatting on the Navy's heads to defecate. However, this situation lasted only a few days, and with the actions of Fujitora and Sabo, countless pirates were captured. It was at this time that these pirates realized that a skinny, dead camel is bigger than a horse. Sabo also gained a great reputation in this sea area due to his dragon's claw technique, and some even called him the Iron Claw, Purple Dragon. Just then, an observer rushed over to Sabo, panting, and said, Admiral Purple Dragon, we have discovered a pirate crew ahead. Sabo glanced at him and asked softly, "Which pirate crew? Why are you so flustered?" "It's the Whitebeard pirates." The soldier trembled as he spoke the name Whitebeard. The Whitebeard pirates? Sabo's eyes narrowed, and his expression became extremely serious. After all, he had long heard of the Whitebeard pirates' formidable reputation. "What should we do, Admiral Purple Dragon?" The soldier trembled as he looked at the enormous Moby Dick ahead, his eyes revealing immense panic. Looking at the panicked navy around him, Sabo's eyes subtly revealed a hint of disdain. He knew that his comrades in the Revolutionary Army would have boundless fighting spirit, regardless of how powerful the opponent was. Unlike these flustered soldiers who directly disrupted their morale, Sabo shook his head helplessly and said, "You all stay here. I heard Whitebeard has no fighting power left now. I'll go alone." As soon as he finished speaking, Sabo leaped up, using the moonwalk he learned from the Navy, and charged towards Whitebeard's Moby Dick. At this moment, Whitebeard, who was drinking heavily on the deck of the Moby Dick, suddenly focused his eyes and looked up at a certain direction in the sky, laughing loudly. "Rurara. Looks like a blind kid is coming to die." Marco and other strong members also noticed the black dot in the sky, their expressions turning cold as they assumed battle stances. But Whitebeard only sneered, tightened his right fist, creating a white light circle, and then violently swung his fist towards the sky where Sabo was coming from. The next second, with a crack, the space suddenly collapsed, and terrifying fragments appeared, with strands of terrifying aura surrounding Sabo. Sabo's expression suddenly changed as he realized he had underestimated Whitebeard's strength. Watching the fragments rapidly spread towards him, Sabo's eyes became extremely serious, but in the face of Whitebeard, he still showed no fear. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Looking at the powerful force that was about to tear him apart, Sabo roared, "Is this Whitebeard? Truly a terrifying opponent. Let me show you my ultimate technique, perfected to crush tyrannical power." Then, Sabo's fingers formed a strange shape, resembling 3 dragon claws. He then directly grabbed the fissure that was spreading towards him with his fingers, contemplating Dragon's Claw. In an instant, with a bang, Whitebeard's terrifying tremor fruit ability was actually crushed by Sabo with his own physical strength. What? How is it possible that he blocked Dad's attack like this? At this moment, all the captains present were stunned, because they all understood how powerful their father was. Whitebeard was at the peak of his power now, although it couldn't be ruled out that he wasn't using his full strength. Even so, Sabo's action was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Whitebeard's pupils also unconsciously contracted. Even he didn't expect that this kid could nullify his attack in such a way. Watching Sabo, who had resolved the crisis, continue to charge at him, Whitebeard stood up, looking at the imposing Sabo in the sky and laughed. "I didn't expect the Navy to recruit such a talent. You must be the youngest admiral recently rumored about, Admiral Purple Dragon." Hearing Whitebeard's words, Sabo smiled and said, "That's right, today let me, Sabo the Purple Dragon, meet you, Whitebeard." As he spoke, Sabo suddenly pushed off the ground, using the moonwalk he had learned not long ago, and rapidly charged towards Whitebeard. On the deck, Whitebeard twisted his neck and smiled. "Another kid who doesn't know the height of heaven and earth, but your temper is a bit like one of my sons." As soon as he finished speaking, Sabo's figure had already reached in front of Whitebeard, maintaining the dragon claw hand shape, fiercely attacking Whitebeard. While Marco and the others around Whitebeard did not intend to intervene, they knew that their father wanted to have a little fun. Whitebeard faced Sabo's terrifying dragon claw without using any abilities, simply using his fists to meet the attack. Boom! This extremely simple collision actually produced waves of fierce air, even causing waves on the sea under the Moby Dick. The first collision between the two seemed to end in a draw, but one must know that Whitebeard was only using the power of his body. One could see from Sabo's wide eyes just how shocked he was. Sabo looked at Whitebeard's immense power and gritted his teeth, asking, "The intelligence said you had reached your limit, didn't it? Not long before you would." "Rurara." Before Sabo could finish, Whitebeard suddenly laughed and said, "That's just what you all think. I'm at my peak now." Whitebeard was not afraid of this news leaking out, as all conspiracies would become nothing under absolute power. What? Peak? At this moment, Sabo was completely shocked. If news of Whitebeard as peak were to spread, it would be terrifying and astonishing. In that instant, Sabo suddenly felt a bit of sympathy for those pirates who were eyeing the One Piece throne. If Whitebeard had the heart, this position would undoubtedly belong to him. However, despite his shock, there was still no hint of comfort in Sabo's eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit grew stronger. He stepped back slightly, and in an instant, A powerful aura of armament Haki emanated from Sabo's hands as he shouted, "Dragon Hook Claw!" With a loud bang. This move, even stronger than Dragon's Claw, was still easily deflected by Whitebeard. Yet, Whitebeard still didn't use his abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to confront Sabo. Looking at the vigorous Sabo before him, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation, but he mockingly said, "Kid, are you just scratching my back? With that kind of strength, you think you could become an admiral? It seems the Navy is really going backwards." After hearing Whitebeard's mockery, a trace of anger appeared in Sabo's eyes. But Whitebeard was indeed correct. In front of him, Sabo did seem too weak. He stepped back again, looking at Whitebeard with a smile. "Hee, you really are strong, but don't underestimate me." Sabo then wrapped his forearms with armament Haki, and his eyes flashed with determination. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot and reappeared above Whitebeard, shouting, "Dragon's Breath." He then launched his arms, covered in armament Haki, toward Whitebeard's head with explosive speed. Facing Sabo's powerful attack, Whitebeard's eyes also flashed with a glimmer of intensity, as if he was finally willing to get serious. A powerful Conqueror's Haki emanated from him, shattering the surrounding deck and causing the sea to churn, possessing an overwhelming might. Subsequently, Whitebeard wrapped his Conqueror's Haki around his right fist and struck down towards Sabo, who was above him. In that moment, Sabo understood what death meant. Boom! Sabo's frail body fell heavily to the ground like a released bowstring, smashing a large hole in the wooden deck that went straight to the bottom of the ship. If Whitebeard hadn't been worried about his ship sinking, this blow would have been enough to send Sabo to the seabed. Nearby, the naval soldiers felt the terrifying aura of Whitebeard's Conqueror's Haki and trembled in fear, not daring to approach to check. After a long time, Sabo, bloodied, crawled up from the hole in the deck, clearly having suffered significant injuries from that blow. "Not bad, kid, but it's time to end this. I still want a drink," Whitebeard said as he clenched his fist and walked step by step towards Sabo, who had just climbed to the ground. Looking at the powerful Conqueror's Haki wrapped around Whitebeard's hand, Sabo felt an irresistible thought for the first time. As he watched Whitebeard's massive fist coming toward his face, a strange yet familiar shout entered Sabo's ears. "Old man. Wait. Ace." Upon hearing Ace's call, Whitebeard's fist aimed at Sabo suddenly stopped, and he turned to Ace with a smile, asking, "What is wrong, Ace?" "Huff, huff, huff." Ace, panting, rushed to Whitebeard's side. He did not immediately answer his father's question, but stared incredulously at Sabo lying on the deck. Upon seeing Sabo's familiar face, Ace froze and shouted with a trembling voice, Sabo, you are Sabo. You're not dead." Whitebeard noticed that Ace seemed to recognize the person before him, and their relationship appeared to be quite special. He then stepped back, leaving the matter to Ace, considering this battle a good way to relieve his fatigue. At this moment, Sabo, lying on the deck, struggled to lift his head, looking at Ace's familiar yet strange face with confusion. Do you know me?" It should be noted that since he joined the Navy, he had always used the title Purple Dragon, and very few people knew his real name. Yet this boy, who looked about the same age as him, recognized him at a glance. "How can I not know you?" "Sabo, I'm Ace." "Ace. Ace." Sabo's small eyes were filled with great confusion, feeling that the name Ace was somehow incredibly familiar, as if he were someone extremely important. Yet he just couldn't remember. Seeing Sabo's bewildered expression, Ace grew anxious and shouted, You haven't forgotten me, right? I still have you and that kid Luffy. The three of us grew up together." Luffy?" Upon hearing Luffy's name, Sabo's heart trembled again. What was this inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth? Tears began to flow continuously from Ace's eyes as he shook Sabo and continued to shout, "You don't remember Garb, Auntie Curly Dayton, and Village Chief Upless? They have always taken care of us in Windmill Village. Curly Dayton, Windmill Village." Sabo's eyes went blank as he murmured softly. With Ace's shouting, distant memories slowly surfaced in Sabo's mind of a small island far in the East Sea, a town filled with various memories, and a face with a simple smile. "Have you forgotten that the three of us always dreamed of going to sea together? Have you forgotten how we defeated beasts in the forest with that pipe?" Saying this, Ace picked up the pipe next to Sabo and held it in front of him. Looking at the familiar pipe and Ace's freckles, the two innocent faces with pure smiles slowly emerged in Sabo's mind. "Have you forgotten the sake we drank to pledge our brotherhood? We are brothers. Our bond will never be severed." With that, Ace pulled Sabo into a tight embrace. In Ace's arms, Sabo felt his incredibly passionate heart, and his gaze gradually became clearer as the images in his mind became increasingly vivid. releasing memories from his childhood. Suddenly, Sabo smiled just like he did in his childhood, pure and innocent. He slowly raised his hands and tightly hugged Ace. Sensing this, Ace's pupils suddenly constricted, and just as he wanted to say something, Sabo's gentle voice reached his ears. "Okay, I'm back, Ace." Upon hearing Sabo's words, Ace trembled all over. He finally couldn't control his emotions and suddenly burst into tears like a child. Sabo looked at Ace, who was crying uncontrollably, shook his head helplessly, and gently stroked Ace's head, saying, "Why are you crying? You're all grown up now, and still crying like this. Do you want to lose face?" However, as he spoke, Sabo couldn't help but shed 2 lines of hot tears himself. The 2 brothers held each other and cried for a while. After seeing each other's snotty and tear-streaked faces, they suddenly stopped, and both of them started crying and laughing at the same time. Their laughter so joyful and liberating that it felt like they had returned to 10 years ago. After Sabo regained his memories, Ace explained Sabo's situation to Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard didn't mind Sabo's identity as a Marine and asked Ace to bring Sabo over to drink together. So, Sabo began drinking with Ace and the others. The 2 of them took turns recounting stories from their childhood, which made all the captains, even Whitebeard, burst into laughter. However, everyone was also deeply touched by the friendship between Ace and Sabo. As they drank, Ace suddenly looked at Sabo and said, "Where did you go when you disappeared? I thought you were dead. You made me sad for so long." After hearing Ace's question, Sabo glanced around at Whitebeard and the others and replied, "At that time, I was saved by an old man, and then I lived on a small island." "Old man? What kind of old man? I need to thank him sometime," Ace asked curiously. Sabo gave Ace a knowing look and gently shook his head. Instantly, Ace understood Sabo's meaning and didn't ask further. The others had been drinking for a while and were a bit hazy, not paying attention to the 2's actions and words, but Whitebeard took everything in without saying much. After a while, Ace asked again, "So why did you suddenly become a Marine? You didn't say that when we were kids. Plus, I really didn't expect that Admiral Fujitora was you." After Ace finished speaking, before Sabo could respond, he suddenly said, "Why don't you just quit being an admiral and join our Whitebeard pirates instead?" Then he leaned close to Sabo's ear and whispered, "Dad seems to have a good impression of you. What do you say, want to join us?" Despite Whitebeard usually appearing fierce, he is actually. Watching the chattering Ace, Sabo felt the warmth of his care and smiled helplessly, saying, "Forget it. I won't trouble Whitebeard and the others. Having you is enough for them to worry about." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Sabo's words, everyone burst into laughter, looking at Ace and saying, "It seems you were quite naughty as a kid." Ace, Sabo was right. Having just one of you is enough for us to worry about. Hearing Marco and the others' words, Ace felt a bit embarrassed and angry, shot a glare at Sabo, and then started wrestling with Marco and the others. Whitebeard just watched without intervening, laughing and drinking as he observed them play around. This warm, family-like scene struck Sabo's heart, and for a moment, he almost couldn't resist joining the Whitebeard family. But he had his own mission. So, Sabo could only drink deeply from his cup, feeling somewhat lonely. After Ace and Marco finished their play, they returned to their places. Sabo looked at Ace, whose face was bruised, and laughed. They didn't win against them? Ace angrily took a big gulp of his drink and sulked. "Humph, it's just because there are too many of them." But the next second, Ace's familiar smile returned, and he looked at Sabo expectantly, saying, "So, how about you join us?" "Forget it, I really can't." After hearing Sabo's refusal, Ace still didn't give up, repeatedly asking. However, Sabo couldn't reveal the truth in front of Whitebeard and the others, so he kept refusing. Whitebeard had already noticed Sabo's unusual demeanor and said to Ace, "You 2 have drunk enough. Take your brother around and show him the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. Who knows, he might be moved." After hearing Whitebeard's words, Ace didn't react before Sabo grabbed him. "Yeah, take me to see the famous Whitebeard pirates. It's definitely better than the Marines." Ace felt that Dad was right and led Sabo to one side to visit the magnificent Moby Dick. Seeing that Ace didn't understand Whitebeard's intention, Sabo could only turn back and give Whitebeard a grateful look, nodding. The 2 of them walked forward together. Whitebeard, sitting in his place, took a deep look at Sabo's back and murmured, "Hee, you 3 brothers are all extraordinary." After a while, at the end of the Moby Dick, Ace's shocked voice rang out, "What? You were actually..." Before Ace could finish, Sabo immediately covered his mouth, scanned the surroundings seriously, and after confirming no one was there, let out a sigh of relief. He looked at Ace helplessly and said, "You need to be more careful." He then released his hand from Ace's mouth. Ace looked at Sabo with great concern and said, "If that's the case, I assent to your situation very dangerous." Seeing Ace worry about him made Sabo feel that he was not alone in this world. He still had two brothers. Then Sabo pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's not dangerous at all. I'm now Admiral Fujitora." Ha ha. Looking at the laughing Sabo, Ace didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he became even more worried about Sabo's safety. If the Marines found out about his identity, the consequences were unimaginable. Seeing that Ace was still not at ease, Sabo had to say, "All right, let me tell you a secret." "What secret?" Ace frowned tightly. Sabo leaned closer to Ace's ear and said mysteriously, "Monkey. Handsome." "What?" At this, Ace was completely stunned, not expecting it to be like this. Seeing Ace's shocked expression, Sabo joked, "You better not tell anyone this secret, or else." "I won't." Although Sabo said this jokingly, Ace's expression was exceptionally serious. He would never do anything harmful to his brother, and Luffy and Sabo felt the same way. It was precisely because of this that the three of them could become life-and-death brothers. Once Ace came back to his senses, he looked at Sabo with a complex gaze and said earnestly, "Your circle is really chaotic." After casually wandering for a while, Sabo looked at the time and said, "I have to go now. After all, I'm Admiral Fujitora." Haha. Now that Ace knew Sabo's identity, he didn't try to retain him any longer and worriedly reminded Sabo, "You still need to be careful. After all." "All right. Stop being so naggy. I'll take care of myself. You be careful too." After saying this, Sabo turned and resolutely used Jeppo to fly back to his warship. Watching Sabo's departing figure, Ace shouted loudly, "Sabo, live well. You haven't met Luffy yet. We three must get together sometime." Sabo rubbed his eyes and waved his hand, reminiscing about Ace. After letting out a deep sigh, he looked at the warship not far away and murmured, "When will we meet again? Luffy is really looking forward to seeing you." With that, he disappeared completely from Ace's sight. Ace, however, kept staring at Sabo's vanishing figure. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, "Worry not. Just give this thing to that kid. Consider it a reward for sparring with me." Ace turned around and saw something thrown from Whitebeard's hand. With a bang, Ace caught what Whitebeard referred to as a reward, staring blankly at Whitebeard for a moment before saying, "Old man." Whitebeard replied, "All right, stop dawdling. If you don't hurry, that brat will be back at the Navy headquarters." With that, Whitebeard turned and left. Watching the departing figure, Ace deeply bowed to Whitebeard and softly said, "Thank you, old man." He then excitedly boarded his flame speedboat and sped off in the direction Sabo had left. At that moment, Sabo returned to the ship and saw that all the Navy soldiers were unconscious on the deck. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he murmured in shock, "Whitebeard's Haki is actually this powerful. I didn't expect it to affect here." It was known that his subordinates, while not very strong, were not complete weaklings either. However, it was understandable, as the Navy was currently short on personnel, and his subordinates were just ordinary Navy soldiers. Looking at the group of unconscious soldiers, Sabo shook his head helplessly. "I can't pilot such a large warship alone." After pondering for a moment, Sabo wrapped his hands in armament Haki and pressed down hard on the deck, softly saying, "Dragon's breath." With a bang, the entire warship shook violently. The soldiers slowly began to awaken from the intense shaking. "What happened? Ah, my head hurts. What just happened?" "General Purple Dragon. You're back?" When some saw Sabo's figure, they were shocked, not expecting him to return unscathed from the Whitebeard pirates. Although he looked a bit disheveled, Sabo noticed the soldiers' gazes and said solemnly, "Quick, evacuate. The Whitebeard pirates are not to be underestimated. I want to test them and end it up like this. We need to leave quickly. Be careful they pursue us." Upon hearing that the Whitebeard pirates might chase them, the soldiers' minds cleared instantly, and they hurriedly began piloting the warship back to their headquarters. Just then, a soldier suddenly pointed at the sea behind Sabo and shouted in panic, "What is that? How can there be a person?" Sabo turned around and saw Ace's figure on the small speedboat. "How'd he catch up? Did something happen?" Sabo frowned in confusion. He then turned serious and looked at the group of Navy soldiers behind him, saying, "He is the fire fist of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace. You all go first. I'll handle this guy." With a fierce glint in his eyes, Sabo leaped into the air, using moonwalk, heading towards Ace on the surface of the sea. The Navy soldiers were moved by Sabo's spirit of self-sacrifice. "This is our Navy's general, General Purple Dragon. I've made my decision. I will follow General Purple Dragon for life." Ace looked up at Sabo coming towards him and grinned, shouting loudly, "Catch this, General Purple Dragon. Hey, Fire Fist." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive fireball appeared in front of Sabo and shot towards him at incredible speed. The intense heat evaporated the surrounding seawater, creating thick layers of steam. The Navy on the warship felt Ace's power and couldn't help but worry for Sabo. Faced with this formidable attack, Sabo was even more puzzled. What does Ace want to do? Does he want to put on a show for me? Thinking of this possibility, Sabo pressed down his hat and smiled helplessly, saying, "There's no need to go this far for a performance. Does he want to spar with me?" Ace, after assuming the Dragon's Claw stance. Sabo's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance as he shouted, "Dragon's Claw!" He caught the incredibly hot fire fist in his hand, and with a sudden force bang, Ace's fire fist was caught by Sabo. Huh. Suddenly, Sabo felt something in his palm. He looked down and was instantly stunned. A purple devil fruit lay quietly in his hand. Now, Sabo finally understood that Ace had come to bring warmth to him. The next second, Sabo suddenly looked up, realizing that Ace's figure was no longer visible on the surface. Knowing all this, Sabo looked towards the direction Ace had come from and smiled helplessly. "I'll accept your kindness, Ace." He then hid the devil fruit in his clothes and returned to the warship using Moonwalk. General Purple Dragon. Woohoo! Before Sabo could catch his breath, a group of Navy soldiers surrounded him, exclaiming, "General Purple Dragon is so strong. He actually drove away Ace with one blow." "Yeah, that Fire Fist Ace is already so powerful. I didn't expect General Purple Dragon to be even stronger. Purple Dragon is invincible. Purple Dragon is invincible." Seeing the Navy's praise, Sabo shook his head helplessly, not explaining anything. Instead, he said with a serious expression, "Don't underestimate them. We need to hurry. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if other members of the Whitebeard pirates catch up." Upon hearing Sabo's words, the Navy quickly returned to their posts and continued heading to their headquarters. Meanwhile, Sabo stood at the bow, feeling the devil fruit in his clothes, murmuring, "What kind of fruit is this? I'm really looking forward to it. But I should wait until we return to headquarters to use it. It's not convenient here." On the other side, Ace, piloting his fast little speedboat, had already returned to the Moby Dick. Seeing that Whitebeard was still drinking, he shook his head helplessly and walked over. Recently, after being treated by Orochimaru, Whitebeard had been drinking more recklessly, often drinking all day long. However, no one said anything. They all understood. Although Whitebeard was in good health and at the peak of his strength, his actual lifespan was only 5 to 10 years. If that was the case, then let the old man do whatever he liked and enjoy himself for a few years. Back. Whitebeard looked at Ace and said in a deep voice, Ace nodded and, frowning, looked at Whitebeard and asked, "Old man, what kind of fruit is that?" "Oh, that fruit? I found it a while ago. Have you forgotten?" "A while ago?" Ace looked at his father with confusion. Didn't he just go to the Grand Line a while ago? But he hadn't heard anything about his father acquiring any fruits. He only fought a few guys, one of whom seemed quite strong. Whitebeard took a big gulp of liquor and said, It was a few months ago. That guy piloting the flying ship. What was it called? The Ark. There was a kid on it who played with electricity and called himself a god. I just wanted to spar with him, but I didn't expect that guy to be so fragile. I just put in a little effort, and he was done for. Claiming to be a god? Does he think he is my little brother-in-law?" At this moment, Ace finally remembered that guy seemed to be called Enel. "But I didn't see you asking us to find his fruit, Dad?" Ace continued to ask. Lulu. After laughing for a while, Whitebeard explained, "Originally, I was interested in this fruit, but it seems Marco found it somewhere later and brought it back. I think it's called the Rumble fruit. A pretty decent ability." "Oh." Ace nodded, suddenly a bit excited about how Sabo would look after swallowing this fruit. "Let us do our best together, Sabo." 3 months later, besides the title of Purple Dragon, Sabo was given another title by others, Thunder Dragon. With the Rumble fruit, Sabo's strength grew rapidly, and he was now fully capable of handling the position of admiral. With his charisma, he also gained many Navy soldiers who vowed to follow him to the death, establishing his own faction within the Navy. However, Sengoku, Garp, and others heard that this fruit was accidentally found by Sabo while he was out, so they didn't ask much about it. But Garp found it strange that he felt like Sabo had been avoiding him lately, and he didn't know why. During this time, there were 2 things that gave both the Navy and the world government headaches. The first was the news that Whitebeard had declined in strength. Instead, he had become even stronger. It seemed that after Sabo left, the Whitebeard pirates encountered Barrett, who had escaped from prison. But for some reason, the 2 sides clashed, and Barrett was defeated with a single punch from Whitebeard. After hearing this news, some forces that were eyeing the Whitebeard pirates immediately withdrew their thoughts. This man was not to be trifled with. Even the Navy ordered not to provoke the Whitebeard pirates for the time being. The other issue was that a large number of people had been mysteriously disappearing, mostly young people. The Navy launched an investigation into this population disappearance event, but found nothing. This result left many people feeling anxious and terrified. Some observant individuals noticed that there seemed to be a shadow of the world government behind this disappearance of people. Upon hearing this news in Cake Island, Rayleigh furrowed his brows tightly. Through Rimuru and Mikasa, he learned that Orochimaru had left with Tyrant Kuma. And Rayleigh also knew that the person who modified Tyrant Kuma was Vegapunk. Given the recent events and his understanding of Orochimaru, Rayleigh was certain that this incident was closely related to Orochimaru. But he didn't have time to deal with that guy now. He had more important things to do. A year later, Rayleigh, who had already faded from people's sight, shocked the entire ocean once again. Shockingly, with Rayleigh's help, Fishman Island began to migrate around Cake Island. Rayleigh renamed the land of Wa to the Republic of All Things. Countless people found this unbelievable. They didn't expect Rayleigh to make such a big move upon reappearing. Moreover, the name Republic of All Things seemed quite nice. Was Rayleigh planning to create a true nation where all kinds of species could coexist and live in harmony? As a result, many forces sent people to investigate near Cake Island, but without exception, all returned without success. Even several pirates with bounties over 100 million perished in this sea. The entire area around Cake Island seemed to have become a forbidden zone, and no one dared to provoke Rayleigh's territory. All of this seemed to have piqued the interest of the veteran Garp. However, 3 days later, after Garp returned from Cake Island, a statement he made shocked the entire world, even alarming the old men of the world government. Garp, all Navy personnel are not to approach Cake Island. We cannot resist Rayleigh and his gods. His current strength has shocked even me. After hearing Garp's words, the 5 elders felt a bit restless. After all, they had some understanding of Garp's strength. Inside the solemn buildings of Holy Land, the 5 elders sat around the round table, the atmosphere extremely tense. The scarred elder looked at Charles and snorted. Didn't you say Whitebeard wouldn't live long? Why does the intelligence say he is not only alive and well, but even seems to have returned to his terrifying peak strength? Hearing the scarred elder's questioning. Although Charles had some discontent in his eyes, he couldn't say anything. He didn't know why Whitebeard's situation had changed like this. He heard Whitebeard had a special relationship with Rayleigh. If those two teamed up, it would be troublesome. Let us leave Rayleigh to the adults. As for Whitebeard, let us send someone to test if he really has recovered to his peak strength. If he has, we need to figure out just how strong he is now. The others nodded in agreement upon hearing the scarred elder's words. And what about the migration of Fishman Island? The elder with the cane suddenly asked. Let's talk about that later. We should prepare for the World Conference over the next 2 years. We can discuss it then when the people from Fishman Island return. All right, let us do it this way. Recently, keep an eye on both Whitebeard and Rayleigh, and also pay attention to Blackbeard teach. After the scarred elder finished speaking, the others organized the meeting content and left. The entire world seemed to have fallen silent once again. Time passed swiftly, and 2.5 years had gone by since Rayleigh took over Cake Island. During these years, with Rayleigh and several other emperors disappearing from the limelight, many pirates on the seas began to make a name for themselves. First, the most famous and shocking one was Blackbeard's crew, especially not long ago. It was reported that former Admiral Aokiji had joined Blackbeard's crew, leading some to proclaim Blackbeard as the new emperor of the seas. Blackbeard himself seemed to have taken this to heart, recently expanding his territory in the New World. However, no one had seen Blackbeard take action personally. It was mostly his strong subordinates doing the fighting, and when trouble arose, Aokiji would step in to resolve it. For a time, Blackbeard's actual strength became a mystery. This also led to Blackbeard becoming the strongest pirate crew under the 4 emperors, subtly hinting at replacing Big Mom to become the 5th emperor. Below Blackbeard was Luffy's group of supernovas. Just like in the original work, Luffy still set sail after training for 2 years, and later teamed up with Law to defeat Doflamingo, liberating the people of Dressrosa. Doflamingo was then captured by the Navy led by Fujitora and imprisoned in the 6th level of the underwater prison. Since Cake Island was controlled by Raikyu, there was no incident of Sanji being captured for an arranged marriage. Now, no one knows where the Straw Hat crew is. As for Sabo, he has been thriving in the Navy over the past few years, admired by countless Navy soldiers. His prominence even overshadowed Fujitora for a time, while Green Bull's presence was minimal, with many Navy personnel only knowing of him but never having seen him. Meanwhile, Kizaru was in a state of doing nothing, not handling any documents, just wandering around every day. Even Sengoku couldn't stand it and had to personally handle some matters for the admiral. This led to a strange phenomenon where Kizaru, as an admiral, wasn't doing admiral duties, while the retired Sengoku was working hard every day. At this time, Raikyu on Cake Island welcomed a special guest. In the palace of Cake Island, Raikou looked at the suddenly arrived Shanks with a serious expression and asked, "What brings you here?" Shanks did not directly answer Raikou's question. After smiling, he said, "Why so serious? I'm here to celebrate your ascension as the new emperor, even if I'm a bit late." As he spoke, he took out a wine gourd from his pocket and tossed it to Raikou, who caught it steadily. Shanks then pulled out another similar gourd and said, "Feel free to drink. I'm going to down mine first." Ha! With that, Shanks drank the strong liquor in one go. Raikou, witnessing this, also had no concerns about Shanks being a threat and drank it down as well. Burp after finishing. Both of them burped loudly, and Shanks laughed heartily again. Raikou looked at Shanks, furrowing his brows tightly, and asked, "What exactly do you want?" Shanks shook his head while laughing and waved his hand, saying, "It's really nothing. Just gonna take a look. Now that I've had my drink, I'll take my leave." With that, Shanks turned around and actually left. Raikou was left confused, but did not stop him. However, just as Shanks was about to walk out of the palace door, he suddenly stopped and said coldly, "By the way, you'd better be careful lately." After speaking, before Raikou could ask further, Shanks vanished in a flash. Raikou stepped to the door, looking at the place where Shanks had disappeared, puzzled about the meaning of his last words. Was someone planning to attack him? But who could it be? Suddenly, an idea struck Raikou, and he recalled that Shanks had a somewhat special identity. Then, a smirk appeared at the corner of Raikou's mouth, his eyes emitting a cold glint as he sneered. Could it be that the world government's guys can't hold back anymore? "I'm really looking forward to crossing swords with you old fossils." As he spoke, an extremely terrifying aura slowly emanated from Raikou, and in that moment, it felt as if the space itself had solidified. No one knew just how terrifying Raikou's strength was at that moment. Meanwhile, Shanks, who had reached the coast, suddenly felt a chill in his heart, as if something could threaten his life. He turned sharply and looked back toward the direction where he had just met Raikou. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed, "I didn't expect this kid's strength to have reached such a level. I really don't know what this guy has been eating to grow so fast." Shanks then boarded a small wooden boat and rowed away from Cake Island. After a while, Raikou called Itachi, Rimuru, and Katakuri together to announce an astonishing piece of news. Upon hearing it, Rimuru exclaimed in surprise, "What? We're setting sail tomorrow?" "Yes." Raikou nodded. "Oh yeah, that's great." Rimuru jumped up excitedly. Even the others smiled, as they had been cooped up on Cake Island for so long. Just thinking about finally setting sail made them all extremely excited. "By the way, what about Snake Uncle? Aren't we waiting for him to come back?" Makako asked, looking puzzled at Raikou. Hearing Makako mention Orochimaru, Raikou was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was a bit unaccustomed to Orochimaru being gone for such a long time, as he had been someone who watched him grow up. Raikou sighed deeply and said, "We don't need to worry about that guy for now. He won't run into any trouble. Besides, didn't he just take Lama with him recently?" "Oh, that's right." Rimuru nodded thoughtfully. As for Lama, a coffin had appeared out of nowhere months ago, directly covering him, and then it disappeared. Raikou speculated that Orochimaru might have encountered some trouble and needed Lama's help, so he didn't say much about it. Raikou then looked at Katakuri and said, "While I'm away, Cake Island and the Republic will be under your care." Katakuri nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen with me here." Raikou also nodded. Katakuri's strength had improved significantly over the past 2 years, and now he was capable of facing an admiral in battle. After that, he let everyone go back to rest and prepare for tomorrow's departure. As for why they were suddenly leaving Cake Island, it was because the long-awaited system had finally spoken, issuing a new sign-in mission. 3 days later, a gigantic dragon-shaped pirate ship suddenly appeared in the seas of the New World, causing a stir across the ocean. The reason was simple. This dragon-shaped ship was flying the flag of the God's Pirates. Countless people did not expect that Raikou, who had been silent for more than 2 years, would reappear on the ocean. They thought he would stabilize on Cake Island for 5 or 10 years before taking action, but they did not expect that this day would come so quickly. Although Raikou and his crew reappeared on the sea, the Navy did not take any action. This was not only due to a remark from Carp, but also because Kizuru was now the admiral. 7 days passed, and at this moment, Raikou lay bored on the deck, looking at the blue sky. Just thinking about the task the system had given him gave him a headache, because this time, the sign-in location couldn't even be called an island. The sign-in spot was Yuzo Island, home to the Mink tribe, and this island was built on the back of a 1,000-year-old elephant, changing its position as the elephant moved. Therefore, it was difficult to locate it using a record pointer. This giant elephant, known as the Elephant Lord, was said to have lived for over 1,000 years and had even exceeded 10,000 meters in size, unable to be submerged by the ocean. Thus, this giant elephant could carry Yuzo Island to float on the sea, which made it impossible for the record pointer to track this constantly moving island. Brother Raikou, where exactly are we going this time? We've been wandering around here for several days. Rimuru came to Raikou's side, looking equally bored. I thought this time out at sea would continue the tense and exciting adventure, but I didn't expect Leiyu to have them just wandering around in this ocean. It is said that they are looking for something, and this is already the 5th day in this sea area. When faced with Rimulu's question, Leiyu replied, just wait a little longer, a few more days. We're almost there. After hearing Leiyu's words, Rimulu helplessly rolled his eyes at him. This was already the 999th time he had heard just a little longer from Leiyu. If they waited any longer, the flowers would wither. In fact, it wasn't just Rimulu. Even Leiyu himself was getting a bit impatient. According to his memory, the Drought Disaster Jack encountered the Elephant Lord in this sea area, and based on the timing, it should be around these days. So why haven't they encountered it yet? Is it possible that his looks aren't good enough? Just as Leiyu was lost in thought, questioning his own appearance, suddenly there was a boom, and he felt the deck tremble slightly. Startled, Leiyu quickly got up and scanned his surroundings, only to find nothing unusual. It wasn't the sound from Itachi or any other training. Before Leiyu could collect his thoughts, there was another boom, and this time he noticed that not only was the deck of his ship shaking, but the entire ocean seemed to tremble in that moment. Moreover, the tremors seemed to be coming from the seabed, like an earthquake. However, an underwater earthquake shouldn't happen like this. It should be a series of shakes. Just as Leiyu was pondering this, there was another rumble, and the entire sea area shook again. Not only that, but Leiyu also noticed that the seabed beneath him seemed to be filled with countless marine creatures, even sea kings fleeing as if they had been startled by something. At this moment, a flash of inspiration crossed Leiyu's mind, and he seemed to think of something, his eyes shining with excitement. The only thing that could cause such a commotion in this sea area was one thing. That is the strongest sea king, the Elephant Lord. After thinking of this, Leiyu no longer hesitated. After observing the direction the fish were fleeing, he gave an order for Rimulu to quickly steer the ship in the opposite direction of where the fish were escaping. Leiyu excitedly murmured, "Finally found you. Elephant Lord, I really don't know what kind of new partner I will have when I sign in at Yuzo Island this time." Suddenly, Leiyu seemed to think of something again. A cold smile appeared on his lips, wondering if that little brat was there. If he was also at Yuzo Island, then don't blame me for being rude. This could also fulfill a wish from my past life. As Leiyu was contemplating, he soon saw a small black don the ocean not far away, with the pirate ship speeding forward. Leiyu finally saw a magnificent shadow standing on the surface of the sea, as if it had conquered the entire ocean. And that was the giant of the ocean, the ruler of the Sea Kings, the Elephant Lord. At this moment, above the Elephant Lord's head, a little brat dressed as a traditional samurai from Wano, with his hair shaved except for a bun at the back of his head, wearing a pink kimono, seemed to have noticed Leiyu and his group. This little brat was Momonosuke, and beside him was the samurai Kinemon. That pirate ship seems to be the Straw Hat Pirates, young master, Kinemon said nervously. He had naturally heard of the infamous Straw Hat Pirates, Leiyu's great reputation, and it was clear that such a person was not someone they could provoke. Looking at Leiyu's group continuing to sail toward them, Momonosuke said dismissively, "It's just Leiyu. If he really dares to come closer, I'll have the Elephant Lord crush him." Hearing Momonosuke's words, Kinemon furrowed his brow tightly. He had a bad feeling about this. After a while, Momonosuke noticed that Leiyu's group did not choose to avoid the giant beast of the Elephant Lord. Instead, they were getting closer and closer to them. Seeing the pirate ship approaching, a fierce light flashed in Momonosuke's eyes. He then placed his palm on the ground, which was the Elephant Lord's rough skin, and roared, "Crush those pirates, Elephant Lord." As soon as he finished speaking, the Elephant Lord suddenly stopped, and a deafening roar echoed through the sky. At this moment, Leiyu, who had reached the Elephant Lord's feet, noticed the Elephant Lord's unusual behavior, and his expression became slightly serious. Before Leiyu and his companions could think much more, they saw the Elephant Lord roar again and then swung its enormous trunk at Leiyu's group. Leiyu witnessed this, swiftly dodged into the air, and directly faced it. In the face of such a colossal creature, he felt like a mosquito, but there was not a trace of fear in Leiyu's eyes. After 2 years of training, he himself didn't even understand how strong he had become. As he watched the trunk rushing toward him, a slight smile appeared on Leiyu's lips, and he murmured, "Let's see if you can handle my new move." Then, With a boom, an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted from Lei Yu's body. This powerful Conqueror's Haki directly startled Kinemon, who was above the Elephant Lord. Feeling this fierce Haki, Kinemon was puzzled and thought to himself, this guy Lei Yu wouldn't dare to use Conqueror's Haki against the Elephant Lord, would he? I understand how terrifying the Elephant Lord is. Conqueror's Haki can't possibly affect it. But in the next second, an extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted, causing the clouds in the sky to swirl in a terrifying manner. Kinemon's face suddenly changed as he stared at the small black dot below, incredulously exclaiming this. This is impossible. Is that Conqueror's Haki entanglement? That's right. Lei Yu's new move was the Conqueror's Haki entanglement that he had painstakingly developed over the past 2 years. At this moment, a purple-black energy was swirling around Lei Yu's fist, tearing through the surrounding air. In an instant, Lei Yu's fist collided with the thick elephant trunk, producing a boom that caused an unexpected event. The Elephant Lord trembled all over. Then, at the moment of contact with Lei Yu's fist, the thick-skinned, incredibly hard elephant trunk was actually torn apart by the terrifying Conqueror's Haki entanglement. Roar! The Elephant Lord let out a pained roar, swinging its broken trunk and howling in agony, blood gushing from the wound, quickly staining a small area of the sea red. At this moment, Momonosuke was completely dumbfounded by this scene, standing there in a daze, repeatedly murmuring this. How is this possible? This is not human power at all. Kinemon, who was beside Momonosuke, also stared blankly for a moment before quickly reacting. Although he didn't know the intentions of Lei Yu's group, it was best for them to retreat for now. With that, he grabbed Momonosuke and ran deep into Yuzo Island. At this time, the injured Elephant Lord staggered a few steps in the sea with its massive body. Clearly, it had not expected that the man before it possessed such terrifying power. As a giant ruler of the sea, it did not back down. After a shake, it roared towards the sky, then stood up directly. Aiming at the position of Lei Yu, it stomped down with its strong and incredibly hard front foot, wanting to crush this guy who had smashed its nose completely. Seeing that enormous elephant foot coming down towards him, Lei Yu sneered. Are you still not giving up? Then let me show you the power of this punch. Saying this, Lei Yu tightened his right arm and roared deeply. Dragon transformation. With a crack, Lei Yu's right arm suddenly became several times thicker, bursting through his jacket. And then crimson dragon scales appeared, radiating an overwhelming and primal power. This wasn't over yet. Watching that rapidly descending elephant foot, a glint of coldness flashed in Lei Yu's eyes as he murmured, I wonder if you can still fight after this punch, Elephant Master. With that, Lei Yu wrapped his powerful Conqueror's Haki around his transformed right arm and soared into the sky, meeting the shadow of the foot. Boom! In the next moment, a fierce white shockwave erupted from the point of impact, stirring the entire sea surface. On the deck, Itachi, Yasuo, and the others were not worried about Lei Yu's safety at all, because even they didn't know just how powerful Lei Yu had become. However, they were certain that the current Lei Yu could definitely eliminate any admiral in the Navy in an instant. The power emanating from Lei Yu seemed to break through the heavens, and with a bang, the two collided again. A tremendous roar echoed through the sky, and the entire ocean trembled violently, creating towering waves. Following that, with a bang, accompanied by the Elephant Master's scream, blood rained down from the sky. In the shocked eyes of everyone, the thigh of the Elephant Master, which collided with Lei Yu, was directly shattered by Lei Yu's terrifying strength. The Elephant Master roared in pain, losing one of its legs, and slowly tilted towards the sea, falling over. For a moment, all the long-haired tribe living on Yuzo Island felt the tilting of the island and panicked. What on earth was happening? Damn, did the Elephant Master encounter an enemy? How could anyone shake the Elephant Master? Everyone felt the angle of the tilt increasing and the speed accelerating, but unfortunately, they had no power to change anything at this moment. The Elephant Master seemed to realize that if it fell like this, those species on its back would surely face a disaster. So it exerted all its remaining strength, kneeling on the sea surface with its 3 remaining legs, with the seawater just barely touching most of its body, preventing Yuzo Island from being submerged. After seeing this, Lei Yu did not continue to attack. After all, his purpose this time was not to kill the Elephant Master. Then, Lei Yu returned to his pirate ship, and they slowly sailed towards the Elephant Master. Looking at the exhausted Elephant Master, Lei Yu calmly said, I have no hostility towards you. I just need to visit the small island on your back. After saying this, he disregarded the Elephant Master's attitude and, along with his companions, jumped onto its back. At this moment, The Elephant Master had no intention of resisting Lei Yu's actions and obediently knelt at the seabed, allowing Lei Yu and his companions to safely ascend to its back. Upon reaching the top of the Elephant Master, the group marveled at the spaciousness akin to a small island. Before long, they arrived at Yuzo Island, where the long-haired tribe noticed Lei Yu and his party but dared only to observe from a distance, not making a sound. They knew that this person had just defeated the formidable Elephant Master with a single punch. At this moment, as Lei Yu stepped onto Yuzo Island, he suddenly froze, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just now, the system's sign-in task updated. This time, Lei Yu was surprised to find that to gain this summoning opportunity, not only did he need to reach Yuzo Island, but he also had to kill Momonosuke. What the hell is this? Does the system know that Momonosuke must die? Then Lei Yu shook his head and looked towards the empty forest ahead, shouting loudly, "Momonosuke, come out for a moment. I need to trouble you." Lei Yu's voice echoed through the forest, but after a long time, no one responded. In the forest, the members of the long-haired tribe exchanged glances, seemingly unsure of who Momonosuke was. Meanwhile, in a large tree hole, Momonosuke trembled in fear upon hearing this voice, as he recognized that this person was the one who had just brutally defeated the Elephant Master. Beside Momonosuke, Kinemon wore a serious expression, unsure of Lei Yu's intentions in seeking his young master, so he dared not respond. After a while, seeing the empty forest ahead, Lei Yu helplessly shook his head. How could this Momonosuke be so ungrateful? It seemed calling out directly was not going to work, so after thinking for a moment, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He looked deeply at his companion. "Mikasa, Momonosuke, I'm looking for you." The next second, the same calling voice spread throughout the entire woods. But unlike before, this voice was an incredibly ethereal and melodious female voice that was simply music to the ears. "Momonosuke, come out quickly." Seeing Mikasa's call, Lei Yu nodded in satisfaction, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "This time, I don't believe you won't come out." Sure enough, when Momonosuke heard this female voice, his eyes suddenly shone with brilliance. Kinemon, seeing this, thought to himself, "Not good," and immediately looked at Momonosuke seriously, saying, "Young master, don't go out. Be careful of traps." Upon hearing this, Momonosuke pondered for a moment and then looked at Kinemon, saying, "No, I think she needs my help." With that, he ignored Kinemon and scrambled out of the tree hole, his eyes sparkling, drooling with excitement as he thought, "With a voice this beautiful, she must be very pretty. I'm coming to save you. Miss, hey. Young master, wait for me." Kinemon watched Momonosuke's departing figure, shaking his head in exasperation, having no choice but to follow. But Momonosuke was as quick as a rabbit, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Kinemon to search around helplessly. Before long, Momonosuke arrived at the place where Lei Yu and his party were. He immediately noticed the pure and beautiful Mikasa in front of him, surrounded by Lei Yu and others. Then, with a lewd grin, he slowly approached, looking at Mikasa and asking, "Miss, do you need any help? Don't look at me as small. I'm actually very capable." Saying this, he attempted to pounce towards Mikasa. Seeing this, Lei Yu swiftly stepped in front of Momonosuke, looking at him with disgust and coldly saying, "Kid, what are you thinking?" In an instant, the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lei Yu awakened Tao Jiji. Tao Jiji looked at Lei Yu with a panicked expression, furrowing his brows and asking, "What do you want to do?" "What do I want to do?" Lei Yu chuckled sinisterly, but to Tao Jiji, that smile seemed devilish. Immediately, Lei Yu's cold words reached Tao Jiji's ears. "I want to borrow your little life for a bit." Suddenly, Tao Jiji felt every hair on his body stand on end. With a bang, he transformed into a small dragon, trying to escape. Unfortunately, it was already too late. In the next second, a blood-curdling scream tore through the sky, only to abruptly stop. Countless small birds, as if frightened, flapped their wings and flew high into the sky, creating a very eerie scene. Meanwhile, Jin Weimin, who was searching for Tao Jiji in the forest, heard the scream and his face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he rushed toward the direction of the scream, his eyes filled with anxiety. "Please, don't let anything happen. Young master, hold on, I'm almost there." But no matter how fast Jin Weimin flew, it was already too late. "Young master." At this moment, Jin Weimin arrived at the location where Lei Yu and the others had just been. Looking not far away, he saw a small dragon lying in a pool of blood, disbelief filling his eyes. Tao Jiji had already lost his breath, his body drenched in bright red blood, and even the dragon tendons inside him had been ripped out. Damn it! Why? Jin Weimin couldn't understand why Lei Yu and his group would do such a thing. He knelt before Tao Zhi's corpse, howling to the sky for a while before exhaustedly closing his eyes. Slowly, he took out the katana from his waist. I'm sorry. It's all my fault for not protecting the young master. I have no face to live in this world anymore. Saying this, with a slashing sound, blood spurted out. And with a thud, Jin Weimin also collapsed in a pool of blood, lifeless. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and his group had already left, heading to their next destination. At this moment, on the ship, Uchiha Itachi, Yasuo, and others were curiously looking at a figure that was not quite human. It couldn't even be called a human. It was a gigantic skeleton draped in a black cloak. They hadn't expected that this time Lei Yu would bring out such a thing, not even a person. At this time, Bone King, Ain's old gown, was also confused, having inexplicably arrived in a strange world. After a round of explanations from Lei Yu and others, Ain's accepted the fact that he had crossed over for the second time. Looking at the group before him, he scratched the back of his head and awkwardly smiled. Since that's the case, please take care of me from now on. Seeing a new member join, Rimuru approached Ain's, hands on his hips, and said, "No need to be polite. With us here, you can walk sideways in this world." Hearing Rimuru's words, Ain's was stunned. Could it be that the combat power in this world was quite high? Seeing this, Lei Yu almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Rimuru probably didn't know what kind of existence Ain's was, feeling like he alone could walk sideways in this world. In fact, even Lei Yu didn't expect that the system would give him such a bug-level partner. If that's the case, then the plan to overthrow the world government could now be put on the agenda. According to Lei Yu's calculations, the strength of himself and his companions was already completely sufficient to challenge the world government. In the past 2 years, not only had his own strength increased, but Itachi, Yasuo, and others had also become much stronger. Just as Lei Yu was lost in thought, ripples suddenly appeared on the sea's surface. The next second, with a splash, a gigantic sea king-like beast leaped up. It was unclear if it had hit its head, but this sea king charged directly at the ship where Lei Yu and the others were, opening its massive jaws to reveal sharp fangs, and flew towards them. As Yasuo witnessed this, he was about to draw his sword to fend off the giant sea king when the newly joined Ain stepped forward calmly and said, "Leave this to me." Yasuo frowned slightly. He didn't know if this newcomer could defeat the sea king. After all, sea kings were still considered very powerful beasts for some ordinary people. Seeing this, Lei Yu nodded at the two, tacitly agreeing with Ain's action. He also knew that Ain's wanted to showcase his strength. As they spoke, the sea king was getting closer, only a few hundred meters away, but Ain still showed no signs of movement. Rimuru frowned slightly, thinking to himself, is this guy scared stiff? At that moment, Ain's looked at the enormous sea king ahead, his expression serious. He had just arrived in this world and couldn't be careless. He then made up his mind and smiled at Lei Yu and the others. "Wait, let me buff myself first." "Buff? What's that?" Following this, Ain's demonstrated what it meant to add a buff to the group. He stared vacantly at the approaching sea king, boldly declaring, "I am Ain's Ulgaon. With this name, today I will behead you." Saying this, Ain's began his non-human buff mode, Flight Blessing of the Magic, chanting Infinite Barrier Magic Barrier. Holy Essence of Life, High-Level All Attribute, Enhancement Freedom. As one spell after another flowed from Ain's mouth, he radiated a myriad of magical lights, his aura rapidly rising and becoming incredibly powerful. Rimuru, Yasuo, and the others were inwardly shocked, not expecting this newcomer to be so formidable. However, for just a sea king, did he really need to be this serious? Ain's completely ignored the gazes of the others, continuing to buff himself, muttering, "False information. Life see-through. Super strong intuition. High-level hardening. Celestial aura. Absorb. Penetration enhancement." Watching Ain's continuously buff himself, Lei Yu helplessly shook his head and stepped forward to advise, Hey, brother Ain's, that's enough. It's just a sea king. You don't need to destroy the world for this." But Ain seemed to be addicted to buffing and completely ignored Lei Yu's words, continuing, "Essence of Magic. Triple Magic Enhanced Critical Strike Mine." At this moment, Rimuru and Mikoto looked at Ain's with dazed expressions. Is this what he calls a buff? It must be 1 billion of them. Moreover, the accumulation of these buffs on him caused his aura to become extremely terrifying. Even Itachi felt a sense of dread. He estimated that with Ain's arrival, the second strongest on Lei Yu's ship might not be able to hold on anymore. Because facing such a state of Ain's, Itachi had no choice but to be impressed. As the magical buffs stacked up on Bone Emperor, the Sea King that came to attack seemed to sense something was off. This guy, it seemed, was not someone he could handle. He immediately turned around and quickly retreated. Triple magic transformation, high-level magic seal, triple most powerful level up magic arrow. After muttering this, Bone Emperor finally stopped his inhuman behavior. Looking around him and at the blue magic circle above his head, he thought to himself, it should be about time now. Then, with confidence, he looked at the fleeing Sea King and said, all right, here I come. Hearing this, the others thought, is it finally over? Looking at the countless buffs on Bone Emperor, they secretly thought this guy should be able to solve it with just one punch, right? Just when they thought Bone Emperor was going to engage in close combat, suddenly, they saw a flash of red light in Bone Emperor's eyes, and his hands shot up. Seeing this scene, Leiyu immediately realized what he was about to do, but it was too late to stop Bone Emperor now. So Leiyu hurriedly shouted to Rimuru and the others, get down. Hold onto the railing. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately held onto the surrounding railing. They could also feel the terrifying, destructive, invincible aura emanating from Bone Emperor. The next second, Rimuru and the others, even Itachi, witnessed a scene that would be unforgettable for them in their lives. Bone Emperor, with his hands raised high, coldly stared at the fleeing Sea King beast in the distance and slowly uttered the words, super-level magic. The next moment, the magic circle beside Bone Emperor erupted with dazzling blue light. Then, not far ahead, a vortex with a strong aura of death appeared on the sea surface surrounding the Sea King, with powerful magic slowly condensing and colliding. While the Sea King at the center of the vortex remained motionless, it was not that he was stunned. He was directly scared to death by the aura emitted by this super-level magic. But this was not the end. Suddenly, a towering blue beam of light shot up from the center of the vortex, instantly creating monstrous waves that engulfed Leiyu and his crew's ship. The power of the super-level magic emitted by the beam made the entire world tremble in fear. When this blue beam of light fully erupted, the blue glow completely obscured the sunlight, turning the whole world into a blue-white hue. The Sea King, scared to death, instantly turned to dust. He never dreamed that there would actually be someone who would start a fight with a big move right away. However, dying under super-level magic was also a kind of glory for him. At this moment, the area within thousands of miles began to shake violently. The sky shattered as if it were the end of the world. This terrifying vibration lasted for dozens of seconds before gradually subsiding. Rimuru, who had fallen on the deck, wobbled to his feet and was about to say something, but then stopped abruptly. His expression turned to one of sheer horror, his mouth agape in shock. Beside Rimuru, Mikasa also fell to the deck due to the tremendous vibration. If it weren't for Leiyu's early warning to hold onto the ship's railing, they might have been thrown into the sea. Mikasa, seeing Rimuru's frozen expression, wanted to say something, but her expression suddenly changed, and she too became frozen. Not just the two of them, even Yasuo and Itachi were stunned in place, while Leiyu was already prepared. Yet, he was still shocked by the scene before him. On the surface of the sea ahead, a pit nearly 2,000 meters in diameter had appeared, with countless seawater flowing down its edges. Looking down, one could see endless darkness, and no one knew how deep this pit was. All they knew was that, decades later, this pit still existed, not filled by seawater. This great pit was later referred to as the Bone King's Divine Pit, becoming a place for countless tourists and adventurers to visit. Of course, that was all in the future. At this moment, Leiyu and the others looked at Bone Emperor with eyes full of shock, remaining silent for a long time. This strike was merely to kill a Sea King, but this guy almost pierced through the world. This was not just using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This was using a cleaver to kill a mosquito, for goodness sake. Meanwhile, the commotion happening here had long been noticed by countless people, first by Kaido, who was closest to Leiyu and the others in Wano country. Kaido was holding a crushed barrel of alcohol, which he hadn't broken on purpose, but was scared when Bone King unleashed his super-level magic just now. The fear in his eyes hadn't faded yet, and after a moment, he picked up another barrel of strong liquor and gulped it down, seemingly trying to drown his inner fear with alcohol, because he could sense that the aura just now could directly kill him. That's right, kill him instantly. After drinking several dozen barrels, he finally stopped, burped, and mumbled tipsily, I must have been drunk just now. How could such an attack be something a person could unleash? I must be dreaming. Saying this, Kaido fell asleep, but as he slept, his occasionally trembling body indicated that he was indeed frightened enough to have nightmares. At this time, on the Marine headquarters, Kizaru reached a high point, staring into the distance with an extremely serious expression. He had also felt that terrifying aura. It was the aura of death and destruction. In the training ground, Carp, who was helping to train new recruits, suddenly stopped training because Sengoku, that old man, was slowly approaching. Seeing Sengoku's serious face, Carp didn't need to think and directly said, "You felt it too, right?" Sengoku nodded. His eyes filled with gloom because this unfamiliar yet powerful aura made him feel very uneasy. Looking at Sengoku's anxious expression, Carp smiled and said, "We don't need to think too much about this matter. I guess it's just that guy Leiyu causing a commotion." Leiyu? How could it be? I can't think of anyone else it could be. Looking at Carp's indifferent expression, Sengoku helplessly shook his head. Suddenly, Carp noticed that Sengoku seemed to be looking for something beside him, and then curiously asked, "By the way, where's that sheep of yours? You didn't roast it, did you?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku covered his face and said painfully it got scared and fainted from that aura just now. "Oh, this. Wow. Haha." At this time, Dragon in the Revolutionary Army headquarters arrived at a high point on a small island, also looking solemnly at the sky. The direction he was looking toward was where Bone Emperor had released his super-level magic. After a long time, Dragon suddenly turned to his subordinate beside him and said, "Prepare a small boat for me. I need to go out for a while, quickly." Upon hearing this, the subordinate nodded without asking any further questions and hurried off to prepare the small boat. Watching his subordinates leave, Long murmured with a worried expression, "Who could it be? I hope it's not from the government." In fact, not only the group in the New World sensed the aura of Bone King's super-level magic, but even the world government far away in the Grand Line felt it too. In the holy land of Mariehua, within the familiar and imposing palace, the five elders once again knelt before Lord Im. It was unclear what Im had said, but the five old men looked shocked, nodding constantly in agreement with the figure seated on the empty throne, God. After a long time, the five men emerged drenched in sweat, their astonishment still evident in their eyes. They walked as if their feet barely touched the ground, as if Lord Im had made some significant decision. After they left, Im entered a small garden, pulled out a western sword stuck in the grass, and then turned around, entering a dim chamber. Inside this chamber, there was an enormous straw hat, identical to the one on Luffy's head, only several times larger. Im gazed at the hat for a long time before suddenly drawing the sword he had just pulled out, stroking the sharp blade, and murmuring, "Reiyu, do you want to be the one to change the world too?" He, so naive. Even if the world is to be changed, it won't be by an outsider like you. Reiyu. After that, Im's figure vanished into thin air. A few days later, Reiyu and his companions finally arrived at the surroundings of Wano country. Reiyu then headed straight for Onigashima, where Kaido was located, with the intent of making Kaido submit to him. With Kaido on his side, Reiyu planned to unite with the Revolutionary Army to launch a full-scale assault on the world government. Although he hadn't obtained one of the three ancient weapons, Reiyu was confident that with the strength of himself and his comrades, they could shake the lofty position of the world government. At this moment, a member of the Beast Pirates spotted Reiyu's pirate ship from afar. After their comrade Jack was killed by Longma in a single blow, nearly all members of the Beast Pirates took note of the flag of the gods to avoid provoking them. But now, unexpectedly, the gods' pirates had come to find them. The pirate, upon seeing the flag of the gods, hurriedly ran towards the base. "Kaito-sama, this is bad. The gods' pirates are coming our way. Something big is happening." "Kaito-sama." Along the way, many heard his cries, all startled. What? Reiyu and his group? Why are they coming to Onigashima at this time? They can't be planning to invade us, right? Surely not. We still have Kaido-sama. At this time, Kaido, who was drinking from a barrel, frowned slightly upon hearing the commotion outside. He put down his strong drink and stepped out. What is going on? Why the panic? As he looked at the chaotic scene outside, Kaido coldly scolded, and upon seeing Kaido emerge, everyone fell silent. The member who had seen Reiyu's pirate group knelt on one knee before Kaido and said, "Kaido-sama, Reiyu has come to Onigashima." What? Kaido's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at him, then questioned, "Is he alone?" "No, it seems like they're all here." Hearing his subordinate's words, Kaido became confused. Why was Reiyu not staying in his own territory at this time and coming here? After thinking for a moment, Kaido said, "All right, I'll go check the situation. You all go notify Fire Disaster and Plague Queen to come over." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido's figure vanished, heading towards the shores of Onigashima. At this moment, Reiyu and his companions had just docked their ship and stepped onto the shore. Reiyu suddenly looked up at the sky with a smile in his eyes. "They're coming, huh?" Just as he finished speaking, with a loud boom, Kaido's massive body descended from the sky, directly creating a large crater in the ground. Even the entire Onigashima trembled slightly. Kaido, holding his kanabo, snorted 2 puffs of white smoke, looking gravely at Ryu and asked, "What do you want here?" If it were before, anyone daring to step onto his territory would have been smashed by Kaido long ago. However, facing Ryu, Kaido did not dare to act recklessly at this moment. His instincts told him that Ryu was very strong now, much stronger than when he encountered him over 2 years ago. Such a rapid growth in strength shocked even Kaido himself. Not only him, but even the threat he felt from Itachi behind Ryu made him feel an intense sense of crisis. Even Yasuo, the swordsman, felt extremely dangerous to Kaido, while he completely ignored the last skeleton, as he did not sense a powerful aura from him. Looking at the group before him, Kaido felt an immense weight on his shoulders. He had to admit that if they all attacked, he couldn't hold them off. Not just him. Even if his entire beast pirates were to mobilize, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Looking at the puzzled Kaido, Ryu did not beat around the bush, smiled, and directly said, "Your strength is quite good. Join me, Kaido." Huh? Haha, keek. Upon hearing Ryu's response, Kaido laughed as if he had heard a joke. After laughing for a while, Kaido suddenly stopped smiling and glared at Ryu, shouting, "Ryu, are you kidding me? You want me to submit to you? Are you dreaming?" Saying this, Kaido gripped his massive kanabo tightly, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. Seeing Kaido's attitude, Ryu shook his head helplessly and continued, "I'm not asking you to submit to me, but to join me." Huh? Joining you is the same as submitting under the gods. What do you mean, Ryu? Ryu slowly approached Kaido, looked seriously into his eyes, and said, "I'm preparing to challenge the world government." There is no need for Ryu to say more. Kaido understood what he meant. Kaido looked at Ryu with a strange expression, not mocking Ryu's seemingly absurd idea, but shook his head and said, "You're really crazy, Ryu. Don't think that just because you have some strength, you can overturn the whole world. I admit you're strong now, but the world government is a deep pool." Hearing Kaido's words, Ryu sneered and continued, "The world government should step down. What I say, no one can stop." Looking into Ryu's unwavering eyes, Kaido was convinced that this guy was not joking. After shaking his head, Kaido retracted his aura and turned to leave, saying, "You want to go ahead. I'm not interested in this. Let us just leave the matter of you recklessly stepping into my territory as it is. I'll hold it against you. Don't cause me any trouble here." As he watched Kaido gradually leave, Ryu's eyes narrowed, and he coldly snorted, "You won't get away with this, Kaido." With that, an incredibly terrifying power erupted from him, heading straight for Kaido. After all, Ryu didn't want to give up on a strong opponent like Kaido. Having one more powerful ally would increase his chances of overthrowing the world government. Kaido, who was preparing to leave, sensed the fierce aura of Ryu approaching him. He suddenly stopped, tightened his grip on his kanabo, turned around to face Ryu, and said, "Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of a junior like you." With that, Kaido lifted his kanabo, his eyes filled with battle intent, and charged at Ryu. The second clash between the two emperors was about to begin. Kaido swung his kanabo, his eyes turning a bright red as he roared, "Thunderbagwa!" Instantly, purple lightning erupted from Kaido's body, exuding a godlike aura. Then, all the purple lightning surged into the kanabo in his hand. Following that, it struck toward Ryu with immense force. With a resounding boom, Ryu met it head-on with his fist, and in an instant, the ground around them began to shatter, powerful air currents swirling around and wreaking havoc on the surrounding atmosphere. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reached Kaido's ears, and his expression froze. Then, in horror, he saw that his incredibly hard kanabo was actually shattered by Ryu. This kanabo had made countless female warriors swoon, but now, it had been broken by Ryu. How could he tolerate this? Kaido tossed the half-broken kanabo to the ground, his eyes filled with uncontainable rage. A thunderous roar echoed through the sky as Kaido suddenly activated his devil fruit powers, transforming into an astonishing blue dragon, coiling above Onigashima, radiating an aura reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast. At this moment, the members of the beast pirates looked up at Kaido in shock and exclaimed, "Damn, did Lord Kaido just engage in battle with Ryu? We need to help Lord Kaido." Fire disaster and Plague Queen also noticed the giant dragon Kaido in the sky, realizing the situation was critical, and rushed over without hesitation. Meanwhile, Ryu looked at Kaido, who had transformed into a giant dragon, and did not transform into a dragon himself, as there was no need to. He simply watched as Kaido opened his massive jaws, gathering countless flames inside. Here comes Ryu. Accompanied by Kaido's roar, waves of explosive sound transformed into a scorching breath that charged towards Ryu. splitting the clouds in the sky in half and sending shockwaves rippling outward. Seeing the breath rushing towards him, Bone Outyin shifted his eyes and quietly murmured, high-level body enhancement, high-level defense enhancement, high-level strength enhancement. As each incantation was uttered, several glimmers of light flickered around Lei Yu. It seemed he sensed something and glanced at Bone Outyin, nodding. However, Kaido seemed unaware of all this. The next second, Kaido's dragon breath suddenly crashed into Lei Yu, and seeing Lei Yu caught off guard, Kaido laughed. Huh, are you underestimating me? If that's the case, get ready to be turned to ashes. With that, Kaido intensified his breath. However, this incredibly powerful breath was effortlessly caught by Lei Yu. What? How is this possible? Kaido was utterly shocked. Lei Yu had not made any defense at all. He had withstood Kaido's breath solely with his physical body, a level of physical strength Kaido had rarely seen. Little did he know that Lei Yu was able to resist his attack so easily because Bone Outyin had secretly given him a slight buff. Actually, even without Bone Outyin's buff, Lei Yu could have taken Kaido's attack without a scratch. After all, he didn't even fully understand just how terrifying his physical strength had become. Perhaps even Lei Yu himself wasn't fully aware of it. Seeing Lei Yu's extraordinary physique, Kaido finally realized that this Lei Yu was no longer the same as the one from 2 years ago. He had truly reached the Emperor level, even surpassed it. Reflecting on this, he glanced at Lei Yu's slightly matured face and shook his head, exclaiming, truly formidable youth. Lei Yu. Kaido then reverted to his human form. Seeing this, Lei Yu looked at Kaido with confusion and asked, what do you mean? Why did you suddenly stop fighting? Kaido laughed and replied, I just don't want to fight anymore. Is that a problem? As for your earlier statement about attacking the world government, that's impossible. But I can choose not to help them when you initiate your attack, right? Hearing this, Lei Yu stroked his chin, falling into thought. He knew that Kaido, or rather Wano, might have some kind of trade relations with the world government. Perhaps Kaido was afraid that if he joined Lei Yu and the attack failed, his position would become untenable. After considering this, Lei Yu nodded at Kaido to show he understood. Kaido, relieved, sighed, but then Lei Yu suddenly said, in that case, you should just die. Kaido was clearly taken aback, looking into Lei Yu's small eyes filled with great confusion. Is this how we're playing? This guy doesn't play by the rules. I've taken a step back, and he's getting more aggressive. However, during the time Kaido was stunned, Lei Yu stopped talking about martial ethics, flashing forward and delivering a powerful knee strike to Kaido's face. It should be noted that the buff Bone Outyin had given Lei Yu was not just for physical strength. It enhanced all of his power. And Lei Yu's own strength was already incredibly formidable. And with the added buff, in an instant, Kaido's facial fat was smashed flat by Lei Yu's punch. And the terrifying impact sent Kaido flying hundreds of meters away, toppling countless small hills and raising clouds of dust. At this moment, Fire Disaster, Plague Queen, and others arrived at the scene, perfectly witnessing their Lord Kaido being blown away by Lei Yu. Instantly, the atmosphere within the beast pirates froze. How is this possible? Lord Kaido was actually knocked away. Seeing Kaido down and unable to get up, Jin rushed over, anxiously looking at Kaido and asking Kaido, are you okay? Kaido staggered to his feet, spat out some blood to the side, wiped his mouth, and said, leave this guy to me, don't interfere. With that, he charged at Lei Yu once more, furiously shouting, Lei Yu, you're dead. With a loud bang, Kaido's powerful Conqueror's Haki was suddenly unleashed, and then he wrapped it around his arm. Looking at Kaido using the Haki, Lei Yu mocked, is this your Conqueror's Haki? Kaido, taken aback, looked at Lei Yu in confusion and said, what do you mean? Lei Yu chuckled, with such Conqueror's Haki, you might as well not embarrass yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a much stronger Conqueror's Haki slowly emanated from Lei Yu. In an instant, the members of the beast pirates behind Kaido felt an immense sense of pressure enveloping their hearts. Even the two top fighters, Fire Disaster and Plague Queen, found it hard to breathe. Crack, crack. Some small hills within a few miles of Lei Yu were directly shattered by this unreasonable Conqueror's Haki, collapsing with a roar, and even the dark clouds in the sky were stirred into whirlpools by Lei Yu's Haki. Upon seeing this, Kaido was completely stunned. He suddenly stopped, looking in shock at Lei Yu not far away, and exclaimed, how is this possible? Your Conqueror's Haki has actually reached this level. This can't be. In Kaido's perception, Lei Yu's Conqueror's Haki far exceeded his own. Hee, just don't let me knock you out with one punch. Little blue dragon. Otherwise it would be too boring. After a gleeful laugh, Lei Yu suddenly compressed his Conqueror's Haki into his right fist and charged at Kaido. Of course, he couldn't tell Kaido that over the past 2 years, his Conqueror's Haki had been upgraded to an incredibly terrifying level by the system. Lei Yu believed that even Shanks, who was famous for his haki, might not be as strong as him. After hearing Lei Yu's words, Kaido forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart, and a fierce killing intent reignited in his eyes. He glared at Lei Yu and roared, "Then come. Lei Yu. Today, let me show you the power of the strongest creature in this world." As he spoke, Kaido's body underwent a tremendous transformation. His muscles began to squirm, and patches of blue dragon scales appeared on his skin. Soon, the sides of his forehead bulged, transforming into 2 horns. Wasn't this just the dragon human form that Lei Yu had used before? After completing his transformation, Kaido crossed his arms and looked at Lei Yu, saying, "This is my strongest form, half-beast form. Now, let me show you the power of the ruler of this sea." Immediately, Kaido wrapped his Conqueror's Haki around his dragon arm and charged straight at Lei Yu. Seeing Kaido's appearance, Lei Yu felt a bit puzzled. Wasn't his strongest form complete dragonification? Why was Kaido's strongest form different from his? Perhaps it was because their devil fruits were different. After all, his was the dragon fruit, while Kaido's was the fish fruit. After thinking this, Lei Yu snapped back to reality and looked at the rapidly approaching Kaido, his eyes showing no signs of disturbance, because he realized that the strongest form of Kaido seemed to be just that. At this moment, Kaido had dashed in front of Lei Yu, roaring Western Inner. Conqueror's Haki wrapped, King, Domination, Dragon, Fist. Following that, Kaido's fist, covered in dragon scales and wrapped in his Conqueror's Haki, slammed towards Lei Yu with tremendous force, creating intense gusts of wind that shattered the mountains behind Lei Yu. Watching the punch coming at him, Lei Yu helplessly complained, "This feels just like a basic attack. Does giving it a name make it not a basic attack?" With this thought, Lei Yu's eyes lit up as he clenched his fist, wrapping it with his invincible Conqueror's Haki, and fiercely countered Kaido's dragon fist, shouting, "Tornado destroys the parking lot." Boom! Rumble! In an instant, a wave of purple-black energy erupted around the two, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and the space began to shatter. However, Kaido's expression became somewhat unnatural because the moment their fists collided, he knew he had lost. Whether it was his Conqueror's Haki or the strength of his body, he was completely overwhelmed by Lei Yu. Splat! Blood splattered everywhere, as Kaido's right arm seemed unable to withstand the immense force, and the muscles exploded apart. Then, with a wow, blood gushed from Kaido's mouth, and his momentum suddenly plummeted. Lei Yu's punch, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, had directly destroyed the organs inside Kaido's body. Seeing Kaido in such a pitiful state, Lei Yu smirked slightly and launched a series of attacks on Kaido, coldly saying, "Flamingo dance steps, flying hammer, landing, bear paw strike, flying crane catches shrimp bang." Bang! Bang! This relentless assault struck Kaido before he could even counter, and all of Lei Yu's attacks were wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Lei Yu was enjoying himself more and more, realizing that adding a name to a basic attack indeed felt different. Blood continuously flowed from Kaido's mouth, and his aura became weak. Not far away, Fire Disaster and Plague Queen saw this and rushed over without caring about anything else. Lei Yu glanced at them and shouted, "Rabbit Fist, Mule Kick, Dragon Claw, Shrimp, Cobra." Thud! With 2 sounds, the two didn't even touch the hem of Lei Yu's clothes before being sent flying and collapsing on the ground, unconscious. After dealing with the two, Lei Yu turned his gaze back to Kaido, who lay on the ground, bruised and bloodied. Kaido's pupils constricted in panic as he looked at Lei Yu walking towards him, his eyes seemingly saying, "Don't come over. I'm scared." Crack! Lei Yu cracked his neck and coldly looked at Kaido, saying, "It's time to end this, little blue dragon." Then, Lei Yu gathered his momentum, soared into the sky, and from high above, dove straight down towards Kaido, shouting, "Deadly move. Crow sits on a plane." In Kaido's horrified gaze, Lei Yu descended like a nuclear bomb, crashing heavily onto Kaido. Wow! Kaido opened his mouth wide, and a stream of yellow liquid sprayed out. It wasn't blood, it was alcohol. At this moment, Kaido's body had no blood left, only alcohol. Mixed in with the alcohol he spewed out was a small amount of blood. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe that their boss Kaido was so helpless in front of Lei Yu. Apart from Kaido, the 2 other powerful figures were also knocked down and lost consciousness after being struck by Lei Yu. The tough and resilient Kaido had also lost awareness at this moment, with no ability to resist whatsoever. Looking down at Kaido, Lei Yu withdrew the Conqueror's Haki that was wrapped around his hand and turned to Rimuru, saying, "Little guy, go ahead and swallow him. You should become much stronger." Rimuru, upon hearing this, didn't say much, as being a slime, she was never picky about food. Soon, Rimuru approached Kaido's feet and transformed into a blue mass, slowly wrapping Kaido's entire body. Meanwhile, the members of the Beast Pirates, not far away, had long been stunned into silence by Lei Yu's terrifying strength, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. After pondering for a moment, Lei Yu walked towards them. As he approached step by step, they all fearfully retreated. Seeing this, Lei Yu had to stop and helplessly said, "I have no intention of killing you. Now that your Kaido has been defeated, you have two choices. The first choice is to leave here immediately and never be pirates again. Go to another country and become ordinary citizens. The second choice is to submit to me and join the God Pirates. But you must abide by our rules. Violators will be killed without mercy." Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, the members of the Beast Pirates were initially stunned, then looked at their companions around them and began to whisper among themselves. Lei Yu was not in a hurry and quietly waited for them to make their choice. After a while, the pirates suddenly picked up the weapons that had fallen to the ground. Upon seeing this, Itachi, who was behind Lei Yu, narrowed his eyes, thinking that these people were about to make a futile struggle and remained vigilant. However, the pirates did not make any excessive movements. Instead, they raised their weapons high above their heads and loudly shouted, "Lei Yu, Lei Yu, gods, gods, we are the gods." It was clear that they had made their choice. Subsequently, Lei Yu ordered them to imprison the two who were unconscious, Fire Disaster and Play Queen, in the prison of Onigashima under strict guard. After arranging all this, Lei Yu did not choose to rest for a while, but commanded, "In 2 hours, everyone will march with me to Wano country." Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and disgusted. "No way, Boss Lei Yu. Are we going to take full control of Wano country so soon? Sigh, don't you see Boss Lei Yu's strength? Controlling Wano country is just a matter of moving a finger." Thus, a group of pirates followed behind Lei Yu and Itachi, marching grandly towards Wano country. At this time, the general of Wano country, Kaido, shivered in his general's mansion upon hearing this news. He couldn't even defeat Kaido himself, let alone face a Lei Yu who was even stronger than Kaido. With such a lineup, he simply couldn't resist. It was like a steamroller running over a toy car, crushing it to bits. In just one day, relying on his absolute strength, Lei Yu brought the entire Wano country under his control and also acquired the Sea Prism Stone, a lucrative industry chain. A day later, Lei Yu sat in the general's mansion of Wano country, his eyes revealing an incredibly excited gaze. He murmured, "It seems that Dracula Mihawk still owes me a favor. The Golden Lion should be about ready too. Hee, it's time to reel in the net." In fact, even Lei Yu did not expect that within less than 3 years of arriving in this world, he could achieve this step. The overthrow of the world government is getting closer. Now it can be said that everything is ready, only lacking the east wind. Then, Lei Yu handed over all matters of Wano country to Brook to handle. After all, this guy should have more experience in managing these things. As for Lei Yu himself, he took a small boat and left Wano country. 3 days later, the news of Lei Yu defeating and killing Kaido and taking control of Wano country spread, once again stirring up waves across the seas. Meanwhile, the protagonist of this world, Lei Yu, had already arrived at a remote island, which was the same island where Orochimaru had previously visited. As soon as Lei Yu stepped onto this island, he sensed something was off. Using his incredibly powerful observation Haki, he enveloped the entire small island and discovered that there wasn't a single trace of aura emanating from it. It was as if this small island had become a deserted island. However, Lei Yu soon found a cave on the island. With a quick movement, he arrived outside the cave, gazing into the pitch-black interior, and after pondering for a moment, he walked in. Before long, Lei Yu made his way unimpeded to the deepest part of Vegapunk's laboratory, only to find the laboratory empty, with nothing inside. Not even the nutrient chamber used for human experimentation had disappeared. Looking at such a bizarre scene, Lei Yu furrowed his brow tightly. Where had Orochimaru gone? Just then, a heavy footstep sound came from behind him. Lei Yu turned around and saw that Bartholomew Kuma had somehow appeared behind him. Knowing that this was just a test subject of Vegapunk, the artificial human, and not the real Kuma, Lei Yu was aware that Kuma did not seem to intend to fight. After a flash of red light in his eyes, Kuma emitted 2 beams of blue light like a flashlight. Then, to Lei Yu's astonishment, these 2 beams of blue light gradually formed the likeness of Orochimaru. Isn't this just holographic projection technology? How is this possible? This was the first time Lei Yu showed such a shocked expression because he knew that Orochimaru couldn't possibly master this technology. Therefore, the only person who could create such a high-tech product was him. The super genius and scientist, Vegapunk, who was 500 years ahead of this world. Thinking of this, Lei Yu couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Holographic projection. So mature. What kind of monster is this Vegapunk? Just as Lei Yu was pondering, the projected Orochimaru suddenly moved. Looking at Lei Yu, a hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and he slowly said, Lei, when you see this scene, I may no longer be in this world. Of course, I don't mean that I've been killed, but just like how I came to this world. Now I'm leaving this world again. As for how I left, I can't explain it clearly either. It was this guy, Vegapunk, right? He made something called a wormhole, and then poof, we left this world. As for why I wanted to leave, perhaps you already know, right? I still want to pursue what I desire, eternity. Vegapunk, show me a different world, and I feel that he might be the wind I've been waiting for. And also, Lei, do you know? This Vegapunk is truly a genius. He looked at the chattering Orochimaru in front of him, and Lei did not doubt what Snake Uncle said. He knew that he had truly left this place. As he looked at the holographic projection of Snake Uncle, Lei Yu's thoughts suddenly returned to 3 years ago when he first summoned him. It was also his first time witnessing the towering figure of the 10,000 snakes. Most of his strength could be said to be inseparable from Orochimaru. His physical abilities were enhanced by the potions he concocted, and his devil fruit was also found for him by Snake Uncle. Thinking of this, Lei Yu suddenly felt a bit of pain in his heart, and his eyes felt a bit sore. It seemed that he was somewhat reluctant to part with this guy. Suddenly, Orochimaru paused, lazily stretched his neck, twisted it a couple of times, and continued, Lei, although I also want to accompany you all the way, but there are always many regrets in life, and it's impossible to always be bright and beautiful. Cracks will inevitably appear somewhere. Now, you've grown up, and there are so many people around you. I can leave with peace of mind. I hope we can meet again by chance in the future. After finishing, there was a crack, and the blue light in the eyes of the tyrant bear suddenly turned off, and Orochimaru's holographic projection abruptly disappeared before Lei Yu's eyes. Immediately after, a red light flickered on the chest of the tyrant bear, slowly emitting a trace of dangerous aura. Upon seeing this, Lei Yu seemed to sense something and disappeared in a flash. Beep, 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 boom. 3 seconds later, the tyrant bear exploded like a bomb. The terrifying explosion caused the entire mountain peak to begin to collapse, burying everything in the cave. At this moment, Lei Yu had already come outside the cave. Looking at the ruins behind him, he felt an emptiness in his heart. Sigh, after taking a deep breath, Lei Yu walked towards the shore and left the small island. Shortly after Lei Yu left, several ships from the world government arrived at this small island. Many government officials hurriedly came to the site of the previous Vegapunk laboratory. When they saw the ruins, the leader clenched his fists and said angrily, "Quickly go back. Inform the 5 elders. Vegapunk has disappeared." 3 days later, Lei Yu returned to Wano country. To avoid trouble, he directly changed the former general's mansion in Wano into the Hall of Gods. At this moment, in the main hall of the Hall of Gods, Lei Yu was receiving a familiar old friend, Dragon. Looking at the leader of the revolutionary army in front of him, Lei Yu asked, "What brings such a busy person like you to my side?" After Dragon took a long look at Lei Yu sitting on the dragon chair, he slowly spoke. "I never expected, within a few short years, you have grown to this level." After hearing this, Lei Yu smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries with him before finally getting to the point. Dragon leaned in closer to Lei Yu's ear and whispered, "What do you think about the world government?" After pondering for a moment, Lei Yu's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly said, "Fight. We must fight. Good. Fight. Damn it." Dragon's whole body trembled, and after pouring a cup of tea for Lei Yu, he continued, "Brother Lei, how should we fight?" Lei Yu pointed silently at the kettle placed over the fire not far away. Dragon looked at the kettle and listened to the sound of the boiling water. After closing his eyes and thinking for a moment, he guessed, "Are you saying that the world government is like boiling water?" His eyes lit up, and he excitedly said, "Exactly. With your strength and influence, along with my revolutionary army, we can easily crush the world government." Seeing Dragon's excited demeanor, Lei Yu gently shook his head. Dragon, seeing this, looked at Lei Yu in confusion and asked, "Isn't that so?" "What do you mean?" After slowly sipping his tea, Lei Yu said, "I've leveled up." "Leveled up? What do you mean by that?" Dragon was puzzled. "Did you just mean the water has boiled?" "I don't believe it." Clearly, Dragon thought Lei Yu's words shouldn't be so superficial. "Of course not." Lei Yu chuckled lightly. Then his gaze sharpened, and he said seriously, "What I mean is, I have leveled up." "You have leveled up? What does that mean?" Looking at the teasing Lei Yu, Dragon felt a bit of a headache. Then, Lei Yu suddenly slammed the table and said, "I have cheated. Cheated? What does that mean?" Upon hearing the term cheated, Dragon became even more confused and could only look at Lei Yu with an expectant gaze. Hoping to hear his explanation, sigh. After taking a deep breath and sipping his tea again, Lei Yu explained, "Cheating means using hacks, and leveling up means I have activated a hack." As for hacks, you can understand it as something very powerful. Something very powerful? Could it be a weapon? Dragon furrowed his brow, deep in thought, and said yes. Exactly. Something very powerful? You can also understand it as ancient weapons, like Pluto or Uranus. Anyway, it's very powerful. What? Now Dragon was completely shocked, and his hand holding the teacup trembled uncontrollably, asking in astonishment. Could this so-called hack be something like ancient weapons? No, Lei firmly replied to Dragon's words. It is far more powerful than ancient weapons. Several times stronger. Crack. As soon as he finished speaking, Dragon's teacup suddenly fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. His eyes were filled with not only shock but also excitement. It could be said that what he was most worried about now was whether the world government had grasped one of the ancient weapons, Uranus. If they truly had control over it, then their chances of victory would be greatly reduced. However, upon learning that Lei Yu had something even more powerful than ancient weapons, that worry vanished. After a while, Dragon forced himself to calm his excited emotions, took a deep look at Lei Yu, and continued to discuss future matters with him. The two talked from noon until sunset, and only then did Dragon leave. Seeing Dragon's somewhat buoyant steps, it was clear that he was very happy. After Dragon left, as soon as Lei Yu returned to his room and lay down to rest for a few minutes, suddenly, Lei Yu sprang up from the bed, his eyes bursting with a cold light, scanning the surroundings with a serious expression. Soon, he seemed to sense something, and in a flash, he disappeared from the room. At the same time, Itachi, who had already fallen asleep, suddenly woke up and went to the window, looking out into the distance in confusion. But he did not find anything unusual, so Itachi had to close his eyes, and, after opening them again, transformed into his Mangeki Sharingan, scanning the surroundings once more, then disappeared from his room in a flash. Meanwhile, Ramu, Mikasa, and even Yasuo seemed to be unaware of anything unusual and were sleeping soundly. But in Ain's room, Ain's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, in a forest by the coast of Wano, Ain's looked up solemnly at the sky, where a figure similar to the boss was present. Who are you? The figure before him unexpectedly brought an overwhelming sense of pressure to Bone Aotion, a feeling he had never experienced before. The figure in the sky did not respond to Bone Aotion's words, holding a sword and gazing into the distance as if waiting for something. Seeing this, Bone Aotion did not rashly take action. After a long time, two figures arrived, Lei Yu and Itachi. Upon seeing Bone Aotion, they were not surprised, as they had sensed his presence earlier. Lei Yu's gaze shifted to the figure in the sky, and his pupils subtly constricted before he coldly sneered. I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's you, Im. Upon hearing this, Im in the sky emitted a chilling glare, staring intently at Lei Yu for a long moment before saying, I advise you to give up your thoughts. This world is not something you can shake. As a trade, I can ensure that the world government and even the Navy will no longer target you. Hearing Im's words, Lei Yu was slightly surprised. He did not expect Im to offer such conditions. Lei Yu chuckled and then looked up at him calmly, saying, as long as I defeat you and overthrow the world government, perhaps no one in this world will target me anymore, right? Target me? Do they even deserve it? As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yu's entire body trembled. A kingly aura radiated from him, the ultimate Conqueror's Haki. Upon sensing this aura, Im seemed momentarily stunned, and exclaimed, how can you possibly possess such a level of Conqueror's Haki? Could it be that you also have the bloodline of the Great Kingdom? The reason Im was so shocked was that Conqueror's Haki awakens based on individual talent. Although it can be strengthened through personal effort after awakening, one's talent or bloodline determines the upper limit of Conqueror's Haki. The reason Shanks' Conqueror's Haki is so powerful is that he possesses the ancient bloodline of the Great Kingdom. Hearing Im's question, Lei Yu shook his head and said, Great Kingdom? Unfortunately, I seem to be unaware of it. After a brief moment of distraction, Im quickly regained focus, looked at Lei Yu seriously, and asked again, your strength is indeed impressive, even surpassing everyone in this world. Unfortunately, in my eyes, it is still insufficient. I offer you a chance. How about the two of us control this world together? Upon hearing Im's almost negotiable tone, Lei Yu still shook his head and said, the celestial dragons are the tumors of this world. My goal is to excise these tumors. Seeing Lei Yu repeatedly reject him, Im began to lose patience. An aura of destruction emanated from him as he coldly gazed at Lei Yu and asked, are you sure you want to oppose me? Lei Yu waved his hand with authority and shouted, 1 month from now, I will trample the holy land of Mariwa underfoot and break open the red line. Upon hearing Lei Yu's resolute tone, Im smiled in a rather eerie manner. Since that's the case, I accept your challenge. At that time, you will witness what divine power truly is. After finishing, the space distorted and Im's figure vanished before their eyes. Watching the space where Im had disappeared, Lei Yu's expression gradually became serious as he turned to Itachi and Bone Aotion and asked, quickly, how strong is he? Strong. Very strong. Much stronger than anyone we've encountered before. Both of them replied in unison. Lei Yu nodded, recognizing that the overwhelming pressure from Am was no joke. Yes. But we are the gods. With that, a determined light burst forth in Lei Yu's eyes. Overthrowing the world government and bringing light back to this world is our duty. 3 days later, Lei Yu officially declared that 1 month from now, he would challenge the world government at the Holy Land of Mariehua. They were going to overturn this world. As soon as this news broke, the entire world erupted, with most people shocked by Lei Yu's actions. In fact, many did not believe that Lei Yu and his group would succeed, but they did not know that when Whitebeard learned of this news, he immediately set sail aboard the Moby Dick towards Wano country, preparing to join forces with Lei Yu, while in the underground world, the Dark Emperor, Shiki the Golden Lion, upon hearing this news, had his eyes blaze with excitement as he murmured, "Is this day finally arriving?" He then summoned his subordinates and issued a series of commands. Shortly after Lei Yu's declaration, Dragon followed suit, publicly announcing the massive strength of the Revolutionary Army and declaring that they would join Lei Yu in a full-scale assault on the world government. At this moment, the entire world went completely crazy. What? The Revolutionary Army is so powerful. The world government may really fall this time. Suddenly, the view that Lei Yu's declaration would lead to inevitable defeat shifted dramatically. With the joint forces of the gods and the Revolutionary Army, they wondered if the world government could withstand such a challenge. Upon learning that both Lei Yu and the Revolutionary Army were going to challenge the world government, Admiral Kizaru immediately convened a meeting. Looking at the gathered Navy soldiers and various generals, he solemnly asked, "Everyone is aware of the situation between Lei Yu, the Revolutionary Army, and the world government. According to our positions, we should side with the world government to crush Lei Yu and the Revolutionary Army. However, you all know about some of the actions of the world government and the Celestial Dragons. What are your thoughts on this battle that could change the world situation?" After Kizaru finished speaking, the Navy below erupted into intense discussions. To be honest, those Celestial Dragons are quite despicable. Sigh, it feels like both the pirates and the Celestial Dragons are not good people, but I still hope we don't go to war. After a while, everyone settled down and looked at Kizaru. They knew that such decisions were not theirs to make. The higher-ups must have already discussed it. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Kizaru, with a serious expression, said, "I even support the former Admiral Sengoku and Carp's suggestion. We must fight. The darkness of this world largely comes from the corrupt and incompetent rule of the world government. The source of chaos in this world is not the pirates, everyone." At that moment, Carp stepped forward and loudly declared, "In fact, we in the Navy are merely puppets controlled by the world government to manage the world. Only by defeating the world government can the Navy be reborn." Even Sengoku came to their side and shouted, "Everyone, regardless of the outcome of this battle, it will create a brand new Navy. Let's go." The Navy soldiers below saw that the 3 highest authorities had all spoken, and without hesitation, they raised their hands high and shouted loudly. Among the 3 admirals, Sabo certainly had no objections. After all, the goal of his Revolutionary Army was to overthrow the rule of the world government. And Fujitora had long been dissatisfied with certain actions of the world government and did not say much either. At that moment, a handsome man with green hair, who had a feminine yet masculine appearance, suddenly stood up beside Fujitora and asked Kizaru, "What should we do about the pirates if we win this battle, Admiral?" As soon as Green Bull's words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent once again. Yes, if they won this battle, how would they face the group of pirates on the sea, especially the Thunder Feather of the gods' pirates? Now, even Sengoku and Carp were stunned. They indeed seemed to have overlooked this point. Just then a burst of laughter came from afar. If we win this battle, I will make sure there are no more pirates in this sea." Upon hearing this, everyone frowned, secretly wondering, who is this? How can they be so arrogant? But in the next second, when they saw the newcomer, they instantly understood why he had such confidence. They saw Thunder Feather's figure slowly descending from the sky, directly landing on the high platform where Kizaru and the others were. Upon Thunder Feather's arrival, countless Navy soldiers became tense. After all, pirates were still pirates, and the Navy was still the Navy. What do you mean by that? Carp asked seriously, looking at Thunderfeather with a grave expression. Thunderfeather chuckled lightly and then loudly addressed the group of Navy officers below, "As long as you all march with us, the gods and the Revolutionary Army to the Holy Land Mariawa, I, Thunderfeather, guarantee that after our victory, there will be no more pirates in this world. At that time, my god's pirates will be the first to disband as a gesture. As for the details, you can come to my Wano country when you have time." After finishing what he had to say, Thunderfeather left the Navy headquarters. Before leaving, he took a look at Green Bull, the admiral he had never met in his previous life, and found that this person was indeed not simple and quite interesting. Then, he disappeared from the scene, leaving everyone wondering where he went. Kizaru, Sengoku, and the others exchanged glances, and it was Kizaru who spoke up and ended the meeting, saying that the specific plans would be discussed later. Following that, Kizaru and the higher-ups left first to prepare for the upcoming matters. Time flew by, and about half a month later, the Navy headquarters dispatched a warship heading towards Wano country, where Thunderfeather was located. On the ship, Kizaru and Sabo stood at the bow, gazing ahead. Meanwhile, Sengoku, Fujitora, and others remained at the Navy headquarters, on guard against certain pirates or the world government. They knew that the words spoken at the meeting that day had made all the Navy swear not to mention it outside. However, there might be people from the world government within the Navy, and if they found out about their defection, it would be inevitable for them to cause a commotion. In fact, they were overthinking it. Since the world government learned that Thunderfeather had united with the massive force of the Revolutionary Army to deal with them, there was chaos on their side for a while, and many felt that the world government was about to fall. The celestial dragons were to be destroyed. However, such panic lasted only a day. After that, for some unknown reason, they became quiet again. Of course, those heading to Wano country to meet Thunderfeather were not just the Navy, but also the Whitebeard pirates and Drago, who were all on their way to Wano country. Just as Kizaru and Sabo were enjoying the sea breeze, a soldier suddenly ran over in a panic and said to the two, "We found a pirate crew ahead. It seems to be the Straw Hat crew. What should we do?" This soldier knew that the current Navy could be said to be colluding with this great pirate. Thunderfeather, at least for now, they were on the same front, so he was unsure how they should face other pirates and could only seek advice from Kizaru and Sabo. Upon hearing about the Straw Hat crew, Sabo's eyes suddenly lit up, and he murmured, "Is it Luffy and the others?" A hint of joy appeared in his eyes as he looked at Kizaru and said, "How about I go take a look first?" Kizaru saw this and didn't say much. After a thoughtful smile, he nodded, "Go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, Sabo's figure had already disappeared from his sight, appearing in midair and using moonwalk to approach Luffy's crew. Meanwhile, on the Thousand Sunny, Chopper, who was lying on the deck, suddenly noticed a figure in the sky, jumped up in surprise, and rushed to Luffy's face, shaking his head and shouting, "Luffy! Luffy! Look, something is flying towards us." "Huh?" Luffy, who was awakened by Chopper, sat up, confused, and asked, "What? Is it time to eat?" Seeing Luffy's dazed expression, Chopper helplessly exclaimed, "Baka! Something is flying towards us." At this time, Sanji, Zoro, and others also noticed the unusual sight in the sky, immediately put down what they were doing, and stood ready, watching the black dot above. Usopp also took out his weapon and aimed at the shadow in the sky, suddenly saying that looks like the Navy." "What? The Navy is coming after us?" As the shadow got closer, they saw the distinct Navy uniforms, and Usopp gritted his teeth and shouted, "Leave it to me. Deadly, floating meteor." Saying this, he shot an upward bomb from his slingshot towards that figure. Just as Usopp thought he had successfully hit the target, a terrifying lightning flashed through the sky, easily neutralizing his attack. Upon seeing this, Nami and Robin seemed to realize something and exclaimed in unison, "It's Admiral Fujitora!" "What? Admiral Fujitora?" At this point, Zoro and Sanji's expressions also became serious. Over the past 2 years, Fujitora's reputation had been quite significant. Zoro took out his famous sword, Tsushe, twisted his neck, and said, "I didn't expect to encounter such an enemy here. Let's see what kind of person Admiral Fujitora really is." Sanji stepped forward, lit a cigarette, and looked at the shadow in the sky with fighting spirit, while Luffy stood there, scratching his head and staring at Fujitora, feeling that this admiral looked very familiar to him. Just as Zoro and Sanji were about to take action, the admiral in midair suddenly burst out laughing. "Are you trying to test me, Luffy?" Upon hearing this familiar voice, Luffy trembled all over. His eyes widened as he shouted at Zoro and Sanji, "Wait!" Hearing this, the two stopped their attacks, looking at Luffy in confusion. In that instant, Sabo landed steadily on the deck, and Zoro and the others stared seriously at this admiral, ready to act at any moment. Sabo smiled slightly, adjusted his hat, and said, "Long time no see, Luffy." Looking at the person in front of him, Luffy felt that the voice was very familiar. "But I shouldn't have seen this admiral before." Sanji looked at Luffy and asked in confusion, "Do you know this guy?" Nami and the others were also puzzled, as their group hadn't interacted with this Admiral Purple Dragon. Luffy, looking serious, asked, "Who are you?" "I don't know any Navy people, so get out of here, or I'll have to beat you up." Saying this, he took a fighting stance, and Zoro and the others also prepared for battle. Sabo, hearing this, smiled helplessly and walked forward, saying, "Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, you should have another brother, right?" Luffy was taken aback, recalling the three brothers from his childhood, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes as he said, he already, before Luffy could finish. Sabo took off his hat and looked at Luffy with a gentle smile. "It's been a while, Luffy." In that moment, looking at that familiar face, Luffy was completely stunned, feeling as if everything around him had frozen. His eyes gradually became moist, and he choked out, You are Sabo?" Sabo continued to smile. "Can't you recognize me, Luffy?" As that familiar, gentle voice entered Luffy's ears, he couldn't hold back anymore. Tears mixed with snot began to fall from his eyes, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is it really you, Sabo?" Then, in a flash, he jumped in front of Sabo, leaped onto Sabo's neck, and cried without restraint, "Sabo, I thought you were dead." "Thank you, Luffy. It's really good to see you again." Looking at Luffy's familiar face, Sabo's eyes also began to glisten with tears. The onlooking Zoro and the others realized that this admiral seemed to be Luffy's brother. Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask more questions and went about their own business. After embracing for a while, Luffy and Sabo sat on the deck and reminisced about the past. Suddenly, Luffy looked at Sabo's Navy uniform and asked in confusion, "Why did you join the Navy?" Sabo didn't hide anything from Luffy and felt there was no need to anymore. After all, the Navy and the Revolutionary Army were somewhat in the same camp now. When Luffy heard about Sabo's multiple identities, he was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. He never expected that Sabo was not only on his grandfather's side, but also on his father's side. After a while, Sabo checked the time and stood up, saying, "Luffy, it's getting late. I have to go." Luffy understood and didn't say much, but looked at Sabo and asked, "Where are you guys going this time?" "Oh, we're going to Wano to discuss something," Sabo said directly without hiding anything. Nami, who had come over, murmured thoughtfully, "Wano, the land of the gods?" Upon hearing this, Luffy jumped up excitedly and joked, "You're going to Wano too? Huh, are you guys also going there?" Sabo looked at Luffy in confusion. Luffy nodded and excitedly said, "Wano is my brother Rajin's territory. We heard that he is preparing to overthrow the world government. It would be such a pity to miss out on such a lively event." Hearing Luffy's words, Sabo frowned and asked, "Aren't you planning to look for One Piece and become the Pirate King?" "Ah, that thing can be found sooner or later. If I miss this event, it might be a lifelong regret." Luffy laughed heartily. Seeing Luffy like this, Sabo shook his head and said, "You'd better not participate in this battle. You can't handle it." Luffy turned his head and pouted, saying, "Don't. Really, you should listen to me. It's better if you don't get involved." "Don't." Seeing Luffy like this, Sabo knew he couldn't persuade him and shook his head helplessly, saying, "All right, you've grown up now. Just be careful. Ace might not be able to look after you." "You, Ace." Before Sabo could finish, Luffy suddenly turned his head and stared at Sabo, asking, "Is Ace going too?" Seeing this, Sabo realized he had let something slip. Based on his intelligence, he knew that the Whitebeard pirates would also participate in this war. Looking at Luffy's fiery eyes, Sabo reluctantly said, "He should be going. Maybe the three of us will meet in Wano." Sabo believed that this trip to Wano for the meeting would not just involve the Navy. Many prominent figures would probably come as well. "Really? That's great." At this, Luffy was so happy that he almost jumped up. Then Sabo sighed and said, "All right, I'll take my leave now. See you in Wano. Sabo then turned and left. Luffy watched Sabo's departing figure, excitedly clenched his fists, and joyfully said, "Are the three of us finally going to meet?" At this moment, not far from Wano, the Moby Dick of Whitebeard suddenly appeared, speeding towards Wano, standing at the bow. Ace looked at the giant island ahead and turned to Whitebeard, saying, "Dad, we're almost there." Whitebeard nodded, a hint of a smile in his eyes, and said loudly, "Good." Quickly, "I'm looking forward to having a few drinks with my brother Rajin." In fact, not only the Navy and Whitebeard side, but during this time, people from both sides were heading toward Wano. Even the likes of Shiki and Katakuri were making their way there. Knowing that a great battle was about to begin, even though the world government had not released any news at this time. But this was just the calm before the storm. Meanwhile, the red-haired Shanks, another Yonko, was not present in the waters around Wano. Instead, he was heading full speed towards an unfamiliar sea area. With a worried expression, Shanks sighed and murmured, "You're too hasty." Raijin, at the same time, another great pirate, Blackbeard, standing on an unknown small island. Looking at his crew of the Blackbeard pirates, he laughed loudly. Keek keek. The vortex of the times is about to come. However, they would soon realize that the next era is not Raijin's era, but my Blackbeard's era. Next, you will witness the arrival of my Blackbeard era. As soon as he finished speaking, the group below began to shout Blackbeard's name loudly. Powerful auras surged like waves, enveloping the surroundings. If anyone were present, they would surely be shocked by the scene before them, because among the hundreds of pirates below Blackbeard, there was a special aura emanating from them. Undoubtedly the aura of devil fruit powers. Blackbeard had successfully built his army of ability users over the past 2 years. He raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone, take a break for now. When the battle starts, we will set out and let the world know our power." The group of ability users below, faces flushed, shouted kill. From the intense killing intent emanating from them, it was clear that this group of people were all ruthless pirates. We could say they were true pirates. The scene shifted to the imprisoned Doflamingo, who was staring at the newspaper in front of him, his madness growing stronger, his body trembling violently as he laughed maniacally. "It's starting. It's starting. Is it finally going to begin? So who'll be the last one laughing?" "Huh." Outside the prison, Admiral Tsuru watched the crazed Doflamingo with concern in her eyes. She didn't know if the Navy's stance this time was right or wrong. If this operation failed and the world government emerged victorious, there was no doubt that the Navy would face a huge transformation. Perhaps the Navy would be completely under the control of the world government, becoming their tool. Sigh. With that thought, Tsuru sighed helplessly and turned to leave. The battle to change the world was about to begin, but who would be the one to write history? No one knew. 3 days later, in the Hall of Gods in Wano country, Raijin sat in the main seat, seriously looking at Whitebeard, Kizaru, Shiki, Dragon, and others in front of him. Undoubtedly, these 4 people were T1 level existences in this world, figures whose stomp could shake the world, and today would be their first and last discussion before the battle. No one dared to be careless. However, the relationship between Raijin and Shiki was unexpected for everyone, and they were also surprised to learn that Shiki was actually the recent overlord of the Dark World, Shahoshu. This news left several of them feeling shocked. Once all the key figures had gathered, Raijin got straight to the point, saying that there wasn't much to discuss about the specific plan for this battle. We really had no way of knowing what trump cards the world government held, so we would just push forward directly. With absolute power, they would undoubtedly lose. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement with Raijin's statement. At this moment, Dragon looked at Raijin and suddenly asked after the war, "Who will control the new world government?" At this question, everyone's gaze turned to Raijin, as this was also something they were concerned about. Raijin pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "My idea is that the Revolutionary Army will completely take over the world government." Upon hearing this, Dragon nodded and glanced at Kizaru before continuing to ask, "What about the Navy?" The Navy would still exist, but they wouldn't be a direct organization of the government. "Oh, what does that mean?" Kizaru scratched his head, looking confused at Raijin. "My point is that the government will still hold the highest authority in the world, while the Navy will be separated as a military unit. Then both sides will supervise and be responsible for each other. In case of major events or the need to use military force, the leaders of both sides must agree together. Also, both sides will have a veto power. In short, that's how it would be." Afterwards, Raijin shared his previous life's methods of managing a country, explaining them to everyone. It took quite a while before he clarified everything to them. Dragon, Kizaru, and even Whitebeard looked at Raijin with astonished eyes, as if they were looking at a monster. Dragon took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Raijin, I really didn't expect you to come up with such a method. I really don't know what's in your head. Yeah, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about governance." Even Whitebeard was taken aback by Raijin's advanced governance method. Kizaru nodded repeatedly, thinking it was a good idea. "All right, let's do it your way." After contemplating for a moment, Dragon agreed to Raijin's proposal. Then, as if he thought of something, he looked deeply at Raijin and continued to ask, "What about the pirates?" Upon hearing Dragon's question, everyone held their breath. After all, Raijin and Whitebeard were both pirates themselves. Asking such a sensitive question at this moment, no one knew what would happen. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that. On the day the new government is established, I will disband my God's pirate crew. Afterwards, Raijin looked at Whitebeard and said, "As for your Whitebeard pirates, they can be rebranded as an adventure team or something similar. This means they are just adventurers on this ocean, exploring and adventuring in this vast sea." Adventurers? Upon hearing this new term, everyone was startled, while Whitebeard felt a chill in front of him. He laughed heartily. "Good. Adventure team sounds great. I think it's a good idea. The journey of pirates looking for One Piece is nothing but adventure and exploration, right? Dragon, Kizuru." And the others understood Raijin's meaning and all nodded in agreement. After discussing a series of details about the war, Raijin saw that it was getting late and said, "Let's call it a day. We'll talk about the rest 3 days later after we win against the world government. Now, let us go and have a big feast to relax." After saying that, he led Whitebeard, Dragon, and the others towards the banquet hall. At the banquet, many people were drinking heavily, and Sabo, Luffy, and Ace finally reunited here, all three brothers completely drunk. Regarding Luffy's desire to participate in the battle, Raijin did not refuse. Although Luffy's current strength was not very strong, he was, after all, the child of destiny, and might play an unexpected role. So Raijin naturally did not reject him. Watching the roaring bonfire in front of him, Raijin felt a bit tipsy. He couldn't guarantee whether they could defeat him and change the world's pattern in a battle 3 days later. Lost in these thoughts, Raijin fell into a dream. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and more than 30 large ships set sail from Wano country. Leading the fleet was Raijin's Dragon Roar, followed closely by Whitebeard's Moby Dick, Dragon's revolutionary ship, and Kizuru's warship. A total of over 10,000 elite personnel participated. In fact, if the Revolutionary Army and the Navy had all mobilized, the scale would have been several times larger. But they all knew that this battle would be decided only by Raijin, Whitebeard, Dragon, and others. Involving lower-rank personnel would only lead them to become cannon fodder. At this time, at the Navy headquarters, Carp stood alone by the sea, staring ahead, lost in thought. "What's wrong? Didn't you hate those guys? The chance to beat them has come. Why aren't you going?" Sengoku rode his goat and came slowly to Carp's side. Carp shook his head and said, "I'm just an old bone. I won't interfere. Besides, aren't Fujitora and Green Bull going to?" Sengoku stroked the goat's beard, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Do you think they'll succeed?" How would I know?" Carp shook his head and replied. After 2 days of sailing, Lei Yu and his army arrived at the majestic Red Earth continent, with the holy land Mary Geos, which holds the supreme power of this world, standing tall above them. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lei Yu gazed at the towering Red Earth road and softly murmured, "Has this day finally come, Whitebeard?" At this moment, it would be a lie to say that his heart was without waves. Lei Yu was a bit excited. After all, he might become the person who changes the world. At this time, Whitebeard quietly approached Lei Yu, furrowing his brow tightly as he whispered, "Brother Lei, do you think our journey has been a bit too calm?" The fact that they hadn't encountered any world government personnel trying to block their way puzzled Whitebeard. Hearing this, Lei Yu took a deep breath and reassured him, "Don't worry. They should also be waiting for today to arrive. Everyone is conserving their strength for this decisive battle." "Yeah, you're right," Whitebeard nodded thoughtfully. On July 3rd, 1523 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lei Yu, Whitebeard, Dragon, Kizu, and others led their army directly to break through the gates of Mary Geos. But the hidden power of the world government should not be underestimated. The 5 elders surprisingly all possessed the power of admirals, even those at the emperor level. However, this was merely a desperate resistance. In the face of the peak Whitebeard and the powerful force within Dragon, they were as fragile as glass, easily shattered and left heavily injured and unconscious. Seeing the 5 elders fall, countless Navy and revolutionary soldiers became excited, believing they had already won. Watching these celebrating Navy and revolutionary soldiers, Lei Yu frowned tightly, because he knew that the true core of the world government had yet to appear. "Be careful. This battle is not over yet," Lei Yu said solemnly to those around him. Whitebeard and Dragon nodded. They also knew there was an extremely powerful presence hidden within the world government. "Where's that guy? Is he preparing for something?" Lei Yu wondered aloud. Just then, Rimuru suddenly looked up and said, "Hey, why does it feel like it's suddenly getting hotter?" Saying this, he released his human form and transformed into a puddle of liquid, seemingly to cool off a bit. As Rimuru spoke, Lei Yu, Whitebeard, and the others all trembled. In unison, they exclaimed, "The Celestial King." Then they all looked up, but the sky showed no abnormalities, just a lot hotter. Even someone as powerful as Lei Yu felt an unbearable heat. "Hey, look at the sun!" Meichin suddenly screamed. Everyone looked up, their pupils contracting sharply. The celebratory atmosphere turned tense as they realized what was happening. What is that? Why is the sun falling down? Is this the end of the world? They saw the sun in the sky seemingly plummeting rapidly, heading straight for the holy land, Mary Geos. Even Whitebeard and Dragon stood frozen in place, horrified, shouting, could it be that the so-called Celestial King is the sun in the sky? As the sun got closer to the ground, they felt an increasingly terrifying power emanating from it, a strong sense of suffocation enveloping them all. Leiyu stared intently at the sun above, and after a while, he said, "No, that's not the sun. Look, there are shadows around it. The real sun should be behind that object." After carefully observing for a moment, Whitebeard and the others also discovered the oddity and breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that this was not the actual sun. After all, the idea of the Celestial King being the sun was too hard to accept. However, even so, the pressure on everyone was immense. Leiyu looked at this object, a sense of foreboding enveloping his heart, and then his gaze sharpened. "No, I can't let this thing land." As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon's roar echoed, and Leiyu suddenly transformed into a crimson creature with a human body and a dragon's tail, appearing before everyone. Looking at the massive entity in the sky, Whitebeard exclaimed, "Brother C, this aura is even stronger than mine right now." Dragon nodded in agreement. As the transformed Leiyu rushed towards the sun, the closer he got, the worse his expression became, even beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could sense a breath of death emanating from it. This aura was enough to destroy the world. Just as he was still several hundred meters away from the sun, a voice suddenly echoed in his ear, "Kakik, accept the judgment of the gods, Leiyu." Upon hearing this voice, Leiyu paused and quickly scanned his surroundings, shouting him, "What are you going to do? Are you going to destroy this world?" Im's figure slowly materialized before Leiyu, sneering, "Kakik, it's too late now. Next, just feel the power of the Celestial King." As soon as the words fell, Leiyu felt every hair on his body stand on end, his eyes bloodshot, and he turned to the people behind him at Mary Geos, screaming, "Run! Run fast!" Im coldly watched everything, shaking his head and softly saying, "It's too late. You all must stay here." With a snap of his fingers, the floating sun vanished, only to reappear above Whitebeard and the others. Immediately, a power capable of destroying everything emanated from it. This massive fireball, akin to magma, rapidly expanded and grew larger. Whitebeard, Dragon, and the others felt fear and immediately turned to shout, "Quick, evacuate from here." Just as the words left their mouths, a huge explosion erupted, and Bone King stepped forward, shouting, "Super-level magic, absolute defense." A transparent shield appeared instantly, blocking the immense power. Just when everyone thought they had successfully blocked the destructive blow, an incredibly intense white light suddenly appeared, penetrating the shield. The soldiers who came into contact with the white light disintegrated instantly, vanishing into thin air. And even powerful beings like Whitebeard and Dragon could not withstand the white light, turning into piles of dust in an instant. When Leiyu was enveloped by the white light, he realized just how weak his power was in the face of ancient weapons. Was he really going to end like this? At the same time, this intense white light continued to spread across the entire world, and every object that came into contact with the white light was, without exception, disintegrated and vanished between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, the entire world was consumed by the white light, becoming eerily silent. After a few seconds, the white light dissipated. Waves suddenly appeared in the space above Mary Geos. In the next second, Im's figure unexpectedly appeared here. He looked at everything that had been destroyed around him and sighed deeply, murmuring, "Have I taken care of him? It's over. Time to restart this world again." Saying this, Im quickly flew in one direction, and at the end of that direction was one piece. But he didn't notice that after he left, a blue crystal suddenly appeared and then disappeared from this world. The finale. Don't hit me, dear readers. It's hard for me too. Hey kid, don't block the way. What's going on? On a pirate ship, a young boy sleepily came to the deck, rubbed his eyes, and exclaimed, "What the hell? Wasn't I fighting him?" Leiyu looked at the boundless sea and felt that this beginning seemed a bit familiar. Is this a restart? Just as Leiyu was puzzled, a figure suddenly descended from the sky, came before Leiyu, extended a hand, and laughed. "Kid, are you a pirate too? Want to join me?" Upon hearing this voice, Leiyu suddenly looked up, staring at the figure before him, and was instantly stunned. "What's wrong, kid? Do you look down on me?" "Wow, ha ha." After a moment, Leiyu swallowed and asked, "Why you are?" "Wow, ha ha. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Roger. GOLD, Roger." Introduction. Red-haired Shanks. They say we are the Iron Wall pirates, but in front of them, anyone on the ship can break our Iron Wall. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. Any of his subordinates can stand against my calamities. His strength is even more terrifying to me. Celestial dragons. Never provoke that bunch. They're all powerful madmen.